When you suddenly acquire a huge fortune that can control everything, what changes will happen in your life? My girlfriend despises you for not having a house, a car, or savings. After receiving a dowry of 180,000, she decisively proposed a breakup and threatened you that she would only consider marriage if the dowry was doubled. This time you can't take it anymore. I'm not getting married this time. Whoever wants to get married can get married. When you are angry and helpless, a system prompt sounds in your mind. Congratulations, host, on awakening the system of doing as you please. As long as the host follows the most genuine thoughts in their heart to make choices, they can receive huge rewards. Activation condition: 3 dog heads. Detected that the host follows their true heart and breaks up with the vampire girlfriend. Reward 200,000 yuan. At the next moment, your phone receives a text message. Card ending in 6818 received a transfer of 200,000 yuan. Current balance is 205,000 yuan. You are shocked. Didn't expect this to be real. However, could there be any issues with the source of this money? At this moment, the system kindly reminds, system reward has been transformed into a legal source by high-tech means. Please feel free to use. Host, you are so excited. Now it's settled. Fiancé Huang Mengyao saw you take the initiative to call off the wedding. Not only was she not sad, but she was also very happy. This marriage doesn't have to happen. But the 180,000 dowry is non-refundable. After all, my precious 3 years of youth are priceless. Hee, your youth is youth. Mine is not? Right. You haven't worked in these 3 years, being taken care of like a little fairy for 3 years. Now that you've received the betrothal gifts, you want to leave. But it's not that easy. If I don't receive the money within a week, you can wait to go to jail. Let's wait and see. After saying goodbye to your girlfriend, you immediately called a Mercedes-Benz car to go home. Normally, you would even consider taking a bus for a long time. But now that you have money, why bother saving? Soon, a Mercedes with a majestic appearance arrived in front of you, not only providing free water inside, but the driver's attitude was also particularly gentle. Indeed, the feeling of spending money is different. Half an hour later, when you get off the car to pay, you hear the prompt again. The host follows his own heart, chooses the travel method he likes, and rewards 50,000 yuan. Now you have slowly figured out the system's routine. No wonder it's called the follow your heart system. Just do whatever you want. When you got home, you were ready to have a good sleep, but you received a call from your supervisor at the company. Without thinking, it must be asking you to work overtime again, and definitely without overtime pay, because what you are actually doing is his own job content. In the past, in order to keep your job, you endured it, but now, are you still going to indulge him? You hung up the phone without saying a word, and then had a good sleep. The next day, you came to work at the company as usual. You were immediately informed to go to Supervisor Lee's office. Without hesitation, you knew it was because of hanging up on him on the phone yesterday. However, you were not afraid at all and walked straight in. Upon entering, Supervisor Lee immediately put on a serious face and began to perform. I'm telling you, Xiao Lu, your work attitude is a problem. The company asked you to work overtime as an opportunity for you to improve yourself. What happened yesterday? Are you trying to waste the company's efforts? After speaking, Supervisor Lee looked at you smugly, expecting you to apologize immediately with a humble expression. You resist the urge to curse, and calmly reply, I had a legal day off yesterday, and there is no reason for me to work overtime for free. If you want to fire me, go ahead, but I will apply for labor arbitration. After saying that, you leave gracefully. If it weren't for professional ethics, and because there is still a project unfinished in your hands, you would have quit right away. Why work when you have money? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. The host deals with the unscrupulous supervisor. Reward 50,000 yuan. You feel the vibration of your phone in your pocket, and sure enough, the money has been deposited again. Then you open your phone, order a cup of Starbucks for all your colleagues, except for the supervisor. Let him oppress every day. Today I treat everyone to milk tea. Everyone gets a share. Then we won't be polite. Thank you. Su Xiao is generous. You look at the flattering colleagues, smiling slightly. Sometimes socializing is actually very simple. A simple cup of milk tea can bring a lot of goodwill. At this moment, a beautiful woman from the company is drinking the milk tea you bought, while the supervisor of the company's administrative department, named Su Mu, is watching you with interest in the nearby office. This person is the recognized top beauty of the company, also a divorced woman for just 1 year, because she usually takes care of you more and is older than you. You are used to calling her sister Sue. Perhaps this is another reason why you are willing to stay in the company. After work, you just wanted to leave, but were stopped by Supervisor Lee. No one else has left. Why do you want to leave? I have finished my work today. Why should I work overtime? If you want to work overtime, do it yourself. I'm not going to. If you have the ability, let the company fire me. Supervisor Lee Cohen was so angry that he was trembling. He had never been treated like this before, but he really didn't have the authority to fire you directly. Seeing Lee Cohen looking defeated, colleagues all gave you a thumbs up. So tough. You left gracefully under the admiration of everyone. After leaving the company, you didn't go home, but went straight to the most luxurious local mall. After all, with money, the first thing you want to change is nothing but clothing, food, housing, and transportation. And now, the balance in your account can't afford a house or a car. So let's solve the clothing issue first. At least there are tens of thousands in your account, so you should be able to shop around. You walked along the way, finally encountering a brand you know, Gucci. Hello, sir, welcome to the Gucci store. Just as you stepped in, a friendly female sales assistant greeted you. She said, I'm Ning Qian, the store assistant in the store. How can I help you? Looking at the enthusiastic shopper, he was a little surprised. Soo-yun thought that it would be like inside a novel, where the other party would come up and mock or love him because he was dressed in ordinary clothes. It turned out to be overthinking itself. End of chapter. Chapter 6, This is what we call life. Chapter 6, This is what we call life. Store. In the face of the guide's inquiry, Soo-yun said unhurriedly, It's also my first time in your store. I don't quite understand the style of wearing your clothes. Just look at matching me with a more casual one. Yes sir. Do you see what you want in terms of price? No. It's better not to have the same one. Yes sir. I know. Just sit down and rest. Have a drink of water and I'll bring it to you when I've made my selection. Aha. After 10 minutes had passed, the guide, Ning Qian, came over with a set of selected clothes. She bent down slightly and said, Sir, this is the latest arrival of our store, this year's limited edition spring and summer models. Won't worry about clashing. I think it suits you better. Do you want to try it? Good. When Soo-yun came to this fitting room, his brain inexplicably recalled certain images from Uniqlo. If this moment, what was the old man thinking? Soo-yun cursed himself for being shameless, then quickly changed his clothes and walked out. The shopper, Ning Qian, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she saw this. Soo-yun was originally a good-looking man, and before that, it was because he was dressed in ordinary clothes that suppressed his manly charms and could not be brought into play. The whole look of the person is now instantly enhanced with the design and texture of the dress. Sir, I think this suit fits your temperament perfectly. Soo-yun stood in front of the mirror and looked at it, and was also very satisfied. It's really good. It's it. How much? Sir, it adds up to a total of 188,000, and if you get a membership to our store, it's only 180,000 after the discount. 180,000? When Soo-yun heard this, his eyes couldn't help but jump. He had thought it might be a bit expensive, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. No wonder people say that those with a monthly income of less than 50,000 won't dare to shop here. There is a reason for that. I pinched my pants and saved for 3 years to come here and just buy a suit and it's gone. The gap between the rich and the poor is really bigger than the gap between man and dog. The shopper, Ning Qian, saw that Soo-yun didn't say anything and thought that she had taken the expensive one. It's not like we're not going to buy it, is it? Wouldn't that mean that the commission in hand would fly away? She hurriedly explained. Sir, your body is our store's newest staple limited edition for the spring and summer season, so the price is slightly more expensive, but you do look good and classy in it. If you're not satisfied, I'll rematch your outfit. It's okay, it's the right set. You chose well. Soo-yun laughed. Get me a membership after swiping my card. Okay, sir, please follow me this way. The shopper guide, Ning Qian, was instantly happy in her heart. She thought she would have to have a good verbal conversation with the other party, but she didn't expect the other party to buy it so readily, not even with hesitation. Looks like a potentially big client. Payment successful. With the machine's drop sound, Soo-yun's payment was completed. At the same time, the system's voice followed again. In the face of his favorite clothes, the host chooses to do as he pleases and takes the first set of luxury goods without the slightest hesitation, rewarding him with 480,000 yuan in cash. Soo-yun listened to the double hints and felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. Spent $180,000 out and made $300,000 back. It won't be long before you're a millionaire yourself soon. It's ing called life. After settling the bill, Ning Qian, the guide on the side, asked, Sir, are you going to wear it directly on your body, or I'll load it up for you after you change it? Wear it. Soo-yun said. Trouble you again to help me get rid of the original set. The dress won't fit later anyway. Conditions don't allow it. When she was leaving, the shopper, Ning Qian suddenly chased after her. Su Yun asked, "Anything else?" "No." The shopper Ning Qian smiled and said, "Sir, why don't you add me a WeChat? If there are any problems with the subsequent clothes, you can contact me directly. Also, I'll be the first to push you when the store comes back with something that looks good and suits you. If there is a favorite, you can always WeChat me and I'll come to your door to give you a detailed introduction." Su Yun looked at the woman's naked innuendo and understood it. It's true that the service in this luxury store is different. It's something. Let's be honest. Being a female guide for luxury goods doesn't just come with the territory. For the sake of eye candy and to better serve the rich, their face value was no less than Huang Mengyao's, almost, even slightly higher in terms of temperament. It's actually nice to spend the occasional lonely evening with each other and socialize. You're single and still a hothead. You can't spend every long night with your hands, can you? I don't know how, but in the past, Su Yun definitely did not have these thoughts. It is said that men with money tend to be bad. Before he didn't understand the meaning of the phrase and didn't agree with it, but now he somewhat appreciated it. In fact, sometimes it's not that men want to be bad, but after the money, the temptations around exponentially more up. The average person cannot carry. "Then you sweep me." Su Yun pulled out his cell phone and said, "My surname is Su, and my name is Su Yun. Okay, Mr. Su." On the third floor of the mall, Huang Mengyao was also shopping alone. After breaking up with Su Yun, she took more than $100,000 from the other party for nothing, and got hitched to Zhang Wentao. She felt like she didn't need to live a constrained life anymore. Happily ever after is about to begin, so today she couldn't wait to be alone, run to a place she'd never dared to come before, and buy a bag. Huang Mengyao carefully looked around the store, found out the most expensive one here was over 50k and the cheapest was over 8k. Looking around the enthusiastic introduction of the shopper, she picked and chose, in order not to be looked down upon, for their own vanity, and finally she endured the pain, bought a bag of about 10,000 yuan. After swiping her card and holding her new bag in her hand, Huang Mengyao's mood was unusually satisfied, as if her whole body had become confident. She's no longer the woman who can only carry a few $1,000 purse bags all year long. "Take care, ma'am, and welcome back." After buying the bag, under the compliments of the shopper, Huang Mengyao left satisfied. Coming to the first floor, Huang Mengyao wanted to prepare to leave. When her afterglow glanced over, she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking over. At first she thought she was mistaken. As a result, she waited until the other party came closer before realizing that she was not mistaken. It was none other than Su Yun. Huang Mengyao never expected Su Yun to appear here. She subconsciously hid behind a pillar with a weak heart, and only suddenly reacted when she kept watching the other party go out and leave. "What are you hiding from yourself? It's all broken up. Just what's up with him suddenly wearing a designer label? And that Gucci outfit? It doesn't look cheap." I was in a good mood to buy a bag, but all of a sudden I was not happy. There is no harm without comparison. His own new bag looked shabby when compared to the clothes Su Yun was wearing. No, what makes him able to buy such nice clothes to wear? He's got all his money here. Where's the money to buy it? Huang Mengyao was puzzled. End of chapter. Chapter 7, This Makes You a Millionaire? Chapter 7, This Makes You a Millionaire? Su Yun didn't realize that Huang Mengyao had just been shopping in a mall with him and had seen himself. After buying his clothes and getting out of the mall, he went straight home. Mom had already made dinner at home and was waiting for herself, and had called several times to urge her to do so. When Su Yun returned home, his mom looked at her refreshed son and wondered, "You just bought these clothes?" "Aha." Su Yun smiled and nodded. "I went to buy it after work. How is it? Does it look good?" "Nice looking. Shouldn't be cheap, right?" "Which is, like, a couple $100. Su Yun lied. "The stuff from that place is good. Next time I'm free I'll go and buy you a few sets to wear as well." "Mom just doesn't want it." Zhang Sujuan laughed. "You'd better save the money for a future wife." "I'm not thinking about it for a while now." Wanting to work hard, in order to explain his habits with money later, he decided to lie about it first. "Mom, I even got a promotion recently. My salary went up quite a bit, so don't you worry about me being broke. Our days will only get better." "Really? That's great." Zhang Sujuan smiled happily and said, "Seeing you well. Mom is happy for you. Eat quickly." During dinner, Zhang Sujuan, who had never been much of a drinker in order to celebrate her son's promotion and pay raise, actually drank some red wine with Su Yun to celebrate. Maybe it is drinking some slightly drunk. Somehow, chatting about the old mom told the past. She talked about dad, about when he was a kid, about the old house. From his mom's tone, Su Yun could feel how reluctant his mom was to sell the old house in the first place. There were all the memories of her and dad, and herself as a child. "It's all about yourself." Su Yun listened in his ears and kept it in his heart. he mentally counted the money on his card, which was about $700,000, because after all, it is an old house. When selling, Mom also sold only 350,000 yuan. Now if you go back and buy it back yourself, even if the current homeowner Leonizes it, $700,000 should be enough anyhow. The regrets that you can buy back for your mom with money, then you can't leave regrets. So he messaged Sumo and took a day off. The next day, get up early in the morning. Soo-yun hid it from his mom, and on his own, he killed his way straight back to his hometown. In the neighborhood, he would run into familiar neighbors and give a warm shout out. These uncles and aunts have watched him grow up. When everyone saw him, they also asked with concern, "Xiao Su, when are you getting married? I envy your mom for following you to the big city. Hey, it's just that there's one less mainstay of square dancing after your mom is out of the neighborhood." Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable. Soo-yun dealt with them one by one with a smile, making his way to his old house and reaching out to knock on the door. The door opened and it was a middle-aged man. At first, after Soo-yun explained his intentions, the other party directly refused. But when he said that he was willing to pay a high price, the other man began to hesitate a little. He asked, "How much can you offer? How much do you want?" 450,000. You want it? I'll sell it to you. Okay, deal. Soo-yun didn't talk nonsense and didn't want to waste time by bargaining with the other party, so he directly promised the other party. Anyway, making money is easy for him now. When you don't have money, it's the concept of spending your money that speaks of value for money, deals, and whether or not it's a good deal. But when you have money, your concept of spending money is, money can't buy me happiness. As long as he could buy the house back and make his mom happy, he felt it was worth it, and it didn't matter if it was more money. By analogy, it's like the antique collecting hobby, a painting or calligraphy, a favorite. He might be willing to spend millions to buy it back, but for those who don't like it, spending a couple dozen bucks is too much for him. Are you serious? The middle-aged man listened to Soo-yun's words with some disbelief, because he started out with a psychological price that he would agree to as long as the other party could offer $400,000. But I didn't expect the other party to actually not haggle, and directly agree to their price, which was far higher than the market. Of course it's true. Soo-yun smiled and said, "According to my understanding, the county's current property prices for new buildings are around 500 yuan a square foot. I'll give you $450,000, enough to go back to a new 100 square foot house, and you're getting a good deal." The man gulped as he looked at the other man's disinterested face. "Some don't understand. Mom sells it for $350,000, and her son buys it back for $450,000. He did nothing, lived for a year for nothing, and made $100,000 a pop. What's the difference between that and winning the lottery? Sell. They're not for sale." After both sides agreed, the day of the full payment, and in the afternoon went to the administrative approval hall for the transfer procedures, transferred to the name of the mother Zhang Sujuan. Although she didn't come in person, Soo-yun went to the copy store to get a power of attorney on his own under the guidance of a good Samaritan and signed it himself for his old mom, entrusting himself to get things done. The moment Soo-yun's transaction was completed, a system beep sounded. In order to fulfill mom's regrets, the host follows his heart and does not hesitate to travel thousands of miles to buy back the old mansion. Filial piety is commendable. Rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. I can't believe it's a direct reward of $1 million. There's something magical about looking at the $1-2 million balance on your card. That makes you a millionaire? This money comes in fast, like a tornado. Finished my errands and got home a little late in the evening, but after mom fixed the meal, she was still waiting to eat with her and didn't move. This is what home feels like. As soon as Soo-yun entered, he directly placed the real estate license in front of his mom. Zhang Sujuan. "Mom, it's for you. Open it." Real estate license? Zhang Sujuan picked it up and opened it curiously, then froze. "This is our house? Aha. This head of household is my name? Aha." Zhang Sujuan looked at Soo-yun with a shocked expression and asked, "What's going on? I know you can't let go of your old house." Soo-yun laughed. "That's why I snuck back today and bought it back for you." "Ha? Where did you get the money? I thought I wasn't getting married." Soo-yun had long thought of an excuse and said, "The dowry money that I had previously existed at Huang Mengyao's place, plus a little bit of borrowing from my friends. I ran back and re-bought it back with more than $300,000. But you're like this, Sujuan Zhang." Soo-yun interrupted. "Mom, if the money is gone, I can earn it again, but you and Dad's house, and those memories of yours, if it's gone, it's really gone, and I don't want you to have regrets." Zhang Sujuan was moved and opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unable to do so. Finally, She opened her mouth for the first time to scold Huang Mangyao. Somewhat aggrieved, she said, "She is really blind, actually lost such a good son of mine, and will regret it later." Ha ha. Su-yun couldn't help but laugh. "Old mom, the way you look right now, you're so cute, you just know how to laugh at mom." Zhang Sujuan glared at Su-yun and smiled happily as well. End of chapter. Chapter 8, okay, that's what you said. Chapter 8, okay, that's what you said. When he came to the company the next day, everyone looked at him with surprise as soon as Su-yun entered. Dressed in a Gucci today, his whole demeanor is enhanced. Add to that the fact that he was still handsome to begin with, and suddenly he became a bit brighter in the crowd. Li Xiaoguang also saw him and immediately walked over first. He asked with some dissatisfaction, "Su-yun, what did you do yesterday? Why didn't you come?" "Supervisor Li, it looks like you want to take Sister Su's place." Su-yun sneered. "This is all starting to manage up personnel and attendance." It just so happened that Sumu walked by from the side, and when she heard it, she turned back to look at Li Xiaoguang suspiciously. Li Xiaoguang smiled awkwardly towards Sumu and said in annoyance at Su-yun, "Don't talk nonsense, Supervisor Li." Sumu said helpfully, "Su-yun already asked me for a vacation yesterday. It doesn't count as skipping work." "Okay, Supervisor Su." Li Xiaoguang smiled apologetically. "It's fine. I'm just asking. I didn't find him yesterday when I had something to look for him, and I'm afraid he skipped work." "Then you talk. I'll go." After Sumu finished speaking, she even took a special look at Su-yun and turned to leave, but in the heart muttered up, "Do not say. He today this dress is quite good looking." After Sumu left, Li Xiaoguang then said angrily, "Su-yun, you did it on purpose just now, didn't you? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Beware, I'll sue you for libel. When are you going to give me your report?" Li Xiaoguang used to be able to bully Su-yun a bit because Su-yun was honest and obedient. But now, it feels like it's not working. Su-yun replied, "There's still a bit of a data problem. I'll send it to you when I'm done changing it." "Still not done changing?" When Li Xiaoguang heard this, he immediately took the opportunity to play, "Do you know how important this report is? Can't you hurry up? If it causes damage to the company, are you responsible for it?" "Good," Su-yun casually said. "If something goes wrong, just have the company fire me. This report in their hands is a backup, is not important at all." The original draft long ago, when Li Xiaoguang first gave it to him, he understood that the other party was just looking for nothing to do to him. Li Xiaoguang, watching the supervisor leave in a depressed manner once again, Su-yun was in a good mood. It's a tried and true trick to dislike your supervisor after not worrying about losing your job and running out of money. In the face of a bad supervisor, the host chooses to do as he pleases and once again dislikes the opponent angrily. Rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Can you still do that? Looking at the system that had rewarded him with another 50,000, Su-yun suddenly felt that Supervisor Li was a bit cute. It seems like it's okay to dislike him in the company from now on. It's cool again. And you can pop gold coins. When Su-yuan is in a happy mood, he wants to spend money. So he generously ordered another Starbucks for each person in the entire company. A cup of coffee in the morning to wake up sleepy. But there was still no Li supervisors, deliberately irritating him and keeping him hostile to himself so that he could come and pick a fight over nothing. It makes sense to dislike him yourself. I had just finished ordering takeout when the familiar voice rang again. In the face of a colleague who spends a lot of time together, the host once again purchased coffee at his own whim, quickly bringing the relationship between his colleagues closer. The system rewards 20,000 yuan. Strange. It didn't trigger the first time I bought it. How is it triggering now? Su-yun somewhat failed to understand the rules of this system's rewards, but it's a nice feeling to have more and more money. Su-yun had nothing to do and brushed his WeChat circle of friends. Then he saw a remark that Huang Mangyao had just updated. "Good morning. It turns out my life can be exquisite. Here's a great picture of the new bag." Su-yun looked at Huang Mangyao's not-so-cheap bag and frowned, suddenly remembering that his bride price money was still with her. "It's definitely taking my money for this ing thing." Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to the other party. "Su-yun, my dowry money. When will you transfer it to me?" Other side. Huang Mangyao had just been showing off in her circle of friends for a few minutes when she saw a message from Su-yun asking for money. Instantly the beautiful mood is not beautiful again. 10,000 or 20,000 would be fine. But the point is that it's over $100,000. Who gives up? So of course she didn't want to give it back. Besides, a large portion of that money she had was still being taken by mom and dad for her brother. Gotta make excuses. After thinking about it, she started to edit the message back. "Huang Mangyao, what money? You still have the nerve to ask me for it? I've been with you for 3 years. Isn't my youth worth anything?" In the office, Soo-yoon froze as he looked at the message she had returned. A backhanded shot? Soo-yoon, what do you mean? You're not going to pay the dowry money? Hwang Mengyao, those money will be taken as you compensating me for the loss of my youth. Soo-yoon's face chilled. Mud. This woman really doesn't want to give it to me. Soo-yoon, youth loss fee? Okay, let's figure it out at $500 a time. How many times have I slept with you in these 3 years? Do the math. Make a list and give it to me. Then subtract it out and give me the rest. Hwang Mengyao looked at the cell phone message and was so angry that her chest hurt. What does he think he is? A lady? And $500 at a time. Hwang Mengyao exasperatedly said, Soo-yoon, to tell you the truth, that money has long been taken by my parents and used. There is no money to give you. And there is no money for you to ask for. If you have the ability to go and sue me, okay, you said it. Looking at the other party's direct trickery up helplessness, Soo-yoon also had nothing to say to her. The only way to help yourself with this kind of thing is to get a professional lawyer. Trying not to pay me back? Dream on. Sue all you want. I'll make you use it and spit it all out. Not long after, the takeout coffee Soo-yoon ordered was delivered. Everyone looked at the two takeout boys and directly looked at Soo-yoon. That's right, it's me again. Soo-yoon laughed. A cup of Starbucks every day. Happy work every day. Soo-yoon, are you getting rich? Yeah, you're too nice to invite again. It's really too posh, but I like it. Faced with everyone's teasing, Soo-yoon spread his hands and laughed. Truth be told, I recently had nothing to do and went to buy a lottery ticket and accidentally won $200,000. The reason why I said 200,000 instead of 1 million is because that is a more appropriate number. Nothing more or less than enough to explain your changes in behavior, but not too much to make your coworkers jealous to the point of contortion. Crowd. Everyone was already quite curious in their minds lately. Why did Soo-yoon suddenly become interesting, generous, and dressed extravagantly? And you have the nerve to dislike Supervisor Lee every day. Turns out it was a $200,000 win on a lottery ticket with a bottom line. It's a mood that's worse than losing your own stock. We agreed to be cowboys together and you took off. Lee Xiaoguang in the office naturally heard it, and his heart became even more unpleasant. He hadn't won once in all the years he'd been buying, so how come he gave it to him as soon as he bought it? In the entire company, only Sumu drank Soo-yoon's coffee and knew that Soo-yoon was lying and didn't believe his bull ********. What lottery won 200,000? Heck, I guess I saved money because I'm not married anymore. So when I have money, I start spending it. She took out her cell phone and sent the other person a WeChat message. Sumu, not married, and money is not something you spend frivolously like this. Soo-yoon looked up at the administrative office. Sister, I used to suffer myself for a woman, but now that I'm free, of course I have to treat myself better. Sumu, I think you're just spending with a vengeance after a breakup. You'll regret it in a few days. Soo-yoon suddenly remembered that he was looking for a lawyer to file a lawsuit. I wonder if Sumi knows any lawyers in this area. Soo-yoon, Sister Sue, let me ask you something. Sumu, go ahead. Soo-yoon, do you know any professionals and lawyers? I want to find a more reliable and competent lawyer. Sumu, I have a friend I might recognize. Why? Soo-yoon, I can't say it all in one sentence on the phone. Can you make an appointment for me? I want to consult about something. Sumu, okay, I'll ask for you. I'll message you back later. After replying to Soo-yoon's message, Sumu immediately called her roommate. After the divorce, originally she lived alone. But a month ago, her best friend, Lee Jin-shu, suddenly checked out of her house and came to live with her. Mayo's name is to protect her, but it's really to save rent and live in a big house. And Sumu, who lives alone in such a big house, is indeed a bit lonely, and doesn't even have someone to talk to at night, so she agrees. Lee Jin-shu was an interior designer for a large remodeling company. I heard her say that she once designed a house for the family of a barrister from the Red Circle Institute, and the two ended up on good terms. What is the Red Circle Center? That is, it usually refers to the more powerful law firms in the country. Soon the call was answered. Hey, Sue, on the phone, a sweet woman's voice rang out. Why are you looking for me if you're not working properly? Did you miss me? Are you busy? Say something. You think they're all leaders like you? No one cares. I'm busy as hell all day, drawing designs non-stop. Lee Jin-shu laughed. But well, it's okay to delay a minute or two for you. I have a coworker who would like to consult with you a little bit about lawyering. Sumu asked, do you have time for a date tonight? You asked for it, and I'm going to squeeze it in even if there's no time. Okay, then I'll send you the time and place later. After hanging up the phone, Sumu sent a message to Soo-yoon. Sumu asked, she has time in the evening. I'll make an appointment. You guys can talk while eating. Soo-yoon, that won't do. This is my business. How can I let you spend money? I'll arrange the restaurant. I'll book it and send it to you later. Sumu, okay, whatever. Nor did he know what Soo-yoon had to do and why he suddenly needed a lawyer. Is it still about the ex-girlfriend? But at the evening meal, you know for yourself. After Soo-yoon finished chatting with Soo-moo, he started choosing a place on his phone. The conditions are 1, pick only expensive. Nice places that still have a location. Finally, he chose a place called Yayuan. I don't know if it's really high-end and private, but it looks good online anyway. Soo-yoon sent the location in time to Soo-moo. Then he sent another message to his mom, saying that he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight because he had something to do, so he wouldn't have to keep waiting for himself. At home, after Zhang Sujuan did cleaning, she wanted to go buy food and cook, waiting for her son to come back to eat, but she received a message that her son would not come back to eat. She was sitting alone and a little bored on the balcony, looking out at the skyscrapers mesmerized, suddenly missing her friends back home a little. The city was bustling, but it seemed cold and lifeless. She doesn't even know her neighbor who lives across the street from her house, and she doesn't greet either party when they meet, just like a stranger. Unlike myself in my hometown, my neighbors are all friends, and after dinner, they go out for a walk or square dance together. She wanted to come before because she didn't have a house to live in anymore, and because she thought she could help out with the housework and the kids when she got married to her son. But now, he feels that his son is busy working all day and doesn't really need his care, especially since she knew her house had been bought back by her son. She wanted to go home. End of chapter. Chapter 9 The Dog Thief Soo-moo. How dare you lie to me? Chapter 9 The Dog Thief Soo-moo. How dare you lie to me? After getting off work, Soo-moo sent a message to Soo-yoon, telling him to go to the dinner place by himself first. She'll come back after she picks up her friend. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lee Jinshu finally finished his work and met up with Soo-moo, then took a taxi towards his destination. In the car, Lee Jinshu asked, Soo-soo, what's the matter with your coworker? I don't know. He didn't tell me. Is it a man? Or a woman? Male? Male? Upon hearing this, Lee Jinshu immediately became excited. It can't be someone you like, right? It's the first time I've seen you so attached and proactive. No, just a regular male coworker. Soo-moo explained, it is that everyone's private relationship is okay. He also helped me a lot of help. Just you have a lawyer friend who knows. Just mention a mouth. So this coworker of yours? What's he like? Is there any money? Lee Jinshu suddenly said, it's not a high-flying man, is it? Do you want it? Don't want me to introduce it to me. Don't you startle. Soo-moo blankly glanced at her and said without a good mood, he does look okay, but it's the family conditions. Right. That might be almost not in line with your choice of spouse standard. Forget it then. Upon hearing this, Lee Jinshu lost interest and shook his head. How can I look at a man that you don't even look at? What do you mean? Soo-moo fainted. It's to say that my vision isn't as good as yours, isn't it? No. I'm just affirming your vision that the only good men are the ones you see. The two chatted idly and soon arrived at their destination, Northwest Lake. After getting out of the car, Lee Jinshu looked at the restaurant in front of him and asked, Soo-soo, are you sure you're not mistaken that this is the place? I think this is the place. I think it's called Crane Court. Upon hearing this, Lee Jinshu was surprised. This is a very high-end restaurant. The Idol Cloud series seals the deal. I heard that it cost more than $28 million just to build it in the first place. It's not a place where ordinary people can come and spend money. Yes? Of course it is. I came here once before to eat with a client. Lee Jinshu said, eat slightly better here. Per capita consumption is in the thousands of dollars. This is your ordinary colleagues can afford? So expensive? She didn't really know about this place. Hearing Lee Jinshu say this, she was also a bit shaken. Could it really be a mistake? Okay. Although the two of them could afford to come for a meal once in a while on their salaries, who would give it up? The call was soon answered. On speakerphone, Soo-moo asked, hey, Soo-yoon, is the place you're talking about Crane Court? Yes. On the phone, Soo-yoon asked, Sister Soo, have you arrived yet? Here it is, right at the door. Well then, I'll have the waiter pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone, Lee Jinshu said meaningfully, it's really here. Your coworker is also too sophisticated. I'm a little embarrassed. Soo-moo, this guy, he's really not treating money like money these days. Again, I buy designer clothes to wear. I buy the company people coffee every day. And now I'm buying dinner at such an expensive place. The little money he had saved was probably not going to be gone for long. Seems like he'll have to find some time and talk him down. Soon a waiter arrived. Excuse me, are you friends of Mr. Soo? Yes. Hello guys, please follow me. The waiter said, Mr. Soo is already waiting for you in the super VIP private room on the 3rd floor. Super VIP? Lee Jinshu asked in surprise. It's your private room with only 4? That's right, ma'am. Sumo wondered toward Li Jinshu. What is a super VIP private room? It's the 4 boxes on the 3rd floor here that have the best location. Not only is the view absolutely amazing, but the privacy is also the best. And the average person can't get up there. Li Jinshu explained. I heard that in order to book this room, the minimum spending starting price is over 20,000. Sumo only felt that Soo-yun was a bit crazy. For dinner, you find a place that does business receptions. Sumo and Li Jinshu followed the waiter all the way inside. The restaurant is decorated with oriental aesthetics and looks really high class. The lobby was a bit lively with people eating, quite a few, and girls taking pictures and snaps everywhere. By the time the two of them got to the 3rd floor, there was an immediate silence around them. The waiter came to the door of a private room, reached out and knocked on the door, and when he received permission, he led the two into the box. The view is even more stunning than outside. It's almost like being in the middle of the smoky south of the river, so you can totally eat and look at the scenery at the same time. Mr. Su, your friend has arrived. Can we start serving the food now? It's okay. Soo-yun looked at them, got up and said with a smile, Sister Su, you and your friend just find a seat and have some tea. I've already ordered the dishes. They'll be here in a while. Okay. After Sumu greeted her best friend and sat down, the room was a bit quiet for a while. Li Jinshu looked at Soo-yun curiously, some surprise in his eyes. Good looking, just average family, kinda normal male co-worker? Where is this ordinary? She's a regular reader of luxury fashion magazines. Not to mention, just Soo-yun at GUCCL spring and summer of this year's latest models. Not less than 100,000, right? If a guy like him isn't handsome, who is? The dog thief Su-su. How dare you lie to me? Seeing that everyone was silent, Soo-yun took the initiative and asked, Sister Su, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Her name is Li Jinshu. Sumu returned to her senses and introduced herself. It's my roommate and good friend, working in a decoration company as a designer. Hello, grand designer. Soo-yun politely nodded towards Li Jinshu and also introduced himself. My name is Soo-yun. I'm Sister Su's colleague, a small staff member. Things are divided into categories. It's true that pretty and capable people are surrounded by pretty and capable people. Li Jinshu's nature was more jumpy. She smiled and said, on the way here just now, Su told me about you, and when I saw you today, you are indeed very ordinary. Sister Su has a high vision. Soo-yun flirted with himself. I am indeed quite ordinary in her eyes. You, of all people, have a sense of humor. Li Jinshu suddenly snapped. Are you interested in our Su? Ahem. Soo-yun did not expect the other party to suddenly ask out such a sentence, and when he sipped his tea, he was directly choked. What's that? Sister Su is the #1 beauty in our company, so naturally they all like it. Li Jinshu. Sumu glared at her with some shame and anger, and whispered to her, don't talk nonsense, okay? Oh, Li Jinshu. Of course she had to ask about such a quality man. In case he was really interested in Su, he could set himself up, so that she wouldn't be alone and lonely at night. If you don't have one, try it yourself. It's called fertilizer. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Is there such a shameless woman? Chapter 10, Is there such a shameless woman? Soo-yun, go ahead. What's the matter? Sumu hurriedly changed the topic, fearing that Li Jinshu would go crazy again and ask embarrassing questions. When Li Jinshu heard this, he also felt that he should talk about business first. Yeah, what kind of things did you ask Su to see me about wanting advice? So that I can recommend you a relevant lawyer. There's no rush. We'll eat first. Soo-yun laughed. I'm starving, so I'll go over there when I'm done eating and chat slowly over tea and snacks. His words were followed by a knock on the door. Come in, Mr. Su, the red wine is already awake. The waiter asked. Excuse me, can we serve the food now? Could be. Okay. The first waiter started by pouring each person's goblet half full of red wine, introducing it as he poured. Sumu tasted a mouthful and said, this red wine is smooth and delicate with flavors of cherries and blackberries. I think it's good too. Li Jinshu agreed. Soo-yun, however, drank it all in one gulp and laughed. Strange, why don't I drink out of it and still think it's average? Then pour another glass. Crowd. Who drinks red wine? It's the same as drinking water. Then the other waiters began to slowly serve the food. 3 people, each with a separate serving. Still on the same. Eat it before you get on to the second course. Before each meal, the waiter will be on hand to go over the dishes in detail first. There was a choked sauce Hermes loose skin egg, a cryogenic cluck box with lettering, French foie gras caviar, and a chicken fat carved soup with Eastern star spot. Then there's the bird's nest with date cheese and golden melon, golden osmanthus flower rice wine cheese, official yellow dream golden hook shark's fin, and black hare and beef brisket with bamboo pith noodles. These are basically the more famous signature dishes of their restaurant. Although they didn't know the price of these dishes, one look at the exquisite taste told them that the price was definitely not cheap. At first the food was a little formal, but soon the two women were completely immersed in the delicious food and couldn't help themselves. Don't look at the number of samples, but each serving is extremely small. So for the girls, the portion is almost just right after all of it. But it was only 6 or 7 minutes full for Soo-yun. He smiled and asked towards Soo-moo and Lee Jin-shu, "Are you full? If not, let the waiter add more if you want to eat anything." "Full? No more." "You're full." "I'm not," Soo-yun said to the dedicated waiter beside him. This and this, and this, add a serving of all of them." "Okay, Mr. Soo." Seeing Soo-yun's crunchy eating, Lee Jin-shu asked in a low voice towards Soo-moo, "Why does it feel like he's been starving for a day without eating?" Soo-moo smiled inwardly. I guess it was the first time he had such a good dish and enjoyed it. To be honest, she and Lee Jin-shu also enjoyed the food here. But after all, this is someone's treat, and this dish must be very expensive. So it's embarrassing not to order it. Only after they finally waited until Soo-yun finished eating and burped comfortably did the three of them get up and move to the nearby tea garden. The waiter had already made tea in advance. The three of them took their seats, and only then did Soo-yun talk about himself. "Ms. Lee, Lee Jin-shu interrupted. "Soo-yun, you're Susu's friend and from now on, you're also my friend. Just call me Jin-shu directly." Miss, it sounds weird. Indeed, it's a bit weird. Soo-moo seemed to have thought of something funny and couldn't help but purse her lips as well. "Jin-shu, it's like this." Soo-yun changed his words and continued. "Sister Sue knows that I had a girlfriend before, and I was planning to get married, so I put all the bride price money with her. But a few days ago, we broke up because of something, and naturally I want this money back, but she refuses to give it to me now, playing hard to get. That's why I want to consult you. If you know any more powerful and reliable lawyers to introduce me to them, to help me fight the lawsuit to get it back." "Your ex-girlfriend didn't return the bride price money to you?" Soo-moo was a little surprised. Soo-yun shook his head. "No, I don't think I can get it back without going through legal channels. There are such shameless women?" Lee Jin-shu was angry when he heard that. In her opinion, a man as rich as Soo-yun must have a lot of money for the bride price. "It's fine. The lawyer I know is the only Red Circle firm lawyer in Jiangchang. It's very powerful." "That's fine. I'll leave this to you." Lee Jin-shu followed up with a curious question. "How much dowry money did she take from you in total?" "Less than 200,000. Soo-yun replied. "To be precise, it should be $166,000. Lee Jin-shu. "So little." Seeing Lee Jin-shu's embarrassed expression, Soo-yun asked, "What's wrong?" "But there's no harm in saying. The lawyers I know are great, but the fees are expensive." Lee Jin-shu persuaded. "Your economic dispute of less than 200,000 yuan. If you look for him, I estimate that he will not necessarily take the order. Even if you take it, I'm afraid that after this lawsuit is won, when the fees are deducted, there won't be much left of the money you asked for." "That really isn't necessary," Soo-moo asked from the side. "Jin-shu, do you know any other law firm lawyers? Get him a cheaper one." "Okay, I'll ask tomorrow." "No, just use the lawyer from whatever Red Circle firm you're talking about." Soo-yun refused. "You tell that lawyer that money or whatever is not important. The key is that I must win, and I can even advance the lawyer's fee in advance." Lee Jin-shu. "Soo-yun, don't be impulsive." Seeing this, Soo-moo persuaded. "You're hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 800 times. It's not worth it for a woman." "I think so," Lee Jin-shu said. "Handsome. For such a small lawsuit, there's really no need to find a lawyer from the Red Circle firm. Don't worry, I've got the money, mostly to get out of this. Can't cheapen that woman." Soo-yun smiled and said, "It's happily decided. Turn around and contact me by phone or WeChat when you ask. Sister Sue has my contact information. Since you insist." "Fine." Lee Jin-shu agreed in a single breath. Soo-moo at the moment was a bit moody. She felt that Soo-yun was just an ordinary person, and doing so was no different from dying with him. But it was not for her, an outsider, to say anything more about other people's business. Things finished, Soo-yun got up and shouted, "Waiter, check out." "Hello, Mr. Sue, you spent a total of 123,000 yuan. The manager said that since it's your first time here, he can give you a discount. Erase the change and just charge 120,000. The waitress's words directly made the two women next to her giggle. They're actually considered high earners compared to the general population. It's not like he hasn't been to places that are a little more upscale, even if he's usually living a very sophisticated life. Seen some rich people too. But $120, $000 for a random meal is outrageous. Sumu felt that this was something that even her own multi-millionaire cousin wouldn't dare to be so extravagant at will. She helped Soo-yun and asked doubtfully from the sidelines, "This is too expensive for you guys. Just the few dishes we ate. How can it not be worth $120,000? Ah. Yeah, it's not like it's the first time we've come to eat." Lee Jinshu followed suit. "Isn't this a bit outrageous of you? Ladies, the food really isn't that expensive. It's the wine that's expensive," the waiter explained. "Mr. Su ordered one of our store's more precious red wines, the Patras Dry Red from Bordeaux, priced at 88 renminbi. Before ordering, we also checked with Mr. Su first." Sumu, Lee Jinshu. They looked at Soo-yun in unison. "Nice guy, 88,888 for a bottle of red wine. So, for every sip they just took, they just drank away thousands of dollars?" Soo-yun laughed. "Since you're drinking, you need to drink something better. You're also too extravagant." Lee Jinshu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she had to get a lawyer from the Red Circle firm, knowing that her lawyer was expensive and not cost-effective. This guy is probably not a bad moneymaker. To say the most shocked, it had to be Sumu who knew him. After all, she had known Soo-yun for almost 2 years. It's really hard to associate the other person with a rich person from what they've said and done before. Even when she came to this dinner tonight, before the check was paid, she still thought the other party was spending with a vengeance because she was in a bad mood after the breakup. But now, she doubted it, because even if you are spending with a vengeance, then you have to have money in your pocket. Who in their right mind orders a bottle of red wine and sheds over $80? 000, except for the landed gentry. Can't read it. She really couldn't understand Soo-yun a bit. End of chapter. Chapter 11, I'm not a rich man. Chapter 11, I'm not a rich man. In the restaurant, under the expression of the two women who are both a little heartbroken, Soo-yun swiped his card to settle the bill and successfully paid 120,000 yuan. Then, a system voice sounded in his head. "In the face of food and wine, the host has satisfied his appetite as he pleases. Rewarded with 300,000 yuan in cash. Make another $180,000. After experiencing the scene a few times before, Soo-yun was already used to it. With the system in place, in this life he wasn't afraid that he would run out of money. It would only get bigger and bigger. This wasn't even before he became a multimillionaire. Soo-yun was starting to become a little numb to the concept of money. It's true what Ma said. What's money? I'm not interested in money, provided you don't run out of money to spend. On the way out, the manager of the Crane Garden came in person. The standard of spending here is high though, with boxes starting at $20,000. But most of the guests will only eat 30-40K for a meal, 50K for the better ones. But this Mr. Su, 3 of them, ate 120,000 in one visit. That's a potentially big future customer for the restaurant, not just any rich guy. I also don't know which family's son on the Forbes rich list. So when he heard that the other party was leaving, the hotel manager hurriedly took 3 exquisite accompanying gifts and sent them over. There were 3 of them, and one gave one away. It doesn't look too cheap. It's exquisite. Then he also gave them 3 membership cards, so they would be the VIPs here from now on, and they could book the private rooms on a priority basis. When they come over for dinner next time, they can just take it out without ordering wine. After leaving the restaurant, Soo-yun took out his cell phone and started to call a special car for them. Seeing this, Lee Jinshu was very surprised and said, "You don't have a car?" "No." Soo-yun laughed. "Even if there was, we've all been drinking and can't drive." "Oh, you're right, I forgot." With an awkward smile, Lee Jinshu was puzzled. "I'm just very surprised that a rich man like you actually doesn't have a car of your own." "I'm not rich," Soo-yun said frankly. "Otherwise I wouldn't be a small staff in the company. If it wasn't for Sister Sue, I would have been bullied to death by the supervisor every day." Lee Jinshu gave him a blank look, indicating that she didn't want to spit on him. "If you're not rich, what are they? Beggars? Or is it just straight up beggars or worse?" Sumu stood silent and didn't say anything, because a few days ago, what Soo-yun said was still true, but lately it seems like he's really changed since he's not married. It's okay to invite the whole company for coffee, and it's not tolerating or wimping out in the face of Supervisor Lee's picking a fight. The person who has changed the most is that his whole personality has started to be more confident and he speaks with a wry sense of humor. There was also the fact that his eyes were no longer restrained when he was facing himself. She even noticed that the other person sometimes, from time to time, showed a sense of appreciation. This kind of situation usually only occurs when the strong face the weak. "The car is here." Soo-yun smiled and said, "Get in the car. Remember to send a message and report your safety when you arrive home." "So attentive." Lee Jinshu flirted. "I didn't realize you were still a warm man." "Don't curse." Li Jinshu? Su-yun didn't have the heart to say. Don't you know that warmongers are still ranked behind licking dogs? Put. Li Jinshu couldn't help but laugh. It's fine. In my case, rich warmongers rank first. Go. Sumu urged as she got into the car. Oh. After sending Sumu and Li Jinshu away, Su-yun didn't go straight home himself, but instead smelled himself and sent a Weibo message to Ning Qian, the previous shopper. Su-yun, at work yet? After waiting for 2 minutes and realizing that the other person didn't reply to her, she planned to go to a random mall nearby to buy 2 sets of clothes. But just a few moments after getting in the car, the other guy messaged back. It was a direct voiceover call. Ning Qian, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was just choosing clothes for a customer and didn't look at my phone. Is there anything I can do for you? Cell phones are not allowed in the store during the workday, but they are still occasionally taken out to check for messages as long as they are in the blind spot of the surveillance. When she saw Su-yun's message, she immediately used the excuse of going to the restroom to hide out and return the message. Listening to the voice, Su-yun replied, It's fine. I just wanted to ask if you're at work yet? Su-yun said it was fine, but Ning Qian, the shopper guide, didn't think so. What could a man, who has nothing to message himself at night, be up to? It can't be that I want to find you simply to chat, can it? Then you're too naive. Although she had been mentally prepared when she first took the initiative to add the other party's WeChat, she did not expect it to be so fast. Ning Qian, at work, now inconvenient, or not? Su-yun interrupted. Okay, I got it. Hanging up. Ning Qian, She hadn't finished her sentence yet, and was a bit confused as she looked at her voice that had been hung up on by the other person. There weren't many customers in the store at this time, and everyone was rather idle. Ning Qian was in a bad mood and had just returned to the store when another female guide came over. She smiled and teased. Yo, who just messaged you? So anxious to call the other guy back. No one. A friend. You think I'm 3 years old? Wang Shengmei said disdainfully. It can't be the man they talked about last time, right? Asked you out? Didn't say yes? Ning Qian, you don't think that by really relying on him, you're going to pass me and get the pin this month, do you? She happened to be away that day, on vacation. When she came back, she heard others say that there was a man who bought more than $100,000 in one breath on Ning Qian's hand, but she was so angry with her, because then the sales for both would be about the same. The point is, some people say they also saw Ning Qian actively stay each other WeChat. If she did catch a big client, that would be enough of a threat to herself. Good thing today is the last day of the month. Much relieved to see that the man in the back never showed up. But when you think about it, it's true. Most people customers, they'd be lucky to come in and buy once a month. After all, it's not like they're big cabbages here that you can come and buy every day. Wang Sheng beautifully mocked. Don't say I haven't reminded you. Men are all very refined. Don't give yourself away for nothing if you don't sell your stuff by then. With that, he walked away smugly. Ning Qian, another female sales clerk came over and consoled. Ning Qian, ignore her. On the basis of sleeping with someone and holding a few clients in her hands, she is so godly in front of us every day. It's fine. Who told people to be the top seller month after month? Ning Qian let out a bitter smile, although she was also very upset by the others taunting and wanted to punch her in the face. In the end, the pinning of the crown was still about performance. The clown is himself when he puts out harsh words without strength. Only endure. So sometimes, it's often not so much about being looked down on yourself as it is about being looked down on and embarrassed by people who are clearly similar to you. This was also why she suddenly had the impulse to want to add Su-yun's friend that day. It was the first time she had done such a thing. But there is no way. Around the men and women shoppers, a lot of people do this. In order to sell. In order to commission. If she doesn't, she can't rob people and make money. I used to be reluctant, but then I slowly figured out that if I wanted to make more money, I had to give up something. What's the point of being reserved when you're a clothes seller yourself? As long as you have money, you are living well and your family is doing well. That's good. What's more, this Mr. Su is much more handsome compared to other older men. Think of it as a one-night stand. She's not losing out. Too bad that client of yours didn't come back the other day, the colleague said with some regret. Otherwise, this month's sales champion would definitely be you, and she wouldn't be able to be so arrogant. Ning Qian. Originally, after she had just seen Su-yun's message, she had thought that she could seize the opportunity to fool the other party into buying some clothes in her hands, allowing her to turn the tables on the Jedi. As a result, she happily called and was hung up on before she could say a word. Was it because he didn't return his messages in time? The merciless cold water was thrown in her face at once, cutting off her last hope. Just when Ning Qian was disheartened, when she raised her eyes, a familiar figure walked into the store from outside. Only Su-yun smiled at her and said, I just finished eating and came over to find you to buy some clothes to wear. End of chapter. Chapter 12, so you want to be the top seller? Chapter 12, so you want to be the top seller? Ning Qian unexpectedly, and with surprise, looked at the man who walked in with a smile on his face. The eyes were in a bit of a trance. It's like there's a light behind him. At a time when she thought she had offended the other party and had completely given up and conceded defeat, the other party acted as if she had heard her heart, appeared in front of her like a heavenly god. No need to go through the trouble of trying to please yourself. His phrase, "I came to buy some clothes for you," seemed to be the best and most touching words of love she had ever heard in her life. Su Yun's appearance also caused a few other female guides in the store who had seen him before to look at him strangely. This month, is it going to be reversed? Wang Shangmei doesn't recognize each other because she's off duty. She thought it was a normal customer from the store, and with a single healthy step, she snatched up Su Yun and tried to grab the order. "Hello sir, I'm Mei, the store's guide, how can I help you?" "No offense." Su Yun rejected her and pointed at Ning Qian behind her, saying, "I'll look for her to buy it. He's not a cutie pie." Of course, he knows that these female guides, whoever sells more gets more commission. In this kind of matter, Su Yun of course prioritized the acquaintances he had met. What's more, the clothes Ning Qian matched for herself last time, the aesthetics were quite good and fit her heart. Although Wang Shangmei had been rejected by Su Yun, she still did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. It is because these honored guests, whether justified or not, will not have a good time if they complain against her. In the end, not only do you have to apologize, but you also have to deduct a large amount of money. This is the world of the rich. Wang Shangmei smiled somewhat awkwardly, then politely said, "Sir turned out to be Xiao Qian's guest. Sorry." When she finished, she smiled and stepped aside. A sense of crisis. I didn't expect the other side to actually come, but she turned her head and thought that she was currently nearly 200,000 more sales than her Ning Qian. She just couldn't believe that the man in front of her could buy $200,000 worth of clothes in one breath. Ning Qian stood behind her. Seeing the way Su Yun made Wang Shangmei suffer just now, her heart was that happy. Cool. She slowly came in front of Su Yun under everyone's gaze, smiling and bowing as she asked, "Mr. Su, what kind of clothes do you want to buy this time? It's pretty much the same as before, so watch and match me." Thinking that he didn't even like to change, Su Yun added, "This time, I'll trouble you to find a few more sets. And is there a price requirement?" No. There were few customers in the store, so everyone could hear the conversation between the two. Su Yun's sentence of "find a few more sets and there is no requirement for the price" directly caused Wang Xingmei's originally relaxed heart to tighten. It also made the other female guides envious and quietly watched the fun. To pick a few sets of clothes, Ning Qian, naturally one person cannot be busy. Good with her good relationship with the two female shoppers, took the initiative to come over. Among them was the one just now. While choosing the clothes, the female guide laughed softly. "Xiao Qian, you're going to flip this time. We'll just choose the clothes according to the 200,000. What's expensive to choose? Anyway," he said, "the price is unlimited." "No need." Ning Qian refused. "You guys can just help me with the clothes. I'll come and choose alone." At first, she really wanted to make a clean sweep and get this month's pinnacle to give Wang Shangmei a good blow. But she suddenly felt that she was pitting Su Yun's money like this, as if there was no point in winning, not just an extra 10,000. Maybe this time, she could actually win. But after he did that, would Mr. Su come to buy clothes from him next time? No one's money comes with the wind, and no one is a cutie pie. This time, Mr. Su came straight to buy clothes for himself without any hints from himself. That's if he looks up to himself and has a crush on him. If you pitch yourself against each other for a month's worth of pins, you're undoubtedly cutting your own throat. She could still tell the difference between a one-time business and getting a good relationship and tethering the other person to a long-term business that would turn into countless times later. Half an hour later, the dress was chosen. Ning Qian really didn't look at the prices and only picked clothes that she felt suited Su Yun's style. 3 sets in total. "Mr. Su, you can go try on the clothes. Tell me if there's anything you're not satisfied with and I'll go and reselect them for you." "I won't try. Trusting your vision." Su Yun got up and said, "You directly wrap each set separately for me and calculate how much it costs." "Okay." Wang Shangmei, who was on the side, had directly been depressed to the point of vomiting blood after hearing this. She didn't need to do the math to roughly guess that Ning Qian wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. That's got to be over 200,000 for 3 suits in this treadmill. But who knows? A few minutes later, Ning Qian came over after counting and said, "Mr. Su, the total is 163,000 yuan. This result left Wang Shangmei stunned. No more than 200,000? A few other female guides in the store who were watching were also stunned. Such a good opportunity. Ning Qian actually gave it up? She doesn't want the pin? That's a $10,000 bonus. That cheap? Suyun was also a bit surprised and asked, before you asked for more than $100,000 for choosing a set, and now it's only more than $160,000 for 3 sets? You didn't pick out some discounted, out-of-date clothes for me, did you? No. Ning Qian's somewhat embarrassed smile, last time that our new models on the shelves slightly more expensive. Now I give you to choose these sets are normal season price, but also most suitable for you, Mr. Su. It's not necessarily the more expensive, the better you look in it. After all, everyone is different. You have a point. Suyun smiled and said, old rules, swipe your card. Aha. Just as Ning Qian was about to swipe her card with Suyun and passed by a female guide, she overheard the other party muttering in a low voice, hey, it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars short. Watching the pin run away from their hands. I don't know what Ning Qian thinks. Suyun glanced towards the female guide. Speak for yourself on purpose? Then he turned to Ning Qian, who was in front of him, and asked curiously, how much are you guys short of your store's top seller? Ning Qian. Suyun smiled and explained, it's nothing. I just overheard that guide say that if you sell a few more tens of thousands, you'll be able to take this month's sales title. 50,000. Ning Qian replied awkwardly, do you have any bonuses for your pinning? Yes, $10,000. Quite a lot. Suyun casually asked, then when you were choosing clothes just now, why didn't you pick a few expensive ones and just round up to over $200,000? It's not like I care about the price anyway. I do want to make money. Ning Qian honestly said, I also want you to find me to buy more clothes every time, but I don't want to screw you over because you're a good person. She hated that best friend at the moment. It would be all over if Mr. Su felt that it was his own little trick just now and his impression turned sour. Good people? Suyun smiled to himself. Get this. First he was scolded by Li Jinshu for being a warmonger, and now he himself was sent a good guy card by Ning Qian. He smiled and asked, so you want to be a salesman? If I say I don't want to, I must be lying. Ning Qian hesitated and replied, but I still have a bit of my own bottom line. Success. Suyun laughed. It just so happens that I'm planning to buy a bag for my mom as well. So let's buy it at your store today and make it happen. He likes women who are honest with themselves. Ning Qian. End of chapter. Chapter 13, better be careful. I don't want to be the leading man myself. Chapter 13, better be careful. You don't want to be the leading man yourself. Suyun shows the bag on 2 criteria. For 1. For mom to like it, the bag has to be roomy and hold a lot of stuff. Secondly, the package price should not be less than 50,000 at the minimum, to be able to help Ning Qian to put together 200,000 yuan. It's not like he's suddenly a Madonna. Rather, he is a laborer. In order to earn some hard money are not easy. Anyway, these things he has to buy. Looking for who to buy is not to buy it. What's more, Ning Qian, whether she was pretending or whatever, was fairly honest in the face of herself. At least she didn't treat herself as a cutie. Snub. That's it. In the end, Suyun selected a large coffee-colored shoulder satchel, like a woven bag, for more than $50,000. It's simply ugly and expensive. But this bag, he knew mom would love it. The final and clothes were added to the checkout to pay $210,000. Facing a beautiful shopper, the host purchased luxury clothes at will and helped her reverse the order, harvesting the beauty's extreme goodwill and rewarding her with 500,000 yuan in cash. The card now has a balance of 147 million. Congratulations on the pin. Suyun took his things and said with a smile, I'll leave first then. Mr. Su, wait. Ning Qian shouted. Suyun turned to look at her. What's wrong? I'm off in half an hour. Ning Qian said with a slight blush. Why don't you wait for me outside at a coffee shop for a while, and I'll help you send these clothes home together. Suyun. This wave of hints from Ning Qian simply should not be obvious. A man can hear it. When you've spent your own money, you're certainly willing to enjoy a little extra service from the other side. He wasn't a saint and had been starving for days after the breakup. Even though you are rich, it's nice to be able to find a nice little oyster to fill up on a daily basis first, when you don't have abalone. But the problem now is that mom is at home. It's not convenient. As for the hotel, forget it. What if you get yourself snapped and go on 91? When he was in college, he didn't see a lot of videos of people being photographed on it. It's better to be careful. You don't want to be the leading man yourself. Next time, buy me dinner when you get your bonus. Suyun sighed in his heart and could only politely decline, turning helplessly to leave. He thought silently, it looks like you have to plan to rebuy a house as a backup before you can do so. Ning Qian. She didn't expect to be rejected when she had taken such initiative. He doesn't even look at himself. one is disliked. That's right, after all, if he's as rich and handsome as he is, there must be a lot of pretty girls who like him. What does he count as? Ning Qian, who had always been confident in her figure and appearance, suddenly felt inferior. Maybe in his eyes, a woman who can just sleep with men for performance is dirty, but he himself is at least clean now. She then only had one boyfriend in college. Haven't gotten laid yet. After she graduated and broke up, she also stayed single, clean, and did it all on her own when she needed it. Though there had been customers who had been interested in her and hinted at her before, she had ignored them all. This kind of initiative to add customers to her WeChat friends was also something she had recently figured out when she was really short of money and had convinced herself to give in to life. Su Yun was really her first proactive target. So in the face of Su Yun's refusal, Ning Qian suddenly inexplicably felt somewhat aggrieved. As Su Yun left, the other female shoppers all came over to congratulate Ning Qian. That was 210,000 just now, not $21. The man said he'd buy it without a frown. It seems that Ning Qian is really hugging the big gold master this time. Nothing but envy. Ning Qian, congratulations. This month's top seller is none other than you. Yeah. The Jedi flipped. Some people are going to be upset in their hearts when Ning Qian gets her bonus. Remember to treat us to a nice meal. Ning Qian came back to her senses, organized herself, and said with a smile, of course there's no problem, treating you guys to a big meal. Ning Qian, it's okay. Wang Shangmei walked over with a displeased face, and Yin Yang said, I didn't see it. Your means are not simple. Once you make a move, you let the other party shed hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy things for you. Before, Ning Qian needed to endure, but now that he's got the pin because of Su Yun, of course he has to fight back and get out of the way. Originally, she was disliked just now, and her heart didn't feel good. What? Are you wondering about my tactics? Ning Qian sneered. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to learn this move, because it's still my first time, aren't you? Wang Shangmei sniffed and her face turned grim for a moment. She let slip. Don't get too happy. You got lucky this month. If you can keep coming back to steal my pin next month. I don't believe you'll have a first time next time. Men are all about a novelty at first, and when they get it, they don't give it up so much. Pity. Ning Qian smiled and stimulated her again. My first time is still there. Mr. Su just came to me to buy clothes. He just wanted to buy clothes and didn't have those nasty thoughts. You think I believe that? Believe it or not. Ning Qian whispered in her ear. Do you know why I chased him out just now? It's because even if I wanted to offer myself, he refused. Wang Shangmei looked at Ning Qian with a surprised expression. In the world, there are men who aren't horny. A moment later, she suddenly mocked. You don't think people like you, do you? Don't you dream? Ning Qian was self-aware enough not to think like that, but she still deliberately irritated. What if it's true? Are you so envious and jealous that you just want to die? I'm not going to play lip service with you. Wang Shangmei said disdainfully. I hope you'll still be so confident next month. We'll see. Right. Ning Qian smiled and asked, after I get my bonus, do you want to go to dinner with us? Wang Shangmei, pissed off with chest pains, after buying clothes and bags, Su Yun returned home. Zheng Sujuan was watching TV at home and turned her head and smiled. Back from dinner with your co-workers? Aha. Su Yun put the bag he bought, placed it in front of his mom and said with a smile, Nah, I just passed by a store. It happened to be on sale, so I bought you a bag on the way. Do you see how you like it? Good looking. Zheng Sujuan took it, opened it and looked at it, and said, it's so beautifully packaged. It must be very expensive, right? No. What's expensive? Su Yun replied. It's just better packaging. It's actually cheap. Less than $500 after discount. $500 is still cheap. Zheng Sujuan said with some heartache. I usually carry bags that are only $100 or $200. Cheap and durable. Mom, it's a big city. Let's carry it a little better. Fortunately, he did not say that the bag more than 50,000 or mom is estimated to directly on the spot to force themselves to go back to return. Hearing the words big city, Zheng Sujuan suddenly fell silent and said, Su Yun, mom wants to talk to you about something. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Did Su Yun really quietly win the jackpot? Chapter 14. Did Su Yun really quietly win the jackpot? Mom, wait then. Su Yun said, I'll come back to talk to you after I've taken a shower. Good. Go on. Not long after, Su Yun walked out in his pajamas, sat down next to Zhang Sujuan, and asked, Mom, what was the matter you wanted to talk to me about just now? Zhang Sujuan replied, since you don't get married, Mom wants to go back. Why? Su Yun was a bit puzzled and said, why are you going back when you're living well? It's only been 3 days full time since I picked it up. Mom, Mom's not used to life in the big city, Zhang Sujuan explained. Every day after you go to work, I'm at home alone with nothing to do except cleaning. It's boring. Plus, you bought my house back as well, so I wanted to go back and look at it and clean it up. It's not good for a house to sit empty and unoccupied for a long time. I've got to get back on guard. Also, the small county isn't busy enough, but it's warm. Mom knows a lot of friends, and the neighbors on the left and right are nicer. It's not like here, where Mom doesn't know a soul. It's cold, and I don't even have anyone to talk to when you're not around. Su Yun. But Su Yun, don't worry, Zhang Sujuan smiled and said. In the future, when you get married, Mom will still come over to live with you, and then I won't be bored after bringing you a child. Well, you can go back if you want to. Su Yun nodded his head and said, then you can stay another day tomorrow. I'll send you the day after tomorrow. Mom had a point. He really hadn't thought about that aspect before. A new environment, a new place, and Mom has no new friends. People are group animals, and the elderly are prone to mental problems when they are left alone for long periods of time. Old home is old home, as long as she feels happy. No need to send it. You've only just been promoted. Don't delay your work and upset your boss. Zhang Sujuan said. The day after tomorrow you call a car for me. I'll just go back by myself. All right. After Su Mu and Li Jinshu returned home, they each took a shower and stayed in the living room while watching TV and chatting. Su Mu turned her head to look at someone who was wearing a super thin nightgown at home, vacuumed up, with the top and bottom hidden, and was somewhat helpless. It's hard to imagine that this woman would be the workaholic who dresses conservatively outside the home. The contrast is too great. Li Jinshu, can you be a little more reserved at home? Su Mu laughed. When you come out of the shower, at least wear an underwear. What else am I going to wear in the house? Li Jinshu smiled and teased. It's called freedom. I'm letting them breathe fresh air at night and grow up healthy. It's like you. You're serious outside, but you're still wrapped up at home. You're not a virgin. So what's the point of pretending to be pure? Here, take it off and breathe the free air with me. Su Mu. And, Li Jinshu strip read. Some dissatisfaction. Su, you are not righteous. How am I not righteous again? Su Mu was a bit baffled. You've quietly known Su Yun, a rich and handsome man, for 2 years now and didn't even tell me about it. Li Jinshu said angrily. Even if you're not interested, you still have to introduce me. You know exactly what kind of men I like. It's something that I haven't been able to straighten out for myself. Su Mu couldn't help but give her a blank look as she explained. The previous Su Yun wasn't at all as earthy as he is today, and the way you see today, it's the first time I've seen it. What do you mean? In the living room, Li Jinshu opened a bag of potato chips and ate it while curiously saying, are you saying that he only became rich recently? Right. Su Mu nodded. Could it be that he was originally rich and has been pretending to be poor in the company? Li Jinshu analyzed. And now he doesn't want to pretend? Showdown? It doesn't fit. Su Mu said. He is usually very thrifty in the company, very hardworking, and very honest and peaceful, and all his behaviors are also the performance of an ordinary small staff. Besides, you've seen who has a rich young man with money who can pretend for years. You seem to have a point. Li Jinshu was puzzled. Then why is it suddenly rich? Su, do you know anything about his family? Don't understand. Su Mu shook her head. Although he and Su Yun had a good personal relationship, he had really never asked about the other party's family situation. But he did say one thing at work today. Su Mu said. He said he won $200,000 in the lottery a few days ago. So he bought the whole company coffee for 2 days in a row. 200,000? What a joke. Li Jinshu said. Su, do you know that just the clothes he's wearing today are worth more than $100,000? So expensive? Su Mu was a bit shocked. All she knew was that it was a name brand, and she figured it was a bit pricey is all. But how could she not have expected it to be that expensive? What do you think? That's a staple that only came out that season. Sought after and priced high. Li Jinshu sighed. So just that outfit he's wearing today, that spending behavior, it's not at all explained by winning at 200,000. If it's not winning the lottery, what else could it be? Lin Jinshu looked like he suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Su, do you think it's possible that he lied? Su Mu. He didn't even win $200,000. Instead, it's a $5 million jackpot. Li Jinshu said. This is the only way to explain why he is suddenly so rich and spends money dirt cheap without any heartache. Su Mu. Did Su Yun really win the jackpot quietly? After all, if a person suddenly became rich and didn't break the law, she couldn't really think of any other reason other than winning the lottery. On Jianghan Road, Huang Mengyao and Wang Cheng were shopping, and in the meantime, they showed off their new bags once again. Mengyao, you can. Wang Cheng said enviously. It only took a few days to take down the other side. No, we just like each other too, so it just went better. Wang Qing said meaningfully, so did you guys have that? What? Huang Mengyao smiled shyly. Come on, don't play dumb with me. Wang Qing asked with a low chuckle. Which one is more powerful compared to Su Yun? I can't understand what you're saying. Come on, curious. Wang Chang was dissatisfied. Are we still good sisters? Didn't we agree that we can't have secrets between each other? We have to share. Huang Mengyao hesitated and whispered. To be honest, it's a little bit worse than Su Yun. After all, not everyone can make it 3 or 4 times a night. At first, she had only pictured Su Yun as handsome and physically fit. Unfortunately, there is no money to give yourself the good life you want. But you've kind of found happiness now. Wang Qing couldn't help but feel envious. It won't be long before I have to call you Mrs. Zhang, right? Well, I'll ask you to be a bridesmaid then. At this time, Huang Mengyao's phone rang. It was Zhang Wentao calling. After the two chatted for a few moments, she turned towards Wang Qing and said happily, Wentao is looking for me, so I won't be able to accompany you. Hey, go. Don't mind me. Wang Chong winked and laughed. Have a better time tonight. After Huang Mengyao left, Wang Qing's expression changed in an instant. Where was half of the smiling face from earlier? She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Wentao. Wang Qing, I've already gotten Huang Mengyao for you. Shouldn't you honor what you promised to do? Zhang Wentao, I know. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. That's it. Don't disturb my good deed. Wang Qing looked at the message on her cell phone and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. It turned out that she deliberately approached Huang Mengyao, stirred up her marriage, and got her into the bed of a married man just to get back at the other party for an unintentional taunt she had once made to herself in college. Unfortunately, the other side seems to have forgotten all about it. But she, Wang Chang, hadn't forgotten. When you were in school, weren't you noble? Didn't you despise me? Didn't you say I was a gold digger? Huang Mengyao, you're no different from me now. You still don't know that Zhang Wentao is a gambler and has a wife, do you, Mrs. Chang? Ha ha. Go live your dream. You're just a junior now. In the car, Huang Mengyao, who was sold out, didn't even know that she was played by her girlfriends, and happily went to her appointment. End of chapter. Chapter 15, I'm a man with an exclusive legal counsel too. Chapter 15, I'm a man with an exclusive legal counsel too. The next day, in the company, it was because last night, Su Mu and Li Jinshu had brainstormed a bit on the issue regarding Su Yun. The final result was a jackpot win. But when they looked up the recent lottery winnings on the internet, they realized that no one had won at all. Su Yun instantly became a mystery again. And once a woman starts to get curious about a certain man, she unconsciously pays attention to each other. So when Su Yun came to the company the next day, Su Mu instantly noticed, and then also noticed that he had changed into a brand new designer outfit again. This made her wonder again if her previous self had misread her eyes, or if Su Yun had disguised himself too well. He's such a hidden rich kid. She then quietly took a full body photo of Su Yun and sent it to Li Jinshu, wanting to ask to see if this outfit was worth another 100,000 or so today. Su Yun didn't know that his every move was now being watched by someone. When he came to the company, he worked while he was just habitually waiting for Supervisor Li, who was popping little gold coins for himself, to come over and pick a fight. As a result, I waited for half a day and didn't see the other side come. It was too much of a disappointment for him. Strange, could it be that he's turned a corner today? Su Yun curiously looked at Supervisor Li's office and suddenly felt some heartache. I could have made $50,000, but didn't, and one way or another, I've lost the equivalent of $100,000 myself. When he's not in a happy mood, he wants to spend money. No more talking. Order coffee. So he ordered another Starbucks for the whole company. In the face of Supervisor Li, who doesn't come bursting with gold coins, the host is in a bad mood and orders coffee for the whole company as he pleases, rewarding 20,000 yuan in cash. That's okay? Su Yun was a bit surprised that the rewards were a bit low. At this time, downstairs in the Starbucks store, the employee looked at the takeout order on the software. Familiar name, familiar address, a burst of helplessness. Originally, the morning work is a time for everyone to relax, but recently for 3 consecutive days, this guy called Jiangqing first deep love, every day to order takeout, and a little bit is dozens of cups. It makes it impossible for them to even think about slacking off, and sales are on the verge of being ahead of schedule. In Su Mu's office, it wasn't long before Li Jinshu's message came back. Li Jinshu, not too sure this time. I guess it's not as expensive as last time, but at worst it's tens of thousands. Somu, got it. By the way, did you ask about him? Li Jinshu, in communication. Su Mu, okay, I'll push his WeChat to you. Add her yourself. and contact him after you ask him clearly. Li Jinshu, good. In the Jiancheng Juanhao law firm. After Li Jinshu clocked in at the company, he used the excuse of coming out to discuss the design program with the customer service and came here directly to find the other party. The average attorney who comes here can only start as an assistant at this top red ring firm in the country. You can see how good you have to be a barrister here. Li Jinshu put away his cell phone, looked at Luo Dongshu who went to pour tea and came back, and said with a smile, Luo ruler, this thing I'm talking about, what do you think? Jinshu. Luo Dongshu is a middle-aged man in his late 40s, thin and tall, with a pair of glasses and not too much hair. Kind of a smart-ass look. He said, we're kind of friends, so I'll say some things straight. You should be well aware of the conditions under which law firms take orders and know what I'm asking for. How are we going to support the law firm if I take every small order like this and earn low fees and delays? Why don't you refer your friend to look elsewhere? There's no need to use me for this kind of small agent. Rollo, of course I know that, and I suggested it, but people just want you to represent them and say you're awesome. In order to help Su Yun, Li Jinshu also added some good words in himself and patted the other party on the back. She fought hard, and this time, he's really different as an agent. Luo Dongshu laughed. What's different? Although this case is small and the amount is not large, the value of the client is not small. Li Jinshu explained. He's a very rich young man. As long as you can help him win his case this time, he might be able to become a regular big client of your firm in the future. Rich enough to file a lawsuit for less than $200,000 in dowry money? Luo Dongshu couldn't help but flirt. Come on, tell me, how is he rich? A meal is over $100,000, and a random outfit is over $100,000. Does that count? Li Jinshu said. He also said that he can even advance you the cost of the lawsuit. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. You just want to take a breath. That's the tone of his voice. But it's like it comes from the mouth of a rich man. Luo Dongshu hesitated. Plus Li Jinshu's ass-kissing just now made him feel good in his heart. He said, tell you what, it's okay for me to take this representation, but the rules of the law firm are the rules, and they still need to be followed, lest people gossip. Ask him if he'd like to come over and sign a partnership agreement with our firm, as long as he becomes a client that our firm works with, hires me as his legal counsel, and pays a certain annual fee to our firm. I'm available for whatever legal counseling is needed in the future. Free service for disputes in civil cases below the annual fee. For disputes in civil cases above the annual fee or where criminal cases are involved, the fee is negotiated separately. He is one of the partners of the firm and of course he has to be proactive in upholding and complying with the firm's rules. Otherwise, if everyone breaks the rules, how can this law firm continue to operate? Okay, Rollo, Li Jinshu said. Then I'll go ask my friend first. Aha. Rodong Su reminded. Our firm's annual fee for personal service counseling is 20/year, 30/year and 50/year. I know. When she came out of Luo Dongshu's office, Li Jinshu immediately added Su Yun's WeChat friend. A few minutes later, the other party came through and was the first to send a message. Su Yun, grand designer, how did it turn out? Li Jinshu, phone number sent, called directly to say. Su Yun, 138**7625. Li Jinshu quickly dialed through. Hey, Su Yun, Li Jinshu asked. You really want a lawyer I know? Well, I'm going to look for the best, and I'm going to fight and win once and for all. On the phone, Su Yun asked, is that friend of yours not picking up? It's not that I won't take it, it's that there are conditions. Li Jinshu said, if you want him to represent you in your case, you'll have to sign a cooperation agreement with their law firm and hire him to be your personal legal advisor before you can do that. Then she went over the costs as well as the services. After Li Jinshu finished his introduction, he asked, after I finish, what do you decide? No problem, just give me their law firm's top tier, $500, 000/year service. Su Yun followed the call and smiled. Help me make an appointment with your lawyer friend to sign the contract. I want to sue the other party as soon as possible. $500,000 a year is not much for him with a system that pays for it perfectly. Let's not talk about whether or not you'll use it in the future, but just having this service makes you feel very compelled. Alright, didn't see that coming. I'm one of those people who has exclusive legal counsel, still one of the top barristers in the country. He, Su Yun, was not an idiot who believed whatever others said. Today in the company, he has long specialized in Baidu what is the Red Circle Institute. Also saw in it, the name of the law firm in Jiangcheng that Li Jinshu said. After reading about it, he realized completely how good the lawyers in it were. Those can be the best inside the entire industry. That's why he agreed without even thinking about it after Li Jinshu stated the price. The resources available to those with money are truly unparalleled. End of chapter. Chapter 16, I didn't provoke her. Chapter 16, I didn't provoke her. Soo-yoon agreed without the slightest hesitation. Also picked the highest service level of $500. 000/year. I didn't expect it. Soo-yoon is really rich. Lee Jinshu couldn't help but sigh before knocking on the door again and coming into Luo Dongshu's office. Lalu, that friend of mine wrote back. Lee Jinshu said. He said for you to make an appointment and just notify him to come over to sign the contract. Decided so soon? Luo Dongshu froze as he looked at Lee Jinshu, who had gone and returned. He thought that it would take at least a day or two to get a reply. Curious, he asked. And what criteria did he choose? $500,000 a year for your law firm. Top-tier personal legal counseling services. When Lee Jinshu said this, he was full of energy, and in his heart, he was inexplicably a little proud. Maybe it's called all for one and one for all? It's as if her friend is dignified and she feels dignified along with him. You looked down on him before. Now you know he's a big fish, right? Okay, I got it. If it is true that Luo Dongshu was a little unattached before, but after hearing that the other party wanted to sign a $500,000 a year service with the law firm, he also started to get attached. It's not something you dare do with a few bucks in your pocket. Which of these $500,000 individual clients of your own law firm isn't worth tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? The other guy was so young to buy this service. The money certainly didn't earn it. That only means his family is powerful. For a law firm, $500,000 a year is not a lot of money for consulting, but get in good with him, serve him well, and you might have a chance to reach out and even get a consulting contract for corporate level services at the other side's house. That's really big business. Law firms can make money and get big, with most of their profits coming from corporate level legal consulting services. Luo Dongshu smiled and said to Lee Jinshu, then this matter you are responsible for helping me to contact. The other side would come over to sign the contract can be good. And, since you're the one pulling in this business, you certainly can't be shortchanged. Luo Dongshu said, wait until the contract is signed. The other salesman should take the commission how you want. Then I will apply down with the lawyer and transfer it to you. Thanks Rollo. Lee Jinshu walked out happily. His heart was happy. Anyway, she was earning the law firm's money, not Soo-yoon's, so it was a waste not to want it. Just as Luo Dongshu occasionally introduced her to interior decorating clients, she also had the company give each other a commission. According to their law firm's business commission, anyone who pulls an individual business is commissioned at 10% of the annual fee, $500,000 a year, which meant that as long as Soo-yoon renewed his contract every year, she would get $50,000 a year in commission from Luo Lu. That's not a small amount of money. Although she works for a large construction company, the pay here is not as generous as one might think. The pay in this is at the complete opposite end of the spectrum. The daily salaries of the company's top executives, as well as the dividends at the end of the year, add up to several $1,000,000 a year. But when it comes to the designers below them, they actually don't get paid much in comparison, just 20-30K per month. Still pre-tax, maybe there's a year-end bonus at the end of the year, tens of thousands of dollars. In a year, that's about $300,000 at most, which falls into the category of being able to live a little bit on the cheap. To be honest, if Lee Jinshu didn't work in their company and casually went to another small company, with her ability, she might earn a little more than here, but the growth cap is high here. She is exposed to a wide variety of house types and design requirements, as well as basically quality projects, and is able to learn a lot of valuable design lessons from them. As a designer, who doesn't want to be a famous designer in a big company? Whether it's resources, wealth, or status, that can't be compared to other small companies. This is the dream of all designers. With happy events and updates. Of course Lee Jinshu had to share them with her best friend. Lee Jinshu, Susu, don't guess. Soo-yoon is the hidden rich young man. Sumu was fiddling with the reports in her office and replied when she saw Lee Jinshu's message. Sumu, why do you say that? Lee Jinshu, do you know what services he is planning to purchase from the law firm for that lawsuit yesterday? Sumu, what service? Lee Jinshu, he purchased a personal legal counseling service. $500,000 a year fee kind of thing. And as soon as he signed the contract, all of a sudden he could be a big client of the law firm. Sumu, Lee Jinshu, surprised, right? He can hide really deep. He even fooled you. Lee Jinshu, the woman who broke up with her in the first place, would probably regret her death if she knew he turned out to be so rich. Sumu raised her head and looked towards Soo-yoon, who was sitting outside in the staff area of the hall. With mixed emotions, she remembered how she used to take care of him in the company, and it seemed like it all paled into insignificance. It's even a little ridiculous. He probably doesn't even care about the few $100s a month for full-time attendance or the small raise he quietly got the company to give him. Why does he pretend to care when he clearly doesn't care at all? I can't believe they use this as an excuse to often take the time to come privately to do their own little favors and curry favor with them. Is it because you're pretty? Trying to get closer to yourself? Interested in me? If Soo-yoon was really interested in her, close to her, and wanted to chase after her, how should she treat him? Before, she was still able to maintain her confidence in front of Soo-yoon and face him with a normal heart. But now what? People are good looking, they have money, and they're actually good at their jobs. All of this combined makes it excellent. On the contrary, she herself is a divorced woman once. Just as Soo-moo was rambling, Soo-yoon from outside knocked on the door and walked in. Sister Soo, what are you gawking at? Nothing. Soo-moo awkwardly returned to her senses, looked at Soo-yoon, and asked in a pretense of calmness, what's wrong? Something's wrong with you? I'd like to take tomorrow off. Could be. With a businesslike tone, Soo-moo replied, but I have to remind you, if you take a vacation, you won't have your full attendance this month. Anyway, you don't care at all, so I'll just follow the rules. Soo-yoon, he looked at Soo-moo, who didn't look too good, and said suspiciously, Sister Soo, are you not in a good mood? No. Without lifting her head, Soo-moo replied, if you're fine, go out and remember to close the door for me. Thanks. Soo-yoon, what the hell? Soo-yoon, who had come out of the office, was a bit confused. How come Soo-moo's attitude towards herself was suddenly so cold? He recalled what he had done today. I didn't provoke her myself. On the other side, Lee Seok-won was also in a torn mood lately. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Soo-yoon was different from before. He couldn't just bully the other guy into working for him for nothing in the future. And privately, everyone's are saying that Soo-yoon has fallen into the company's Soo-moo's lap. It's something that he doesn't know if it's true, so he thought he'd come and try it out. However, he had just arrived in front of Soo-yoon and before he could open his mouth, Soo-yoon disliked him. I'm not in a good mood at the moment. You'd better not come and mess with me. Lee Seok-won. Mud. Are you the supervisor or am I the supervisor? End of chapter. Chapter 17, is today her physical period? Chapter 17, is today her physical period? Before work, puzzled, Soo-yoon still sent a message to Lee Jin-shu and inquired, Soo-yoon, hey, do you know what's wrong with Sister Soo today? Soon the other person messaged back, Lee Jin-shu, what's wrong? Soo-yoon, I just went to take my leave. I don't seem to be in a good mood. Did something happen? Lin Jin-shu, it's okay. Women. There are days every month. You know. Soo-yoon, it's her period today? It's the first time I've known her for 2 years that I've known her privately. No wonder it's inexplicable. At least he was not a single man anymore. Facing Soo-moo who had taken care of himself quite a bit before, he should still be concerned about caring. So he was on his cell phone, ordering her a brown sugar juice before leaving early from work. You're not happy about it. Deduct full time if you want. You don't care about the couple $100 anymore anyway. Mom was leaving tomorrow and he needed to go buy more clothes and pants and bags for her to take back with her. A trip to the big city. Can't let mom go back and lose face in front of the neighbors. In the company, Soo-moo had actually been secretly watching Soo-yoon. It was a bit of a surprise to see him suddenly leave work early without a word of greeting. Was it because of his attitude just now that he was pissed off? Who is he to be angry? Obviously he was the one who first hid his identity, pretended to be poor, played with his feelings, and treated himself like a cutie. As deceitful as that. At this time, the receptionist walked in carrying a cup of warm drink and said, Supervisor Soo, this you order brown sugar drink. I ordered it. Soo-moo was puzzled. I don't remember ordering it. That's not clear. The buyer and seller guy just said it was yours. The receptionist said meaningfully, I guess someone ordered it for you. Supervisor Soo, or the juice with brown sugar. Oh, women are well aware of the circumstances under which they would drink brown sugar water. Soo-moo. When the receptionist went out, she looked at the brown sugar fruit juice on the table and guessed that it was probably Lee Jin-shu. She's the only one who knows about her period, and she's the only one who would do such a thing. Picking up her cell phone, she smiled and messaged the other woman. Soo-moo, thank you for the brown sugar fruit juice. Tell me, what do you want to eat when you go back at night? I'll get it for you. Lee Jin-shu, what brown sugar fruit juice? Soo-moo froze. Didn't you order it for me? Lee Jin-shu, no. I'm too busy all day. Who has time to order this for you? Soo-moo, if not you, then who? Except you know I'm on my physical period these days. A few moments later, Lee Jin-shu, could Soo-yoon have ordered it for you? I seem to have told him an hour ago. Soo-moo, you're fine. What's the point of telling him this? Shame. JPG, Lee Jin-shu, he was the one who took the initiative to ask me just now, saying that you seemed to be in a bad mood today, so I subconsciously said it. Lee Jin-shu, what? Did he buy you brown sugar water? Soo-moo. Lee Jin-shu, Soo-moo. How dare you say he doesn't like you? Anger. JPG, Soo-moo. She looked at the brown sugar water on her table once more, and there was more than a hint of guilt in her eyes. Isn't it a bit too much to do this to him today? The disliked supervisor Lee, seeing that Soo-yoon actually left work early, finally seized the opportunity and walked towards Soo-moo's office. He said, "Supervisor Soo, Soo-yoon left work early." "Well, I know." Soo-moo sipped the brown sugar water and said with an expressionless face, "He already asked me for a leave of absence. I approved it. Do you have any comments?" Supervisor Lee, "This kid, Soo-yoon, has really fallen for Supervisor Soo. I can't believe I'm indulging him so much." Good. When the boss came back, he or she would have to turn them both in. Humph. How dare you poach the boss? Soo-yoon, you're dead. After leaving the company's gate, Soo-yoon called a special car and drove towards Zhongshang Mall. On the way, he sent a message to Ning Qian. "Are you at work?" Ning Qian and 2 other colleagues are living in the company-prepared 3-room dormitory. She's at home alone, eating and watching idol dramas. Seeing a message pop up on her cell phone's WeChat, she picked it up to see that it was Soo-yoon's, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He contacted himself again. After Ning Qian hastily adjusted her emotions, she immediately replied with her voice. "No, I'm in the dormitory." "Soo-yoon, oh, I wanted to go find you to buy some clothes, but since you're not there, forget it, I'll go to the other stores myself." When Ning Qian heard this, she hurriedly said, "It's okay, where are you? I came to look for you, I can accompany you to buy it." "Soo-yoon, is that okay? It's delaying your break." Ning Qian, "No, I'd love to." "Soo-yoon, alright then, let's meet in front of Zhongshang." Ning Qian, "Okay, I'll be right there." After returning the message, she put the phone down and quickly went to freshen up. Although it was a girl's right to be late, she didn't dare to expect to keep Soo-yoon waiting for her for too long. 15 minutes later, she was out the door all dressed up. Since the company's dormitory was not far from Zhongshang, it took only 10 minutes by taxi to reach the destination. Soo-yoon looked at Ning Qian, who had trotted all the way to himself from the distance, and his eyes lit up. It was the first time he'd seen the other man out of uniform. She was seen with long, half-curled, coffee-colored hair, draped over one side of her shoulder, wearing a gray strapless silk body shirt, with fair skin and delicate collarbones clearly visible on her chest. The lower half of her body was a sexy tight black wrap-around skirt that showed off her rounded ass nicely. This was coupled with a pair of black high heels that added to the shape of her figure. "Mr. Soo, I've kept you waiting for a long time, haven't I?" Ning Qian came to Soo-yoon, panting a little. The not-so-small breasts rose and fell with her breathing. Squinting a bit. "No." Soo-yoon smiled and replied, "I've only just arrived. Come on, accompany me inside for a stroll." "Aha." Ning Qian followed on the side and asked curiously, "What kind of clothes are you going to buy today?" "Mr. Soo, I don't know. Give me a recommendation." "You're the professional," Soo-yoon said. "Mainly, I'm buying a few sets for my mom to wear, aged around 40 to 50. So it's for auntie." Ning Qian smiled and said, "Why don't we go to LV to take a look? I think they have a few models that only came out this year. The style is quite good. It should be very suitable for auntie to wear." Okay. Under Ning Qian's leadership, the two of them paired up all the way, and they headed towards LV. Along the way, she also introduced Soo-yoon to the various luxury brands on both sides. Ning Qian was surprised that a man as rich as Soo-yoon didn't recognize a few luxury brands. Maybe he hadn't even been out shopping for clothes on his own before. Men are always less concerned about this, but he sure knows all kinds of famous watches. Ah, luxury cars, these things that men like. At the moment, in the LV store, after Wang Qing got Zhang Wentao's favor fee, she couldn't wait to drag Huang Mengyao to the store and choose her favorite bag together. Huang Mengyao, on the other hand, did not know that the money for her best friend's bag was sold to Zhang Wentao in exchange for her. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The card was swiped by Soo-yoon, and the things were carried by the woman. Chapter 18. The card was swiped by Soo-yoon, and the things were carried by the woman. Soo-yoon and Ning Qian came to the store. "Mr. and Miss, welcome to the light." The enthusiastic male shopper greeted him and froze before he could finish his sentence. "We all work at a luxury store and are on the same floor of the same mall, so naturally we sometimes look up and recognize each other," the male guide subconsciously shouted. "Ning Qian?" Seeing this, Soo-yoon turned to her and asked, "Is it someone you know?" "Aha." Ning Qian nodded awkwardly and said, "Count on knowing each other." "Okay, since we're acquaintances, you and your friend can watch yourself and buy it." Soo-yoon said, "I'll go around the store by myself. No need to follow. Let me know when you check out." "Okay, Mr. Soo." Seeing Soo-yoon heading to the other side, the male shopper from earlier brought Ning Qian to shop around the store. While choosing the clothes, the male guide whispered, "Xiao Qian, who was that man just now? Do I know you well?" Ning Qian said unhappily. Xiao Qian is not what you call her. Did you fall for a big shot? Ning Qian replied coldly. None of your business. You know I like you. The handsome male guide was a little angry. Why are you doing this to me? It turned out that the two people are old folks. A place out. Grew up to grow up. The man has always liked Ning Qian. The pursuit of a long time. But Ning Qian never said yes. Because you're like me. Broke. Ning Qian whispered. And shut up. Or I'll change to another guide. Male shopper. And don't you ever message me or text me again to harass me. It turns out that she picked this store today. For one thing, because it does have a couple of dresses that would be more appropriate for Auntie to wear. Secondly, she also wanted to take the opportunity to use Suyun's status to show her attitude. You have someone yourself, better looking than you, and richer than you, so don't dream about it. Completely kill this man who is pursuing him and stop harassing him. A man is nothing without the ability to be gentle. Got a cold and made yourself drink more hot water? Got a stomach ache and made yourself drink more hot water? If you're going to die, do you let yourself drink more hot water? She wanted a life where she could have money to go to the doctor when she got sick, not stay home and drink hot water all the time. She's not a little girl anymore and knows what she wants. So in facing this man, and in facing Suyun, Ning Qian had two completely different attitudes. That's the difference between having money and not having money. Reality is often so cruel and unreasonable. On the other side, because Suyun had greeted him in advance, there was no guide following him, because it's not comfortable. Suyun found that the store was very large and had all kinds of things in it. All kinds of handbags, leather goods, shoes, accessories, and clothing. Without realizing it, I wandered into the section displaying ladies' bags. Then he saw two familiar figures, which seemed to be Huang Mengyao and her best friend Wang Chang. The two were haggling with the shopper, asking if there were any more discounts on the bag in hand. When someone suddenly came near his side, Wang Qing turned around without thinking and also saw him at the first moment. Her face changed before she pulled Huang Mengyao and said, Suyun is behind you. Suyun? Huang Mengyao froze for a moment, turned around, and upon seeing Suyun, asked irritably, why are you here? Suyun also didn't expect to meet the other party. It was really a narrow road. He didn't want to give any good face to this. If you can be here, I can't be here? Suyun smiled and asked rhetorically, you're not taking my money again to buy a bag, are you? It's my money. It's none of your business. I can spend it however I want. Suyun remembered the lawyer and laughed. I hope that after a few days, you'll still be able to talk to me so stiffly. Humph. Huang Mengyao sneered. It's you. Do you have money? Just dare to come and hang out here? I don't have any money. Suyun shrugged his shoulders and casually replied. Just got bored with idleness and came over for a casual look. No? You're probably just going to have to come over and just look around. Huang Mengyao scoffed. After all, not everyone can afford the bags here. Over there, Ning Qian, who had chosen her clothes, immediately put down the clothes in her hand and rushed over after noticing the situation over here. A lot of things she's seen more than she's experienced. Upon arriving at the scene, it was a quick guess as to what was going on. She stood beside Suyun in a well-behaved manner, deliberately glancing at Huang Mengyao and asking tenderly, my dear, is this beauty your friend? Huang Mengyao and Wang Qing were a little surprised when they looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared beside Suyun. A little bird-like, after not seeing him for a few days. When did Suyun have such a beautiful woman by his side? Suyun shook his head. Not really, just a woman who owes me money. Oh, Ning Qian reached out to hold Suyun's hand and said affectionately, I've already chosen Auntie's clothes. Do you want to take a look? Suyun didn't expect Ning Qian to be so good at things. It's so uptight. Looking at her with such understanding, he felt he should reward her. There's no rush. Suyun followed along and acted. Qian, don't you want a bag? I see that one in their hands is pretty good. I'll give it to you. Really? Ning Qian could also see that Suyun was deliberately targeting this woman. So Ning Qian looked at the bag held in the woman's hand and said to the guide beside her, that bag of hers, can I buy it? It's reasonably possible. The guide replied, we saw this bag first. Why should we give it to you? Huang Mengyao said to Ning Qian, beauty, this man in front of you doesn't have any money at all. He can't afford this bag. Don't be fooled by him. Snort. Ning Qian couldn't help but laugh. Huang Mengyao frowned. What are you laughing at? I laughed when you said something funny. Ning Qian proudly said, my man, as long as you want to buy, which bag in this store can't afford? Honey, you're exaggerating. I wouldn't be able to afford a bag that's at least over $2 million. Suyun gave her a reproachful look and said, I'm just a poor man. Don't brag. Oh, I know. Ning Qian answered obediently, as if she had done something wrong. The rest of the crowd. No, you call people who can't afford $2 million a bag poor? Huang Mengyao sneered. I haven't seen you in a few days. Suyun, you're really good at pretending. Still 2 million. Can you afford a bag over 20,000? Beauty. Won't you find out later if my darling can afford it? Ning Qian looked at Huang Mengyao like she was an idiot. A man who can casually buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes on his own hand. And you say he can't afford a bag over $20,000? You don't know anything about Mr. CO's strength. A bag that was looked at by two guests at the same time. In order not to cause a dispute among the customers, the shopper on the side asked, Ms. Huang, may I ask if you are a member of our store? I'm not your member. Huang Mengyao replied. What's wrong, Ms. Huang? It's like this. The guides are not cuties either. You can tell at a glance who's a big customer and who's a little karami. He took the bag from Huang Mengyao's hand without thinking and apologized. We have a member priority system in our store. If you are a member of our store, this bag will be given to you first as long as you buy it. If you're not a member of our store, then according to the company's management regulations, this bag can only be given priority to this Mr. Su. Huang Mengyao. Yeah, you're not a member. Seeing this, Ning Qian added fuel to the fire and said, then this bag, you can only cut me loose. What do you do for a membership at your store? Huang Mengyao was irritated by Ning Qian and said angrily, I'm going to run one now. I'm buying this bag today. You can't be more humiliated than you are in front of your ex-boyfriend. The shopper patiently explained, Ms. Huang, anyone who spends more than 200,000 at one time in our store can apply for a membership. 200,000. You didn't even if you sold her. Huang Mengyao. Huang Mengyao's face suddenly turned a shade of red and a shade of white. She pointed at Su Yun and retorted, could it be that he spent more than 200,000 in one go? Yes, Ms. Huang. Another guide replied, the clothes that this gentleman just chose in our store are already worth more than 200,000, which meets our store's membership criteria. Are you kidding? I don't know him? Huang Mengyao said contemptuously. He simply doesn't have that much money to settle the bill. Yes? Su Yun smiled and turned his head to the guide, saying faintly, help me wrap this up, and settle the bill together. Okay, Mr. Su. Under Huang Mengyao's puzzled eyes, the guide took the bag in her hand before leading Su Yun and Ning Qian to the cashier's counter. Half a minute later, the card was swiped and successfully paid for a total of $270,000. The cashier respectfully handed over the card with both hands and smiled. Mr. Su, this is your membership card. Please keep it. Thanks. In the face of skepticism from his ex-girlfriend, the host chooses to do as he pleases, snapping his face in the face with his actions, rewarding him with 400,000 yuan in cash. The account currently has a balance of $1.38 million. Cool. After settling the bill, Su Yun did not even look at Huang Mengyao and took the lead to walk out of the store. Ning Qian, on the other hand, carried a large bag of clothes, provocatively glanced at Huang Mengyao, and capriciously followed behind in a well-behaved manner, envying the others. This scene shocked Huang Mengyao and Wang Chang. At first, they thought it was because Su Yun was lucky and had fallen for a rich woman. As it turns out, that doesn't seem to be the case. The card was swiped by Su Yun, and the stuff was carried by the woman. This position is clear at a glance. The two couldn't believe the scene. He was still asking the shopper for a discount with his girlfriends for a few $1,000s for a bag, but he brought a woman in front of him and casually bought 270,000 at once. Su Yun, when did he get so rich? Is this the same man he dated? Huang Mengyao suddenly remembered that it seemed like a few days ago, when she came to buy a bag, she had also seen Su Yun appear in the mall, wearing a nameplate. Compared to Huang Mengyao's anger, her best friend Wang Chang, who was beside her, had her mind turned lively at the moment. Look away. I didn't expect Su Yun to be so rich. End of chapter. Chapter 19, there's a long way to go, so there's no rush. Chapter 19, there's a long way to go, so there's no rush. Come out of the store. Ning Qian carried her things in both hands and said to Su Yun, I'm sorry for taking it upon myself to impersonate your girlfriend without your consent just now. It's fine. Su Yun did not go to pick up the things in Ning Qian's hands, showing his gentlemanly demeanor, because what Ning Qian wanted for herself was out in the open, and both sides were very clear. That being the case, how can you get anything back without giving? Your own money is not a gale. Ergo, it suddenly occurred to him that he had money, and it was quite a windfall. Forget it, even if it's a gale. What she had to give, she still had to give. He laughed. Also, you were so good just now. You could be an actor. It's good that you're not angry. Ning Qian sniffed, and her heart let out a sigh of relief. Su Yun asked, aren't you over there choosing clothes? How do you know about my side? We've seen this kind of scene in the store so much that we're naturally more familiar with it. Ning Qian smiled and explained. I probably guessed some of it when I realized the unconcealed look of disgust in your eyes when you were talking to the other party. You're pretty smart. Su Yun asked. Isn't it true that all of you who work as guides are very good at reading people's words? Just a little finer-minded than the others. Ning Qian said with some curiosity. Did that woman do something to annoy you before? And nothing. Su Yun said indifferently. Originally, we were all set to get married, but because we resented my family's poverty, we ended up falling out. Ning Qian. This woman's got a nerve, doesn't she? She actually dared to dislike Su Yun for being poor. What? Is she going to heaven? Do you want to dream of marrying Little King, Double Horse, or Rebus? Hey, what a blessing in disguise. Su Yun looked at Ning Qian's surprised face and did not explain, nor did he need to. Then, the two of them went to other jewelry stores to store around, and bought a jade bracelet and a gold necklace for their old mom. It cost another $100,000 in total. In order to honor his parents, the host purchased good quality jewelry as he pleased, rewarding him with 150,000 yuan in cash. Ning Qian had become much more calm about Su Yun's spending behavior. He never seems to look at the price when he goes into the store to buy something, only whether he likes it or not. In just one short afternoon today, he had casually spent almost $400,000. It was more money than she could earn without eating or drinking for years. Out of the mall. It was getting late and the streetlights were on. Ning Qing had also prepared herself mentally and had planned to invite Su Yun for dinner first, and then everything would be at Su Yun's disposal. He couldn't be, again, simply calling himself out to buy clothes today. Not to mention, she was already dressed sexy today. So later on, no matter what Su Yun wanted to do, she could. But, she was still overthinking it. The two of them stood on the side of the road. Su Yun looked at the special car that had arrived and turned around. It's been hard on you today. Go back to rest early and give me your things. Ha? Oh. Ning Qian froze, then woodenly handed over all the bags in her hand. Su Yun looked at the LV bag and casually handed it back to her again, saying, this bag of yours, keep it for yourself. It was promised to be for you. For me? Ning Qian sniffed, and her heartbeat accelerated by a hair. Wasn't it to accompany you in the play? Though she did have a little fantasy at the time that it would be nice if the bag was really for herself. But she also knew it was fantasy. Nothing had happened between herself and Su Yun, so how could he send herself a 20,000 plus bag for nothing? But now when the other person actually told her that the bag was for her, she felt something unreal. It's for you, Su Yun said. You accompanied me this afternoon to shop, act, and carry bags. Consider it hard work. No, Mr. Su, I can't have this bag. Su Yun laughed. If you don't want it, you're looking down on this bag? Dislike it for being cheap? Or ugly? No. Ning Qian shook her head. It's expensive for me, and I like it. Okay, then you take it. Su Yun bristled. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to send a bag out. How humiliating. Ning Qian. On the way to the car, Ning Qian was silent for a moment, and once again asked in a small, meaningful voice, Mr. Su, do you really not need me to accompany you? The days to come are long. There's no rush. Su Yun left behind 8 big words and rode in a special car. It wasn't really that he didn't want to, it was that the conditions still didn't allow it this time. Hey, the home mom has not left, waiting for their own dinner. Looking at the faraway car, Ning Qian stood in place, frozen out of focus looking at the LV bag in her hand. Mr. Su seems to be a little different from other rich people. Slightly disappointed in her heart, she was left to eat a casual meal outside alone and then returned home. The 2 female guides who lived with her returned from shopping. They looked at Ning Qian and asked curiously, I told you to go out and play together today and not go. Where did you quietly run away alone? No, just a little shopping. Ning Qian had just finished answering when one of her sharp-eyed roommates saw the bag in her hand and screamed. She rushed over and excitedly grabbed the bag in Ning Qian's hand and asked, My God, is this an LV bag? Did you buy it today? Come on, show me. Another roommate gathered around. I saw this bag last time I went to the LV store. It costs over 20,000. Ning Qian, you're too extravagant to spend more than 20,000 on a bag. I didn't buy it. Ning Qian replied with an honest smile. I don't have that much money to buy it. Someone else gave it to me. Who is it that would send you over 20,000 a bag? They reacted just after the question and asked tentatively. That big gold master of yours, Mr. Su? Aha. Ning Qian answered. The 2 men looked at each other and asked, So you've already given yourself away today? In their circle, these topics are not off limits. That's how things come together. Who looks down on who? No. Ning Qian laughed. He just let me accompany him to the mall for a while, and after he finished shopping, He went back. It's over. Ning Qian, you're going to be rich. One of the women analyzed. That Mr. Su, he wouldn't genuinely like you, would he? It can't be. Yeah, I think so. Another woman said. It's not like we don't know what men are like. Who else would be okay with willingly spending so much money for you and not thinking about eating you in one bite at the first opportunity? Ning Qian. The two flirted and laughed. Qian, go rich, do not forget each other. In the future, if you really become a rich wife, you can be sure to come to take more care of our performance. Well, when I'm really rich, I'll be sure to pamper you both. After all, Ning Qian received a gift. The mood was happy, so she followed the joke. Regarding the matter of whether she could become Su Yun's girlfriend, she didn't dare to have the slightest thought in her heart. Unrealistic fantasies only make your life miserable. Now she is happy to live one day at a time, as long as it makes money. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Good Man. That's a fast relationship. Chapter 20, Good Man. That's a fast relationship. Su Yun returned home and took all the things he had bought for his mom and asked her to bring them back tomorrow. Panic claimed a total of just under $5,000, of which $3,000 were that jade bracelet. Although Zhang Sujuan complained about his spending problem, she was still happy to accept it. Loved the jade bracelets especially, having worked hard all her life and never been able to part with it. It was considered the most expensive, best jewelry she had ever worn. In fact, she doesn't know that she's got tens of thousands of dollars worth of these clothes. This jade bracelet, moreover, cost Su Yun $88,000. Of course, Su Yun would never say anything even if he killed himself. If I had said that Zhang Sujuan wouldn't have asked for clothes and wouldn't have worn them. After all, a simple person who had lived her whole life, suddenly knowing that she was wearing such expensive clothes and such expensive jade bracelets, she would instinctively panic and feel unsettled. Ever since Su Yun was no longer married, she felt as if the family had enough money to live on and didn't need to live on a tight budget. Even though Su Yun had bought the old house and owed some debts, the money in his own hands that he had originally intended to use for his marriage was empty. The $300,000 that she prepared, after deducting the deposit for booking the banquet these, she still has about $250,000 left. She plans to transfer $200,000 to her son when she leaves and keep $50,000 back for herself. After all, there are a lot of places to spend money in the big city, and Su Yun can't do it without money. So how can he find a girlfriend? Nowadays, women are looking for a man who is realistic enough to have a car, a house, and savings, and enjoymentism. It's not like the old days of their simplicity. A new home is all about two people working together and supporting each other to make it better and better. The following morning, the special car was waiting downstairs early. The old mom, Zhang Sujuan, was wearing the new clothes that Su Yun had bought himself yesterday, and she was also wearing bracelets and necklaces. The whole thing looked and became much prettier. Su Yun instantly felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. It's true what they say about money raising people. It's not that mom was never pretty, but never seriously dressed. Mom, you look beautiful today. Okay, now your mouth is getting sweet. Zhang Sujuan stood in front of the car and urged. You are alone in the big city. Take good care of yourself. Eat well and on time, especially breakfast, or you will easily get stomach problems. Got it. Also, don't work too hard at work. Don't stay up too late, and pay more attention to rest. Aha. If you meet a suitable, favorite girl in the future, remember to take the initiative. Good. There's this at the end. Zhang Sujuan fished out a card from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, this card you take it. Originally it was prepared for you and Huang Mengyao to get married, and now you can't use it, so you'll keep it for yourself in case of emergency. Mom, it's your money. I don't want it. It's mine. It's not yours yet afterward. Take it. Zhang Sujuan said. Without money in a man's body, he has no backbone. Good. Su Yun saw his mom insisting, and also knew that his mom was all about being able to live a good life, so he accepted it. Pity the world's parents. After walking his mom to the car, he said, Mom, send me a message when you get home. Aha. After his mom left, Su Yun looked at the time. It wasn't too late, so he planned to go to work at the company. But as soon as I turned around, I ran into a woman who wasn't supposed to be here. Wang Chang walked over and asked with a smile. Su Yun, did auntie send her away? What are you doing here? Su Yun frowned. It wouldn't be Huang Mengyao who sent you here, would it? No, I came on my own. Wang Chang said. Actually, I've always felt sorry for you and Mengyao. I've urged her many times to make up with you, but she won't listen to me and says she already has someone else in her heart. What do you mean? Su Yun asked. She cheated on me when she was with me? Well, sort of mentally derailed. Wang Chang nodded her head and said with a guilty look on her face, during the time she was preparing for marriage with you, she had been secretly chatting privately with your friend Zhang Wentao, eyeballing him. I've advised her many times not to be like this when she's getting married, but she won't listen and says I'm meddling. I'm sorry, I should have told you about this sooner. Su Yun, Zhang Wentao, this person, Su Yun he knew. We've had dinner together a couple times before, not exactly friends. I didn't expect that Huang Mengyao to find a spare tire while preparing for marriage with herself. I'm glad I didn't marry her. Su Yun suddenly asked with some curiosity, aren't you her bestie? Why did you suddenly come to tell me this? Su Yun, you misunderstood me. I don't want to be friends with such a watery woman. Wang Qing said with a disgusted look on her face. I've already broken off with her yesterday, and I'll never talk to her again. Su Yun, good lord, that's a quick connection. Then, Wang Chan walked up and changed into a different face, saying, Su Yun, there's actually one thing I've never dared to tell you. I know, you must still be blaming me for instigating Huang Mengyao to make so many unreasonable demands on you, causing you not to get married. But do you realize that I'm doing this for your sake? For me? Su Yun was amused by her and asked rhetorically, tell me, how is it for me? Actually, I liked you from the first moment I saw you, Wang Qing said with a look of deep emotion, but at that time, you were already with Huang Mengyao, so I could only hide my fondness for you and silently bless you and Huang Mengyao. But who knows, that woman Huang Mengyao is not good enough for you at all. She eats from the bowl, looks at the pot, and wavers, and is not a good woman at all. For you not to be cheated by her, and to protect you, I had to do this to break you up. Listening to Wang Qing's words, Su Yun could only say that the eloquence was really good. Dead ones are said to be alive, but he didn't believe a word the other man said. I take it you don't like me. You like my money? Su Yun laughed. What? Now that you know I'm rich, you want to stick it up yourself? No, I'm not that kind of woman. Wang Qing commiserated. I really like you. Don't act. Su Yun deliberately said mockingly. I only like virgins now. Do you think you are? I am. Wang Chang replied. Ha! Su Yun laughed contemptuously and directly ignored her, reaching out to stop a cab and walk away. She's a virgin? Then one is still a virgin. Even if he was hungry for more, he wouldn't consider her himself. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Wang Chang was angry and stomped her foot in place. She wasn't really lying about that. Although Wang Chang was a gold-digging woman, she had a clear brain and thought process, so she wouldn't give herself away easily until she was absolutely sure and gained, holding tightly to his first time. In that respect, she's actually better than a lot of other gold-digging women, and not as casual. End of chapter. Chapter 21. You don't call that manliness. You call it crime. Chapter 21. You don't call that manliness. You call it crime. Li Jinshu came to the company in the morning and tried to find Su Yun, only to find that he wasn't there. Under the guidance of a kind colleague, she arrived at Su Mu's office. This was the first time she had come to her best friend's company. Li Jinshu sat across from Su Mu and laughed. You actually have an independent office. I'm envious. Are you free today? After Su Mu poured her a cup of coffee, she said, I can't believe you still have time to run to me for a chat. No, I just finished negotiating a contract with customer service, and I was driving by your place, so I stopped by to check it out. Li Jinshu said, originally, I was going to say that I happen to be free today, so I can also bring Su Yun along to Juanhao Law Firm to sign the agreement. He's out for the day, taking a vacation. Li Jinshu asked, what for? How do I know? Aren't you his leader? Su Mu gave her a blank look. Leaders don't care about private life. Yes? Li Jinshu flirted meaningfully. Then when you were in physiology, he even gave you some brown sugar juice? How's that? Does that juice warm your stomach when you drink it? It's still you. Su Mu helplessly said, I'm really afraid that one day, you'll directly sell me, even of my physiological period, to tell people. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Jinshu laughed. You, a woman who has been divorced for almost 2 years, who has been open to meet, now very much need the nourishment of love to be able to do so, or else the flower will soon wither. Mind your own business. Su Mu disliked shyly. I'm not as horny as you. I'm fine living alone. Thanks. I mean it. Li Jinshu persuaded. It just so happens that Su Yun is handsome, and has money, and is nice, and is a bit interested in you, so you can quietly talk to him about an office romance, and have a little private affair while working. It's exciting to think about. You're going to get horny and find yourself a man. Su Mu gave her a blank look. Don't come running to me to rant. While the two were chatting, Su Yun walked into the company. He's not a little transparent these days. A couple of coffee invitations later, everyone was a little more enthusiastic about him, and along the way, he was constantly greeted. He responded in kind, then smiled and said, I ordered coffee, so remember to get your own later. Everyone, Reaping countless thank yous, he made his way to Sumu's office and knocked on the door. Come in. As soon as he went in, he said, Sister Sue, I'm at most late today, not counting as a leave of absence, so you can't deduct more money from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Jinshu sitting inside. Why are you here? I'm here specifically to see you. Li Jinshu got up and said with a smile, why don't you just take a leave of absence, and I'll take you to the law firm to sign the agreement. That's fine, but only if Supervisor Sue agrees. Soo-yun looked at Sumu and sighed. Lest you say you're going to deduct my full attendance again, it's not easy for me to go to work and earn some money. Go ahead. Forget it this time. Sumu pretended to be high and cold and said, it's not allowed in the future. The company has to have company rules and regulations. Got it. Supervisor Sue. In the face of Sumu's continued businesslike behavior today, Soo-yun would no longer be foolish enough to believe that she was there because of some physiological period. That's clearly a problem with yourself. But one didn't mess with her. There's something wrong. Before maybe he would have speculated about where he had otherwise pissed her off and whether he should try to diffuse it. Now, he wasn't going to spoil any of the women. Whoever you are. Therefore, he didn't say anything more to the other party and directly turned his head to Li Jinshu and said, let's go. Li Jinshu, what's going on with these two? Coming out of the company, Li Jinshu drove the company car and drove Soo-yun towards Juanhao Law Firm. On the way, Li Jinshu asked curiously, what happened between you and Sumu? How do I know? She's been like this all of a sudden since yesterday. Soo-yun asked rhetorically, don't you know? I don't know. Soo-yun laughed. Isn't it because of the physiological period? Li Jinshu, physiological periods make one's mood easily irritable at best, but they don't change one's attitude. Just now, Sumu's attitude towards Soo-yun, that was similar to a normal coworker or stranger, a bit unlike between friends. Don't mind her, she's living a bit of a paradoxical life. Li Jinshu thought about it and analyzed it helpfully. It's probably because she thought you had thoughts about her, but then again, she didn't want to be in a relationship, so she deliberately drew a line in the sand with you. Really? Soo-yun, that's what you don't know about women, Li Jinshu deliberately said. Only when a woman starts to care about a person will she be like this. So yeah, maybe she has a crush on you too. You might as well be bold sometimes and show some manly character. Such as, like if you just storm right into her office next time and force kiss her. Soo-yun rolled his eyes as he listened. You're really her good BFF. It's not called manliness. It's called crime. If I really wanted to listen to her bull ********, I would have just kissed in the morning and gone for a private room in the afternoon. Soon, the two arrived at the Junhao Law Firm. One floor of a luxury office building in the CBD of Zhangchang is filled with their offices. Because of the advance notice, as soon as the two arrived at the company, the receptionist took them to Luo Dongshu's office. Lalu, I've brought you someone. Li Jinshu pointed at Soo-yun by his side and explained. This is Soo-yun, the client this time. Hello, Mr. Sue. Luo Dongshu got up and said, I'm the lawyer here. My name is Luo Dongshu. I believe Jinshu has already introduced me to you. Yes. Soo-yun smiled and said, Luo Lu, when do you think we'll sign the agreement? Right now. Just a moment. Luo Dongshu did not expect the other party to be so anxious, and immediately asked his assistant to go get the agreement. Not long after, the two agreements were delivered and placed in front of Soo-yun. Soo-yun picked it up and signed it directly without looking at it. Luo Dongshu smiled and asked, Mr. Sue, don't you want to take a look first? There's nothing to see. Soo-yun replied. Besides, if a senior lawyer like you really wants to screw me over on the contract one, I wouldn't be able to tell as a layman. That must not be possible. Luo Dongshu said. Your case? Probably I already know some. These days I just have time. Just grab the time to help you do it. In the middle of my assistant may find you from time to time to ask for some information related to the case, but also need to trouble you to provide the next. No problem. Any time. Soo-yun said. My claim is just 166,000. I want the other party to pay back every cent. No problem. Luo Dongshu confidently said. Don't worry, Mr. Sue, I will definitely do it for you. After the agreement was signed, Soo-yun also followed the contract, toward the other company's account, transferred 500,000 yuan. In the face of life's trivialities, the host purchases a personal and exclusive legal counseling service at his whim, and from then on, someone is escorting him, with a bonus cash of $1 million. Cell phone vibrating. Text from the bank. Soo-yun looked at the 183 million balance on his card and his heart was happy. This is the second big bonus from the system besides the last time I bought a house. Does this mean that? Can you start thinking about buying a car yourself? End of chapter. Chapter 22, so little reward this time? Chapter 22, So little reward this time? It was almost noontime when I came out of the law firm. Soo-yun's stomach was already a bit hungry. He said to Lee Jin-shu, "Are you going back to the company now?" "Right," Lee Jin-shu asked. "You have something else? Do you want to join me for a midday meal before you go back?" "Fine. It's your treat for nothing." Lee Jin-shu smiled and asked, "Where are we going?" "That crane court from last time, I think," Soo-yun said. "I remember there's another signature dish in there called Phoenix Swallowing Buddha Jumping Wall. I haven't eaten it yet. Go and try it." "You are so extravagant." So with Lee Jin-shu driving, the two of them once again arrived at Crane Garden. Since it was noon and advance reservations were not required, the private rooms on the third floor were still available. Seeing that Soo-yun was going to eat in the third floor private room with a starting consumption of 20,000 again, Lee Jin-shu said, "Actually, it's just the two of us. There's no need to waste that money. Just eat downstairs. I like to eat quietly." After saying that, Soo-yun walked towards the upper floors under the guidance of the waiter. Lee Jin-shu had to follow. The second time I came, it was nothing like the previous box. This time, the box with a red theme. Lee Jin-shu have heart preparation. Still some by the top luxury scene shocked. If it weren't for Soo-yun, the chances of her coming here for dinner would be almost non-existent. Although Lee Jin-shu and Soo-mu were good girlfriends, there was still some distance in the wealth gap. With tens of thousands of dollars for a meal, she really couldn't afford it. She always wanted to save up for a big house and design and decorate it herself. But nay, the better properties in Jiangchang. The price is too expensive. Basically more than 30,000 a square foot. So even if you buy a 100 square foot house, you'll need more than $3 million. And just a down payment is more than $1 million. Not to mention the kind of luxury large flat like Soo-mu lives in. Without a 5 to 6 million. Simply cannot get down. Only this time, there was no Soo-mu. And in the large private room, there were only her and Soo-yun. Kind of like a pair of boyfriend and girlfriend on a date. Previously, Lee Jin-shu had thought that Soo-yun had asked them to dine here in order to curry favor with Soo-mu, but at a glance today, that wasn't the case at all. It turns out that people come here to eat as if they were just going out for a casual meal in passing. Normal. Maybe that's what real rich people do. They never worry about money and enjoy only the best services and resources. It doesn't matter if you're here for dinner or if you've just casually bought $500,000 a year of dedicated legal services in the morning. Soo-yun took the menu and did not look at it. Directly said, "Give us one of your here Phoenix Swallowing Buddha Jumping Wall. The rest you look at the arrangement. Just one request. To eat enough, eat well, the dish should not repeat with the last time." "Okay," the waiter asked again. "Mr. Soo, would you like to drink the wine you had before?" "Bring it and drink it," Lee Jin-shu said. "I'm driving. I have to work in the afternoon. I can't drink. I'll just drink it by myself." Soon the food came up, with rose foie gras royal caviar, shark's fin soup surf clam and more. The final dish of Phoenix Swallowed Buddha Jumping Over the Wall was served by the head chef himself. It is made of a variety of precious ingredients such as Japanese loose abalone, solid sea cucumber, and 3-year flour gum males filled to the brim with chicken belly in a rounded shape. The head chef introduced himself as he helped the two men deplaning. "Heaven feeds on the 5 airs, earth on the 5 flavors." "Okay, thank you. No need for introductions." After Soo-yun politely let the other party out, Lee Jin-shu laughed. "The other head chef probably hated you just now, and didn't even let them finish their words before whisking them away." "No." Soo-yun smiled and said to Lee Jin-shu, "Actually, the head chef is not willing to say anything at all, and is only serving us for the sake of his work, so that we feel that this dish is worth the price. You'd think he must be tired and bored of saying the same introductions many times a day. We're bored listening to it ourselves. So instead of that, we'll just save it all. Whether the food is good or not, our own mouths will know. No matter how well you talk and make it look. It's all for nothing if it doesn't taste good in my mouth." "You seem to have a point." Well, the dish didn't disappoint them, and the flavor was really not bad. Soo-yun got up to settle the bill. This time, he did not spend much, more than 20,000 points, much less than last time, but Lee Jin-shu still found it outrageous, and it worked out to be more than 10,000 per capita. You don't come here to eat at all. You come to enjoy the most expensive service and burn money. Facing the same food again, the host satisfies his appetite as he pleases, but it feels just like that, and the system rewards 30,000 yuan. So little reward this time? As Soo-yun listened to the system's prompting voice, he couldn't help but think, was it because his heart's desire wasn't strong? "What are you thinking?" Seeing him lost in thought, Lee Jin-shu asked, "Are you still going back to the company this afternoon? I'll give you a ride." "Not going." Soo-yun laughed. "It just so happens that I have time today. I'm going to go ahead and buy a car for transportation." Otherwise it's really inconvenient. Buy a car? Lee Jinshu asked. So, have you decided what car to buy? Haven't thought about it yet. Soo-yun said. Let's see when the time comes. And buy whatever you see. As it happens, there's a car show at the Jiangcheng International Expo Center today. Lee Jinshu said. Why don't I accompany you to buy it? It just so happens that I have a car and can send you there. It's okay. Soo-yun nodded. As long as it doesn't delay your work. No delay. We designers have free working hours. Lee Jinshu laughed. You treated me to such an expensive meal at noon, so I won't be at a disadvantage if I work for you as a driver for the afternoon. Okay, thanks. There were a lot of brands on the car show floor and a lot of people looking at the cars. The highlight, though, had to be the car models. For the car, Lee Jinshu knows absolutely nothing about it. Just know whether it looks good or not. She accompanied Soo-yun all the way inside shopping. Audi A8C, BMW latest 7 Series C, Mercedes-Benz S also C. Each two she is more satisfied. But Soo-yun didn't seem to like it and didn't have a strong desire to buy it. However, just as the two of them were passing by the Porsche exhibition area, Soo-yun stopped and looked at a certain car model in the exhibition area. Standing still. He didn't expect that Ning Qian actually moonlighted as a car model. Lee Jinshu thought Soo-yun was looking at the Porsche show car and said, What? Met your favorite car? Go on, check it out. Soo-yun brought Lee Jinshu to register at the entrance and then walked towards the show car under the guidance of the salesperson. Ning Qian was smiling in front of various cameras when she turned around and froze. She didn't expect that she would actually meet Soo-yun when she used her time off to moonlight as a car model. Then he also saw the beautiful woman who had come to the car show with Soo-yun. End of chapter. Chapter 23, You're as pretty as a car today. Chapter 23, You're as pretty as a car today. When Ning Qian saw that Soo-yun had no intention of greeting him, she made no other movements. But in the heart, some inferiority complexes have arisen. Maybe he was afraid that the woman he was with would get the wrong idea. At this moment, Ning Qian had already defaulted to the other party being Soo-yun's girlfriend. Soo-yun came to the front of the car and carefully looked at the red coupe in front of him. The fact that he saw Ning Qian just now was one reason. The second reason was that the car really grew on his aesthetic and liked it very much. Before he came here, he hadn't even thought about what kind of car he was going to buy and what was his favorite. A few days ago he was still thinking about getting married and trying to keep saving up for a car of around $200,000 himself. At that time there was nothing but choosing between domestic and some JV cars, such as Accord, Past, Camry, these models and so on. Things like Audi, BMW, Mercedes and Porsche he can't even think about. So now that he has money, he's more confused about what he wants to buy. It's not so much the price, but what type of car to buy. Now he knows. The red coupe in front of him was the first one he wanted to buy. The staff on the sidelines are not without eyesight. He saw that Soo-yun was dressed in inexpensive clothes, and knew that the other party was a rich and capable buyer, different from the average spectator. So he introduced himself enthusiastically. Mr. Soo, hello, our car is the latest launch this year, a 911 Red Carrera model. Red classic design elements are still young people's favorite, especially very popular with the girls, available in convertible and hardtop options. The other thing is that the standard features are more plentiful, coming with heated seats, Bose audio, automatic anti-glare exterior mirrors, rain-sensing wipers, adaptive cruise control, a sporty steering wheel, parking assistance, a rear-view camera, and more. Powering it is a 3.4L horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine with a maximum power output of 350 PS, 257 kilowatts, and a choice of 2WD and 4WD models. When the staff introduced it, Soo-yun didn't even listen to a single word. He wasn't a car enthusiast and didn't expect to go racing every day. He was just a face reader. Soo-yun twisted his head and asked, Can I sit in it and try it out? Sure. The staff member hurriedly helped open the car door and said with a smile, Mr. Soo, please. Soo-yun sat in. He didn't recognize any material or not, but one look at the interior was very advanced. Comfortable steering wheel smeared on your hands. The whole thing is a pleasure. It would be a real treat to have a long-legged stocking girl in the passenger seat right now. Just as he thought of this, Lee Jinshu opened the car door and sat in himself. Soo-yun. Lee Jinshu didn't know what Soo-yun was thinking, sitting on the passenger side of the car to feel up, but also took out his cell phone to take pictures. In one's lifetime, there are only 3 chances to decide one's own destiny. Once for birth, once for high school, and once for marriage. Being born was something she couldn't decide for herself. Being born into a normal family and having to work for whatever she needed. College entrance examination. She worked hard, went to 985 famous brand university, studied design. After graduation also found a very good job in the eyes of ordinary people. Get rid of the bottom of the hardship. Live quite well. but it's still within the range of ordinary people. No match for the rich up there, no matter how hard she worked in the future. It was simply impossible to have a luxurious large flat like Sumu's, and it was even more impossible to have a luxury car like the one in front of her. That's why she's been single all these years, because she wants to take a third chance and make the class leap by getting married, so that she can have all these things that ordinary people can't have. Of course, if it doesn't work out for her by age 30, then she'll find a man to marry who's at about the same financial level as she is. And right now, Soo-yeon was actually a good target. Nice, handsome, rich, just a dream man. But she didn't know what Soo-yeon's attitude towards herself was. What's more, there was still Soo-moo in the middle, and she didn't want to make a wrong decision so easily before she had thoroughly clarified the relationship between Soo-moo and Soo-yeon. In case it didn't work out when the time came, it would hurt her best friend and she wouldn't be able to be friends with Soo-yeon. Because in her opinion, if she couldn't become Soo-yeon's girlfriend, it would be excellent to become friends with him. When the time comes, he casually introduces a little bit of luxury villa decoration design of his friends around him, or the decoration design of his own house to himself. It will be enough for her to make a fortune. Outside the car, Ning Qian, who was a car model, could only silently stand on the side at this moment. She looked at the woman sitting in Soo-yeon's passenger seat with some envy and a hint of bitterness in her heart. She had also fantasized about the day she would be sitting in the passenger side of a luxury car next to the man she loved. But reality is so cruel. Some people are free to sit in their Porsche and laugh. Others can only stand outside their Porsche and witness it. That's the difference between people. The staff member stood next to him and asked with a smile, "Mr. Soo, this car is really not bad. It's very suitable for you to take your girlfriend out for a ride together." In the evening, the two of them went up to the South Mountain together and looked at the beautiful night view of the river city on the other side of the river. "It's okay." Soo-yeon walked down and asked, "How much is this car?" "Landed. And I mean all of it." "Mr. Soo wants to buy it?" "Aha. The car is currently on offer, depending on what configuration you choose." The staff explained. The car comes in hardtop and convertible, as well as 2WD and 4WD. Convertible and 4WD, I think. Soo-yeon was introduced by the staff and proceeded to select some other various components, such as the car's wheels, interior color, steering wheel, and other messy. After the final selection, it was close to 1.75 million. The staff smiled. "If Mr. Soo books it down now, after the discount, 1.65 million can be taken care of." "Okay, fine," Soo-yeon casually said. "Is it time to sign the contract, or what?" "No. You just need to give a portion of the deposit up front and I'll issue you a deposit receipt." The staff was happy to say, "I will contact you at that time, and you can go directly to the 4S store I designated, and you can pick up the car after making up the final payment in the transaction contract." "About how long will it take?" Soo-yeon said. "I don't have a car to drive for the past few days, so it's a bit inconvenient." 2 days, the staff said. "After 2 days, I'll send you a message." "Mr. Soo, do you think it's okay?" "Okay." Then, the two sides signed a contract of intent, and Soo-yeon transferred a deposit of $600,000 over and left. On the way, Lee Jin-soo laughed. "Congratulations, you bought a car. It's just a mobility scooter. What's to congratulate? It's still a mobility scooter." Lee Jin-soo spat. "Do you know that just this car of yours is something that how many people can't afford to drive in their entire lives?" "Indeed." Soo-yeon sighed. "The Olmi didn't think that I would be able to drive a car like this one day." Lee Jin-soo was speechless for a while. I don't suppose he thought the car was cheap, unsuitable for his status, and aggravating, did he? People are so angry with each other. Lee Jin-soo smiled and asked tentatively, "Soo-yeon, who will be the exclusive co-driver of that car in the future?" "I don't know." Soo-yeon flirted. "Whoever wants to come can come. Anyway, I'm single. Come as you are. So can I not?" Soo-yeon looked at her meaningfully and asked, "Are you serious? Or are you joking?" "Of course I'm joking, La." Lee Jin-soo bristled. "I'm not going to steal a man from Soo. There's nothing between me and Soo." After Soo-yeon finished, he added, "At least it's nothing right now, so don't mess around with your in-laws." "That means I have a chance?" "You have a great chance." Soo-yeon laughed. "But to sit in my passenger seat, the prerequisite is that you have to wear black silk to do so," Lee Jin-soo said angrily. "Bah, big pervert, don't pretend to be innocent. You're all adults." Soo-yeon retorted. "If all men aren't horny and run off to become monks, I'll see what you women do." Lee Jin-soo. On the exhibition stand, Ning Qian looked at the departing Soo-yeon and Lee Jin-soo with a somewhat depressed mood. It wasn't because Soo-yeon had another woman by his side. Rather, from just now until he left, Soo-yeon had never glanced at her from start to finish. Maybe, he didn't even see himself. After finishing her own work, She went backstage to change her clothes and took out her cell phone before she saw that there was an unread message from Soo-yun. Soo-yun, you're as beautiful as the car today. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Why don't we go to the hotel and move on to the next activity? Chapter 24. Why don't we go to the hotel and move on to the next activity? For the next 2 days, Soo-yun commuted to work normally every day. Occasionally, he would go out at noon and meet with Luo Dongshu's assistant at the cafe downstairs to provide some relevant information about himself and Huang Mengyao. When you come back, it is also still customary to order a cup of coffee for the whole company. He didn't care at all about Su-mu's sudden cold attitude. He himself is surrounded by women now, and he's not going to get hot under the collar. Before, she was unattainable to herself, but now she belonged to an equal existence in her own eyes, so there was no such thing as an inferiority complex. But just when he thought that he and Su-mu would be strangers to each other, he didn't expect Su-mu to take the initiative to send him a message asking him to go out for dinner in the evening. This made Soo-yun somewhat surprised. Could it be that she's figured it out? After agreeing to each other, Soo-yun and Su-mu intentionally stayed a little longer after work in order to avoid suspicion before coming out of the company, and went straight to the garage, one after the other, and got into each other's cars. If you didn't know, you'd think the two of them were cheating on each other. After getting into the car, Su-mu didn't say anything and directly drove the car outside. On the road, Soo-yun saw that Su-mu Gaolang did not speak. He also did not speak. Looking out the window to himself, I heard from Jinshu that you bought a car. Soo-yun turned around and said, is Supervisor Su talking to me? There's someone else in this car? Bought a random one. Soo-yun casually asked. What's wrong? Supervisor Su also wants to go sit in my passenger seat? You've been a mouthful of sis before. Su-mu frowned unhappily. What? You're not going to act now that the identity of the eldest young master has been demolished? You're the one who first wanted to draw a line in the sand with me and just be a co-worker. Soo-yun sneered. I am now as you wish. Are you still not happy? Do you really think I'm still a minion? At your mercy? If you want to pretend, I won't serve you. Su-mu. There was another silence. Soo-yun. Su-mu sighed and finally took the initiative to speak again. I divorced my ex-husband because he cheated on me and lied to me. So now I hate it when men lie to me. What did I lie to you about? Soo-yun asked rhetorically. Come on, tell me. You have money, so why are you approaching me pretending to be a normal person? Su-mu said. Every time I help you get a few $100s more for full attendance, help you change your clocking records, and quietly help you fight for welfare increases. Are you looking at me like I'm a little cutie? Because these small amounts of money don't matter to you at all. Aha. Soo-yun asked breathlessly. What the hell? Is that why you're treating me like this? Right. Su-mu was a bit angry. Because you made me feel like a clown. Shouldn't I be angry with you? In that case, Soo-yun couldn't help but chuckle as he once again asked rhetorically. Then you're still drinking the brown sugar fruit juice I ordered for you? Each is a different thing. Not comparable. Su-mu froze and said, I asked you out today because I wanted to ask you about this matter, which will also determine my relationship with you in the future. About this, it's really quite simple then. Soo-yun spread his hands and said, the previous me really didn't have any money. It's just that I have money now. I haven't lied to you, much less teased you like a clown. You've taken care of me a lot at the company these past 2 years, and I do appreciate it. Then why are you suddenly so rich? Su-mu said, don't tell me you won the lottery. I checked and there have been no jackpots lately. Sister Su, everyone has their secrets. Soo-yun said, it's like your secret. People misunderstand you so much and spread gossip about you, and I don't see you coming out and explaining to everyone. Su-mu, listening to Soo-yun's words, she suddenly felt that she was the one who had thought too much and was too sensitive. Drilled the bull. Yeah, everyone has their secrets. Why must one go deeper? After Su-mu figured it out, she was in a much better mood. She smiled and said, Soo-yun, it was sister's fault before. In order to make it up to you, tonight sister can promise you a request. As long as sister can do it. Any request? Right. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Soo-yun smiled and replied, let's go eat first. We're all hungry. An hour later, Su-mu then brought Soo-yun to a store called Wan Sake Yakiniku in the East Lake Scenic area. This store is so remote. Is anyone there? Soo-yun walked into the store and looked at the restaurant with a small storefront and only one table of guests. Questioning, and with so few guests, can the flavor be good? You want to come and eat. You can't come yet. Su-mu smiled and explained. This is the best store I know of. About 1,600 renminbi per person. Good privacy. Only accepts advance reservations. And only accepts 2 tables of guests at a time at the same time. This is hunger marketing. Soo-yun looked at his surroundings and flirted. However, one thing is for sure. This place is quite suitable for men and women to date. Did you used to come here quietly with your ex-husband for dates? No. Su-mu replied. This is a place I discovered after my divorce. Sometimes when I'm off work and have nothing to do and don't want to go home, I'll drive here alone for a little while. So I'm the first man you've brought here? Sumu laughed. Sort of. Feeling somewhat honored. Soo-yoon smiled and sat down, then took the initiative to pick up the menu and read it, but it was all in English, so he couldn't quite read it. Just as the two of them were chatting, the owner of the store came over. Since Sumu was a member here, or a regular customer, she naturally had to come over to say hello and serve her personally when she knew it was her. As soon as they met, the store manager smiled and said, "Ms. Sue, I haven't seen you for a while. You're still so beautiful. Boss Mao, long time no see." Sumu smiled and said, "I happen to be free today, so I brought my friend over for dinner." "Welcome." Boss Mao looked towards Soo-yoon, who was sitting across from Sumu. This was the first time he had seen Sumu bring the opposite sex over for dinner, so it was definitely not an ordinary relationship. Turning to Soo-yoon, he said enthusiastically, "Sir, if there's anything you want to eat, I can recommend our store's dishes to you." "No need," Soo-yoon casually said. "Boss, just bring all the signature dishes of your store." Boss Mao thought he had heard wrong and asked, "Would it be more?" "Boss Mao." Sumu couldn't help but think of the last time in Crane Garden, and couldn't help but laugh. "Just listen to him. This friend of mine has a large amount of rice, otherwise he won't be able to eat enough." Boss Mao. Because of Soo-yoon's extravagance, it was only supposed to be about 4,000, so it directly dried up to more than 8,000 at the checkout, doubling it. After checking out, Soo-yoon laughed. "Sister Sue, did I eat too much just now?" "Your sister, I'm not as rich as you are, but I can still afford to buy 8,000 a meal once in a while." Sumu asked, "What now? Do I send you back directly, or go back at night? I'm alone and so are you." Soo-yoon said, "Why don't we go to the hotel and move on to the next activity?" "Sumu, sis, but you said that in the car." Soo-yoon laughed. "Whatever request I make tonight, as long as you can do it, promise me." End of chapter. Chapter 25 Acts against a woman's will or against the law. Chapter 25 Acts against a woman's will or against the law. Sumu wasn't a little girl anymore, a woman who would be shy when she said she was going to a hotel. She looked at Soo-yoon meaningfully and asked rhetorically, "I did promise you, but do you think your sister Sue is a very casual woman?" "No," Soo-yoon replied in a serious manner. "I think Sister Sue is a very dignified and proper woman." "So you asked and you want me to go to a hotel with you?" Sister Sue, you've misunderstood," Soo-yoon said awkwardly. "I don't mean what you think I mean. What I mean is that it's still early. If we don't buy some wine and go to a hotel to drink together." "Going to a hotel? Drinking?" "Right," Soo-yoon explained. "I'm a poor drinker, and when I drink and get drunk, I just fall asleep. So if you don't want to, forget it." "Are you sure you don't have anything bad in mind for me?" Sumu laughed. "Why do I get the feeling that you're trying to get me drunk?" "Absolutely not." Soo-yoon immediately triple-fingered the sky and swore sincerely. "I promise, I don't have any improper thoughts about you." "Sister, that's fine. Sis trusts you for once." Sumu also thought that he hadn't drank for a long time and said, "Let's go, but not to the hotel. Go to your house." "Soo-yoon," Sumu smiled and asked, "is it inconvenient for you at home?" "No." Soo-yoon was embarrassed. "It's because my family is rather small. I'm a bit embarrassed to take you there." "It's okay, I don't mind." "Well, since sis insists, let's go to my house." After the two of them went to the supermarket and bought a few dozen beers, under Soo-yoon's guidance, Sumu drove to Soo-yoon's neighborhood. Sumu was a bit surprised. Logically, with the strength Soo-yoon had displayed, he shouldn't be living in such a place. Once on the elevator and in his house, she was thoroughly surprised. At first, she thought Soo-yoon was being modest when he said his family was small. It actually turned out to be true. A 100 square meter house might not be considered small for ordinary people, but for her, Sumu, and Soo-yoon's financial resources, it was really small. At least her Sumu's own house is a large flat of more than 200 square feet. In her imagination, no matter what, Soo-yoon's house must be better than her own, and it turned out to be an ordinary house of less than 100 square feet. Sumu walked into the room, took a look at the ordinary and no longer ordinary decoration, and said doubtfully, "Soo-yoon, are you sure this is your house? Or else?" Soo-yoon replied, "I've always lived here. Look, the house is full of my things." "Sumu, why are you so hard on yourself when you're obviously so rich? Can't figure it out." Sumu looked around the house again and laughed. "You say you're messy here. I think it's okay. It's cleaned up quite well, unlike a place where a single man lives." "Sister Sue, as long as you don't mind." Soo-yoon first turned on the TV and ordered a random program to play to make the house less quiet. Then, He opened another bottle of beer and handed it to Sumu, saying, "Here." Sumu took the wine and laughed. "This is the beginning?" "Sure." Suyun laughed. "There's no foreplay in drinking." Sumu. Suyun opened a bottle for himself as well, held it up and said, "Sister, take a walk?" "Good." Sumu gently touched with him and directly finished a can in one gulp. Seeing this, Suyun could only follow suit and finish it in one gulp. A big man can't lose to a woman. He couldn't help but laugh. "Sis, you don't look bad at this drinking." "No, it's been a long time since I've had a drink, so I guess I'll pass out after 2 or 3 more bottles with it." This was why Sumu dared to agree and follow Suyun to his house for a drink. After all, if you want to get her drunk by drinking, the average person can't. Sumu laughed flirtatiously. "So you have to give in to me later. Don't really get me drunk, that's for sure." Suyun said confidently, "Sister, feel free to drink as you please." "Good." The two of them opened another can, and as Sumu drank, she wondered a little. "Why don't you buy a big house? Or a villa?" "Suyun, that's a bit of a solid question." "Sis, you think I don't want to? The point is that I didn't have the money before." He smiled and replied, "Well, I'm going to go back for a new set in a while, so sis will help me with my counseling then." "Could be." Sumu asked, "What do you plan to do now that you're not getting married? Not continue to look for a relationship? What? Are you going to introduce me to someone, sis?" Sumu laughed. "If so, do you consider it?" "No consideration." "Why?" Suyun joked. "Because sis, you've already taken over my heart and can't tolerate any other woman." "Well, after a few drinks, you have the nerve to molest your sister, don't you?" After drinking a few cans of wine, Sumu's face also turned a little red and laughed. "Even if you want to, it's impossible for sis and you." "Why?" "Sis is 3 years older than you, almost 30. A woman is a gold brick," Suyun said with a slight drunkenness. "Sister, gold bricks are very valuable. Who wouldn't want them? But I'm still divorced." Sumu laughed a little to herself. "You really don't mind? Your parents don't mind? Look, sis, when you talk about it, you talk about getting married." Suyun tilted his head and drank another large mouthful of wine and sighed. "Marriage is the grave of love. For now, just want to be happy every day. I don't want to be that long term. Love, it's all a slave to money, as long as two people are happy together." Sumu. Then the two of them had a couple of dunks each. Suyun looked at Sumu, who was still not the least bit drunk, and knew that he had been tricked. "Abominable. Talking about how you still drink a few bottles and pass out, and now a few more and a few more and a few more and pass out my ass." Instead, he was getting dizzy. After Sumu took another sip of wine to herself, she looked at the man beside her. He seemed a little drunk and his eyes were hazy. It was said that they spit out the truth after drinking, and Sumu suddenly smiled and asked tentatively, "Suyun, you don't really have thoughts about me, do you?" "There is." Suyun turned his head to stare at Sumu and smiled as he said what was on his mind. "I've had thoughts about you from the first moment I saw you, not just from me, but from every other man in the company, I guess. But then, you're one of those women who can only be imagined, not attained. So I used to be all color and no color, but now I have the color and the courage, but I still don't dare to do it." Sumu must not have felt uncomfortable listening to Suyun's such frank words. Instead, she couldn't help but smile and asked, "Why?" "It is against the law to act against a woman's will." Suyun muttered drunkenly, "I don't want to kiss you one day and then go to a single room the next." "Ha ha." Sumu was amused. To be honest, for Suyun, she actually had a good impression at first. It was just that her condition was almost the same, so even if she wanted to find a man in the future, she wouldn't consider the other party. Become a better friend at best, because the material gap in life is not something that love can bridge. Not to mention, she's been divorced once. Looking again, of course she wanted to find a man who was better and better than the man before her. At least better than yourself, right? Second shift the car was going too fast. Flipped over. Went straight into the dark room. Revised a couple times. Didn't come out. Still working on it. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Well. Chapter 26. But in recent times, Suyun had changed. When Sumu reacquainted himself with the other party, he realized that his condition was not bad at all. The poverty he used to have. He faked it. Perhaps the man he is now is the truest form of the original him. It was just that Sumu had never been able to figure out why he had to live so hard when he had clearly had a good day before. Thinking about Suyun's marriage, Sumu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Is it because he's looking for a pure love that doesn't want his money? Childish. Sumu shook her head at the thought. If there is no material security, every day in order to live down to run around and labor, where is the time to feel love? Enjoy love. All good love is built on material things. As Sumu looked at Su-yoon, the current him was completely worthy of himself. Yet, it was as if he was somehow unworthy of him now. After all, a man with such a condition must have an uncomplicated family, and how could he be allowed to find a woman older than her and divorced? But, in the words Su-yoon had just said, why should one think so far ahead? A happy day is a day, so why constrain yourself? What about being divorced yourself? You don't even need to care about that stuff anymore. Sumu remembered the cup of brown sugar fruit juice again. Consider it payback, she convinced herself with a random excuse. Thus, with a roll of Sumu, the two of them were face to face, separated by just a few centimeters of faint distance. Oh, Su-yoon instantly felt oppressive and weighty on his chest. At the same time, a faint perfume emanated from her body, which hit her nose and refreshed her heart. Sumu bowed her head, with a hint of wine in her mouth, and asked with a soft smile, if I'm willing, is it not against a woman's will? Su-yoon was a little drunk, not dead. He was still conscious, including what he said to Sumu just now. It was only because he wanted to say it himself. What a drunken bull *********. It was all about people using alcohol as an excuse to say what they wanted to say and just testing each other like crazy. I didn't expect the other side to respond. And so blunt. It caught him directly off guard. Su-yuan swallowed his saliva and said, sister, if you're like this, I'll really do it. Just kidding with you. Sumu suddenly stood up, straightened his clothes, and laughed. Well, it's late, and the wine is almost gone, so drink the rest slowly by yourself. I'm going back. After saying that, she didn't care what Su-yeon's reaction was, picking up her bag and preparing to leave. No, sis, is it really okay for you to be like this? Su-yeon sat up and was instantly dissatisfied. You left after teasing me. What do you want me to do now? Do it yourself, and have plenty of food. Sumu smiled smugly. Su-yoon, before she closed the door and left, she also did not forget to kindly remind, I've been drinking. I can't drive. You remember to help me drive the car to the company in the morning. Don't be late. Oh, be careful, I'll deduct your money. Su-yoon, she must have done it on purpose just now. Okay. Although he had the anything goes system, he didn't dare to do anything that was against the law. After all, in the absence of the other party's volition, he did not dare to move a muscle and could only let the other party leave. Sumu departed from Su-yeon's house and stepped into the elevator, letting out a long breath. She wasn't as casually calm as she had shown just now, and remembering her active behavior just now, her heart was beating a little faster at this moment. Just now, just a little bit. He was impulsive, threw the wine with Su-yoon. Luckily, he braked himself. It was also fortunate that Su-yoon didn't go straight for it, but if he had just been a little stronger, in that situation, she might have actually acquiesced to the matter with one closed eye. The big deal is to wait until tomorrow when you wake up from a nap and say you're drunk to avoid embarrassment. We're all adults, and we're all single, so it's normal for this to happen once in a while. That way no one has to answer to anyone. After leaving the neighborhood, Sumu took a special car and returned to her home. Lee Jin-shu, still unclothed at home, looked at Sumu in the living room, who opened the door and came back, and asked, what did you do? I sent you a message and you didn't reply. Nothing, just went out to dinner with a friend. Lee Jin-shu smelled a whiff of alcohol on her. You still drink? Well, drink some, Sumu said. I'm going to take a shower first. Male, or female? Lee Jin-shu gossiped, but Sumu ignored her. Lee Jin-shu skimmed his lips, and continued to watch his own TV series with the Phoenix line, in which the god ruler is really handsome. Half an hour later, Sumu, who had come out of the shower, went straight to her room. Lee Jin-shu thought she was drunk and got up to knock on the door. Drunk? Do you want me to get you some honey water to drink? No, I'm fine, just a little tired. Oh, Sumu lay on the bed and swiped up her cell phone. Then he saw Su-yeon's friend circle dynamic that had been updated half an hour ago. Su-yeon, one man's loneliness, two men's fault. Of course, Sumu knew why he was losing sleep, and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile, stretching out her slender hand to give him a silent nod of approval. At the same time, in another house, Ning Xian also swiped to this friend circle of Su-yeon's. She immediately left a concerned comment below. What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Do you want me to have a drink with you? But after waiting for half a day myself, I didn't wait for a reply from the other side. A sleepless night. The next morning I woke up from my nap and it was after 9 a.m. I was 100% late for work. Su-yeon also so-called not yet. He opened his phone and saw the little red dot in his friend circle, so he clicked on it and looked at it. Saw Ning Qian's comment too. Unfortunately, I didn't see it myself last night when I went straight to bed after posting it to my friends. It's all life. Otherwise he wouldn't have slept alone after being ruffled last night anyhow. There were also some less than decent comments from other friends. Lonely? You're lonely. Come work overtime with me. Crystal Palace. 88. Guaranteed to keep you from being alone tonight. Listen to me. Go to MO Finger Impressions. 33 is where it belongs. Upstairs have never seen the world. I say a place. Big Wave 21. Not good to scold me. Single man. Who isn't lonely? Brother, if you don't mind. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Soo-yeon looked all the way down. Surprisingly, there was a heartwarming comment from my mom. Son, don't work under too much pressure. Drink less. It hurts your health. The most damnable thing was that Soo-yeon realized that Soo-moo, the culprit, had actually given him a like. It's too much of a bully. She's practically killing people. I went to the company today, and it's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Locked up in a small dark room. Modified it for a long time. Deleted part of it before releasing it. Oops. End of chapter. Chapter 27 I want to watch tomorrow's sunrise with you. Chapter 27 I want to watch tomorrow's sunrise with you. Although Soo-yeon had a driver's license, he seldom drove, and his car skills were naturally not good. So all the way, he drove Soo-moo's BMW 5 Series, all carefully, and it was not easy to come to the company parking lot. Just after getting off the bus, he bumped into a colleague from his company. His eyes turned a little strange as he watched Soo-yeon get down from Soo-moo's car. Soo-yeon hurriedly smiled and explained, Supervisor Soo's car broke down on the road yesterday, and it just so happened that the car repairer was near my home, so he let me drive it back for her in the morning. It was also fortunate that Soo-moo wasn't in the car. They only saw Soo-yeon alone and believed his words. Otherwise, gossip about the two would immediately spread throughout the company. After all, this kind of gossip is great fodder for leisure time. Arriving at the company, Soo-yeon took the car keys and went straight to Soo-moo's office. Supervisor Soo, I've got your car parked downstairs in the garage for you. Soo-yeon handed the car keys in his hand to her and said flatly, these are your car keys. Thanks. Soo-moo also naturally reached out to take it. Last night, it was as if both of them had forgotten and it hadn't happened. However, just as Soo-moo's hand had touched the car keys, it was gripped by Soo-yeon's hand in a smooth grip. Soo-moo. She looked at Soo-yeon suspiciously and whispered, Soo-yeon, what are you doing? You tell me. Soo-yeon had become much bolder and more unrestrained after last night's events. Lee Jin-shu was right. Soo-moo should have some good feelings for herself in her heart, or else she would not have taken such initiative to tease herself last night, though she pulled out just in time and didn't let herself get away with it. But it's a good sign. So while he couldn't go against a woman's will, he should still have no problem learning how to tease her once in a while. Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. Anyway, one now has the services of a senior lawyer to weasel out of the situation in case something goes wrong. A kiss? No more. You can't go in. Can you? Soo-yeon directly yanked Soo-moo with a forceful hand and used his body to push her hard against the desk, threateningly saying, of course it's to do last night, what we didn't finish. Soo-yeon, you're crazy. Soo-moo was a bit flustered. She whispered in a low voice of shame and anger, this is in the office. She tried to resist, but her body was a little out of control. After 2 years of divorce, her body had become unusually sensitive. Now that she was suddenly treated like this by Soo-yeon, feeling the long-lost scent, her entire body couldn't exert any strength. Soo-yeon said, what are you afraid of? It's not like the people outside this position can see it anyway. Somu, that won't work either. But sis. Soo-yeon pretended to be aggrieved. You were the one who teased me first last night. You set the fire yourself. That's because I drank too much last night. Soo-moo instantly became a bit vain and said, Soo-yeon, you don't think I'm really interested in you, do you? I don't care. Soo-yeon said, I can't let you tease me for nothing, can I? So what do you want? Soo-yeon replied directly, I want to watch tomorrow's sunrise with you. Impossible. Soo-moo decisively refused. Okay, it's okay if you don't watch the sunrise, so it's always okay if I collect some interest first, right? Soo-moo. Before she could react to what Soo-yeon was talking about in terms of interest, the other party unexpectedly buried her head right down. The other hand was not being honest. Her tightly closed lips were eventually pried open by someone. After the two of them had gone through a lot of words, Soo-moo pushed Soo-yeon away with force, getting a breather. She looked at Soo-yeon in shame and anger, straightened her chest, and whispered, all right, now you're satisfied. Not satisfied. Soo-yeon smiled wickedly as he got his way with one strike. Don't you get a cheap shot and try to get an inch. Soo-moo couldn't help but glare at him and said, just this once. In the future, you can't even think about something like this. I don't believe it. Soo-yeon's thieving heart was not dead and he was ready to strike again. Facing the rogue Soo-yeon, Soo-moo could only pretend to be a bit angry. Soo-yeon, you're really not afraid of me flipping out, are you? Okay, I'm scared of you. Just go. Soo-yoon also knew that the relationship between the two had only progressed a little bit and could not be rushed at once. It's good to be like this today. It's time to be content. Waiting for Soo-yoon to leave, Sumu took care of her somewhat messy bangs, and then patched up her spent lipstick in the mirror, just for fear of being found out of the ordinary. Then it launched into a daze. Sumu never thought that she would actually have such a day. Still in his own office. He's got a little too much nerve. She suddenly had some regrets. I shouldn't have been so impulsive as to give him a little sweetness and hope last night, causing myself to be so passive right now. But when he thought of him treating himself like that just now, still in his own office, Sumu's heart became a little strange, and her left leg unconsciously rested on her right leg. Now that she had an attitude towards Soo-yoon, she was conflicted in her heart and didn't know how to get along with him in the company in the future. On the one hand, he wanted to refuse, but on the other hand, he was vaguely looking forward to it. She felt ashamed of herself for being like this, but again, I felt a thrill and pleasure that I had never felt before. Soo-yoon came out of the office and returned to his workstation just as he sat down, when the system's reward came, facing his beautiful female supervisor. The host does as he pleases and for the first time experiences a different kind of pleasure. Rewarded with 500,000 cash. The current account balance is $1.82 million. No way. Can this give a reward too? And so much more. Soo-yoon was a bit surprised. This was much more enjoyable than popping Supervisor Lee's small gold coins. At the same time, he also thought about his relationship with Sumu. After what happened last night and this morning, the relationship between him and Sumu must have completely changed in quality. But he didn't know how to describe this relationship now. You say it's a sibling. Both sides have crossed the line again. You say it's a man-woman relationship, but the other person doesn't even acknowledge it, and the body hasn't gotten there yet, so it's just a kiss. For Sumu, he still didn't dare to go too far at the moment. What if we push it and the other side really flips out? Her kind of woman, unlike other women, and not short of money, is not something you can get your hands on with money. It's better to take it one step at a time. It is a long way to go, and I will go up and down to find my way, no matter what. The woman who was originally unattainable in her own eyes was now at least bullied severely by herself just now. It's fun to think about. Just as he was also thinking about how to get along with Sumu, his cell phone rang, and it was the staff member from the previous car show. He messaged that the car he had reserved had arrived and that if he had time today, he could pick it up at the 4S store. Soo-yoon replied with a good one. He was going to take the afternoon off and go pick up the first car of his life. At that moment, Supervisor Lee Seogwon also came over. Seeing this, Soo-yoon thought that he could swipe some more small gold coins, but it turned out that the other party didn't even look for a fight. He said to Soo-yoon, "There's a matter that requires you to make a trip." Soo-yoon asked, "What is it?" "Over at Cafe Trade City, there's a business event in the afternoon, but they're not happy with our program and want to make a temporary change." Supervisor Lee said, "You did that event planner earlier, so take care of it yourself in the morning." Supervisor Lee, where's your pride? Soo-yoon was disappointed that Lee Seogwon wasn't here to pick on him. He doesn't care about anything when he's rich. Since one is still at work, the least basic work ethic is still required. It just so happens that I won't have to take the afternoon off myself, so I'll go pick up my car after I'm done with this straight away. Good. Soo-yoon got up and agreed, asking rhetorically, "I don't have to go back to the office today after I go over and take care of it, right?" "Don't ask me that." Supervisor Lee didn't have the heart to say. "You have to ask Supervisor Soo. She's the one in charge of personnel and attendance." "All right." Soo-yoon could only come back to Sumu's office. Sumu looked at Soo-yoon who had gone and returned, stared at her warily and whispered, "You're still coming? I have to go over to the state fair in the morning for an event case to be revised, so I'm guessing I'll be delayed a bit." Soo-yoon explained, "I want to say that I don't have to come back to the office after I'm done with it, right?" Only then did Sumu relax and said, "This matter, just talk to your supervisor Lee, as long as you're okay with it." As Soo-yoon was leaving, he turned around and asked rhetorically, "Do you want to have dinner together tonight and drink to celebrate? I bought a car." "No way. I'm not falling for that." Sumu gave him a blank look and said with a smile, "If you want to celebrate, you go find someone else to celebrate." Soo-yoon, gee, that's a lot of defenses. 2. Are you that kind of person? End of chapter. Chapter 28. It's a clock in the opposite direction. Chapter 28. It's a clock in the opposite direction. Soo-yoon came to a Chow Tai Fook jewelry store in Cafe Mall. It's going to have an anniversary event. For this brand, Soo-yoon is not unfamiliar at all. Who has not bought its gold jewelry? When the company first received this small order and was working on this project planner, the company took a merit-based approach. So it's not assigned to a particular planning group. All planners can participate and then the best is chosen. As a result, he wrote a proposal that was approved by the A. He also got a 10,000 commission from the company for robbing Supervisor Lee because of this incident. Soo-yeon came to the scene and found the person in charge of the other party's activities, a 26 or 27-year-old woman. She was stylishly dressed, her hair was slightly curly, and she had a full array of jewelry, earrings, necklaces, watches, and more. Previously, Soo-yeon in the face of such customers, that posture must be put very low. But now, the power of money so that he cannot be inferior. Bend down. There was even some confidence. The other party was also a bit surprised at the first sight of Soo-yeon. Supervisor Lee said that coming over is a small staff, but looking at his inexpensive dress, demeanor and temperament, he didn't look like an ordinary working white-collar man. The woman stepped forward and asked with a puzzled smile, "You're Tianyu Media Companies, Soo-yeon?" "Yes, I am. Hello, I'm the manager of this store. My name is Jung Pei-yao." Jung Pei-yao said, "I believe Supervisor Lee has already told you that we want to temporarily adjust your previous activity design program. This is no problem. I'll listen to your ideas and requirements first, then after we communicate specifically, I'll go back and get another plan over to you again." "Could be," Jung Pei-yao said. "Then let's go inside my office to talk in peace?" Then the two were in the office and started to communicate and discuss about the content of the event, as well as some details, but there was no communication all morning. After having lunch together at noon, we continued to communicate for another 2 hours before basically finalizing the final proposal. "And one more thing, the host had better be changed to a woman as well," Jung Pei-yao said, "younger and a bit more poised. After all, she still needs to wear our company's jewelry. It's kind of a hidden promotion. The others are good. It's the hostesses who are expected to be a bit difficult," Soo-yeon said with some difficulty, "because all the other hostesses in our company have already been arranged out. There's really no one, by hook or by crook. Then you guys need to find a way to get this done as soon as possible." Jung Pei-yao said, "It doesn't even matter if you pay a certain amount extra. Okay, I'll go back and respond to Supervisor Lee." Soo-yeon got up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Mr. Soo," Jung Pei-yao suddenly smiled and asked, "You know that our store's anniversary celebration this time? It's very powerful. You came all the way here. Such a good opportunity. Don't you buy the same for your girlfriend and give each other a surprise?" "I don't have a girlfriend. It's okay to buy it for your aunt." "Manager Jiang, you are so dedicated." Soo-yeon couldn't help but laugh. "Talking about things, you don't even forget to sell your products to your partners. Professional habits." Jung Pei-yao laughed. "Then Mr. Soo, would you be willing to take care of my business?" "Okay, I'll go check it out." "Okay, I'll take you." Jung Pei-yao brought Soo-yeon to the store and inquired, "What does auntie like? Bangles, or bracelets? Necklaces?" "Actually, my mom seems to like anything that's gold." Soo-yeon thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any kind of gold products in the collection department?" "Yes." Jung Pei-yao led Soo-yeon to a counter and introduced, "This gold bar series is specialized for collection customers. We have 30 grams, 50 grams, 100 grams, 300 grams and 500 grams, highly collectible. The market price on site is close to $600 a gram, but we're doing an anniversary event for only $480 a gram, which is a great opportunity to give you an early treat." "All right." Soo-yeon smiled and said, "Manager Jiang, give me 2 pieces of each of these gold bars in your counter." "Every single one? All of them?" Jung Pei-yao said with some surprise. She thought Soo-yeon would be lucky to buy a 50-gram piece at most, but who knows? When he opens his mouth, it's the same come 2 pieces. The surrounding store clerks were shocked as well. Soo-yeon asked rhetorically, "What? You don't have so many goods?" "The others are available. It's the 300 and 500 grams that aren't prepared in such large quantities," Jung Pei-yao instantly said with some embarrassment. "After all, usually this thing is placed here as a mascot. Most of the people who buy it are 30 grams and 50 grams, and almost no one buys 300 grams and 500 grams. It's okay, so 300 and 500. 1 piece at a time." Soo-yeon didn't care and said, "Just wrap it up for me and figure out how much it costs." "Okay, Mr. Soo," Jung Pei-yao hurriedly said to the clerk. "What are you waiting for? Quickly go and load it up." "Ah, yes, manager." A few moments later, Jung Pei-yao carried the box and sent it to Soo-yeon, politely saying, "Mr. Soo, it's loaded. A total of 400 renminbi. I'll do the honors and erase the change for you. Just charge you 200 renminbi. Thanks then." Soo-yeon took out his card and swiped it on the POS, and the payment was successful. Oops, impulsive. Why did you buy a box of gold bars? But the next second, the system went off. In order to win mom's favor, the host bought the store's gold bullion products at his own will. Filial piety is commendable. Rewarded with cash of 800,000 yuan. The balance on the bank card is 1 million. Well, being a young person myself, it's all about impulse spending. If they are all that rational, how can the country's GDP go up? I consume and I'm proud. Zhang Peiyao couldn't believe until Su Yun's successful payment that her casual sales pitch had dried up a large portion of the turnover task for the whole day. The entire process, from introduction to purchase completion, took less than 5 minutes. It was the fastest sale of her life. Su Yun carried the exquisite, handheld suitcase filled with small gold and said, "Then Manager Jiang, I'll be going. If there are any more changes to the planner, just contact me by phone." "Okay, Mr. Su, you take your time." Zhang Peiyao served with a smile and a polite attitude, if she was still Father A before. But at this moment, she felt that the relationship had changed. This Su Yun is the one who was his own father of the armor. This made her afterward. Even if she felt that there was something unsatisfactory about the planner, she was too embarrassed to open her mouth and mention it. After all, they only gave each other about $100,000 for this event planning project. It turns out that people come over to communicate about their work and casually buy over $400,000 of gold away from their store. She can be polite. That's a clock in the opposite direction. After Su Yun left, the shopkeepers all came over and asked curiously, "Manager Jiang, who was that customer just now? So rustic." "Yeah, it's the first time I've seen someone buy so many gold bars in one go. Good looking. And rich. This would be great for my boyfriend." "You're dreaming. It's not even dark yet." Zhang Peiyao turned around and glared at them, saying, "Alright, what's the point of prying blindly? Go back and work hard." She herself, however, suddenly remembered what Su Yun had said just now. He said he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, but a rich man like him must have a lot of women surrounding him. Zhang Peiyao looked at herself in the mirror not far away. Subconsciously, I thought, if it was myself, would I have a chance? But soon, she blocked out the thought, just went back in and revised it out. Is anyone reading this? Can you throw in a recommendation? Or a monthly vote? I always feel like I'm monetizing. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Bah, I pick people too. Chapter 29, Bah, I pick people too. It was the first time Su Yun had carried a box filled with small gold nuggets. It wasn't worth much, only a few $100,000. But the feeling, it was awesome. I am like this. If mom receives his gift, will not be happy to die. In half a month, it's mom's birthday, and he's planning to carry this box back then and give it to her. In the eyes of the older generation, gold is the most valuable thing. Su Yun came to the street, called a special car, and went straight to the nearby Porsche 4S store. As soon as I walked in the door, I was approached by a beautiful 7-point saleswoman. She was wearing a little white blouse, leaving 2 buttons undone, and a black wraparound skirt that was like a size too small, strangling her ass round and moist. The already somewhat long black silk legs were made even sexier by the addition of thin black heels. I have to say, there is not one ugly woman in these high-end consumer stores. It doesn't matter if it's a luxury store or a luxury car store. Also, most of them have an unwritten habit. Female customers come and are greeted by a handsome male salesman. Male customers are greeted by a pretty female saleswoman. It's certainly not absolute. Then when they introduce you to something, a few of their handsome, pretty girls yell and say a few more exciting and nice words, and you're instantly warmed up. Buy. Must buy. It's all about figuring out the psychology of our consumers. At least Su Yun was quite satisfied now as he looked at the saleswoman who received him. What was a good 10 is now a 12. "Hello sir, are you looking to buy a car?" Su Yun laughed. "I'm not here to buy a car. Am I here to buy vegetables?" "You have a great sense of humor, sir." The saleswoman smiled awkwardly and said, "Do you have a favorite model? Or, let me show you and introduce you first? I've reserved it and am here to pick it up today." Su Yun said, "My name is Su Yun. Look it up." "Okay Mr. Su, wait a moment." Once the saleswoman heard that the other party had already bought, the enthusiasm in her heart was cooled by half. She came to the front desk and inquired about it, and it did happen. But, thankfully, it was booked for a car show. That way, she gets a commission too. Just a little less. Coming in front of Su Yun once again, the saleswoman smiled. "I just checked. You did have a reservation for the latest Porsche 911 Red Edition at the auto show a few days ago. The car is ready for you. It's in the delivery area. Please follow me." Led by the saleswoman, Su Yun came to the delivery area. "Mr. Su, this is the car you ordered." The saleswoman said, "You can check the exterior of the car yourself now, and if there's nothing wrong with it, I'll take you to get the rest of the paperwork done." "No need to look," Su Yun said indifferently. "Take me directly to the rest of the formalities." If there are really any problems with the car being bought back, my private lawyer will come to you. Female sales. There are a lot of men who buy Porsches, but very few who can own a private lawyer. This is not your average rich guy. Coming to the rest area, the saleswoman smiled. Mr. Su, I need to go and prepare the purchase contract for you. I'll be right there. You rest here now. Good. While Su Yun was waiting and playing with his phone, Ning Qian's message sent over. Ning Qian, do you have time tonight? I've got my bonus in hand, and I'm inviting my co-workers to dinner. Do you want to come? Su Yun hesitated for 3 seconds and replied with one. Good. Ning Qian, then I'll send you the time and place later. ******. Good. But since it was fully paid for, the paperwork was a bit easier and it was signed off quickly. Mr. Su, the total price of the car is 1,650,000. You've already paid a deposit of 600,000 before, now you only need to pay another 1,050,000. The saleswoman asked, may I ask if you have a credit card, or cash? Swipe your card. Of course. When Su Yun finished speaking, he was instantly curious. Could it be that there are still people who take cash to buy cars now? Some, but not many. The saleswoman glanced at the box in Su Yun's hand and said, I thought you were bringing cash over as well. It's not money in this little box, it's gold bullion. Su Yun smiled and handed her his card, saying, take it and swipe it. Password 123,456. Female sales. Are all rich people's passwords so random? A minute later, the swipe was successful. At the same time in his head, the system's voice rang out. A car is a man's second home. The host bought the first sports car of his life at his own will, and from then on, he lost the right to inferiority complex. Rewarding cash of $3 million. The balance on the card is $4.05 million. In one afternoon, just one afternoon, one has over $2 million more. That's more than many laborers make in a lifetime. Mr. Su, here's your card, and the car keys. The saleswoman filled a bag for him and handed it to him. Then said, now I'll take you to turn in your car. Good. The two arrived at the delivery area, where the staff followed the process of presenting him with a bouquet of flowers and setting off 2 salutes. Congratulations, Mr. Su, on becoming the honored Porsche owner. The female and male salesmen on both sides of the store bent down in unison and said, good luck, Mr. Su, have a safe journey. Hearing the 2 days of congratulations, Su Yun was also happy. Since then, I've been a car owner myself. After the handover ceremony was completed, the saleswoman smiled again and said, now it's up to me to continue to take Mr. Su to the nearby DMV to register the car and apply for the driving license and temporary license plate. Good. After the two sat in the car, the saleswoman looked at Su Yun, who was slow to start, and asked tentatively, Mr. Su, you know how to drive, right? If you're not too good at it, I can switch places with you. What am I buying a car for if I can't drive? Although the only time Su Yun had driven a car was this morning when he drove Su Mu's BMW, he couldn't afford to wimp out now. His hands had just touched the steering wheel when the system's voice came back on. In the face of a question from the saleswoman, the host goes with the flow and wants to show what he can do, rewarding intermediate professional drivers for their driving skills. Then his mind was filled with a lot more car-related knowledge in a flash. This system actually rewards skills? The sudden surprise surprised Su Yun. He thought that this system would just give money. He didn't want to also reward skills. Too smart. Too capricious. Sit tight. We're leaving. Su Yun to obtain driving professional level skills, confidently reminded after. Directly reach out to start. Gear. Step on the throttle. Action in one fell swoop. Incomparably silky smooth, as if it is a car has been driving for decades of old drivers. The car also rumbled and sped off in an instant. The saleswoman was so scared that she immediately grabbed the handrail. She watched Su Yun drive like a fish out of water on the road, skillfully maneuvering, and finally let go of her heart. The window fell down and the wind hit her face, blowing her hair and her tumultuous heart. Su Yun turned his head. It was too fast just now. Didn't scare you, did it? A little bit, but it's pretty exciting. It's all sweaty and a little hot. With that, the saleswoman patted her chest in mock shock and unbuttoned another shirt in the process. The snowy whiteness of her chest was suddenly revealed for a large portion of the time, and at any moment, she might call out. Her legs also subconsciously changed direction, leaning towards the center control area, so that as long as Su Yun drove with one hand, her right hand could reach over a little to touch it. However, Su Yun just glanced at it and focused on driving the car, ignoring it. Trying to seduce me? This saleswoman, though good-looking, with a nice body and sexy dress, gave off a windy odor. Bah, I pick people too. It's not like you sleep with every woman. What's more, The night was already pre-booked, and he was saving his energy for the evening. Second update. Repeated the update 3 times in a row. All of them were reviewed and went into the dark room. I'll change the update tomorrow. Sorry about that. End of chapter. Chapter 30. The night rain is silent. Red cherries, green bananas. Chapter 30. The night rain runs silent. Red cherries, green bananas. I thought it would be easy to get a car registered, but I waited in line. It was so hard to get a turn. When it was time to choose a number, the saleswoman suddenly approached Soo-yoon privately. She quietly asked, Mr. Soo, do you want a beautiful number? I have acquaintances here. You just need to spend some money. It is possible to operate. What's the pretty number? Soo-yoon asked. The saleswoman took out a slip of paper and handed it to Soo-yoon and said, all the numbers that are available now are on here. The straight number is 150, 000, and the 3-digit roller number is 100, 000. So see which one you want? The reason she was so enthusiastic was because she was able to take 10, 000 in favor of the deal if it went through. If Soo-yoon wanted to buy, of course he wanted to buy the best. So he asked, does that have a 5-count roller number? No. Soo-yoon was a bit disappointed when he heard this. He opened the note, looked at the license plate numbers on it, pointed to one of them and said, let's go with it. Jonghae 98765. Okay, I'll go ahead and communicate. The saleswoman took Soo-yoon's card and went inside. Not long after, Soo-yoon heard a system alert. A good car with a beautiful license plate. The host purchased his favorite license plate number at his own will, rewarded with 300,000 cash. A few moments later, the saleswoman walked out with the completed license. She laughed. Well, all done. You can go on the road. When the license plate is made, it will be mailed directly to our store. At that time I will notify Mr. Soo that you will come to get the license plate. Okay, Soo-yoon said. It's been hard on you today. I've transferred $1,000 to your WeChat. Consider it as me treating you to coffee. I don't want the money. It's what I'm supposed to do. The saleswoman laughed. Actually, I'm done with you today, and it's fine, so you can go back to the store without me. If you really want to thank me, why don't you buy me a few drinks later? That being said, the meaning is obvious. I've got something going on tonight that's not convenient. Soo-yoon sat on the car and said, Beauty, I won't send you back. Bye. The saleswoman was depressed as she looked at Soo-yoon, who threw himself down after using it. I can't believe there are men who aren't horny when they've taken the initiative like this. But the good thing is, I still made 10,000 in favor of myself. So I didn't follow through all the hard work for nothing. She looked at the WeChat transfer in her cell phone, and just now she said that she didn't want it. But when she saw that her beauty trick was not working, she took it at the first opportunity. Then she sent a voice message to another client. Hey, brother Wang, that car you were looking at before, are you still interested? I happen to be free right now. I can come to you for an in-depth exchange. Soo-yoon had money in his heart now though, but in essence, still a vulgar man. A very, very vulgar man. The way he thinks and acts now is actually still the mentality of an ordinary person. And he simply hasn't grown into the ideological awareness and pattern of a truly wealthy person. So when his new car arrived, he wanted to show off. Driving his coupe through the streets of Gyeongchang aimlessly, he just wanted to feel it. That kind of look of being surrounded by people on the road in a luxury car and then showing envy and jealousy. After all, he used to be one of the envious ones. Without realizing it, it was getting dark every day. The street lights came on. Soo-yoon also received a message from Ning Qian. He tapped on the location, turned on the navigation directly, and drove all the way around, stopping in the parking lot underneath a hot pot restaurant. Just as he got out of the car, he heard someone call out to him next to him. Soo-yoon? Soo-yoon turned his head to look, only to see that Jung Pei-yao was not far away, as if she had just parked her car as well. Jung Pei-yao walked over and asked with a smile, what a coincidence. Are you here for hot pot too? Right. Soo-yoon replied. Jung Pei-yao invited. Why don't you join us? No, I'm meeting a friend too, so I'll just go up. Soo-yoon gave a greeting before heading upstairs to the hot pot restaurant. Okay. Jung Pei-yao looked at the departing Soo-yoon in front of her eyes, and then turned her head to look at the brand new, still temporary license plate Porsche 911, confirming her suspicions. As soon as Soo-yoon arrived at the door, he saw Ning Qian waiting for him. She walked over quickly and said, there you are. Aha. Soo-yoon laughed. Let's go. Your friends have been waiting for a long time. No, we just got here too. On the way, Ning Qian asked somewhat cautiously, will you not like it if we eat hot pot? Why? Because you all go to fancy restaurants and hotels. No. Soo-yoon replied. I quite like eating hot pot. I just haven't had it for a long time recently and I miss it. That's good. Ning Qian happily said. as long as you don't mind the cheapness and poor environment here. Soo-yun followed Ning Qian to a private room. The environment inside was not bad, sitting 3 or 5 colleagues, all clear female. Both his and Ning Qian's places are reserved as well. They couldn't help but all stand up when they saw Soo-yun and enthusiastically shouted, "Hello, Mr. Soo, we're all young people. Don't be so polite." Soo-yun laughed. "You guys shouldn't call me Mr. Soo either. Just call me directly by my name, Soo-yun, or else you'll look rusty." Okay. The meal was, on the whole, quite cordial. Soo-yun was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, chattering, and occasionally the more courageous colleagues, but also opened the 2 harmless jokes. The atmosphere ambiguous. After dinner, we all came together on the parking. They looked at Soo-yun's Porsche 911 and immediately envied Ning Qian. Waiting until everyone had left, Ning Qian asked with a smile, "This car, you brought it up today?" "Yes, this afternoon." Soo-yun asked knowingly, "At this moment, should I send you back first, or, I don't want to go home tonight, okay?" Ning Qing sat in the passenger seat and interrupted in a small voice, "Good." With Soo-yun's professional car skills, as the roar sounded, a flash of red phantom, he quickly drove towards his home in the night. Half an hour later, the car was parked in the neighborhood garage. The two returned home. As soon as he entered the door, Soo-yun turned around and smiled as he picked the other party up by the waist and walked directly toward the living room, placing him on the sofa. In the adult world, a lot of things don't need to be said. Ning Qian was being pressed by Soo-yun. Her body was like water that had been boiled by fire, the surface boiling a little and bubbling a little. Soo-yun wasn't a novice anymore, and at this moment, Ning Qian's reaction didn't look like she had experienced certain things. Surprised, he asked, "First time?" "Aha." Ning Qian nodded. "I'll try to take care of you." "Aha." Ning Qian looked at the man in front of her, answered and closed her eyes. Tonight the stars are dotted outside the house and the moonlight is melting inside. Suddenly, there was a breeze that came in and gently tapped on the small window that was still open. As the wind got older and stronger, the cracks in the windows were slowly blown open, and finally the doors were completely open. The wind also, at that point, became slightly more violent. The window was a little too much to bear and swayed back and forth, occasionally making a sound that seemed like a cry, as if it had been hit and hurt. After a gust of wind, the sky finally did rain, and the area around the window sill was suddenly wet, and the rain ran down the edge of the window. The wind was gusting with light rain, and this went on most of the night, as if tireless. P.S. It's not too much to ask for a recommendation and a monthly pass today, is it? End of chapter. Chapter 31, Evaluating My Driving Skills, requested for catch-up reading. Chapter 31, Evaluating My Driving Skills, request for follow-up readings. In the morning, Soo-yun opened his eyes and realized that there was no one by his bedside anymore. He thought Ning Qian had left without even saying hello. Last night, the two were too loose, apart from the very beginning. The latter waited until the other side had adapted and then fought several times in a row. The two of them fought until midnight, and only after the other party had screamed and begged for mercy repeatedly did they call a truce, and fell asleep exhausted. Soo-yun looked at the time and was ready to get up and wash up to go to the office when Ning Qian walked in barefoot wearing a white shirt of her own, bare with 2 big white and tender legs. The whole thing looks very cool and refreshing. Everyone is a saleswoman, and she gives herself a much better feeling than the saleswoman at the Porsche store yesterday. It's not even on the same level. Maybe it was because Ning Qian hadn't started to fall before she met herself. "You're awake?" Ning Qian walked over, lying on his side, and said with a smile, "After I got up just now, I went to take a shower and didn't have any clothes to wear, so I found one of your shirts to put on first. You don't blame me for such an expensive dress, do you?" Since it was a man's shirt, she was wearing it loose, so the whole neckline was wide open, and a glimpse of the ripe, plump, western honeydew melon was visible. That's the most beautiful fruit of summer. Soo-yun's favorite food is honeydew melon. "It's okay. It's easier for me if you dress like this at home." With last night's matter, Soo-yun looked at such a honeydew melon, immediately came to the nature. A moment did not hold back, directly on the hand. "Ah!" Ning Qian Coop let out a cry, and her whole body was like an electric shock as she was held by someone's lifeblood. "Don't!" Ning Qian hurriedly begged for mercy. "I don't know why, but last night Soo-yun seemed to be tireless, and was as powerful as if he had eaten spicy hot pot. She was really in pain and happy." "Okay." Soo-yun also felt that it couldn't be too much early in the morning, but while he said forget about it, his hands were still a bit dishonest. Ning Qian also let him do whatever he wanted without stopping him, only biting her lips lightly and holding back from making a sound. Seeing this, Soo-yun reluctantly stopped and laughed. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? People have to work today." Ning Qian was able to catch her breath and let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the other party would come on hard again. By the way, first ride in my car last night, Soo-yeon curiously said. Evaluate how good I am at driving. At first, your car drove hard and fast, giving me a feeling of fear and excitement without making me feel uncomfortable. Ning Qian thought for a moment, red-faced, and continued to answer seriously. Behind you in order to take care of my feelings. Although the speed of the car slowed down a little but still mastered their own rhythm. Facing a crowded, narrow lane, you're fast when you need to be fast and slow when you need to be slow, and it feels so skillful to drive that it pulled my personal ride experience full circle, and I fell in love with the feeling straight away. Soo-yeon. After Ning Qian finished, she laughed. I reckon that you won't be able to have such exquisite skills without practicing for a long time. What are you talking about? Soo-yeon helplessly said. I'm really asking you about my driving skills. Yeah, I was just talking about your driving skills. Ning Qian snuggled into Soo-yeon's arms, smiled wryly and said somewhat mischievously, it's my first time riding in a car anyway, so I think you're pretty good. The others don't know and don't want to know. Soo-yeon. Well, I'm going to go change and get ready for work. Ning Qian gave Soo-yeon a kiss on the cheek, got up and got out of someone's clutches, and said, just now, I went to the kitchen and made you some breakfast. I don't know if it's to your liking, so remember to eat a little bit later to replenish your strength. Ning Qian. Soo-yeon felt Ning Qian's overly concerned, fearing that she would have unnecessary thoughts, and said, I think that there are some words. You don't have to say it. I know it all. Ning Qian interrupted, smiling awkwardly. Don't worry. I'm clear about my position and won't have thoughts I shouldn't have. That's good. It had to be said that this Ning Qian was really understanding and knew the difference. Soo-yeon said, before you leave, help me bring that small box from yesterday. Good. Ning Qian answered and obediently walked over. In fact, she had been curious since last night. What is in this box of Soo-yeon? It looks as if it is very expensive. When Soo-yeon saw her carry it over, he didn't care if he was dressed or not, so he directly got up and walked over. Ning Qian still blushed even though she had seen it a long time ago. Real men. No holds barred. Soo-yeon then opened his small suitcase in front of her. In an instant, a neatly placed gold bar of varying sizes appeared in front of Ning Qian. Ning Qian's eyes widened. How could she not expect that it was actually filled with a box of gold? Who has nothing better to do than carry around a suitcase of gold bars? What kind of dirtbag behavior is this? Soo-yeon took out the smallest piece from it, a 30-gram gold bar, and handed it to her, saying, it's for you. Take it and collect it yourself. Ning Qian. Soo-yeon looked at her dumbfounded appearance and laughed. This is what you deserve. Consider it a gift for your first time. Thanks. Ning Qian excitedly hugged Soo-yeon and kissed him, and without any pretense, happily accepted it. Wasn't she willing to be with Soo-yeon just for the money? For a better life? Do you still need me to keep you company tonight? Soo-yeon shook his head and laughed. No need. You should also rest for a few days to replenish your body, and strive for the next time you can bounce back. After Ning Qian left, Soo-yeon also got up and ate the breakfast she had prepared, a fried egg and a bowl of millet porridge. For the relationship between Ning Qian and himself, it was simple. Between the two, there is no love. It's nothing more than one being greedy for money and the other being horny. Both sides know it in their hearts, but at least Ning Qian was generous with her so-to, not hiding it, and her greed for money was not annoying, so he's willing to be nice to each other and give a little more, including other women who come into contact with them in the future, presumably like this, those who are obedient and willing to follow them all the way. Give what they need to give and don't skimp. If you don't want to, just think of them as dewy-eyed lovebirds, two apart after one snap. Anyway, at the moment, he, Soo-yeon, would not consider finding a regular girlfriend to bind himself to. When you have money, don't you wave when you're young and wait to wave later when you're old? That would be too much of a shame for one's godly system. In the past, when I didn't have money, all kinds of desires were pressured by the word poor. Now that he has money, he can't even suppress it if he wants to. So he's all about being happy one day at a time and not thinking about tomorrow today. On the woman's side, relationships can be daily, but never marriage. Just as Soo-yeon was engaging in thought reshaping, a message was sent from his cell phone. He clicked on it. Somu, you're not going to come to work today again? Soo-yeon smiled. What? The moment you don't see me? Sis misses me? Sumu, I'm just kindly reminding you that if you don't come again, I'll deduct your money for being late. Double. Sister, don't. I'm willing to sell my body as long as you don't deduct my money. Sumu. After dinner, Soo-yeon drove his Porsche 911 and arrived at the company. Lee called him to his office as soon as they met. Soo-yeon thought that he finally couldn't help but start picking on himself, but he ended up placing a file in front of him. Yesterday the ginger manager over there called me and told me that you're very good at what you do. In that case, the company just got a case. You'll make a plan out of it. The boss is going to see it for himself at the meeting next week, so I hope you won't let us down. Su-yun. Seeing this, Lee Xiaoguang urged. What are you waiting for? Take it and go out to work. There's something I want to talk to you about. Su-yun picked up the folder and said. Yesterday, Manager Jiang said that their event had to be replaced with a young and beautiful female host because of some needs, and the cost could be increased. Where am I going to get you hostesses? Lee Xiaoguang said disgruntledly. The company has no one at all right now. That's none of my business. I'm just in charge of getting the program and bringing the word in. Su-yun spread his hands and said, finding someone is the company's business. With that, he turned to leave. Lee Xiaoguang. Martyr. Su-yun was getting less and less concerned about himself. Don't you want someone? Okay, if you ask me for it, I'll ask Sumu for it. End of chapter. Chapter 32, no way. Can you even smell it? Requests for readings. Chapter 32, no way. Can you even smell it? Requests for readings. Su-yun returned to his position, opened the folder and looked at the project he was responsible for. Surprisingly, it was the new product launch event of the Paragon Group. In the Jiangcheng branch. You're putting me in charge of such a big case? When did one's position and ability in the company become so high? Fatty from the next workstation came over and asked, Su-yun, what's wrong? Supervisor Lee gave me a case. Su-yun shook his head. I'm wondering what I should do. A case? Haven't heard about it. Fatty took it over and glanced at it, and was surprised. That's not right. Isn't this case in charge of Supervisor Lee himself? Su-yun. Fatty explained. You didn't come to the office yesterday afternoon, when the case was to be given to the more experienced Team 3. But Supervisor Lee just grabbed it and said he could finish it. Su-yun. Well, it's trying to get me to take the fall. Done right. He leads well. If it sucks, it's because I'm incapable, right? It's really a good plan. Ding. There's a message coming. Su-yun opened it and saw that it was a message from Li Jinshu. Li Jinshu, hey, did you get your car back? Su-yun, he brought it back yesterday. Li Jinshu, why don't you call me to come with you? Su-yun, you are not at work well. Do not dare to disturb you work. Li Jinshu, hey, I also said that I want to be the first woman to ride in your sports car. Su-yun, that probably won't work. Someone already sat there yesterday. Li Jinshu, it can't be Sumu, right? Surprised. JPG, Su-yun, guess yourself. Li Jinshu, then I'll be the second one. Su-yun, the second one is also occupied. Li Jinshu, goodbye. Grace is broken. Su-yun finished chatting and put away his cell phone. And when he looked up, he saw Sumu standing beside him. Scared, like he was caught by his boss groping for fish at work. Su-yun asked breathlessly, Supervisor Su, what are you doing? People scare people to death. Pay attention and don't play with your cell phone during work hours. Sumu pretended to give him a high and cold look and said, come with me to the office. I have something to tell you. Good. Su-yun sniffed and answered with a smile, following the other party to the office. Today Sumu was wearing a standard office OL outfit, full of uniform temptation. Once inside, he subconsciously closed the door. Seeing this, Sumu asked, what are you closing the door for? Ha? Su-yun pretended to be a bit shy. Opening the door. Isn't that a bit too exciting? What's going through your head right now? Sumu instantly understood what he meant, glared at him in shame and said, I'll get down to business with you. Oh. Su-yun found a chair to sit comfortably and honestly said, Sister Su, go ahead. I'll listen. I heard Supervisor Lee tell me that you need a pretty young hostess? Aha. Su-yun explained. The case I'm in charge of over there has some changes that the client requested. Are you sure? Sumu said suspiciously. Why do I suspect that being young and pretty was added on by myself? I'm not that kind of person. Su-yun said with a deep expression. My heart only belongs to. Now. Stop. I'm not a little schoolgirl to be coaxed out of you with a casual word or two of love. Sumu said, coming to Su-yun's side and sniffing gently on his clothes. Su-yun was puzzled. What for? Next time you tease me, remember to change your clothes first. Sumu dismantled. Do you know that you still have a smell of children's people on you? Su-yun. No way. You can smell that? He sheepishly looked down and sniffed his clothes. They didn't smell. Come on. Don't be embarrassed. Sumu said lightly. I'm not your wife. I don't care which woman you fooled around with. Just don't be late for work the next day. Sis, why do I hear a whiff of jealousy? Su-yun smiled and asked rhetorically. You wouldn't be jealous of me, would you? You're overthinking it. Sumu denied. I found you here to tell you that you're lucky. It just so happens that our company is going to have an intern who just graduated from the media university and will report tomorrow. So let her go then after you take her to familiarize her with the process. Good. Su-yun nodded and went out without the slightest lingering thought. Although Sumu was wearing a sexy OL outfit full of uniform temptation today, after last night's release, The current him was still in the cooling down period of saint mode. The heart is like a mirror, without a single evil thought. When Sumu saw that Soo-yoon had become so honest today, she actually felt some small disappointment in her heart. This outfit. She had made a point of dressing up before she left for work in the morning. I can't believe I'm being ignored by the other side. Is this a case of not being interested in yourself after eating meat last night? The thought of it made her inexplicably a little upset. Man, I really can't eat too much. In the distance, Lee Seogwon looked at Soo-yoon, who had come out of Soo-moo's office, with complicated eyes. Recently, he had been keeping an eye on the contact between the two Soo-yoon and Soo-moo at the company. Whenever the two of them interacted in a slightly unusual way, he would quietly film it on his cell phone and give it to his boss. But every time Soo-yoon went in, he would close the door. He couldn't even see what the two were doing or saying in there. Couldn't find a chance. But there are still a few days left. He couldn't believe that he hadn't been able to catch a break. Soo-yoon didn't know that because of his honesty, he had accidentally offended someone, making her feel that she had no charisma today. At the moment, he was thinking about how to deal with the case that Supervisor Lee had given him. First, just throw it back. Master won't serve it. The result is that one may be fired, receive a settlement, and after that the sky is the limit and the country is free to wave as it pleases. Second, pay for an outsourcer to take care of this yourself. Do it beautifully, dumb him down, and brush up on your presence in front of your boss next week. The result was that he was able to remain in the company for the time being to feel the fish wave in Jungchang, and in the meantime have a little flirtation with Soo-moo in the office from time to time, which was also quite interesting. Third, never mind. Third, he hadn't thought of for a while. Better to read the novel and sit back and wait for lunch. Since he didn't have to worry about money, Soo-yoon was truly invincible within the company. As long as I finish my task at hand, I have nothing to do but read novels to pass the time, especially urban fiction. In the last 6 months, he had been reading a godly novel that was very well written and to his liking. It's just not a very good score. A bit of a flop. Looking at it before, he thought it was the fantasy diary of a bitter working man on his deathbed. Now that I look at it again, it's kind of like rotation, but when he sees the key point every time, there is no more following. Dogs, what a great chapter break. And if you want the other person to add more, you can usually only do so with a bounty. Before, of course, Soo-yoon cannot afford. They are all? Hello, where will have money to give each other reward? Can support to see the genuine version is good, but not anymore. Watching the other side again deliberately break in the key, he was so angry that he directly aired up the dog author in the readers group. Dude's got money now, and he's got a bottom line. Grumpy old man at Flower Pig. Say, how many rewards can you update a chapter? End of chapter. Chapter 33 This money. I guess I can only buy a sleeve. Chapter 33 This money. I guess I can only buy a sleeve. Grumpy Old Brother is the screen name of Soo-yoon's novel app account. Soon the author of the book had popped up under his aegis. Flower Pig, Older Brother, 1 ally chapter. Grumpy Old Man, how much do you have saved up? Flowering Pig, it depends on how much strength you have. Old Brother, you want to see my strength? Soo-yoon immediately Dragon King Crooked Mouth. Grumpy Old Man, okay, I will immediately reward. If you do not give me an update out, be careful I let my lawyer directly find you trouble. Flowering Pig, Just when the author thought the reader was joking, his own writer's assistant rang in the background. As it turned out, Soo-yoon directly tapped on the cell phone reward page. Then without hesitation, he recharged 100,000 and rewarded the other party with a golden alliance. He's not trying to be an ingrate. For one thing, for the sake of the additions, I do want to read the follow-up myself. Secondly, it's a right to support your favorite young author and help him boost his book a little bit and increase his popularity. It's not easy to punt, so watch and cherish. After all, the book provided him with great emotional value and psychological comfort during the time he was tormented by his ex-girlfriend. Before that it was no money. Let's just leave it at that. Limited ability. Now that he had money and a system, spending money is making money, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. In one fell swoop, he drained his savings. In the face of his favorite novel, The Host, in order to urge more, at the whim of the author's golden bud, Grumpy, rewarded 300,000 in cash. Balance on bank card, 25 million. Soon, banners were floating across the novel's entire site, and everyone in the book group was the first to know. West Wind House, Grumpy Old Brother is too grumpy. A word is Golden Mo. Thurston's Ferry, Brother Fu, Vini 50. I want to eat a KFC. A small bedpan, 66. The dog author is shivering at this moment. Dreams of 30,000. I'll do the math. 1 ally. 1 shift. It's 100 more chapters to go. Willow, in the face of the dog author's taunts, Lao is striking hard and showing his strength online. Lu 19, finished. Author. I guess if you don't update it, people really have lawyers who will come to you. Ha ha. Soo-yun looked at the book group, smiled, and once again, ate up the author. Grumpy old man at Flower Pig. How strong am I? Flowering Pig. Grumpy old man, remember to add more out by tomorrow. Don't let me down or you'll just pucker your ass and wait for to die on you. Flowering Pig, Dad. I was wrong. In the same neighborhood of Soo-yun's old home, a pretty woman with large black-rimmed glasses and bangs resting in front of her eyes, lying on her back on the bed, looked at the amount of bounty on her tablet, her head a little dizzy. 100,000. I can't believe I actually stumbled upon dirt. Hello? I'm just kidding. You're serious. A few seconds later, she rolled over on the bed in excitement, and then one slip and rolled right under the bed. Thump! Ouch! The woman rubbed her ass and groaned as she rose from the ground, tears coming to her eyes from the pain, but she was dropping tears while looking backstage and smiling happily. There's something cute about being naive. Her name is Chen Xin. She is 23 years old, a male author who likes to write harems on the internet, and in reality, she is indeed a beautiful otaku girl. After graduating from college with a degree in Chinese, because of social terrorism and no good job for her, she began to try to write men's fiction at home. Although he has little talent to make big money and is a small puffer, but follow the market wins, but still can have 5 or 6,000 a month of manuscripts. That's still enough income to live on in a small county. Writing a book for 3 years, this was the first time she had met a real tycoon rewarding her. The most expensive reward she had ever received from a reader before was only $100. When the excitement had passed, Chen Xin went back to bed and got sad. 100 chapters? Who wrote this? She only has 10 chapters saved right now. Grumpy old man won't really have his lawyers come after him if he doesn't raise his own hours. Will he? Chen Xin beamed and scratched her long messy hair again. After she hesitated, she clicked on Soo-yun's QQ. Then with trepidation, she clicked on the application to add the other party's friend, wanting to communicate with the other party. With 100 chapters, she was literally unable to add more. But after waiting for half a day, there was no response from the other side. Never mind. As many more as you have first. With a good attitude, Chen Xin sighed and opened the writer's assistant to first update all of his saved manuscripts. After that was done, she was ready to go out to dinner. Just as I opened the door, I bumped into my aunt who also opened the door across the street. She politely shouted, "Hello Auntie Zhang." "Hello girl." When Zhang Sujuan saw her, she smiled and asked, "You went out to eat again?" "Aha. Eating out for a long time is not good for your health." Zhang Sujuan said, "I'm also at home alone. Why don't you come to my house to eat, and you can still talk with me?" "No need auntie. I'd better go out to eat by myself." After saying that, Chen Xin was a bit shy and wanted to run towards the downstairs. However, she was grabbed by the enthusiastic Zhang Sujuan, pulling her towards the house as she said, "This child, why are you still shy? Come on, Chen Xin. What's it like to have a super enthusiastic aunt across the street from your house?" Not only did she like to drag me to her house for dinner, but she would always beat around the bush and just tell me about her son. I felt that she just wanted to introduce his son to me. But I don't want a relationship right now. In the company, Soo-yun retreated to answer the phone after rewarding the novel, because the law firm called and said that the materials were all ready to formally file a lawsuit with the court. "If nothing else, you should be able to win your case and get your money back." Soo-yun asked, "Then do you need me to appear in court when the time comes?" "You can usually do without." Luo laughed. "You can just give us full authority to handle it as your agent." "Good, then I'll entrust you with it." Soo-yun asked again, "And, what about if we win and she still doesn't give it or doesn't have the money to pay me back?" "Don't worry, we'll help you apply to the court for enforcement." Lu replied, "When the time comes, whatever is under her name will be brought to auction to pay off your debt." "Okay." Soo-yun expressed his satisfaction with their efficiency. He wanted to laugh when he thought of Huang Mingyao's expression after receiving the court summons a few days later. "It's just a matter of cleaning up hard. You really think you're getting paid that well?" In the afternoon, Soo-yun was writing a proposal when he suddenly received a call from his mom. "Zhang Soo-yun." Soo-yun laughed. "Mom, why did you remember to call me? Make a call and ask how you're doing." On the phone, Zhang Sujuan smiled and asked, "I didn't disturb your work, did I?" "No." Soo-yun asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? Say it, and nothing else." Zhang Sujuan laughed, "It's your Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang, and Auntie Li, I guess, who thought the clothes you bought me were quite nice and cheap, so I wanted you to help me buy a few more." Soo-yun knew what his mom was thinking and said, "Mom, I can help you buy clothes. It doesn't matter how many you buy, but you can't sell them to others anymore. You have to wear them yourself." "Ha, Zhang Sujuan, Soo-yun patiently persuaded. Mom, we are all neighbors. You sell expensive. In the future, others know that it is not good. Easy to offend people. Sell cheap. They are at a disadvantage. You say is not it. It seems to be true. When Zhang Sujuan heard it, she felt that her son was right. Why didn't she think of it? She agreed. Okay, Mom knows. Okay then. I'll go get it for you after work and mail it back. Just in time. He also stopped by the store to see how Ning Chen was doing and cared. After all, last night was the first time I'd ever done anything like that. One can be a philanderer, but one cannot be a man who plucks and hangs and is heartless. End of chapter. Chapter 34, come on. You still dislike it. Chapter 34, come on. You still dislike it. After hanging up with Mom, Soo-yun followed his co-workers downstairs in the elevator after hanging around the company until closing time. When he reached the first floor, Supervisor Lee looked at Soo-yun, who was still not out of the elevator, and reminded, the first floor is here. Aren't you going out? No. Soo-yun laughed. I'm going to the garage today as well. What are you doing in the garage? You don't have a car. Oh, sorry. Soo-yun replied. I went and bought one after work yesterday. Supervisor Lee. Really? Fake? He doesn't believe it. The two of them came to the garage together, and Soo-yun realized that Soo-moo's car was surprisingly not gone yet as well. That's strange. Didn't she come down a long time ago? Supervisor Lee, who was beside him, looked at Soo-yun and scoffed. Where's your car? I'd like to see what kind of car you bought. The one in front of you is mine. Ha ha. Supervisor Lee looked at the Porsche 911 in front of him and scoffed. Soo-yun, do you know how much this car costs? Over $1 million. If you can afford this car, I'll eat it in front of you. That's what you said. From his own pocket, Soo-yun silently pulled out the car key with the Porsche logo and gently pressed the unlock button. Beep. The red coupe headlights in front of him immediately flashed twice. Supervisor Lee, oh, is this car really his? No. How could he afford this car? Supervisor Lee was a little unable to accept the result for a moment. Soo-yun, you rented this, right? He bought this. Soo-moo suddenly stepped out from the back and said, I can testify to this matter. Supervisor Lee. Soo-yun laughed. Supervisor Lee, a man must keep his word. Humph. Supervisor Lee instantly blackened his face, turned around without a word and silently left, driving his broken Volkswagen away. The back is a little slumped. In the face of ridicule from Supervisor Lee, the host counterattacked as he pleased, and Porsche directly broke the other party's heart, rewarding 50,000 cash. Current bank card balance, $4. 27 million. Soo-yun smiled happily. This is a great way to play the pussy. Sure enough, it's still cuter to have such a Lee supervisor, who provides a good emotional value and swipes gold at the same time. After Supervisor Lee left, Soo-moo laughed, deliberately bullying other people's Supervisor Lee. Is it very fulfilling? If I'm rich and I don't even pretend in front of people I hate, wouldn't that be like brocade? What's the point? Soo-yun looked at Soo-moo and teased. Sister Soo, why haven't you left yet? Is it specifically waiting for me in the garage? Yes. Soo-moo also glanced at his Porsche 911 and said, I was going to say that it's hard to get a taxi from work and drive you home with kindness, but now it seems unnecessary. Why don't I give you a ride home today? Soo-yun said, by the way, let you feel my new car as well. Don't be afraid. My driving skills are sneaky. You've already had a woman in this passenger seat last night, haven't you? Soo-moo was a bit disgusted. It's not like I don't have a car. Why should I take yours? With that, he turned around and got into his car. Soo-yun, come on. You're not happy about it. Not sitting down. He purposely shouted. If you don't sit down, I'm going to go pull last night's lady again. Soo-moo glared at him, then responded with a heavy foot on the gas and left the garage. Soo-yun, tempered. I like it. Hey. Of all the women around myself right now, this is probably the most difficult, because she really doesn't want my money. The point is, it's not just boobs, it's brains. After some sighs, Soo-yun drove his sports car towards the Zhongshan Mall. Unbeknownst to him, just now, after Soo-moo heard the other party's words, she didn't walk far away, but stopped outside and pretended to leave, waiting for Soo-yun's car to come out, and then quietly followed her all the way here. Soo-moo was sitting in the car, and her heart was actually a little tangled. She didn't think to herself that one day she would actually be trailing a man, or a subordinate in your own company. When her own husband cheated on her, she didn't even tail her, but a private investigator to investigate. But she was just curious. She was eager to take a look at the woman Soo-yun was with last night. What she really looked like. Is it really more attractive than yourself? Maybe that's what happens between women. The damn desire to win. Finally, Soo-moo followed the other party all the way to the mall, only to see him walk into a Gucci store. as soon as Soo-yoon arrived at the store. As soon as the female shopper at the door saw that it was him, she knew that it was Ning Qian's business. She greeted with a smile and said warmly, Mr. Su, Xiao Qian is still receiving other customers. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for her in the rest area. It's fine. You guys go about your business without me. Soo-yoon breezed over to the rest area, and a guide poured him a cup of tea before departing. In the distance, Ning Qian immediately handed over her customers to the other female guides after realizing that Soo-yoon had arrived, and then happily made her way to the rest area. After all, I'm still at work, so I can't show too much. So after seeing Soo-yoon, she smiled. Hello, Mr. Su, may I ask what I can do for you? Buy some more clothes for my mom. Soo-yoon is still worried that mom is selling again. Said, this time it doesn't have to be too good, just average. Okay Mr. Su. While the two were picking out clothes, Ning Qian happily whispered, why are you here? Uneasy, came to check on you. Soo-yoon asked, how is it? Are you feeling unwell at work today? It's okay. Ning Qian blushed and said, it's just that when you walk, you can't walk too fast. Hey, I was the one who was too indulgent last night. Soo-yoon blamed himself somewhat. I don't blame you. Ning Qian looked around and shyly said in a thin mosquito voice, actually, back there, I wanted to. Soo-yoon couldn't help but laugh. If you're not feeling well, take a vacation and rest. I'll give you the lost wages. No, I'm not that delicate. Ning Qian thought that Soo-yoon had come to him with another deep meaning as she said, if you want it badly enough, I'm fine for today. Forget it, you think I'm horny as hell. Soo-yoon gave her a blank look and said, rest well, and when you're better, I'll take you shopping and eating delicious food to make up for it. Aha! During the time the two were talking, Ning Qian wasn't idle, and all 4 pieces of clothing were chosen, totaling just over $50,000. Meets Soo-yoon's requirements. Average. Not expensive. After all, not all clothes in luxury stores are ridiculously expensive. There are still tiers, except it has a lower limit, and the lowest starts at a couple thousand. After checking out, the system didn't give a cash reward this time. Presumably the system ruled that it was not his own act of desire. Soo-yoon said to Ning Qian, I won't take away this dress. I'll send you an address on WeChat later. Just mail it for me. Aha. Alright then, I'll leave you to it. Ning Qian sent him out, whispering, drive slowly on the road. After saying that, she even flew and gave Soo-yoon a kiss on the cheek. This scene was also seen by Su-mu in the distance. Could it be her? Ning Qian returned to the store and Wang Shengmei came up. She scoffed a little. I thought you're gold master. How much did you have to buy this time? Just bought over 30,000? None of your business. Last night I heard you left with him after dinner? Wang Shengmei sized up Ning Qian and sneered. Look at your physical state today. You gave it to someone for the first time last night, didn't you? So what if it is? Ning Qian coldly said. Just mind your own business. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. I'm not worth it for you. Wang Shengmei laughed. Men are all like this. When they don't get it, they are generous. Once they get it, they change. You see, from 300,000 before to 50,000 now. This is the reality. After he sleeps with you a few more times in the future, he might not even come. I do. Ning Qian remembered this morning, the small gold bar that Soo-yoon had given himself, and said disdainfully, how good he is to me is not comparable to you and those other old men. Humph. We'll see. Wang Shengmei was infuriated, seeing another customer enter the store. Wang Shengmei immediately grabbed the first to welcome him. Ma'am, welcome to the Gucci store. Wang Shengmei smiled and asked, may I ask how I can help you? Want to buy a dress? Soo-yoon's front foot had just left, and Su-mu, who had entered the store with his back foot, skipped over the woman in front of him, looked at Ning Qian not far away, and said without moving, I want her to come and choose for me. Wang Shengmei, Ning Qian? She looked at the Su-mu in front of her, confused. She didn't seem to know each other. End of chapter. Chapter 35, You're wearing black silk. Chapter 35, You're wearing black silk. In the large flat, Li Jinshu, who came back from work outside socializing, did not expect to meet his mom, Gong Mei-ping, at the door. Her face changed as she stepped forward and asked, Mom, what are you doing here? Why am I here? Gong Mei-ping gasped. Of course I came to look for you. Don't think that I can't find you because you have moved. Come on, let's go out and find a place to talk. What's the matter? You've gotten so tough that you won't even let your mom in the house? Gong Mei-ping exclaimed. Yes, now that you're rich and live in such a high-class house, you dislike your mom, don't you? It's a sin to live in such a nice place and keep saying you don't have money. Mom, Li Jinshu said angrily, don't make a scene here. This is not my house. It's my friend's. You cut it out. Gong Meiping also said angrily, your father and I have been paying for your education since you were a child, and cultivated you to be talented. You're making money and making a good living in the city, so you're starting to not care about me and your dad, aren't you? Why don't I care about you guys? Li Jinshu exasperated. Do I pay you guys less living expenses every month? You said your house is small. Well, I gave you the down payment that I was going to buy a house for myself for a bigger house, and I'm still paying the mortgage. But what about my brother? He has arms and legs. He doesn't go out to work to earn money. He stays at home to nibble on his old age. And you guys don't say a word and indulge him. Now get a girlfriend and you guys want me to pay for his marriage. The dowry. The house. I don't run a bank. Where would I get that kind of money? I have to live. 2. I'm 27 or 28 years old. And I'm not even married to anyone. What more do you want from me? Do you guys have to drive me to death to be happy? He's your brother. And you're capable as a sister. Shouldn't you help him? No money. Li Jinshu said. I don't have a penny. You're just forcing me to death right now. And I don't have any money to give you guys. If you don't have money, you can get a loan. You have a job anyway. Gong Meiping began to play the rogue. I'm not leaving today. Let's see who wears out who. If you don't leave, I'll call neighborhood security. Li Jinshu said angrily. Mom, don't force me. Fine, I'll go. Gong Meiping said with some fear, but I don't have any fair money to go back. You have to give it to me. Li Jinshu. To send her mom away, she had to pull $500 out of her purse. When Gong Meiping saw it, she immediately snatched it up, threatening as she walked away. As long as you don't give me the money, I'll come back for you. When the other party left, Li Jinshu opened the door and returned home. Seeing that Sumu didn't come back, without taking a few steps, she suddenly squatted down and hugged her knees alone and cried in a small voice. Don't look at her as an extrovert. She seems to be happy as can be all day. Actually, she's not having a good time. Because of the patriarchal nature of her family of origin, she has never felt love since she was a child. After graduating and working, she became even more of an ATM for her family. Mom and dad want nothing but money. If you don't give it, you'll be forced to die. The reason why she retired the original house she rented and chose to come and live with Sumu was because she wanted to hide from her parents. But the other side still found it. Li Jinshu felt like he was really going to break down. She got up from the floor, suddenly wanting to get good and drunk tonight, to think about nothing, to escape it all. Taking out his cell phone, Li Jinshu flipped through the address book on it and looked around. After a moment of hesitation, she dialed Su Yun. Su Yun was a person who didn't like being alone. Or maybe he wasn't used to being alone, with no one to keep him company. So after coming back from the mall, he stayed home alone, feeling bored and irritated. Just when he was planning to go out and go on a wave, Li Jinshu's phone call happened to come through. Hey, where are you? At home. Su Yun asked. What's wrong? After Li Jinshu regulated his emotions, he smiled and asked, do you have something to do tonight? Accompany me for a drink. It's like she wasn't the one who cried last second. You alone? Su Yun was curious. Where's Sister Su? What's wrong? You're not going without her? No. Su Yun laughed. Where are you? I'll drive to pick you up. I'll wait for you in front of the Fair Park neighborhood. Good. After Su Yun hung up the phone, he changed his clothes and then drove out. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Jinyuan neighborhood and saw Li Jinshu, who was waiting for him at the roadside. She's a little different than usual tonight. Upon seeing his car, Li Jinshu went forward and pulled open the door, bent her head down, and sat in. Su Yun looked at the passenger side, her legs in sexy black silk. I can't believe you're wearing black silk. It's not what you said. Li Jinshu smiled and replied. Your passenger seat is only for young ladies in black silk. This one of mine. Are you still satisfied? It's nice and sexy. Su Yun teased. I can't help but want to touch it. Could be. Li Jinshu couldn't help but laugh. Touch it. More than 300. Do you have money? Really? For my money? Then, I reckon I could touch your legs to bald skin. You wish. Li Jinshu said. Let's go. Go to the bar and drink with me. Where to? Just go to your usual favorite bar. Su Yun said awkwardly. I haven't been to a bar yet. Li Jinshu froze in disbelief. You actually haven't been to a bar? You're lying. Really haven't been. Su Yun said. You take me to grow up. Okay. Li Jinshu thought about it and said. We'll go to Zinti Andy, the hottest forever club in Zhangcheng. On the way, Li Jinshu began to ask friends he knew for marketing for that bar, because when you go to a bar, having a reliable marketing experience adds a lot to the experience, and you can get some great deals that are much more cost-effective than going on your own. After a moment, she turned her head towards Su Yun and asked, do we want the card seats in the hall, or the ones upstairs? What's the difference? The upstairs package seat is more expensive. It's not as crowded. and it's usually an exclusive card seat for rich people going to play. Soo-yun asked. You're a treat? Yeah. I'm the one who called you out to drink with me. Lee Jin-shu laughed. Of course if you spend too much and I don't have enough money on me, you'll have to lend me. Soo-yun. And don't be afraid that I won't be able to pay it back. The big thing is to pay it back in flesh. Soo-yun laughed. That's a good idea. Then I'll have to spend a bit more tonight so that you can't pay back the money you borrowed. Lee Jin-shu. Soon they came to be right in front of the bar. The marketing Xiaodong that Lee Jin-shu had contacted was waiting at the entrance early, and at the first moment Soo-yun parked his car, he greeted him and asked the security guard to help park the car. Ms. Lee, you're here. Xiaodong looked at the two men who came down from the luxury car and knew that the man who accompanied the other party today was not an ordinary person. As long as you serve yourself well, maybe that's enough for the month. He smiled fawningly. I've already opened the deck for you. Please follow me. Good. The two were led by Xiaodong through a cool promenade to the front desk of the bar to open their cards. The oversized space was brilliantly lit, with huge bursts of kinetic sound, and as far as the eye could see for himself there were young people gyrating madly to the music. People were next to each other. You rubbing up against me. I rubbing up against you. On the stage, it is a group of sexy and charming women dancing hot dance. The whole body except 3 points do not show. Other basically not a wisp. To be honest, this was a little bit of a small shock for Soo-yun, who had entered a bar for the first time, but did not show it and pretended to be calm. No wonder everyone likes to come to the bar. With an atmosphere like this, hormones can't even think about not being high. When hormones are high, it's easy to be impulsive. 1 in, 2 out. End of chapter. Chapter 36, 1 up, 1 down, but there's a world of difference. Chapter 36, 1 up, 1 down, but there's a world of difference. Led by Xiaodong, the two of them walked through a crowded section of people toward the upstairs card table. The other customers around them unconsciously had their eyes light up after seeing Lee Jin-shu's appearance. What a beautiful woman. But after seeing Soo-yun beside her, he knew that the other party had nothing to do with them, especially since they were still heading straight for the upstairs deck. All that remained was envy and jealousy towards Soo-yun. After all, those who could go to the second floor card table could not even think about it without a little strength. The minimum spending requirement alone would stop a huge wave of people. I have to say, there's really never a shortage of beautiful women around someone with money. The two came upstairs. There were just 3 decks over here and they just happened to be on the far right. Xiaodong handed the wine list to Lee Jin-shu next to him and smiled. Ms. Lee, you are Sister Hua's friend. She has already greeted me. Don't worry. I'll make sure you guys spend less money today and still have fun. Thanks. Lee Jin-shu didn't look at the list because if she did she wouldn't be able to order it. It was all too expensive. So she handed it to Soo-yun next to her and smiled. Soo-yun, what do you like to drink? You order. Really let me order? Soo-yun looked at the list and teased. You're not heartbroken? Frown a little today and count me out. Lee Jin-shu wanted to vent and spend with a vengeance tonight. Sooner or later, your family will force you to finish your hard-earned savings if you don't use it yourself anyway. Instead of cheapening someone else, you should have a good time yourself. Come and be a rich man for once too. Xiaodong, who was beside him, listened to the conversation between the two and was happy in his heart. By the looks of it, the two of them shouldn't be spending much tonight. After all, there was a minimum spending requirement of 50,000 or more for the second floor card seats. Come to this kind of bar rich people. Xiaodong has seen a lot of there. Soo-yun that more than $1 million of luxury cars, really nothing. But just because a car is expensive to drive doesn't necessarily mean it's expensive to spend. A lot of fake rich kids driving millions of dollars of cars, bring their own women to play young people or only to pretend. And finally just spend a card seat minimum requirements. But it's different when a woman brings a man to play. In this case, the woman is usually probably really rich and the man is the gigolo. So Xiaodong came up with Lee Jin-shu as his main focus. But the next thing he realized was that he seemed to be mistaken. Lee Jin-shu's attitude towards Soo-yun wasn't condescending, but rather somewhat pleasing. Soo-yun looked at the wine list and couldn't actually understand it. Pick the most expensive one. Anyway, he didn't want to really let Lee Jin-shu pay for it tonight. It was all a joke. When we don't have money, we don't talk about machismo. Now that you're rich, you come out with me and let the woman pay for it? I'm sorry, he can't afford to lose face with the Gatto family. It's going to be a go with the flow. Soo-yun pointed to the first one in the first row and casually said, "What is this, Supreme Carnival? Give me a set first." Xiaodong. He froze directly as he listened to Soo-yun's words, his heartbeat instantly accelerating. Su Xiao. Xiaodong's address immediately changed and reconfirmed. Did you just say that you want to order a set of Supreme Carnival? Right. Under the loud music, Soo-yun blurted out. What's the problem? No, I was just confirming. This man, He actually ordered Supreme Carnival as soon as he opened his mouth. Mind you, this is the most expensive package they have here, valued at $23,800. You don't necessarily stumble upon a package like this once a month. Only those top rich kids would come and spend so casually. But resources like that are not accessible to general marketing. They're all wrapped up. I never thought that today I would actually let myself run into one. If this is taken care of and the other party is satisfied, there is no lack of performance in the future at all. Zhao Dong said excitedly. Xiao Su, I'll go and make arrangements for you right away. After saying that, he jogged all the way away, fearing that if he was half a minute slower, the other party would backtrack. At this moment, Li Jinshu looked at Su Yun with a dumbfounded expression. She had thought that Su Yun might order some very expensive wine, but she never expected that he would open his mouth and order the most expensive set menu. Do you know how much the set you just ordered cost? I know. Su Yun casually laughed. 23,800 yuan. I see it, it's in the first row. Know that you still order. Li Jinshu immediately said with some tears in his eyes. Now I'm really broke. Or the kind that I absolutely can't afford to pay back. What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you could pay for it in flesh? You must have ordered the most expensive on purpose. Li Jinshu joked. You just want me to not be able to pay you back so you can hit on me. Beautiful women. Who doesn't like them? Su Yun walked over and flirted. Well, don't worry. Since you're out to play, you can't commit yourself. Money is nothing more than a possession. It'll come back when you use it. Feel free to play tonight. It's on me. Okay. Li Jinshu is not a pedantic person, and he does not go hard on things that are beyond his ability. She laughed. Tonight we agreed that you would be the one to play with me, and now it's become me playing with you. We don't care who plays who. Just be happy. Aha. After the wait, Su Yun shook his head to the DJ's dynamic music and stood on the edge, looking down at the men and women in the pool with an unobstructed view. The same bar, first floor and second floor, are like two different worlds. Downstairs is the world of ordinary people, crowded and noisy. Upstairs is a rich man's world with great views, spaciousness and comfort. One up, one down, but there's a world of difference. This is the substantial gap and exclusive privilege that comes with being rich. Next to Li Jinshu, he exclaimed, it's also the first time I've stood here for a bar today. No wonder they all like to be a rich man's woman. It's a great view to stand here. From now on you can stand here whenever you come with me. Zhao Dong, who had left, had by now found the bar's manager, who was also one of the shareholders, and spoke of Su Yun's order. The other party was also a little surprised to hear that. Someone actually ordered Supreme Carnival. To know to come to their place can point to the Supreme Carnival of the Lord. Their shareholders basically know. To come before is also in advance we'll call them. The bar manager asked. Who's coming? I don't know. I think his last name is Su. Zhao Dong said. It's a new face. I haven't seen it before. And it came with a woman. And how did you receive it? A regular customer of mine pushed it on me on short notice tonight. Zhao Dong happily said. I thought it was just an ordinary customer who drove a car with over $1 million. But I didn't expect a hidden rich young man. Okay, I got it. The bar manager said. This big customer must be seized. And tonight he will be arranged according to the top row, giving him enough face. Okay, manager. While Su Yun and Li Jinshu were waiting for their drinks and moving to the rhythmic beat of the music, the entire room, all of a sudden, went dark at once, and the music stopped. Just as Su Yun was puzzled, a light struck in the distance. End of chapter. Chapter 37 Ho. Simply trenchant. Chapter 37 Ho. Simply trenchant. In the bar, the huge LED screen lit up, and the image of Su Yun and Li Jinshu's card package appeared on it. The host's excited voice rang out. Let's congratulate the guests of M3 card packs for opening the Supreme Carnival set. Drink Supreme Carnival and enjoy the good life. As the host's voice rang out, the bar manager himself and Zhao Dong walked out carrying the wine rack. Behind him was a long line of pretty girls with lighted signboards. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, they walked through the crowded crowd below, through one card bag after another, and slowly walked towards Su Yun and Li Jinshu. The control DJ was also the first to give a suitable BGM soundtrack. This scene, this row, it's a bit shocking. Su Yun honestly didn't really think about pretending to be in a bar. The first time he came, he didn't know that there would be such a process after ordering a Supreme Carnival package. It's a bit of a tart bubble, but I have to say, it's kinda cool to unintentionally fake it like that. At least he's vain now. Sufficiently so. He had finally gone from being a poor man who had been faked out to a rich man who could be slightly faked out. Soon a long line of people arrived at the upstairs deck for two. The manager and Zhao Dong respectfully placed the wine on their table, and behind them, numerous bunny girls, standing in a row around them, shook the lighted sign in their hands and shouted with a loud voice, Thank you for your support of our forer, and have fun with your friends. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong also swiped his card while settling the bill for 23,800 yuan. That's the way it is in a bar. It's all about spending a fortune and settling a bill. I guess I'm afraid that the guests will run out of orders after they're done pretending. Except, of course, for familiar customers. It was obvious that Su Yun was here for the first time and was not considered a familiar guest. When first entering a bar, the host chose the most expensive drink at his own whim, invariably faking it, and making his first appearance, rewarded with $500,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 54 million. A few minutes later, when the process was all over, the crowd dispersed. The hall was back to its original lively self, twirling to its heart's content at the behest of the DJ. I have to say, the bar has a really good sense of atmosphere. The manager did not leave at the first opportunity, but smiled at Su Yun. Hello young Su, I am the manager of our bar. Welcome to your first visit. If there is anything you need or are not satisfied with, you can speak directly to Zhao Dong. Okay, well then I won't bother you and your friend. Have fun. The manager finished and bowed and left with a smile. After the manager left, Zhao Dong asked with a smile, Young Su, are you still satisfied with the arrangement just now? Yes, well done. Su Yun laughed. Next time I come, I'll still look for you. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhao Dong squatted at the table and asked again, Young Su, what would you like to drink first? I'll open the wine for you. Supreme Carnival, set. It includes 3 bottles of Champagne Martel Supreme plus Hennessy Richard plus Remy Martin Louis XIII, plus 10 Ace of Spades. Su Yun said, it's all on. All open? Zhao Dong kindly persuaded. With so much wine, you and Ms. Li can't finish it even if you Su Shao. It's a bit of a waste to open it all. Why don't you save the ones you can't finish and come back next time to drink it? It's okay, drive them all. Su Yun laughed. If it's good, just come back next time and buy it next time. Zhao Dong. How? Simply trenchant. Li Jinshu was not at all surprised. After all, she had already experienced $170,000 for a meal before. This was Su Yun's style. So, Zhao Dong opened all of them in one bottle, and even though it was someone else's wine, he opened it all for Su Yun's heartache. This is not wine. This is money. After opening the wine and filling their glasses with wine, Zhao Dong silently stood to the side and became invisible. Here, have a drink. Su Yun casually picked up a cup and handed it to Li Jinshu. Drink. Li Jinshu took a sip of a cup and forced it violently. Su Yun, this kind of drinking style, how is it exactly the same as Su Mu? Li Jinshu, who had finished his drink, laughed. What's the point of just drinking? Let's play a game. And the loser drinks. Yeah, what's the game? Finger scratching game. Li Jinshu said. Whoever catches it has to answer a question from the other side. If they don't want to talk, they drink. If they can't catch it, they drink it themselves. Okay. Su Yun laughed. You first, or me? I'll go first. Li Jinshu stretched out his own palm. Palm down. Su Yun put his index finger underneath. Begin. Li Jinshu gave a command and his hand quickly grabbed it. Su Yun's fingers were caught. Li Jinshu happily said. Ha ha, you lost. Go ahead. What do you want to ask? Then I'm going to ask a hard one. Li Jinshu thought for a moment and asked. When was your first time? Freshman year. Su Yun laughed. I just entered the school and was tricked by a schoolmate. Ha ha. Li Jinshu laughed. Again. This time Su Yun won. It's my turn to ask you. Su Yun said. When was your first time? Not telling you. Li Jinshu picked up a glass of wine and drank it. The next few times, it was Li Jinshu who lost and Su Yun who asked. No matter what questions he asked. Though, the other man chose to drink. Su Yun could sort of see it. Today's Li Jinshu, presumably in a bad mood, is here to get drunk? Forget it. No more games. No fun. After drinking several large cups, a somewhat slightly intoxicated Li Jinshu got up and pulled Su Yun's hand. Come on, let's dance. Su Yun followed her to the upstairs parapet and casually twirled to the DJ's rhythm. Couldn't let go. Couldn't let go at all. Instead, Li Jinshu was very involved. Song after song. A little crazy. Instead of dancing, she was using alcohol and music to vent her negative feelings. It wasn't until she was tired that Can stopped. Su Yun didn't move much and asked with a smile. No more dancing? No more dancing. Li Jinshu turned her head to look at him, panting and smiling. Did I just look like a crazy person? Even if it's crazy, it's the prettiest crazy. Ha ha, you're a talker. Li Jinshu laughed. I've never been as happy as I am today. Come on, keep drinking. Let's finish all the open wine. We can't waste it. Don't. We're pretty good after a bottle of wine. Su Yun shook his head and said. If we really drink it all, I guess we'll all have to stay in the hospital. Okay then. Soo-yun turned to the table, took another glass of wine and handed it to Lee Jin-shu, asking, "Is it because you encountered something unhappy at work today?" "No," Lee Jin-shu asked in return. "Why do you ask? Don't try to fool me." Soo-yun sighed. "How happy you are smiling right now is how sad you are in your heart. You studied psychology." "Ha?" Lee Jin-shu hesitated, suddenly put away his smile and said, "It's my birthday today. Can you say happy birthday to me?" "That's it?" Soo-yun didn't realize that today was actually her birthday and laughed. "Don't be sad. I'll have the whole room wish you a happy birthday later." End of chapter. Chapter 38, You rest first. I'll take a shower. Chapter 38, You rest first. I'll take a shower. Have the whole room say happy birthday to me? Lee Jin-shu couldn't help but laugh. How is it possible? Don't brag. Nothing is impossible. Soo-yun said without thinking. A lot of things are fine as long as the money is in place. After saying that, he waved towards Zhao Dong who was not far away. Seeing Soo-yun call for himself, Zhao Dong immediately walked over. He fawningly bowed and smiled as he asked, "Young Soo, what are your orders?" "You go talk to the moderator who controls the microphone." Soo-yun said, "My friend is celebrating his birthday today, so I'm willing to treat the entire deck to a bottle of Remy Martin, and I hope everyone will say happy birthday to my friend." "Ha? No? Okay, sure," Zhao Dong happily said. "I'll get right on it. More than 100 cards sitting a bottle of more than $100. That is to say, this is another 170,000 yuan of consumption, plus the previous Supreme package. That's close to 400k total. In one night tonight, he may have brought his month's sales forward." Under Zhao Dong's arrangement, a minute later, the voice of the host who was controlling the microphone rang out. "Dudes and dudettes. Just now, Mr. Soo from the M3 card table on the second floor said that his friend is celebrating his birthday today and is willing to send a bottle of Remy Martin to each table, and he will pay for the whole place." The screams, where are they? The whole room of men and women sniffed and matched. Ho ho ho! The wine is drunk, so let's all wish young Soo's friend, Ms. Lee, a happy birthday, shall we? Yes. Before, when people watched others pretending, they were just envious and trying to have a good time. But how nice that the gold masters are now willing to throw away money so they can let everyone whore out a bottle of wine for nothing. As the saying goes, if you eat a man's mouth is short, take a man's hand is soft, and if you drink a man's wine, you should more or less give a blessing. All of a sudden everyone in the hall turned toward Lee Jin-shu upstairs and shouted loudly, "Happy birthday, Miss Lee." The women in the same room all looked up at Lee Jin-shu, who was sitting in the upstairs card, and were envious in their hearts. How they wished that person was themselves. Jiang Peiyao, who was at one of the decks in the crowd and had gotten up to hang out with her friends, looked over at someone once again. That Supreme Carnival row before had made her see the other side on the screen. She didn't think that she would ever meet the other person again. Still in this place, in this form, his outbursts are still as casual as buying gold in his own store. Now, in order to celebrate the birthday of his close female friend, he actually invited the whole audience to drink, which I am afraid is another considerable amount of spending. Her friend beside her said enviously, "Pei Yao, when will I be able to meet such a handsome and rich man?" "Right," another friend said. "This scene of throwing away money for yourself is just so romantic. Love it." "Do you say that Ms. Lee is his girlfriend?" "Of course not. If it was, the host would have just said so." Someone guessed. "I guess they're still chasing. If a man like that chased me, I could eat him clean in minutes." My friend joked to Jiang Peiyao. "Pei Yao, why don't you try it? Ask for a contact? With your good looks, you might have a chance." "Oh, ha ha, don't you guys talk nonsense." Jiang Peiyao retracted her gaze and smiled. "I know that man, he's a big customer of our store." The friends froze at the words, and then immediately inquired with gossipy expressions on their faces, "What's going on? Tell me, tell me." Upstairs, Lee Jin-shu did not expect Soo-yun to really do it and did not brag. "It's just a bit costly." He spent more than $100,000 just to make everyone say happy birthday to him and make himself happy. That's too extravagant. Lee Jin-shu listened to the sound of birthday wishes from the entire audience, and was moved in his heart at this moment. Women are emotional. Who could resist such romance? Lee Jin-shu stared blankly at Soo-yun, suddenly unwilling to think about what happened between him and Soo-mu. At least for the moment, she didn't want to care. She just wanted to follow her heart. So she hugged Soo-yun tightly and then kissed him passionately. People spend more than $100,000 for their own sake without batting an eyelid. Do they still want to be indifferent? Even if she was sorry for Soo-mu. This moment, this second, she didn't care. Lee Jin-shu's sudden initiative did make Soo-yun a little surprised. He hadn't deliberately thought about sleeping with Lee Jin-shu, but the other party had taken the initiative, so of course he wouldn't refuse. "Zhao Dong, who was not far away, saw this and his heart rippled inwardly. Isn't that what men pay for women for? Not to mention how normal it is to kiss in a bar. So many men and women have almost played it on the spot. They waited until both of them were breathing a little hard before reluctantly parting. Drool is pulling, si. Lee Jinshu also seemed to be moved to redness. Soo-yun wrapped his arm around her waist, also somewhat unable to resist, and tentatively asked, "Why don't we go to my house? Go to the hotel." Soo-yun, "Okay, as you wish." Zhao Dong on the side was a smart man, and also saw that these two little masters were mostly going to leave, and had the security guards ready outside. Call the car ahead of time. Sure enough, the next second, Soo-yun said, "Check out. Let's go." "Okay, young Soo." Zhao Dong led the two to the checkout. A total of $173,000 was spent on drinks just now. Although Lee Jinshu had prepared himself, he still couldn't help his heart beating after hearing it. What you need to work hard to save for a year, people lose in a blink of an eye. That's the reality. In order to win the smile of a beautiful woman, the host buys the whole crowd a drink at his women a bar and throws away a fortune, rewarded with $300,000 in cash. The bank card balance is $4.68 million. Unbeknownst to me, my own balance was about to reach $5 million. Walking out from the bar, Zhao Dong had been leading the way, helping to open the door. Just as we arrived at the door, a group of dropshippers surrounded us, but they were all blocked by Zhao Dong calling security. Soo-yun and Lee Jinshu came to the side of the road, and the dropship car they had called earlier had already arrived. "You go back and leave us alone." After waving off Zhao Dong, Soo-yun took Lee Jinshu in his car and drove towards the Marriott Hotel. The reason why she went to the Marriott Hotel was because Lee Jinshu said that she had a membership card there and that a room could be cheaper, and kept insisting that the room had to be her own. Soo-yun supported this behavior of hers, although he didn't understand it either. Who says that when you go to a room with a woman, the man has to pay for it? Look, buddy, just don't give. Arriving at the lobby of the Marriott, the experienced receptionist took one look at the two and understood what was going on. Lee Jinshu fished out her membership card from her bag and handed it over, pretending to be calm. "A couple's deluxe suite, please." "Yes, ma'am." After getting a room, the two of them took the elevator to their room. Lee Jinshu put down her bag and said somewhat shyly, "You rest first. I'm going to take a shower." "Okay, I'll wait." Soon, Soo-yun heard the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom, requesting recommendations. Monthly tickets. Woohoo! End of chapter. Chapter 39. Could it be that one possesses the buff to open the land? Chapter 39. Could it be that one possesses the buff to open the land? While in the bar, Soo-yun had already been aroused by Lee Jinshu and was in a state of excitement. At this moment, listening to the sound of water inside, he was more than a little apathetic up, and unconsciously paced to the bathroom door. The door was actually left open? Did she do it unintentionally, or on purpose? 3 seconds. After 3 seconds had passed, Soo-yun gently pushed open the door and dashed inside. Instantly, the surprised voice of Lee Jinshu soon came from inside the bathroom. "How did you get in here? You women take too long in the shower. 2 of you can do it together and save water." Available. Before Lee Jinshu's voice could come out, it seemed to be blocked by something and made a whimper sound. There was no talking after that. A few moments later, the slightly disorganized sound of running water came. Snap. But as time progressed, the cluttered sound of water slowly began to become rhythmic, with an occasional burst of beautiful singing. A woman taking a bath. For a long time, a man takes a bath. Quickly. But what if it's a man and a woman taking a shower? The answer, of course, will only be the longer you wash. More than an hour later, Soo-yun walked out dripping wet holding Lee Jinshu, who was already a little dehydrated and wrapped in a bath towel. Because it was a couple's suite, the soft queen-sized bed was decorated with a big red love heart and lots of rose petals scattered around. Right in the center, there is also a small box with an elephant sign. Unfortunately, it's no longer useful. Soo-yun gently placed Lee Jinshu on the bed as carefully as if he was placing a piece of porcelain. Then, next to each other, they slept next to each other. Lee Jinshu lay on his chest while Soo-yun played with her hair. Neither wanted to move. How could Soo-yun actually not expect that Lee Jinshu would also be playing the game for the first time? This is too much luck for myself. Does he or she have the opening buff? How else do you meet your own game opponents that you need to open up on your own? Before, Ning Qian was, and now Lee Jinshu was too. When you play the game, opening up the land is tiring, even though it gives you a sense of accomplishment. The first time was basically a struggle. Not as good as having skills and experience. When encountering such a game opponent, often one's own a look over. The other party immediately understand what you mean, and take the initiative to cooperate. Save your mind and energy. So it wasn't a great gaming experience for the two at the beginning tonight. Su Yun, as an experienced veteran player, had to be patient, guiding the other party step by step on how to operate, and it took a lot of effort to slowly get into the rhythm of the game. And Li Jinshu is a little different from Ning Qian's physique. It's more delicate, and the slightest lack of attention will cause the game to drop. After one time, Su Yun had wanted to give up. We are a man of quality. Take your time. There's no rush. After all, there's a long way to go. But Li Jinshu was reluctant and had a strong sense of self-esteem. Hard dragged him, even if he endured the pain to continue the game. Not wanting to make him Su Yun difficult. Prove that you can do it. 2. This in turn made Su Yun feel a little guilty afterwards, to not be so nice. But the good thing is that the two of them are gradually getting into the game after the constant exploration, bonding, and relative familiarity with each other in the back. It's also just starting to have a more enjoyable gaming time. Su Yun, on the bed, Li Jinshu whispered. What happened tonight? You don't tell Su Mu, okay? Why? Su Yun asked rhetorically. It's not like we're unseen, so what's there to sneak around? I beg you, Li Jinshu said. I can see that Su Mu treats you differently from other men. So? Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. I'm going to keep my body for her? It's not that. I don't care about the others. I can't count on it. Li Jinshu somewhat pleaded. I volunteered tonight. I don't need you to be responsible. Just think of us as drunk and impulsive. Okay? Whatever. Su Yun casually replied. It doesn't matter to me. Thanks. Li Jinshu kissed Su Yun on the cheek before smiling. In the future, when Su Mu is around, we have to keep our distance and not let her find out about our relationship. Okay? I'll try. Su Yun smiled and asked rhetorically. Then what if it's discovered? We'll talk about it when we find out. Li Jinshu laughed. Anyway, I won't betray Su Su for you. Between you and her, I'll choose her. I don't believe you on that one. Su Yun laughed. If you were really like this, you wouldn't have talked to me. Tonight. Humph. I'm helping Su Su test you in advance. Li Jinshu bit down on Su Yun's mouth and gasped. You really are a big lecher. Unable to withstand temptation. Well, you're a good friend to her. Su Yun's hand playing with his hair moved downward. Li Jinshu said angrily. You really think I'm a tool? You don't know how to feel sorry for people. Don't worry. I'm only manual. The gun doesn't move. That won't work either. Li Jinshu said shyly. I still have to go back after a rest. It's so late. What are you doing back there? Su is home alone. As soon as Li Jinshu's words fell, Su Yun's phone rang. He took it over and saw that it was actually Su Mu's. The two men looked at each other. Why did she call you? How should I know? Just ask. Su Yun said and pressed the speakerphone. As soon as the call was made, Su Mu on the other side asked. Su Yun, has Jinshu contacted you? Li Jinshu hurriedly shook his head at Su Yun. No. Su Yun asked rhetorically. What's wrong? It's okay. I saw she wasn't home tonight and I couldn't get through on the phone. So I thought I'd ask you. Oh. Su Yun looked at someone who was trying to hold back from making a sound because of himself, and said with a smile, maybe she went to play somewhere and her phone was turned off. Okay, it's okay. As soon as Su Mu hung up the phone, Li Jinshu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and freed herself from someone, then quickly fled the bed, not caring about the loosened bathrobe on his body. After glaring at Su Yun in shame and anger, Li Jinshu retied her bathrobe and went to the counter to rummage through her bag for her own cell phone to take a look. Sure enough, it shut down because of a lack of power. No, I'm going back, Li Jinshu said. You sleep alone. Are you going to be able to do this, the way you are? Su Yun teased. Will Su Mu find out as soon as he goes back? No, I'll just pay attention. After saying that, Li Jinshu wore a bath towel and went to the bathroom to change his clothes before leaving in a hurry. Before she left, she also took a wad of money out of her bag and put it on the bed. Here's $1,000. You remember to take it in the morning when you check out. Su Yun. He looked at the $100 on the bed and had a little laugh. Why does it feel like you're the one being slept with tonight? Without the temptation of Li Jinshu, Su Yun's weariness hit him. After all, the body is not made of iron. Last night he went crazy with Ning Qian in the middle of the night, and tonight he tossed and turned for so long. His body felt a bit emptied. End of chapter. Chapter 40 Li Jinshu who felt a little guilty. Chapter 40 Li Jinshu who felt a little guilty. Li Jinshu came out of the hotel, wearing high heels again, and the discomfort after her first game made her walk still a little uncoordinated. She went to a nearby pharmacy and bought a box of mifepristone tablets and a bottle of water and hurriedly drank one. There are millions of roads, and safety comes first. It was only then that he came to the curb, stopped a cab, and rushed back to the Jinyuan stand in front of the house. Li Jinshu took a deep breath and looked at his status at his cell phone screen, feeling nothing strange before opening the door and entering. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Sumu wearing sexy pajamas, staying on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. A small, but very fine cake sat on the coffee table. It was topped with an assortment of her favorite diced fruits, mango, strawberry, radish, cantaloupe, and more. Hearing the commotion, Sumu turned around to see that Lee Jinshu had returned. So she smiled and asked, "Why are you just coming back today? I couldn't get through to you on the phone and was worried that something had happened to you." "Ah." The cell phone died and turned off. Lee Jinshu came next to Sumu somewhat sheepishly and said with a smile, "Wow, is this the cake you bought for me? So pretty. It's your birthday today. You won't forget, will you?" Sumu laughed. "There are still a few minutes before 12 o'clock passes, so make a wish." "Good." Sumo helped along by inserting the candles, lighting them, and turning off the lights. Lee Jinshu closed his eyes, folded his hands, and silently made a wish. Then she opened her eyes and blew out the candle in one breath. Sumu turned on the light and blessed, "Jinshu, happy birthday." "Thanks, Suz." Lee Jinshu smiled and asked, "Do you want some cake? I'll cut it for you. Eat it yourself." "I'm not eating it." "That's fine. I'll just eat it myself." Lee Jinshu cut a piece for himself and next to Sumu, took a big bite. After tossing and turning at the hotel earlier, she had long been a little hungry. "You didn't have dinner?" Sumu curiously said. "It looks like you're hungry." "Aha." Lee Jinshu lowered his head and lied. "There were many things in the company today, and I worked overtime until now. Then I followed my co-workers to have a barbecue, and I didn't eat too much." "And you drink?" Sumu sniffed and said, "It smells like alcohol." Drank a little." Lee Jinshu hurriedly, in order to change the topic, skimmed a shopping bag next to him and asked, "You went shopping after work today?" "Aha." Sumu was asked, and at this moment, she was also a bit vain and said, "Feeling like I have no clothes to wear, I just casually went to the mall and bought one." In fact, today, she had forgotten Lee Jinshu's birthday at first. After following Su Yun to the mall, he pretended to go to the store to buy clothes again and took the opportunity to meet the woman named Ning Xian, who was a bit unhappy. So with one person, he went to the same store that he took Su Yun to last time, had a meal and sat alone for a while. On the way back, she remembered that today was Lee Jinshu's birthday. "Then I bought a cake and was going to come back to help her celebrate her birthday. But it turned out there was no one home at all. Call and the phone doesn't work. Remember to ask me to go with you next time you buy clothes." Lee Jinshu said, "Summer is coming, and I feel like I don't have any clothes to wear either, so I want to add some." "Okay, sometime in a while, we'll go shopping together." After finishing the cake, Lee Jinshu got up and said, "Su, I'm a bit tired today, so I'll go to bed first. Wait for me to get up in the morning to clean up here." "It's okay, go rest, I'll just clean up." After finishing, Sumu asked, "By the way, you're not taking a bath today?" "No more washing, too tired, want to sleep." After saying that, she pretended to give birth to a lazy waste, yawned, and walked towards her bedroom. "Still washing?" "Himself in a hotel with some guy, all washed up for an hour." "Wash it again and your own skin will come off." Behind her back, the meticulous Sumu realized that Lee Jinshu's walking was a bit abnormal and asked with concern, "Jinshu, what happened to your leg? Is it injured?" "Nothing." Lee Jinshu didn't turn around and said, "Today I came back and walked too quickly, stepped on a watermelon rind and accidentally split a fork in place." "Ha ha." Sumu sniffed and couldn't help but smile, asking kindly, "How's the crotch? Is it alright?" "It doesn't matter. It's just a little muscle strain. I guess I'll be fine after a night's sleep." After Lee Jinshu finished speaking, she quickly ducked back into her bedroom. That was close. Almost got caught. Lying alone on her bed, she couldn't help but think of the scene that happened between herself and Su Yun tonight. In the bar, in the hotel, red face. He had guarded something for so long, not expecting to give it to Su Yun on his birthday on a whim. "Su, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you." There was a twinge of guilt as she murmured, "But I really didn't hold back at the time. No one has ever been this nice to me since I was a kid." Retracting his thoughts, Lee Jinshu remembered that he had to send a message to the other party to keep him safe when he arrived home. She picked up her cell phone and took a picture of herself in bed and sent it to Su Yun. "I'm home. Good night." Picture *1. But after she held her cell phone and waited for a few minutes, Su Yun did not return the message. "Did you fall asleep so quickly?" Outside the house. In the living room, Sumu didn't have a single doubt about Lee Jinshu's perversity. Just thought she must be tired from working today. Otherwise, being a night owl, it was surprising that she had gone to bed so early and hadn't taken a shower. She had always had some admiration and sympathy in her heart for Lee Jinshu, her good bosom friend. From the time she was in college, she knew that the other family wasn't very well off. Or maybe the family wasn't very nice to her. Patriarchal. Except for her freshman year, She earned her living expenses and tuition for the following years from her own hard work on a part-time job, as well as some scholarships. After graduation, I was lucky to find a pretty good company and managed to stay in Jiangcheng. This work was for 5 or 6 years, but as hard as she worked, she still hadn't saved much money for some reason. It also causes her to be afraid to get a casual boyfriend, or the reason she wants a very rich boyfriend. Sumu understood this very well, and if you don't look at the family circumstances, but on the basis of personal ability and charisma, she deserves a good man. So she never felt that this bosom friend of hers was a gold-digging woman and looked down on Li Jinshu in her heart, because Li Jinshu just wanted to change his fate and not have to live so hard. She had tried to help each other out a little, but had been denied, because Li Jinshu said that once money is involved in a relationship between girlfriends, the flavor changes. Since then, she hasn't brought it up again. In fact, to say whether there was anyone around who was suitable for Li Jinshu, the current Su Yun was undoubtedly the best candidate. She had also thought about setting up a match, but since the last incident at Su Yun's house, and the incident at the office, she broke off the idea. What's more, she had discovered today that Su Yun was having an affair with a guide woman. After observing the other party, although she felt that Su Yun was more playing around and trying to be fresh for a while, but Li Jinshu's love values are not always acceptable. Instead, it was myself, after having been divorced once, who felt indifferent and looked the other way in such matters. In Su Yun's words, as long as he was happy in the moment, if two people are not happy together, they separate. The world can live without anyone. Thinking about this, Sumu was a bit speechless. This Su Yun cannot eat their own to go to the roadside to eat randomly, not afraid to be careful to eat a bad stomach. But then she turned her head. Men, who doesn't have needs, and one does not give, can't really have him at home, doing it all by himself all day. Thinking about it, Sumu herself couldn't help but laugh. She turned her head to look at the clothes around her that she had bought just today. Heck, I'll wear it to the office myself tomorrow and see how he reacts. In the hotel, after Li Jinshu left, Su-yun was just about to fall asleep when his mom Zhang Sujuan's phone call came. Su-yun thought there was something important, but he ended up telling himself one after another about some girl across the street and how much better she was. This was a clear attempt to drag herself on a blind date while she was back for her next birthday. Su-yun was speechless at this. Now yourself, you still need a blind date? As long as they are willing, they can pull a carload of daughters-in-law back to you in minutes to fill the scene, are enough to play a table of mahjong. So he just put the phone on his ear, left ear in, right ear out, and didn't even listen carefully. Soon, he fell asleep to the hypnotic tones of his old mom. In Gucci's employee dormitory, Ning Qian didn't sleep either. She was lying on her bed, holding the small gold bar Su-yun had given her today in her hand, flipping it over and over. 30 grams, sounds very little. In fact, according to the market price of more than 500 a gram of gold, this is more than 15,000. The bag before, the little gold bar now, just those two gifts together, it's close to $40,000. It had to be said that Su-yun, a rich and wealthy young man, was really generous. He or she is with the right person. On the other side, Zhang Peiyao followed her friend out of the bar, got a little drunk too. Originally go to the bar. How many people are not depressed, running to vent put, only to relax? Sitting alone in the car on the way home, Zhang Peiyao silently looked out the window, not wanting to go back to that home of hers at all. Tonight in the bar, Su-yun's throwaway look, the words her friend had said inadvertently, all uncontrollably came back and forth in her mind constantly. How about buying each other dinner the next time we meet at work? Well, it's just a dinner, nothing else for myself. He bought so much of his own gold in one breath last time, and as the manager of the store, he deserved to be thanked for it. P.S. Do you all just read and not talk? I'll see who sounds best with an ah in. End of chapter. Chapter 41, After molesting me, you still know you're afraid? Chapter 41, After molesting me, you still know you're afraid. In the Marriott Hotel, Su-yun woke up from a sleep. The phone had fallen to the side. No power directly shut down. He got up and rubbed his back. It hurt a little. It should be that he had hurt his energy a little bit from the continuous day and night labor for the past 2 days. Hey, wanton, too wanton. Got to be careful with moderation. Not too much liver. After washing his face and putting on his clothes, Su-yun took the money left by Li Jinshu on the bed last night and went downstairs. After checking out at the front desk and checking out, there was $130 left. Luckily, he had the $130, or else he wouldn't have been able to get a ride with his cell phone out of battery. Coming to the side of the road, Su-yun took a cab to the entrance of last night's bar store, and after finding his car, he drove towards the company. Today was destined to be another late day. Came to the company, Justin sat down. The small fat said, just now Su's supervisor came. See you late. Said you came after, let you go to her office once. Soo-yoon, is this Soo-moo idol these days? She'd never cared about any of this before, at most. At the end of the month, she'd glance at the attendance and help herself to it. Staring at yourself right now, catching yourself late. Right, a takeout coffee delivery is coming later. And you tell everyone that I ordered it. You ordered coffee again? Fatty wondered. Are you really too rich to spend? He used to like to drink Starbucks, but now everyone was about to throw up because of Soo-yoon. After all, who suffers from drinking something that tastes so good every day? We're all co-workers. It's not like we have a lot of money. Soo-yoon laughed. The company is my home. You are my family. Isn't it normal for me to invite my family members for coffee? Fatty. Yes. The company is my home and treats us like cattle and horses. As Soo-yoon got up to head towards Soo-moo's office, the system's voice in his brain went off. In order to maintain his position among his co-workers, the host is rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash for purchasing coffee every day at the company as he pleases, which is unanimously liked by everyone. Bank card balance, 472 million. A mere 50,000. Soo-yoon didn't care at all. He feels it's like clocking in at work and signing in, buying his co-workers a cup of coffee every day and getting $50,000 for it. He found out, though, that this could only be done once a day. There's no reward for the second time, and it's impossible to get unlimited swipes. Guess the purpose of the system is just to encourage yourself to feel more different and enjoy life, not to become a money swiping machine. Originally, Supervisor Lee was also a punching bag check-in point, but it was inconsistent and he's been laying low a lot lately. Knock on the door and come into Soo-moo's office. Soo-yoon smiled and asked, "You're looking for me?" Soo-moo sat in front of her desk, looking down without knowing what she was looking at, not lifting her head, and ignoring him. It's early in the morning. Pretending with me again? It's really a 3-day fight. Soo-yoon didn't spoil her either. Taking 2 steps directly forward, he reached out a hand and hooked 2 fingers directly under her chin, propping her head up. Soo-moo did not expect Soo-yoon to be so unrestrained. She looked at him, mortified. "What are you doing? Let go. Talking to you." Soo-yoon let go and said, "Who told you to ignore me?" "I had to." "Soo-moo." Soo-yoon smiled and asked, "Say, what are you looking for me for? Why are you late today? Calling your cell phone and turning it off. You're not my woman. What do you care?" Soo-yoon casually replied, "If I'm late, the big deal is to deduct my full attendance. Not that you said it. I don't care about the few $100s. According to company rules, I can fire you if you are innocently late, or multiple times. I can't believe you're willing to dismiss me." Soo-moo. "See, I told you you couldn't spare it." Soo-yoon continued, "If I leave, who will come to the office to flirt with you in the future? Won't it be boring?" "You're thinking beautifully." Soo-moo laughed and retorted, "Who flirted with you? Shameless guy. Well, if you say no, then no." Seeing her act serious, Soo-yoon laughed. "If you want to know what I did, I'll tell you. I couldn't sleep last night and went to the bar to fool around with another woman. So I got up late." "Soo-moo, do you still want to know who it is?" Soo-yoon flirted. "As long as you ask, I'll tell you." "Not interested." Soo-moo glared at him and said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday that I found an internship girl for you, a senior graduate of the Communication University? So go and pick her up today to report to the company for induction." "I'll get it?" Soo-yoon was surprised. "Since when was our company's intern treated so well? Can't she come by herself? Someone else has to pick her up." "Pick it up when you're told to. So much for talking." "Pretty?" Soo-yoon asked. "I'll go if it's pretty, or else you can let the others go." "Pretty? I've seen pictures. Prettier than even your sister me." Soo-moo laughed. "Isn't it what you asked for? To be young and pretty again? Really wow. It's still sister Soo, you're good to me." Soo-yoon took advantage of Soo-moo's inattention, yanked her over, pressed her against the wall, and kissed her on the mouth in a swift motion. Soo-moo looked at Soo-yoon in shame and anger, saying, "You're messing around in the office again. Sis, that's such a nice outfit today. I can't help but want a kiss." Soo-yoon barred his lips and laughed. "I'm going to pick up someone first, don't miss me too much." With that said, he let go of the other man, turned around, and slipped away. Soo-moo, who had regained her freedom, looked at Soo-yoon, who had vainly fled, without the angry expression from earlier, and instead, the corners of her mouth were slightly curled up, with a hint of laughter in the corners of her eyes. She gently touched the lips that had been kissed by Soo-yoon with her fingers. "After molesting me, you still know you're scared. Get back to your desk." Soo-moo looked down at her body's clothes and said to herself meaningfully, "If you know that my clothes were chosen by your little lover, I don't know what mood you're in." Unconsciously, she seemed to have tacitly accepted some of Soo-yoon's teasing and intimate behavior. Even physically and mentally there is some anticipation of each other's misbehavior. Sumo couldn't help but reflect. Why is that? Could it be, really, that he had been abstaining for too long? Get in the car. Soo-yeon realized that he had forgotten to ask for the other party's phone number and address. On top of that, his own cell phone was dead. I do have a car charger in the car, but I don't have a cord. Forget it. Soo-yeon looked at his Xiaomi phone and felt that he should change it. It's amazing how this is completely forgotten these days. A perfect drift turned the corner towards the nearest nearby shopping street and found a random parking spot to pull over. Then, headlong into the Huawei cell phone store. When you have money, of course you support national products. Plus, he's actually always wanted a remote. I didn't have much money to spare before. Now, straight to the top. Cell phone stores are not luxury stores. Each shopper is a uniformed beauty. Do not engage in that. Most of the people are plain, ordinary people, mainlining a mundane. And the store was crowded. A male clerk came over and asked with a smile, "Handsome, what kind of cell phone do you want to buy? MT60 Poor? Is it available?" Soo-yeon knows that this cell phone has been on fire recently, and many places are out of stock. Yes, the male clerk explained, but because so many customers have been buying lately, some colors are not expected to be available. It's okay, let's see it first. Okay, the male clerk led Soo-yeon to a counter and said, "Look, these are our prototypes and the prices of various configurations. See which one you like? Which color?" Without hesitation, Soo-yeon replied, "Black, top match, handsome." The male clerk said, "For your configuration, black is out of stock, but a few other colors are available. Would you like to switch? But I just love black." Soo-yeon really didn't like any other winks and asked, "Is there any other way to get me one?" Money is not a problem. It's true that there's no more stock. As soon as the male clerk heard Soo-yeon say that money was not a problem, he held on to a glimmer of expectation and immediately introduced another cell phone. "Handsome, why don't you buy this one? MT60 RS. Extraordinary Master. This one comes in black, and it's a little better equipped than the MT60 Poor, but it's also slightly more expensive." "Okay, show me." End of chapter. Chapter 42, I have two girlfriends. I can't be biased. Chapter 42, I have two girlfriends. I can't be biased. Soo-yeon followed the male clerk to the counter on the other side. He also saw the extraordinary master, as he called him. The look and texture of this does look more sophisticated and forced. "Handsome. The highest configuration of this phone is 16G plus 1 terabyte. The original price is 1,299 yuan, and there is no need to add money." Male clerk on the side of the introduction, "It can also buy 2 years of screen warranty, as long as the bad can be replaced free of charge. Originally to 1,399 yuan, now do activities can be cheaper 100 yuan, as long as 12.99. If you add the $1,088 wireless Bluetooth rechargeable headset, you can still get a discount, and it all adds up to just $1,500. Okay, that's it." Soo-yeon didn't hesitate to buy it if he liked it and said, "Just follow this configuration you said. Swipe your card." "Okay, handsome." The male store clerk was introduced at first, out of professionalism. There were expectations as to whether Soo-yeon would buy it, but not much. After all, from MT60 Poor to Extraordinary Masters, that's so much over the other side's budget that it's enough to buy 2 remote leaders. But the other guy bought it just by looking at it. Deserve their own money today. As Soo-yeon finished swiping his card at the cashier, the system's reward came. Use Extraordinary Masters. Enjoy extraordinary life. The host has purchased his favorite cell phone at his own will, rewarded with 50,000 cash. Bank card balance, $4.75 million. The male clerk took out a new, unopened cell phone to the counter and asked, "Handsome, would you like me to open the phone for you now?" "Well, help me open it straight away." Soo-yeon touched his own Xiaomi cell phone from his pocket and said, "By the way, help me get the information inside this cell phone over. But it's dead and turned off, so you need to charge it up before you can do it." "Okay, no problem." The male clerk was a bit surprised when he received Soo-yeon's Xiaomi phone. Nice guy. Went straight from 2 or 3,000 to 15,000. He's upgraded this phone way too much. It looks like it's earning its keep this year. Another man buying a cell phone on the side, looking at Soo-yeon's new phone, also felt that it looked good. So he asked his guide curiously, "That's a nice looking cell phone he's got there. How much is it?" That guide took a look, somewhat envious of his colleague's good fortune, and said with a smile, "That's our MT60's Extraordinary Master Top Edition, with an official website price of 1,299 yuan for the bare bones." The man was instantly silent. "Hey, it's better to be single. No financial pressure." He heard it just now. Originally the other party was like himself, come to buy a distant second. I ended up switching to a more expensive extraordinary master just because it wasn't available in black. Envy and jealousy. He likes black too, but not having it, he's resigned to considering other colors. After all, Yoyo is ahead. He can still put in a good word for his daughter-in-law and bite the bullet and buy one. 10,000 plus extraordinary masters? Don't even think about it. Not only will his daughter-in-law not agree, he can't afford to give it up himself. The family has enough car payments and mortgage payments. There is no extra money for such an expensive cell phone. Poverty is the best stone to hold down a man's desires. When the mail store clerk was getting him a cell phone, Soo-yeon looked at the surrounding group of women who also liked the way Yao Yao was leading, and suddenly thought, why don't you buy two yourself and give them to Ning Qian and Li Jinshu on the way? In any case, both of them were now their confidants. It's a little surprise to take it to them the next time we meet. Women love money, but who would say no to a man who was rich and romantic? So when he waited until his new cell phone was all done, Soo-yeon asked the mail clerk to get him two more MT64, both of which were top of the line. The mail clerk was overjoyed. You've met a big client today. 1 Yakawa green. 4 Li Jinshu. 1 white sand silver. 4 Ning Qian. One was originally $799, with a $300 markup, plus headphones, insurance, etc., for a total spend of $1,700 for both. In order to give his confidant a little surprise, the host purchased the remote cell phone at his own whim, reflecting a man's heart and rewarding him with 50,000 yuan in cash. Bank card balance, 4,795 million. Seeing this, the man on the side finally couldn't help but ask curiously, brother, didn't you just buy the extraordinary master? Why did you buy two more? For my girlfriend. 2 for 1 girlfriend? No. Soo-yeon smiled and replied, I have 2 girlfriends. I can't be biased. The man sniffed and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. 1/Blitz *99. We all obviously live in the same world. What a mouthful myself. I shouldn't have asked. The mail clerk next to him was also dryly confused and looked at Soo-yeon with some envy. Curious, he asked, how did you do that? Handsome? Can you teach me? It's not much of a trick. Soo-yeon fished out his Porsche car keys and said, just have it. Mail store clerk. What had been a happy mood was a bit of an unhappy one. It's hard enough to find one girlfriend on your own. When people find two, it's nice to have money. The surrounding women were clearly moved by the car keys, but when Soo-yeon left, their mouths whispered, bah, scum. Soo-yeon returned to the car, opened his new cell phone, and logged into WeChat before seeing that Soo-moo had sent him over a message half an hour ago. It's the intern's phone number and address. Looks like it's over in University City. Soo-yeon took a look and was satisfied, saving himself from having to call back and ask. A good executive should have this kind of work discipline. Always thinking of everything for you, he replied with a smile. Soo-yeon, today's lipstick doesn't taste right. Don't use it next time. In the office, Soo-moo heard the cell phone ding sound. She picked it up and smiled. Soo-moo, let you kiss. Next time I'll apply arsenic and poison you the best. Laugh. JPG, after replying and putting her phone down, she got up and took her lipstick out of her own bag and looked at it. She just bought this brand and today was the first time she used it. I didn't expect to be disliked. Just as Soo-moo was about to throw it into a side trash can, the receptionist walked in with a cup of coffee and said, Supervisor Soo, this is the coffee Soo-yeon ordered. Another drink for the whole company? Aha. The receptionist laughed. I don't know what kind of fortune he's made lately. He likes to buy everyone coffee when he's not doing anything, and it feels like if he keeps drinking it, everyone is going to hate Starbucks. Okay, I got it. Soo-moo looked at the lipstick in her hand and thought that it would be better to lose it than to give it away. She turned to the receptionist and asked, by the way, I have a lipstick here. I don't like the color too much. I just bought it. Just used it once today. I'll give it to you. I think it suits you. Yeah. The receptionist received the Dior lipstick with both hands and said happily, thank you, Supervisor Soo. You're welcome. After waiting for the receptionist to leave, Soo-moo drank Soo-yeon's coffee and then slowly looked at other brands of lipsticks online. She doesn't shop online, but she can check first to find out which lipsticks taste good. End of chapter. Chapter 43 Love knows no age, but you can't mess with seniority. Chapter 43 Love knows no age, but you can't mess with seniority. There are a lot of schools on this side of the university town of Zhangcheng, so there are a lot of female college students and a lot of limousines going back and forth. This is especially true in front of art and media schools. Every now and then a limousine would appear in front of the school, either picking someone up or dropping them off, but without exception, they are all beautiful beauties. Song Xiaowei was wearing a pink mid-length sleeve jacket, plus gray open shorts, a small pink bag over one shoulder, a melon face, and long, slightly curly hair draped over one side of her shoulder. At the moment she was standing on the side of the road, coffee in hand, waiting for someone from her internship company to pick her up. Her afterglow skimmed over a red Porsche parked not far away. Surely another rich kid had come to pick up some girl from school again. In their school, there are a lot of pretty girls who love to be vain. They sell their bodies to get a cushy life. Song Xiaowei was somewhat contemptuous of this approach. You're good looking. You're still good at your profession. You don't rely on a man. And you can certainly live the way you want to live after you work. She doesn't want to depend on any man and earns her own money and spends it herself. All those designer bags, clothes, cars, and jewelry on the other side. She would have them sooner or later. At that moment, a pretty girl came along beside her, with a posture even less than hers, but dressed in a sexy and fashionable way. Song Xiaowei knew her, from the same department as herself, and a vain woman. Xiaowei, waiting for the drop top here again? The girl kindly came to her side and asked with a smile. My boyfriend will be coming over to pick me up in his BMW 5 Series soon, so I can get him to give you a ride. Thanks, I don't need it. Song Xiaowei looked at her and said in her heart, I don't want to be mistaken that I have a boyfriend as old as my father. Song Xiaowei, what do you know? The girl didn't get angry and continued to smile. Love is regardless of age, as long as we like each other. People reckon their sons are almost as old as you, and you're just one of his little mistresses. That's better than if you had nothing. The girl carried her own wrist small bag, smugly said, I now casually use a bag. Are enough for you to buy a body of clothing? Every day in and out are also car pickup and drop off. Also, my boyfriend has promised me that he'll help me find a TV station after graduation and go in and host a show straight away. It's not like you have to throw resumes around and look for internships. I think you're just envious and jealous right now. Song Xiaowei, oh, she envies you for finding a good father? Just as the two were talking, someone beside them suddenly stood up, put away his cell phone, and interjected with a smile. Love knows no age, but it's not allowed to mess with seniority. The girl looked at Su Yun, who had suddenly appeared to fight for Song Xiaowei, and said angrily, it's none of your business if we're talking. It's true that it's none of my business. I'm just a little hard of hearing from the sidelines. Su Yun laughed. It's the first time I've seen such a righteousness in being a mistress. Girls. It turned out that Su Yun had arrived long ago. He just saw that it was still early, so he didn't call the other guy to hurry him up, but waited in front of the school. By the way, research the features of your new cell phone. Who knew that after suddenly hearing the conversation of the two women around him, he realized that the Song Xiaowei he was going to pick up was actually the beautiful woman who had been standing beside him waiting for the car. And that's how it came to be. After disliking the gold-digging woman, Su Yun smiled at Song Xiaowei and said, Hello, my name is Su Yun. It's the company that asked me to come over today to pick you up to report for your internship. Thanks. Song Xiaowei looked at Su Yun with some surprise. With a polite, courteous smile, she asked, Where's your car? Let's go. It wouldn't have come by car, would it? Seeing this, the girl immediately scoffed. Xiaowei, look at what kind of Thai companies you found for internships. There's not even a car to pick you up. The company may be broken, but I still have my car. Su Yun pulled out his own car key and pressed it. Beep. The Porsche 911, parked not far away, blinked, unlocked successfully. Su Yun laughed. Nah, I'm just a measly Porsche. Definitely not as good as your good father's 5 Series BMW. The girl's face immediately turned a shade of red and a shade of white as she sniffed. Song Xiaowei also froze. She didn't realize that the Porsche that had been parked here belonged to the man in front of her. However, watching the girl suffer in front of her, Song Xiaowei was happy in her heart and said to Su Yun, Ignore her. Let's go. Good. Under the girl's hate-filled eyes, Song Xiaowei got into Su Yun's passenger car and drove off. The other unknown students around them saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. I didn't expect proud as Song Xiaowei actually fell and became the girlfriend of a rich second generation. It's only a matter of time anyway. Yeah, aren't beautiful women reserved for the rich? In the Porsche's car, although Song Xiaowei liked the car's interior, she didn't show it. She said to Su Yun, Thank you for helping me just now. It's okay, I don't like the look of her either. Su Yun said, There might be a delay later. Just now the store sent a message that the license plate for this car has arrived. We have to go around to the 4S store to get a license plate before going to the company. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Song Xiaowei smiled politely. Anyway, I can only listen to you now that I'm in your car. Fair enough, or you'd have to take the bus to the office yourself. Song Xiaowei. Thus, Su Yun drove Song Xiaowei to the Porsche store, found the previous saleswoman, and put on the license plate. After seeing Song Xiaowei, the saleswoman somewhat understood why Mr. Su had thrown himself away that day. Turns out there are better ones around. Men who are used to eating exclusive food certainly don't eat buffets. She was self-aware that although she was better looking than the average person, She had lost some of her temperament after being eaten more than she should have. And she still couldn't compare to a truly beautiful woman if she wanted to. Song Xiaowei looked at Suyun's license plate and said, "Your license plate is also too good. Specially paid for." Suyun said, "It's a pity that there were no better ones at the time, otherwise I would have wanted 5 of the same number." Song Xiaowei. The two of them installed the license plates just in time for lunch and stopped by the 4S store for a free white lunch. Not to mention, the food was good. Leaving from the 4S store, on the way back to the company, Song Xiaowei tentatively asked, "Brother Su, the company won't be run by your family, right?" "No, you're high on me," Su Yun replied. "I'm just a small employee in a company." "Who are you kidding?" Song Xiaowei laughed. "You're a small clerk. Can you afford to drive a Porsche?" "It's not mine. It's our supervisor's," Su Yun casually babbled. "After I realized that I was picking up a big beautiful woman, I purposely drove her car out to put on a show." Song Xiaowei. After Su Yun saw that the other party was a bit embarrassed and had no interest in chatting with him, he was happy to see it happen. An hour later, the two arrived at the office. After Su Yun handed Song Xiaowei to the receptionist to take to the personnel department, he returned to his workstation. He took out his own cell phone and was just about to read the novel when the fat guy next to him snatched it away. Su Yun was puzzled. "What are you doing? You're a Huawei Extraordinary Master? New cell phone?" "Yeah, what's up? So handsome." Fatty enviously, curiously asked, "How much do you pay for this set?" "After the discount, it's like 15,000. ****. With Fatty's publicity, everyone knew he had bought a cell phone. Surprised, the male co-workers gathered around and tried them out one by one in their hands. "Love it." Suyun clearly felt that he was just buying a random cell phone, and it wasn't even worth being so surprised. He suddenly realized that under this period of frequent and high-spending downtime, his consumerism had slowly started to change subconsciously, become detached from the way ordinary people think. A $10,000 plus cell phone is probably nothing to yourself right now, but for the average person from an ordinary family, it is indeed a bit extravagant and unaffordable. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Be Stronger. Can you still refuse? Chapter 44, Be Stronger. Can you still refuse? Right now, most people in the company still don't know that they already have a sports car. Otherwise it would probably be more exaggerated. For the matter that he had money, he had never thought of deliberately hiding it from everyone, nor had he deliberately thought of coming to pretend in front of everyone. Some pussies can be faked because by upsetting the other person, they will be more upset themselves. Some pussies can't be faked because that may be the person they once were. Just as everyone was admiring his extraordinary event, his cell phone rang. That's how everyone returned it to him. Su Yun looked at the familiar name, got up and came to the pantry, and connected. "Hello, something?" Su Yun. On the phone, Huang Mengyao asked angrily, "What's going on?" "I received a summons from the court today." "Oh, this thing," Su Yun faintly said. "It wasn't you who told me to sue you in court, so I got a lawyer to do it." Huang Mengyao. Su Yun sneered. "I advise you to get the money together as soon as possible. Not a penny less." "You're dreaming. I won't give a cent." Huang Mengyao said angrily. "You think you're the only one who can find a lawyer? I'll look for one too. We'll see." "Fine. Just be tough." Su Yun said coldly. "I hope that when the time comes, you won't cry and beg me." After that, he just hung up. He could be said to know everything about Huang Mengyao's current situation, because her good girlfriend, Wang Cheng, would send a message with something about her every now and then in order to curry favor, although he never returned. According to Wang Cheng's information, this Xiang Wentao who was with Huang Mengyao is not a good thing. A scum, has a family, a wife and a son. So Huang Mengyao became a mistress. Not only that, the other side also thought that the business investment temporary lack of money, capital turnover, in order to high returns as the reason, cheated her 100,000 to gamble. This matter was also known to Wang Cheng, but instead of telling the other person, she messaged herself. What a great backstabbing BFF. A woman like this, he, Su Yun, even if he had ideas in the future, would at most be used as a tool to play with, and would not stay by his side. So if one's lawsuit really wins and the court decides that the other party should return their dowry money, Huang Mengyao should not have the money to pay herself back. That's why on that day, he would ask Lala what he would do if the other party didn't have the money to pay him back. As soon as Su Yun finished answering the phone, he turned around and saw Su Mu standing behind him. He was startled and said somewhat breathlessly, "Sister Su, are you a cat? Always like to silently stare at other people's backs. You're the one who's too focused on the phone." Su Mu smiled and asked, "Or is it about the lawsuit with your ex-girlfriend?" "Aha." Su Yun replied, "A lawsuit has been filed and a subpoena has been sent to the other party. Don't worry about it. Sumu comforted. With the strength of the Red Circle Institute, this matter should be no problem to get it back. It's okay, even if I don't win this time, I'll still keep looking for another lawyer to sue her. Suyun said. I'll disgust her to death. I'm not poor anyway. Sumu. Suyun asked. Sis, you didn't come to find me just to be concerned about my ex-girlfriend, did you? No. Sumu said. I just want to ask. This female intern today, is she still satisfied? It's okay. Suyun poured himself a cup of water and whispered as he drank. But I only have you, sis, in my eyes right now, and I can't see the beauty of other women. Get a grip. This is outside the pantry. Sumu turned her head to look around and said, You don't think I have enough gossip in the company? So far away. Who can hear it? Suyun finished drinking the water, remembered the matter at hand, and said, Right, sis, I want to ask you something. What is it? Didn't the company take on a big case recently, about the new product launch event for Paragon? Suyun said, This case? Supervisor Lee threw it at me to make it and elaborate on it at the meeting next week when boss returns. A case this big, given to you alone? Are you kidding me? How can you do it? Sumu frowned. He's deliberately screwing with you. You can just reject him. I know. Suyun said. I'm asking you, if I've straightened out such a big case all by myself, and the result is not bad, do you think your cousin will give me a promotion? I think I will. When the time comes I'll politely speak to him again in private. You're supposed to be good at it. Sumu looked at Suyun and said, But the question is, can you organize it alone? It's not a matter of ability. It's a matter of time and energy. That one's out of your hands. Suyun laughed. As long as there's a chance for promotion, why are you so keen on promotion? Sumu wondered. It's not like you're short of that paycheck money. Because of the promotion, I get my own separate little office. Suyun seriously said. At that time, whether you go to the office, or you come to my office, it will be much more convenient once the door is closed. Sumu. Everyone else who wants a promotion is doing it for a dream. For a better future. Good for him. Wanting a promotion just so he can easily molest himself. True to form. He, Suyun, always thought so differently from others. Plus, want to molest yourself. Not in the company cannot after work so much of their own time enough for him to toss. Can one refuse to be more assertive? Hasn't it been obvious how you've been in the office for the past 2 days? Call him smart. He's a real log sometimes. But this kind of words, a woman certainly will not take the initiative to say out. Otherwise she became what person? I'm not ashamed anymore. Although she had already accepted the ambiguous relationship with Suyun from the bottom of her heart, there were some things that could only be understood. Once you say it, the flavor changes. She actually quite liked and enjoyed this alternative mode of getting along in relationship with Suyun, not interfering with each other, yet surprising and exciting each other's lives. Suyun, who had left from the pantry, was not really aware of Sumu's small mind. In his eyes, the mature and dignified supervisor Su, although she was occasionally bullied by herself, it was a fling and in an acceptable range. If he wanted to go deeper himself, he really didn't dare until he was sure, but he was asked to deliberately try to please the other side, and he didn't want to. You don't have money to be a lickspittle, but you're still a lickspittle when you're rich? No way. Absolutely no way. Besides, there was no shortage of women around himself now, so there was no need to obsess over Sumu alone, and it was thankless. Now occasionally nothing, in the office to flirt with each other, can add a little life interest on the line. Some flowers look good and don't have to be picked. It's nice to look and smell once in a while. Of course, he would love it if the two could naturally take their relationship further, to the level of deeper communication. P.S. In testing the waters of PK, asking for monthly votes, recommendations, thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 45, I'm not interested in women these days. Chapter 45, I'm not interested in women these days. On the other side, Song Xiaowei, who had completed the formalities at the personnel department, also came to her workstation. The company hasn't had a new recruit in a while. It's so exciting to have such a beautiful female intern. So the single male coworkers around the room look at the new female intern and their eyes light up instantly. Stupid. The unattainable beauty Sue's supervisor. They don't dare to have ideas, but for such a female intern who only came out of society, there are still some ideas. So even though Song Xiaowei had only just arrived at the company, she was already well liked by everyone, especially the hot single guys, who all rallied around her and did her favors. On the contrary, Su Yun, who had gone to pick her up and brought her here, was indifferent. Song Xiaowei is pretty, but lately he has been surrounded by a little too many pretty women, and they are all experiencing aesthetic fatigue. Plus, he had been continuously working hard lately and was in a skill cooldown period, in the recovery and maintenance phase. so he wasn't at all sexually interested in girls like Song Xiaowei for the time being. He got himself a cup and some goji berries, then made a cup of water and set it on the table. Seeing this, Fatty joked, ***, you're drinking goji berry tea now? You don't understand. Suyun smiled and shook his head. Nourishment should start now. Gee, I envy your life now. Fatty said, you used to work harder than any of us. Come on, I can't tell from your little mind? Seeing that he was distracted, Suyun asked, is it about that new female intern? Right, or you know me. Fatty said awkwardly, I know you went to pick her up and brought her back. You should have her WeChat or phone number, right? Give me one and I'll treat you to dinner. I have, yes, but do you want to hear me out first? You say. Suyun said, don't go up and join in the fun. Most likely you won't make it, so why bother being a clown? Fatty, mud, you're hitting people too hard. Suyun said meaningfully, not only you. I reckon everyone else in the company won't make it. Why? Don't look at someone as an intern and think they're easy to pin down. Suyun laughed. I guess she was the toast of the town in school, looking pretty and feeling capable. So after such a girl just started coming out of society, before she got beaten up, she had a high vision and couldn't look at the average person. From what you've said, I really don't have a chance. Fatty jumped at the chance 1 second, but was disheartened the next. Then, he looked at Suyun and said, we can't. You go. You're handsome and you have a bit of money now. You should be able to take it. I recently quit coloring. Fatty, not far away. Song Xiaowei took the initiative to come to Suyun's side after she had managed to deal with the enthusiastic male colleagues. After all, the other party was the first person he knew when he entered the company, and the person who could drive a competent luxury car out to pretend to be a man was definitely not an ordinary person. Looking for you. Seeing this, Fatty stomped his feet and skillfully slid back to his position with his chair. Suyun looked at her and asked, you have something? Hello brother Su. Song Xiaowei smiled and said, just now when you weren't there, Supervisorly told me to let me follow you for a while, and you take me. You're studying broadcasting. I'm a planner who has something to bring to the table. Suyun replied, there's not much going on at the moment. Just familiarize yourself with your colleagues in the company. After that, there's a Chow Tai Fook business event that I guess you'll need to host. I'll just call you when the time comes. Okay. Song Xiaowei didn't expect to be treated like this. She thought she looked okay and was more popular wherever she went, as evidenced by the way those other new co-workers had treated her earlier. But I didn't expect that this Su Yuan actually didn't take a liking to himself at all. He didn't seem to be too keen on taking care of himself since he brought himself back to the office. It was clear that the two of them had been talking so well in the car earlier. Song Xiaowei was also a proud person. Didn't say much and turned to leave. What's the big deal if you don't bring it? Fatty saw his opponent leave and slid over again in a flash. No, Su Yun. Little Fatty unfortunately said. What a great opportunity just now. You actually don't want it. I'm not interested in women these days. Fatty. Hey, it looks like Su Yun's ex-girlfriend must have hurt him a lot after he didn't get married last time. I can't believe I'm already disliking women. But that kind of thing would be hard on anyone's heart. Seeing that the conversation was dead, he had the good sense to go back to his work. Seeing that no one was bothering him anymore, Su Yun clicked on the novel app, intending to read the novel. Haven't read it since the last Bounty Rush. It turned out to be 36 chapters of unread chapters. That is, excluding the daily updates. She only added 30 chapters and 60,000 words. When he had finished reading all of them, Su Yun logged on to QQ, ready to date the author to ask where his remaining updates were. A man has to be true to his word and say 1 league in 1 shift. It turned out to be 2 days since I saw the other person's request to add their friend. He clicked agree. Then he remained in the group, and 8 sent a message to the other side. Grumpy old man at Flower Pig. Dog author. Where's my update? 100 chapters. How come it's only 30 chapters now? Did you save the rest? Morning Anon unseen, hooray. The Godhawk is out hyping up the shift. Wanderer 1, the dog author will probably play dead. Ha ha, to White Cat at Flower Pig. Get your ass out here. Your dad's yelling for you to update. Cell. Is sitting in front of the computer frantically codewords Chen Xin heard QQ messages. Looked down to see his grumpy old brother, ate himself. Immediately pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Switched out. Flowering pig at grouchy old man. Big brother. Can't finish the yards. Can't finish the yards at all. Flower pig, I haven't slept for 3 days in a row. I feel like I'm dying. Can I talk to you about giving me a month to add up to the end of the day? Su Yun looked at the humble author's plea for mercy and smiled. He was originally joking, but did not really force the other party to add 100 more. As many as he could. Grumpy old man, yes, but on one condition. Flowering pig, big brother. You name it, whatever I can do. I promise. In the face of her gold master father, Chen Xin didn't dare to offend him easily. That was her bread and butter. You know, the other side that day a gold mo basically almost caught up with their own yearly income from manuscript fees. Willow, didn't he say before that if he doesn't update, he's going to the author? Had. One night little house, yeah, grumpy old man. That's a good one. 30,000 who want to make progress, +1. I speechless, +2, +99. Although Chen Xin understood that everyone was just getting high on their mouths, she was still a girl after all, and she still couldn't help but blush as she looked at the brush screen that made others themselves. Flower pig, damn it, shut up you guys. Su-yun also saw it, but he didn't have the goodness of a dragon's eye. Grumpy old man at flower pig. You dress up in women's clothes and then post a picture of it in the group for us to see. And I'll say yes. Slight smile, yeah. Support the old man. *88. Copy and paste. Another swipe from the reader. Everyone's favorite thing to read is the author's women's clothing. Chen Xin looked at Su-yun's request and hesitated. People have spent $100,000 in real money after all. So this small request is not too much. Flower pig at grouchy old man. Can I send it to just you? Grumpy old man. Good. The group exploded at that comment. I'm not convinced. I demand to be sent to the group. ***. I can't believe I'm the only one eating. Hey, we become outsiders after all. Without further ado, I'm going to report the author. The keyboard gives it a bad press. Chen Xin ignored the protests of the other readers in the group, and would not post them in the group, because she didn't want to reveal her appearance or gender. After seeing that the other party had already agreed to her friend request, she looked for a better looking one in her phone, her own life photo, and sent it to Su-yun. Su-yun saw that the other party had sent the photo so quickly. A bit of a surprise. Even if he changed his clothes right away, it wasn't that fast, was it? He clicked on it. Flower pig, biggie. I'm a female myself, so I don't need female clothes. He. Flower pig, but just read it yourself. Please don't pass it on to the group, okay? I don't want to be exposed. Su-yun? What do you mean? He's a woman? The hell with it. There are no good-looking women on the internet, and the opposite side of the table is usually a gouger. Grumpy old man, I don't believe it. Unless you post another selfie right now immediately, and the kind with a watermark. Flowering pig, good. Chen Xin saw that he didn't believe him, and immediately the camera pointed at himself and shot a chapter over. Flowering pig, picture *1. Flowering pig, big brother. You believe me now, don't you? Su-yun looked at the photos that had only been taken with mixed emotions. I didn't realize that the dog author was really female. The key is that it's quite literate and pretty to look at. Girls write about God's heroes. Su-yun couldn't help but have a doubt rise in his heart. Are the Shirbari images written in her novels her own fantasies or her own personal experiences? End of chapter. Chapter 46, Men. Who doesn't like seafood? Chapter 46, Men. Who doesn't like seafood? After work, Su-yun was the first to bolt. One more minute of work at the office now would be an insult to his godawful system. When Sumu walked out of the office, she could no longer see anyone, running so fast. She frowned. Did she go looking for that Ning Qian again? That's right. Sumu guessed correctly. Su-yun had promised before that he would take Ning Qian to eat something delicious once she was better. The first thing he did was to ask Ning Qian to wait for him at the bottom of their staff dormitory and take her out for a nice meal tonight, before he got off work. Looking at the time, Ning Qian drew a delicate light makeup, and after speaking to her roommates, she came to the entrance of the neighborhood to wait for Su-yun. Tonight she was dressed simply, just a pink short-sleeved body shirt and a pair of washed skinny jeans, a more casual style, but one that showed off her figure perfectly. The convexity of that convexity. The concavity of that concavity. Within moments, a familiar-looking red convertible pulled up in front of her. Su-yun laughed. Beauty. Getting in? Up. Ning Qian pulled open the car door, skillfully sat on the passenger side, and laughed. It's the off-work rush hour. I thought you'd have to wait a bit before coming. It's not like you don't know my skills. Su-yun asked. Say, where do you want to eat tonight? There's no need to be polite with me. I don't know. Ning Qian replied. I'll eat wherever you take me. Let's go to a hot pot restaurant then. It's called Upper Room. I hear it's good. This hot pot restaurant. Su-yun has always heard people say that seafood is good, but has never been there. The reason, of course, is that I was poor before. Today he could just take Ning Qian and feel it together. Aha! Ning Qian responded. Her income was not destined to allow her to eat at anything too expensive, so she didn't know much about the fancy restaurants. But this high-altitude restaurant that Su-yun was talking about, she knew. I've heard that the food there is better and the night view at night is great, and I've seen Wang Shengmei posting her friends' circles of where she went to eat before. I never thought that this time, I would finally have the opportunity to follow Su-yun and experience it once. An hour later, Suyun brought Ning Qian and took the elevator to his destination. When she was about to enter the store, Ning Qian's figure subconsciously stepped back slightly. This is a sign of physical insecurity. It was also precisely because she acted like this that she unexpectedly and unconsciously highlighted Suyun's position. The lobby manager knew at once who the two men were dominated by. He went up to Suyun and asked, "Hello sir, welcome to the upper room hot pot restaurant. May I ask how many?" "Just two." As Suyun walked inside, he asked, "Do you still have a location by the window here where you can see the river view below?" "The halls are all booked," the lobby manager replied, "but we also have a VIP room that can accommodate 10 people, in which you can just as well see the entire night view of the riverbank, and it's a quiet environment with a better view. It's just that there may be an additional charge for a certain private room, $2,000, $2,000. When Ning Qian heard it, she did not expect that the fee for just one private room would be $200, which is also too expensive. "Suyun, why don't you forget about it? We'll just sit inside as the same. When you come here to eat, of course you want to eat seafood while looking at the river view." Suyun smiled and casually said to the lobby manager, "Just the private room, take us there." "Yes, sir." The lobby manager didn't expect the other party to agree so readily without the slightest hesitation. It also realized that Suyun was presumed to be a rich second generation who was not poor. Under his leadership, the two arrived at the exclusive VIP room, and Ning Qian's eyes lit up. "There's a lot of room in here, and if you squeeze in, it's all perfectly capable of seating 20 people. It's a waste to sit just the two of them now, and it's really much more elegant and quiet and exquisitely decorated than the noise outside." Ning Qian came to the window. Is a whole side of the large floor-to-ceiling windows. You can 360 degrees without dead-angle bird's-eye view of the entire river beach area at night. Simply beautiful. "Okay, watch it later." Suyun casually found a seat and said with a smile, "Let's eat first and watch later while we eat." "Oh." Ning Qian walked over and sat down next to Suyun. It was as if the only way to sit next to him in such a high-spending place was to not panic and feel a shred of security. Suyun said to the lobby manager, "Bring over the biggest and best seafood you have here. I'll take a look first." "Okay." After guessing that the other party was probably a rich second generation, the lobby manager directly let people get the best and biggest, and also the most expensive seafood in the store today. A moment later, under the gaze of Ning Qian and Suyun, a huge emperor crab contained in a wooden hinge was pushed in. Ning Qian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How big must this crab be?" "Probably around 20 pounds, the lobby manager replied. Ning Qian subconsciously glanced again at the label hanging below the wooden box. $30,000. A crab actually costs $30,000. It was also the first time Suyun had seen such a large crab, a large pincer thicker than his arm, but he acted calmly and said casually, "Okay, I'll take this one." "Yes, sir." Then another waiter pushed in a very large king crab. The lobby manager took the initiative to introduce it this time. "This one weighs a full 10 pounds. It's kind of uncommon. It was just flown back today." "Okay, I'll take this one too." Ning Qian, who was on the side, habitually glanced at the label, priced at 0.8 million, one for 30K and one for 0.8K. Geez, they're over $40,000 for those two dishes alone, plus the cost of the private room. Then Suyun successively asked for a black gold abalone of more than 2 catties, a large New Zealand lobster of more than 8 catties and a 5 catties Eastern Star Spot. Ning Qian already felt like she couldn't count how much money she wanted. Anyway, this meal must have been more than half a year's salary for her. When everyone went out to prepare the dishes, Ning Qian whispered, "Ordering so much, can we finish it? Seafood looks big, but actually the meat is nothing once the shell is peeled." Suyun laughed. "Since I brought you here to eat, we need to eat well. Don't refuel later." Aha! Soon, all the processed seafood was brought in, along with a variety of dipping sauces. At first, Ning Qian was still a bit formal, afraid of being unladylike, eating inelegantly, and disgracing Suyun, but it was only when she saw Suyun's savage style, holding the embedded meat in one hand, dipping it in the sauce as he gulped it up, that she realized that it was possible to eat like this in a high-class restaurant. Seeing her looking at herself without moving, Suyun smiled and urged, "Eat, don't just stare. There are only the two of us in this private room. No one will see your lack of elegance." Aha! Under Suyun's influence, Ning Qian, faced with seafood that she normally wouldn't even dare to think about or eat, let go of her food for the first time. No regard for image. After all, man, who doesn't like seafood? Both ate well. Eventually, with their efforts, they managed to get rid of most of them, and there was only what was left. A well-fed Suyun moved a chair and leisurely sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the river view in front of him and feeling the life of the rich. although he now has a card balance of almost $5 million. This just distances himself from the average person. But in the eyes of the truly rich, one is still presumed to be a poor man who can't be any poorer. After all, any random guy on the Forbes list is worth multiple billions. Yesterday he also saw a real estate transaction news on his cell phone news about an old house in the JA district that was bought for more than $300 million. I heard that the brokerage fee alone is over $9 million. So even if one is open, one is still 100,000 miles away from being a real god in reality. The road is still far. It's a good thing that I don't have any lofty ambitions to be the richest man in the world. Necessarily. As long as you don't worry about money in your life, live in style, and live a life as you please. This is also in line with the purpose of having your own system at your disposal. Ning Qian silently accompanied him, but instead of looking at Zhang Jing, she looked at Su Yun's side face. He was really different from the rich people he knew, and imagined. Even though he knows he's with him because of the money, he still respects himself and takes care of his feelings instead of treating her like a cathartic toy. When you want to use it, you bring it, and when you're done with it, you throw it away and leave it alone. He would take care of his feelings, care about his body, and even bring himself to these delicious meals when he was with him for the first time. It would be great if I could follow Su Yun for the rest of my life like this. She was willing to be a little lover even if she didn't want the name, but she knew it couldn't be. A man like Su Yun's heart will always look forward. All one can do is try to get the other person to like him or her a little more, to linger on him or her a little longer. End of chapter. Chapter 47, This Little Eyes, like a child who wants to be fed. Chapter 47, This Little Eyes, like a child who wants to be fed. Aren't I handsome? In the private room, Su Yun suddenly turned his head to Ning Qian and said, "What are you doing staring at me all the time instead of enjoying the night view here? I think you're better looking than the night view." Ning Qian smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Thank you for bringing me here today. Thank you is for outsiders." Su Yun got up and asked, "Do you like to see the night view here?" "Love it," Ning Qian honestly replied. "I used to look at a colleague's circle of friends, sent over here to eat, only it's not a private room, but outside. At the time, although I said I didn't care, in my heart I thought, if only I could come here one day to eat and see the night view, so I'm kind of granting your wish today?" "Well, realized," Ning Qian happily said, "because of you, I also ate more expensive things than her, sat in more expensive places than her, and watched a better night view than her. As you like." Su Yun reached out and put his arm around her, saying, "I'll get you a membership card here later and charge some money into it, so you can bring your coworkers to eat when you're not doing anything, so that they know that even if you, Ning Qian, worship gold, you worship a reliable man." "Thank you, tell me thank you again." "Deserve a beating." Pretending to be angry, Su Yun slapped Ning Qian's arse vigorously twice and threatened, "Say it again in the future. I'll have to take off your pants and beat it." "Really?" Ning Qian had an expectant look on her face. Su Yun, after experiencing the first time, the woman who tastes the sweetness is really astringent. That little look in his eyes, like a child who wants to be fed. "Let's go. Eat, drink and go home." Su Yun pressed the service bell, and a moment later, the lobby manager knocked on the door from outside and walked in. "Hello Mr. Su, how can I help you?" "Check out." "Okay." The lobby manager smiled and said, "Mr. Su, you guys have spent a total of 53,000 yuan today, and if you have a membership, you can enjoy a 10% discount. I'll run one now." "Okay?" "It's okay." The lobby manager introduced, "We have three kinds of membership. One is ordinary membership. There is no amount of money required. To the store to eat as much as give as much as you can. Enjoy 10% off. One is the platinum membership card, which has a recharge requirement of 50,000 to open the card, and you can enjoy a 10% discount when you visit the store. There is also a masonry membership card, which has an opening requirement of a top-up of 100,000 for a 15% discount." "Mr. Su, which one do you think you want to run?" "The third." Su Yuan didn't hesitate and said, "Charge me 200,000 into it." "Okay, Mr. Su," the lobby manager happily said. "I'll take you to the front desk for that." Coming to the cashier's front desk, Su Yun swiped his card and successfully applied for a masonry membership card. Life is like a giant game. The host did as he pleased and got a masonry membership card at the restaurant and became the most honored guest here. Rewarded with 400,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 5.05 million. Su Yun listened to the system sound in his head and knew that his savings had exceeded $5 million. In the past, if you wanted to have $5 million in savings yourself, there was no second possibility other than winning the lottery. But what about this lottery thing? Everyone with a little bit of reading and a brain understands that this is a cheating game spread out in plain sight. It's like you're playing guessing games with a crop and you're half an hour ahead of your opponent. What do you think you're going to win with? Why else would you guess that it is a charity in nature with the name welfare lottery? You're doing welfare and donating to charity by going to buy a lottery ticket itself. Anyone who buys a lottery ticket and goes on to fantasize about winning the jackpot should be dragged out and shot. With impure intentions. Let's do a good deed without expecting anything in return. This was also the reason why for so many years, Soo-yeon never bought lottery tickets. Because his heart is impure. He really buys lottery tickets because he wants to win, not because he wants to do good. Mr. Soo, your meal money has just been deducted from your card, the lobby manager respectfully said. When you come back for dinner in the future, with this card you can also enjoy inserting a queue to make a reservation in advance, and you can also directly swipe your card to spend money. Okay. Coming out from the restaurant, Soo-yeon casually handed the card to Ning-chien and said, take it well, but don't lose it, or be careful of going hungry. Aha! Ning-chien took the membership card, which was more than the balance in her bank card, and carefully put it into her bag and put it away. You can lose your own bank card, but not this one, because the card actually doesn't have a pin. Anyone who takes it can swipe it for dinner. Ning-chien wanted to spit on the store. The card settings were too unscientific. What if you drop this card and someone picks it up? Not safe at all. In fact, she didn't know that. As a rich person's mindset, this kind of membership card falls off. It doesn't cost much anyway, so she doesn't care at all. What's more, there's no pin on the card though, so whoever goes to spend it can do so. But every time you go to make a purchase, the store has to swipe your card in advance to register it, and the system automatically sends a message to the card owner's cell phone. A single phone call could lock the card out of use if not for the card owner's permission. Come on, I'll take you home. Going back at night, Soo-yeon opened the roof of his car for the first time on Bingjong Road, turning it into a convertible sports car in seconds. The red convertible, Thai as hell, drew a lot of attention along the way. Ning-chien sat in the car. The evening breeze blowing on her face was cool. Going to a fancy restaurant and coming home in a luxury sports car was something she had never thought about before. But because she met Soo-yeon, all of this came true. She didn't have to envy anyone anymore. How she wanted the car to just go on and on without end. But the reality is harsh. An hour and a half later, the car was parked firmly in front of her dormitory's neighborhood. Ning-chien winks like silk, reluctantly asked, you really don't need me to accompany you tonight? Since the last time, she felt her body change. Especially in that area, it's no longer as optional as it used to be. It's full of expectation. We're going down the path of sustainability, and you don't want me to die of exhaustion. Soo-yeon smiled and refused. Restrain yourself for now. Allow me to rest for a few days before I find you in battle. Aha! Ning-chien nodded and laughed all of a sudden. I hope that when the time comes, you won't think I'm greedy and eat all the time. Don't worry, there's enough to go around. Soo-yeon said, from the car's handbox, took out a cell phone and handed it over, saying, when I bought my own cell phone today, I saw that your cell phone seems to be quite a long time old. And also by the way, I will buy you a white remote. Thank you. Ning-chien happily hugged Soo-yeon and gave him another kiss. Soo-yeon was slightly angry, saying thank you to me again? Ha ha. Ning-chien got out of the car and said happily, I was wrong. I don't need you to do it next time we meet. I'll take the initiative to accept the punishment myself. Soo-yeon. End of chapter. Chapter 48 and say you didn't seduce me. Chapter 48 and say you didn't seduce me. When Ning-chien returned home, her roommates looked at her with some surprise. What are you doing back here? The co-workers said, we all thought you weren't coming back after your date tonight. I'm not coming back. Where am I going? Ning-chien smiled and replied, we're going to have a meal tonight. We saw the circle of friends you posted. Colleagues gathered around and asked with an envious face, Mr. Soo really took you to the upper room to eat seafood? It can still be fake. Ning-chien couldn't help but laugh. It's hard to believe that I'm still okay with P myself. No, it's Wang Shengmei who said in the group that that picture of yours is fake. A co-worker explained. She was just there last time and said you can't even see that angle of the night in the upper room's dining room. Guess she was sitting out in the hall. Ning-chien pretended to be a bit casual and said, we are sitting inside the VIP room today. The room fee alone is $200. The perspective is certainly different from outside. So it is. The co-workers were envious. The other one asked, so how many pounds of that big crab? The king crab? Inside your circle of friends. I see it's a big one. 120 pounds. 110 pounds. Wow. That must have been expensive. Ning-chien smiled and replied, it's alright. I remember it seems to cost more than 30,000 for one and more than 8,000 for the other. Crowd. Someone was surprised. So you two didn't eat tens of thousands of dollars in one meal tonight? Well, 50,000 plus. Crowd. thinking about what Su Yun had said earlier. Ning Qian smiled. Whenever I'm free, I'll take you guys out for a meal as well. Really? The crowd was surprised and said, it's so expensive there. It's okay for others to treat us. It's too extravagant for us to go and eat by ourselves. It's okay, I have money. Ning Qian happily flaunted. Su Yun gave me a membership card with a $200,000 limit in it, saying that I should take you guys to try the seafood hot pot there as well when I'm not doing anything. It tastes great. My god, he's too good to you. He actually gave you a membership card with a $200,000 limit. The crowd no longer wanted to say they were envious. Yay, we can go eat too. Finally we don't have to suffer from that woman Wang Shengmei all day. They hugged Ning Qian and said happily, Xiao Qian, you are so wonderful. We love you. Su Yun watched Ning Qian enter the neighborhood and then prepared to go back. Halfway through the drive, Li Jinshu's phone called. Hey, where is it? Finished dinner and was on my way home. Su Yun teased. What's wrong? You're still calling me at this moment. You're not afraid of being found out by your good girlfriends. She wasn't home today. Went back to her parents' house. Li Jinshu laughed. I'm alone in the house tonight, so I don't think I'll be back. A man? What do you mean? Su Yun smiled and asked. You missed me? Not at all. Li Jinshu pouted. The water heater at home is broken. I don't know why it doesn't come out hot water, and this time I can't call the master. Do you want to come over and help me look? All right. Su Yun hesitated and agreed. It just so happens that I have something for you as well. Li Jinshu was puzzled. What is it? You'll see in a minute. Su Yun hung up the phone and turned the car around to head directly towards Jin Yuan. Soon he arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. Although the license plate was not recorded, the security guard at the entrance did not make things too difficult once he saw that the other party was a luxury car. Casually asked a question, and then directly opened the gate and let Su Yun in. Worthy of being a high-grade neighborhood. Once Su Yun entered the garage, he found that there was not a single cheap car parked here, with a minimum of 300,000 or more. Not only that, the parking space is much wider than the average ordinary neighborhood. There will not be two cars parked side by side. Cannot open the door. The floor was also clean and all reflective. This made Su Yun's desire to buy a new suite much stronger. But I have 5 million, usually enough to use, but to say that to buy a house, but really cannot buy too good too big house, at least as far as he knows. Sumu they are now living in this large flat, a staircase 2 households, more than 30,000 a square foot. Each house is probably more than 230 square feet, but also more than 6 or 7 million more than 10,000. Luckily, the houses here were not sold out yet, so Su Yun casually parked in a temporary parking space before taking the elevator upstairs. Sumu's house is on the 19th floor, room 2. It was Su Yun's first time here, and he knocked on the door. When Li Jinshu on the sofa heard it, he walked over with bare feet, glanced in the cat's eye, confirmed that it was Su Yun, and opened the door with confidence. She laughed. How did you get here so fast? I'm afraid you have no water to bathe in. It's hot. Su Yun took out an unopened cell phone from behind him and handed it to her, saying, This is the cell phone I gave you. A distant second. Cyan in color. I think it suits you. Why did you give me a cell phone for nothing? I was shopping for a cell phone, so I got you one on the way. Kind of a couple's model. Su Yun laughed. I'm black. Who's going to use the couple's model with you? Li Jinshu refused with his mouth, but still accepted it in his hand, and asked with a smile, What if Sumu finds out? Who knows we're a couple's model if you don't say so? Seeing that she was barefoot, Su Yun directly bent down and picked up the other party in a princess hug, heading towards the house. What are you doing? Li Jinshu was instantly mortified. I called you here. It's not that, it's that the water heater is really broken. What are you thinking? I'm a decent guy, Su Yun said with a smile while hugging her. I was trying to tell you not to run on the ground with bare feet in the future so as not to roughen your feet. None of your business. Of course it's my business, Su Yun said. In the future I will play uncomfortable, scrupulous hands. After a second, Li Jinshu seemed to have thought of something, and immediately blushed and poo-pooed. Big lecher. If I wasn't horny, could you have slept with me yesterday? Su Yun smiled and put Li Jinshu down before realizing something and looking meaningfully at the other party. And that you didn't seduce me. A waist-bearing, sexy halter white silk nightgown and ultra-short nightgown made her perfect body visible under the semi-transparent material. The most crucial thing was that she surprisingly seemed to be wearing nothing inside her clothes. It's the same up and down. Just ask what woman in her right mind would dress like this in front of a man. What a beautiful heartthrob. Love it, love it. Standing in front of the sofa, Li Jinshu suddenly felt Su Yun's aggressive eyes and thought that the other party was horny. She took a few steps back and immediately smiled. Wary, why are you looking at me like that? I'm warning you, no fooling around. Watch out, I'll scream. Pretend. Just pretend as hard as you can. I'm waiting for you to take me to fix the water heater. Soo-yoon wasn't in a hurry and pretended to smile calmly. Hurry up. I have to go back after it's fixed. Lee Jin-shu. At this point, he had actually misunderstood Lee Jin-shu, because he didn't know that the other guy wore it like that all the time at home. It was a habit, coupled with the fact that between her and Soo-yoon, she had already been naked and honest once yesterday. Subconsciously there was no more avoidance mentality. That's why it happened and didn't even realize it. Lee Jin-shu brought Soo-yoon to the place in the kitchen where the water heater was hooked up, then said, "Look, when I turned on the hot water in the kitchen, this water heater just kept screaming and wouldn't ignite." Then the display board showed EOE. Could it be that the water heater is broken and you need to buy a new one? It's really the water heater that's broken. Soo-yoon turned his head and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Find me a bench. I'll see what's going on first." Aha. Monthly votes do not dare to ask for. Recommend votes. Give 1. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Soo-yoon, why is there a hole here? Chapter 49 Soo-yoon, why is there a hole here? In a villa in Gyeongchang, Soo-moo was accompanied by her dad after dinner in the living room, watching TV and chatting in the meantime. Once a month she comes back. Soo-moo was fine with brushing her cell phone, and suddenly she saw a friend dynamic. Looking at the avatar, it seems to be exactly the same shopper Ning Chen in Gucci before. She was seen posting, "Happiness is simple. Good food, a beautiful night view, and him whom I love." And then below that is a 9-panel chart. Soo-moo clicked on it and looked at it. In addition to a variety of seafood food, the night view of the river beach, there was also a group photo. But besides herself, the other one didn't show her face, only a back figure sitting with her back to her, looking out at the night. How could Soo-moo not recognize that back? It was definitely that guy Soo-yoon. Heck, ran off to eat roadkill again. Mwah. Soo Jinshyun looked at his only daughter, who was a bit distracted, and asked, "How's your work these days?" "It's just that, the same job over and over again every day." Soo-moo said, "Cousin hasn't been in the company for quite some time. When you got divorced, you didn't want to stay in your own company, you wanted to go to your cousin's company, and dad didn't force you." Soo Jinshyun said, "But it's been more than 2 years. Shouldn't you also think about yourself?" "Yeah." Soo-moo. Stepmother Maggie Shui, who is in her 40s, also advised on the side, "The work is not done. A woman should still focus on her family, and while she is still young, she should find someone she likes. It's not for Aunt Shui to worry about my affairs." Soo-moo meaningful, smiled and said, "I'm a person now live a very good, temporarily do not want to consider these things. You still worry about worrying about the younger brother's business. He will soon be graduated from the university back to the country. You'll have to train him more attentively, otherwise how will you take over my dad's company in the future?" Maggie Shui was the second woman she married after her own mom died, and gave the old Soo family a son. Dad's been spoiling the little boy ever since. Of course, she wasn't shortchanged when it came to life. Wasn't Maggie Shui so eager to marry herself off because she was afraid that she would return to the company and steal her son's future position? It's obvious that they both know it and they both hate each other, but they have to put on an act in front of their dad. Of course, Shui Meichi heard the other party's dark sarcasm and was not willing to show weakness. She immediately pretended to be a little embarrassed and a little aggrieved and said, "Soo-moo, don't misunderstand. I am really doing this for your own good. I have absolutely no intention of letting Soo-bei steal your position, your father's stuff and our Xiao-bei, and I won't want a single cent. I just see your father worrying about your happiness all day long. I can't bear to help him persuade you. If you don't like it, I won't say anything later." Soo-moo. Soo Jianzhong watched his daughter-in-law being bullied by his daughter, and instantly said in displeasure, "How are you talking to your Aunt Shui? She is at least your elder." "Dad, I'm being nice." Soo-moo said flatly, "I'm not telling Aunt Shui that I'm not interested in your stuff, so she shouldn't worry and put her heart in her stomach, lest Aunt Shui make me and my brother hurt our feelings for your things. What is mine, I will give to whomever I want. It is not for you to take what you want and not take what you don't want." Soo Jianzhong's face instantly became unhappy and said, "Now, I am talking to you about the rest of your life days. How can a girl like you, who is not even 30 years old, not want to get married? Your Auntie Shui has been going around every day to help find a date for you, and it took a while to find you a guy with good looks, character, and family history. This is something you have to agree to even if you don't. Soo-moo, no matter what you think of me, your dad is always good to you and has a point, so don't be mad at your dad." Shui Meichi on the side said, "This man, whether you like it or not, to not first contact with each other contact, suitable on suitable, not suitable we do not force." "All right." Soo-moo looked at his dad's appearance, or compromised, said, "Put the other party's contact information, send it to my cell phone later. I'll go and meet it when I'm free." you have to be serious. Don't think of perfuming us, Dad. Sumu also said unhappily, if you're like this every time I come back to eat with you, I'll change it to once every 2 months from now on. Old Su, you should also cut the crap. People Sumu have agreed. Shue Meichi acted as a good person in the middle and persuaded. They are both father and daughter. Don't make them like enemies. Such a big kid. They have their own ideas and their own sights. Hearing Shue Meichi talk about this, Su Jianzhong got angry and said, it was because I believed her gaze and listened to her ideas that I let her marry a Phoenix man in the beginning. And what happened in the end? It didn't last 3 years before we got divorced and the guy took off with a big chunk of money from the company. At that time, Sumu was young and didn't know any better. And she's definitely better now. Shue Meichi said, Old Su, if you trust me, don't worry about Sumu's marriage. Leave it to me. Okay, I'll leave this to you from now on. Su Jianzhong glanced at his own daughter and rose expansively. I'll go upstairs first. You guys take your time to chat. Sumu, don't bother with your father either. He has this temper. Shue Meichi said to Sumu in a pleasant manner. Your life matters. You make your own decisions. Aunt Shue is blocking for you. But there are some surface work you still need to do to smooth your father's anger. Sumu looked at even if already more than 40 years old, but still charming beautiful woman. Had to sigh a little. Maintenance is really good. No wonder it mesmerized his old man. I know my father's temper, so I don't need Aunt Shue to comfort me. She smiled and said, since he's angry, I guess he doesn't want to see me upset, so I won't sleep here today. I'll go back first, and if my dad asks later, you can say something. It's so late. Why don't you stay and sleep? Sumu took a look at her expression that got up to see her off and replied, my father is not here, so don't act. I'm tired of looking at it. After saying that, she turned around and dashed towards the outside. Maggie Shue sent it all the way to the door before turning to leave, the expression on her face instantly turning cold. Sumu, this woman was very smart. No matter how she acted all these years, she could never fool the other party. It's a good thing that the other guy really doesn't seem to be interested in the family's company, but just in case, for the sake of her son, she still had to watch out for the other side. On the way home, Sumu sat in her BMW. Her mood didn't have any waves. She really didn't care at all about her family's company, and it was entirely Aunt Shue's wishful thinking that made her an enemy. She and this half-brother, Su Bei, were actually quite affectionate. It had also long been her intention to leave the company to the other party in the future. Otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to work in her cousin's company. That in itself is an indication of attitude. But that stupid woman, Maggie Sit, didn't see through it at all. If one day, she really pissed herself off, she'd still be robbing her. At Sumu's home, Su-yun and Li Jinshu didn't know that Sumu had already driven back. They were still in the kitchen, trying to fix the broken water heater. Su-yun, why is there a hole here? How do I know? Li Jinshu anxiously replied, don't you quickly get something to plug it up? It's about to come out. Just hang on. Don't worry. I'll be right there. Ah. Li Jinshu yelped in pain and said in a petulant manner, can you watch where you're going? It's hurting me. It's not like I did it on purpose. Su-yun threatened. It's also my first time fixing this thing. I have no experience. Can you fix it or not? How come it feels like the more you fix it, the more water it leaks? Li Jinshu said helplessly. You just made it and sprayed me all over my face. Who told you that a man has to be able to fix a water heater? Su-yun said unconvincingly, I've already worked hard. If you still dislike me, you can fix it yourself. I'm going home to sleep. Alright. Li Jinshu, who was in some distress, immediately compromised. As long as you're happy, fix it however you like. I'll completely cooperate with you. Okay, that's more like it. Su-yun instructed. Try to use your hand to hold the hole open a bit. I'm going to get on the big guy. End of chapter. Chapter 50, A Woman of the Mouth. Chapter 50, A Woman of the Mouth. Sumu drove back to the neighborhood and parked his car in the garage when he suddenly saw a red sports car not far away. Take another look at the license plate number. Isn't this Su-yun's car? She walked over with some curiosity and looked down into the car. No one. Su-yun's car. How did it end up in the garage of his own neighborhood? Thinking about Ning Qian's circle of friends tonight. By all rights, he should be fooling around with that Ning Qian at this time. Unsolved. So she picked up the phone and called Su-yun, intending to ask what was going on. Su-yun and Li Jinshu were working hard to repair the water heater when he heard a cell phone ringing in the living room outside. He said towards Li Jinshu, you watch over it first. I'm going to take a call. Because of the water heater, the more he fixed it, the more it leaked, and he got all wet. So he simply took off his shirt. Barely coming into the living room, he picked up his cell phone and took another look. And it was actually Sumo calling. What's she calling me for at this hour of the night? Su-yun picked up. Sis, calling me so late. Miss me? I'm not interrupting your business, am I? No. Soo-yoon glanced back at Lee Jin-shu, who was still blocking the water, and smiled. She should be able to hold out for a while. You say. Sumu blushed as she listened to Soo-yoon's words, and a scene that would 404 immediately surfaced in her mind. I was telling you that I was just in our neighborhood garage and saw your car. Sumu didn't have the heart to say, what's going on? Are you in our neighborhood? Subdivision garage. My car? Soo-yoon froze and immediately reacted. Sumu, this is back. People have also been to the garage inside. Ha? Hey. Hey. What did you say, sis? I have a bad signal here. After Soo-yoon finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone. He is not afraid. This is not Lee Jin-shu afraid of it. Sumu shook her head speechlessly as she listened to the phone. Soo-yoon's voice muttering to himself before hanging up the phone. If you don't want to answer it, just say so, and actually pretend with yourself that the signal is bad. Childish. Forget it. People are busy right now and probably couldn't care less about their cars. Sumu put away the phone and walked towards the elevator. At home, Lee Jin-shu was in the kitchen and asked curiously, whose call was it just now? Sumu's. What's she calling you for? Soo-yoon laughed. She seems to have returned and said she saw my car in the garage. Ha? Upon hearing that it was Sumu's, Lee Jin-shu's spirit was instantly highly concentrated, especially after hearing that the other party was already in the garage. He was so scared that he let go of his hand and ran straight out, regardless of the leak. Why is she back? How would I know? If you ask me. Soo-yoon wasn't afraid at all. Looking at the nervous Lee Jin-shu and gloating, wasn't it you who told me that she wouldn't come back tonight? Yeah, usually when she goes back, she doesn't come back. I'll go first, then. Walk what away? Lee Jin-shu pulled Soo-yoon and said, at this moment, she's probably already on the elevator. What if you go out in case you run into her? Well, you say, I can't jump off the 19th floor, Lee Jin-shu suddenly said in a hurry. You quickly hide in my room. And your clothes, door shoes, take them all in with you. Quick. With Lee Jin-shu's help, Soo-yoon was hidden by her in her bedroom before closing the door and instructing, you're not allowed to come out until I call out to you. As soon as her words were out of her mouth, she heard the sound of an electronic lock opening the door. Lee Jin-shu stared at the doorway, a heart immediately hanging in his throat, ready to pop out. Soon, the door opened and Sumu, carrying her bag, walked in. Once she looked up and saw Lee Jin-shu standing in the living room, staring at herself, she laughed. What are you doing? No. Lee Jin-shu smiled and said, I didn't expect you to come back today. On an ad hoc basis, Sumu looked at the wet hair, and some wet pajamas, so that the body that could not be covered. This became even more obvious. She wondered, what did you do? I was just getting ready to take a shower and go to bed, and the water heater broke. Lee Jin-shu lied. Just now I thought about fixing it, but I didn't fix it, and I even got covered in water. That means we won't be able to take a shower tonight? It should be. Lee Jin-shu had a bright idea and suggested, if you can't sleep without a bath, you can drive back to your parents' house to sleep. If you didn't say so earlier, I'm back all the way back. After Sumu changed her shoes and went inside to change into her pajamas, she came to the living room and said, it's fine for one night, I'll find someone to fix it tomorrow. Oh, as Sumu spoke, she suddenly saw a car key on the coffee table, or a Porsche. She turned her head toward Lee Jin-shu and asked suspiciously, whose car keys are for this Porsche? Lee Jin-shu took a look and his palms tightened. Crap, how did I forget to get my car keys? Just as she was thinking of how to make up an excuse, Sumu asked suspiciously, it can't be Soo-yoon's, right? I saw his car in the garage just now as well. Yeah, that's him. Lee Jin-shu hurriedly took the keys and smiled awkwardly. Something came up temporarily today, and I borrowed his car to drive. What are you borrowing his car for? Sumu said. You have something to use the car. You quickly tell me. Just drive mine. Not really, it just happened to come up, so I borrowed it. So that's what I'm saying. Why is his car in our garage? Sumu got up and said with a smile. Well, it's not too early. I'm going to wash up and rest. Do you still want to watch TV? I'm ready for bed too. Okay, good night. Soo-yoon, who was hiding in the bedroom, felt somewhat amused as he listened to the conversation between the two girlfriends outside the living room. Obviously they have nothing to do with Sumu, but because of the relationship of Lee Jin-shu, make the two of them as if behind the back of Sumu quietly cheating as exciting as not. Just as he was lying in bed, the door suddenly opened a crack. Lee Jin-shu dodged in and immediately closed the door, fearing that Sumu outside would see what was going on inside. Seeing Soo-yoon lying on her boudoir bed, she whispered, why are you sleeping on my bed? Come down. You're all wet. It's okay, my pants are off. Soo-yoon held the quilt in one hand and laughed. Do you want me to show you? Who's going to look at you? Big pervert. Li Jinshu sat on one side of the corner of the bed and said, I don't like to look at it at all before I have no sexual interest in you. Mouthy woman. Suyun looked at Li Jinshu and couldn't help but say, look at you now. Who calls someone to their home to fix the water heater when they are dressed like you? What's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it? Especially now after your clothes are wet? Li Jinshu sniffed, looked down, and said angrily, it's not all because of you. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Oops. Another day of losing essence. Chapter 51, Oops. Another day of losing essence. In Li Jinshu's room, the two sat opposite each other, with one naked and one wet. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Suyun smiled and asked, what do I do now? Just keep hiding in your room? Aha. Li Jinshu nodded and said, wait for Susu to fall asleep before you quietly leave. Long night? So what do we do now? Li Jinshu sat on the edge of the bed and asked rhetorically, what do you want? What do I want? Don't you know? Shameless. See, you're thinking what I'm thinking. Suyun is not Lu Xiaohui. Li Jinshu now this appearance stand in front of her. Who can endure mud? Empty it out. Let's empty it out. Let's get through this night first. It's not too late to get well and start again tomorrow. He reached out and yanked over Li Jinshu, the big covers, and seconds later, the clothes were thrown out and fell to the floor. A few minutes later, Sumu finished washing up, and when she passed by Li Jinshu's door, she seemed to hear the sound of someone talking. She knocked on the door. Jinshu, who are you talking to? The two men in the room who were exercising instantly fell silent. I'm on the phone. I'll be asleep soon. Li Jinshu replied in a small voice. Oh, after hearing Sumu's footsteps leave, Li Jinshu, who was under the quilt, shyly glanced at Suyun. It's all because of you. You almost got caught earlier. Suyun laughed and whispered. Who told you to make noise? It's not all you're doing. Li Jinshu sniffed and retaliated with a bite that used a bit of force. I'll bite you to death. Suyun immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This woman. She's got a mean mouth. It's a really wonderful feeling to have someone next door. It's both exciting and humiliating. Straight away, they both added attack speed and horsepower to the max. A few moments later, the happy game was over. The two of them hugged and lingered for a while longer. And after making sure that Sumu was really asleep, Li Jinshu said to Suyun, alright, you quickly put on your clothes and quietly leave. You're not giving me a ride? I don't have the strength and my legs are numb from squatting, so you can walk by yourself. Li Jinshu daintily admonished. Remember to keep your voice down when you go out. Don't wake up Sumu, or I won't be finished with you. Oh, Suyun hemmed and hawed. Next time you want to, go to my house. There's no one there. There is no next time. Li Jinshu blared and said, don't even think about it. You said the same thing last time. Suyun smiled and pretended to threaten. Believe it or not, I will. Today. Again? Li Jinshu rolled over, reclined on the bed, and laughed provocatively. Come on, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just afraid you'll die of exhaustion. Count on it. Suyun rubbed his waist and didn't try to be a hero. Oops. Another day of losing essence. Since he has become a man of some money, he is not worried about money. But there are too many temptations around him, and his waist can't stand it. I also don't know if this system has any rewards for strengthening the kidneys. One is really lacking. Suyun put on his clothes, opened the door, illuminated it with his cell phone screen, and wiped the darkness to quickly leave. When he came out, he realized he didn't have his car keys. The car is undrivable. He had no choice but to go out of the neighborhood and take his own car home. The car will stay here for now. Just as Suyun was depressed, when he was passing by the neighborhood information board, he suddenly saw an advertisement for a house for sale inside. It was posted by the real estate company. The location was actually exactly opposite of Sumu, which was the other house on the 19th floor. And the price is actually a little cheaper than the market price. Just over 20,000 a square foot. Suyun thought, didn't he happen to want to buy a house? Suddenly something clicked. Why don't we just buy one here? It's only a little over $6 million when you do the math anyway. When the time comes that you have something to do, you might even be able to go next door in the middle of the night. Whoever gets in then seems to be good. But with just over 5 million on my own card, I still need to go along for the ride a bit to get enough. But just to be on the safe side, he wrote down the contact information for the real estate sale and planned to call tomorrow to ask for information. The next morning, when she woke up, Li Jinshu was physically and mentally happy, and her face was obviously a lot rosier than before. A woman is a flower. After being moisturized by the mysterious substance, it only blooms more colorfully. That's why a woman's medical beauty is never about skincare. Spa. On effectiveness. It's not as good as relaxing your whole body and mind and letting someone else give you a shot of a mysterious potion. This was also discovered by Sumu. she asked with some confusion. Jin-shu, I noticed that your skin has become much better in the last 2 days. It looks a lot more hydrated. Did you change to some other brand of skin lotion? No. Lee Jin-shu reached out and touched his face, and said somewhat sheepishly, maybe it's because I haven't stayed up late in the last 2 days and slept early. See, I told you before not to stay up all night. It's not good for your skin. And you didn't believe me. Sumu laughed while preparing breakfast. Now you know I didn't lie to you, right? Lee Jin-shu, by the way, did you get up in the middle of the night last night? Sumu asked. I think I heard the door open and heard voices in the living room. Ha? Lee Jin-shu immediately replied. Yes, got up once, got thirsty and drank a little water. Oh, so that's it. Sumu laughed. Harmed me last night, thought it was a burglar in the house. Remember to turn on the light next time you come out. I'm not afraid of disturbing your rest. Wait, are you coming with me? Or, Sumu suddenly remembered that Soo-yun's car was still in Lee Jin-shu's hands and asked, forget it, you can drive my car to the company later. I'll drive Soo-yun's car away, and it's just as well that I can help you return it to him. Okay, that's a lot of work. It was only in the morning that Lee Jin-shu remembered that Soo-yun had left in a hurry last night and had forgotten to take the car keys away, causing the car to remain in the garage. I couldn't help but smile at the corners of my mouth at the thought of him taking a cab back in the middle of the night. Why are you smiling as you eat? Seeing this, Sumu asked suspiciously. Eating a breakfast? What are you snickering alone for? Nothing. Lee Jin-shu laughed. I'm wondering if you're using the excuse of helping me return the car to talk to Soo-yun. Sumu. Sue, I'm your best friend. Lee Jin-shu asked somewhat tentatively. Tell me, are you interested in Soo-yun? Facing the inquiry from her best friend, Sumu shook her head. No. Really? Lee Jin-shu beamed. I don't believe it. Then, sort of, a little bit. Sumu thought about it again and admitted. But it's still not something I can talk about liking, and I haven't thought about it. Besides, I'm 3 years older than him, so it's a bit inappropriate after all. Oh, Lee Jin-shu sniffed, and his sense of guilt suddenly became much smaller. If that's the case, you're not too bad yourself. Please, 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 please. End of chapter. Chapter 52, handsome, but honest. Chapter 52, handsome, but honest. In the dining room, Sumu suspiciously looked at her good girlfriend and tentatively asked, you don't think you have thoughts about Soo-yun, do you? Honestly, Lee Jin-shu hesitated and said while eating the bread. He is indeed my ideal type. Handsome and rich, with a good character. He can make me walk 20 years less. So you really like him? Lee Jin-shu casually said. Even if I like him, he won't necessarily want me. The mansion is not that easy to enter. Indeed, Sumu thought about the ambiguity between herself and Soo-yun, thought about the entanglement between him and Ning Qian, and after thinking about it again and again, decided to persuade her best friend to give up. She said, Jin-shu, although Soo-yun is good, he wouldn't be a dedicated person. If you're with him, you're likely to get hurt. I know. I'll just say it. Lee Jin-shu laughed. Don't worry, Susu. I'm not going to go after Soo-yun and steal a man from you. Who robbed you? After Sumu heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Whoever wants to take it, as long as she can bolt his heart, even if she is capable. Lee Jin-shu. Sumu ate first, leaving her keys to Lee Jin-shu and taking Soo-yun's car keys. Then he drove Soo-yun's 911 towards the company. Lee Jin-shu was alone at home, eating breakfast, and was a little torn inside. Through this morning's trial and error, she was more and more certain that Susu's feelings for Soo-yun were not as simple as friends, should kind of like each other. She won't admit it, but they're BFFs. They know each other well. But your relationship with Soo-yun now, it was clear that it was just the one time at the bar and that they would ignore him after that. But last night the two had another go at it. Still at home, still with Sumu sleeping next door. Being a lousy BFF myself. No, one must restrain oneself from the next time. Lee Jin-shu admonished himself. Only once and again. Not again and again. In the future, no matter what Soo-yun says, one must not agree to him. As she thought about it, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken emergency measures, so she rushed back to her room, dug out the pills in her bag, and took one before she was relieved. She also knew that eating this stuff was bad for her health, but there was no way to prepare it at home, so she had to do it first. Besides, according to that guy Soo-yun's character, I'm afraid he wouldn't wear that thing. Though she hadn't experienced that stuff yet, she figured she wouldn't like it. It was always something that separated her and would feel distant. Sumu was already beautiful and temperamental, and driving on the street in a convertible 911 could have a much higher turnaround rate than Soo-yun. If Soo-yun saw this scene, he would probably have to cry. It's not that Sumu wants to pretend like those rental car ladies, but she really hasn't experienced what it's like to drive a convertible sports car. So she tried it today. It feels good. At least it's easy to satisfy a woman's vanity by looking at everyone's envious eyes. Sumu also understands a social problem. No wonder so many women would rather sit in a sports car and get ed and cry than sit in the back of a battery-operated car and laugh. She hadn't grown up much worse off with money because of her luck, and belonged to the group of people who were better off than they were, so somewhat less empathetic. Before entering the company building garage, Sumu, in order to avoid suspicion, she raised the roof of the car, lest it be seen by acquaintances. Then, after finding a spot closer to the elevator and parking, she had just gotten out of the car and closed the door when she ran head-on into Song Xiaowei, a new colleague in the company. Today she is riding in the car of a male colleague at the company. Song Xiaowei looked at Sumu and greeted him with a warm smile. "Supervisor Su, good morning." "Well, good morning." Sumu smiled and nodded, then walked towards the elevator. Instead of choosing to follow Sumu to the elevator, the company's colleagues and Song Xiaowei chose to take the next trip. Most office workers are like that. They don't want to sit in the same elevator with their leaders. Just like the one reason why they don't want to meet their teachers when they are studying. The old colleague looked at the Porsche 911. His eyes revealed envy and said, "Supervisor Su has changed to a new car again. This car is very nice." In fact, it is not unsurprising that the big people do not know that this car is Su Yun. After all, he rarely got off work with everyone now. Either you leave early or you leave late. The only person who knows this car is his supervisor Lee. And it's not like he's going to go around the company giving him publicity. When Song Xiaowei heard it, it turned out that the car really belonged to Supervisor Su. Not that Su Yun. Don't tell me. He's handsome and honest. At least it's not vain. Song Xiaowei asked curiously. Is Supervisor Su's family rich? No. The male co-worker, faced with the beautiful woman's inquiry, whispered. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. Aha. Supervisor Su surely can't afford it with that small salary. The male co-worker replied. I heard them say that Supervisor Su is actually our boss's young wife, and is being adopted. Song Xiaowei. Sumu came to the company. First looked around and actually found that this guy was late again. Had to slip the car keys into his pocket and head back to his office first. And Song Xiaowei, as an intern, except for the first day when she had nothing to do, looked a little busy once today. The reason for all this was because of Su Yun. Since it wasn't like he had anything planned for himself, it resulted in her having no idea what to do at all at the office and having nothing to do. Women can be very jealous, because her appearance gained the enthusiasm of many single men in the company, causing some discomfort in the hearts of other female co-workers. So the other female co-workers, seeing that she had nothing to do, began to make her do other chores in the office. For example, photocopying documents, picking up couriers, delivering things, or helping to adjust forms, etc. Older employees, at first, prefer to call on newcomers to do their own thing, because that's how they came to be as newcomers in the first place. Song Xiaowei originally thought that we are all colleagues, so a little help is a little help. Anyway, she has nothing to do, but one thing after another. They all called her. Song Xiaowei twisted and turned for a while, but finally she couldn't help herself. She knocked directly on the door and came into Sumu's office. Supervisor Su, there's something I want to talk to you about. Sumu looked up at the girl who had only just been recruited and asked, What is it? Can I have someone else to follow? Song Xiaowei said with dissatisfaction. It was agreed that I was recruited to be an intern host, but I'm doing odd jobs and no activities at all. Okay, I got it. Sumu asked, Do you have anything else? No more. Sumu said. Then go out. When Suyun comes, call her in for me for a moment. I'll ask about the situation. Okay, thanks Supervisor Su. End of chapter. Chapter 53, I'm sorry. I'm all kissed up. Chapter 53, I'm sorry. I'm all kissed up. Suyun slept late again today. After coming back from Li Jinshu's place in the middle of the night last night, I slept very soundly and didn't think about setting the alarm clock. With the money, he really didn't seem to care about the little matter of full attendance. After all, the big deal is getting fired. Stay if you can, leave if you can't. It's actually long past time for him to pursue poetry in faraway places. However, for the sake of his mom, he still has to transition and accumulate some wealth before going out to wave. By the time he got himself to the office, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, and ran head-on into Supervisor Lee. Suyun had thought that he would more than likely be disliked a few more times by him, but it turned out that Supervisor Lee acted as if he hadn't seen him, didn't say anything, and rubbed his shoulders straight away, returning to his office. I disliked me when we met before, but now after seeing it, I'm avoiding it instead. However, if one were Supervisor Lee, the odds are that one would do the same, because if you dislike and can't win, and the other person is afraid, you'll end up embarrassing yourself. After coming to his workstation, Suyun remembered the matter of buying a house. They should be at work by now. so call them first and ask for information. Soon, the caller on the other end picked up and it was a man. Hello, Soo-yun asked. May I ask if this is the sales center of Hyun Real Estate? Yes, I'm the sales manager here. My name is Man K. The other person asked. Excuse me, what is it you need advice on? I see that your company has a 19th floor bungalow for sale over here in Building B of Cam Yuan? Yes sir. On the phone, the salesman named Wan Kuei immediately smiled and warmed up as soon as he heard that the other party was interested in luxury properties. He hasn't billed in half a month. Sir, if you're interested, I can come pick you up right now. It's a house I guarantee you'll like, and it's cheap. It's a rare opportunity. Probably not now. Not until noon. Soo-yun said. If it's okay after looking at it, I'll finalize the house. No problem sir. On the phone, Wan Kuei said happily. Can I ask what the gentleman's name is? Soo-yun. Then Mr. Soo, I'll contact you later at noon. Bye. Good. Song Xiaowei came out of the office just in time to see Soo-yun come to the company. She quickly came to Soo-yun and was speechless when she saw him playing with his cell phone. Groping for fish again. No motivation at all. Thanks to the fact that I had a glimmer of goodwill towards him before, it was now gone. Brother Soo. Supervisor Soo wants you to go to her office for a moment. Soo-yun looked at this somewhat haughty woman and smiled as he asked rhetorically. You didn't just go and sue me, did you? No. Song Xiaowei replied. I'm being honest. All right. Soo-yun got up and said. I'll go see how Supervisor Soo scolds me. Song Xiaowei. When Soo-yun left, Fatty on the side looked at Song Xiaowei and fought for him. Why did you snitch on him? I'm not snitching. I'm just applying for someone else to take me. Song Xiaowei said defiantly. I don't want to work with someone who is unmotivated and still incapable. Aha. The corners of little Fatty's mouth twitched as he said. Soo-yun is the most motivated and one of the best business people in our company. Every time he does an event planner, there is a 70% probability of a one-time pass with the client. You just have to follow him, and you have a much better chance of going out and hosting events than anyone else. Song Xiaowei was puzzled. Then, according to you, if he's so powerful, how come he's still a junior staff member? It's not like promotions in the workplace are based on ability alone. Little Fatty looked at the newcomer in front of him and shook his head. There are times when one's origin itself determines the upper limit. You'll get it later when you're out working a few more years. Song Xiaowei. Also, you can come to our company because he needs someone temporarily. Fatty was disgruntled. Otherwise you, a college graduate with no work experience, wouldn't even have this opportunity. Song Xiaowei. She doesn't believe it. Returning to his workstation, he inquired with a few other male co-workers about the ones that were similar to Fatty's story. Everyone had a better impression of Soo-yun. After all, after drinking his coffee for so many days, can you not say something nice? Song Xiaowei didn't expect Soo-yun's reputation in the company to be so good. Had I really misunderstood him? At this moment, after Supervisor Lee returned to his office, he watched coldly through the shutters as Soo-yun headed to Sumu's office. Today he actually saw Sumu in the garage when he came in the morning. Didn't show up first though. The moment he saw the other man get out of the car, it was as if he had figured something out, and he was secretly delighted. After he went back last time, how could he not want to believe that this car was Soo-yun's? Even if Sumu testified for him it wouldn't work. Originally the two of them might have had an affair. What if the car is Sumu's own? Then give it to Soo-yun Kai. After all, Soo-yun was really handsome and it wasn't surprising that he was raised by Sumu as a gigolo. It's not impossible for the boss to adopt Sumu and Sumu to adopt Soo-yun. And this scene today completely confirmed his suspicions. All that's missing now is the evidence. As long as you expose the two of them to the boss again. Ha ha. Both of you get the hell out of here. Over here. Soo-yun was still unaware that he had been watched by Supervisor Lee. He came into Sumu's office and asked with a smile. You're looking for me to tell me about the intern? No. Sumu didn't mention the intern thing in the slightest. She smiled and took the car keys out of the drawer, placed them on the table and said, Here, your car keys. Why are you here? I switched cars with Jean Shu Lee in the morning. Sumu smiled and said, You're so generous. The sports car said to borrow it. Jean Shu isn't an outsider. She's your best friend. Then I thank you for her. Sumu thought that the other party was really because of herself, and got up and took the initiative to pour Soo-yun a cup of water. She laughed and said, You're late again today. Can you stop fooling around all day? I can't help it. I can't sleep alone at night. Soo-yun spread his hands and said, Unless I have someone to accompany me. Sis, are you interested? No. Sumu glared at him and laughed. You don't want to leave early from work today. I don't have a car, so send me back for a bit. I thought you didn't ride in my passenger seat. Soo-yun teased. You're not used to having other women sitting there. Then when the time comes, you'll be in the passenger seat and I'll just drive. Soo-yun, That's a great idea. When Fatty saw Soo-yoon return from Soo-moo's office, he asked with some concern. Supervisor Soo won't scold you, right? How could it be? Soo-yoon laughed. It wasn't even Song Xiaowei's business that she called me in. It was something else. Oh, it's good to be okay. Fatty laughed. I told you, how could Supervisor Soo talk about you because of an intern? You seem to know her well. After all, we've been in contact for 2 years, so we know more or less her personality. Fatty laughed. On the contrary, it's you, who has more contact with Supervisor Soo, who knows a bit more than us. That's true. Soo-yoon said meaningfully, I'm so close to getting to know her better. Fatty was surprised. Asterisk. You're not trying to poach the boss, are you? You're overthinking it. Soo-yoon, I can advise you one thing. Fatty whispered. Although Supervisor Soo is nice to you, you should still try to have as little contact with Supervisor Soo as possible, lest the boss gets jealous when he finds out and fires you directly. Soo-yoon, sorry, I'm all kissed up. What's more, she's not even the boss's lover. She's a cousin. Song Xiaowei quietly observed Soo-yoon from afar, wanting to come up and ask about the situation, but she couldn't pull her face down. End of chapter. Chapter 54, he actually deleted his friend? Chapter 54, he actually deleted his friend? Soo-yoon, who was fine, continued to touch the fish and read a novel on his cell phone. Ever since he found out that the author who wrote this godly novel was a woman, he always felt that it didn't smell right when he read it again. It's not the same as if you had looked at it yourself before. It's not the same, but this author, despite being a woman, promises things with spit and integrity. Used to be 400 words a day update, now because of their own reward, every day 30,000, plus more. Diligent. Soo-yoon looked at her data again, and it was actually starting to slowly get better. It seems that her own bounty, coupled with her pop-ups, allowed her to catch the wave of traffic she sent her way. However, he won't be making any more large bounties. The previous reward of 100,000 was because he liked the book and wanted to support the author a bit. Now you're telling him to bounty another gold ally that won't do it, not even if the author is a pretty girl. He's rich, but he doesn't want to spend it on this. Wouldn't it be better to take it and do something else? He'll only spend his money on himself and his mom. If any of it was spent on another woman, it could only mean that it was him trying to sleep with someone else. Of course, your own hobbies don't count. Having nothing to do but read novels was a hobby he had always had, and even now that he was rich all of a sudden, he couldn't change it. After reading the recent updates, Soo-yoon symbolically gave the other party another silver alliance, then decided not to read the genre in the future, because she's writing about all these things that she's experiencing herself, and it's still more real. So reading this novel again just doesn't feel interesting or as cool as it did before. He, Soo-yoon, was a human being, not a. It's not like every woman you see, or meet, you want to drop money to sleep with someone else. He also did not receive a reward from the system for this reward. It means that the desire for this book in his heart is really not much. The system did not feel the fluctuation of his emotions, as if he was doing a very normal thing. Obviously the indulgence was unsuccessful. To Soo-yoon, $10,000 was a small amount of money and could care less, but not for fiction writers. Chen Xin was at home coding. After seeing the other party rewarded another silver alliance, his heart, in addition to being happy, also flooded with small mutterings. This grumpy old man couldn't be having thoughts about himself after realizing he's a girl, could he? After all, in the live broadcast industry, there is a big brother of the list one after the reward. Is not want to sleep with the female anchor? Just when Chen Xin felt that she should make it clear to her big brother on the list one that she is a netizen and does not sleep with her, the other party's QQ message was sent first. She clicked on it. Grumpy old man, I won't be reading your books from now on. This alliance is just a goodbye to you. Go for it. Chen Xin wanted to send a message to the other party to ask why they don't see it anymore, but the result showed that he was no longer the other party's friend. He actually deleted his friend? What happened? Chen Xin went back to his readers group to find the other party, but ended up withdrawing from the group as well. The first group administrator to receive the message was also confused. He messaged the group and asked the author with an aid, passing water without constancy at Flower Pig. How come the earthy brother ran away after rewarding a silver alliance? The water is not constant. Have you offended him? You ask me. Who do I ask? Chen Xin looked at the group message and muttered, and the mood to code was gone in a flash. Suddenly it felt like I had been mercilessly abandoned. Thanks to himself, he had just thought that his big brother had designs on him, only to run away in the twinkling of an eye. But she hasn't said anything yet. It's one thing to say no when you don't want to yourself, but it's depressing for her when you run off early on your own. Is it because I'm ugly? Solely. Chen Xin also did not code. Rest. She left the computer screen and made her way out of the house. intending to go to the mom stagecoach first to get her express mail back. Nowadays, except for SF and Jingdong, you don't want it to deliver to your hand. Putting it on a stagecoach is really a good option for commuters, but for someone like her who doesn't like to go out and is home for long periods of time, it's not friendly. She actually wanted to spit on the delivery. Your courier could have called and asked first every time he made a delivery. Wouldn't it be better to let the customer decide whether to deliver it downstairs or leave it at the stagecoach? It says that the new delivery rules for March 1st are out, but they just haven't been implemented. Chen Xin changed her clothes and was picking up a delivery at the mom post when she bumped into Auntie Zhang Sujuan from across the street again. She was just about to pretend she didn't see it and leave with her head buried in the sand when she was still spotted by her opponent. Zhang Sujuan enthusiastically shouted, "Chen Xin, you've come to get the delivery too?" "Yes, Auntie." Chen Xin stopped walking, turned around and smiled awkwardly. "What a coincidence. You've come to pick up the courier too." "Well, I wasn't home when it was delivered yesterday, so I had someone leave it here." Zhang Sujuan took the delivery and asked, "I see you don't seem too happy. What's wrong?" "It's okay." Chen Xin smiled and replied, "Auntie, if you don't have anything else, I'll go back first." "Don't go back. Stay with Auntie and chat in the neighborhood. Auntie has something to find you." "Huh? What is it?" Zhang Sujuan said. "Help me see what's going on with this express delivery of mine. Yesterday that delivery boy said that this is some kind of luxury item that is very expensive and told me to go get it early so I don't lose it." "Luxury? Yeah, I can't figure it out either." Zhang Sujuan laughed. "These should all be the clothes my son mailed me. I don't recognize them, so help me look at them. You're also a young man. You should understand, right?" Slightly recognizable. She is, after all, the one who writes the divine hero text, and the knowledge of all kinds of luxury goods. She has looked up a lot on Baidu, and she has memorized a lot. Chen Xin had actually noticed that Auntie Zhang wore a luxury brand called Gucci every day. This is not a cheap suit, but since this was an old neighborhood, she always thought the other person was wearing mostly cottage goods, especially after seeing a few other aunts around her wearing her same brand of clothes. Small counties. What cottage brands are there, anyway? And there is no real owner to hold you accountable. But today, after hearing what Auntie Zhang said about the delivery boy, she felt that things were not simple anymore. If you don't know what you're talking about, doesn't the delivery boy know what he's talking about? Or isn't the delivery boy aware of the value of the package? And look at the outer packaging of this delivery. It is indeed much better than the ordinary clothing package. By this time, other neighbors in the neighborhood had curiously gathered around to say hello. "Sujuan, where's the delivery?" "Aha." Zhang Sujuan laughed. "I asked my son to buy me a few more pieces of clothing to come over, so that Chen Xin could help me look at them." "Your son's vision? What are you afraid of?" One of them said enviously. "The clothes you're wearing. Everyone says they're of good quality. Well made, good looking and cheap." "Yeah, all of us can't buy it yet if we want to. Your son's filial piety is really good." Zhang Sujuan sniffed and said happily. "Ha ha, thank you all for your compliments. P.S. I've suddenly gotten a lot more bookworms and a lot more comments lately. It's also well on its way to advancing to next week's second round. I've read all of your comments, and as long as they make sense and are right, I accept them with an open mind and try to not make the same mistakes later on and improve a little bit. I'm here to thank you all for liking it, so I won't start a single chapter. Finally, I'm asking for recommendations and monthly votes to punch the new book list." End of chapter. Chapter 55, Families, I've found a hidden dirtbag. Chapter 55, Families, I've found a hidden dirtbag. In the neighborhood, while everyone was chatting, Chen Xin on one side had already helped Zhang Sujuan remove the outer packaging of the courier. She looked at the bag inside that said Gucci and froze. She wouldn't believe it if it was a copycat. Everyone else was a little surprised when they saw the beautiful packaging. "That's a nice bag for the dress, too." "Yeah, it does look good. I think you're worth a couple bucks for all this bag." Someone even said, "Suwan, do you still want this bag? Give me one. I'll take it for my stuff." "I'll take one. I'll take one. Don't be in a hurry." Later, Zhang Sujuan wasn't a cutie. Might have given it before, but the courier guy is saying it's more expensive now, in case his son paid a lot of money for it. Of course she had kept an eye out. Otherwise she wouldn't have pulled Chen Xin to help her look. Then it was time to open the bag. Chen Xin took out one of the clothes inside, and the material was very comfortable as soon as he got his hands on it. But true or false she really couldn't tell. So she just pulled out her own cell phone again and scanned it against the QR code on the hang tag as everyone watched. Seeing this, Zhang Sujuan curiously said, "What are you doing?" "It's the security code on the shirt." Chen Xin explains. Anti-counterfeiting code is a unique marking. And genuine products usually come with a code to ensure the authenticity of the product and the traceability of its origin. As soon as I scan it with my phone, I'll know its details. Clothes are so high-tech now. Jung Soo-juan and the crowd listened and let out exclamations of insight. Chen Xin logged into Gucci's official website, and then after entering the anti-counterfeiting code of the clothes, the information of the clothes appeared on the phone at once. Really, the dress is actually real. And this dress, the official online price tag is over $6,000. Jang Soo-juan asked, does Chen Xin see anything? What brand is this dress? Is it expensive? It's Gucci. Chen Xin said honestly. It's called Gucci in Chinese. It's an Italian luxury brand. Isn't that expensive? Aha. Chen Xin replied. This dress in my hand. It costs more than $600. What? Jang Soo-juan was surprised. More than $600? You won't be mistaken, right? Yeah, could you be wrong? It's over $600 a piece for such a thin dress. The others were shocked as well. Just one dress, selling for over $600. A money grab. It's not leather. It's not mink. It's true. How else can you call it luxury? Chen Xin handed her cell phone to Jang Soo-juan and said, Auntie, look for yourself if you don't believe me. Jang Soo-juan took the cell phone and looked at it. After a few seconds, she returned the phone to the other party without moving and said, Oops, this must be a copycat. My son can't afford such expensive clothes. Saying that, she didn't let Chen Xin look at the other pieces of clothing, taking them all in her hands, getting up and pulling Chen Xin, making a wink and saying, Let's go home. The older generation are more conscious of keeping their wealth to themselves. Oh, Chen Xin understood and followed. The others around them saw this and whispered, What do you guys say? Is what that Chen Xin said true? I don't think so. If he's really that rich, how come his son hasn't gotten married? Not necessarily. Someone retorted. Look at their house. They bought it back when they said they would. And I heard that it was still $100,000 above the market price. Without money, who would do that? That's right. Maybe the son of the family is in the big city and is really making a name for himself. That can't be said. And it can't be ruled out that Soo-won was afraid that she would be looked down upon by everyone after she came back this time, and purposely looked for that Chen Xin kid to act out for us. Someone said, Come on. It's not easy for Jang Soo-juan to raise a child on her own. Can't you all just wish her well? We're just discussing it. We're not saying anything about her. The two of them went upstairs, and Jang Soo-juan called Chen Xin to the house, then asked her to sweep all of the few remaining pieces. All together, it's over $30. $000. Jang Soo-juan said seriously. Chen Xin, this is really true. You didn't lie to me? Auntie, I didn't lie to you. It's true. Chen Xin was actually shocked in her heart at this moment, because in the mouth of Auntie Zhang's daily chat with her, she knew that Auntie Zhang's son was excellent, but just an ordinary white-collar worker. How much can the paycheck be? Maybe it doesn't pay as much as your own manuscript in a month. But now, judging by what he's buying, that's not the case at all. The clothes in this mailing are real, so all the ones Auntie wore before should be real too. Jang Soo-juan seems to have thought of this problem as well. Her face changed, and she pulled Chen Xin to her closet again, taking out all the stuffs that her son had bought for her before she came back. Chen Xin, help me see how much these are worth again? Chen Xin looked at the Gucci that was thrown haphazardly on the bed and swallowed his saliva. It was the first time she'd seen someone treat a luxury item like a pile of clutter. I didn't realize the dirt was all around me. Chen Xin didn't test the authenticity this time. Surely it was all true. She just opens Taobao Sense and sweep and looks at the price. First, I scanned the nearest large shoulder bag in an ugly color. As a result, Chen Xin swept and said with a complex expression, Auntie, this bag seems to be a limited edition. It costs more than 50,000. When you write your own novel, the protagonist buys a 50,000 pack when he says so, but this is in reality. Realistically it would be hard to make $50,000. For example, she herself, sometimes bad luck. A book does not do well. 4,000 words a day. Write for a year to earn so much money for a packet. Jang Soo-juan. This is a bag that she takes to the grocery store for groceries all the time. It's not a care in the world. She steadied herself and said, Go on, Auntie, this dress is 15,000. This one is 32,000. This one is more than 17,000. This one. As Chen Xin reported the number, Jang Soo-juan felt that she had become a bit brain-dead, and Chen Xin herself was somewhat shaken. After the last bed of Gucci was all swept up, she added it all up and it was worth over $420,000 in total. That's almost enough to pay for a house. Chen Xin was okay and quickly came back to her senses. Young people, often surf the internet, more than 400,000 is not much on the internet. Average. After all, she was used to Ferraris per capita. She looked at Zhang Sujuan's slightly dull eyes and softly shouted, "Auntie Zhang?" "Ha?" Chen Xin asked. "You really don't know the value of these things?" "Ha? I don't know. My son never told me. Just a couple $100. Chen Xin. "I'm fine." Zhang Sujuan came back to her senses and said with a complicated expression, "Thank you for today, Chen Xin. I won't keep you for lunch. I have something to do." Oh. After Chen Xin left, she returned home and shared the incident with the group first. Flowering pig, family. I've found a hidden dirtbag. End of chapter. Chapter 56 Zhang Sujuan's worry. Chapter 56 Zhang Sujuan's worry. At home, Zhang Sujuan sat alone on her bed, looking at a bed of so-called luxury clothes and bags. For a long time, she wasn't happy that the clothes were worth a lot of money. She knew how much money her own son could have, and there was no way he could afford something so expensive. She was a little worried that her son wasn't on the wrong path. After thinking about it, she decided to ask for clarification, or else she wouldn't be able to sleep or be at peace tonight. Picking up the phone, Zhang Sujuan dialed her son. A few seconds later, it went through. "Hey, Mom." Zhang Sujuan smiled and asked, "Didn't it bother you at work?" "No. Mom got the clothes you mailed her." Zhang Sujuan hesitated and asked, "How much did you spend this time?" "It's over 100. On the phone, Su Yun laughed. "What? You want to ask for the rest of the money you transferred to me last time back? I'm not going to give it to you. I also have hard-earned money." "Mom, don't." Zhang Sujuan was going to talk about the money, but the words reached her mouth and she swallowed back. "Mom is just trying to tell you that if we don't have money, we can earn it slowly," she admonished, "but every dollar we make has to be clean, and we must never do anything illegal, okay?" "Mom, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Su Yun replied in disbelief. "Of course I won't do anything illegal. I'm a 3 good citizens. It's good that you didn't do anything illegal," Zhang Sujuan said meaningfully. "I just watched a news story today about a young man who suddenly became very rich and bought all sorts of extravagant things back. When he was caught in a couple of years, people realized that he got all that money from doing bad things, and I was so deeply moved by what I saw that I wanted to talk to you about it, so that you'd remember never to go down the wrong path in the future." Su Yun, who was in the company, froze as he listened to his mom's words. Then Sabi, he heard what Mom was implying. No way. Did Mom know the price of the dress? But how did she find out? Unfortunately, he had just retired from Chen Xin's group, or else he would have known what was going on by listening to Chen Xin's description. However, since his mom didn't say it to his face and didn't ask him why, Su Yun chose to continue playing dumb. After all, he really didn't have a good explanation that would convince the other side right now, but in order to appease his mother's heart, he said very seriously, "Well, I remember. Mom, you can rest assured. Your son, I'm a 3 good citizens. Every penny earned is clean. Rest assured with. I'm going to have to retire you later, and I'm not going to do anything illegal. Okay, just so you know." After hearing this, Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, "You're my son. As long as it's what you say, I'll believe you." Su Yun, "Thanks Mom." Ending the call, Su Yun and the company fell into a short period of contemplation. It was kind of a perfunctory day, but it was never a permanent solution. In order to make sense of having money, he'd have to make a change before he went to his mom's birthday. After all, it is impossible for a wage earner to make so much money, even if he guarantees again. Mom again believe in himself. Over time, there will always be some problems in the heart. To solve this problem, he would either have to pretend to start a company himself, and then it would be up to him to make as much or as little money as he wanted. Mom doesn't get it either. Either you work hard to get promoted in your company to become a senior wage earner, at least if you're at the manager level, and then tell your mom that you're only good for $1 million a year or more. When comparing these two methods, the first one is easier, and it's just something to do for mom anyway, but the second one is a bit slightly harder, because it takes both competence and a certain amount of connections to get it right. Su Yun suddenly remembered the case of Paragon in his hand. Sumu is right. He can't do it all by himself. Got to get a team out there to do it together. It just so happens that he has such a resource group. Nowadays, there are a lot of employees of big companies who use their off-duty time to get some part-time jobs outside on their own. He's messed with all of them before, taking on some small cases outside that others have sent in. Well, I'll ask in the group when I have time and see if it works. If one doesn't work, get a few more people to do it together. The harder the case, the more you make it by yourself and do it well. Plus, with the contributions you've made to the company in the past, when the time comes, you can just ask for a position with the boss. If the owner doesn't give it, he won't cheapen the company. Straight to the face and open wide. Leave the company after taking a compensation for your own campaign program with Paragon. Then he'll go and start a purse company related to the media side of things. And by the way, he'll take his proposal to the Bacchus branch and sell it. Sell as much as you can. He's not going to do a losing deal. This way you have your own company and your first business. When you get home, show your mom your company's Bacchus campaign footage as physical evidence. It's a perfect plan to attack and defend. Thinking about it, Soo-yoon couldn't help but give himself credit. Suddenly, a message came from his cell phone WeChat. It was from the manager of the Chow Tai Fook store. Jiang Peiyao. Peiyao Jiang, are you there? I have an event detail I'd like to talk to you about in person. Can you come over? Soo-yoon, now? It's almost lunchtime. Why don't you just talk to me on the phone and I'll revise it and send it to you? Jiang Peiyao, I think it's better to communicate in person. By the way, let me buy you lunch. Soo-yoon looked at the message and thought about it. Just in time to have lunch with her and then contact the real estate directly to see the house myself. Soo-yoon, okay, I'll be right over. Jiang Peiyao, thank you for your hard work making the connection. Soo-yoon said to Fatty next to him. The case over at Chow Tai Fook needs me to go over there to deal with it. So remember to help me out if anyone asks about it later. Okay, no problem. After exchanging greetings, Soo-yoon got up and left. When Song Xiaowei, who was not far away, saw this, she came to Fatty's side and asked curiously, what did brother Soo go out for? The anniversary case over at Chow Tai Fook needs him to go over and take care of it. Song Xiaowei asked, but why don't you take me? I remember him telling me before that he would take me when something happens in this Chow Tai Fook case. Guess he didn't think it was necessary this time. Fatty smiled and replied, when the event is finalized, he should take you to familiarize yourself with the process before the opening. After all, you are the host of the day at Song Xiaowei. Is he upset that I told him off this morning? That's why I wasn't brought along on purpose. Sumu was keeping an eye on Soo-yoon when she had something to do, and when she saw him run off again before noon, she took out her cell phone and sent a message. Sumu, it's almost lunchtime. Where are you running off to again? Soon. Soo-yoon's message was sent over. Soo-yoon, go out and have an in-depth conversation with a beautiful woman. Then have lunch together. Sumu read the message and frowned. Is that Ning Qian so charming? You just went last night and today. You're not afraid of losing your kidneys. End of chapter. Chapter 57, They Won't Fight on the Street. Will they? Requesting for catch-up reading. Chapter 57, They Won't Fight on the Street. Will they? Request for catch-up reading. On the way back, Soo-yoon was stopped at an intersection waiting for a red light in his own tawny red when a Bentley pulled up beside him. Soo-yoon turned his head to merely take one look and fell in love. That distinction between a sports car and a full-on limousine made him feel like his sports car, all of a sudden, smelled a little less good. In terms of style, the Big B is indeed slightly better. And while sports cars are a riot to drive, sometimes they're not very convenient for traveling and only seat one person, especially with the low chassis and low seating position. It's fine for young people, but if mom is sitting there, the comfort is definitely not there. There are some roads in the old country that you can't go on either. Just as he was thinking about when he would get one for himself and drive it back to his mom for her birthday, he was surprised to see Huang Mengyao and her best friend Wang Qing waiting for a car on the side of the road at a turning intersection. It's a real bummer to run into this. Suddenly a twinge of mischief flooded through him. Don't you always listen to your BFF? Then I'll let you feel what it's like to be betrayed by your best friend on the spot. Soo-yoon kicked on the brakes and stopped in front of them, then pressed the window and asked, Wang Cheng, are you waiting for a car? Huang Mengyao and Wang Cheng froze as they looked at Soo-yoon, who had suddenly appeared. I didn't realize it's only been half a month since I've seen him and he's driving a Porsche sports car. Especially Wang Cheng. She was even more surprised that the other party would take the initiative to stop and greet her. It seemed that his constant messages of goodwill to him these days had finally worked. Wang Qing secretly became happy in her heart. Aha! She smiled and replied, it doesn't seem like a good time to get a cab. It's been a long wait. The meaning is clear, can you take me back? Why don't I give you a ride? Soo-yoon of course understood, and he deliberately said, I can still fit one in this passenger seat. Wang Cheng, let's ignore him. Huang Mengyao said, now on the grounds that he now has a few stinking dollars he is blindly showing off. This car is probably all rented. Although she didn't know why Soo-yoon suddenly became very rich looking, she felt that it was all fake, just to piss herself off, because if he's really that rich, what does he care about his $100,000? To this day, there are court summonses from the other party at home, and she is looking for an attorney to communicate about this. Not a penny. She won't pay it back. Just because you don't sit down doesn't mean others don't. Soo-yoon ignored Huang Mengyao and instead looked at Wang Cheng, smiling, right? Mengyao, just wait for the car by yourself first. I have something urgent to do so I'll take Soo-yoon's car and go. Wang Cheng was ready to open the car door and sit up under Huang Mengyao's surprised gaze. No, you're my best friend. Huang Mengyao pulled the other's arm and said in surprise, how can you ride in his car? Wang Qing had slowly reduced her contact with Huang Mengyao recently in order to curry favor with Su Yun. Every time the other party asked her out to go shopping, they refused for various reasons. Still, she never tore her hair out and continued to play the role of good best friend. Su Yun didn't rush off, but instead looked at Wang Qing meaningfully and said, is this what you told me the other day about breaking the favor? You let go. There was certainly no way Wang Qing could give up such a good opportunity, so she didn't pretend to be a good bosom friend anymore, and immediately shook off Huang Mengyao's hand and made her correct attitude clear in front of Su Yun. Huang Mengyao, who's a good girlfriend with you? Wang Qing changed her normal state and shook off Huang Mengyao's hand, displeased and despised. Just the nasty things you did. I feel disgusted for you. People who are about to get married, actually still hooking up with other people. Luckily Su Yun didn't marry you. Huang Mengyao was confused for a few seconds and said angrily, do you know what you're talking about? Of course I know. Wang Chang sneered, to tell you the truth, I've never taken you as my best friend. There's only Su Yun in my heart. It's you who doesn't deserve him. Huang Mengyao, by the way, I'll tell you something else. By the way, Wang Chang said, I lied to you before. The Zhang Wentao who is with you now is actually a gambler, and your money is not invested at all, but taken to pay back the loan sharks. By the way, she has a wife and kids, so don't dream of your rich wife. You're a mistress now, having lost both your body and your money. No, what you're saying isn't true. When Huang Mengyao heard these words from her good girlfriend, she was struck by lightning and didn't believe it at all. How could this happen with such a good BFF as yourself? Believe it or not, Wang Cheng said with some smugness, it's also fortunate that you gave up on Su Yun to give me a chance. Thank you, my good girlfriend. Huang Mengyao. Wang Cheng, who had said all this, smiled and turned her head to Su Yun in the car. Darling, are you satisfied now? Women are really tough when it comes to fixing women. Su Yun glanced at the confused Huang Mengyao, nodded and smiled. Satisfied. That's good, Wang Cheng said, and reached out to pull the door of the passenger side of the Porsche, wanting to sit on the passenger side under the envious gaze of Huang Mengyao. It turns out it won't open. She reminded, you open the door. Ah, can't you open it? Su Yun said with an innocent expression. Could it be that the car door is broken? Wang Qing froze and her face changed in a flash as she asked, Su Yun, what do you mean? I just said something random and you believe it. You tricked me? Right. Su Yun laughed, kicking the gas and lifting off, leaving behind the confused Wang Qing. The mood was awesome. And, they're not going to fight in the street, are they? Suddenly the system's rewarding voice rang out. Facing his ex-girlfriend and her best friend, the host teases the other party as he pleases and is in an unusually comfortable mood. Rewarded with $1 million in cash. Bank card balance, 6.05 million. Su Yun was a little surprised as he listened to the system's voice. I didn't realize that my own impromptu retaliation was actually rewarded with $1 million. That way, you'll have enough money to buy a house on your own. On the side of the road, Wang Chang looked at the departing Su Yun and was a little angry. Su Yun, you. After she finished cursing, she turned back to meet Huang Mengyao's angry expression and was suddenly a bit scared. Huang Mengyao, I'm warning you, if you dare to make a move, I'll call the police. Why? Huang Mengyao looked at her good best friend with a pale face, and said in a somewhat out-of-control manner, I'm so good to you, why are you doing this to me? Because I hate you. Wang Qing replied with a sneer, I can't see you having a better life than me. Why? You don't think you've forgotten what you did to me in college, do you? Wang Cheng scoffed, you can forget, but I haven't. I might as well tell you that I approached you because I wanted to get back at you and turn you into the person you once despised. Aren't you noble? Aren't you great? You don't like gold-digging women? And look at you now, you're worse than me. At least I don't see rich people who get flirted with a few S and crawl into someone else's bed like they have no brains. Huang Mengyao, by the way, didn't you say that Su Yun had already sued you? Wang Qing kindly reminded, you'd better think about how to pay him back now. You're doing this to him. He's the kind of person who won't let go. With that, he turned his head and walked away. Huang Mengyao was so angry that she directly threw her bag on the ground. Last few days, begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 58 Zhang Peiyao's Little Mind, requesting for catch-up reading. Chapter 58 Zhang Peiyao's Little Mind, requesting for catch-up reading. After Su Yun finished teasing Huang Mengyao and Wang Chang, he drove his sports car to the place he had agreed with Zhang Peiyao. This is a small cafe near the cafe mall. At this moment, Zhang Peiyao had a cup of coffee in front of her, and she was resting her chin on one hand as she turned her head to look at him. Under the sunlight, it was the first time that Su Yun seriously surveyed Zhang Peiyao without her work clothes. A linen-colored dress, mid-length short-sleeved dress, slightly curled long hair don't behind the ear, hanging down, and then with her delicate features, the whole person is gentle like water introverted. There is a feeling of a gentle and virtuous wife. Although there was still a bit of a gap with Sumu in terms of temperament, but just from the outward appearance alone, it was considered a very good beauty. Been waiting a long time, haven't you? After taking a slight look around, Suyun smiled and walked over, taking a seat across from her. No. Jiang Peiyao smiled and said, you came so fast. Manager Jiang asked me out. I dare not be quick. Suyun joked. I'm so winded that I'm close to running a red light. Ha ha. That's better to be careful and safe. Jiang Peiyao was amused by him and laughed, then asked, what kind of coffee do you like to drink? I don't know your taste, so I ordered a latte for you first in advance. If you don't like it, you can change. I for one am not picky. Anything. Jiang Peiyao said. I'm so sorry to trouble you again today. It's okay, it's my job. Suyun smiled and asked, tell me, what's wrong this time? It's in the setting of the scene. Jiang Peiyao pretended to take out the tablet in her carry-on bag and tapped on the effect. She said, look here. Are we changing to some brighter decorations? Better, and here, I think. Suyun felt that sitting opposite each other like this and looking at the picture was not good, so he directly got up and sat next to Jiang Peiyao and communicated, but I think bright colors are used here. The two were sitting side by side, very close to each other, and in the course of their exchanges, their shoulders and arms, from time to time, would accidentally produce some physical contact. Jiang Peiyao secretly observed the man beside her, and inexplicably some strange feelings were growing in her heart. They say that men who are serious about their work are the most handsome. The current Suyun was so good-looking and charming in her eyes. She so loved the atmosphere and the feeling. If this was her husband, she would give anything for each other. Even if you don't work, you can be a full-time wife at home with the kids. You have a problem? Suyun realized that his client had wandered off and was staring at himself, and said with a smile, if you have any questions, just say so. We're going to start in a few days, and we'll try to get it all done at once this time. No. Jiang Peiyao came back to her senses and smiled awkwardly. I think you have a point. I'll listen to you on everything. Suyun. Jiang Peiyao put away her tablet and said, it's getting late. Why don't we go have lunch? Could be. While the two of them were eating, Suyun talked about the hostess as well. He said he could send the other person's photo to Jiang Peiyao first to take a look. But Jiang Peiyao said no. She trusted herself. The meal was a very ordinary one. A restaurant down the road. Jiang Peiyao smiled and asked, Suyun, you should rarely come to eat at a store like this, right? And no, I used to eat roadkill all the time. Suyun in Jiang Peiyao's eyes did not have a rich second-generation look and was very grounded. His behavioral movements were natural, and he didn't mind the environment at all. So he just found a bench to sit down and started eating. Don't tell me, this food you brought me here is pretty good. Suyun took a bite and complimented. When I have the chance in the future, I'll bring my friends here to eat it as well. I stumbled upon it too. Jiang Peiyao laughed. If you like it, I can invite you to eat it all in the future. How's that for fun? It's okay, I still have that money. Jiang Peiyao asked, by the way, after you finish eating later, are you going straight back to the company? Not going back. There's something else going on. Suyun teased. What? You have other arrangements? No, just asking casually. Jiang Peiyao. When the two were about to finish eating, Suyun received a call from the real estate company. Hello, Mr. CEO. On the phone, Wan Kuwei smiled and asked, I wonder if you're free now. I've come to pick you up to check out the house. Could be. Suyun said, but you don't have to come pick me up. I have my own car. Just meet me at the entrance of the neighborhood later. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll leave you alone for now. After hanging up the phone, Suyun smiled. Manager Jiang, then thank you for treating me to lunch at noon. I have other things to do so I'll leave first. Because he hadn't deliberately avoided Jiang Peiyao. His conversation just now had been overheard. Seeing Suyun about to leave, Jiang Peiyao hesitated for 2 seconds before asking, Suyun, just now, I heard you on the phone. You're buying a house? Aha. Suyun didn't hide it and nodded with a smile. My original set was a bit smaller. I want to buy a new set. I'll meet up with the real estate sales to check out the house later. Buying a house is no small thing. You need to bring a few more people to look at it carefully. Jiang Peiyao said, especially nowadays. Realtors are all shady. You'll fall for it if you're not careful. Manager Kong seems to know a lot. I used to have a classmate who was a real estate company salesman, so I know a little bit about it. Jiang Peiyao smiled and asked, I don't have anything else to do in the afternoon anyway. Why don't I accompany you and help you take a look and check it out? Yes, thank you then. Although Suyun didn't care about this at all, since people had kindly offered to help, it would be too hurtful for him to refuse. What's more, Going out with a beautiful woman by your side is a very honorable thing to do. Please refer to Xiao Wang. Out of the side must be followed by netizens. Are still not one, but several. So the two of them who had finished eating drove to Jin Yuan. Zhang Peiyao was riding in a sports car for the first time in her life. She sat in the passenger seat of the Porsche 911 with a satisfaction that spoke volumes. Every human woman has vanity. It's just a matter of being able to suppress it. In her life, she'd actually had the opportunity to sit in a passenger seat like this and look at the envious looks the other women on the street were throwing her way. It was something those original suitors of hers could never give her. She's not actually a materialistic woman. Life doesn't always have to be about these lavish and luxurious things. As long as the couple is living happily and working together to make the best of their days, that's all that matters. But there were some things that kept her from disregarding the other's finances. She doesn't worship money, but the reality is that money is the only thing that gets things done. Taking another look at Su Yun beside himself, he fit all his requirements perfectly. Want to try? Whether it works or not, at least you tried. Just as Zhang Peiyao was thinking about Fifi, they soon arrived in front of Jin Yuan's neighborhood gate. Su Yun parked his car on the side of the road. So he brought Zhang Peiyao to the entrance of the neighborhood and met up with the people from the real estate company. Wan Kuei had long since noticed the Thai-red Porsche 911 sports car that was approaching, and also saw Su Yun getting out of the car. He didn't realize his guest was so young. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as the two of them met, Wan Kuei enthusiastically took the initiative to welcome them. I'm Wan Kuei, the sales manager of the real estate company. It's nice to meet you. Catch up. Catch up. End of chapter. Chapter 59, I don't like being a house slave much, kneeling for catch-up reading. Chapter 59, I don't like being a house slave much, kneeling for catch-up reading. Hello. Su Yun turned to sales Wan Kuei, gave a polite reply back and said, let's go. Take us to see the house. Okay Mr. Su, this way please. Wan Kuei glanced at Zhang Peiyao who was following him with some envy in his eyes. There are no ugly women around rich people. All of them are superb. Then he quickly dropped his gaze and looked away. Otherwise it's not good if you upset the other person. After meeting up, the group of three headed towards the neighborhood. Wan Kuei walked at the front, guiding Su Yun with his hand as he did so, and began to introduce the basics of the property. In fact, Su Yun had been familiar with this place for a long time. After all, he had only come here last night to take a stroll and almost stayed overnight. But he still didn't interrupt the other man. Our Jin Yuan is a first-class high-end residential neighborhood. Basically our hardcover for sale. There are only two types of households. Also a staircase 2 households. The north side is a little smaller. The real estate license is 230 square feet. The actual use of the area in 260 pairs of square feet. A gift of 30 square feet of large balcony. The floor plan next to the south side is slightly larger and more airy, with 260 square feet, but with the 30 square feet of the balcony, the actual usable area is 290 square feet. Floor, we only have a total of 19 floors. The 19th floor of building be currently for sale. Only one set. The others are 17 floors, and 12 floors. Mr. Su can also be properly considered. Su Yun, Zhang Peiyao reminded in a low voice from the side. This kind of large flat floor, I suggest the higher the better. I know. Take us to the 19th floor to take a look. Su Yun already had his own target in mind and directly locked onto the house. The reason he wanted to buy this place was because he was thinking of being neighbors with Li Jinshu and Su Mu. Su Mu and Li Jinshu were on the 19th floor, so of course he would only buy a house on the 19th floor. Hey, when the time comes, old Sui next door will be no worse than old Wang. 10 minutes later, Wan Kuei took the two of them to the elevator and arrived across from Su Mu. As soon as she entered the house, Zhang Peiyao was shocked by the modern and luxurious decoration and the huge living room space. The size of this, a living room is as big as her house. I think. Wan Kuei took out 2 bottles of soda from his own bag and handed them to Su Yun and Zhang Peiyao, saying with a smile, both of you, take a sip of water and rest, and I'll give you a specific look at the house. He sells mansions but can never afford to live in them himself. For these rich lords to sell their houses and get their commission, they have to be well provided for. The more you make the customer comfortable, the more likely he is to buy. After all, not everyone who comes to see a house with you will buy it. Now a few years after the muzzle, many of them have lost a lot of financial strength and they are not selling their houses very well now. In most cases, guests are predominantly non-buyers, or a house that takes a couple of visits back and forth to look at before deciding on it. Wan Kuei has already prepared in his heart, not thinking that this matter can be finalized today. Today is at best a pre-war. His aim is to make the guest's heart like the house first through his presentation. Okay, thanks. Su Yun nodded. I have to say, the service attitude of this sale is really okay. After the two of them had rested for a few minutes, Wan Kuei led them around the house and began to skillfully talk about various information about the room, including the design concept, decoration materials, and furniture brands. Because this is a luxury Finnish house, most of the house was already furnished when it was built, and it's the kind of house you can move into straight out of the bag. However, if the owner is not satisfied with the original decoration, he or she can also find a new designer himself or herself, and then redesign it, replacing the contents with his or her favorite furniture and decoration style. After all the furniture in there was one piece in the first place to take this into account, and can be removed and replaced at any time. You could even knock it down and redecorate it all over again yourself. It's just more expensive. With Wan K introducing them while leading them, they wandered through every corner of the house. Great attitude and answered all questions. Zhang Peiyao was watching all of them and followed Su Yun to feel the feeling of a rich man. This is the disparity brought about by different social statuses. In the eyes of ordinary people, being rich is a big deal. Zhang Peiyao, besides seeing it on TV, has never seen such a large luxury flat, which is 290 square feet, and has a feeling of entering the Grand View Garden. Every bedroom in this house is so big that you don't even have to think about whether to put a 1m5 bed or a 1m8 bed like she does. Put a 1m8 bed, can still put down the nightstand, made the closet still open and so on these questions, because the space here, not to mention a 1m8 bed, even if you put a 3m bed, it's more than enough. As for the closet, not at all. Each room in this one also comes with its own checkroom and bathroom. The master bedroom, in particular, has an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass with excellent views, and for privacy, the glass is one-sided, so only the inside can see the outside, and the outside can't see the inside. In front of the glass, put a large bathtub that can accommodate 2 people to soak in it. Zhang Peiyao couldn't help but fantasize in her heart, if she and her favorite person were here, soaking in the bath while looking out at the night scene, it would be very beautiful. When Su Yun saw this design, what he did think in his heart was, Sumu's bedroom actually has a bathtub this big. I must go in and try it out sometime. She also liked it so much when she came out of it and wandered back out to the big balcony off the living room. It's also all freebies. No money. If this were her own house, she would have placed a coffee table and 2 chairs here by then. When you come back from work every day and have nothing to do, you can sit here and enjoy the day with a cup of coffee, watching the sunset and the starry sky. Unfortunately, the house has nothing to do with her and won't be realized for a generation. With such a big house and such a good location, you simply can't buy it without $5 or $6 million, to say the least. It's money she's never going to make in a lifetime of working. There are some things that many people are born with and never get to have again. As the house was looked over, Su Yun was still relatively satisfied. Originally he had looked across the street last night to get a general idea of the house type. Looking at it again today is nothing more than a confirmation. Mr. Su, after seeing this house, what do you think? Wan Kuei said with a smile. More than 6 million to buy this house. Not only is the price of 1 square foot less than the opening price of 10,000, but now buy also give a parking space. It is really cost effective. I know. Su Yun deliberately asked towards Zhang Peiyao beside him. What do you think of this house? Do you like it? I'll buy it if I like it. Zhang Peiyao could already tell that Su Yuan was coming for this house. Your own opinion doesn't matter at all. He's just purposely giving himself face in front of outsiders. Next to him, Wan Kuei, however, had some misunderstanding and immediately looked at Zhang Peiyao. Over $6 million for a house that was actually bought for this woman next to him. How rich does that have to be? Wan Kuei curtly smiled and asked towards Zhang Peiyao. Miss Jiang, what do you think? If you have any questions or doubts, feel free to speak up. The house is nice, but can't it really be cheaper? Zhang Peiyao suddenly said. But I've heard that you real estate companies seem to have internal employee prices lately. So as long as your employees go and apply for it, each square foot can be reduced by another $500. Man K. This is something that they actually know about. It was money he was trying to earn quietly on his own. Su Yun was also a bit surprised. Originally he hadn't intended to bargain and haggle. It was simply a matter of handing over a message. I didn't expect Zhang Peiyao to actually help herself to bargain. It seems like it pays to go out and take a woman with you. If it's really cheap, he'll convert the savings into a gift for the other person, just as a thank you for accompanying her to see the house. Some people are born mean, and the richer they are, the meaner they are. Some people are stingy because they don't have money and can't be generous. Once he has money, he is never stingy to those who are good to him, and Su Yun was such a person. It seems that Mess Jiang had asked around before coming to buy, and knew all this. Wan Kuei sniffed and said with pain relief, that's fine, as long as you, Mr. Su, can be sure that you want this house today. I'll go back and apply with the company right away. You call now, Su Yun said, as long as it's possible, I can go with you to the company later to sign the contract. Okay. Wang Kuei's eyes lit up. I'll get in touch. Seeing Suyun being so forthcoming, he was surprised. There really aren't many customers you can meet nowadays who decide to buy after just one look and are so casual about it. That's some really rich kid you've met. This is too much luck for myself. He won't get that $500 difference. But being able to sell a $6+ million house is worth selling several of his regular homes. Selling this kind of house is one of those years where they don't open. They open and eat for a year for their sales. After all, if you sell it, you can get over $100,000 in commission. While Wan Kuei went to apply with the company, Zhang Peiyao in the room asked, Su-yun, are you going to give a down payment for this house? Or the full amount? Since I have the money, I'll pay the full amount. Su-yun breezily said, I don't really like being a house slave. Nonsense. Having the system to pay for your own mortgage to buy a house? What a joke. Full payment. It has to be full payment. Zhang Peiyao. End of chapter. Chapter 60. It's just a matter of a few $1,000,000. No need for Yanjin kneeling. Chapter 60. It's only a matter of a few $1,000,000. There's no need for Yanjin kneel down and ask for a follow-up. $5 or $6 million for a house that you say you're going to buy, or pay in full in one lump sum. Suyun's tone was as casual as buying a cabbage. This made Zhang Peiyao recognize Suyun's wealth strength a little more deeply, because someone in her known acquaintance had told her so. Don't look at the fact that many rich people nowadays buy luxury flats, but most of them only give a down payment and then slowly pay off the mortgage, and very few of them pay the full amount directly. One is that they don't think it's cost-effective to have cash pressed into the house, and the rest of the money might as well be invested in something else. One simply can't get that much cash out at once. So the kind of people who can just buy a house in full are basically the kind of people who are extraordinarily wealthy and don't care about the millions, tens of millions of dollars in cash flow. Soon, Wan Kuei, who had finished communicating, walked back and said with a smile, I've already applied with the company's manager, and he said there's no problem, as long as we can sign the contract on the same day and pay the full amount. Yeah, that's fine with me. Suyun said, let's go to your company. After the talk, the group of three exited the neighborhood, slightly awkwardly, as they made their way to the office, because Suyun's car could only seat 2 people, so Wan Kuei could only take another taxi by himself to lead the way in front, while Suyun followed behind with Zhang Peiyao in his sports car. Good thing the real estate company isn't far away. Wan Kuei brought the two to the VIP room in the company's sales hall, and after having a cup of coffee brewed for one of them, he went to prepare the contract. There's not a lot of people here. It's basically people who are buying houses. Just as the two of them were resting, suddenly a beautiful woman walked in and instantly caught everyone's attention. Suyun was a bit surprised after taking a good look at the other party. It's actually Li Jinshu. When Li Jinshu came in, he also saw Suyun for the first time. The two men looked at each other. She saw Zhang Peiyao by Suyun's side again and frowned. Compared to her own appearance, that woman was not on par with her, and even had a hint of more mature flavor. You just slept with yourself last night, and today you're fooling around with another woman? Big colorful embryo. If Susu grabbed it from herself, she could give way a little. But other women, no. As the saying goes, a one-night stand. She had to be resolute in defending what was hers. After Li Jinshu spoke to his client, he came to Suyun alone. Zhang Peiyao looked at Li Jinshu, which would make also remembered that she was the friend that Suyun had brought along with him at the bar that day. Inexplicably, there was some weakness. Suyun looked at Li Jinshu, who was walking aggressively, without any fear at all, and asked with a smile, why are you here? Come to buy a house? How could I possibly afford it? Li Jinshu laughed somewhat jealously. I'm here to accompany a client to talk about business. What's with you? Bringing your own girlfriend to buy a house? Buying a house is real. Suyun looked at Zhang Peiyao by his side and said, but not with a girlfriend, but a female friend. Her name is Zhang Peiyao and she is the manager of the cafe trading Chow Tai Fook jewelry store. Also a client of our company. That's right, Ms. Li. Zhang Peiyao, who smelled the smell of gunpowder, also hastened to help explain. Suyun and I were talking about work matters in the morning, and temporarily came over to help look at the house. I'm not his girlfriend, don't get me wrong. Hearing it this way, Li Jinshu's heart felt much better. However, I can't believe that I didn't call myself to help look at the house when I bought it, but I called out to other women. What do you mean? I am at least a home designer. I don't know more than her. A gold seller? Ms. Zhang, don't be nervous. I have nothing to misunderstand. I'm not his girlfriend. Li Jinshu found a place to sit down, smiled and asked towards Suyun, where are you planning to buy a house? Have you looked favorably at it yet? Looking good. Just waiting to sign the contract. That fast? Li Jinshu said. Buying a house is not buying anything else. You have to be more careful. The location, the building, the house type are all very important. It's only a matter of a few $1,000,000. No need for Yen-jin. Soo-yeon said breathlessly. If you don't like it, the big deal is to rebuy another set later. Lee Jin-shu. Turns out the rich and the poor really do think differently. Just now she was thinking in her own mind about buying a house, but it really didn't seem to matter to the rich. After all, it's not like you can only buy one set in a lifetime. Okay, so where did you buy it? Lee Jin-shu said. You don't need to find someone else for the decoration design. I'll just design it for you and make sure you're satisfied. That's not necessary. It's all for sale in hardcover. Straight out of the bag. Lee Jin-shu. At this time, the customer on Lee Jin-shu's side was calling her. A woman in her 50s. Quite rich at a glance. I'll leave first. Call later. Before Lee Jin-shu left, he took another look at Jung Pei-yao and memorized it. Soo-yeon. Is that MS? Lee your girlfriend? Jung Pei-yao tentatively asked. Will she misunderstand you because of me? It's okay. You don't have to worry about her. Oh, soon. Wan Kuei came over with the gotten contract. He said, Mr. Su, Miss Jiang, take a look at the purchase contract. If there are no problems you can sign and make the payment. Good. Soo-yeon didn't look at it much, but on the contrary, Jung Pei-yao looked at it very carefully. A few more questions were asked. If you don't know, you'll think she's buying a house. After there were no problems, Soo-yeon picked up the pen Wan Kuei handed over and signed his name, as well as pressing a red handprint. After signing, Wan Kuei's heart finally hit the ground. This order, he became Mr. Su. Wan Kuei carefully glanced at Jung Pei-yao and asked, when this house gets its real estate license at that time, will it be written in your name alone? Or do you add MS? Zhang's name. Hearing this, Jung Pei-yao couldn't help but have her heart skip a beat. For some reason, inexplicably, there was some tension, though she knew such a thing could never happen. Soo-yeon replied indifferently, write my name. Okay. Then Wan Kuei brought a handheld card machine and said, Mr. Su, please make a payment. A total of 603 million. Soo-yeon fished out a card from his pocket, swiped it, and entered the password. Drip. The system shows a successful payment, deducting almost the entire balance on your own bank card now. But the next second, the system's reward came. A good home environment is the beginning of a new life. The host bought the first large flat in his life at full price at his own will. Bonus cash, $880,000. Bank card balance, $892 million. It's better to buy a house. You've poured over $2 million into it all at once. Soo-yeon couldn't help but sigh. Wan Kuei looked at Soo-yeon, who had successfully made the payment, and immediately went in to check the account. And after realizing that it was accurate, he handed Soo-yeon the purchase contract of the house, as well as the key. Congratulations, Mr. Su, on becoming the owner of our Jin Yuan. I wish you a happy life. Wan Kuei said. After the real estate license is done, I'll notify you to come and pick it up. And also, if you have any subsequent problems, you can also directly look for our property management in Jin Yuan. Okay. Then the two drove off amidst Wan Kuei's enthusiasm. After viewing the property and completing the contract paperwork, it was actually getting late. After Soo-yeon sent Jung Pei-yao to Cafe Plaza, he turned around and went back to the company to prepare to pick up Sumu from work. You still can't break a promise you made to someone else. End of chapter. Chapter 61 Who said that opportunities are earned? Chapter 61 Who said that opportunities are earned? When Soo-yeon returned to the company, Song Xiaowei approached him again before his but was even warmed up. It was because she realized that after Sumu had gone to talk to Soo-yeon, there seemed to be no follow-up at all. Even more white, she knew that her words hadn't made a difference at all. Moreover, she had also inquired from the other male colleagues that Soo-yeon and Supervisor Su had a pretty good relationship. So true when you think about it. Otherwise Supervisor Su's sports car couldn't have been lent to him to drive. Since this was the case, she could only resign herself to coming to Soo-yeon again, hoping that he would change, or else she would have to resign. She's here for exercise, an internship, not to work as a handyman doing odd jobs. Brother Su, I've been here at the company for 2 days. Song Xiaowei said. Shouldn't you find me something to do? Yeah. Soo-yeon looked at her with a bullying look, and from his drawer, he took out a folder and handed it to her. This is the anniversary event of Chow Tai Fook Jewelry Store in 2 days. Look at what this event plan is about and go write the word book you need to host. Song Xiaowei asked suspiciously. Isn't it usually the event organizer who prepares the host's word book? Our company is the event party. You are responsible for writing since you are the company's presenter this time. Soo-yeon said. If you don't know how to write, you can ask other colleagues to teach you. No, I can do it myself. Song Xiaowei took the program and twisted her head away. Seeing this, Fatty next door slid over and said, Soo-yoon, are you really letting her write as a newcomer? What if something goes wrong? It's okay, I wrote it myself a long time ago. Soo-yoon laughed. Let her write first. Otherwise she'll always feel like she has nothing to do. And what if it's better than mine? Fatty. Or you can play. Song Xiaowei returned to her workstation and opened the anniversary celebration program for Chow Tai Fook Jewelry Store. Then read it carefully. At first she didn't think it was much, but after reading it over, she realized that there really was something on the other side. The content of this event planner is very creative and also new and refreshing. After she watched it as an ordinary person, she became interested in Chow Tai Fook's jewelry and the desire to buy it. It seems that he really is as good as everyone says he is. Song Xiaowei looked up at Soo-yoon, then began to write her word book, program script, on the computer based on the event. Soo-yoon, who had nothing to do, was thinking about the Paragon's program at this moment and began to post tasks in his part-time job group. Grumpy old man, I've got a case here for the launch of Paragon. I'm in desperate need of manpower. Anyone who's interested can chat with me privately. As soon as the quest was posted, it didn't take more than a few minutes for 4 or 5 people to pop up small windows. One asks what to do and the other asks the price. For Soo-yoon, money was not even a problem. The key was to do it right. So this time, he didn't think about cost effectiveness, and looked for a few of the most capable guys in the group, all of whom were from large companies. None of these guys are guys who are competent in the company but can't get promoted, then sneak out on your own to take orders and make extra money. And this kind of work is all about working for yourself, which can be a lot more mindful than doing your own company's work, because you do a good job. People will want you to find you. Your price can be raised high. It is a relative proportion. Soo-yoon belonged to a group of people with good abilities in this circle, and had done a lot of other people's cases. How else could he have saved over $100,000 on his small salary? But to stay out of trouble, or insurance, and for the confidentiality of the program of activities. Usually one person is responsible for doing only part of a big case. In the end, he contacted a total of 3 people, plus one of his own, making a total of 4 people to work on the case of Pachyderm drink. And by the way, a little deposit went over in advance for each of them. Near the end of his shift, he suddenly received a private message from Soo-moo. Soo-moo, running off to eat roadside stalls at noon again? Soo-yoon, how did you know? Followed me? Doubtful. JPG, Soo-moo, hoof. You're not afraid that your body won't be able to carry it. Soo-yoon, roadside stalls how? But also delicious I used to eat every day. Did not see eat bad stomach. The one I ate today was really good. I'll take you with me next time. Soo-moo? Soo-yoon? Soo-moo. In the office, Soo-moo suddenly realized that what the two were saying was not on the same channel. Is he or she talking about roadkill? Himself is talking about Ning Qian. Soo-moo, later, after work, you go first and then wait for me in the garage. Soo-yoon raised his eyes to look at the other party's office and saw that the other party was also looking at him. We're an unmarried man and an unmarried woman. We're not cheating on each other. It's just a car ride. What are we afraid of? After work, Soo-yoon saw the look that Soo-moo seemed to have, but still went to the garage first and waited for the other party in the car. It took a while for Soo-moo to come down, and the two of them drove away from the company together. Supervisor Lee followed quietly behind. Soo-yoon sat in the passenger seat and complained a bit. If you don't come, I'm going to fall asleep. It's okay, I'll drive anyway. You go back to sleep. Soo-moo replied. When I get home, I'll call out to you. That won't work. What if you steal a kiss from me while I'm asleep? You're thinking beautifully. Soo-moo casually laughed. I wouldn't kiss you even if I kissed a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Soo-moo, sis, you can keep your word. Soo-yoon put his face up and smiled thievishly. Hurry up. I'm driving. Soo-moo glared at Soo-yoon in shame and anger. Having never seen such a rogue man, you can't kiss and tell if you're driving? Sure, Soo-moo said. Didn't you see the news? Recently a man and a woman kissed in a car and got into a car accident. You don't want us to be on the news the next day, right? Soo-yoon. Soo-moo saw that he was a little depressed and smiled smugly in her heart. All day long, all you do is hit on me. I'm your sister. It's not like she's a relative. At most she's a godsister. Soo-yoon skimmed his lips and laughed. Besides, calling me sister when I kiss you, don't you think it feels more exciting? Soo-moo. Half an hour later, the security guard at the door looked at the reappearance of Soo-yoon in the neighborhood. Some mixed emotions. Nice guy. Came with a woman at noon. Now he's coming with a beautiful woman in the afternoon. Plus the woman who came to pick it up the other day. That's 3 in all. Front and back. And one is prettier than the other. How many of his women are there in his own neighborhood? Is this the life of the rich? The security guard cried with envy. Supervisor Lee looked at the two men entering the neighborhood together and turned his car around to leave. It's 100% an affair now. and they all go home together after work. After the two who didn't know they were being followed arrived at the garage, Soo-yoon said, "Sister Soo, go slowly. Remember not to miss me." "Don't worry, it won't. It breaks my heart when you say that." "That's sad? Then I'll give you a chance. Answer correctly and I'll satisfy you." Sumu hesitated, fished out a lipstick from her bag, and asked with a smile, "Do you know what flavor it is?" "How do I know?" Soo-yoon glanced at it and said breathlessly, "You're completely cheating like this. You don't give a kiss to pull to. Wouldn't you know it if you tasted it?" "How do I taste?" Soo-yoon didn't react for a moment and said, "It's hard for you to let me take a bite. I'm not in the habit of eating lipstick." "Who really let you eat lipstick?" Sumu unscrewed her lipstick and applied it to her own lips, then unbuckled her seatbelt, came up and kissed him on the lips. Soo-yoon, "Oh, can it still be like this? Happiness comes so fast, it's like a tornado." So a few seconds later, it was gone. "Wouldn't that be nice?" Sumu sat back and asked with a smile, "Now what? Did you taste it? What flavor?" "Sis, I didn't taste it earlier." Soo-yoon stared at the other party and asked with a smile, "Can I taste it again?" "No. There's only one chance. Whoever said that, opportunities are earned." Soo-yoon pulled Sumu into a hug, then crossed over to the center control and kissed her hard on her strawberry-flavored pink and red lips, tasting them. Sumu symbolically struggled a few times on the seat, and then let the other party act recklessly. Her eyes were closed, her red lips moving slightly, following Soo-yoon's rhythm as her delicate body softened a little, blushing. It had been a long time since he himself had been kissed so passionately with such abandon. Soo-yoon is also very busy. One side has to have a war of words and the other side has to have a murder weapon in hand. The two who were kissing passionately suddenly heard the sound of an engine. A car was coming. "Well, someone's coming." Sumu hurriedly pushed Soo-yoon away and straightened up her clothes. Soo-yoon, happy Cinco de Mayo to all. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Temptation from the Cook. Chapter 62 Temptation from the Cook. Soo-yoon somewhat reluctantly released the other party. One turned around, eager to see who had spoiled their fun. As a result, they saw a familiar-looking 5 Series BMW drive up and stop in front of them. Surprisingly, it was Lee Jin-soo who came back from work. So close. Soo-yoon's heart surprisingly sped up by a hair. It really does feel like you almost got caught cheating on yourself. Lee Jin-soo got out of the car, looked at the two people in the car, and asked suspiciously, "Ha, why are you guys here?" "I don't have a car. I had Soo-yoon send me back. I just arrived." Sumu was more calm as she opened the door and got out of the car, saying to Soo-yoon, "All right, thank you, go back." After saying that, she pulled Lee Jin-soo into the elevator with her, and fled the scene of the crime as fast as possible, not letting either of them have a chance to talk. What if Soo-yoon messes up? Soo-yoon skimmed his lips and drove off with a smile. "There's no rush. Our next meeting will be right across the street. There's plenty of opportunity." "Ha ha." Lee Jin-soo looked at her good best friend who seemed to be a bit anxious and kindly reminded, Soo, your lipstick is spent." "Yes?" Sumu lowered her head and picked up her cell phone to take a look, and calmly said, "It's really flowery. I didn't even notice if you didn't say it. You look a little red in the face even now." Sumu naturally replied, "It's probably because Soo-yoon didn't turn on the air conditioning in his car. It's hot, it'll be fine after a while." Oh. Although Lee Jin-soo was a bit puzzled, he discarded his conjecture once he thought that Sumu was not the type of person who would mess around with Soo-yoon in the car. "Guess I'm overthinking it. By the way, let me tell you something." Lee Jin-soo recalled bumping into Soo-yoon at the real estate sales department today and said, "Soo-yoon went to buy a house today and brought a woman with him." "Woman?" Sumu asked without moving. "Who is it? His new girlfriend? What's the name?" "He said it was his female client, called Jian. What's her name? Yao. Who sells gold?" "And I didn't remember clearly," Lee Jin-soo replied. "But the person is pretty and has a good figure." "Where did he buy the house?" "I don't know," Lee Jin-soo said. "I only know that it's a house of Hyun real estate. I asked him at that time. He still didn't say." "Mysterious." "Sumu, you don't suppose he bought it for that woman, do you?" When Lee Jin-soo thought of this, he was a bit nonchalant. He's a little cutie, not even married. What kind of house to buy for someone else? What are you so excited about when he buys a house for another woman? Sumu looked at her best friend and said flirtatiously, "Why, you're the one who's his girlfriend." Only then did Lee Jin-soo realize that he had reacted too much, and hastily remedied the situation by saying, "I'm not afraid that he'll be cheated by a woman. Come on, don't worry about it. It's his own money anyway." Sumu asked, "Do you have something to do tonight? Let's go out for dinner together later and then go shopping." "Buy what?" "Out of underwear. Go buy 2 sets. Lee Jin-soo didn't know what he remembered and said, "Yeah, it just so happens that I also want to go buy 2 sets. Soo-yoon was disturbed by Lee Jin-soo. and his good deed was lost again. Otherwise, maybe he and Sumu could go further and break the shackles today. It's a good thing that Ning Qian is on the morning shift today, and she'll be off work on vacation in the afternoon, so she can go find her. Now he's not used to not having a woman around. But before he could call the other party over, the other party tweeted him first. Ning Qian, I came to your house after work today. I had nothing to do to give you a little cleaning, and I also made you a pot of soup. Do you want to come back and drink some? Said she also posted a picture of herself making soup. It turned out that ever since the two of them had been happy at home last time, Soo-yun had told each other the password to their home, because she said she could come over and help with the cleaning when she's not doing anything. Soo-yun thought about it at the time and agreed. Okay, I'll be right back. Soo-yun replied in the past, and after putting down his cell phone, he couldn't help but feel like increasing the gas pedal and rushing towards his home. Nothing more, just simply hungry for soup. Finally, after a windy ride, he made it home. As soon as he entered the door, Soo-yun saw Ning Qian with a girdle and coiled hair, bending over and pouting her buttocks as she carefully tasted the soup she had made for herself. Hearing the commotion outside the house, Ning Qian turned around and saw that it was Soo-yun, and immediately laughed happily. You're back? So soon? Aha! Soo-yun walked over and stretched out his hands, encircling Ning Qian's thin waist from behind. He bumped his head on her right shoulder and asked, What kind of soup are you making me? It smells so good. It tickles when you talk into my ear like that. Ning Qian slightly inclined her head and dodged. She turned her head and replied with a smile. This is the fresh turtle I went to the market to buy today, and wanted to say that I'm giving you a tonic. There's nothing to do to make up my body. Soo-yun deliberately smiled and asked, What? You don't want to go home tonight? Aha! Ning Qian didn't deny it, and with a red face, she answered with her nose. I see. Soo-yun had originally been provoked and forced to interrupt by Su-mu before he came back, and now his temperament had suddenly risen again. He deliberately lowered his head and lightly bit Ning Qian's earlobe. Ah, a woman's earlobes were already relatively sensitive, and after Soo-yun played with them like this, her whole body was a bit tingly. Don't. I'm still making soup. Hot, let it simmer just fine. We'll exercise before dinner first before we drink more later. Saying that, Soo-yun also did not care whether Ning Qian opposed or not. Hands holding her waist, gently lifted up, and then put her toward the kitchen table. Simmer the soup over low heat. The more it simmers, the more flavorful it becomes. The boiling turtle soup in the kitchen was bubbling with hot steam in the pot, pounding the lid with a plopping sound of water. After half an hour, the fire stopped and the turtle soup was almost done. Ning Qian was sweating profusely from the heat as she walked out of the kitchen, wearing only a set of underwear and holding soup in her hands. She placed it in front of Soo-yun and said with a smile, Try it and see how it tastes. Aha! Soo-yun took a sip and complimented meaningfully. Not bad, just as delicious as you. Ning Qian sniffed and immediately blushed in shame. It's really humiliating to exercise in the kitchen for the first time. Just as Soo-yun was flirting with Ning Qian, suddenly the system's voice rang out. Temptation from the cook. The host chooses to be as happy as he wants to be, unlocking a new place and rewarding 500,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 9.38 million. Soo-yun, is this system implying something about itself? Soo-yun looked at Ning Qian across the table, somewhat moved. How about unlocking another place tonight to make up the million? Ning Qian felt Soo-yun's fiery eyes, realized what was going on, and was also somewhat moved. Love is mutual, not just one particular person's favorite. You should drink some soup first. This is the turtle soup I made especially for you. It's very tonic. She got up a little sheepishly and said, I'm going to take a shower and then I'll wait for you in my room. P.S. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everyone. New day. Double monthly. Please. End of chapter. Chapter 63. How can there be such a reasonable woman in the world? Chapter 63 in the world. How can there be such a reasonable woman? In the evening, after Su-mu and Li Jinshu had dinner, they came to the mall together to shop for underwear. Looking at the wide array of lingerie in the store, Su-mu for the first time set her eyes on erotic lingerie. She used to buy the more plain ones, either flesh-colored, black, or gray, like the redder ones, or the newer styles. She never considered them. But now, she didn't think so. Suddenly there was a strong desire in my heart to try it, and I don't know why. Seeing this, Li Jinshu asked with a surprised smile, Su-su, are you finally changing your style? No, just looking around, Su-mu said under her breath. The underwear nowadays are really getting more and more exaggerated in design. Can't help it. Men like it. It's not like lingerie is for men. Su-mu laughed. What does it matter if they like it or not? But we'd look good and sexy in them ourselves. Li Jinshu said. If you meet a man you like, don't you like to take off your clothes and show your sexiest side in front of him? Su-mu. As Su-mu's BFF, Li Jinshu spoke out of turn and said, Su, you were just too traditional, too conservative, and too unemotional before, and that's what caused your ex-husband to be seduced by other sirens outside. Otherwise, with your size and look, who would be your match? Su, love between two people isn't just pure emotion, it's also sex. Li Jinshu remembered herself and Su Yun inside. People sometimes can't help but want to have something with each other when they are in deep love. I'm not going to listen to your twisted reasoning. Sumu changed the topic and smiled. You're so great. How come you're still single? I just haven't met a man I like. Li Jinshu said somewhat heartily. If I run into one day, I don't need the other party to take the initiative. I'll pounce on the other party myself and have a good time first. Sumu, this BFF of hers, she really has the guts to say anything. The two of them made small talk while picking out their favorite lingerie. In the end, Sumu, with Li Jinshu beside her, still resisted the urge to pick two sets of moderate underwear. Just like before, and Li Jinshu was a bit more relaxed. Under the sales clerk's introduction and recommendation, she directly picked two sets of very sexy lace lingerie, which made people very desirable at first sight. The clerk even said, beautiful girl, you have a good eye. These two models we sell the best in the store. Many people buy it, they come back to repurchase it, saying that their husbands and boyfriends like it very much. Yes? Li Jinshu happily turned to Sumu by her side and asked again tentatively. Su, are you really not considering buying one to try out as well? Don't. After that, it was time to try it on. After all, these things are all intimate apparel. In addition to the style of good looking, the main thing is to look at their own wear, fit or not, comfortable or not. The two entered their respective fitting rooms. Li Jinshu changed and looked at himself in the mirror wearing sexy lingerie. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. She couldn't help but think that if Su Yun saw herself like this, would he just be unable to resist pouncing on her and eating her? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take a selfie before sending it to Su Yun's WeChat, trying to tease each other. Li Jinshu, picture *1. Li Jinshu, this is my new underwear. Does it look good? At this moment, Su Yun was lying on the bed, wrapping his arms around Ning Qian. Both men, a little tired from their recent workout, are taking a mid-court break. Su Yun, Ning Qian whispered, I'm going to invite my friends the day after tomorrow, to have dinner their last time, okay? I don't need to be told about such trivial matters. Su Yun smiled and replied, since I gave you my card, you can make the call. Take them if you want, call me if you don't have enough money. Well, thank you. Ning Qian happily kissed him on the cheek. Want me to punish you again? Su Yun said, hurry up and pucker your ass. Oh, Ning Qian smiled and answered, lifting it high. Pop. Su Yun reached out and gave her smooth ass a heavy slap. The white skin instantly reddened. Ning Qian couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt in pain. Pain and pleasure. At that moment, the cell phone by the bedside made a ding sound. When Ning Qian heard that, she reclined again and reminded in a low voice. Your cell phone seems to have come with a message. I hear you. Su Yun continued to wrap his arms around Ning Qian, freeing up one hand to take his cell phone from the bed. He didn't avoid Ning Qian and opened it directly. Li Jinshu's dialogue box popped up, and a picture. She was seen wearing a sexy white lace mesh lingerie. Her half-covered breasts were visible, together with a small waist, full of temptation. Su Yun. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Ning Qian. Ning Qian's expression did not change much as she looked at the photo on Su Yun's cell phone screen. Instead, she smiled and asked, who is this sister? Looks like a good figure. So sexy. Su Yun asked curiously, aren't you just jealous? I'll eat. Ning Qian bristled. If I'm jealous, you won't touch other women? That's definitely not possible. Su Yun shook his head directly, not hiding it in the slightest. So, well, instead of making myself unhappy and annoying you, I'd rather think about it. Ning Qian laughed openly. The emperor also has a harem of 3,000 beauties. I'll just consider myself as one of your little princesses. As long as you remember me once in a while when you're not doing anything, I'm content. Su Yun, how in the world could there be such a reasonable woman? Ning Qian lay on his chest and asked curiously, Su Yun, do you like this kind of clothes a lot? It's okay, depending on who's wearing it. If you like, Ning Qian said, then I'll go buy a few sets later, and take pictures to send to you when I have time to wear them. Don't, just come right in front of us. Aha. Just as Su Yun was planning to send a message back to Li Jinshu, Ning Qian, as if on purpose, directly dove headfirst into the quilt again. Restless, Su Yun suddenly felt himself wrapped in tenderness. What's the point of talking in this situation? He gave Li Jinshu a quick very nice back, then dropped his cell phone and continued to fight the monster. In the other fitting room, Sumu faced herself in the mirror and remembered those words of Li Jinshu just now. What would those erotic lingerie look like on you? Will it be sexier and better looking than Jinshu? A few moments later, the two emerged from the fitting room. Li Jinshu was so pleased with her underwear that she wanted it on the spot. Instead, Sumu tried it on and bought only one set with a generalized interest. Li Jinshu teased on the side. Su, you always buy such plain ones. Why don't you change your style this time? Your boobs would be so much sexier than mine if you wore these. In fact, if one were to win or lose based purely on boobs, Sumu would be slightly better than Li Jinshu. After all, Li Jinshu was only C+, while Sumu was C++. Yeah, Sumo smiled and laughed to herself. The question is, who will I wear it to when I buy it back? Li Jinshu sniffed and fell silent. Yeah, she couldn't wear it for Suyun too. Although she and Su were very close. As close as sisters, they couldn't do it enough to share a man. Whether it was her, or Sumu, there could only be one person with Suyun, but as of right now, she's a T0 version ahead of Sumu. After all, she and Suyun had already had sex, while Sumu still only had a crush on Suyun. On a side note, the second shift is back in the hack. Not sure if I'll be able to release it in the morning or not. Oops. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Practicing the 8 Pieces of Brocade Can Be a Powerful and Unyielding Force. Chapter 64, Practicing the 8 Pieces of Brocade Can Be a Powerful and Unyielding Force. Jiang Chang, in another ordinary apartment. Jiang Peiyao had only experienced the feeling of being rich once during the day today, and then she received another call from the bank in the evening, mercilessly pulling her back to reality. It's hard to beat a penny. Earlier she took her house to the bank and mortgaged it for $300,000 for her own brother's surgery. The repayment deadline has now been reached. It's money she can't even pay back, and no money to pay it back. Her entire savings right now is just over $100,000. It's still more than halfway there. Where was she going to get it together on such short notice? If one fails to pay it back within the stipulated period, the house will be repossessed by the bank in a mandatory auction. Then she won't even have a place to live in the future. Don't think she's a store manager with a decent salary, over $20,000 a month, but she has a mortgage and a car payment, and a sick brother, and the high monthly costs are simply too much for the average person to bear. So all these years she's been glamorous on the surface, but in fact she's not making enough money to cover her expenses. Over the years, it wasn't that there weren't any men chasing after him because of his good looks and body. In fact, there were many, but most of them weren't too good or desirable financially, and because of her own brother, it made her afraid to get into a casual relationship at all. If the other guy breaks up with her once he realizes she has a brother who has a disease, he's sure to break up with her. No one would want to take on that much financial pressure with her. She also doesn't want a man who can no longer help her financially. But she was a 25 or 26-year-old woman after all. Whether she wanted to or not, the instincts of human growth made her have physical and mental needs as well. Every time when she sleeps alone in bed at night, the long nights are hard and she has to take sleeping pills to fall asleep. When she got up the next day, she had to go to work and work as if nothing had happened, so that no outsiders could see it. No one knows the pain of these nights. This is the kind of suffering that she won't tell anyone about either. Why can't I meet a man like Suyun? Jiang Peiyao put on her clothes and walked straight into the small bathtub with water in it. She closed her eyes and soaked herself in hot water, trying to escape the troubles and hopelessness of reality. Then, Jiang Pei's brain couldn't help but conjure up Suyun's appearance again. Her hands seemed to release slowly and uncontrollably, and she swam in the water. It made her heart feel a little ashamed, but in the end, it lost out to the most primitive of human desires. The next day, Suyun rose from his bed and rubbed his waist. At the time, I was just having a good time and didn't think it was anything, but now I feel like my backbone is really hurting a little bit. It's been a while since I've had much rest myself. If we keep this up, we won't be hollowed out by women, will we? At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded, detecting that the host's physical quality is poor, facing the temptation to not be able to do what he wants to do at will, somewhat unable to do so, rewarding the modified Gongfu 8 Duan Brocade A. 8 Duan Jin. If you practice this technique once in the morning and once in the evening, you will be able to strengthen your kidneys and consolidate your strength, and you will be able to be powerful and different from normal people. Suyun. System, you're awesome. This is something that can't be measured in simple dollars. With the system's rewards in place, Suyun's brain suddenly had a familiar section of feats in it. He got dressed in order to verify the effect, and decisively went to the balcony and began his morning exercise. Although it was Suyun's first time practicing, his body's muscle memory felt like it had practiced countless times and was exceptionally familiar. Practicing with style. Ning Qian, who had finished making breakfast, came out of the kitchen and saw the scene, walked over and watched quietly from the side and didn't bother. When Suyun finished practicing, she asked suspiciously, "What were you practicing just now?" "Kung Fu." "What kind of Kung Fu?" Hard work. After practicing, Su Ning did feel that his waist was not so sore anymore, and there was a warm current in his belly that was slightly hot. Exhausted, it seemed to come back to life. Su Yun looked at Ning Qian, who was only wearing a thin nightgown suddenly. He was eager to try out the efficacy of this technique. So in the midst of Ning Qian's surprise, Su Yun carried her to the living room and came back to the morning exercises against the rising sun. When they were done, the two of them took a shower together and started eating breakfast. During the meal, Ning Qian was a bit worried. You're so frequent. Is your body alright? Women are not like men. There is no such thing as a plowed field, only tired oxen. It's okay. Su Yun sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. I'm in good health. I won't make a widow. Ning Qian, by the way, a gift for you. From his own small box, Su Yun took out a small 300-gram gold bar and placed it in front of Ning Qian. For me? Ning Qian was a bit surprised. How he can't move without giving away little gold bars. Who can't stand it? And I don't know how much bigger this one is compared to the last 30 grams. It's 300 grams. At the current market price of $580 each. That's almost $180,000. He gave himself away when he said he would, without batting an eye. Aha! Ning Qian wanted it badly, but didn't take it first. Instead, she asked rhetorically, isn't this the birthday gift you were going to give to Auntie? What will Auntie do if you give it to me? It's okay, I'll rebuy her another set. Su Yun said casually, it would have been an incomplete set, and I'll have to give a piece to someone else later anyway. Oh, Ning Qian. She was clear that the other person Su Yun was talking about was presumably his other women, but she didn't care. She just had it herself. She never thought she could monopolize Su Yun. That's unrealistic and impossible. Besides, in this case, the biggest one is only 500 grams, and if he sends himself 300 grams, does it mean that he is his second favorite woman? Thinking of this, Ning Qian's heart was sweet, because second is pretty good too. By the way, let me ask you something. It suddenly occurred to Su Yun that he would soon be moving to Jin Yuan, and the house here would be empty. Instead of leaving her empty, it would be better to give Ning Qian a place to stay, so that it would be easier for him to come and find her. What is it? Su Yun asked. Are you willing to live me here? Ha? Ning Qian somewhat did not understand what Su Yun meant. Is this to make yourself the hostess? I mean, you move in with me. Su Yun explained. If you're willing, you shouldn't try to squeeze into a house with your co-workers in the future. After all, sometimes it's inconvenient to make calls and take videos. I don't come back often anyway, and this house is empty, so as long as you don't leave me, you can keep this house. Willing? Of course I am. Ning Qian was somewhat flattered. Being able to have a separate house to live in on your own and not having to pay for it is certainly something you'd like to do. Who would want to live in a staff dormitory if they were not forced to do so by the conditions? Happiness came too soon today. Su Yun was treating himself with small gold bars and a house. It was simply too good to be true. Ning Qian simply counted the 200,000 meal card, the bag and the gold bar before, plus the gift of the gold bar. Su Yun had already spent more than $400,000 on himself in just less than a week, not counting the house. Try any of the co-workers at the store who hook up with rich guys better than yourself. The people they follow are playful at best. Not only are most people old even if they are, but they are also stingy. That like Su Yun who is handsome and generous and treats himself well. The point is that it's also terribly strong in one way or another. This morning, after practicing Kung Fu, he actually made himself almost a little too much to handle. End of chapter. Chapter 65 People like her are fit for the iron fist of justice. Chapter 65 People like her are fit for the iron fist of justice. In the morning, the courthouse in the neighboring streets of the river city. After the court session, Luo Sudong packed up his things and came to the office where another judge came. Today, apart from Su Yun's case, he had other big cases that he needed to communicate properly with the leaders. After talking about the case, the judge poured a cup of tea for Rollo. Originally, Luo Sudong was a court person before, was scooped up by the law firm at a high price before he resigned to become a lawyer. Otherwise said scheduled now, he'd be a judge himself. After all, who could be a lawyer at a top law firm? So the two were considered close friends and acquaintances, and it was easier to talk in private when no one was around. The judge smiled with some curiosity and asked, why are you the one who came to this kind of small case today? Does your law firm even take on small cases like this now? There's no way around it. The client is a big client of our law firm. Luo Sudong took a sip of tea and said, in this case, if the other party doesn't pay back, I also hope that by then your court will be able to enforce it. This is no problem. As long as you apply, we will follow the procedure. The judge asked, why don't you eat in our cafeteria at noon? My treat. After eating here for over 10 years, I don't want to eat anymore. Luo Sudong smiled and got up. I'd better go back to eat, and by the way, I'll tell my client about today's result. And in front of the courthouse, Huang Mengyao, who had been sued by Su Yun, then followed her lawyer out with a haggard face. They lost the lawsuit that just ended. Huang Mengyao didn't even meet Su Yun in person the entire time, and was ordered by the court to return all of the dowry to the other party. She looked angrily at the lawyer beside her. Before it went to trial, the other side swore and acted like I was the best, but when he saw the other side's lawyers during the trial, he wimped out. The entire time, he was suppressed by his opponent and had no power to fight back. She grumbled a bit. Lawyer Chin, wasn't it you who said that you were very sure that you could win the case? Is this the assurance you gave me? I really can't be blamed for this one. Lawyer Chin was a bit depressed. Do you know who the person I just fought with in the lawsuit was? Who? He's a lawyer from the only Red Circle firm we have in River City. Huang Mengyao was puzzled. Red Circle House? What does it mean? It's the lawyers at the top firms in the country. Get it? Lawyer Chin said somewhat helplessly. I did never expect that they would actually take on such a small economic dispute case. Huang Mengyao. Lawyer Chin was curious. What does this ex-boyfriend of yours do instead? The person who can invite Luo ruler is not an ordinary person. To put it mildly, their legal fees for coming to this lawsuit are more than your $100,000 or so. Huang Mengyao. And you don't want a second suit. It's basically hard to win. Lawyer Chin shook his head. I guess there's no other lawyer willing to help you with this lawsuit. What about me? Huang Mengyao said. I simply don't have that much money to pay him back right now. My advice is that you'd be better off going to talk to the person themselves and work it out privately to see if you can't pay it back a little less or admit you're wrong. After all, I can see that the other party is not at all short of money. Lawyer Chin kindly said. Otherwise, if the other party keeps biting at you, you will probably be enforced by the court. Huang Mengyao. The money was spent. The lawsuit was not won. And just now, listening to Lawyer Chin's meaning, the fight could not be won. But one simply doesn't have the money to pay it back. The money that Su Yun had placed in his own place was only 20 to 30,000 used in various ways. His own original deposit was also cheated of 100,000 by Zhang Wentao. From yesterday to today, she had made countless calls to Zhang Wentao, but they were all rejected. Now there's not even anyone to be found. And the other side to send her those bags, she took to the counter identification. All fake, high imitation goods. Couldn't even sell it for much money if I tried. And it was all caused by her best friend Wang Chang. Just as she was thinking about what to do next, a woman appeared in front of her. There were two men with him. You're Huang Mengyao? She asked. Huang Mengyao looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of her, not knowing what was going on, and nodded. I am. What's wrong? Her words were followed by a loud slap across her face. Bitch, you're the one who seduced my man, aren't you? The woman said fiercely. Give me back the 100,000 that you swindled from Zhang Wentao. Huang Mengyao was a bit confused by the beating. I don't understand what you're saying. Also, who are you? What right do you have to hit people? The woman gasped. I'm Zhang Wentao's wife. What's wrong with beating you? A mistress? Shouldn't I beat you? Huang Mengyao instantly retorted in aggravation. When I was with him, I didn't know he had a wife. That scumbag. You take what you want, but you have to give me back the money he gave you. What money? The woman sneered. Pretending with me? He swindled 100,000 from me to go and said he gave it to you. I took 100,000 from him? Huang Mengyao sniffed, and somewhat broken down, she exclaimed. It was him who cheated 100,000 from me to go, saying that it was an investment, and I'm still being sued in court to pay off my debt. Woman. Huang Mengyao remembered Wang Qing's words and said, it's that Zhang Wentao. He's out gambling. He took our money to gamble. The woman froze, then smiled awkwardly. Sorry, wrong number. With that, he took off with the men. Huang Mengyao. Luo Sudong came out from inside and happened to see this scene. He kindly went forward and asked, are you alright? Do you want me to help you call the police? Off. Not your fake kindness. Huang Mengyao looked at the lawyer who had just been aggressive towards her inside and said angrily, all you guys know how to do is bully me. A weak woman. That's not true. Since you didn't marry my client, this dowry money should be returned to him. I'm defending my client's legitimate rights. Huang Mengyao cried and raised her head to question. Don't act like you're so righteous. It's still not about the money. Putting aside the bride price, isn't he, Su Yun, at fault at all? Luo Sudong. Hey, one should never have come up here in good faith and reasoned with her. Someone like her fits the iron fist of justice. Luo Sudong shook his head at the sight and also turned to leave. And on his way back, he gave Su Yun a call. Hey, Mr. Su, Luo Sudong said, today's court session has ended. We won the case. ruled that the other party to repay all your dowry money. The deadline is 1 month. If the other party refuses to repay, we will help you apply to the court for enforcement. Okay? Hard work. In the company, Su-yun was satisfied with the result. He didn't mean to screw Huang Mengyao. He just wanted to get back what belonged to him. It didn't matter if it was money or not. He got it back, along with his own grueling past and dignity. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 66 Warning from Sumu. Chapter 66 Warning from Sumu. Tomorrow is Chow Tai Fook's store celebration, and Song Xiaowei stayed up late to write a script for her lines. After arriving at the company this morning, she handed it over to Su-yun. Take a look. This is what I wrote out yesterday. Song Xiaowei's expression was confident, just waiting for Su-yun to praise him after reading it. However, after Su-yun read it, the praise was not there, but he frowned and asked rhetorically, "You wrote all night, and this is it?" Song Xiaowei. No. Go ahead and rewrite another one. Song Xiaowei listened to Su-yun's words and asked unconvincingly, "Why not? What you have here is a template script that looks like it's for an exam, which is fine for formal occasions, not for the event we're at now." Su-yun explained, "Our campaign this time is mainly aimed at the elderly, the consumers, or more often, the older people. These hosting lines from you are, in a word, like a tower in the air, ungrounded, and don't drive the emotions of the consumers watching the event live at all." I don't think so. I don't think there's anything wrong with what I wrote. Okay, then. Su-yun laughed. Let's just take this line book of yours and send it to our client to take a look? Let her evaluate it? Okay. The other co-workers in the office all watched the fun. Someone cautiously murmured, "A new intern?" Lifting a finger with the person who brought him or her in. That's brainless. Yeah, even if she wins over Su-yun in the end. So what? It's important for Su-yun's words to matter if she can be converted or not. You men, you just don't get it. A female co-worker said, "People might just be here for a little internship to brush up their resume and not even think about staying here." Yeah, people are ambitious. Do you think we dared to do this when we first came here? As interns? Just you single men, still licking your chops to go up and please people, thinking there's a chance that they'll take you in their stride? And look at the other Su-yun. Is he like you guys? The other men were instantly silent. Su-yun took out his cell phone, flipped out Jiang Peiyao's WeChat, and gave the other party Song Xiaowei's script just now. Su-yun, Manager Jiang. This is our script for this time. Look at it and see if it works. A few minutes later. Jiang Peiyao, did you write this? It's okay, there's not much wrong with it, but there's no highlights either. Personally, I feel it's a little too formal and middle of the road, and it doesn't quite fit with your planner. But event planning is what you're doing. You're the professional. It's still your main focus. If you think it's okay, it's okay. At Chow Tai Fook's store, Jiang Peiyao had some regrets after sending this message. You won't offend him if you say that, will you? Good thing her worries were redundant. Soon Su-yun's message came back. Su-yun, okay, I'm actually not satisfied, so I'll rewrite another one for you. Jiang Peiyao was relieved to see this. Jiang Peiyao, thank you, please. Su-yun gave Song Xiaowei a look at his cell phone screen message and said, "You saw it, right? The other party is not satisfied." Song Xiaowei, I tried to write a script all night with all my heart, and I'm surprised it's just disliked. You call me airy-fairy, so are you sure you can write a better script than I can? Su-yun laughed. I happen to have a copy here. Do you want to take a look? Okay, you send me. After Song Xiaowei received Su-yun's document, she looked at it and couldn't help but say, "These scripts you've written are unprofessional at first glance, and there's a lot of verbiage, and the wording isn't strict, and it's even a bit of child's play. What do the people know about the profession? They just need to hear what they like to hear and what they understand." Su-yun said, "Thanks to you, you still studied broadcasting and hosting. The style of a host is not exactly the same on TV and off TV, in the studio and on the street. Our current event is an open-air store event, which is, frankly, a businessman using the store as an excuse to run a promotion. It's no different from ground promotion. The host's task is just to drive the enthusiasm and spending impulse of the people on the floor through their words. That's not called a presenter. That's just selling the goods." Song Xiaowei didn't know that her first job opportunity turned out to be such an event. Yes, you can interpret it that way. Su-yun didn't have the heart to say. Hosts aren't just anyone who can go to that kind of high-profile TV station as soon as they graduate and read newslines in a serious manner. Often, most people are in jobs that you just disliked. For example, wedding hosts, variety show hosts, live event hosts, and so on. Although I don't know how to host, I know that one of the most important characteristics of a host is that he or she should know how to adapt to the situation on the spot without having a hosting accident. Song Xiaowei, aren't you so confident in your lines that you can't read my script? Soo-yun continued. Then I'll send my script to the other party again now and see what their reaction is? Good. So Soo-yun sent his script to Jang Pei-yao. Soon after, a message came back from the other side. Jang Pei-yao, this time the script is very good. Much better than the one just now. I suspect that the script just now was not written by you at all. Ha ha. Song Xiaowei looked at the other party's reply and her face was ugly. One's own poofy script is actually complimented by the other side in this way. School and society. Not a place. Soo-yun said. Out of school. You're a rookie. You need to know how to learn with an open mind. Song Xiaowei looked at everyone looking at her and returned to her seat, launching herself into a daze. One is actually outclassed in what one does best by a man who looks, well, idle and amateurish, and criticized for being useless. The point is that this rating is still an endorsement from a third party. In the face of the questioning from the company's interns, the host casually strikes down the confidence of the other party and shows his strength, rewarded with 100,000 cash. Current bank card balance, 9.48 million. There's a reward for that? Although it wasn't much, Soo-yun was somewhat unexpected and belonged to the unexpected surprises. Little Fatty words over and said with a smile, she must be depressed now, completely abused by you. She thinks she's still in school, thinks she's good at her major and pretty and everyone's going to hound her? Soo-yun faintly said, you guys spoil her? I don't spoil her. As soon as she came to the company the road hadn't even learned to walk yet. She acted like I wanted to fly, and fell to her death. She just ran into a pervert like you, too. Fatty looked at Song Xiaowei's line script and said, she's actually writing this pretty well. It's obvious that she does have some real skills. What company doesn't have great people in it? Soo-yun said, can you be promoted just because you have the ability? Having the ability is just a basic requirement. Fatty was silent. Yes, if he could be promoted if he had the ability, he, Soo-yun, should have been sitting in Supervisor Lee's position a long time ago. Sumu also saw this in his office and frowned. In the pantry, when she bumped into Song Xiaowei, she faintly said, Song Xiaowei, I didn't recruit you here so that you could come and carry on with people. This is a company, not your school. If you want a good post-internship, listen to Soo-yun. If you don't want to learn, you can leave tomorrow. Get it? Sumu looked at her and spoke in a very soft voice, but the invisible aura that radiated out made Song Xiaowei feel the pressure. I know. Supervisor Su. Song Xiaowei listened to Sumu's warning and for the first time felt what it meant to be in the workplace. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 67, you're getting bold now. Chapter 67, you're getting bold now. After warning Song Xiaowei, Sumu nodded in satisfaction and returned to his office. 1 second she was serious and cold, and the next she was back to being a little woman. Then proceeded to click on the shopping site I had just visited. The image on the computer screen is actually a variety of sexy lingerie. Red, white, lace, skeletonized. That's right, what she's embarrassed to buy in reality, she can quietly buy online. After you buy it yourself online and wear it underneath, no one should know. Just as Sumu was picking out the styles and was mesmerized, Soo-yun barged in without knocking. This startled Sumu so much that she couldn't close the web page in time and directly covered the screen of her laptop. Seeing her look of weakness, Soo-yun teased, what are you looking at? So afraid I'll see? Nothing. Sumu glared at him in shame and said, next time you enter my office, can you knock on the door? I am at least your leader. Okay, leader. Soo-yun said, I came just to talk to you. I'm going to go to the cafe mall in the afternoon. That side is starting to build the stage and the venue for the anniversary celebration. Keep an eye on it. Oh, there you go. Sumu said, next time this kind of thing, you can just talk to your supervisor Lee yourself. You don't need to report to me. I wasn't afraid you'd miss me if you left. Soo-yun came forward and said, by the way, I'm getting ready to move, so I'll invite you and Jinshu to have dinner together tonight to celebrate? You really bought a house? Sumu was a bit surprised and said, yesterday I heard Jinshu say that he had seen you in high-end sales department, with a woman in tow. Why does she tell you everything? Soo-yun smiled and asked, what? Are you jealous? What am I jealous of you for? Sumu said tentatively, I was afraid that you would be cheated by a woman again and then go to court. You didn't buy that house for that woman, did you? That's not true. She's just accompanying me to look at the house. Soo-yun replied, the house is for me to buy for myself to live in. Finally got around to replacing that little house of yours? Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Where did you buy it? It's been a long time to show me? I'll give you a little gift for moving. No problem. Soo-yun replied, I'll take you guys to take a look after we have dinner together tonight. Okay, I'll make an appointment with Jinshu for you. After saying his business, Soo-yun was about to prepare to leave when he reached out to open the screen of Sumu's notes without paying attention. Wanted to see what it was, but it was spotted by the quick-eyed Sumu, who then pressed it back down. Didn't see anything. Soo-yoon. Soo-moo. Soo-yoon looked at the somewhat nervous Soo-moo and laughed. You wouldn't be hiding alone in your office, looking at something you shouldn't be looking at, right? It's okay, I understand. Whatever you think. Soo-moo protected her computer, glared at him and said, if you want to leave, just leave. Don't come and disturb my work. I can leave if you want me to. You can kiss me first. Soo-moo shyly said. You're getting bolder and bolder now. Just tell me if it's a kiss or not. Soo-yoon spread his hands and said, if you don't kiss, I won't leave. Soo-moo looked at Soo-yoon, who had started playing the rogue again, and could only satisfy him in order to get rid of the other party as soon as possible. A kiss is a kiss. She looked over at everyone outside who was working diligently and didn't seem to be paying attention to this place, walked over to him and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Well now, that'll do. Soo-yoon smiled and left satisfied, but this scene was seen by Supervisor Lee, who had the presence of mind to see it, and took pictures. Supervisor Lee looked at the photo in his cell phone and the corner of his mouth curled up. Now that's evidence I've caught. He came out of his office and deliberately ran into Soo-yoon, who came out face to face and asked, how's that activity program of yours for the Paracel live launch coming along? Soo-yoon was a bit surprised. The other party had been ignoring him for the past few days, and now he actually took the initiative to come to him? Back to life again? Soo-yoon replied, doing it? What's wrong? Are you really doing it? Supervisor Lee said, you're either late or leave early every day, and you're groping at work, so don't think I don't know. So you're firing me? Soo-yoon disliked. Turn left in front of you is the personnel department. Go ahead. Humph. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because the boss isn't here and you have Soo-moo backing you up. Supervisor Lee sneered. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. Okay, I'll wait. Soo-yoon smiled disinterestedly. Supervisor Lee, I have something else to do right now, so I won't accompany you for a chat. After saying that, he called Song Xiaowei and opened the company. Supervisor Lee looked around at his co-workers with an ugly face and shouted, what are you looking at? Are you done with your work? Crowd. Coming out of the company and in the elevator. Soo-yoon was a bit depressed as he never heard the system's reward. Is it possible that there is no longer a reward for disliking Supervisor Lee by himself now? Song Xiaowei was a bit curious as she turned to Soo-yoon and asked, you have a grudge against Supervisor Lee? Aha. Soo-yoon replied, he likes to pick on me when he's not doing anything, but he's your supervisor after all. You dislike him like that in front of everyone. Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate against you? Get back at me how? Soo-yoon laughed. Fire me? He doesn't have that right, and I'm not afraid to put my shoes on. So the big deal is to quit and take a compensation and leave. You don't seem to care about your job at all. I'm an ethical person, and as long as I'm still on the job, I'll do what I can for the company. Soo-yoon replied, but that doesn't mean I have to sacrifice my dignity. I certainly won't be silent in the face of injustice, but I'm not like the others, so just don't follow my example. Song Xiaowei. The two of them drove to the car, and when she saw Soo-yoon pull out the keys to the Porsche and press light on the red sports car that had picked her up earlier, she seemed to somewhat understand Soo-yoon's words. A man who can just drive Supervisor Su's sports car is indeed different from the others. No wonder he dared to stand up to Supervisor Lee and was so confident. Turns out he has Supervisor Su as his backstage. She also suddenly understood why she was warned by Supervisor Su today, and the reason why she misunderstood was due to mistaking the sports car for Soo-moo's car. After sitting in the car, Song Xiaowei tentatively asked, what is your relationship with Supervisor Su? Soo-yoon turned around and asked rhetorically, leaders and subordinates? Then she does treat you well as a subordinate. Song Xiaowei said meaningfully, I can't believe I'm just taking my own sports car and using it for you. Indeed. Soo-yoon didn't explain, but went along with it. Maybe Supervisor Su was a better person to talk to. Song Xiaowei, good talk? She just warned herself today for you. End of chapter. Chapter 68, I think your clothes are just right. Chapter 68, I think your clothes are just right. On the other side, Ning Qian didn't go to work today. She took a day off work and found a moving company to help her move. The roommates watched her pack, helping while they all gave up. After all, after living together for 2 years, it's all emotional. At the same time everyone envied her for having a free, separate house of her own to live in the future. But there are happy things too. Ning Qian told them that when she finished moving today, she invited everyone to go to the upper room hot pot for seafood. This made Wang Shangmei and others who live across the street from them hear about it in the store. It's obvious that we all live pretty much the same life together. So how come we're suddenly going to fly up the ladder and turn into a phoenix? You used to be able to compete on the pinfalls yourself, and win to overpower your opponent. Now people don't even compete with themselves, and they don't see the $10,000 bonus at all. Because I heard that Mr. Su casually offered her a $200,000 VIP card, and then look at the people you talk to. who have to grind through the night to get the other person to buy them a $20,000 bag to get there. It's a real people pleaser. She also looked at Ning Qian more and more unfavorably, and once there was any chance, she definitely wouldn't let the other party have a good time. Jealousy tends to make people faceless. 2 or 3 of Ning Qian's co-workers followed her to her new home and helped place things. They looked at their new home and exclaimed, "It's a waste for you to live alone in such a big house." "It's okay." Ning Qian smiled and said, "I guess this is the smallest set of houses he has." "That's right. With his kind of status, he should be living in a villa, or a large flat type of mansion." "Ha, there are nice delicate boxes here. What's in them?" One of the co-workers was talking while cleaning up the house and opened it curiously. Then several yellowish, differently sized gold bars appeared abruptly in front of them. The two froze and muttered, "This is gold? What for?" Seeing this, Ning Qian rushed over to close the box and carried it over. Somewhat angry, "Don't you guys mess with his stuff? I'm sorry, we didn't know it was filled with gold." "Okay," Ning Qian said with some displeasure. "Other than my things, you guys shouldn't move anything else in this house, or I'll be really angry." "Oh, we know." The other two looked at each other. They really didn't expect a random box to open up and actually be gold. Who would normally just leave something so important lying around? How unsafe. They should all be in the safe at least. Is this the home of the rich? All the gold is just lying around, and there's no fear of losing it. Ning Qian walked to the side and checked the case. She found a small 100-gram gold bar missing from it. It certainly couldn't have been taken by her friends. It must have been taken by Su Yun himself when he left this morning. And I don't know who he's giving it to, but whoever it was given to, she had no right to interfere. After all these years as a shopper, she knew that men were not very attracted to smart women. She didn't have any other advantages over other women, and could only rely on this means to play the role of a woman who didn't fight and was still obedient. Ning Qian suddenly remembered the photo she saw on Su Yun's cell phone last night again and had some sense of crisis. "And make up your mind quietly. I'll have to go and buy some nice lingerie or pajamas back after dinner today myself before I can do that. You can't lose at the beginning." She doesn't dare to fight in the open, but she can always fight in the dark. Over here, Su Yun brought Song Xiaowei to the cafe mall. Crews are already starting to set up the site. Zhang Peiyao was staring and directing the scene until she saw Su Yun and then quickly walked over to greet him. "Su Yun, you've come." Then he looked at the woman beside him and asked with a smile, "And this beauty is?" "I got you the host." Su Yun replied, "I brought her here today to familiarize herself with the grounds and show you on the way. Is she still satisfied?" "Nice and airy." Zhang Peiyao laughed. "She would definitely look good if she wore jewelry from our store." "Hello, my name is Song Xiaowei, and I'm your host for this event." "Hello MS. Song." Zhang Peiyao called the people around her and said, "You guys butt heads with Miss Song about the jewelry and jewels she's going to bring to the event." "Okay, Manager Kong." After Zhang Peiyao made the arrangements, she turned to Su Yun and said, "Why don't you come sit with me in my office this moment?" "Could be." So Song Xiaowei watched as the two headed for the office inside the store. Coming into the office, Zhang Peiyao poured Su Yun a cup of water and said with some embarrassment, "I have a small room here. Don't mind if you don't mind. It's pretty good." Su Yun flirted with himself. "I'm in a company where I only have half a meter of space for my communal seat." "Are you hot?" Zhang Peiyao said. "Why don't I turn the air conditioner down a little bit?" "I'm fine, but I see Manager Ginger. You're sweating. Today is indeed a bit busy," Zhang Peiyao said, inadvertently taking off her overalls jacket, revealing the clothes she wore inside. The white, short-sleeved shirt was a little small, and the buttons on the chest fell apart so tightly that it felt like it might come apart at any moment. Zhang Peiyao did not feel any discomfort when she sensed Su Yun's clothes falling on her chest, but smiled. "This overalls of mine is a bit small, and I haven't been able to send in any suitable clothes to change, so it seems a bit tight. I do think that your dress is just right." Su Yun joked and averted his gaze, then fished out the small gold bar engraved with one piece of 100 grams from his own pocket and placed it in front of her. Zhang Peiyao froze for a moment and said with some confusion, "Su Yun, what do you mean by this?" "There's no point." Su Yun smiled and explained, "This is to thank you for helping me cut the price on the day you bought the house, allowing me to save a large sum of money." No, we're all friends." Zhang Peiyao didn't expect the other party to come out with such an expensive gift, and quickly refused. "It's not like I'm doing you much favors, Manager Jiang. I'm a person who doesn't like to owe others favors." Su Yun said, "If you don't accept it, you're being outgoing with me and don't consider me a friend." "That." Zhang Peiyao hesitated and replied, "Well, thank you for the gift. 100 grams, worth about $60,000. This is really a blessing in disguise for her who is short of money right now, and can relieve her of a lot of financial pressure. By the way, I have to trouble you, Manager Jiang, to help me with one more thing. What is it? The last time I bought a set of collector's department bullion from you. I don't have much left one after another because I gave it away. Soo-yun smiled and said, that's why I want to buy another set. Please help me prepare for it. Giving it away. Finished? That's gold. It's only been a couple days, and it's pretty much been given away. Jiang Peiyao looked at the gold in her hand. Did he give them all away? Like he gave himself away? How arbitrary does that have to be? Although she knew that Soo-yun's family was rich, they didn't spend like this. Soo-yun, I would actually suggest that you don't buy from our store. This one is not like the last one. Last time, she had done it purely to earn Soo-yun's commission, but now the relationship between the two of them had caused her to start thinking about the other person. Jiang Peiyao hesitated and said, if you really want to give Auntie as a birthday gift, I suggest that you should just go to the bank and buy their investment bullion. For one, it's going to be cheaper, and for the other, it's a little bit more secure. Are you saying that the gold in your store is watered down? I don't know. I don't understand. Jiang Peiyao shook her head and said, but I guess for the older generation, banks are always more creditworthy. When Soo-yun thought about it, it did make some sense. So he gave up. Just as the two of them were chatting, suddenly a clerk knocked on the door and walked in. She said with some trepidation, Manager Jiang, there's an accident outside. End of chapter. Chapter 69 finished yards. Third round of PKs next week. Posting a single chapter. Chapter 69 finished yards. Third round of PKs next week. Posting a single chapter. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for seeing this. This is P. Fryer's first novel. It's been a whole month since I started the book, and every day after work, I come home at night and start coding. It's midnight when I write. This is why I like to update in the wee hours of the morning. Authors come to write novels because they are short of money. They work for a low wage and are struggling to make ends meet. Then accidentally saw online that writing novels can make money. Just a hothead to pay a few thousand enrollment fee. Followed by the so-called teacher to learn some days. They came to write to try and find the easiest subject they say to write about. Actually, I realized after I wrote it that it wasn't easy at all. Writing a novel is really tiring. Because the first time to write well, write of course not good. Always write to write a variety of problems. Every time I quietly look in the backstage of the writer's assistant, I'm either getting yelled at or I'm on my way to getting yelled at. Dashin nearly collapsed. It's a good thing I was consoled by an old author who said it's a case of people love to hate and don't even spray you before they really pounce. Whether it is or not, I believe it anyway. Otherwise I wouldn't have made it all the way to the third round of PKs with everyone's support. It's all about hitting the final 3 rivers by next Tuesday. I'd like to thank you all for the wave of thanks. Love you guys. Although I know that it's basically impossible for me, yeah, but one must dream. What if? Of course if it fails, I'll just have to shelve it. And then there's the issue of my novel's plot. I've been reading and thinking carefully about the issues people have raised with my novel, and I've tried to optimize my attention to not make the same mistakes when I write later. I'll also be dealing with characters and storylines that people didn't like before as soon as possible. Pacing-wise, I'll try to be quicker so that everyone can read it, be in a happy mood, and yell at me a little less. The last thing is to say something about the tone of my novel. I'm not much of a fan, and I'm not very good at writing fake-outs and intentionally pulling moods, so it's probably more of a god-awful day-to-day writing overall. It looks like it wants to be light-hearted and funny. Finally, thank you for your tolerance and support, and I hope to write a novel that you will enjoy. I'm still hoping you'll catch up on your reading this week and try to kill it. I, P. Fritters, would like to thank you all for your food and clothing. End of chapter. Chapter 70 This money. Of course you have to pay me back. Chapter 70 This money. Of course you have to pay me back. As soon as I heard something was wrong, Jiang Peiyao and Soo-yun both thought that the workers building the stage had a safety accident, and hurriedly followed them out in fear. It turned out to be something else it didn't seem to be. Soo-yun and Jiang Peiyao walked over, and after alienating all the onlookers, they asked the shopper beside them, "What's going on?" "A new white moonlight, jade bracelet, that arrived yesterday. Broke." The shopper who was in charge of getting the bracelet replied, "When I was introducing Miss Song to the jewelry she will be wearing tomorrow, she was interested in the jade bracelet that we just arrived and said she wanted to see it. I took it to her and who knows she didn't hold it steady and it fell to the ground and broke." Jiang Peiyao, a little irritated, she asked, "What about the bracelet?" "Manager Jiang is here." Another shopper brought the tray over, and the bracelet broken into 4 sections lay quietly inside. "I thought I just bumped it a bit, but it actually shattered like this." "You're an old store clerk too. So what's the deal? Who told you to take it out? Who agreed to it? What now?" After all, Song Xiaowei was brought over by Soo-yun, so Jiang Peiyao couldn't say anything directly about the other party, and could only pretend to blame her own employees. "Now that this bracelet has fallen like this, will you pay for it?" You don't even have enough for a year's salary. The female guide cried in fear at once, and defended. Manager Jiang, it's really not my fault. It's MS Song who wanted to see it. I refused, but she insisted. So I took it to her. Yes, we can testify. Several other female guides on the side said. Soo-yun stood to the side and did not speak. Manager Jiang quietly glanced at Soo-yun and saw that he didn't make any movements before he said to Song Xiaowei, MS Song, do you see this? I accidentally broke it. It's none of her business. Song Xiaowei's face also paled a bit at this moment. Although this jade bracelet is very expensive, but one person does everything. Blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have been tempted to try it on, because the trend of young girls wearing jade bracelets has suddenly become popular lately. So when she saw this white moonlight, she was attracted and wanted to try it out. Who knows? She dropped it on the ground when she was not paying attention. She said stiffly, I'll pay for this jade bracelet. In that case, Zhang Peiyao breathed a sigh of relief at his words. It's good that she's willing to admit it, but she's afraid of pulling the plug. Zhang Peiyao smiled and said, You're Soo-yun's friend. Let's go to the office to talk first. It's inconvenient to have so many people here. Okay. So the group of three came to Zhang Peiyao's office once again. Zhang Peiyao said to Song Xiaowei, This iced jadeite jade bracelet. Our selling price is 62,000. I'll count you 52,000. 10,000 less. See if it's okay. Okay. Song Xiaowei nodded. So do you see a credit card? Or cash? For the first time, Song Xiaowei was a bit at a loss for words and said with a blushing face, But I don't have any money right now. Pei Yao Jiang. Good man. No money. And you agreed so quickly? She subconsciously looked towards Soo-yun, her expression somewhat difficult. Song Xiaowei also looked at Soo-yun somewhat helplessly. The only one who could help her now was Soo-yun who had come with her. But will he? Or does he have that kind of money? Song Xiaowei asked somewhat humbly. Brother Soo, do you have any money? Can you lend me some first? She always thought that she had the ability to earn money later, and that these jewelry pieces, which weren't that expensive, seemed like something she could afford as long as she worked. As a result, when things really came to a head and she was asked to come up with the money, she realized that she couldn't even come up with $10,000. The original pride seemed to have been mercilessly shattered by reality all of a sudden. Feeling Manager Zhang's eyes, her face flamed. Soo-yun sighed when he saw them all looking at him. You said you don't have any money. What jade bracelet are you going to see? He said to Song Xiaowei. I can lend you the money, but you have to write me an IOU. No problem. Song Xiaowei hurriedly nodded her head, fearing that Soo-yun would back out. With more than 50,000. She didn't expect Soo-yun to agree so readily. Zhang Peiyao's heart also let out a sigh of relief after hearing Soo-yun's words. Otherwise it would have been a bad day. She's the store manager, yes, but surely someone has to pay for things that are damaged. At most it's just less. After all, she was also a hitter and needed to turn in her work. Soo-yun looked at Song Xiaowei's written note and casually put it into his pocket, then flipped out Zhang Peiyao's WeChat and transferred 52,000 to her. This matter is closed. Zhang Peiyao looked at the broken bracelet and said to Soo-yun with a smile, although this bracelet is broken, it repairs it, and if you don't look closely, you still can't tell. I'll wait for someone to take it and fix it down and bring it to you. Good. Soo-yun nodded and said to Song Xiaowei, Alright, don't think too much about it. Continue to familiarize yourself with the staff with the flow of the event and the venue later. Don't make any mistakes tomorrow. Okay, Sue. Towards evening, the stage for the event was set up, and Song Xiaowei and Soo-yun both followed with a brief rehearsal. Zhang Peiyao had wanted to invite Soo-yun and Song Xiaowei for dinner, but Soo-yun had refused. Because of him I have dinner tonight. Zhang Peiyao had some disappointment in her eyes, but didn't show it. On her way out, she took out the white moonlight bracelet that she had broken in the afternoon and handed it to him. I have to say, the master is in good hands. After this was glued back together, he couldn't really tell unless he looked closely. However, of course Soo-yun wouldn't want it. When he exited the mall, he turned to Song Xiaowei and said, Hold out your hand. Oh, Song Xiaowei. Soo-yun put the repaired jade bracelet on her hand and said, This is what you paid for, so wear it as a lesson. In the future, when you meet something you're not currently capable of taking, don't just touch it. You can't afford to pay for it. Song Xiaowei. Soo-yun's words were like this jade bracelet, a slap in the face that shattered her pride and dignity to the ground. She had looked down on Soo-yun before, but after today's incident, she could only rely on him to help her. Brother Soo, don't worry, Song Xiaowei said firmly, I will return this money to you. This money? Of course you're going to pay me back. Soo-yun teased. If you can't pay it back, you can also pay it in flesh. I don't mind. When Song Xiaowei heard this, her face swished red and she said angrily, Brother Soo, what do you take me for? Yes, Just because I borrowed your money doesn't mean I'm willing to sleep with you. I'll pay you back this money as soon as I can. Well, I hope so. Arriving at the car, Soo-yoon opened the door and sat on it, skimming his lips, saying, "You can go back by yourself later. I have things to do so I won't see you off." After saying that, he kicked the gas and drove off in the Porsche sports car. Song Xiaowei stood alone, looking at the jade bracelet on her wrist, messy in the wind. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Brother Ex-Husband, Don't Talk Nonsense. Chapter 71, Brother Ex-Husband, Don't Talk Nonsense. A few tens of thousands of dollars was nothing to the current Soo-yoon. That's why Song Xiaowei's matter didn't make a single ripple inside him. What was said before about paying for meat was a joke. Nowadays, when the average woman comes to his door, he has to think about sleeping with her or not. It used to be that there was no choice, but now there are plenty of choices. Driving his sports car, Soo-yoon headed towards the place he had arranged with Soo-moo in the afternoon. It's a single private kitchen next to East Lake and very quiet. Although it was not considered the most high-end place in Jiangchang, it was not cheap for ordinary people either. Soo-yoon had heard that there were actually more expensive places in Jiangchang, but those places were not open to the public and all belonged to the membership system. At the moment, he has no access to that circle. Maybe later, when Soo-yoon arrived. Soo-moo had long since arrived after picking up Lee Jinshu and was waiting in the room for him to order. I have to say, it's a really nice place. Eating is also a pleasure. When Lee Jinshu saw him, she laughed and said, "Why did you just come? It's almost dark." Busy working, of course. After Soo-yoon sat down, he began to order his food. It was also his first time here, so he wasn't sure what tasted good, so he ordered all the signature dishes labeled on the menu. As the waiter took the initiative to ask about the drinks, Soo-yoon replied, "Ask the two beauties, I won't be needing them." After the 88 bottles of red wine at Crane Court last time, he thought it was just that. Don't want to be an ingrate anymore. Anyway, he could not drink out of the difference. Feel with 98 a bottle of domestic Great Wall red wine is almost the same. We don't need either. Thanks. The waiter sniffed and left a little disappointed that the drinks weren't being marketed. Lee Jinshu flirted. "Why aren't you drinking tens of thousands of bottles of red wine today? Some things are good enough after one taste." Soo-yoon shook his head and said, "Maybe I'm a mundane person who can't drink that high-end wine." "Soo-yoon," Soo-moo asked, "where did you buy your house?" "Yeah, isn't it a villa?" Lee Jinshu blinked at him and said, "If it's a villa, it's too much of a waste for you to live alone. Why don't Soo and I move over there as well and live with you?" "Okay, that will have to wait until I buy a villa." Soo-yoon laughed. "It's a pity that I didn't buy a villa this time, but a large flat." "It's a big flat." Lee Jinshu sniffed and bristled. "That's no fun. Soo and I are now living in a large flat. How big did you get?" Soo-moo asked. "How much did it cost?" 260 square feet. But the actual usable area is estimated to be almost 300 square meters. Soo-yoon replied, "It's quite cheap. All done. It only cost around 6.03 million. It's still cheap?" Lee Jinshu rolled his eyes and said enviously, "Even if I don't eat or drink, I'll work for 30 years before I can save up to buy it. Just get over it." Soo-yoon laughed meaningfully. "Why don't you just go find a rich man and have everything?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," Lee Jinshu said in a joking tone. "Then I'll find you. Okay? It's fine." Soo-yoon laughed. "As long as Sister Soo doesn't have a problem with it. What do you two have to do with me? Because I only have you in my heart. Sister Soo, ***** off. Just make fun of me." Soo-moo glared at Soo-yoon and said with a smile, "You like whoever you like? Don't use me as a shield." "Looks like Sister Soo is okay with it." Soo-yoon said, "Jinshu, after dinner later, you can come with me to my house to sleep. You're thinking beautifully." Lee Jinshu said, "I won't let Soo be alone and lonely at home." The three of them chatted as the food came up quickly. After dinner, it was completely dark. When the bill was settled, the total was 7,800 yuan, and Soo-yoon was about to give the money, but he realized that Soo-moo had already given it in advance. "Don't we agree that it's on me?" Soo-yoon was puzzled. "When did you give it?" "Halfway to the restroom." Soo-moo smiled and said, "Today you're moving, so let's consider it my celebration for you." "Then thank you, Sister Soo." Just as the group of three were about to leave, inside the parking lot, they suddenly met a man with his arm around a sexy woman walking head-on. "What a coincidence." Soo-moo, a little surprised, the man stopped and smiled. "Come here to eat with friends, huh? None of your business." Soo-moo frowned and looked at him with a disdainful face. "Do you really think that if you have a few bucks and wear a designer label, you'll become a high society person? Mannequin. I hear you can't even stay in your own family's company." The man contemptuously looked at Soo-yoon beside him, and then looked at the car, mocking. "I didn't think that after separating from me, the days weren't very good either." still driving a broken 5 Series. After saying that, he took out his car keys and pressed them proudly. And a black Mercedes S parked next to Sumu. Flashed. But I'm different. Since I left you. The day that is more and more nourishing day by day. This is my new only yesterday. How is it? Okay? Zhao Xianhong. You're just being petty. Next to her, Li Jinshu exasperatedly said. We Susu were really blind to believe you in the first place. You guys chat first, I'm going to drive. Suyun probably knew who the other party was, and after saying that, he turned around and left. Playing hard to get in front of me? It looks like I still need to give a gift to my ex-husband for the first time. Seeing this, Sumu and Li Jinshu thought that Suyun had retreated in fear of what was going on, and their eyes were complicated. That's a pretty Thai friend you guys have. Zhao Xianhong glanced at the departing Suyun with some contempt and scoffed. Looking for a man. It's still necessary to look for a reliable bit to be able to do so. But just a few seconds before he was happy. Bang! With a loud crash, a red Porsche 911 sports car crashed directly into the man's new Mercedes. It's all smoking. The sudden crash startled a few of them. The crowd was directly confused as they looked at the scene before them. The surrounding people who were eating were also attracted by the loud bang. And everyone ran to watch the fun. Mud. I'm glad I wore my seatbelt earlier. I stepped on the gas too much. The culprit, Su Yun, shook his slightly dizzy head, opened the car door, and stepped down from inside. Don't you just love your car? Then I'll make you like it a little more. He turned to the man in front of him and said with a guilty look on his face, Ex-husband brother, this car is yours, isn't it? I'm sorry, I was a little nervous driving for the first time and mistook the brake for the gas. I didn't think I'd hit you like this. Zhao Xianhong, Sumu and Li Jinshu were also shocked by Su Yun's maneuver. This is too violent. A direct dislike at the drop of a hat. But, Li Jinshu, however, just felt that Su Yun, so manly, so domineering. Zhao Xianhong is not a cutie. Also reacted. You can hit a place this wide? He said angrily. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Don't talk nonsense, brother ex-husband. Su Yun innocently said. Deliberately damaging other people's property to the tune of 500 yuan or more is a crime. I caused this accidentally. Don't slander me. Be careful, I'll sue you. Zhao Xianhong. By the way, that's an expensive car you have, isn't it? I've never bought one and I don't know the price, but I bet it's worth more than my car. Zhao Xianhong glanced at the Porsche 911 and the corner of his mouth twitched. But don't worry, I hit it, and I'm definitely responsible. Su Yun continued sincerely. I've already called the insurance company's people to come, so I'll trouble you to wait at the scene for a while. And then how much should your car be repaired and how much should it be repaired? After saying that, he said to Sumu and Li Jinshu, let's go. We still have to see my new house. What about your car? The insurance company will tow it to a 4S point for repairs. Don't worry about it. Oh, the two women looked at the smashed Mercedes and smiled gloatingly, subconsciously responding. Then the group of three got into Sumu's car and drove off in style. Zhao Xianhong looked at the Mercedes S that was only bought, and even the license plate has not yet been turned into a major accident car. Angry eyes are red. He must have done it on purpose. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Pretend. Keep pretending. Chapter 72, Pretend. Keep pretending. In the car, Suyun quickly received the system rewards after this crash. If you're a man, you can't be a wimp. In the face of the ex-husband's brother's taunting of his friend, the host drove his own limousine and crashed it as he pleased, teaching him to be a man on the spot and rewarding him with $2 million in cash. Bank card balance, 11.03 million. At this moment, Su Mu, who was sitting in the back row of the car, also recovered mentally from the shock just now. She looked at Su Yun, who was driving in front of her, and was somewhat moved in her heart. It's a shame that I thought of him that way just now, thinking I was looking at the wrong person. Su Mu said with some guilt. Su Yun, how dangerous it was just now. Don't do such stupid things in the future. Yeah, you almost scared me to death just now. Li Jinshu also said with palpitations in his heart. Although that Zhao Xianhong is ruthless, you don't need to take your own life. It's not like I'm a cutie. Su Yun laughed. I wore my seatbelt. It's fine for such a short distance. That's dangerous too. Li Jinshu said. What if there is an accident? If something really happens to you, Susu must feel guilty for the rest of her life. Of course, I'd be sad. When you say that, it seems like I'm really hurt. Suyun pretended to cover his chest with one hand and said, my chest is a little sore right now. Really? Sumu sniffed and immediately said, let's go. Let's quickly go to the hospital and check it out. Yeah, to the hospital. Li Jinshu also concerned, don't be caused internal injuries. I see the news there are so many after a car accident. At the time look at the person is fine, but not a moment people are no longer. That doesn't have to be so serious. Su Yun replied. Actually, as long as you guys get off the bus later and one of you gives me a kiss, I might just be fine. Sumu and Li Jinshu couldn't help but roll their eyes. Both of them were relieved to see that Su Yun was still in the mood to be joking around, and it seemed that he was truly fine. After a few seconds of silence, Li Jinshu said with some regret, Su Yun, how can you afford to take your own sports car and crash it into his car? It's obviously not cost effective. I feel like I'm losing a lot of money. How could I have thought of that at the time? Su Yun casually said. I wanted to crash at that moment. So I did. And in my eyes, there is only worth it or not. There is no loss. As long as it's something that money can solve, it doesn't matter. Since you guys are my friends, how could I watch you get bullied in front of me? It's just a car. Just buy another one when you wreck it, and I'm planning on replacing it anyway. Lin Jinshu, if you wreck it, just buy another one. That's the only thing he can say. Sumu said on the side, when the repair costs for the 2 cars come out today, you give me a word and I'll transfer it to you. After all, you are because of what happened to me, not for the money. Suyun shook his head and said meaningfully, I'm a person who only accepts meat payments. If you don't believe me, ask Jin Shu. Sumu looked at her best friend with a puzzled expression. Su, don't listen to his nonsense. Caught off guard, Li Jinshu glared at Su Yun and retorted somewhat sheepishly. It's not like I've ever owed him any money, much less paid for it physically. Alright, no more flirting. Sumu also didn't believe Su Yun's bull Li Jinshu would really pay in flesh. She said, come on, show us your new home. Yeah, come on, don't bull me here. Oh, after leaving the East Lake, Su Yun drove straight towards the Jin Garden. Is Su Yun going the wrong way? Li Jinshu looked at the familiar streetscape around him and said, how does this route look like it goes back to our neighborhood? Yeah, just back to your neighborhood. Huh? Li Jinshu was puzzled. Didn't we agree to visit your new home? Yeah, it's just going to my new house. Su Yun smiled and replied, my new home is in your neighborhood. Sumu and Li Jinshu. His new home in his own neighborhood? A dozen minutes later, Sumu and Li Jinshu watched as Su Yun drove into his neighborhood garage. They both felt cheated. How does it feel to have some disbelief? This wasn't going to his new home. This was taking them home. After parking his car in the space, in order to prove that what he said was true, Su Yun pointed to the parking space next to his own and said, look, this is my parking space. Sumu looked up. Good lord. The license plate number of the private parking space shown on it was really Su Yun's. Come on, let's show you around my new home. Su Yun smiled and walked towards the elevator. The two behind him looked at each other, exchanged glances and followed. Under the astonished eyes of the two of them, the three of them took the elevator to the 19th floor, and stopped in front of the house across the street from theirs. Su Yun smiled and said, alright, we're here. This is my new home. This is your house? Li Jinshu was surprised. You bought next door to us? What? No? Su Yun smiled and winked. From now on, we'll be neighbors. Li Jinshu and Sumu. When they thought that Su Yun would be living next door to them in the future, both of their minds rose up a bit abnormally. Then, Su Yun entered the password and opened the door, and the two of them followed him in to visit his new home. Compared to Su Mu's home, Su Yun's home was a bit bigger, but the basic layout was similar. After shopping around, Li Jinshu subconsciously said, Su, in the future, if the water heater in our house breaks down, we can come to Su Yun's place to take a bath. Yeah. Su Yun smiled happily at his words. I'll welcome you to drop by any time in the evening. You'd like to think so. Li Jinshu skimmed his lips and said, who comes to you here to bathe, who little cute? This is not a sheep into the mouth of the wolf. It is not certain that you will be eaten by you if you are not careful. Don't you dare accuse me. Su Yun turned to Su Mu and said meaningfully, Sister Su should know that I never do anything against the will of women. Li Jinshu looked at Su Mu. Su, he has done things to you against the will of women? No. Sumu was also a bit vain and said, don't listen to his nonsense. There is not a single serious word in his mouth. Aha. Li Jinshu nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. Yes, he likes to talk nonsense sometimes. Su Yun. He laughed inwardly as he watched the expressions on the faces of both of his girlfriends. Load. Keep loading. Don't you know in your own hearts whether I am talking nonsense or not? On the other side, after Ning Qian finished moving in the afternoon, she took her co-workers to the upper room hot pot restaurant and asked for the private room from last time. Because they had Su Yun's membership card, the manager was very enthusiastic about them. But unlike Su Yun, only Ning Qian's alone, she didn't spend haphazardly, choosing the biggest and most expensive seafood, but the general ones. There were 8 people at a table, and everyone was excited to be in a private room, eating overpriced seafood while looking at the beautiful night view, and from time to time, They take pictures of each other and send them to their friends or share their joy with their families. Ning Qian was much more calm than them. The second time around, she looked out the window at the night scene and thought, wondering what Su Yun was doing at this moment. Probably like himself, he was having dinner with someone somewhere in Jiangcheng. Ning Qian, what are you gawking at alone? A co-worker came over and pulled her happily. Come on, take a picture for us. I'm going to send it to the group and piss off that woman Wang Shangmei. Good. Chapter 2 is back in the chambers. Under review. End of chapter. Chapter 73 Nice guy. She really knows men. Chapter 73 Nice guy. She really knows men. Since he hadn't bought anything in his new home, Suyun certainly wouldn't sleep here tonight. So after giving the two a tour of his new house, he left to go back to sleep in his own little previous home first. Before leaving, he sent a message telling Li Jinshu the password of the house and transferred $20,000 to her to help buy some daily necessities. Well, there's betting. After all, the two are now on different private terms. All this was done without Sumu's knowledge. In secret, Li Jinshu wouldn't be stupid enough to take the initiative to tell Sumu. After all, who was Su Yun to tell her the password to the house instead of Sumu? During the time he was looking at the house, Su Yun's cell phone also received a consumer message from the upper room hotpot. Ning Qian spent a total of 15,000 or so in the store. And that includes the room charge. Su Yun was aware of the level of consumption there and smiled. This woman is really saving herself. Taking a taxi back home, Su Yun had thought that Ning Qian would still be hanging out with her friends before returning. Turns out the other guy was back long ago. Alone, she showered and lay on the couch in her pajamas, leisurely watching a TV show. After hearing the commotion of the door opening, as soon as she turned around to see that it was Su Yun, Ning Qian happily climbed up, not bothering to put on his shoes. He ran over with bare feet and stood in front of Su Yun, saying happily, "What brings you here? This is my home. Can't I come?" "Sure you can. You can come every day." Ning Qian asked with concern, "Then you have not eaten? Do you want me to go get you some?" "No, I ate out." Su Yun reached out and hugged her, walked over to the sofa and sat down, asking, "Did you go to dinner with your friends today?" "Aha." Ning Qian nodded her head and said, "They helped me move the house for a day in the afternoon. So I invited them to dinner in the evening. There were 8 of us and we spent a total of $15,000. 8 people eating over 10,000. Su Yun pinched her nose and laughed. "You're also too stingy. Why don't you invite them to eat more?" "Enough." Ning Qian smiled and replied, "Your money didn't come from the wind. You should save it." "It's okay, my money is a gale." "Oh." Of course Ning Qian wouldn't believe it and would only think that Su Yun was generous. She snuggled into Su Yun's arms and asked, "Do you want to take a bath now? I'll go put water on for you." "Aha." Before long, the water was put away. Su Yun wanted to pull Ning Qian to wash with him, but Ning Qian said to let him wash alone. She had to go get ready, said he was going to surprise him when he got out of the shower. Su Yun took a quick bath alone, washed his hair, rinsed it, and came out wrapped in his bathrobe, but he didn't see Ning Qian run in the living room. Seeing that the door to the master bedroom was half covered, Su Yun smiled and walked towards it, and just after entering the room, he was surprised by Ning Qian's outfit. She was seen sitting on her knees on the bed in a sexy black and white maid's outfit with no little clothes on. Upon seeing Su Yun, he immediately said with an aggrieved face, "Young master, the slave girl knows she's wrong. Don't punish me, okay?" Su Yun, good lord, she really knows men. I can't believe I'm playing JUE color play with myself. Su Yun didn't say anything more, and directly the door slammed shut, sternly saying, "No, tonight, this young master I'm going to teach you a good lesson you bad maid." Ah. The theme song of Journey to the West was playing on the TV in the living room. Just crossed 2 mountains. Hey, met another river. Demons and ghosts, how that's so much. Hey, demon, where to escape? Eat my old son a stick. The next morning, after Su Yun and Ning Qian finished breakfast at home, they called a special car and went out together. He first sent Ning Qian to the mall after he himself was ready to go to the cafe business center. Suddenly received a call from the police station, saying that someone had called the police to say that he had intentionally damaged other people's property yesterday, and according to the regulations he had to go to the office to cooperate in the investigation and ask for a statement. As soon as Su Yun heard it, he knew it was probably about his ex-husband's brother. After he said yes, he turned to the law firm and called them, giving a general description of what had happened to the note. "Since you have paid for the consultation yourself, you certainly can't waste it." After listening briefly, Luo Sudong said that it was fine, and that he would arrange for someone to come over to deal with it later. Su Yun arrived at the entrance of the police station and waited for a short while before a woman in a formal suit walked over. "Hello Mr. Su, I'm Luo Lu's assistant. My name is Lu Li Nin." Lu Li Nin smiled and said, "When you go in with me later, Don't say anything, leave it all to me. Okay, then, please. In this way, Soo-yeon brought Lu Li-min to the street police station, and also saw yesterday's ex-husband brother Zhao Xianhong. Officer, that's him, he's the one who intentionally hit my car yesterday. When Zhao Xianhong saw Soo-yeon, he immediately identified him. The police officer glanced at Soo-yeon and said, Soo-yeon, right, can you tell us exactly what happened yesterday? Hello, comrade policeman. Lu Li-min took the initiative to step forward at this time and said, I'm Mr. Soo's legal advisor. This is my lawyer's ID. My name is Lu Li-min. If you guys have any questions, I can answer them for him. Top law firms, even an assistant, is a serious lawyer with a law license. Put it in the average attorney and you'd probably be a starter. Police? Zhao Xianhong? Called you in for a statement. You bring me a lawyer. Lawyer Lu, we just received a report from someone and asked for a normal statement. The matter has not been characterized yet. The police also became polite when facing the lawyer. Not to mention the fact that the other party is an attorney at the Red Circle firm. Can't mess with it. Not at all. Regarding yesterday's incident, Mr. Soo had already told me about it in detail before he came. Lu Li-min said, first of all, I would like to say that this matter is all Mr. Zhao's unilateral subjective thoughts and not an objective fact. Mr. Soo is just normal because of nervousness operating errors, thus causing abnormal but traffic accidents. Secondly, at the first time of the accident, Mr. Soo called the insurance company and took the initiative to report to the traffic police, and is also willing to bear all the losses of the other party. Lulaman's clear thinking and logic, directly talking the police to nod repeatedly. Originally, they also felt that the case was clear-cut and had asked the insurance company first, but the other side balked, so they couldn't leave it unattended. Comrade police officers, you can't believe her. Zhao Xianhong gasped. I think he just intentionally hit my car. So wide parking lot. Why did he just hit me? Mr. Cho, Lu Li-min asked towards him. You said that Mr. Soo intentionally hit your car, so let me ask you a few questions. You say, did you know each other before the crash? Don't recognize it. So before you crashed, was there any conflict? Any words spoken? No. Look, comrade policeman. Lu Li-min spread her hands and said, before it happened, the two of them didn't know each other, didn't have any conflicts, and hadn't even spoken to each other. There's no way my client would have intentionally crashed his car, because there was no motive whatsoever. By normal human thinking, who in their right mind would be so stupid as to drive a new $1.6+ million car into a new car that is not as good as theirs? And according to the report of the damage fixing, Mr. Soo's loss is still higher than this Mr. Zhao's. What if he just doesn't have regular nerves? Zhao Xianhong retorted. Lu Li-min asked again. Okay, even if what you say is true, what about the evidence? Everything has to be about evidence. You said that Mr. Soo hit your car on purpose. Do you have proof of what you said? You can't rely on your mouth alone. The law is about evidence. Right. The police inquired. Do you have any evidence that the other party hit your car on purpose? If so, you can show it to me. Xianhong Zhao. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 74, Testimonials on the Shelf. Time is going by so fast. The May Day vacation went by in a flash. I was just saying the other day that I'd try to rush 3 rivers this week, just in case my dream comes true. Turns out I was notified today on the editor's first day on the job. Pro. It's on the shelf. You're a newbie. Don't think about things that don't belong to you. I was in the same mood. Just like going to work after the holidays. I didn't want to face it. While this is the truth, could you please not be so solid? It's still the first day of work. This really wasn't a novel where the protagonist could change his destiny against all odds at any time. There's nothing to do but accept reality. So unsurprisingly, the book hits the shelves tomorrow after 12 noon. But it also means I can start making a little money. That's a kind of success, isn't it? Because I hang out in the newbie group, I've realized that there are still a lot of newbies who can't even get signed. And it's even harder to get them on the shelves. I'm kind of lucky to be asking for too much. It's a poor grade, but at least if I work hard on my writing, I should be able to earn my tuition back in a few months with perfect attendance. So all the big handsome buddies, the new bud writing book is not easy, although also write more bad, was scolded also miserable, but still hope that has been reading my book handsome guys. Tomorrow after the shelves, do not bring the brain to see. More support. Thank you all. Once it's up, I'll also try to update it and post as much as I write each day. For me, I don't need to be pushed by people to make more money when it hits the shelves. I'm very self-conscious about it. First day, a 20,000 word update. I think, saved up a bit. I also don't have any bounty plus rules because I know that I'm a newbie who probably doesn't have any bounties, so it's all up to the dudes. After all, it would be nice to subscribe to my book. As for those who think my writing is okay, to your liking, and have extra money in their pockets, a little encouragement is in order. It doesn't matter how much. It's mostly a sense of validation that keeps me motivated to code without self-doubt. Of course, if you think I'm a bad writer, you can subscribe and then spam me and vent. Tyangsi book. They are all my bread and butter, and I promise not to dislike them, and to accept them all with an open mind. And if I do, I do. Probably the only thing I'm asking for is monthly tickets in everyone's hands, since I'll be able to raffle them off for a full 1,000 each month. It's still double these days, and I have no resistance to the whole raffle thing. Please. Finally, I'm going to do my usual thank you to my author friends who have helped me by pushing their new books, in no particular order. 1. Can you call it God Ho without indulgence? The author is a young-looking, white, young and thin little fresh meat. 2. Rekindle the Green Era is written after the rebirth of the story. The author of The Honey Chicken, height 180, is a sultry man, is currently in the marriage. Interested female readers can go to check out the book. By the way to take him. 3. Thieves Son of Heaven historical overhead text, written by a mountain bandit trying to become the emperor of the story, but also the history of the Big Brother. The author's nickname, the starting point of civil servants. 4. From wine sledgehammer to reverse Chinese entertainment. The protagonist started from Wanwanwan, and shocked the Chinese language step by step. 5. Guangzhou Yaoming, Winter 30 Yang, a Thai upright middle-aged Ottoman, but also the history of the Big Brother. The old book first book over 10,000. 6. Divorced only to find that it was coveted for a long time. The content will not say. Anyway, the author is the same as his style of writing, is a Thai young woman. 7. I just divorced. Mrs. Please be careful. The same as upstairs. Divorce text, and upstairs author is too, together with the book. 8. Get money on the love synthesis only. All choose me why entertainment. The author with me is a hometown. Once online dating was cheated $300. So far it is difficult to get over it. In the novel to find comfort in love. 9. Shocked. Actually shoot this kind of movie? Tokyo Bunka. The author is a programmer. Once 985 graduated high school students. Do not code. Also ran to write a novel. 10. American Comics, Traveling Through Killian. I am the master of technology. The author of this book is a commoner young master who came to experience life, dreaming of becoming a future 10,000 booking Big Brother. 11. From the demon removal began to live forever. Metaphysical cool text. Almost 100,000 June. The author Lu 19 is a good man who does not spend money, only make money. Every time the card text, in order to find inspiration, will go to see live Miss Dance. Also pulled everyone together to watch. Well, these are all the contacts that the budding author of the book at Starting Point has just met. The end of the end. P. Fritters, thanks again for all the support and likes. It goes up tomorrow after 12 noon, so come on by, rich or poor, because first orders are so important to authors. I love you. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Manager Jiang, do you want to consider me too? Begging. Chapter 75, Manager Jiang, do you want to consider me too? Seeking first order. In the police station, the police saw that Zhao Xianhong could not get evidence, then said, okay lawyer Lu, we basically understand the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. You can go. You're welcome. No comrade police, you can't just close the case like this. Zhao Xianhong was somewhat unconvinced. The police turned to him and said, Mr. Zhao, you have heard. Things are not what you think. Everything has to be evidence, and you cannot prove it. On the contrary, the other party is talking sense. So don't mess around here. We're busy too. That's all there is to this matter. And if you still have any objections, you can go and get yourself a lawyer to sue him in court as well. Xianhong Zhao. Su Yun sat next to him the entire time, handled by Lu Limin, just like a nobody. Not a word was said. It was as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Mud. This rich man's world. For the first time, he had a real experience of how cool it was to have his own legal counsel. Su Yun suddenly got up and inquired, Lawyer Lu, if I want to sue him now for willfully defaming me and compensating me for my losses, can I do so? Sure. Lu Limin replied professionally. He has caused you substantial mental distress by falsely accusing you in such a casual manner, possibly causing you to lose sleep at night, and it is entirely possible to file a lawsuit. Mr. Su, as long as you're willing, I'll go back later and start preparing the materials and then file a lawsuit with the court. Xianhong Zhao. The police looked at him with some pity. It was so good that he was going to become a defendant instead. Okay. Su Yun came in front of Zhao Xianhong and said with a smile, ex-husband brother, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me now and maybe I won't sue you. Just sue. I'm afraid of you. Good. Tough enough. Soo-yoon laughed. You're the second person I've seen besides my ex-girlfriend who's this hard-headed. I hope you won't regret it. Xian Hong Zhao. After coming out of the police station, Lu Limin then said, Mr. Su, in fact, this matter you really want to sue the other party. It's hard to get a result. It's okay. Soo-yoon casually said, I didn't expect any results to come out of this. I simply wanted to disgust him. When you go back and talk to Luo ruler about this matter, just let him make whatever arrangements he wants. And if there are any extra costs, let me know. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Limin understands very well the nature of these rich people. Sometimes it is not about money at all, but a breath of air. She nodded. If you have nothing else, I'll be on my way. Well, hard work. Soo-yoon was delayed by the police station. And then when he arrived at Zhang Peiyao and their store celebration, the area around the stage had long been filled with people. Just in time, too. Song Xiaowei, as the host, had arrived a while ago and was ready by this time. Zhang Peiyao looked at the time after seeing Soo-yoon's arrival and announced the official start of the store's celebration. Although Song Xiaowei had hosted programs and live shows in school before, this was her first time hosting after getting out of school. She took a deep breath, script in hand, and began her speech on stage. Soo-yoon and Zhang Peiyao watched from the side. Although Song Xiaowei was a bit haughty, today she was really beautiful and a bit heartwarming after wearing the gown and the jewelry provided by Chow Tai-fuk. If he had to use a word to describe her, Soo-yoon felt that she was like a canary. Such a woman. Although her character is not so good and a bit arrogant, but if she can be raised around, it is quite eye-pleasing. Zhang Peiyao also couldn't help but smile and asked, Soo-yoon, where did you find such a beautiful hostess? The company looked for it. Soo-yoon replied, you guys are in luck. Regardless of her abilities first, just the fact that she stood there attracted quite a bit of foot traffic. Indeed. Zhang Peiyao looked at a lot of men gathered around, smiled and flirted. What about you? Aren't you moved? It's near the water that gets the moon first. Even more beautiful. It's not as good as Manager Kong. Soo-yoon smiled back. Manager Jiang, do you want to consider me as well? Don't you dare joke with me. When Zhang Peiyao heard this, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and she laughed a little awkwardly. You don't like women like me around you. The MS. Lee that you met in the sales department last time was much better than me. Everyone is different. Just like every flower. You can't compare them like that. Each is good in its own way. Soo-yoon replied. Manager Jiang should not underestimate her charm. Zhang Peiyao. The event was going well at the beginning, but at the midway point, a sudden situation occurred. Faced with the unexpected, Song Xiaowei, who was hosting for the first time, was instantly a bit flustered and didn't know how to handle it. Seeing this, Soo-yoon hurriedly asked for a microphone and went up to save the day. Zhang Peiyao looked at Soo-yoon, who was gradually controlling the field on the stage, and let out a sigh of relief. But inwardly, she was even more surprised. Rich and so capable, the heart could not help but rise again in adoration. Song Xiaowei, who was a party to the incident, was also slightly shocked when she looked at Soo-yoon, who had helped save the day and interacted with everyone again. When the morning activity was over, Song Xiaowei took the initiative for the first time and came to Soo-yoon, saying, thank you for just now, or else the activity would have been messed up by me. It's okay, you'll have experience when you host more events like this in the future. At noon, we all had a meal together. Soo-yoon received a phone call from the 4S store. The insurance company's people said, the car completed the fixed damage. Let him go to take a look. No comments on the signature to confirm the next. So while Soo-yoon went to the restroom, Zhang Peiyao asked towards Song Xiaowei with some doubts. When you guys went back yesterday, did Soo-yoon's car crash? I don't know. Song Xiaowei replied. I went back by myself yesterday. Oh, I don't know how the crash went. His car, it would have cost a lot of money. His car? Song Xiaowei caught the key and asked, Manager Jiang, you said that the sports car yesterday was Soo-yoon's own car? Right. Zhang Peiyao replied. If it's not his car, whose else could it be? Song Xiaowei, isn't that Supervisor Su's car? After Soo-yoon returned, Song Xiaowei was loaded with doubts in her heart. She followed the other woman in her car to the maintenance department of the 4S store and saw the red sports car she had been in only yesterday. It really hit hard. According to the insurance company personnel's damage determination, the other car, plus their own car, the various repair costs add up to a total of about $520,000 or so. Song Xiaowei secretly smacked her lips a little when she heard such a high maintenance fee. That's enough money to buy a new luxury car. After all, in the eyes of most ordinary people, a car that can be bought for more than $500,000 is considered a luxury car. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Private Bank Card, Request for First Order. Chapter 76, Private Bank Card, Request for First Order. Soo-yoon looked at the long list and didn't really understand any of this. But what the heck? The insurance company pays for it all anyway. Big deal. The second half of the year is just more expensive. So he looked at it a little and signed his name. Song Xiaowei stood next to her and also saw the owner's name on the slip, finally confirming that the sports car was Soo-yoon's. He actually did lie to himself. No wonder he borrowed over $50,000 from himself that day without batting an eye. I didn't realize it was a hidden rich kid. After dealing with the matter of damage determination, Soo-yoon again roughly asked about the time. The car is estimated to be repaired after half a month. That is, he didn't have a car for half a month. How can this be? Song Xiaowei asked. Are we going straight back to the office now? Don't go back yet. Soo-yoon said. I'll go buy another car. It's not good to drive without a car. Traveling and inconvenient. Mr. Sue, what kind of car do you want to buy? The person in the forest store on one side sniffed, and immediately introduced them with enthusiasm, saying, our store has recently arrived with a new batch of cars. Why don't you go and take a look? I'll pass on your Porsche for now. Soo-yoon directly rejected the other party and left with Song Xiaowei. But just as he reached the door, the phone rang, from a branch of the construction bank. Hello, Mr. Sue, I'm the manager of the construction bank. On the phone, a nice woman's voice said, we found out that you are a high-quality customer of our bank. Now our bank will give you a free upgrade of your personal savings card level to facilitate your daily use and enjoy better services from our bank. When do you think you'll have time to check in with us? Soo-yoon remembered the matter of the gold bars, and it just so happened that they could be done together today. He replied, I can come over sometime right now. Okay? Sure. Well then, I'm coming now. Hanging up the phone, Soo-yoon said to Song Xiaowei, are you alright? If you want to go back to the office, go back yourself. I have to go to the bank to do some business. I'm fine. I'll stay with you. Okay. So the two took another cab together to the bank. He found himself greeted by a young man with a badge as soon as he entered. Hello, Mr. Sue. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I'm the manager of our bank. Please follow me. Okay. It was the first time Song Xiaowei had seen that when she came to the bank to conduct business, the bank's manager actually greeted her personally at the door. After Soo-yoon and Song Xiaowei came to the VIP room together, the middle-aged man politely poured a glass of water for both of them, and then got down to business. It's like this, Mr. Sue, I'm sorry for disturbing your private time, the bank scribe said. Given the high amount of personal savings you have with our bank, which has reached over AUM 600W, so in accordance with the bank's rules and in order to serve you better and manage your assets, our bank has decided to upgrade your personal savings level to the highest level in our bank. It was the first time Soo-yoon had heard of it, and he asked, what does it mean? I don't quite understand. That is, Mr. Soo, you will have a private bank card belonging to our bank. Saying that, the bank manager took out a plain black bank card from inside an exquisite small box on his left-hand side. Then it was placed in front of Soo-yoon. He smiled and explained, here's your card. We've made it ahead of time. Just sign for it. As for the specific benefits you can enjoy each year, the bank manager took out another small booklet and said, all the benefits of this card are written in this benefits booklet, so it is convenient for you to read it at any time when you are not clear. Okay. Soo-yoon picked it up and opened it casually with curiosity, wanting to know what exactly was there. It's a lot of size without seeing it. CCB will actually equip each private banking client with a full service team of one branch account manager plus one private banking account manager plus one wealth advisor to respond at any time. There are also various other benefits, such as various counseling services, financial services, medical services, and travel services. To put it bluntly, as long as you have this card, basically anytime you go to a company that has a partnership with CCB, it's super VIP treatment. It's a status symbol, belonging to the privileged little set of people. Okay. Soo-yoon didn't go through it carefully. He would study it later when he had time. After he signed the card that belonged to him, he asked, Manager, do we have any gold bars in the bank? I want to buy some. Yes, the bank manager asked. I wonder how much Mr. Soo wants to buy? How many? How much does the heaviest one in your bank weigh? 100 grams. Tell you what, as long as it's a model that your bank has, prepare me a piece of the same, put it in a box, put it in a nice way, and I'll give it away. Soo-yoon said, I'll come and get it when the time comes. The money will just be deducted directly from my account. Okay, Mr. Soo. The bank manager wasn't much surprised. It was more than normal for rich people to buy some gold bars to give away. He said, all you have to do is call your dedicated bank manager the first day to make an appointment, and you can come pick it up the next day. Well then, I'll leave without anything else. Okay, Mr. Sue, take your time. When Soo-yoon left, the bank manager headed upstairs to report the situation to the bank president. For Soo-yoon, a quality customer, it came out of nowhere. It was also detected by the banking system. After realizing that he had large sums of money coming into his account from time to time while it was slowly becoming more and more, an investigation had actually quietly begun in the bank a long time ago. The results showed that every single dollar of his money came from some fund account overseas, in the form of dividends, and there was nothing irregular or improper about it. It's clean. This means that this Soo-yoon has shares in some foreign fund and is one of the shareholders. So in order to capture this big customer, when the balance of the other party's account rose to $10 million, the vice president directly signed to authorize the upgrade of his user level to the highest level. Though $10 million isn't much for a bank, but it depends on what it's in terms of. It's true that it's not much in terms of companies and collectives, but it's not little in terms of individual savings. From the time she entered the bank, to the time she came out of the bank, Song Xiaowei felt a bit fantastical the entire time. Regardless of knowing that Soo-yoon's account balance had exceeded $6 million, he had obtained the bank's highest grade black gold card. Or again, he heard Soo-yoon suddenly wanting to buy a box of gold bars to give away. All of this made Song Xiaowei feel a bit incredulous. It was as if she had glimpsed another world she was unfamiliar with. And these were brought to her by Soo-yoon. Thanks to myself, I was looking down on others before. Maybe I am a clown in their eyes. No wonder he treated himself the way he did. After all, even if he was good, he would still be serving people like them in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Driving a Bentley at a Young Age, Request for First Order. Chapter 77, Driving a Bentley at a Young Age, Request for First Order. Leaving the bank, Soo-yoon rushed to the next place with Song Xiaowei. This time there was no need to take any special car. I met a cab right at the door. Sit on whatever comes your way, as long as it's convenient. Soo-yoon's mentality had shifted a bit from a somewhat thuggish mentality at the very beginning after he became rich. It's not that you have to go out with a vengeance in a specialty car and rent out a car without it. Life shouldn't be like this. These changes were not deliberate on his part, but natural. It's like when you're poor and you suddenly buy a very expensive new cell phone, and you love it for the first few months, afraid that you'll bump it and wear it out. It's also a favorite to hold in your hand when you're out and about, like you can't fit it in your pocket or bag. It's really just a matter of subconsciously wanting others to see your cell phone. But when you do become rich and get used to it, you'll realize that you don't care at all. As if having a phone that costs more than others doesn't make you superior to them. Instead, it looks low. After getting into the car, Soo-yoon told the driver to go to the nearest Bentley 4S store. The master appeared to be a bit chatty. Along the way, he was talking to Soo-yoon about cars. As an old driver, he enthusiastically shared with Soo-yoon what he should pay attention to when buying a car and various small details. He also talked about his favorite and preferred models and recommended a few models for him as well. If you want a coupe, get a Continental GT. If you want a sedan, get a Flying Spur. Soo-yoon expressed his gratitude. Just listen to the master said no concept, or to the scene of the store to see the actual car, only to know which one they like. The traffic in Zhangcheng is very congested. Even if it's not the morning and evening rush hour, it's all the same in the city center. After the two of them flirted for half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. No. 1. Jiufeng Street in Jiangxia District. A total of 55 yuan spent. Soo-yoon generously swept 100 yuan to the other side. Said thanks to the master of the purchase of small knowledge sharing, buy a packet of Huazi pumping down. The master was so happy that he said, good pattern, brother, you deserve to be rich. Soo-yoon was very flattered. After getting out of the car, the two of them walked straight towards the 4S store. A familiar formula. A familiar feeling. A saleswoman wearing a small blue suit, bag short skirt, and bare two long legs walked up and said enthusiastically, good day to you, sir and madam. I'm Xiao Lu, the Bentley saleswoman of this store. May I ask what I can do for you? I want to buy a car. Soo-yoon replied, take me to see. Yes sir, please follow me. After Lu Wen led the two to the car showroom, she smiled and inquired, sir, I wonder what your name is. Soo-yoon. Okay Mr. Sue. Of course Lu Wen could see who was the main character of the man and the woman. So she said, may I ask if you've ever learned about our Bentley models before? No. So what are your main needs in buying a car? Lu Wen said, different needs, different models to buy. There are no hard and fast requirements. As long as it looks good and is comfortable to sit in, it's acceptable. Okay Mr. Sue. Soo-yoon's words made sales Lu Wen feel a little apprehensive in her heart. Because this kind of uncertainty is what makes customers the most difficult. There are plenty of options for the rich, and the Bentley doesn't have much of an advantage over other luxury cars. As long as you say the wrong thing a little bit or upset the other person during service, They might turn around and go next door to the Porsche or Mercedes-Benz store. According to Soo-yeon's needs, Loo-won brought them first to a white-colored show car. She familiarly introduced, Mr. Soo, this is one of the more classic models in our store called the Bentley Flying Spur, priced between $3 to $4 million. An ultra-luxurious four-door sedan known for its strong power, spaciousness and elegant design. It combines the responsive handling of a sports sedan with the refined elegance of a modern ultra-luxury car. Exclusive signage can be found everywhere throughout the car, inside and out, including doorside sills with the Azure logo and seats with Azure embroidery. The overall interior styling is inspired by the Bentley biplane logo, with smooth lines running across the dashboard and from there to the front doors, creating a beautifully luxurious interior. At the same time, this new flying spur introduces the lifting double flying wingby badge and is the first Bentley model to feature all-wheel steering. Finishing in one breath, Loo-won pulled open the car door and asked invitingly, Mr. Soo, would you and your friend like to sit in the car and try it out? Song Xiaowei stood to the side, and the first time she saw the car, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Even though she tried her best to tell herself that she wasn't a gold digger, her heart still fluttered at the sight of the car's lavish interior. But that whopping $3 to $4 million asking price also killed her completely. Soo-yeon was also a little moved at the first sight of the car. Yes, it was the same one that had parked itself that day, the exact same model, just a different color. Especially when he gets in the car and looks at the big B in the center of the gear lever in the control area. He can't help but reach out and hold it tightly. It's a much better feeling than a Porsche. No wonder everyone says that when you drive a Bentley at a young age, a teenager will never feel inferior again. With this big B in hand, it's hard to feel inferior. This car mom's birthday, their own drive back must be very dignified, because even if people do not know the car, a look also no very advanced. However, Soo-yeon did not show it and turned his head to the sales in the back row, pretending to be calm and asked, are there any other models? You always have to see them all before you know who is the best and what your favorites are. Yes, and an SUV. Loo-won took the two of them to another small showroom next door and explained, this is our Bentley's Timbuktu, priced between $3 to $5 million. Then the sedan. Soo-yeon also did not listen to the sales of what exactly is talking about. Good looking is good looking, but not his dish. As usual, he got in the car to get a feel for it. With a car like this, there's no such thing as an uncomfortable ride. After all, the price is there. Finally, they looked at a Continental GT. After seeing this car, honestly, the previous two models felt unbeatable. Not bad for Bentley's most beautiful model. The two-door, four-seat lutetium back model is youthful and sporty. And in a word, handsome. Loo-won had something in mind when she arranged this one at the end, because she knows very well how much this car kills for young people. This visual impact is compounded by the contrast of the two blocks of cars in front of it. If Song Xiaowei was heartbroken about the flying spur before, then after seeing this car, it was straight up love. A circle to see down. Soo-yeon actually heart more like Continental GT a little. The flying spur is a bit more on the business side compared to it. More for sitting in and getting a chauffeur to drive. No wonder that cab driver kept telling himself about the Continental GT model, presumably because he saw himself as a young man. But since the Continental GT is a coupe, he ruled it out first. It's nice to look at. It's just not quite as applicable when you drive it back and don't just follow the Porsche coupe you had before. After the introduction, Loo-won asked, Mr. Soo, do you see which of our models you prefer? If you still can't decide, we all have test drives in the store, so we can all take them out for a spin and get a concrete feel for each car's comfort and performance. No need, Soo-yeon replied. I've thought about it. Loo-won thought he was going to choose the Continental GT, but who knew Soo-yeon would say, let's have the flying spur. Loo-won froze, although she was a bit surprised, but once she heard that the other party had decided to buy it, she was still a bit excited. Whichever one you buy, just buy it. She smiled and said, okay Mr. Soo, in addition to the basic configuration of this car, the other configurations on the car need to be selected according to your own preferences. Mr. Soo, whether it's the exterior color of the car, or the interior color, or any other configuration you need to choose all over again. The price is a little different because each person picks a different configuration, said Loo-won, took the tablet out, opened the order software and said, look Mr. Soo, you can first select your car here. Then the system will generate a photo of your car after selection. If you are satisfied, you can be sure. Looking at those various options, Soo-yeon had a headache. He was already having trouble choosing. No need. Soo-yeon refused and said, I want the car you just showed me. Okay, Mr. Soo, I know. Loo-won happily said, I'm going to handle the car purchase formalities for you. As long as you sign the payment today, you can come and pick up the car in half a month. Half a month? Su-yun frowned. I want to be able to drive away now. I'm in a hurry. Aha. Lu Wen explained. Mr. Su, this kind of optional car are not available. It will take some time to arrive. That car just now, isn't it? Mr. Su, that's our store show car. It's not for sale. Forget it then. Su-yun sniffed, got up and said, I just came to buy a car temporarily today because I was in a hurry. So since it doesn't work, I'll just switch to another one. Wait a minute. As soon as Lu Wen heard that the other party was not going to buy it and was going to leave, she was immediately nonplussed. She said with some difficulty, Mr. Su, how about this? You sit down and have a cup of tea first. I'll ask our manager first before replying to you. I can't be the master in this matter. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait to hear from you. End of chapter. Chapter 78, you sit in the back. The passenger seat is for my woman, requesting the first. Chapter 78, you get in the back. The passenger seat is for my woman, request for first order. From just now until now, Song Xiaowei by her side had been quiet, which in turn made Su-yun uncomfortable. He asked, What's wrong with you? It's not like you to be so quiet. I didn't know you turned out to be so rich. Song Xiaowei complex color? Some angry said, But why did you lie to me? You are a small staff. I'm not lying to you. Su-yun replied, Being a small staff member and being rich are not contradictory. Then I can't figure out why you're staying inside such a company and hanging around when you're obviously so rich. I don't get it either. Su-yun said, I guess it's because even I haven't thought about it yet. And when I do someday, maybe I'll leave. Oh, but before I go, you have to pay me what you owe me. Song Xiaowei's face swished red. A few moments later, the manager of the store walked in. A middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Su. The man looked at Su-yun, who was so young in front of him, and asked with a smile, Just now, I heard Xiaolu say that you want to buy the show car in our store? Aha. Su-yun didn't talk nonsense and said, Manager, if you sell this car I'll buy it, if not I'll leave and change to the next one. I can see that Mr. Su is a very cool person and likes this car a lot. The manager did not expect Su-yun to be so direct, and many of the preparations for polite words were useless. He hesitated and said, But this is, after all, our store show car. If we give it to you, Mr. Su, and other customers come back to buy it during this period of time, we have no real car. It's very difficult. So it's not that we don't want to, but, Su-yun was not a brat anymore and heard the manager's strings. He said the matter was difficult for him, but not impossible to do. That is, it's okay to sell, but you have to show some sincerity. What's sincerity? To put it bluntly, he wants to raise his own money, or make an offer that he can't refuse. It's impossible to raise money. Su-yun wouldn't spoil him with this virtue, but the car he also wanted. Tell you what, I'm willing to buy one more top-of-the-line GT if you'll definitely give me this flying spur from the store. Su-yun interrupted. What do you think? I'm not bad at it anyway, so since I like it, I'll just sell it all. You can drive the flying spur when you go back home, or you can drive the Continental GT when you're in Jiangchang, and switch between the two cars. To be honest, he can't really look at his Porsche 911 now after looking at the Continental GT. Song Xiaowei was also shocked once again from the side. She felt that Su-yun buying a multi-million-dollar car was as casual as buying cabbages. That's how rich the family has to be. Mr. Su, do you mean to say that you want to purchase 2 units at once in our store? The manager sniffed and froze directly in place, unable to believe his ears. He was surprisingly willing to buy one more Continental GT just to be able to drive the show car on the spot. This is a Bentley, not a Volkswagen, not a Corolla, and a Continental GT, no matter how cheap it is, costs about $3-4 million with options. Combined, the two cars are over $7 million at the minimum. The key is still a private account, not a corporate account. Who's the cockney? So capricious. He had wanted the other party to drive away with a slight increase in money, but who knew that the other party had thrown out a direct king bomb? Unexpected joy. A big surprise. Yes, of course. The manager immediately changed his previous difficult expression and said cheerfully, Mr. Su likes and supports our Bentley so much, it would be a bit unkind of me if I didn't agree. After he finished speaking, he instructed Lu Wen beside him, wait and do as Mr. Su says. Okay manager. Then accompanied by the manager, Su-yun once again selected a top-of-the-line blue Continental GT. After placing the order, the manager greeted Su-yun and left, leaving the next formalities to Lu Wen. The performance certainly counts for her. Himself to greet other customers in the store. Half an hour later, all the paperwork was done for both cars. The flying spur in the store is ready to go right now. The other GT will have to wait a half month to be picked up. Su-yun handed the card to Lu Wen and told her to go to the cashier to pay. Luan looked at the somewhat unusual bank card and was once again a bit surprised. The other party is actually a black and gold card user of CCB. It was the kind of card she'd only seen once at the store. In fact, most people come to the store to buy a car, are rarely on a private account, usually in the name of the company. Go to the public accounts. The reason is simple. One is that licenses are good to get, and another is that buying a luxury car in the name of a company can be used as a tax deduction. At first, she thought that Soo-yun might just be an ordinary second-generation rich guy, but now that she took a look, he was definitely not ordinary. Maybe it's some hidden top rich kid in Gyeongchang. With the successful swipe, a total of $7.53 million was spent. Luan looked at the list that came out of the POS machine, and all felt a little short of breath. That's $7.53 million in cash, not $753. People bought it when they said they'd pay full price, and they didn't even blink just now. And, of course, a hefty commission of their own arrived. For every $3.5 million car she sells, she gets to withdraw about $30K or so, and now with 2 direct sales, she gets to withdraw $70K. That means that for the first half of the year, she basically gets to touch the fish. At that moment, in Soo-yun's ears, the sound of the system's rewards arrived. Driving a Bentley at a young age, the host once again purchased his favorite luxury car at his own whim, rewarding him with $1 million in cash. Account balance, $13.5 million. Listening to the balance on his bank card, he had rippled with anticipation, so he wasn't the least bit upset that he had just bought an extra car, because that car, he would have loved it. Who told him that his money was blowing in the wind, and it was getting bigger and bigger? After completing the formalities, paying the money, and after Luan printed a temporary license plate for her, Soo-yun drove the Bentley Flying Spur and took Song Xiaowei to the household. Before leaving the house, Song Xiaowei wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but was stopped by a look from Soo-yun. You get in the back. The passenger seat is for my woman, Song Xiaowei. She said on the surface that she was as rare as anyone else, but in fact, she was aggravated in her heart. She was at least a girl, so she really didn't give her any face. In the store, another man in his mid-30s, looking at the show car being driven away, asked the manager beside him, "You can buy cars in your store now, and you can all just pick them up?" "No, he's a special case." The manager then went over the other man's situation, then towards the man in front of him. He smiled and asked, "Boss Chin, do you recognize him?" "Don't recognize it." The man shook his head. He couldn't remember when, in Gyeongchang, such a capricious rich second generation had appeared. But none of that was his concern. Right now he's concerned about the person he's about to meet on a blind date. The photo he had already seen in advance. Very good looking, very mature woman's charm, also a prosperous husband, divorced once, but childless and acceptable. After all, I had a failed marriage myself. What's more, I've heard that the other party's family is also in good condition, and there is also a family industry, which is not small in scale. At least it's bigger than your own current plant. If you can handle each other yourself, the two sides together belong to a strong combination, both in life and career, should help. So for this blind date, he was purposely going to get a different car, sell his previous car and come back for a Bentley. At that time, in front of the other party, one would have face, and it would also reflect one's strength. End of chapter. Chapter 79. So is it convenient for oneself, or inconvenient? Seek first. Chapter 79. So is it convenient for oneself, or inconvenient? Seeking first order. By the time the car matter was all taken care of and Soo-yun brought Song Xiaowei to the company, it wasn't far from the end of the day. Song Xiaowei was also quiet and didn't tell her other co-workers about Soo-yun's car purchase. Soo-yun, on the other hand, chatted with Lee Jinshu at his workstation. It turns out that today, Lee Jinshu took a day off in order to help Soo-yun's new home to buy things, and he was also busy for a day. I've basically helped him get all of his necessities now. Tired from a long day, she crawled in to lie on the couch at this point and sent him a rather summery red halter top selfie. Lee Jinshu, all the things have been bought for you. There are still more than $5,000 left. I transferred to you. Remember to receive it. Soo-yun directly refused to accept it. Soo-yun, give you to take to sell delicious. Today hard work you. Lee Jinshu, thank you. Boss atmosphere. Lee Jinshu, by the way, I happen to have bought some vegetables back. Why don't I fix you a meal? It's my first time to cook. Soo-yun, forget it. I'll just eat out. Lee Jinshu, what do you mean? Disliking my cooking? Soo-yun, some words no on the line. Do not say it out. How embarrassing. Lee Jinshu. Soo-yun, okay, see you poor. Come back to eat at night, but I guess it's going to be late. Lee Jinshu, humph. If you want to eat it, I won't do it yet. Soo-yun, come on. It's still pissed off. Soo-yoon was about to send a funny picture over when Sumo suddenly messaged over as well. Sumo, wait. You come to the garage. We'll leave work a little early and go somewhere with me. Soo-yoon subconsciously looked up at Sumo's office and replied. What for? You're secretly going on a date with me? Sumo, yeah. Are you coming? Soo-yoon, of course I do. A few minutes later, Soo-yoon watched as Sumo walked out of the office, carrying her bag and leaving work early. He sat and waited where he was for about 10 minutes before getting up and leaving the office early as well. Song Xiaowei had always paid more attention to Soo-yoon, so she quickly noticed this phenomenon. Looking at the two men one after the other, less than 10 minutes apart, he frowned and wondered what he was thinking. Arriving at the garage, Soo-yoon went straight to Sumu's car. Sumu smiled and asked, You didn't get caught when you left, did you? No. Soo-yoon asked curiously. Mysterious. Where are you taking me? You'll see when we get there. The car then headed all the way forward and finally came to the Jiangshan Mall and drove off. Bring me to the mall? Aha. Sumu got off and said, I haven't thanked you properly for yesterday, so I wanted to say that I happen to be free today and buy you a gift to show my appreciation. So, Sue, what are you going to get me? Usually it's myself who spends money on women. This is the first time a woman has spent money on herself. It feels a little special. Sumu laughed. Once you go in with me, you'll know. Okay. Soo-yoon followed Sumu into the mall, thinking in his heart, don't meet Ning Qian, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Although he himself does not care and is not afraid, Ning Qian estimates that when he sees it, he will also treat it as invisible. But it was more or less inappropriate for him to appear in front of her with another woman in such a grand manner. As they walked, the two came to the Rolex boutique. Soo-yoon asked, You're not buying me a watch, are you? Aha. Sumu laughed. I see that your wrist is empty, and you happen to be short of a watch. So I thought of giving you one. The wristwatch was something that Soo-yoon was actually not very keen on. So that's why, after having the money, he never bought a piece to carry. But since Sumu wanted to give himself a piece, he was more than willing to accept it. The two walked into the store side by side and were greeted by the shopper, programmed to ask about their needs. Because the thing about watches is that there's a bit of a price difference. As the saying goes, if you're poor enough to play with cars, you're rich enough to play with watches. So you know what that means. Sumu will not buy too expensive. Swollen face, after all, her money is not blown by the wind. Gift giving, too, is all based on one's means. She said to the guide, pick us out a men's watch in the $200,000 range, something a little more introverted in style. Okay. The shopper guide glanced at Soo-yoon with some strange eyes before leading the way in front. Hey. Soo-yoon sighed in the back. Seeing this, Sumu smiled and asked, What? You don't like the cheapness of my gift? No. Soo-yoon laughed and said, I guess I've been misunderstood as the little white boy you raised. Your face is not white. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you take my card later and pretend you're the one paying? Soo-yoon. Under the introduction of the shopper, Sumu chose a Rolex Chocolate Daytona 116515 for Soo-yoon. Asking price is at $232,000. The watch was worn on Soo-yoon's hand, and Sumu felt satisfied that it was quite good looking. Line this up. Sumu said to the shopper. There's no need to wrap it up. Just give me a check directly to checkout. Shopper, yes, ma'am. After buying the watch, Sumu and Soo-yoon came out of the store. Ning Qian just happened to be walking back from the restroom and bumped into the two when she passed by the store entrance. Soo-yoon and Sumu also saw her. The scene was a little awkward. It's true that you meet what you don't want. Soo-yoon sighed in his heart and was about to take the initiative to greet him when Sumu instead spoke first. She smiled and asked towards Ning Qian, Xiao Qian, you're working today? Soo-yoon was a bit confused when he heard this. Sumu actually knew her? Hello MS. Sue. Ning Qian responded politely, then looked at Soo-yoon and asked with a smile, Are you accompanying your boyfriend out shopping today? Your boyfriend is so handsome. Soo-yoon. No, he's not my boyfriend. Sumu gave the two a meaningful look and smiled. He is my colleague, called Soo-yoon. Oh. Ning Qian laughed. Then you guys keep shopping. I won't bother you. I'm going to work. Okay, bye. Bye. After Ning Qian finished speaking, she left quickly, fleeing the scene as if she didn't know Soo-yoon. Sumu took the scene in and laughed in her heart. She deliberately flirted. Why did you see a pretty face and get excited? Your friend. Huh? Soo-yoon turned around and asked tentatively. Sumu replied, Not really. It is the field last time to buy clothes in her store when I met. Don't you like wearing Gucci's clothes? You can just go to their store later and ask her to buy them. Well, I'll check it out sometime. Soo-yoon said calmly, Let's go. Send me home now. Today Jinshu said she had something to do overtime and wouldn't be back for dinner. Sumu said, Why don't you go to my house, and I'll just get something to eat together? Ha? Soo-yun said with an expectant face. Is it convenient? It's convenient if you're just eating. Sumu knew what Soo-yun was playing at as she laughed, but it would be inconvenient for you to take advantage of the opportunity to do other things. Soo-yun, is that convenient for yourself, or is it inconvenient? End of chapter. Chapter 80, Sister. This kind of thing can't be rushed, seeking first order. Chapter 80, Sister. This kind of thing can't be rushed, seeking first order, whether it's convenient or not. Let's go there first. It's next door and not far away anyway. So the two drove back to the neighborhood together. On the way he sent a message to Ning Qian. Soo-yun, is there anything you want to ask? Not a moment later, Ning Qian's message replied. Ning Qian, no. Ning Qian, are you coming back tonight? Soo-yun, I don't think I'll be back. Ning Qian, okay, then I'll unlock the door before I go to bed to be safe. Su-mu, who was driving the car, saw that Soo-yun had been playing with his cell phone and asked curiously, who are you talking to? No one. A friend. Soo-yun put away his cell phone and asked rhetorically, by the way, what does Brother X do? What's wrong? Curious, ask, I saw him tugging yesterday. Studying finance. Su-mu said, now it seems to be in a bank as a financial product manager of some kind, taking care of financial products for rich people. What bank? That I don't know. Su-mu hadn't been in touch since she divorced him, except for the accidental run-in yesterday. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. People just bought a new car. Have been you hit into that way? I guess hate you. Who told him to act up in front of me? Soo-yun said. You know, I've always kept a low profile and never caused any trouble. So it's all thunder and lightning at first strike, right? Su-mu laughed. Don't be so impulsive in the future. In case you meet someone who is unreasonable or has a tendency towards violence, you will easily suffer. I'm not stupid enough to watch people do things. By the way, what are you going to do about your commute now that your car is being worked on? Su-mu asked. Why don't you take my car during this time? Could be. Soo-yun happily said. Sister Sue, you're so kind. You would have been because of me too. Su-mu asked. Say, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll satisfy you with all of it. I'm not a picky eater. As long as it tastes good, I like to eat it. Alright then, I'll just whip up a few of my favorites for you to try. Back in the neighborhood, the two of them bought groceries at the supermarket downstairs and then returned home together. This was the second time Soo-yun had entered Su-mu's home. The first time was because of Jin-soo Lee, who had to help her fix her water heater, and incidentally also fixed her headlight in her bedroom. This time again, he was home alone with Sumu. There might be a chance for that too. As soon as she arrived home, Sumu went to change a more loose and comfortable clothes out, and then tie her hair up. Unlike the girlish, mature flavor, Soo-yun asked, do you need me to help you? No, you can watch TV by yourself for a while. I'll call you when you're done. Okay then. Don't look at Sumu as a white-collar woman, but a hand of cooking is very good. Less than an hour, she skillfully got 2 Western food out, 1 fried steak and pasta per person with vegetable salad. In order to have a bit of atmosphere, Sumu also brought a bottle of red wine, and then went to the living room to put the soothing music on. It's at home, but the sense of atmosphere is great. Sister Sue, you're being very ceremonial. Soo-yun laughed. Those who don't know would think that we're eating in a private room in some private club. I wasn't afraid I'd be disliked by you if I didn't have a ceremony. Sumu took the initiative to give 2 people. One poured a glass of red wine, said, touch one, touch. The goblets clinked gently, making a crisp sound. The 2 took a sip and then began to enjoy the black pepper steak in front of them. Sumu said with an introduction, my steak is pan-fried to 10 minutes of doneness, not 7. If you don't like it, I'll go and fry a new one for you. I'm a groundhog, and I just like my steak medium rare. Soo-yun cut off a piece and ate it in his mouth. 1 bite, tender and juicy. The flavor was very good. Sister Sue, your craftsmanship is almost up to the standard in the restaurant. Soo-yun's eyes lit up as he said, I'll have to stop by often after work in the future. Any time. Sumu laughed. But even if you eat something delicious, you will get tired of it after eating too much. I'm afraid that after you eat it a few more times, you won't like it anymore. It's not like I come to eat every day. Just once in a while. Soo-yun replied. This way it will stay fresh and you won't annoy me. Am I right? Sister Sue. Seems to make sense. I'd like to get you a meal once in a while. I might actually get tired of it if I do it for a long time. So you're agreeing? What agree or disagree? Sometimes eating alone is really boring and uninteresting. Sumu replied. Just think of the 2 of us as meal hitchhikers, meeting up for a meal when we think of it. Then for us to become rice hitchhikers and touch one. Soo-yun lifted his glass to clink one with Sumu once again and took a sip. Afterward, drinking wine, eating steak and pasta, listening to soothing music, and talking about what had happened before with each other. Soo-yun talked about his ex-girlfriend, and Sumu talked about her husband to someone else for the first time. The last bottle of red wine was hard for the two to finish. After dinner, Sumu was responsible for finishing cleaning up the kitchen. When she came out, she saw Soo-yun lying on the sofa, somewhat drunk. She had complicated eyes. After a few seconds of hesitation, she picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Jinshu. Sumu, when are you coming back? Do you want me to wait for you for dinner? Not long after, Lee Jinshu from the next house returned. Lee Jinshu, I may be a little late working overtime today, so you don't have to wait for me. Get some rest early. Love you. Sumo, okay. After getting Lee Jinshu's accurate information, as if she had made some sort of determination, Sumu put her hand into her loose clothes. A few moments later, her little dress was magically removed and casually dropped on the floor. Then she bent over slightly and removed the other. After doing so, she came straight to Soo-yun and blocked the television he was watching. Soo-yun looked at her suspiciously and said, Sister Sue, you're blocking me from watching TV. The pretty girls on TV are as good looking as I am? Soo-yun? Just before he could react, Sumu's body looked like it had lost its center of gravity and fell directly onto his legs in one fell swoop. At this moment, her eyes were winking and charming, conveying a message that even a pig could understand. Motivated. Sister Sue. Soo-yun. It came all at once so suddenly that he was a little afraid to believe it. Is this wine really an aphrodisiac? Don't talk. Sumu gently covered his mouth with one hand, while the other grabbed Soo-yun's hand and guided it to where it belonged. Hiss. Soo-yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air where he entered his hand. You'd better hurry up before I backtrack. Sumu leaned over Soo-yun's ear and whispered. Otherwise Jinshu will be back later. Sis, you can't rush something like that. Sumu glared at him in shame. Seeing this, Soo-yun hemmed and hawed and smiled. Fine, I'll try to do my best to prevent 404, omit 10,000 words here. Make up your own mind. End of chapter. Chapter 81. I'll just say it, but I can't believe I'm really not coming. Request for first order. Chapter 81. I'm just saying, I can't believe I'm really not coming. Requesting for first order. An hour later, the house was quiet. Sumu got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, and Soo-yun lay on the sofa, reminiscing about the pleasure he had just experienced. Luckily, I practiced the 8 Duan brocade, and my physical condition is strong. Or you'll be planted tonight. Sumu's flood of power that had been sealed for 2 years was released all at once. It really wasn't something that an ordinary person could resist. It takes experience and skill. At the same time, Soo-yun also felt for the first time the feeling of not having to worry about himself the entire time and being taken care of instead. Sharp reads and satisfaction levels pull straight through. No wonder the old saying goes that young people don't know how good a young woman is, and mistakenly regard a young girl as a treasure. And those who don't have a certain amount of life experience simply don't understand the truth of this saying. If it weren't for the circumstances and time not allowing it, Soo-yun was super keen to continue sparring once more. As the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, not long after Sumu walked out fully dressed, re-established what it was before. It was as if the person who had just unleashed herself to her heart's content wasn't her at all. Soo-yun was about to speak, but Sumu beat him to it. She sat down next to Soo-yun and said with a smile, the meal has been eaten, so you should go back, lest Jinshu misunderstand when he returns later. You're too ruthless, Sister Sue. Soo-yun was instantly speechless. What kind of person kicks someone out when they're done with their business? You don't think much of it. Sumu glared at him and emphasized. Don't think that after you slept with me once today, I am your woman. I didn't think so. Soo-yun got up and smiled confidently. However, I believe you can't leave me anymore. Get out. Sumu smiled angrily and scolded. Let's make a fool of yourself there. I'm this today as purely the wine drink blinded before letting you have your way. There is no next time. Alright, I'll go. Soo-yun didn't break down her reserve. Just keep your mouth shut. That's what your BFF Lee said last time. And it hasn't been over and over again. Some things, once you're hooked, aren't easy to quit. Women really do pretend more than men, but it's a joie de vivre. What's the point if everything is straightforward? You might as well go to a bathhouse. Between the two, precisely this state of refusal is the best. As Soo-yun was leaving, Sumu asked, are you going back to that previous home? Or next door? Next door. Soo-yun flirted. If Sister Sue can't sleep at night, you're always welcome to come over and chat with me. After waiting for Soo-yun to open the door and leave, Sumu sniffed the room, then went to get a bottle of perfume and sprayed it into the air, lest he be found to be different when Lee Jinshu returned later. Then one sat on the couch and watched TV, but the whole mind was not on the TV. The mind was filled with images of the two indulging just now. I didn't realize that after 2 years, I would finally get to try to be a woman again. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. Compared to someone from before, Soo-yoon, whether it was his work ability or other abilities, was simply one heaven and one earth with him. She thought she'd regret it tonight, but ended up in a contented mood now. This kind of knowing ambiguity was enjoyable for her who didn't want to fix her life at the moment, or step into marriage again. But a woman is like a meal. Soo-moo, as a person who has been there, she understands that she can't always give it to the other person to satisfy the other person's appetite. Otherwise, over time, he'll eat more than he should, and even the best meals will lose their savorability. These truths, the other two women, Lee Jinshu and Ning Chen, did not understand. So as far as Soo-yoon's current three women were concerned, Soo-moo was in a state of being outside of Soo-yoon, relatively independent and not dependent on each other, being in a position of transcendence. Ning Chen was now completely dependent on Soo-yoon, and belonged to the obedient type. As long as you want it, I will give it. But she was smart enough to keep trying, to learn new things, to make herself different every time, thus allowing Soo-yoon to keep herself and not get bored. The bright side is that there is no fighting. I am alone and quiet. The biggest disadvantage by far would have to be Lee Jinshu, not knowing exactly what she wants, wavering, and not being able to capture a man's heart. The whole person is of a clueless, go-with-the-flow nature and feel guilty every time afterward. Now it's all on its own strength in the hardcore. Soo-yoon is aware that Lee Jinshu did not work overtime today, are busy helping themselves to buy household goods, and you want to have dinner at home with yourself in the evening. I just don't know where she's gone now. Soo-yoon only walked a few steps to the door of his house, and didn't even need to enter a password, directly fingerprinting to unlock the door. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Lee Jinshu lying asleep on the sofa, not far away. In the restaurant, there were a few meals on the table that had gone cold, and Soo-yoon looked at them, and they were not selling well. I didn't realize she hadn't left and was actually cooking for herself at home. This woman is also made the meal waiting for his return to eat. Do not know to send a message. Soo-yoon suddenly felt a little guilty. He walked over and gently reached over and slapped Lee Jinshu's ass. Lee Jinshu woke up with a start. Looking at the returning Soo-yoon with a dumbfounded face, he said with dissatisfaction, "You're finally back. I almost starved to death waiting for you to come back to eat for you. I thought you were joking when you sent the message today, long before you went back next door." Soo-yoon lied, "So I ate out alone and played for a while before coming back." "You've eaten, huh?" Lee Jinshu stood up and said in a depressed voice. "Then do you still want to eat?" "I'm hungry. I want to eat by myself." "Eat? I'm not full either," Soo-yoon teased. "But it's just that I just took a look at your meal. Is it really edible?" "Of course I can eat it." In order to prove himself, Lee Jinshu didn't care if the food market was cold or hot. He picked up his chopsticks and ate a piece of sweet and sour pork. After 2 seconds, her expression became hard and then she couldn't help but throw up into the trash can next to her. It's too hard to eat." Lee Jinshu laughed awkwardly. "Forget it, let's just order takeout and eat." "Good." Soo-yoon didn't have any self-mutilation tendencies, and if he could eat takeout, of course he wouldn't go and eat experiments that were poisonous at first glance. After ordering the takeout, Lee Jinshu said, "You wait for the takeout. I'll go take a shower first. I'll fix you dinner in the afternoon. I'm covered in the smell of grease." "Okay," Lee Jinshu blared and warned. "You can't sneak in quietly later." "Don't worry, I promise I won't." Man's mouth, lying ghost, "I'm not going to believe you." Lee Jinshu laughed. "I'll unlock the door later and see how you can get in." "You're overdoing it. I'm that kind of person." Lee Jinshu hesitated and said, "Alright, I'll believe you once." Soon there was the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Soo-yoon's desire was not as strong because he had already exercised earlier. He sat in the living room, unmoving, watching the TV exclusively. Instead, Lee Jinshu, who was bathing in the bathroom, looked at the door from time to time. There was some surprise and a small loss when he saw the delayed doorway. "I'm just saying, I can't believe I'm really not coming." End of chapter. Chapter 82, Strange. Why are you suddenly so serious today? Please. Chapter 82, Strange. Why are you suddenly so serious today? Seeking first order. Sumu was in the house and saw that Lee Jinshu hadn't come back yet, and finally remembered a serious matter as well. According to the timing, today is her ovulation, and there's no medicine in the house, just in case you don't get hit, right? Sumu could only get up and open the door just in case, and quietly walked into the elevator to go downstairs to the nearby pharmacy to buy medicine. "I was going to buy just one when I went there, but when it came time to pay for it, after a few seconds of hesitation, I changed it to a box." The drug seller was a middle-aged woman. She looked at Sumu and kindly reminded, "Mushroom, if you can get your husband or boyfriend to use a condom or use a condom. It's not good for your body to eat too much of this stuff." Not often, just occasionally." Sumu smiled awkwardly and turned away. Just as she arrived at the front door, she bumped into a delivery guy checking in with the security office at the gate. The two entered the neighborhood together, then the same building and the same elevator. Sumu was a woman after all, at this time with a strange man in a space. Some of the heart flooded with mutterings. She reached down and pressed the 19th floor, trying to see where the delivery boy next to her was going. As a result, the takeout boy next to him looked at it and stood silently and motionless. At the moment the delivery boy was also a bit confused. However, he just thought it was too much of a coincidence. Coupled with the fact that Sumu was still pretty, the delivery boy would always be unable to help but quietly ogle. This really made Sumu really panic. You didn't really meet a pervert, did you? You should know that there can only be two families on the 19th floor. One for yourself and one for Soo-yun. His mind also unconsciously brainstormed the perverted dramas played out on TV. Finally, she gathered her courage and asked towards her side, "Are you going to the 19th floor too?" "Ha, yes." The young delivery boy rarely sends such upscale neighborhoods, and facing Sumu, he replied with some constraint, "User 02 on the 19th floor. Soo-yun's takeout? Didn't he eat? As long as you're not meeting a pervert yourself." A relieved Sumu smiled and said, "Give me the takeout. I'll give it to him." "Okay, thanks." The elevator came to the 19th floor, opened, and Sumu walked out, and the delivery boy continued to sit and went downstairs again. Sumu looked at the order information. "Mr. Mighty?" I didn't realize he had named himself that on the platform, but she couldn't help but smile at the thought of how happy the two of them had just been, and it did seem pretty fierce. Another look at what he ordered to eat. That's a lot for one person? That's almost a portion for two people. And the point is that a dessert was also ordered. And this dessert she remembered that Lee Jinshu also liked it. Sumu reached out and knocked on the door. Inside the house, Lee Jinshu came out wrapped in a towel after taking a bath. And when she heard the doorbell, she said to Soo-yun, "Quickly go and open the door. It should be the takeout coming." Good. In the living room Soo-yun got up and walked over, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Sumu standing in the doorway, carrying a delivery in her hand. It was too late. Soo-yun immediately said loudly and deliberately, "Sister Sue, why are you here?" Lee Jinshu, who was just about to walk over in the house, was startled and immediately turned around and ran into the bathroom with bare feet, closing the door and hiding. "Do you need to be so loud?" Sumu glared at him, then handed him the takeout in her hand and said, "Here, your takeout. I bumped into it downstairs just now, so I brought it up for you." "Oh, thanks." Sumu wondered, "Didn't you have dinner? Why are you ordering takeout to eat again?" "I'm hungry again after exercising." Soo-yun winked. "It's not like you don't know. That kind of thing. It's exhausting and consuming for men." Sumu, "Sister Sue, want to come in and eat together? I ordered a bit too much anyway, so I may not be able to finish it alone." "I'm not hungry. You can eat by yourself." Sumu didn't dare to just go in. What if he wasn't honest when he was eating? Letting him sleep even today was a tacit admission that the two had some sort of relationship. Now if one was alone with him, it would be a blind man looking at a beautiful woman, completely unguarded. She didn't have the heart to laugh. "I'm going back. You remember to eat, exercise and digest before going to bed, so as not to accumulate food." "I know. Thank you Sister Sue for your concern." After dismissing Sumu, Soo-yun took the takeout and closed the door, then went to the living room and shouted inside, "Come out. Sumu is gone. You didn't lie to me?" The bathroom door was pulled open a small crack, revealing Lee Jinshu's head. After making sure that Soo-yun was the only one in the house, she walked out with confidence and boldness, and even posed in what she thought was a rather sexy pose. Seeing this, Soo-yun smiled and said, "I advise you to keep it in check, lest I won't be accompanying you for takeout later on and eat people instead." Lee Jinshu. She walked over, sat on the couch, and asked with concern, "Susu didn't notice anything different just now, did she?" "No. That's good. You almost scared me to death." Soo-yun looked at the bathrobe she was wearing and queried, "Strange, why do I have a woman's bathrobe at home?" "I bought it," Lee Jinshu said. "When I was buying it for you today, I saw that the store was doing an event and the couple's model was on sale, so I bought a set for myself and put it here for you." "You're quite self-conscious. Are you planning on coming over to my place to shower when you're not doing anything?" "No way." "Yes." Soo-yun opened the takeout and said, "Alright, let's eat the takeout first before it gets cold and doesn't taste good." "Oh." While eating takeout, Soo-yun asked, "Later, are you still going back to the next house? Do you want me to go back, or not?" "I can do both." Lee Jinshu looked at Soo-yun, slightly puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that? Strange, why are you suddenly so serious today?" Lee Jinshu said, "Not at all like a big lecher anymore." "Oh." Soo-yun was somewhat helpless. "So that's how I look to you?" "Yeah, man up." Lee Jinshu laughed. I definitely need to go back later. If I spend the night outside, I'll have to think of another reason to lie to Susu. Oh, but I can go back later. Soo-yoon raised an eyebrow and asked, are you implying something to me? You think so? Go ahead and eat then. I'm full. I'm going to go practice kung fu for a while first. After saying that, he got up and went to the balcony, and then started practicing the 8 pieces of brocade, once in the morning and once in the evening. You can't stop. Lee Jinshu looked at him playing Tai Chi like an old man and couldn't help but ask with a smile, you're living your old age ahead of time, aren't you? I see that only the old men in the park practice this. Do you think anyone can be a big lecher? Soo-yoon said flirtatiously, without a strong physique. It's all in the air, and every time you pull it out, it's just in the air. Bah! Lee Jinshu blushed at his words and spat delicately. Nasty. Everyone, more support, more monthly votes. Thanks a lot. I'm still trying to feel my way through writing and try to update a little more in the evening. End of chapter. Chapter 83, I'll tire you out. Requesting for first order. Chapter 83, I'll tire you out. Requesting for first order. Lee Jinshu was right to scold Soo-yoon for being nasty, because as soon as the meal was over, Soo-yoon became immodest, and without asking, reached out and stiffly hugged her towards the room. This time, it was his own home, so Soo-yoon did not need to be concerned about anything and went straight to the master bedroom. Together, they took a joyful bath in the bathtub in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows that made even Jung Pei-yao envious. That really made Lee Jinshu dirty. Exercising while looking out at night, that feeling is not comparable to exercising in a normal bedroom. After the run, both of them soaked in the water. In the face of such a night scene, the host unlocked a new map at his own whim and experienced a different kind of joy. Rewarded with $1 million in cash. Bank card balance, 14.5 million. Listening to the system's reward, Soo-yoon was secretly happy to have another $1 million when suddenly Lee Jinshu bit him on the shoulder. The downward bite is rather light and painless. Soo-yoon was puzzled. Why are you biting me when you're fine? You should bite. Lee Jinshu grumbled. Look at the nail marks on your back. Who did this to you? Didn't you just catch that? Not me. I'm not that savage. Lee Jinshu bristled and said, tell me honestly, besides me, do you have other women outside? I can answer you on that. But, Soo-yoon asked rhetorically, in what capacity are you asking me? Lee Jinshu suddenly didn't know how to answer. Right. What was his relationship with Soo-yoon now? Girlfriend? What about Susu? In case Susu also likes Soo-yoon, where does one go from here? Can myself and Sumu still be BFFs? She admitted that she was fond of Soo-yoon, but she couldn't do it even if she was asked to fall out with Sumu for Soo-yoon now. She herself had originally had sex with Soo-yoon for the first time as a result of a drunken impulse. She didn't even realize that after the first time, there was a second and a third time behind it. The one who is not allowed to pick a relationship is also himself. Look, you want both, and you're asking me questions that you haven't even figured out yourself? Soo-yoon hugged her and said gently, there are times when we live one day at a time. Don't think so much. Wait until we really get to a certain day and know what we want when. So tell me, who is that woman? Lee Jinshu asked. Is it the woman who accompanied you to buy the house that day? Can't tell. Just like I can't tell Sumi about my relationship with you. I'm not like her. I don't think it's any different. Soo-yoon asked a very solid question. If I don't have money, can't afford a sports car, can't afford a big flat like this, will you still like me? After Lee Jinshu was silent for a moment, she asked, do you think that I am a gold digger and that I like you just because I like your money? No, I just wanted to tell you something. Soo-yoon said, liking someone can be because of any reason, even if you might like me because of my money. I don't mind at all in my heart, because in my opinion, having money is also a plus for me. After all, in order for a woman to follow you, there has to be something on her that makes the other person want something, right? You are quite open-minded. Lee Jinshu laughed helplessly. So I want you to know that for whatever reason it was that made you choose me, as long as you don't leave, I'll always have a good life and never have to worry about money again. After Soo-yoon finished speaking, he stared at Lee Jinshu and asked, I'll give you a chance to choose today. Will you continue to stay by my side like this? Or will you revert to your previous relationship? You know how to bully me now. Lee Jinshu's heart is certainly not willing, but she wasn't sure what was going on in her mind right now. It was conflicting. She wanted to vent the restlessness in her heart. So Lee Jinshu was so angry that she directly pounced on Soo-yoon and said through gritted teeth, I want more, not for any other reason. It is very childish to want to put their own aggression through such a way to give ruthless revenge back. I'll tire you out. Soo-yoon. The result is that Soo-yoon, who practiced the 8 Duanjin, was not at all abashed, and directly came to a realistic version of Zhao Zilong's battle in Changbampo, killing 7 in 7 out. Lee Jinshu didn't know why Soo-yoon was so energetic, as if he didn't know how to get tired. In the end, It was Lee Jinshu who was so tired that he didn't want to move a muscle, and directly fell asleep in the bathtub. Seeing this, Soo-yun was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he got up and picked her up, placing her on the bed and covering her with a quilt. By himself, he was alone on the balcony again. He sat in a rocking chair, looking out at the distant night view and blowing in the somewhat warm summer evening breeze. Facing outsiders, although on the surface he didn't feel anything about his purchase of the large flat, but in fact, the kind of feeling inside was something that no one else could feel. In the traditional Chinese mindset, having a home is the only way to feel secure. In fact, that previous house didn't feel like a home at all in a sense. One was more like a tenant who was paying rent every month. He lives in it with a sense of crisis that at any moment he could be repossessed by the bank because he can't pay his mortgage. Unlike now, the house is just truly and completely your own, with a set of lights of your own in this bustling metropolis, and it's still so big and luxurious. This feeling is far more real than the crazy spending at the bar, buying luxury cars and luxuries by himself before. There's money, one is really rich. In fact, it wasn't until this moment that his mindset finally shifted completely. It's like a round that completes the closed loop. From falling out with his ex-girlfriend over the house, and because of the house, it made him realize that he's finally had a new life. What are you doing sitting here alone and fuming? Lee Jinshu, who had woken up, was already dressed. She stood behind Soo-yun and bent down, wrapping her arms around his neck. Soo-yun laughed. It's nothing, I bought a new house and I miss my mom a bit. Hearing the word mom, Lee Jinshu couldn't help but think of his parents, and a hint of despondency flashed in his eyes. Go back and watch it if you miss your aunt. Lee Jinshu comforted. It's not like anyone can stop you. There's no rush. I'll go back when it's her birthday. Soo-yun turned his head and asked with a smile, why don't you sleep a little longer? Sue called me just now, and if I don't go back, I'm afraid she'll call the police on me. Lee Jinshu gave Soo-yun a kiss on the cheek and said with concern, then I'll go back first. You also rest early. Good. Lee Jinshu carried her own bag, and after fixing her hair again and touching up her lipstick, she opened the door and walked out. Then with a sonorous breath, he opened the door of the next door, Soo-moo's house, and while entering the house, he shouted, Soo, I'm back. You're finally back. Soo-moo looked at her, rubbed his eyes, got up and said, then I'm going to rest too. You wash up early and go to bed. It's not early. Oh. After Lee Jinshu watched Soo-moo enter the house, she came to the living room to prepare a drink of water and suddenly saw a familiar box of medicine on the coffee table. When did you leave your own medicine here? She froze, scared, and immediately picked it up and kicked it into her bag, muttering inwardly. I don't know if Suemu saw it or not. P.S. Another updated chapter. Bursting with over 20,000 words. Can I beg for a monthly vote? End of chapter. Chapter 84, Mr. Suba, woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Chapter 84, Mr. Suba, woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Requesting subscription. The next morning, when Lee Jinshu got up, he found that Soo-moo seemed to be looking for something in the living room. She stepped forward and asked curiously, Soo, what are you looking for early in the morning? Nothing. Soo-moo smiled and replied, I have a lipstick. I don't know where I misplaced it last night. I remember clearly placing it on the coffee table. Ah. Lee Jinshu remembered the medicine she looked at on the coffee table last night and said somewhat sheepishly, I didn't see any lipstick on the coffee table. Oh, then maybe I'm misremembering. Soo-moo also said somewhat sheepishly, it's fine. Maybe I remembered it wrong. What would you like? A sandwich? Or fried eggs and millet porridge? I'll get it. Let me help you. It's not like you will. It's precisely because I can't that I want to learn to cook from you. Soo-moo was puzzled. Why do you suddenly want to learn how to cook today? I can't expect you to fix me breakfast for the rest of my life. You're going to have to marry someone sooner or later and I'm going to have to find a boyfriend. Lee Jinshu laughed. When you're not around, I have to learn to make my own food, lest I get starved at home, or be disliked by my future boyfriend. Awareness is pretty high. Soo-moo couldn't help but laugh. That's fine. Come with me. I'll teach you. It's very simple. Before long, a simple breakfast was ready. Lee Jinshu hesitated and asked, should we make a call by the way and ask Soo-yun from next door to come over and eat with us? Okay. Soo-moo nodded. But to call him? You call yourself. I won't. No problem. Soo-yun didn't eat breakfast, so he got up late. Full-time at work now no longer threatens him either. Listening to the phone ringing at his bedside, he casually answered it in a daze. Hey, who is it? Soo-yun, you haven't gotten up yet. On the phone, Lee Jinshu said, hurry up and get up and wash up. Then come over and have breakfast with us. Soo made it oh so delicious. I'm not eating. Help yourselves. Soo-yun hung up the phone directly after saying that, throwing it to the side and rolling over to continue sleeping. The house next door. Sumu looked at Lee Jinshu, who was hung up, and asked, "Well, did he come over to eat?" "Not eating and hanging up on me," Lee Jinshu said. "I guess he hasn't woken up yet." "Okay, leave him alone. Let's eat by ourselves, and when we're done you're good to go to work." Aha. After dinner, Lee Jinshu went out first, because she doesn't have a car to take her to and from work every day. She needs to take a taxi or take the subway herself. Sumu would sometimes give her a ride, but since it wasn't on her way, she was too embarrassed to let people give her a ride every day. After Lee Jinshu left, Sumu searched for her medicine again in the living room and in her room. Still don't see it. Strange. Where the hell did I put my own pills after taking them last night? Dropping it was not scary. Sumu was afraid that it would be unintentionally seen by Lee Jinshu. She wouldn't even know how to explain it when the time came. Is it possible that you have a headache and went to the drugstore to get the wrong medicine? It was already 9:30 when Soo-yoon woke up. Just after she finished washing up, Sue Blossom's phone called and asked, "Up? Aha. Come on, come to work with me? I'll meet you in front of your house." Soo-yoon was surprised. "Sister Sue, you haven't left yet? Not thinking you don't have a car. Waiting for you. Come out quickly." Good. Soo-yoon packed up and went out, and sure enough, he saw Sumu standing in her doorway with a packing box in her hand. "Breakfast for you," Sumu explained. "We didn't finish it. There's still a little left. It's cheap for you, Sister Sue." "Ha?" Soo-yoon sighed. "Other than my mom, you're the second woman to bring me breakfast to eat. Your ex-girlfriend didn't get it for you, did she?" "No, it's all the old man getting up early to get it for her." "Ha ha." Sumu laughed. "Let's go. You'll eat in the car as we walk." The two came to the company garage. Sumu saw the Bentley Flying Spur parked not far away at a glance. The white with black duo color is so prominent in a crowd of cars. She wondered, when did we get another Bentley in the building? Maybe the person just bought it yesterday. Look at all the provisional plates. Soo-yoon said meaningfully, "Why? You like it too, Sister Sue?" "Well, quite like it," Sumu casually and mindlessly replied. "It's just a little bit expensive. I've never been able to afford it. If you're going to buy it, it shouldn't be that bad, right?" "Not the same." Sumu laughed. "Spending one's own money, and spending the family's money, those are two different things." "Fair enough." Worried that Soo-yoon would misunderstand that he was mocking him for spending his family's money, Sumu added an explanation. "I didn't mean to say anything about you. Everyone's family situation is different. I also have a half-brother and aunt at home, so my relationship with my family has, in fact, never been very good. That's why I didn't want to stay at my home company and run here to work." "Understood." Soo-yoon teased. "It's fine. You don't have a father who loves you, but you have an extra man who loves you." "Who? Me?" Soo-yoon pretended to be angry. "Can't you see? Tall, handsome and much refined. Didn't see that coming." Sumu laughed, and after saying that, he turned around and walked towards the elevator. Soo-yoon looked at her sexy back and deliberately followed the lines of Mr. Bully in the TV series, saying, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention." These words were heard by the sharp-eared Sumu, and with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, she stood in the elevator, turned around and shouted, "Hey, Mr. Su-ba, are you leaving or not?" "Aha." Although they entered the elevator together, they entered the company one after the other to avoid suspicion, a few minutes apart. However, just after entering, Soo-yoon realized that the atmosphere in the company was not right. Curious, he asked toward Fatty, "Did something happen?" "The boss is back early," Fatty whispered. "After Supervisor Lee made a trip to the boss's office just now, the boss seemed to be very angry and called Supervisor Soo in, and he hasn't come out yet." "Soo-yoon, do you think it could be that Supervisor Lee said something to the boss?" Soo-yoon said breathlessly. "Why guess, it must be directed at me, mostly because of my recent attendance problems, either being late or leaving early." "What about you?" Fatty was concerned. Although Supervisor Sue is in charge of the examination situation, but you know what kind of relationship she has with the boss. At most she will say a few words, but you are expected to have a bad time. "Afraid of what?" Soo-yoon said with a disinterested face. "Even if the company wants to fire me, they'll have to compensate me with a sum of money before they can do so, and I'm sure I'll scold Supervisor Lee first before I leave." "Fatty, you're really not conceding anything at all here." End of chapter. Chapter 85, Soo-yoon, don't be too arrogant. Requesting subscription. Chapter 85, Soo-yoon, don't be too arrogant. Requesting subscription. In the boss's office, Gu-han looked at Sumu in front of him and didn't lose his temper, but his face didn't look too good. There are two photos sitting on the desk. One was a picture of Sumu kissing Soo-yoon in Sumu's office, and one was a picture of the two of them riding in the same car back to the neighborhood. It's a relationship that needs no further explanation. and Sumu also saw the photo, but sat on the sofa aside, not caring at all. What's the big deal if you find out? A single and free woman herself. Soo-yoon was also a single man. It's not like they're stealing behind their wives' and husbands' backs. Who dares say anything? Who can say anything? She just didn't realize that she had been secretly photographed by Supervisor Lee. Sumu, say you. If this matter is known by your father, how am I going to explain to him? Gu Hong said breathlessly. Your father was already unhappy when you came to my place, and now you're getting involved with a man who's younger than you and doesn't have much ability. What are you thinking? Am I not allowed to have contact with other men because I'm divorced? Sumu replied unwillingly. I deserve to be a widow for the rest of my life? You have a wife who is still looking for one outside. I'm a single and still wrong? That's not what I meant. Gu Hong knew that his cousin was pointing at him for finding a mistress. It meant that she hoped he wouldn't tell her dad about it. I mean, even if you're going to find one, find a better one. Gu Hong said in disbelief. You said you. What are you looking for a small staff member for? How can he help you? What can I give you? What? Do you still want to keep him? Stay out of my business. Sumu said unhappily. Just pretend you don't know about this. If you dare to tell my dad, I'll go find my sister-in-law. Gu Hong. Even though she was a cousin, she was her leader now anyhow. Sumu, you have to realize that you are now working for my company and are my employee. Our company is forbidden to talk about office romances. Then I'll just resign. Gu Hong had a headache and said, alright, you go out first. Before Sumu went out, she turned her head and said, this matter is all on my own initiative. I hope you won't find trouble with Soo-yoon. Gu Hong. After Sumu left, he decided after some deep thought that since he couldn't persuade Sumu for a while, he would first settle the person who caused the trouble. One is Supervisor Lee and the other is Soo-yoon. Today he, Supervisor Lee, dared to steal Sumu's photos in the company. Tomorrow he could also steal his own photos. One cannot keep such a person on one side. As for Soo-yoon, one could not target him, but it was always none of my business if he resigned on his own accord, right? After Sumu came out, everyone looked at her, but saw that she returned to her office without any abnormalities. Soo-yoon knew the relationship between Sumu and his boss, so he wasn't worried at all. No matter what Supervisor Lee said, could it still trump a cousin relationship? I thought that the next thing I knew, the boss would be looking for a heart-to-heart talk, but instead, the boss had someone call Supervisor Lee in. Supervisor Lee gave Soo-yoon a disdainful glance as he passed by before walking in with a happy face. Mr. Gu, you're looking for me? Gu Hong looked at Supervisor Lee, who had already come in, and said, Supervisor Lee, how many years have you been with the company? Mr. Gu, it's been 4 years. With that Soo-yoon came together in the first place? Supervisor Lee froze when he heard Soo-yoon's name and replied, yes, we entered the company at the same time. You're good at it then. You've been promoted to supervisor and he's still a junior staffer. It's all because of Mr. Gu's promotion. Supervisor Lee asked carefully, Mr. Gu, what should we do about Soo-yoon and Supervisor Soo? He didn't believe that the boss could put up with this kind of thing. What do you think? I think it's all given the boot. Supervisor Lee said with some exasperation. Boss, you don't know. The two of them really went overboard during the period of time you were away on business. Especially Soo-yoon, relying on Supervisor Soo's backing. He's disorganized, undisciplined, bumps into his supervisors, and often leaves early and arrives late. How did you take this picture? I also discovered the relationship between the two of them unintentionally, and then thought that I had no proof with my empty mouth before I left the evidence behind, just waiting for Mr. Gu to come back and expose the adulterous relationship between the two of them. So just keep an eye out for them. And finally I caught them on camera. Gu Hong looked at him coldly and suddenly asked, will you shoot me one day too? Ah, you're joking, Mr. Gu. Supervisor Lee was startled and swore, Mr. Gu, I would never do such a thing. It's okay, I'm just asking you. Gu Hong said, go out and call Soo-yoon in for me. Okay, Mr. Gu. Supervisor Lee came out of the office with a smile on his lips, came to Soo-yoon's side, and said, the boss is calling you. Seeing how happy you look, it looks like I'm going to be out of luck? Humph. What do you think? Don't think that no one in the whole company knows about the things you've done. Supervisor Lee said nonchalantly, just wait until you get the hell out of the company. Yo, so grounded this time. Soo-yoon got up and smiled. I'm a bit curious. What did you tell Mr. Gu? I'll see if you can still laugh later. Supervisor Lee snorted coldly and left. Everyone looked at Soo-yoon, wondering what had happened and worrying about him. After all, in case he does leave, who's going to order them coffee in the future? People were concerned about Soo-yoon, not about what he would do when he lost his job, but about the fact that no one would buy them free coffee in the future. Human nature is so cold. As Soo-yun walked to the door of his boss's office, Sumu walked over and stopped him. Soo-yun asked, "What are you doing?" Later on, "No matter what Mr. Gu says, you put everything on my head." Sumu said, "You know my relationship with him. He won't do anything to me." "Say it again." Soo-yun faintly replied back, then knocked on the door and walked in. Closed the door by the way. Gu-hong looked at the man in front of him. He felt that Sumu would get into it with him. It was just because he had a good skin. But the most useless thing a man has is his skin. Money and power are the best medical beauty for men. Sumu is not a small woman anymore. How can she still not see through it? Gu-hong didn't say anything, and neither did Soo-yun. After 10 seconds or so, Gu-hong said meaningfully, "I understand that people don't want to work hard and want to take shortcuts, but you're looking for the wrong person. At least in my company, it's not allowed to be allowed." "Mr. Gu, I don't know what you're talking about." Soo-yun, like Sumu, sat himself down on the chair across from him, casually. Gu-hong looked at Soo-yun in the face of himself, acting so wantonly, and said unhappily, "It seems that Supervisor Lee was right. You have indeed become inflated during this period of time." "No, I'm just not used to being a cowboy anymore," Soo-yun said, "and Mr. Gu has something to say straight to the point. There's no need to beat around the bush." "Good," Gu-hong said, "then take a look at this first." With that, he placed 2 photos in front of Soo-yun. Soo-yun picked it up and took a look. Good lord, himself and Sumu kissing was actually secretly filmed. Gu-hong said expressionlessly, "What else do you want to say now? Don't tell me, it's a pretty good shot." Soo-yun put down the photo and smiled casually. "Mr. Gu, can I have this photo? I'll keep it as a souvenir." Gu-hong was completely irritated by Soo-yun's bland demeanor. He said angrily, "Soo-yun, Sumu is not a woman you can touch. She is probably just trying to be fresh with you. And don't think you can do whatever you want in my company just because you climbed up to her. At least you've been with the company for 4 years. I'll give you face. You'll leave on your own accord when you get out later. Lest you end up getting fired from the company. It's not nice to talk about it, and it'll affect your ability to find a job in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your kindness," Soo-yun still said indifferently. "I think it's better for the company to fire me, as long as I'm compensated according to the labor law." "Soo-yun, do you really want to follow the company and tear your face off?" "Mr. Gu, you want to fire people and you don't want to lose money. How can there be such a good thing?" Soo-yun didn't wimp out and directly disliked. "What's between Supervisor Soo and I is our freedom. Even though you're her cousin, you can't control it, can you? You don't look at yourself." Gu-hong said, "Are you worthy of Sumu? What can you be capable of besides being a gigolo and cheating women out of their money? You. I'm not capable?" Soo-yun also stopped pretending and simply disliked him directly. "This company of yours, a large portion of its business is taken care of by me, without me selling out before, working day and night for you to make money. You could sit here and lecture me? Gu-hong, I've been looking at you for a long time. I've been working overtime every day and every night and you can't see it. Come with me. All you can do is kiss your ass. What ability no Lee Kwang-hee but you as a bag. Promote him as a supervisor. It's really blinding you." Soo-yun. When Gu-hong was scolded like this by Soo-yun, he was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Do you know who you're talking to? I'm talking to the dog." Soo-yun sneered. "When Lousy worked under you, Lousy put up with you. Now that I quit, what the are you in front of me?" With that, Soo-yun picked up the cup on the table. Gu-hong was startled and tensed. "What do you want? Look at you being such a wimp." Soo-yun disdainfully slammed the cup hard onto the ground. Boo! The cup broke and spilled water everywhere. At the same time, the commotion startled everyone outside. Sumu was the first to arrive. Supervisor Lee was the second to arrive. The others didn't dare come in, but could only quietly watch and listen outside. Sumu looked at the shards of glass on the ground and came to Soo-yun's side, asking with concern, "How are you? Are you alright?" "It's okay." Sumu looked at Gu-hong angrily, thinking that this water cup was dropped by him, and gasped, "You're crazy, right? Have something to say. Drop something." Gu-hong. Soo-yun pulled her and laughed. "It wasn't him, I'm the one who fell. Sumu, I'm just thinking that it's not atmospheric to have a fight without dropping something." Sumu. Supervisor Lee sniffed, looked at Gu-hong's iron face, turned his head to Soo-yun and said sternly, "What are you doing? This is in the company. You were your home then. What are you spreading? None of your business. Who the hell are you to talk here?" Soo-yun looked at Supervisor Lee and said, "What the do you do besides kissing ass all day?" Supervisor Lee was scolded like this to his face, and his face immediately became untenable. Soo-yun, don't be too arrogant. End of chapter. Chapter 86. It's possible to be happy when you're unemployed. Request for subscription. Chapter 86. It's possible to be happy when you're unemployed. Request for subscription. I'll be arrogant today. Soo-yun was already planning to leave the company at this moment. So what did he care? Don't care about anything anymore. Now come as you please in your own mind. He sneered. I thought you had done something. Didn't you just steal 2 pictures of me and Sister Sue to complain to your master? So what? You think that scares me? Soo-yun looked at Sue-moo beside him, cupped the other party's face, and directly kissed her. Sue-moo, Gu-hong, Supervisor Lee. The crowd watching outside was even more incredulous. Oh, Soo-yun actually kissed Supervisor Sue in front of Mr. Gu. What's wrong with the world? What the hell is going on? So crazy. No wonder they always felt that Soo-yun and Sue-moo were closer. I didn't realize that the two of them had quietly taken up with each other in private. While the female co-workers felt incredible, the male co-workers called out good guys in their hearts and envied Soo-yun a bit. He actually picked up the most beautiful executive in the company and directly cuckolded his boss. After Soo-yun kissed Sue-moo, he turned his head to look at Supervisor Lee provocatively. He said, I kissed her right now in front of you. What do you think Mr. Gu can do with me? I'll be angry with you. Mr. Gu. Supervisor Lee's mouth twitched and said, he actually dared to talk to Supervisor Sue in front of you. It's a complete disregard for you. A clear-cut cuckolding of you. You shut up. Gu-hong sniffed and said angrily, who brought the cuckold? Who is the cuckold? You're the one who's cuckolded. Your whole family is cuckolded. No, Mr. Gu, Soo-yun and Supervisor Sue both. Just now. Soo-moo is my cousin. Gu-hong took a deep breath and gasped. Do you know what you're talking about? Ha? Supervisor Lee was confused. The crowd of melon eaters outside were also confused once again, not expecting the plot to actually come to a reversal. Oh, my god. Surprisingly, Soo-moo is not the boss's lover, but a cousin. So, Soo-yun hadn't cuckolded his boss at all, but rather, his boss would probably become Soo-yun's brother-in-law? In the next moment, the crowd looked towards Supervisor Lee with some pity. Alright, this ends here. Gu-hong looked at Soo-yun and said, originally, I wanted to give you the decency to handle this matter quietly, but it was you who didn't want it. Good. Now I'm going to inform you that you've been fired from the company. Go to personnel today to complete the paperwork, and you won't be coming in starting tomorrow. Could be. Soo-yun laughed. You first give me my compensation, as well as my overtime pay for working overtime all these years. No. Gu-hong refused. Don't even think about it. I'll see you in court then. Soo-yun disliked. Not only that, I'll go and call the tax office and tell them how our company is reasonably avoiding taxes. And also call your wife and tell her that your husband wasn't even gone on a business trip during this time. He was traveling abroad with some woman. Okay, count on it. Upon hearing this, Gu-hong looked to Soo-moo, gritting his teeth. I'll give you the money, now you can pack up your things and leave, right? Yes. After Soo-yun finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of his office in style. Endure no more. No need to endure anymore. Hosts with the heart of the anger of the dog capitalists, choose to no longer be a cow or horse. From now on the sky is high as the birds fly. Reward cash 2 million. Bank card balance, 5 million. The crowd that had gathered around dispersed at once. Everyone looked at Soo-yun somewhat pitifully, but no one dared to go up and talk to him for fear of being angered by the boss. Coming to his workstation, Soo-yun realized that he had nothing to clean up at all. He formatted his computer and deleted all the projects he had on hand. The Bacchus campaign he kept on his cell phone instead. Then he looked at the picture of himself and his old mom on the table and took it directly in his hand. Ready to just go. Fatty still had a bit of a conscience and said to him, Brother Sue, have a good trip. Says me like I'm dead. Soo-yun laughed. Jump ship when you have the chance. With Lee Dog around, you don't have a day to get ahead. Aha. Soo-yun took the photo and headed outside the company. Soo-moo came up, also holding something in her hand, and said with a smile, let's go. We'll join together. You don't work? Not on. Soo-moo glared at him and said, you just kissed me in front of so many people, and I'm staying here to be gossiped about? Ha ha. My bad. So under the watchful eyes of the crowd, under Gu-hong's, and Supervisor Lee's annoyed eyes, the two of them both left the company. Gu-hong stepped out and warned, no one is allowed to say anything about today's incident, and anyone who says anything and I find out about it, just get the hell out of here. When he finished, he closed the office door heavily. Supervisor Lee was really scared just now, thought he was helping his boss to catch the adulterer, but as a result, he almost played himself in. However, it was fortunate that Soo-yun was arrogant enough to succeed in angering his boss and directly told both of them to get lost. Unbeknownst to him, the next moment his boss, who had nowhere to take his anger, was ready to take him on. Supervisor Lee had just walked out of the office with his front foot when he was called again and asked, Supervisor Lee, Which foot did you step out first just now? Supervisor Lee didn't know that his boss suddenly asked this. He thought about it and said uncertainly, "It seems to be the right foot." "You're fired." "Supervisor Lee, huh? In my office. You can only go out with your left foot first." Gu Hong said expressionlessly. "You can go directly to the personnel department to do the formalities." "No, Mr. Gu Ai." How could Supervisor Lee not expect that he would be fired for this reason? He was in a hurry and wanted to say something, but Gu Hong gave him a direct look and scolded. "Get lost. You're no good either." "Supervisor Lee. What did I do wrong?" For a while, following Su Yun, Supervisor Lee was also about to roll out. Sumu knew Su Yun's bottom line, so she didn't feel that Su Yun would be unable to live if he was expelled and would be sad. And she herself doesn't care if she has a job or not. No less. So both of them were actually in a pretty good mood and didn't care too much about other people's stares. Arriving at the garage together, Sumu was just about to open the car door when Su Yun asked, "Sister Su, I remember you saying that you seem to like that white Bentley very much?" "Yeah, like that. So do you want to go up there and feel it?" Sumu couldn't help but laugh. "You think that's your car?" Saying feel it. That's not necessarily true. Su Yun fished out the car key from his own pocket, then pressed against it. The Bentley's lights came on instantly. Sumu looked at Su Yun in surprise. Su Yun laughed. "Let's go. I'll give you a ride today. I haven't sat another woman in my passenger seat this time, so you shouldn't mind, right?" "I was kidding you." Sumu asked. "What about my car? Leave it here and come back tomorrow to open it." "All right." Sumu followed Su Yun into the Bentley, exited the garage, and drove towards Jin Yuan. "When did you buy this car?" "Yesterday." "Buy it the same day? Pick it up the same day?" "No way." Sumu is aware of the pickup date of these cars. No 10 days and half a month is simply impossible. "It's okay," Su Yun replied. "As long as you make the boss an offer he can't refuse." "Su Yun, your family has more money than I thought." Sumu couldn't help but sigh a little. "More than $6 million of the house, you said to buy, but also full payment. Now this car too. Just bought a $1+ million sports car and said crash it and it doesn't even hurt. Now turn around and buy a multi-million-dollar Bentley. This is only how long you have spent almost small $10 million. People who are worth more than $100 million do not dare to learn you to spend like this. Sister Su, do you want the truth?" "What do you mean?" "My family isn't very rich. My mom is just an ordinary woman. Otherwise I wouldn't have fallen out with my ex-girlfriend before because of the house." Su Yun laughed. "It's just that I've been lucky lately. I've started making money on other projects, and the rate of return is still very high, and the money is rolling in more and more now." "You're playing with finance?" Sumu thought of something and was surprised. Because only people who play with finance have money coming in so fast. You can also understand it that way. Since Sumu had already found himself a good taboo, he didn't need to think about it and smoothly picked it up. Sumu sniffed, not expecting to be guessed right. She kindly reminded, "Su Yun, you'd better be careful with this financial thing. This money comes and goes quickly, and the market changes rapidly every day. A millionaire today, maybe a pauper tomorrow." "I know." Su Yun finished his smile. "Sister Su, if I really became poor that day, would you take me in? We'll give you a bite to eat and try not to let you starve." "Su Yun, get to the point." Sumu sat in the passenger seat and asked towards Su Yun, "What are you going to do next? Have you thought about it yet?" "Well, think about it." "What for?" "Go home and sleep with you." Sumu froze, then surprisingly answered with one word, "Good." Su Yun, he had originally made a joke, and she had actually agreed so readily. Could this be Sumo trying to comfort herself after losing her job? She's so nice. It's possible to be happy when you're unemployed. The gas pedal on Su Yun's foot unconsciously intensified. Half an hour later, the two were back in the neighborhood, taking the elevator together to the 19th floor. Su Yun turned around and asked, "Sister Su, are we going to your house, or my house?" "Your house. It's safer. Get out of the shower." Su Yun came to the bedroom, where Sumu was already lying on the bed, wrapped in a bath towel. The two men didn't need to say much, and after a single glance at each other, they got to work. At the moment Su Yun incarnated as a seamstress. The first step when faced with a brick joint is to open the joint. Starting with brick cleaning by hand, brick joints may or may not be filled. The second step, vacuuming and cleaning. Vacuum the brick joints before using the seam sealer, and wipe the sides of the brick joints with your hands. Clean and sanitary. Step 3, load the gun and hit the seam. When seam sealing, the glue gun should be 90 degrees perpendicular to the surface of the tile, so that the seam sealant can fill the tile gap evenly, and then grasp the strength and speed, so that the seam sealant flows out evenly. Step 4, press and scrape the seams. When working, use a special pressing tool to pull along the brick joints, from one side to the other. keeping it even and not deviating from the seams, paying attention to the aesthetics. The final step is to clean and organize. After filling the brick joints with seam sealer, let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes before removing excess seam sealer and wiping away any remaining stains. After 3 hours of this, under Soo-yeon's repeated operations over and over again, he finally completed all of today's work. When they stopped, the two of them looked at the time, not realizing that it was already 2 p.m. All past the time for lunch. Although both of them were a bit hungry, both Soo-yeon and Soo-moo were also tired and didn't want to move. Just like running a marathon. Let's take a break and rest first. At this time, Soo-moo asked again, have you really not thought about what to do in the future? Long ago. No more talking about sleep. I'm not a robot. I still need a break. Soo-yeon reached out to caress someone's hydrated skin and smiled. I plan to start my own company. The author is groping at work, staring down the risk of being discovered by his boss, and writing another chapter out, begging for monthly votes. Monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 87. So Changchan Zhao Zilong is just like that. Chapter 87. So Changchan Zhao Zilong is just like that. The bed. Soo-moo was a little disbelieving when she heard Soo-yeon say he wanted to start a company. But with the financial strength he's shown so far, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But it's easy to start a company. It's hard to make money. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of rich kids eating and drinking, but I'm afraid of rich kids going into business with a hot head. The reality is that there are too many rich second generation could have lived a good life. A life of carefree, but the result is that they want to learn from others, in order to prove themselves to start their own business. It turned out to be a losing proposition. So in the face of Soo-yeon's idea of opening a company, Soo-moo was actually not very supportive in her heart. Although Soo-yeon has the ability, but entrepreneurship is not looking at the business ability, but the overall quality. As a woman with a company in her home, she knows that there are a lot of factors that make it difficult to run a company, especially in the startup phase. Soo-yeon, why don't we stop opening the company? Soo-moo thought about it and said, you're not short of money right now, so let's play for a while. It's actually kind of boring to play all day when you're really suddenly not working. Soo-yeon explained, I'm going to open a media company as well, and I don't expect it to make money. I just want to experience the feeling of being my own boss. In fact, he didn't tell Soo-moo that he opened the company in order to give outsiders an illusion and cover up his source of funds. It makes sense to have money when you run your own company, right? How do I make money? You ask? What do you care how I make my money? It's a trade secret. If that's the case, it's fine. Soo-moo said, I'm afraid that you are suddenly ambitious and want to do business. It's not easy. No, I'm pretty salty like that. Soo-moo also suddenly became interested and asked, I'm unemployed anyway. Why don't I come to work in your company too? Or engage in administration? Don't be an administrator. Be my secretary. Why? You haven't heard the saying. Soo-yeon couldn't help but laugh. There's something for the secretary to do. Nothing. Half the words. Soo-moo felt the changes in someone's body and said angrily, again? Can't you think of anything else in your head? Don't know that you're tired. You didn't know I had a nickname, did you? What nickname? Soo-moo. It was close to evening before Soo-yeon got out of bed, holding his old back, an old steed in the stable, with a flurry of activity. Even if he had the 8-to-1 brocade on his side, he actually couldn't beat Soo-moo. I thought how good you were. Soo-moo lay on her side on the bed, the quilt half covering her infinite spring light. She looked at someone who had gotten out of bed with somewhat weak legs and scoffed, so Changchan Zhaozilong is no better. The corners of Soo-yeon's mouth twitched. He secretly consoled himself, no shame. After all, when the world's first Su Fengnian, in the face of Pei Nanwei, the next day is not also out of the wall. Some people are so gifted that they must not be denied. After a short rest, Soo-yeon ordered takeout and came back. It was unrealistic to expect Soo-moo to get up and fix dinner. After a long day of exercise and no midday meal yet, she guessed she could talk tough just lying in bed. Really, if she were to get up and take 2 steps at this moment, she would probably deform her legs just as much. When Soo-moo also got up, she looked at the large puddle of water stains on the bed, reddened her face, and with a casual tug, directly pulled down the bedsheet, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it into a nearby trash can. Seeing this, Soo-yeon smiled and said, I just bought the sheets. They can still be used after washing. I'll pay you for a new set. Okay. Soo-moo knew that Soo-yeon was poking fun at her and said with a blushing face, you buy it, I'll reimburse you. That's not necessary. I still have that money. Soo-yeon said, you'd better go take a shower first. Come out later just in time for takeout. Aha. Soo-moo's body was indeed sticky now, feeling very uncomfortable. She said, you're fine at this moment. Go downstairs and help me buy a box of medicine. You have a stomachache again? Soo-moo looked at him with a helpless face. What do you think? Reacting. Soo-yoon immediately knew what she was talking about. Okay, I'm on my way. He had only output himself, never realizing there was such a thing. Although his mom had wanted a grandchild for a long time, he hadn't thought about becoming a father this soon. After all, he was still a child himself who occasionally needed to be breastfed. After waiting for Soo-moo to go into the bathroom to take a shower, Soo-yoon went out and came downstairs to the drugstore near the neighborhood to buy medicine. Still the same eager middle-aged older woman from before. She looked at the medicine Soo-yoon bought and said kindly again, "Handsome, try to give your wife or girlfriend less of this stuff in the future. It hurts your body and affects your ability to have children in the future." Soo-yoon was puzzled. If you don't eat this, then what do you eat? Can't you do a little measure? The middle-aged older woman recommended. We're having an event at the store. Elephant brand with threads. Buy one box get one box free. It's a great deal. Auntie. Soo-yoon was slightly embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to. It's that my girlfriend doesn't like me to use it. Middle-aged older woman. Have girls become so ungrateful for their bodies now for the sake of desire? On his way back, Soo-yoon bumped into the outside boy, and once he asked if it was for himself, he carried it back together. And Soo-moo also came out after taking a shower. She also took the time to go next door to her own home to change into a long, red, deep V dress, and sat on the couch fully dressed. Another image of a professional, mature, perfect woman. There is a word that describes her. I can go up and down the hall by day and turn over the bed at night. Soo-moo saw that he kept staring at himself and laughed. What are you looking at? If I'd met you earlier and married you, I might have had a couple of kids. Asterisk 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 off. Who's having a baby with you? As the two of them ate takeout together, Soo-yoon asked curiously, I see that you're very smart. How did you get cheated by your ex-husband in the first place? Are you sure you want to discuss my ex-husband with me? At this point? Just talk. Don't worry, I'm not jealous. Soo-moo hesitated. Said, also cannot be said to be cheating it. We met in college. That time he should be considered a warm man. And they're own young and do not know what to do. So confused like him. Then graduated. And the first night after we got married, I realized that he was actually unable to act in that area. This. Soo-yoon froze. But to keep his dignity, I didn't say anything and told him to get a doctor to treat him quietly. But none of it worked. Soo-moo sighed. I was like, as long as two people like each other, it doesn't matter if there's that or not. Soo-yoon. Until one time I found out he was having an affair with the company secretary behind my back. Hearing this, Soo-yoon immediately interrupted. No, didn't you say he couldn't? How come he's having an affair with his secretary again? That's what I thought. Soo-moo laughed. As a result, guess what happened? When I asked, I realized that although he was physically unable to do so, he was playing with all kinds of props when he was with his secretary. Nice guy. Soo-yoon. You say, a man who can't get a hard-on. What gives him the face to go to a mistress? So I repudiated him in a fit of anger. Soo-yoon's brain worked for a moment. Then he was surprised. Then according to you, I'll talk to you. Exactly. Soo-moo affirmed. In a sense, you are my first real man. No, it's not like you were inexperienced when I was having sex with you. Not to mention you weren't. You mean Hatsu? Soo-moo was rarely a little shy and said, it was my own carelessness that made me lose it. As for why I'm experienced, you think you boys are the only ones who watch movies to learn from your teachers? We women watch it once in a while too. Good guy. Soo-yoon called out straight away. Listening to Soo-moo's words, he recalled yesterday's scene, which was indeed suspicious, and originally thought it was because she was a bit nervous and couldn't let go at first. Turns out it was surprisingly one as well. It's just that she hides it so well that she doesn't realize it. It seems that his own opening buff, which is really powerful, has always been there, and no woman who has been linked to a marriage once can get away with it. Waking up, Soo-yoon slapped his thigh. I told you, you're so powerful. The average person who can eat ex-husband brother even have the energy to go outside to wave. Soo-moo. Soo-yoon asked again curiously. Sister Soo, then why are you treating me? After what happened with my ex-husband, there are some things I'm slowly figuring out. Soo-moo very frankly laughed. You are more obedient, not annoying, and the person is not bad at all. Happy first. Anyway, I'm a divorced woman once, so I guess I'm not innocent in the eyes of others, and I don't need to pretend to be reserved. This old man's luck is too good. Soo-yoon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kind of good thing can even happen to me. After the two of them finished their takeout, Soo-moo went back next door to her house, because in a little while Lee Jin-soo will be coming home from work. The ambiguous relationship between the two. Soo-moo did not want Lee Jin-soo to know so quickly. When she was leaving, she even took away the bedsheet that she had ripped off, saying that she was helping Soo-yoon to throw it away. It feels like destroying evidence. Soo-yoon, on the other hand, lay in the living room and swiped his cell phone in boredom. Baidu the steps and documents needed to run a company. He was going to go in tomorrow morning and get things done and find an office space in the afternoon. Then you can start recruiting. Not too many, just a few random ones for show. At night, Li Jinshu came back and looked at Sumu's clothes and said in confusion, I remember that you weren't wearing these clothes in the morning? Changed it when I came back from work. Sumu did not tell Li Jinshu that she had resigned, and did not tell her that Su Yun had also resigned. Don't tell me, you're nice and sexy in this one, Li Jinshu asked. What's for dinner? I've already eaten. Feel free to order takeout yourself. Sumu had been tossed around by Su Yun for a while and really didn't want to go back into the kitchen. She was cuddled up on the couch, watching Inuyasha's latest suspense drama, Freshman. It's only a couple episodes in, but it's pretty good. The point was that as she looked on, she actually felt that Inuyasha looked a little like Su Yun. You like Inuyasha too? Li Jinshu changed her clothes and walked over, skimming her lips. I do think he's not as handsome as Su Yun. Sumu. After saying that, Li Jinshu asked, by the way, did Su Yun come back with you after work? No. Sumu looked at Li Jinshu's sexy pajamas and asked, where do you usually buy these? Online. Li Jinshu stared at Sumu with some surprise and said in surprise, Su, you finally gotten the hang of it and want to try? Shall I take a set I haven't worn yet and try them on you now? No need. Sumu somewhat whispered, if you have time, just send me the URL. Ha! Reaching out to me for a URL to buy sexy pajamas. Li Jinshu said suspiciously, have you moved to spring? Want to have a boyfriend? No. You sure have. Li Jinshu suddenly thought of Su Yun. Her heart cackled, then immediately asked tentatively, you wouldn't have moved on Su Yun, would you? No. Without blushing, Sumu denied her suspicions. Su, if you really like Su Yun, you must tell me first. Why? Because it's so I can move out and make room for you guys. Li Jinshu skimmed his lips and laughed heartily. It can't be that the three of us will live together in the future, can it? Don't worry. Sumu didn't know what Li Jinshu was thinking in her heart and replied, if I really want to be with Su Yun, I will definitely tell you the first time. After Li Jinshu heard that Sumu didn't deny her words and didn't say with certainty that she would definitely not be with Su Yun as she did before, her heart became a little uneasy. Sumu couldn't really have a crush on Su Yun, could she? Buddha, please don't. One doesn't want to see that at all. She really didn't want to apologize to Sumu and didn't want to steal a man from Sumu. She wanted to be good with Sumu, and she also wanted to be good with Su Yun. But soon she thought again. Susu didn't care first. He had to take out the external enemy, the other love interest, before he could do so. It's the woman who bought the house with Su Yun. Surprisingly, he dared to quietly use his fingernails to deliberately leave marks on Su Yun's back. It was not intended to be an assertion of his sovereignty over other women. Come on, who's afraid? At this moment, Li Jinshu's fighting spirit was high. In fact, she didn't know that the owner of the nails, the person she had to fight, wasn't Jiang Peiyao at all, but his good girlfriend Sumu across the street. And the reason why Sumu had left nail marks on Su Yun's back yesterday was really intentional. But she wasn't doing it to show it to Li Jinshu, but to show it to Ning Qian, because she knew the relationship between Su Yun and Ning Qian. But who would have thought that the first person to see this mark on Su Yun's back would be Li Jinshu? In addition to Ning Qian, her own good girlfriend actually slept with Su Yun as well, for the first time, and before himself. If the two knew that they were secretly fighting each other, they didn't know what their expressions would be. Jiang Peiyao, who was wrongly accused, has already offended a woman with an imaginary enemy before she even acted herself. As for Ning Qian, even if she saw the marks on Su Yun's back, she wouldn't ask about it in front of Su Yun like Li Jinshu did. She would just pretend she couldn't see it and be at peace with herself. The first chapter of 4,000 words. The author of the second chapter is still trying to code. It is a big chapter. I think it will take tomorrow morning to update. Do not have to wait. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 88. I know I'm wrong. Let's make up. Okay? Chapter 88. I know I'm wrong. Let's make up. Okay? The next morning, Sumu fooled Li Jinshu with the excuse that he took a vacation break from work, and then also took his car to the other party to drive. Anyway, she's not working anymore and can't use it, but right now the car is still at the office and she needs to pick it up herself. Bored at home, she had wanted to find Su Yun and ask him what he was doing and if he wanted to go out shopping together. But who knows, Su Yun actually got up early and went out today, saying that he was registering the company. Sumu asks why he didn't find himself to go with him. Su Yun says that he thought she was still sleeping, so he didn't bother and came by himself. Besides, it's not that hard to register a company. One person will do. Sumu, who was alone at home, could only run to the beauty club alone, and then did an essential oil SPA. A woman's skin is all about maintenance. The saying that money can support a beautiful woman refers to spending money to engage in all kinds of maintenance to slow down the aging of the skin and to enhance one's skin quality. What else would make it watery and soft? That's why when everyone is the same age, rich women will always look a little younger than the average woman. Song Xiaowei came to the company today and found that Su-yun was not there. Supervisor Su is also gone. Supervisor Lee is in the process of leaving the company. With a confused look on her face, she found out about Su-yun and Supervisor Su when she inquired. It turns out that the two of them are actually boyfriend and girlfriend. This did surprise Song Xiaowei a bit, but another dilemma came. One was with Su-yun before. Now that Su-yun was gone, who did one follow? No one has come to place themselves in a job either. However, as soon as she thought that she still owed Su-yun money, she immediately sent a message to the other party. Song Xiaowei, I heard from everyone that you resigned? Su-yun, yes. Song Xiaowei, what about the money I owe you? Su-yun, rich. WeChat turned me the same. Song, so what are you doing now? Su-yun, I'm busy registering my company, so let's not chat for now. Song Xiaowei looked at the message on her cell phone with some surprise. He actually wanted to start a company by himself? And I don't know what kind of company to start. At this time, from the boss's office came an angry voice. What are you doing to eat? So long a good program still cannot come out? Mr. Gu, it was Su-yun who was taking over doing this case before. You won't do it if you leave Su-yun, will you? I don't care. I just want results. And the client wants the program tomorrow. Gu Hong shouted. You guys have to make it for me tonight even if you work overtime. If you can't make it, I'll get the hell out of here. A few moments later, Fatty and two other co-workers walked out of the boss's office with depressed faces and heavy hearts. Mr. Gu is insane. Someone whispered. One night, who could do it? Yeah, fired Su-yun himself, ran out of programs, and now blames us. Hey, stop it. Don't want to get fired. A few of us are working overtime tonight. Even if we stay up all night, we have to get a copy out first to deliver. Fatty said. Over, but in addition to say, it's not like that's the only business we have. Someone was disgruntled. I have two other businesses on my hands and I haven't even finished writing them yet. Damn. I also want to dislike him like Su-yun and resign. People are so tough because they picked up Supervisor Su. A female coworker couldn't help but tease. You can only blame yourself for being incapable. Fatty ignored them and said, alright, hurry up and go back to making the program. Okay, Supervisor. That's right. After Su-yun left yesterday and Supervisor Lee was resigned, Fatty was promoted to supervisor as a result of his misfortune. The first case he accepted was the Paragon launch event that Su-yun and Supervisor Lee had left behind earlier. Looking for help, he finds Song Xiaowei and tempts her with an offer to help out as an event host as well. Song Xiaowei was naturally willing. However, when Fatty returned to his workstation, he still sent a message to Su-yun for help. Fatty, brother Su, help me. Su-yun just happened to finish one of the procedures in the hall and was waiting for a number when he received a distress message from Fatty. Su-yun, what's up? Fatty, can you send me a copy of that paracetamol event planning program you had before? Just now, Mr. Gu told me to make it before the meeting tomorrow so I can show it to Party A. But I simply can't do it in such a short time. Su-yun, this matter after I left. It is not your turn. To cover the bag is also Lee Dog. Fatty, he was resigned too. Su-yun didn't expect Supervisor Lee to be fired as well, and his heart was a little happy. But then he thought of something else. With himself gone, Supervisor Lee was fired. And now the program was in the hands of Fatty. Let's just say, Su-yun, you've been promoted to supervisor? A few seconds later. Chubby, well, it's all luck. Sure enough, Su-yun thought about it. There are only a few people in the company who can act. Everyone else is basically touching the fish. Only Fatty is still good at business and is still an old employee. It seemed that Gu Hang, too, wasn't too stupid. Su-yun, that's congratulations. But I can't give you this program. Fatty, why? It's useless for you to keep it in your hand now. Just give it to me. I'll buy you dinner. Okay? Su-yun, no. Because we're going to be competitors soon. Fatty, huh? After Su-yun finished the sentence, he didn't reply to Fatty's message. If it is a small fat private matter, maybe he is still kind to help. But this for the company. I'm sorry, love. He didn't call the tax office to drop a stone. Even if he, Gu Hong, had burned a hole in his heart. The premise is that he himself must receive compensation before tomorrow, or else he will not only report it, but also tell his wife about his finding a mistress. I'm rich. I don't care about that, but I'm not getting a share of what's rightfully mine. It's the principle and the dignity I should have picked up in the past, not even if he was Su Mu's cousin. But today's accidental knowledge that Lee Dog was also fired did make me feel a little better. It's not like he has a system. Guess he'll be throwing resumes around and looking for a job again starting today, huh? Hearing his number called again in the hall, he got up and headed for the clerical window. In fact, he could have gotten someone to pay someone to do it for him, but then Soo-yun wanted to experience it for himself. Registering the company, to the opening of the company. With the last procedure completed, Soo-yun successfully registered a company with a registered capital of 1 million. The name is called White Cloud Media Limited. As long as the scope of business has a variety of event planning, as well as film and television, self-media and so on, it's all one-stop business now, and it's very efficient. So in no time, Soo-yun managed to get his company's business license, along with a copy. I didn't expect that I would be able to start a company myself. Although it was open for fun, Soo-yun was still a little excited in his heart. I thought I would work for the rest of my life, but now I have transformed myself and become a capitalist right away. However, even if he becomes a capitalist, he will still be a capitalist with a conscience. A dragon slayer warrior must never become the evil dragon he once loathed. What with 9 to 5 in the morning, double time off, holidays, one can't miss. As for overtime, I'll fire anyone who dares to work overtime. Just as he was thinking about it, the system's rewarding sound rang out. Life is all about constant experimentation. The host started a company of his own at his own whim, and the system rewarded him with $5 million in special funds for entrepreneurship. Note, the funds can only be used for company expenses. As the system's rewarding sound disappeared, Soo-yun's cell phone also suddenly received a message. He had just opened a company account in the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, in which, in addition to the $1 million he had deposited at the beginning, he had once again been remitted a deposit of $5 million. The source is shown as an overseas venture capital firm. Soo-yun looked at the long list of zeros and was a bit dazzled. The system is also too atmospheric. With this earmark, your own company can do whatever you want even more. Yesterday, Sumu was still worried that he could not make money by opening his own company. And this is only registered. And there is an additional $5 million of startup capital. It's more money than you have in your own account. If we don't go for that kind of big investment and just pay salaries and daily expenses, even if the company loses money every month, I'm afraid it will take a long time to finish losing money. After the morning's errands, it was almost noon. Soo-yun sent a message to Ning Qian to ask. She didn't go to work today. She was resting at home. Thinking that I hadn't been to see her in 2 days, I went over for lunch and some company. It's called raining on the parade. Ning Qian was happy to hear that he was coming to have lunch with her at noon, and she booped on the phone. Hanging up the phone and going downstairs to buy groceries, Soo-yun came to the neighborhood where he used to live, parked his car and went upstairs. Just as he walked to the entrance of his house, he saw a familiar woman, Huang Mengyao. She was dressed all in white and sitting on a ladder in front of her house with a pitiful look on her face. Seeing Soo-yun return, she stood and said with a smile, "You're back. What are you doing here?" Soo-yun, who was in a good mood, instantly became unhappy. When you hate someone, even if she is beautiful and stands naked in front of you, you will find her ugly. It's psychological rejection. Huang Mengyao didn't have any temper in the face of the cold Soo-yun, but said gently, "Why did you change the password of the door? I can't get in." "Nonsense. We're broken up. Of course I'm going to change the password. Or what if you come to my house and steal something?" Huang Mengyao. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Soo-yun frowned and asked, "Say, what are you doing in my house for nothing? Just passing through and thought I'd see how you're doing." "No need. I'm doing fine." "No, you're not good at all." Huang Mengyao stepped forward, hugged Soo-yun's arm, and said somewhat curtly, "Soo-yun, I know I'm wrong. Let's make up, okay? It was all Wang Qing's fault before. She compelled me to be like this. Give me a chance. Let's forget all our previous unhappiness. You're dreaming here." Soo-yun shook off her hand and sneered, "Don't hang around in front of my house if you're not doing anything. It's easy to cause misunderstandings with my girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Huang Mengyao shook her head. "I don't believe it. We've only broken up for so many days. It's impossible for you to have a girlfriend." "Why not? Aren't I?" Ning Qian, who had returned from buying food downstairs, saw the scene and immediately walked up and said, "This young lady, please don't bother us if you're fine. This is my home." That was before. Huang Mengyao, Ning Qian had met each other and knew Soo-yun's attitude towards her, so she was also more bold. She didn't give the other party a good face and disliked. "It's mine and Soo-yun's now. If you keep harassing us, I'll call the police." "Soo-yun?" Huang Mengyao looked at Soo-yun pitifully, hoping to flood him with sympathy or soften his heart. Soo-yun didn't eat her and said, "What she said is what I said. Where in the world are there so many regret pills for you to eat? Okay, I can leave you guys alone." Seeing that she could not impress Soo-yun, Huang Mengyao suddenly said, "Will you drop the lawsuit? I really don't have that much money to pay you back." It turns out that after losing the first time, She went to another lawyer at the first opportunity. Turns out the other side wouldn't even pick up after hearing about her and learning that the other lawyer was from the only local red circle firm, because they know they can't win if they pick it up. The other party was not only stronger than himself, but his connections in the court were also unknown. Sometimes in lawsuits, one's own strength is one aspect, and networking is also an indispensable aspect. What's more, she was not in the right in the first place, and she lost the first time, so if she wanted to turn it over, it would be even harder. It's basically dismissed. Who in the court of law would normally punch one of their own in the face if there wasn't really a problem with the case? After all, just think of the advice given to her by Mr. Sheen's lawyer a raise, and the advice given to her by everyone is to try to find a settlement privately with the other party and not to go to the point of enforcement. This forced Huang Mengyao to come to Su Yun. Don't think about it. Su Yun showed no mercy at all as he said, even if you go and sell your blood and become a lady, that dowry money has to be returned to me, or else you'll be waiting for the court to enforce it. But you're not even short of money right now. Huang Mengyao somewhat broke down and said, why are you holding on to such a small amount of my money? I already have nothing. I'm just going to push you, just like you pushed me in the first place. Su Yun replied, every penny I put in your place in the first place was earned from my previous hard work, so why can't I have it? Well, honey, don't get mad at her. It's not worth it. Ning Qian pulled Su Yun's hand and said, let's go in. I bought fish today. I'll make you cold carp to eat. Aha. Su Yun nodded, and the two of them opened the door and walked in. Huang Mengyao, who was shut out of the door, looked at the once familiar door of the room and was a bit lost in thought. It should have been herself and Su Yun living in it at the moment. Living a happy life, not that woman. In the face of Su Yun's ruthlessness, she turned away somewhat disheartened. She hated Su Yun's ruthlessness, but she's even more ruthless in victimizing her best friend, Wang Cheng, and Zhang Wentao. One must get revenge back. Inside the house, Ning Qian stood behind the door and saw through the cat's eye that Huang Mengyao had left before turning to Su Yun's side. She's gone. Ning Qian comforted. Don't be upset. I'm going to the kitchen to fix dinner. No. Su Yun laughed. Go on. I didn't have breakfast and I'm all a bit hungry. Then bear with me. There's my snacks on the coffee table. Have some. I'll be done soon. Good. Soon. An exquisite meal was served on the table. For 2 people. She actually got 4 dishes and a soup. There was a difference between her and Sumi though. Sumu's meals are of the high-class variety, kind of like a restaurant menu with all the better ingredients. Instead, Ning Qian will be some common people will eat home cooking, grounded. Anyway, each is good in its own way. Su Yun took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs and quipped, it tastes really good. It's good that you like to eat. Ning Qian sniffed and was happy in her heart. Grandma said that in order to capture a man's heart, you must first learn to capture his stomach. Coupled with the fact that her family was already in a bad situation, she had been learning how to do housework since she was a child, so she had practiced her cooking skills quite well. It was her strength, and she certainly wanted to play to it. There's never a shortage of women around a rich man, not to mention he's so handsome. One has to be on one's own if one wants to stay on his side. She, on the other hand, knows exactly what her strengths are, so whenever she had the chance, she would show it to Su Yun so that he could see it. The chapters have gotten smaller, but they're all big chapters, 2 in 1. End of chapter. Chapter 89, want to be spanked by me again? Chapter 89, want to be spanked by me again? After eating, Su Yun rested for a while in the master bedroom, which was now also Ning Qian's bed, and took a nap. A woman's bed is different. Even the quilt is creamy and delicious. When he woke up, he found Ning Qian lying on the side of his bed, looking at him with a smile on her face, also wearing a white, low-cut, cool little halter dress. Su Yun saw through all of it with a single glance and couldn't help but laugh. Not afraid of getting naked either. No fear, it's what the family wears for you anyway. Ning Qian smiled and asked, how was your midday nap? Still want to sleep? No sleep. Su Yun stretched and got up. It feels like it's been a long time since I've had a nap, so I'll take a nap today. And the whole person is refreshed. So you're still going to work this afternoon? Not on. Su Yun asked curiously. You've just been guarding me by the bedside? Aha. Ning Qian obediently replied, I'm afraid that you'll fall asleep and have something to call me, so I'll simply take the tablet and catch up with the drama on the side. You're exaggerating a bit. Su Yun laughed somewhat favorably. Don't be like this in the future, making it seem like I'm being mean. It's okay, it's all by choice. In that case, let me reward you. Su Yun pulled her onto the bed. An hour later, the bedroom curtains were drawn. Yanggu spilled in, and the two of them went to take a shower together and got mushy for a while longer. At the moment, Ning Qian was very content. Flowers that have only just bloomed are already more eager to be nourished. not to mention the fact that they haven't been tended to in 2 days. It's not easy to come here once, so of course we want more. After all, there's no telling when he'll be here next. After taking a bath and changing his clothes, Soo-yeon asked Ning Qian if she had anything to do in the afternoon, and if she didn't, she would accompany him to go out and do some errands. Ning Qian was naturally willing. Right now, in her eyes, right now Soo-yeon's matter was a heavenly matter, because everything he had, and everything he might have in the future, came from the man in front of him. Coming to the garage, when Ning Qian saw the white duplex Bentley flying spur, the unspeakable surprise and fondness in her eyes were almost overflowing. Soo-yeon, is this your new car? Right. Soo-yeon asked. Does it look good? Good looking. Ning Qian couldn't wait to sit on the passenger side. Some small excitement said, in the past I was in the shopping mall. Every time I saw other people from this car down, I feel so envious. I didn't think that one day I would be able to sit on it. Then when I'm done, I'll drive you around the mall as well, so the other women can envy you too. Well, thank you, Soo-yeon. Want another spanking from me? I'm about to say it. Ning Qian happily said, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not going to fall for that. Your little mind, like anyone doesn't know. Soo-yeon laughed. Don't you just want me to stay and punish you at night? You want me to fight? I'm not going to. Seeing that her little mind had been torn apart, Ning Qian smiled somewhat shyly. She did want Soo-yeon to stay at her place at night, but instead of saying it, she changed the subject and said, where's that Porsche you had before? Bump. Ah, is it serious? It's not bad. I guess it needs to be repaired for a few days before I can use it. Soo-yeon laughed. But I'm not in a hurry. I have a car to drive now anyway. So what are we going to do now? You haven't told me yet. Go find a place where you can work. Soo-yeon explained. I've resigned from my original company and plan to open my own company. The business license I've done in the morning. Now it's just a matter of the office. So where are you looking for? Ning Qian sniffed and said, is it going to be one of those CBD center office buildings? Not really. Soo-yeon said, it's best to have a more elegant and quieter environment. A detached kind. And not very big. Just a few hundred square feet. Do you know of any such place? I don't know, but I know a friend. From my hometown. At the agency. Maybe he has a listing for that. That's fine. Get in touch and if we do we'll go over there and take a look. Okay, I'll be in touch. Ning Qian is very positive. Finished and called the other party. The other party is also very enthusiastic when they heard it was Ning Qian. After all, a place out. Ning Qian is still very beautiful. Most men have more or less ideas about her, but it's all color and no color. After hearing about Ning Qian's request, he said that there was such a place that fit her requirements. So after the two of them agreed on a location, Soo-yeon drove his car towards their destination. On the road, Ning Qian found that many cars are far away from their own car, and then crowded again. Someone will add them, afraid of accidentally touching it. Every time she stopped at a red light intersection and waited for a car, after feeling the kind of envious eyes quietly cast from the car next to her, her vanity at that moment was unprecedentedly satisfied. Soon, they arrived at the place that Ning Qian's hometown said according to the positioning navigation. It's on a lake, and the location is really a bit out of the way, but at least it's in the city. The surrounding area is also full of art companies, such as studios, filming studios, workshops and so on. The good thing about such a place is that the environment is quiet, green grass and trees, and the rent is cheap. But the bad thing is that the place is a bit remote, and the transportation to and from work is not convenient, unless one has a car. That's why the companies or studios that open here are not of the office building kind of style. Chen Peng was closer than Soo-yeon and the others, and came over a little earlier on his electric bike. He was about to call and ask Ning Qian where they had gotten to when he saw a white Bentley speeding by and stopping next to him. Seeing this, Chen Peng cursed disdainfully in his heart, and then moved his little electric donkey backward. If you accidentally bump into someone else's car, you can't afford to pay for it. But just as he moved the car, the passenger door opened and Ning Qian walked down from it. Chen Peng looked at the goddess of his heart and his expression froze for a moment. Some can't believe it. Ning Qian? You? At that moment, Soo-yeon also stepped down from the car. Chen Peng. Ning Qian smiled and shouted, introducing towards him, this is Soo-yeon. He's the one who wants to find a house. Soo-yeon, this is my hometown. Chen Peng had understood in his heart at this moment that the goddess was completely impossible to belong to him. Hello. Soo-yeon gave a greeting. Chen Peng smiled. Hello Mr. Soo, the house you want is not far ahead. Go, I'll take you guys there first. Good. The group of three walked for 2 minutes before meeting the purpose of the trip. Looking at a 2-story high semi-clear water building, Chen Peng introduced, this building is actually very well designed, totaling 2 floors, with the top and bottom adding up to close to 500 square feet. The front of the building also has a very nice yard, close to 200 square feet. This is given away for free and doesn't count towards the floor space. It can be used for parking and recreation. He had wanted to build his own place for recreation and entertainment for himself and his friends. It's just that the owner of the building went bankrupt right after the place was fixed up, and now the place is just sitting empty, trying to rent it out or just sell it. What price? Ning Qian asked helpfully. For rent, it's about $300, 000 a year. Chen Pang replied. If he sells it, he said he wants 9 million, but this place is not in a good location to sell, so I think it should be able to be a little less. So expensive. $9 million. That's not a bad price, Chen Pang said, although the place is a bit out of the way, but after all, this is considered to be in the city, and the land price is here. Su Yun was quite satisfied with the place, but his price was indeed slightly higher. This place, 15,000 a square foot is about right. He turned around and said, contact the owner for me. Just say 5 million. He's selling, I'll buy it outright. Full payment. There's 5 million lying in the company account. Rent an office? That's a waste. Just buy it. Ha, that's a buy? Upon hearing this, Ning Qian was surprised. Su Yun, won't you think about it anymore? Chen Pang was also a bit shocked. Just a casual glance, not even going in to see, a few minutes of time. And you bought it? That's $5 million. Chen Pang resisted the excitement in his heart and confirmed. Mr. Su, are you really sure you don't want to rent it and buy it directly? Aha. Fine. I'll contact the owners when I get back and let you know when I do. Chen Pang laughed. At 5 million, I think a little persuasion of the owner should agree. Not to mention you're still paying the full amount. You don't need to contact me, just contact Ning Qian directly. I'll just entrust her to do it for me. Okay, Mr. Su, Chen Pang said to Ning Qian, then I'll call you when I've talked to the owner. Now that that's settled, we'll be on our way. Su Yun pulled open the car door and looked at him, asking kindly, by the way, it's not good to take a taxi here. Do you need me to give you a ride? Right. Ning Qian sniffed and followed. Do you want us to give you a ride? No need. Chen Pang said with some embarrassment. I have myself come on a small electric donkey. That's fine. Su Yun said. You are Ning Qian's friend. As long as this matter you 5 million to help me accomplish, I can give you an additional 10,000 in favor fees. Thank you, Mr. Su. Chen Pang smiled curtly, then watched the two get into the car and leave. Though it hurt him to watch the goddess of his heart get into a limousine. Goddesses become the private property of the rich after all. But the world is so realistic, whether you want it to be or not. But at least Ning Qian wasn't like the others, who turned their backs on the rich when they climbed up the ladder. She still hadn't forgotten him as a friend at least, and thought of herself first when something good happened, and introduced the business to myself. Otherwise, this kind of thing, just find a random agent won't do, because Ning Qian, as long as he negotiated this single business, that is their store this month's top seller, not to mention the 10,000 bonus. He's drawing tens of thousands of dollars in commissions on this house alone. What's more, the other party would give himself an extra $10,000 for Ning Qian's sake. He's a hater of the rich, but generous rich people. He still likes them. When this matter was done, one should still take the initiative to find an opportunity to thank Ning Qian and invite her to a meal. Whether she comes or not is another matter. On the way back, Ning Qian said with some emotion, Su Yun, actually you didn't need to give him an extra $10,000. I've actually taken care of a friend by being able to refer you to him about this, and he'll get a good commission if this works out. I know, Su Yun laughed, but look, if I give him 10,000 more, will he be a little more on top of things? Work harder? On the surface it looks like I'm giving him an extra 10,000, but really, think about it, all he has to do is really convince the owner to negotiate from 9 million to 5 million, and yet I get to save 5 million. Ning Qian, I used to be a laborer, and I know the mentality of working people. It's all about making some money. Su Yun said, there is no such thing as letting a horse run and not giving it grass. Just because you're rich now, you can't forget who you were. You're also too nice. Anyone who gets to work in your company would have to die of happiness. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you, Su Yun said, do you want to quit your job and come work for me? But I don't know how to do anything. I only know how to sell clothes and serve customers. That's the kind of experience I want from you. Su Yun replied, with your temperament and charisma, coupled with your ability to receive people, come and work for me as the company's receptionist, and every day, you'll simply be responsible for receiving people who come to the company. This will do. Ning Qian said confidently, it should be easy to learn, as long as you don't mind me. Not too much. It's just that the pay might be a little low. Ning Qian shook her head and said happily, I don't want money. I'll do it for you for free. That won't work. Public is public and private is private. Su Yun laughed. I don't want to carry the reputation of being a dog capital. Ha ha. Well, Ning Qian asked curiously, then how much do you want to offer me? Let's book 30,000 for now, plus a bonus at the end of the year. 30,000? Ning Qian's eyes widened. Who's got a front desk salary of 30k? What? Lower? Su Yun explained. Don't go too high either, or others will get red-eyed if they know. No, I mean, isn't that a little too much pay? Ning Qian explained. But I'm just a receptionist. Serving tea. Su Yun reached out and touched her face, smiling. Wrong. You're not an ordinary receptionist. You're the face of my company. You have to be confident. And if anyone messes with you, you are the one who can just come back at night and quietly complain to me. The boss. With great rights. Su Yun, you're so good to me. Okay. First things first. Su Yun said meaningfully, when I'm not around, you can't do anything to apologize to me. I'm a person who holds grudges. Ning Qian. She had just experienced a little bit of the feeling of being in love. And in an instant, the atmosphere was ruined by Su Yun. Facing Su Yun's knock, she said in a sultry voice, although I am a gold worshipper, since I've followed you, I will always be your person. I'm just kidding. Su Yun laughed. If you go tomorrow, find a time to resign. I'll send you back first. You're not having dinner at my place? No, I'm not eating. I have other things to do tonight. Su Yun said, be good at home. If I'm not there and that Huang Mangyao comes knocking on the door again, don't open it and just call the police to deal with it. Okay. Ning Qian was a little disappointed in her heart, because before coming out, he had promised to accompany himself to the commercial center to go around and do a little shopping. It all seems to be forgotten now. After Su Yun sent Ning Qian home, he drove towards Li Jinshu's company and killed him. Be prepared to talk business with her before her shift ends. After all, when the building was bought, it would involve renovation, and he planned to ask Li Jinshu to do it, adding a little performance to her in the process. You can't treat your own woman badly. End of chapter. Chapter 90, this kick not only knocked over her brother, but also her. Chapter 90, the kick not only knocked over her brother, but also kicked her to the tip of her heart. Li Jinshu's company in Jiangcheng is considered a relatively large decoration design company. It's not as good as the top ones, but it's pretty famous. However, it seems that their company only specializes in home renovation, which also includes villas. I just don't know if they take on industrial buildings like their own. Su Yun had just driven to the downstairs of their company, parked his car and came out, when he saw Li Jinshu pulling and tugging with a man on the street. There was a middle-aged woman next to her who kept cursing. Li Jinshu clearly wanted to get rid of his opponent, but his wrist never broke free. Seeing this, Su Yun directly took 3 steps and 2 steps over, directly kicking the man over. Then to Li Jinshu, he asked, are you alright? Li Jinshu was dumbfounded. The middle-aged woman who cursed shut up, and the man lying on the ground was somewhat confused. He wanted to fight back, but he wimped out at Su Yun's height and physique and timidly said, who are you? Why did you kick me? Yeah, who are you? The middle-aged woman who reacted, rushed forward and somewhat distressed to help up the young man on the ground. She complained towards Su Yun. Why did you suddenly run over and kick my son for no reason? What do you care who I am? Su Yun is now rich, bottomless, bold, and not afraid of anything at all. He disliked him harshly. You should be kicked for manhandling a woman on the street. Or get out of here and I'll just call the police on you for harassment. The host kicked out a righteous kick at will when facing his woman being bullied. Rewarded with 500,000 cash. Bank card balance, 15 million. She's my sister. The young man retorted. I can pull if I want to. It's none of your business. Yeah, it's none of your business as an outsider if I'm arguing with my daughter. Sister? Daughter? Su Yun looked at Li Jinshu with some surprise. Are they telling the truth? Aha. Li Jinshu blushed a little embarrassed and said, they are my brother and my mom. Su Yun, Li Jinshu said, let's go. Don't pay attention to them, just 2 scoundrels. Oh, feelings turned out to know each other. When the young man heard this, he got up and said to Su Yun, you're her boyfriend? Since she doesn't have any money, give it to her for her, or this won't end with you kicking me today. Yeah, pay up. Gong Meiping sized up Su Yun, who looked rich at first glance, and said, otherwise, neither you nor this dead girl will be allowed to leave today. Su Yun frowned and asked towards Li Jinshu, you owe your brother money? No. In order not to lose face in front of Su Yun and to get rid of the other party as soon as possible, Li Jinshu angrily looked at his brother and mom and fished out $1,000 from his own bag. That's all I have on me. Take this money and leave me alone. It's only $1,000. You're hitting on a beggar. The young man put the money in his pocket and said, bring me another 5,000 and I'll go. I'm broke. Don't you dare. I've heard from my mom that you live in a big flat in a high-end neighborhood. I told you, it's not my house. The young man greedily said, I don't care. If you don't give this money today, I will come to your company every day to make trouble. Why don't I meet you at your house when you get off work? I know where you live anyway. Lee Yanghua, don't go too far. Lee Jinshu's face was red with anger. Soo-yun was also the first to meet such an oddball brother and mom. Is this really the real brother and mother? He frowned. Is it good for you to force your sister and daughter to ask for money like this? Our family's business is none of your business. Lee Yanghua said. Since you don't want to help her give it, don't come and join in the fun. Then coincidentally, it's really my business. What is it? Because I'm her debtor. Soo-yun said slowly. I'm here to ask her for money today as well. Your sister owes me 200,000 yuan and has no money to pay it back. I'm worried about getting it back. Since one of you is her brother and one of you is her mom. Are you guys helping her switch? Li Yanghua and Gong Meiping froze when they heard it. Both said in unison. No way. You're absolutely lying. How could she owe you money? Isn't it true? Wouldn't you know if you asked the people involved? Gong Meiping sniffed and looked at Li Jinshu and asked. Dead girl, is he telling the truth? It's true. Li Jinshu said with a complicated expression. Otherwise, where do you think the money you bought the house came from? I borrowed it all from him, and I haven't made any money at all from working all these years. By Mabel Gong. Okay, now what? Soo-yun stared at them and asked. If you guys don't help her pay back the money today, don't even think about leaving. You're a pretty funny guy. As soon as Li Yanghua heard that his sister owed so much money, he immediately denied it and said, she owes you money. It's none of our business. Yeah, it's none of our business. Gong Meiping is also a little weak. You want money. Find her to ask and not we borrowed. But she borrowed the money to buy you guys a house. Soo-yun said. She doesn't have the money to pay me back right now. So if you guys don't have the money to pay back either, mortgage the house to me. Don't even think about it. That house is ours and has nothing to do with her. Li Yanghua and Gong Meiping originally came to ask for money, but ended up being asked for money in return. Useless thing. Disgraceful. Look at you in the big city dressed in style, live in such a good house, but it turned out to be all fake. Oh, so much money. Don't ever come home again. We don't have a daughter like you. Gong Meiping cursed at Li Jinshu and hurriedly skimmed off the relationship before leaving with Li Yanghua. Hey, you guys haven't paid me back yet. You're not allowed to leave. Soo-yun deliberately shouted at them, and the two of them instantly ran as fast as they could and disappeared in a short while. Seeing that there were a bit too many people watching around, Soo-yun and Li Jinshu also hurriedly left the place. Then find a cafe in the neighborhood. I'm sorry for making you look bad just now. Li Jinshu looked unnatural and said, but this matter, you should not tell Su-mu. She felt humiliated to show such a bad scene of her family in front of her favorite person. Okay, I won't tell her. Soo-yun asked with some concern. Do you often get bullied by your brother and your mom like this? Aha. Li Jinshu nodded and said, every once in a while they would call me for money, and if they didn't give it, they would come to my door and make trouble like today. It's because of them that I checked out of the house I rented before and hid here in Sumu. I didn't think they'd find it anyway. So what are you going to do? Keep just getting blood sucked out of them? I don't know. Li Jinshu said somewhat helplessly. I also tried to report it to the police, but the police said that it was our family matter and told us to discuss and solve it ourselves. It's called a pro-government official. You can't be soft when dealing with people like that. Soo-yun said with great experience. Listen to me. Evil people still need to be rubbed by evil people. You're only making them worse by backing down. You have to learn to fight back and show them you're not a bully. How do you fight back? After all, Li Jinshu was only a woman, and was helpless when it came to such things. She couldn't think of anything good to do at all. I just heard you say that you paid for all the money they spent on the house? Aha. Li Jinshu said. At that time, my mom said that my brother couldn't find a daughter-in-law and needed money to buy a house so that he could find a daughter-in-law. So he came to me for the down payment. But my brother was unemployed and had credit problems, so the bank mortgage wouldn't even get through. Finally let me go to the bank and get him a loan in my name as well. So all these years, I've been paying the mortgage every month on that house they live in. Alright, I know about this. Soo-yun said, leave your mom and your brother's affairs to me. Not only will I find a way to help you get your house back, but I'll make sure they don't dare to come after you again and get rid of them for good. What are you going to do about it? Li Jinshu asked. Soo-yun laughed. You don't have to care about that. If you can't bear it and can't part with it, then forget it. It's okay, go ahead and do it. Li Jinshu hesitated and said with a clench of his teeth, they are the ones who didn't treat me as family first. That's enough with you. Well, enough about my brother and the others. Li Jinshu was a bit curious. How did you appear downstairs in our company today? Just happened to come by to look for you for a bit and ran into it. Suyun said, I want to come to your company and talk to you about business. What business? If all goes well, I'm expected to buy a semi-clear water building in a couple of days, so it may need to be redecorated and refurbished and designed. Buy a building? Li Jinshu unconsciously thought of the kind of office building he was in. She was surprised. How much would that cost? At least a couple $100 million to make it work? Not the kind of building you're thinking of. Suyun knew that she wanted to fork out and gave her a blank look, explaining, it's just a normal 2-story short building, with a total area of just over 500 square feet, about the same as a larger set of villas. Oh, you scared me. Li Jinshu laughed. I thought you had bought an office building. That would be too much. How could it be? Li Jinshu was puzzled. But what are you doing buying a building for nothing? Didn't you just buy a house? I left the company yesterday and started my own media company. Li Jinshu. How come she didn't hear about this last night from Su-mu? But it's good to have money. Quit your job when you say so, and start a company when you say so. It's like playing. Su-yun asked, does your company take this kind of job? This kind should work. Li Jinshu said, leave it to me. I won't charge you for the design except for the company's decoration fee. Then how can I be nice? I see you came over here with the idea of whoring me out in your mind for a long time. Li Jinshu said, to thank you for relieving me today, I'll treat you to dinner. Suyun asked meaningfully, then after the meal, will there be an after-dinner snack? Well, Li Jinshu hesitated and said with a smile, I'll think about it and give you an answer before I get off work. With that, she got up and headed toward the office building. Suyun, with her back to Suyun, Li Jinshu's face was smiling more happily than ever. Earlier, when she saw Suyun going out of his way to help Su-mu by driving himself into a Mercedes-Benz, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't jealous and envious in her heart. But today, after seeing himself being bullied, he didn't hesitate to run over and kick out that kick, filling in this jealousy of Su-mu. It was a kick that not only knocked her brother over, but also to the tip of her heart. Li Jinshu, who had lacked love since she was a child, suddenly felt what it was like to be cared for and protected once again. Last time at the bar, she could say that she was irritated because she was stimulated by Suyun's kind of throwaway behavior, and on impulse, she wanted to vent her negative emotions. But this time, she really had some heart. No longer because of his money. After Su-mu finished her SPA at the beauty club in the morning, she went home at noon and ate alone, then took a nap. In the afternoon, a person bored she came to Jiangshang Mall shopping. Walking to the Gucci store, she didn't see Ning Qian in the whole scene. After knowing that she was on vacation today, Su-mu casually bought a dress and left. In his heart, he was muttering that Su-yun was probably hanging out with her again. It's not at all reliable to open a company. I don't know if he has finished the formalities yet. He only knows to fool around with other women all day long. Seeing that it was already almost dinner time, she deliberately called Su-yun. Nothing more. Just wanted to interrupt someone's duo. You just got out of your own bed all day yesterday, and today you're going to someone else's bed, and you're not afraid to tire yourself out. Soon the call was answered. Su-yun's somewhat breathless voice came from over there. Hey, Su. When Su-mu heard this, she associated it with some kind of image and said angrily, if you're busy at this moment, say it later. It's not busy. I've stopped. Su-yun asked. Go ahead. What is it you want from me? Really not busy? Really? I was just over it. Su-mu. After a few seconds of silence, she said, where are you now? I'm here at the River Business Mall. If you're okay, can you come over and pick me up? We'll go to dinner together. Okay, wait for me then. After hanging up the phone, 10 minutes later, a good-looking Bentley stopped by the side of the road in a heavily trafficked area like Zhongshan. When Su-mu saw it, she stepped on her high heels all the way, took elegant and sexy steps, walked over, and pulled open the car to get in. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances. Luxury cars never go with beautiful women. In the car, Su-yun asked, Sister Su, where are we going to eat? The one I took you to last time. I've got an early appointment. Good. Su-mu looked at Su-yun, who was covered in sweat stains and did not look like he had just come out of someone's house. Curious, she asked, what were you doing when I called you? I went to a gym and got a membership. Su-yun replied, when you called me, the coach happened to finish giving me a physical fitness test and looked at the various qualities of my body. How did it turn out? Barely passable. Su-mu knew she was overthinking and laughed. What are you doing running to the gym for nothing? Because I want to work on my abs. Su-yun said, when I've practiced in the future, I'll be the first to let you touch it. That would be quite an honor. Su-mu drew a change of wind and asked about the company again. Su-yun told her the name of his company, and the matter of buying the building. Su-mu heard some objections. In fact, office building rent than buy cost effective. You do not need to invest so much at the beginning. Slowly. It's fine. It's only $7 or $8 million. It's not like I can't afford it. Soo-yoon said. Buying it is a fixed asset. What if the price of that lot goes up later? Soo-moo. The two of them chatted and soon arrived at Soo-moo's usual place. Once inside, it was the same as it had always been. Cold and light with only one table. Just what Soo-yoon did not expect is. He was surprised to meet Hwang Mengyao's best friend Wang Cheng here. And, brother ex-husband. Still a big 400+ word chapter. Begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 91, You Came Out Without Pants? Chapter 91, You Came Out Without Pants? Wang Cheng and Zhao Xianhong also froze as they watched Soo-yoon and Soo-moo enter. But no one was the first to speak. Soo-yoon and Soo-moo hesitated for just a moment before brushing past them and going to another table. After sitting down and ordering, they waited. Soo-yoon knew Zhao Xianhong, but Soo-moo didn't know Wang Cheng. So he asked, looks like your ex-husband is nostalgic. Bringing his new love to eat at the place where he used to eat with you. I haven't been here with him. Soo-moo laughed in denial. I came here after I divorced him. So don't be shady here. I'm not. Soo-yoon denied. But you've said that your ex-husband can't make it. Why is he still so keen on finding a woman? How do I know? Soo-moo gave him a blank look and said, why don't you go up and ask him this moment? Not so good, is it? You're really planning on going? Soo-yoon replied. Just kidding. Saying someone can't do it in front of their girlfriend would be too much of a slap in the face. You're just being fake compassionate. Soo-moo laughed. Okay, it's bad luck to see him. Let's eat quickly and go back. We don't want to stay here for a second. Good, I have that in mind. But they wanted to eat quietly. And the other side didn't want to. Wang Cheng, who was at the other table, noticed Zhao Xianhong's strange behavior and asked without moving. You know both of them? Recognize. Zhao Xianhong said with hatred. The man's name is Soo-yoon. He's the one who drove his car and intentionally hit my Mercedes that day. And it was only repaired today. He does suck. Wang Cheng asked. Then did you ask him to pay for it? Or call the police to sue him directly? He paid for the damage to the car and the police were called. Zhao Xianhong was a bit depressed. But in the end, I was sued by him. Suing me for slandering him, and now I'm still in a lawsuit. Wang Cheng, and that woman, named Soo-moo. Zhao Xianhong continued. It's my ex-wife, who likes to hook up outside and doesn't abide by the rules of women, was discovered by me, and then divorced. The room is small, and the soundproofing is, well, not too good, with a screen in the center. It so happened that when he said this, he didn't control the volume and was heard by Soo-yoon and Soo-moo in the next room. Soo-yoon laughed. Brother ex-husband is talking about you, saying that you don't abide by the ways of women. Soo-moo's face was not good, but in the end, she did not have a seizure. She didn't want to be a shrew going over and cursing. It was too ugly. That's tolerable? Soo-yoon said. This cultivation of yours is too good. If it was me, I would have gone over and slapped him. Okay, you don't say, sneer only. Dinner still can't block your mouth. At that moment, another sentence came from the side. If she hadn't begged me so hard not to blow the whistle on this in the first place, I'd have let her fail her name. You people are really too kind. Wang Cheng said. It's really my luck that I was able to meet you. Soo-yoon glanced at Soo-moo, thinking that she was still going to hold back, and prepared to stimulate her a bit more. As a result, she poured a glass of water and got up and walked over, lifting the screen. Zhao Xianhong looked at the suddenly appearing Soo-moo and said somewhat sheepishly, what are you doing? Do you think I'm deaf and can't hear you? Soo-moo directly threw a cup of water on the other person's face. Next time, please find somewhere private so I don't hear it. Gross. Seeing this, Wang Cheng immediately and thoughtfully walked over to wipe the water stains on his body and asked with concern, are you alright? Zhao Xianhong was splashed with water in front of his face. He immediately felt that he had lost face and stood up and said angrily, Surname Sue, do you really think that I don't dare to make a move? Try moving one? Soo-yoon also walked over at this time and said with a smile, as long as you dare to make a move, I'll be able to have my lawyer send you to jail for a few days. Soo-yoon, why are you everywhere? Wang Cheng also said towards him with some anger. I was going to say the same thing. How do you bump into them at dinner? Soo-yoon looked at her and teased. What? You can't sit in my Porsche and have switched to a Mercedes? What are you babbling about? Wang Cheng retorted. I genuinely like him. In that case, I'll be kind enough to tell you a secret. What secret? That's right. Soo-yoon smiled and said, this ex-husband brother you like, seems to have problems in that area. In the future, I guess he will only play props with you. Oh. Wang Cheng. Zhao Xianhong panicked when he heard this and immediately explained. Honey, don't listen to him, he's spreading rumors and slandering. He's right, this man beside you has no manhood at all. He's like a eunuch. All he does is play with props. he's not a man at all. Su-mu, on the side, sneered, saying that I don't abide by women's morals? That my personal morals are corrupt? Yes, I'll have my private morals corrupted. I'll be unfaithful. Who told you to be an invalid? You can't even take your medicine. I'm telling you today. You think you're the only one who's looking for a mistress? In fact, since we've been married, I've been cheating on you with this man next to me, cuckolding you every day. So what? Soo-yun's mouth twitched. Sis, you're playing a little big with this one. UTM. Zhao Xianhong heard, almost stormed in place, and angrily wanted to make a move. However, when he took a look at Su-yun, who was carrying a bottle of wine by his side at some unknown time, he could only endure it. Not far away, the owner of the store stood watching the action and didn't make a sound. A waiter next to him said, "Boss, aren't you going to go over there and talk it out? What if a fight breaks out?" "Don't worry, there's no fight," the middle-aged boss said with a calm face. "That man over there looks like he's greedy for life and afraid of death, too wimpy to make a real move. What if? It's okay, we'll just call the police if we get into a fight and make them pay for our damages. That way we can get new stuff for our store again." Server. The boss is very accurate in reading people. Su-yun is also very accurate in reading people. Zhao Xianhong left a sentence, "You two adulterers and adulteresses wait for me," then turned around and left, but it was stopped by the owner. "Sir, you haven't checked out. How much?" $520. Credit card, or WeChat. Zhao Xianhong Weishin paid, and then took Wang Cheng away with a bad face. Only then did the middle-aged boss walk over and smiled. "Little Su, was that the man you were with earlier? Aha, then you really didn't have a good eye before." The middle-aged man glanced at Su-yun again and said, "Compared to this fellow beside you, it's far worse. Thank you for the compliment, boss." Su-yun smiled. The middle-aged boss said, "It's fine, keep eating, don't spoil my food. I only have 2 tables of guests a day." "Okay, boss." As the two continued to eat, Su-mu asked, "By the way, that woman who was just there, you know her?" "Recognize, my ex-girlfriend's best friend." Su-yun said indifferently, "She gets half the credit for me being able to fall out with my ex-girlfriend." Su-mu. After dinner, Su-yun drove Su-mu back, and on the way, he received a call from Li Jinshu, but Su-mu was beside him, and he didn't dare to just pick it up. Ignored, because the caller ID was one letter, L. Su-mu knew that it was Li Jinshu's call. Puzzled, she asked, "Why didn't you answer your phone when it rang?" "A former client." Not picking up. Su-yun lied and then hung up directly. Li Jinshu, who was off duty, listened to the busy tone on the phone and called again. "I can't believe you're not answering my calls. Do you still want to have dinner with me?" Su-mu listened to the phone that rang again and said, "Do you want to answer it?" No answer. Su-yun replied, "Calling doesn't drive. Driving doesn't answer the phone." There was definitely something wrong with the call. Maybe it was from some woman he didn't want to hear. Su-mu laughed and didn't break him down. "But that's fine. Otherwise it does seem a bit inappropriate and disrespectful if he's talking to another woman in front of him and saying something personal." Though she was not nominally his girlfriend yet, the relationship was not finalized. But no matter what, the two are considered married. So it's the kind of thing that she knows about. But spreading it out into the open would be embarrassing for everyone. People, sometimes you have to learn to be confused. Shisumu was no longer the previous love brain. Grew up a lot, but also open a lot. The belly is much bigger. What's more, she wasn't certain that she would have to follow Su-yun in the future. The current relationship between the two is really more of a friendly partnership to fulfill a few life needs. Li Jinshu saw that he didn't pick up after calling twice. Guess he's busy. So she bought the food, drove Su-mu's car back, and was ready to go straight to Su-yun's house and fix him dinner. Thank her for helping herself today. But just as she reached the garage, she saw a white Bentley parked next to her. Su-mu and Su-yun got out of the car. Li Jinshu, the two men also saw her and her car. Su-mu bumped into Li Jinshu and was also a bit surprised, saying sheepishly, "Jinshu, you're back from work?" "Ha?" Li Jinshu carried the vegetables in his hand, glanced at the two of them, and smiled awkwardly. "When I came back, I casually bought a little bit of vegetables for my return, and I don't see that there's much left in the refrigerator at home. I just bought it the day before yesterday." "Yeah, I forgot." Li Jinshu tried to stuff the dish to Su-yun and said, "Su-yun, take it back and put it in your refrigerator." Su-yun deliberately refused. "I don't want it. It's not like I'm fixing rice. Tell you what, the three of us will eat together." Su-mu came out to round off the conversation and said, "Su-yun, you're coming to my house for dinner today, okay? What's wrong with that?" Li Jinshu said, "Are you coming or not? Su-su cooks very well." "Alright, since you two beauties have graciously invited me, I'll begrudgingly give it a try." "Beautiful you. A line of 3 people came up. Soo-yun first went back to his home. But we'll call him when he eats. Soo-moo and Lee Jin-shu arrived home. Both have to go to change clothes. Otherwise at home wearing a get dinner is inconvenient. A feel not free. While changing clothes, Soo-moo whispered to Lee Jin-shu and reminded him. There are outsiders this time. So don't wear clothes that are too transparent. And don't come in a vacuum. Oh, Lee Jin-shu skimmed his lips and answered. In fact, in her heart she wanted to tell Susu that it was okay, that she had long been looked at and touched by someone anyway. When they came out after changing, both of them froze. What Lee Jin-shu wore was more conservative than before. A long t-shirt that was more loose and covered half of her thighs, but it was still a bit short, showing off 2 big white legs. However, Soo-moo could tell at a glance that the upper half of her body was still in a vacuum. Lee Jin-shu saw that although Soo-moo was wearing an impermeable silk nightgown, it was the sexiest of all her nightgowns. Didn't I tell you not to vacuum? Soo-moo glared. You really aren't afraid of being taken advantage of by Soo-yun. It's fine. I just did it on purpose. Lee Jin-shu laughed. At most he can see and touch. I'm having a hard time killing him. Soo-moo, Lee Jin-shu asked rhetorically. What about you? Why are you wearing your sexiest out? Is it because you want to stimulate him like me? I'm not as boring as you are. Soo-moo somewhat sheepishly denied. I took a random piece and just happened to stumble upon it. Oh, what a coincidence. You sure you don't want to go back inside and put it on? Gee, no. I'm used to not wearing them at home. Lee Jin-shu said. This dress of mine is so loose. My whole body doesn't show anything. If you don't say it, he won't necessarily be able to see it so carefully. That's fine. Soo-moo said. Aren't you going to learn how to cook? Come to the kitchen and give me a hand. Good. Soo-yun was at home and received a daily call from his mom. Zheng Sujuan cared to ask him if he had eaten on time, if he had met a girl he liked, if he had any work worries, etc. That's what moms like to say. However, Soo-yun was not the least bit impatient and had a chat and watched the TV. He didn't hang up until he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he only saw Lee Jin-shu in a loose cotton bodysuit, bare legs, wearing slippers standing in the doorway, calling him to go over for dinner. Soo-yun teased. You came out without pants? You're the one without pants, Lee Jin-shu explained. I'm wearing this as a long t-shirt. As a skirt. I don't need to wear pants. Oh. At first, Soo-yun didn't think much of it and closed the door before following the other party over. After all, Soo-moo was also there today, and the small dessert after dinner that was agreed upon earlier seemed to be out of the question. But just as he opened the door to enter Soo-moo's house, Lee Jin-shu suddenly stopped. She darted up on her tiptoes to her ear and whispered, I'm not wearing anything under my t-shirt today. Oh. Then he walked inside as if nothing had happened. Soo-yun, molesting me? He looked at Lee Jin-shu who went inside, coughed twice and followed. Soo-moo was fiddling with the dinner plates in the dining room and laughed. You guys quickly go to the kitchen to wash your hands and come over to eat. Oh. Lee Jin-shu turned her head and asked, Soo-yun, do you want to come along to wash? Good. Soo-yun faced Lee Jin-shu's invitation and followed without moving. P.S. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 92 An Iron Body. Cannot carry it anymore. Chapter 92 An Iron Body. Cannot carry it anymore. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Soo-yun pressed pin Lee Jin-shu against the wall and walloped her, then stretched out his magic hand. Lee Jin-shu was grabbed and whispered in fear. What are you doing? Soo-moo was outside. Don't mess around. It's okay. I'll just see if you're lying to me. After Soo-yun got the answer, he smiled and withdrew his hand, letting go of her, turning on the faucet to wash, and went out first. Lee Jin-shu rubbed her chest and muttered, rude, don't know how to be gentle. Half a minute later, she too walked out and sat down at the table. Lee Jin-shu glanced at Soo-yun and laughed. It's your first time eating Susu's meal today, isn't it? It's delicious. Well, first time I've had it. Soo-yun nodded. Especially this vegetable salad. It's very special. Yes? I made this vegetable salad. Upon hearing this, Lee Jin-shu looked a bit pleased with himself, then tasted it himself. Lee Jin-shu's face changed. Seeing this, Soo-yun couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, doesn't it taste special? Alright, you should stop teasing Jin-shu. Soo-moo brought the salad over and said, you eat the other dishes. I made them all. During the meal, Soo-yun sat alone on one side, while Lee Jin-shu and Soo-moo sat next to each other on one side. Unwillingly, Lee Jin-shu tried to make things happen again. Under the table, she deliberately stretched out a leg and used her foot to tease Soo-yun. Eating Soo-yun felt someone's movements under the table. His head lifted up in a puzzled ear and glanced at the two, but the expressions on the two men's faces were normal. For a moment, it was hard to know whose leg it was, because both of the women in front of them were having an affair with themselves, and both were likely to do something like this. Seducing me in front of my girlfriends? It's so exciting to play. but he couldn't bury it and look at it directly. So he had a plan and accidentally dropped his chopsticks. I'll pick up the chopsticks. Soo-yoon pretended to be embarrassed as he bent down to pick them up, only to realize that the other party's feet had suddenly retracted. He looked at the two pairs of legs under the table, still not sure who it was just now. Lee Jinshu's legs were tightly closed as if in defense of herself, but there was still some light going out. Surprisingly, it was lace-trimmed and flesh-colored. On the contrary, it was one of Sumu's legs, casually resting on the knee of the other leg, her bare foot hanging in mid-air, gently swaying. What the heck? Let's just pick one at random and try it out first. Soo-yoon reached out and took hold of Sumu's pink and smooth jade foot as it was more convenient. Sumu, who was in the middle of eating, froze like her body was electrocuted, and she was crispy. Needless to say, she knew who was doing the damage. However, just as she tried to break free, Soo-yoon took hold of it and teased it before quickly releasing it. It didn't dwell on it too much. Then he picked up his chopsticks, got up, looked at the two with a smile on his face, and said, "The floors in your house are so clean." Sumu glared at Soo-yoon in shame. She quietly looked at Lee Jinshu beside her, and after seeing that she fortunately hadn't yet noticed her abnormality, she got up and said, "It's dirty from falling on the floor. I'll go and get you a new pair of chopsticks." "Okay, thanks Sister Sue." As soon as Sumu left, Soo-yoon knew through her reaction that it wasn't her who had just stretched her leg. If it wasn't her, then it was the Lee Jinshu in front of her own eyes who was pretending to concentrate on her meal. Soo-yoon whispered, "Was it you just now?" "What ah?" Lee Jinshu pretended to be stupid and laughed. "I can't understand what you're saying. Woman, you're playing with fire." Soo-yoon said with a meaningful smile, "Be careful of wetting the bed tonight." Lee Jinshu, although Sumu was a bit older, she had only recently experienced the taste of a woman, so her body had always been in a very sensitive stage. And this state is going to last for a while. If you don't believe me, you can go to Baidu. After recovering her state of mind in the kitchen just now, she came out, handed her chopsticks to Soo-yoon, and said in with a smile, "What were you two just chatting about?" "Nothing." Lee Jinshu sheepishly changed the topic. Soo-yoon resigned from your company. Why didn't you tell me?" "If you didn't ask, I didn't say." Sumu replied, "It's not something happy after all. So did you know that this guy bought a building today and is going to start a company?" "Ha, is it?" Sumu pretended to be surprised. "I didn't know. Was it him who just told you?" "No." Lee Jinshu replied, "It's him who came to our company this afternoon, wanting to find our company to design the decoration for him." "Oh." Seeing that Sumu was pretending quite a bit, Soo-yoon deliberately broke down the stage and said, "Actually, Sister Sue also resigned." "Ah?" Lee Jinshu was surprised. "No, why did you resign as well? Because of Soo-yoon? You guys had an appointment together?" "No, I'm also trying to rest." Sumu glared at Soo-yoon and said, "It feels like I've been working all the time in the last few years and I'm a bit tired." "Oh." Lee Jinshu didn't believe it. Two people quit their jobs together and they didn't tell me. Sumu shouldn't have gone to Soo-yoon's company with the intention of helping him, right? It's very possible. Definitely possible. Her eyes stared at the two men, but they didn't get anywhere. After dinner, Soo-yoon went to the living room to watch TV as a grandpa, while the two women went to wash the dishes together. Lee Jinshu took the opportunity to test the waters. "Sue, you've resigned anyway. You can go to Soo-yoon's company to help him out. He's just starting out. It's definitely not easy." "Depends." Sumu replied. "If he's willing to invite me to help him in his company, I'll go." Lee Jinshu. Sure enough, that was the intention. What to do? Susu really seems to be hitting on Soo-yoon. Why else would she suddenly resign from her cousin's company? If she had known before today that Susu had thoughts about Soo-yoon, she would have silently withdrawn to fulfill the other party. But after what happened this afternoon, she was a little reluctant to part with it. Although Soo-yoon was rich and a little bit horny, he was also really good to himself. "What's wrong with you?" Sumu asked curiously when he saw her suddenly launch into a daze. "You seem to look like you have something on your mind." "No," Lee Jinshu said with some envy. "I also want to quit my job and start a business with you guys." "Don't you?" Sumu persuaded. "You are different from us. In case we fail, what will you do in the future? Going back to looking for a job again? Ha? You're having a hard time getting your feet wet at your current company." "I know." The two who had finished washing the dishes came to the living room and saw Soo-yoon watching TV, so they accompanied him, a left and a right, pinning him in the center. Soo-yoon couldn't help but snicker. "With you guys like this, why do I feel like we're a family of three? So who's the mom and who's the daughter? Can't both be wives?" "You wish." Lee Jinshu laughed. Sue and I. It's good enough for you to have one, and you're greedy enough to want two. Right." Sumu also laughed and said, "You're eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Be careful of propping you up. It's almost time for bed, so I'm just fantasizing. Soo-yun stood up and sighed. Long night, sleeping alone again. Oh, let's go. I'm going home. Take care. After Soo-yun left, Sumu and Lee Jinshu watched TV for a while longer, both feeling a bit bored. Sumu yawned and spoke. I'll go to sleep first. You can see for yourself. I'm going to bed too. I have to work tomorrow. So the two of them, after showering, turned off the lights and went to their respective rooms, but neither slept, lying in bed and fumbling for his cell phone. Lee Jinshu, later. Leave the bedroom door unlocked and I'll come over to keep you company. Sumu, if you can't sleep, you can wait for Jinshu to go to bed and come to my room in the middle of the night. My house password is... Soo-yun came out of the shower and looked at the two messages on his cell phone with this expression. Oh, and then there's this. Luckily one came to my house and the other wanted me to go next door and separate. It's perfectly fine to operate in a single line. It's just a little more tiring, but it's worth it. Otherwise it would be hard if both had to go to the next house by themselves or both came to him. You can't have three people sleeping together. He didn't mind, but the other two certainly did. Soo-yun put down his cell phone and practiced the 8th Wanjin in the living room before returning to his bedroom, turning off the lights and waiting for someone to arrive. Sure enough, at just before 11 o'clock, he heard the sound of someone quietly pressing the code to his house. Not long after, Lee Jinshu tiptoed in wearing her previous set of clothes, just entered the house at dark. She followed the light of the cell phone screen. Soo-yun's name has not yet shouted out. Suddenly was outstretched behind the back of an invisible bag to hold. Still not wearing it. Ah! Lee Jinshu exclaimed, so frightened that her cell phone fell to the ground. Don't scream. It's me. As soon as Lee Jinshu heard that it was Soo-yun's voice, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shyly said, You almost scared me to death. What took you so long? I still have to wait for Suzu to fall asleep before I can sneak over. Hey, let's get a grip then. So the two shadows in the darkness of the night moved up everywhere in the room without any rules, as if they were everywhere. Sometimes in bed, sometimes in front of the window, sometimes on the floor. Eventually everything fell into place. Soo-yun looked at someone who had already fallen asleep from exhaustion after being tossed around by himself and softly shouted. After seeing no response from the other party, he quietly got up, casually put on a piece of clothing and left the door. He's got an appointment to fulfill. It's so hard on yourself. Sighing, under the moonlight, Soo-yun went next door, entered the password, and played the role of Lee Jinshu for once, sneaked into Sumu's house. Sumu at night after sending a message to Soo-yun. See him did not return the message. In bed have waited for half a day. Thought that he would not come, then unconsciously fell asleep. But just as she was drifting off to sleep, she suddenly felt like she was being ghosted. She was just about to resist, but quieted down when she smelled that it was Soo-yun's body scent. Soo-yun said softly, Sister Sue, don't talk, kiss me. In the darkness, Sumu interrupted him softly, then turned against him. 3,000 words omitted here. At dawn the next day, Soo-yun had only come out of the next house and had just returned to his own home when he heard Lee Jinshu, who had only just woken up, shouting his name. I'm here. He answered hurriedly and stepped into the bedroom. That was close. Almost got caught. Lee Jinshu, who was unclothed on the bed, looked at him and asked, Where did you go just now? I woke up thirsty, so I went to the living room for a sip of water. Soo-yun asked, Why did you wake up so early? It's only a little after 5 o'clock. Nonsense. Of course I'm rushing back before Susu wakes up. Lee Jinshu glared at him, got up and hurriedly put on his clothes, got out of bed and said, It's not to pity you. Next time I won't come. I can't even sleep well. Soo-yun, you at least slept for a few hours. I was up all night. The first half of the night with you and the second half with your bestie. When Lee Jinshu slipped back, Soo-yun collapsed on his own bed and huffed and puffed. The iron body, too, was somewhat unable to carry it. If it wasn't for the 8-to-1 gene given by the system, I guess I would have to go into the hospital to get an infusion of nutritional fast food. After Lee Jinshu quietly slipped back in, he even took a nap before getting up. When I opened my eyes again, it was past 8 o'clock and I was almost too late for work. But what made her strange was that Sumu, who never slept in and woke up early, actually didn't get up until now today. But she couldn't care less. After quickly washing herself, she took Sumu's car keys and hurriedly went out to work. When she saw Soo-yun's new car in the garage, she couldn't help but say with some regret, The first time for this car. It's not like she's sitting on it herself, and it's been snatched up by Sumu. Today Ning Qian came to the store and submitted her resignation with the store manager, quitting. Her co-workers understood why she was so grounded. From Soo-yun, although the salary of their job was not too low for ordinary people, it was unnecessary for Ning Qian who had already followed Soo-yun. This was because Soo-yun had casually given her a $200,000 spending card. which could be worth a year's salary for them. And look at Wang Shangmei, although she has a new LV bag on her back, her mouth is on fire and blistering these days. So everyone was mostly blessed for Ning Qian's luck, and more also advised her not to fall in love with her brain. After all, while Su Yun still liked her, he could make as much as he could. However, only Ning Qian knew in her heart that the more she came into contact with Su Yun, the more surprised she was at his financial power. Because he has a lot of money at his disposal compared to the average rich kid, and it wasn't his family's credit card that was swiped, it was all money from his own private account. Coupled with her understanding of Su Yun after her contact, she also understood one thing, that he was not a pluck *** less person. Every time I play around with it, I dump it afterward. At least that's evident from the fact that he's given himself a house to live in, given himself gold bars, and opened a company for him to go to work for, even if he really didn't want her in the future. With her salary of 30,000 per month, it would be enough for her to live well. After resigning, she walked out and received a call from her hometown friend Chen Peng. Ning Qian, busy? Not busy. I've talked to the owners about the house. Chen Peng happily said, he's willing to sell it to Mr. Su for 7.5 million. So help me give Mr. Su a word, and if there's time, we can sign the contract this morning. Okay, I'll make a call first. Hanging up the phone, Ning Qian called Su Yun at the first opportunity, wanting to tell him the good news. It turned out that the phone was turned off. She called a few in a row and that's what happened. She couldn't reach anyone, which made her a little worried, but she didn't know any of Su Yun's friends, nor did she know his other phone numbers, or where he lived. When his good friend Chen Peng heard about it, he said with some concern, he won't be a liar, right? The car is rented. Buy a house is also fake, and then run away after cheating you. In that drama I watched recently, Freshman, the male lead was like that, pretending to be various identities, cheating on several women at once, and then disappearing. Su Yun is not that kind of person. Ning Qian shook her head in denial. This was because Su Yun had never cheated her out of any money at all from start to finish, and instead had been giving himself all sorts of things. Just wait a little longer. Maybe his cell phone is dead. Request monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 93, The Bank's Big Client. Su Yun. Chapter 93, The Bank's Big Client. Su Yun. Su Yun woke up with a start, and it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Earlier when he was sleeping, he was afraid of being disturbed to turn on the flight mode, and now when he looked at his cell phone, there were a dozen missed calls. It's all Ning Qian's. It's over. It should be about buying a house. Su Yun slapped his head. He was too high and tired from last night's fun and completely forgot about this matter. He called the other man in a hurry. After only one ring, the phone went through, and it seemed that Ning Qian had probably been holding the phone. Hey, Su Yun, you finally called. Ning Qian on the phone was somewhat concerned. I was still worried about what happened to you, and I didn't know where to find you. Sleeping, with flight mode on. Su Yun asked, are you looking for me because of the house matter? Aha, Ning Qian said. I'm right here in the real estate agent Chen Peng. He has talked to the owner. As long as you have time to come over, he can immediately contact each other to come over to sign the contract with you. Okay, why don't you tell him to contact the other side? I'll just wash up and come right over. Good. In the agency. Ning Qian hung up the phone and said somewhat happily, you should contact the other party quickly. Su Yun will be coming over soon. Okay. Chen Peng waited until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. To be honest, his heart was already not hopeful, thinking that Su Yun is brother liar. It was Ning Qian who kept saying it was impossible. I didn't realize that the other guy actually ended up calling. Just sleeping. It looked like he had his commission and extra favor money, so he happily turned around and contacted the owner. The house sellers were clearly more aggressive than the house buyers, and soon the owner of the house arrived, driving a Porsche Panamera. Surprisingly, it was a woman in her 30s. When she saw Ning Qian, she thought it was Ning Qian who wanted to buy it. Turns out, when you ask, it's not. The three of them waited for a while longer before Su Yun drove his Bentley to a stop in front of the agency store. Seeing this, Chen Peng immediately greeted him, then arranged for the security guard to take Su Yun's car keys and help go park the car. Su Yun walked into the store under the other party's lead, and Ning Qian stood up when she saw it and shouted affectionately. Only after Su Yun took his seat did she sit beside him again in a well-behaved manner, and sweetly poured him a glass of water. Chen Peng looked on from the side and envied in his heart. The once high and mighty goddess of one's heart was so obedient and gentle and sweet around others. The woman on the opposite side swept a glance at Su Yun, not realizing that the one who wanted to buy her house was actually such a young man. But being able to drive over in a Bentley proved that the other party was someone with power. Not only that, but it's unexpectedly handsome. As the woman was sizing up Su Yun was also sizing up the other party. The woman in front of me, No, I should say it is a young woman, wearing a tight blue pattern cheongsam, good posture, maintenance of charm. Her whole body was convex where it should be, concave where it should be, and she had the beauty of a red apple. Chen Pang immediately introduced each other. Mr. Su, the house you want to buy is this Liangyan, M.S. Liang's, M.S. Liang. This is the Mr. Su I told you about. A very powerful boss. There's not a single problem with the full payment. Hello, Mr. Su. Liangyan smiled and said, Xiao Chen told me all about you. Originally I wanted to sell that house for $9 million, but since you say you're all in and I'm in a hurry, I'm going to step back and take a loss and let you have it. And you're kind of picking up a great deal. Thanks then. Su Yun also didn't talk nonsense and said, if you have all the formalities with you, let's just sign the contract and close the deal. And your money? Don't worry. You'll come with me to the bank later and I'll transfer it to you in person. Good. After 3 words, the two signed a purchase contract at the agency. Then they went together again to the bank branch where they opened their account. $5 million for a branch, or outlet. That's a big customer. If you come to the bank on business and have an appointment ahead of time, then you are usually hosted at the leadership level of the vice president. So when Su Yun arrived at the bank, Vice President Gao Fei walked out from inside. Accompanying him was the deputy manager in charge of the bank's corporate business, Zhao Xianhong. Both parties froze when they met. Su Yun inadvertently frowned. How could he run into this ex-husband brother anywhere? Are you in conflict with him lately? Zhao Xianhong's heart was also very bad at the moment. He had something to do yesterday and didn't come to the meeting, so he didn't know about Su Yun. Today, he himself was suddenly called by Vice President Gao, saying that they were going out together to receive a big customer, and that he would be the one to specialize in handling the other party's business from now on. It was certainly a fat one for him. Before he could be happy, who knew that the person he and Governor Gao were going to receive was actually Su Yun, who he had a beef with? Gao Fei noticed Su Yun's less than happy expression and turned his head to look at Zhao Xianhong beside him again. Did the two know each other before? And by the looks of it, not a good relationship. Which one of them is not a human being to be the vice president of a branch? A quick glance at the problems involved. However, seeing that Su Yun did not say anything, he did not show it. Gao Fei smiled and asked towards Su Yun. You are Mr. Su, right? Welcome, welcome, welcome. On behalf of our bank, I would like to thank you for choosing to do business with us. I'm the vice president of this bank. My last name is Gao. Gao Fei. Banks, while in a position of strength for the general population, have a low attitude when it comes to certain large clients. You could even say it's amiable. And as long as you can put your money on deposit in their bank, it's their god. This Vice President Gao already knew the account information of Su Yun's company yesterday, and there was $5 million lying on the account. And that money came in yesterday. After all, with such a large amount of money coming in, they are highly regarded internally. Yesterday the governor even had a little impromptu meeting where all the staff of the bank had to get to know each other, and also requires that if the other party comes over to do a business one day, no matter what kind of business, must be the first time to introduce the VIP lounge, and then make a cup of tea, and specialize in the VIP lounge. If it's a holiday, even more so. You think it's Dragon Boat Festival, giving away dumplings and small salted eggs? Mid-Autumn Festival, send small moon cake wine? You're wrong. It's all the usual stuff for entertaining VIPs, like high-end cigarettes and wine and tea. Is this treatment an exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration at all. A lot of banks are on the lookout for big clients like this, and if you're not careful and don't serve them well, you'll immediately be scooped up by another bank. This is because each branch of the network is, by definition, tasked with a certain amount of savings. A branch like theirs, where the people who come to deposit money are basically individuals, not many businesses, and the bank's total asset size is small, only a few $100 million in size. And this $5 million deposit from Su Yun is a major force for their performance this year. Little did they know that today, their bank would get a call from the other side to make an appointment to come in and do business. It was also the first time the two parties had met, so when Goofy found out about it, he decided to come and receive it in person at the first opportunity to show the bank's sincerity. Liang Yan, the owner who stood on the side and watched the scene in front of her, was a little surprised inside, because she's been dealing with banks for a long time and knows the basic pissiness of them. In their case, it really is that money is the master. Let's say that if you could save more than $1 million in one bank, you could all but let your kids go straight to work at the bank. So it's a big deal to have a bank president, even a deputy, come to greet you in person for an ordinary money transfer. It's not something you can do with a little bit of money in your account. As a company, you'd have to have a net worth of $2 million or more at the very least to get that. It could only mean that Su Yun was a big client of their bank and needed to be treated with high standards. It looked like it was the first time the two sides had met. This Soo-yun's family has some strength. Ning Qian, as the closest person to Soo-yun, was also a little shocked in her heart after she watched Gao Fei's polite, enthusiastic, and even somewhat ingratiating tone towards Soo-yun, because in the eyes of ordinary people like them, a bank president, that's a very big official. Usually when you come to the bank, you don't even see anyone, but unexpectedly, today, when the other party was facing Soo-yun, she actually had a similar attitude as she received those customers who came to buy clothes in the store. Ning Qian looked at Soo-yun, who was plain and simple beside her, and was inexplicably a little pleased and proud. Although she was not his only woman, he was her only man. Hello, Governor Gao. Soo-yun shook hands with the other party, and instead of assuming a high stance in the face of the governor's politeness, he intentionally omitted the word vice. He didn't move and said, I want to do a business to transfer 7.5 million from the company account to this MS. Liang beside me. Okay, no problem. Gao Fei immediately nodded his head and said, I will immediately arrange for someone to handle this for you as fast as possible, and there will definitely be no delay. Thanks then, Mr. Su is polite. This is what our bank should do. Under Goofy's supervision, the staff quickly followed the procedure to complete the public-to-private remittance. Liang Yan nodded at Soo-yun after receiving the remittance information by text message on her cell phone. Owned house finally sold. Otherwise, if you wait a few more months, maybe the house will be repossessed by the court and then lowballed into a forced auction. Before anything happens, she's going to liquidate all the resources she has in her hands as quickly as possible and then cut herself clean with her own husband. When the courts come after them, they will be able to stay out of it. The three of them then departed from the bank, ready to rush to the service window of the approval hall to complete the transfer procedures before the close of business. Just before leaving, Soo-yun deliberately smiled and said to Gao Fei, Governor Gao, this manager Zhao beside you seems to be a dragon and phoenix among men. Cultivate him well. The future can be deceived. Goofy, by Xianhong Zhao. Only after seeing Soo-yun and the others off at the bank's entrance did Gao Fei look meaningfully at Zhao Xianhong beside him. If it had been a guess before, now he had basically concluded it. What a dragon among men. The other party is deliberately saying the opposite to himself. Although Vice President Gao did not know why Zhao Xianhong had offended Soo-yun, he knew one thing. You can't take a little risk and make Soo-yun's heart unhappy every time he comes to do business. He can't afford to gamble. In case the bank loses a customer with tens of millions of deposits because of a Zhao Xianhong, not to mention him, even if it's estimated that the president's mind will explode when he finds out. You won't be in charge of the public business from now on. Change your position. Ha! Zhao Xianhong confused, Governor Gao, I'm doing a good job here. Xiao Zhao, you are capable, the bank president and I value you, so you can't just stay in one position all the time and muddle through. You need to familiarize yourself more with the rest of the bank's business and work on yourself more before you can do that. Otherwise, how can we continue to promote you in the future? Gao Fei patted his shoulder and said in a heavy tone, in this way, the financial management department has been under a lot of pressure lately, and Tan Dan's ability is a bit lacking, so you swap places with her. I think with your abilities, you should go pick your guts and get the financial management department up and running. Governor Gao, Zhao Xianhong does not want to go to the financial management department. He pretended to be a little embarrassed, not that I do not want to go, but the two departments in charge of the transfer is not a small thing. It is best to inform the governor. See what his opinion. Goofy snorted coldly in his heart. This is an attempt to hold the governor over himself, implying that he doesn't have that right. Unfortunately, the governor probably won't even hesitate for a second in the face of this. Don't worry, I think the governor thinks the same way I do, Gao Fei said confidently. You can wait for the notification of the position transfer at East tomorrow, by Xianhong Zhao. Although he was upset in his heart, there was nothing he could do. That's rich. That's the impact of the other side being a big bank customer. A random unclear or heavy word from Soo-yun could make his previous efforts come to naught. As long as Soo-yun was still a big customer of the bank, his days here would never be good. Soo-yun didn't realize that after he left, his ex-husband brother was sent away. He and Liang Yan and the others came to the approval hall, and after they finished all the formalities, it was close to closing time. With the deal completed, Liang Yan took the initiative to offer to treat Soo-yun to dinner, but Soo-yun refused. So Liang Yan drove Chen Ping back to the agency. The commission fee between them had not yet been settled. Soo-yun, on the other hand, transferred 20,000 to Ning Qian on WeChat and asked her to give Chen Ping 10,000 in favor as agreed. Then he drove Ning Qian along to a dinner, the Crane Court from before. This place had been visited by Su Mu and Li Jinshu, but it was the first time Ning Qian had come. Because I had a member, I went straight up to one of the private rooms on the third floor. However, when Ning Qian knew that the private rooms here The minimum consumption is 20,000 hungry. The heart secretly smacked. That's too expensive. The last time she went to the upper room hot pot restaurant, the 200 box fee she thought was expensive. But she didn't expect it to be even more expensive here. But the landscape mood here is so beautiful that it's not even comparable to the upper room hot pot. She loved it. 2 people. Soo-yeon casually ordered a few signature dishes, and then began to dazzle. Soo-yeon had slept for most of the day and had been busy all afternoon, so he had long been hungry. Ning-chen ate more reservedly. Last time it was seafood, but this time it was all Chinese food, and it looked like the ingredients were a little fancier. Or better yet, look better. Every dish here was also food she had never eaten before. Before she ate each one, she would take a picture of it before eating it in her mouth, savoring the flavors. The meal took the 2 of them close to an hour or so to finish. When the bill was settled, the cost was less than $20,000 because there was no alcohol and water, and it was settled according to the minimum consumption of $20,000. Ning-chen felt some loss in her heart and told Soo-yeon not to come here for dinner next time. Soo-yeon, however, appeared unconcerned and said, "Fine, next time we'll go to a roadside stall." "That won't do. How embarrassing for you. What's there to lose face about? Other people's Xiao Wang so rich, but also their own son roadside stall fried egg fried rice to eat. Seems like it too." Oh. Ning-chen laughed. "Will you be photographed and posted online someday too? I'm a poor man. Who would recognize me?" Soo-yeon said, "Let's go. I'm sending you back." Oh. After Soo-yeon sent Ning-chen home, he also stopped by to stay at her place for the night. "Again. I was up for a small part of the night. Heaven forbid. This time it wasn't him who wanted to. It was someone who was sleeping restlessly. He could only be forced to teach a lesson, spanking her ass so hard that she winced in pain. Second shift. It's going to be a little late tomorrow morning. I need to run through the plot. Sorry about that." End of chapter. Chapter 94 turned out to be a hidden bigot. Chapter 94 turned out to be a hidden bigot. The following morning, a meeting was being held in Su Yunyuan's company. Gu Hong lost his temper at the meeting. The reason was that the event plan they took out was not recognized by the Paragon side and was beaten back, and they sent a final notice. If they do not come up with a satisfactory plan after 2 days, not only will the contract between the 2 parties be invalidated, but they will also be asked to compensate the other party for the related losses. Gu Hong never expected that after Soo-yeon left, there really wasn't a single person in the entire company who could step up and pick the load. But what's the use of cursing? After cursing, it still doesn't solve the problem. After the meeting was adjourned, Gu Hong, who was back in his office alone, thought of Soo-yeon. He hesitated for a few seconds, then called finance. "Soo-yeon's money, call him yet?" "Recall chief, as you instructed." "Not yet, call him all today." "Okay." After instructing the finance to make the payment, he called Soo-yeon again. Soo-yeon was sleeping when he was awakened by the ringing of the phone and woke up a bit. He looked at the unfamiliar phone and asked, "Who is it?" "Soo-yeon, it's me." Soo-yeon was puzzled. "Xiao Gu?" Gu Hong sniffed and the corners of his mouth twitched in anger. Still, he endured it. After all, he was now begging for something. He smiled and said, "Your money. I've already had the finance send you the money." "Oh." Soo-yeon yawned and asked, "Then what? Is it because you want me to say thank you to you? Can you give me the Paragon event planner you're holding?" "Xiao Gu, you're afraid you haven't woken up yet. What are you talking about in your sleep? Don't disturb my sleep. Bye." After Soo-yeon finished speaking, he simply hung up the phone. Gu Hong. He was furious, and angrily dropped the cup in front of him. But after calming himself, Gu Hong still picked up the phone again and called his cousin Sumu. Going directly to Soo-yeon didn't work, so he planned to save the country on a curve. "Hey, Sumu," Gu Hong asked, "are you busy right now? I want to ask you to help me with something." "Yes? Can you talk to Soo-yeon and get him to come back to work?" Gu Hong said. "I don't care about what's going on between you and him, and I'll pretend I don't know. I'll even agree to make him a supervisor if he'll come back to work. I really can't help you with that one." Sumu refused. "Anything else?" Because with her understanding of Soo-yeon, there was no room for maneuver in this matter. "Then, do you think this is okay? You ask him to give me the planning book in his hand about this activity of Paragon. I'm willing to pay for it. And that thing isn't doing much good in his hands now anyway. You're overthinking it. It's not as if Soo-yeon is poor enough for your 3 melons and 2 jujubes." Sumu smiled and said, "Alright, if you don't have anything else, I'll hang up. Watching a TV show." "That's fine." Gu Hong suddenly said, "By the way, your father asked me about you yesterday, and I said that everything was fine with you and didn't tell him that you were gone." "Okay." Sumu sniffed and hung up the phone with some irritation. "I can't believe you threatened me." But to have him take the initiative to make this call over today to show his weakness, it seems that after Soo-yeon left, His company's business has really gone awry. That's layoffs down to the aorta. Serves you right, but it's already too late. She was not at all afraid of her cousin's threats. And trying to buy his program with money? This cousin of his was afraid that he didn't know just how rich Soo-yun was now. But speaking of Soo-yun, this guy slept most of the day yesterday and there was no one at home at night. Another night not returned. Her body was still a little sore from remembering the craziness of the two of them the night before. And when she looked in the mirror over the past 2 days, it was obvious that her skin was becoming more hydrated and smooth. Why would she go to the salon for a spa if exercise had such an effect? Just get Soo-yun to do it at home directly. After Soo-yun was woken up by Gu-hung, he couldn't sleep anymore. Seeing that he had already gotten up, Ning Qian went ahead and prepared the toothbrush and toothpaste, and then went back to fixing the meal. After Soo-yun finished his meal and the two of them got bored for a while, he drove to Lee Jinshu's company, found her, and then signed a renovation contract with the company. After that, as a designer, Lee Jinshu brightly left the company with Soo-yun to see the scene. For this 2-story house, Soo-yun actually didn't have a specific decoration design requirement in mind. I don't know. This is a matter you discuss with Sumu to load together. Soo-yun faced Lee Jinshu's inquiry and said directly, you can decorate it however you want, and in the end, you just need to tell me how much you spent and I'll settle the bill. Really? Lee Jinshu was a little afraid to believe it. Furnished in my favorite style? Really? Muah. Lee Jinshu excitedly kissed Soo-yun on the cheek. You're wonderful. Previously, she had helped design houses for other people, but this time, even though this building was Soo-yun's, she was able to give herself free rein with no restrictions. This is certainly the biggest temptation for a designer. So when she drew the floor plan, she couldn't wait to go back to the company to start designing and conceptualizing her kingdom, directly leaving Soo-yun behind. Soo-yun didn't care either. Seeing that it was still early, he was going to go to the fitness center to get some exercise. The last time I was just passing by, I went in to get a membership and test my fitness, and I haven't even officially started receiving workouts yet. So he drove to a gym not far from the Fairview Park neighborhood. After parking his car in the garage, he took the elevator to the first floor, where Wang Cece at the front desk greeted him warmly. Hello sir, are you a card holder? Or do you have an appointment? I've already done the card. I'm here to see Coach Zhang Jiasen, Soo-yun said. Please arrange it for me. Yes, sir. Wang Cece sniffed and picked up her own walkie-talkie and shouted. Zhang Jiasen, there's one of your customers at the front desk. Come over and receive them. Okay, coming right up. A few moments later, a tall woman walked over. Her hair was casually tied in a ponytail, and her skin was wheat-colored compared to the fairness of Sumu and Lee Jinshu. On top, she wore a gray workout outfit with a flat, tight belly, slim waist, and full bust. Underneath, she was also wearing a pair of gray yoga pants, but because she was wearing panties, she didn't see a single line of sight, which perfectly outlined her hips and long, slender legs. Hello, Mr. Su. Zhang Jiasen looked at Soo-yun and smiled. Since the last time the other guy came to finish his card and test his stamina, he left in a hurry. So much so that she didn't get to introduce anything to the other person and follow up with a specific course or something that didn't sell. You left in a hurry last time, so you probably don't know much about our fitness center. Zhang Jiasen said. Why don't I take you in for a specific spin first today? Introduce you? Good. After Soo-yun followed Zhang Jiasen away, Wang Cece skimmed her mouth, somewhat unimpressed. Another pretty woman walked over and asked, did Zhang Jiasen have a new guest today? No, last time I was here, I got stuck and left. Wang Cece said, I guess it's just a poor guy. There's not much money. Even if he looks for Zhang Jiasen to buy lessons, he can't buy any lessons. So, the visitor was called Sun Yi, also a fitness instructor. Usually with Zhang Jiasen is not against, in order to grab guests also argued a few times. So naturally, they can't see the other side as good. Jia Jia. In the future, if there's such a poor bastard, you'll introduce her to all of them. Sunny said, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Sister Sun, we have this relationship. Of course I have to help you. Thanks. I'll go over and check on the guests first. After Sunny disdainfully glanced at the two people over there, she walked towards the other side. There's a VIP guest of his own training for swimming in the swimming area over there. Although the person was a little older, a little greasier looking, and liked to kick her oil from time to time, she still fooled the other person into buying quite a few of her own classes. Over here, Zhang Jiasen was introducing the fitness center to Soo-yun. We have a bite here for the swimming area, the second floor for the equipment area, and the third floor for the jumping area. If we're tired from training we can go to the recreation area on the fourth floor, rest and relax, drink tea and eat fruit. I'm not asking for anything else. Soo-yun said, I came here to train my abs, the six-pack kind. Okay? Sure, Zhang Jiasen smiled and said, I can make a set of exercise plans for you, Mr. Su, but Mr. Su, you have to come over every day and follow the practice before you can do so. No problem. But since this is something that requires a dedicated person to know specifically to practice, you could also need to buy some lessons from me in addition to the card you've opened in order to do so. Zhang Jiasen explained. Mr. Su, I'm not going to hide anything from you. Our coach's salary is also based on selling classes for a commission. I hope you understand. That one's for sure. Su Yun said. Everyone is trying to make a living. I understand. Tell me, how much do you want me to buy before I do? It's not just money. As long as you can have handsome abs, it's not a problem. My lessons are $350 a session. 45 minutes a session. So you can buy 10 lessons and practice with me first. Zhang Jiasen said. If you think it's effective, it's okay to buy it again. Or you can change to another coach. No need. Su Yun said. Just tell me, if I have a body like this, how many sessions do I have to practice with you to achieve the results I want? With a minimum of 20 sessions. I'm guessing you'll get results. But everyone's different. So I can't promise you that. Zhang Jiasen was afraid that she would scare the other party by talking about too many classes. So she spoke somewhat conservatively. Tell you what, you don't estimate either. Su Yun also saw that she wasn't telling the truth and asked generously. I'll buy you 100 lessons directly. Should that be okay? Ha! Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiasen was surprised. Mr. Su, are you serious? 100 lessons. She had a feeling if she had heard wrong. Usually some guests who look rich hesitate to buy more than 20 lessons, and even try to make excessive demands on themselves outside of words. And this Mr. Su, he even took the initiative to ask to buy himself so many lessons. 100 lessons. That's $35,000. At a 20% commission per session, you get over 6,000 for yourself, plus commission and base salary for other guests. One salary could top 30,000 plus this month. Of course it's serious. Su Yun said. I can buy the lessons from you, but you have to give me a guarantee of results before I can do so. Mr. Su Fang Xin, Zhang Jiasen happily said. As long as you listen to me and practice with me every day, I guarantee that you can become the next Peng Yuyan after 100 lessons. If it doesn't work out, I don't want any money for the lessons after that. I'll teach you for free. That's fine. Take me to the money. Zhang Jiasen brought Su Yun to the front desk, where Wang Sisi was catching up on a drama on her cell phone and was a bit surprised to see them arrive. She smiled and greeted. So soon after the introductions? In the back of my mind, I'm thinking that more than likely the sale of the class didn't work out. Introductions are done. Zhang Jiasen said. You charge Mr. Su's card with 100 private lessons from me. What? Wang Sisi was suddenly surprised. 100 private lessons? What's the problem? No. Wang Sisi looked at Su Yun for a moment and then at Zhang Jiasen. No. What kind of mesmerizing soup did this Zhang Jiasen just pour into this guy? Actually willing to buy 100 lessons in one breath. He's out of his mind. As much as she didn't want to believe it anymore, it was the truth. After charging Su Yun with 100 private lessons in a somewhat depressed manner, she said, Mr. Su, the private lessons you purchased totaled 3,500 renminbi. May I ask if it's cash, or a credit card? Swipe. Saying so, Su Yun fished out his private bank black card and handed it over. Wang Sisi froze as she looked at the bank card that was different from theirs. What kind of card is this? How it feels so advanced. When Zhang Jiasen, who was next to her, saw it, she was also somewhat attracted to it. With a successful swipe, the payment is complete. Zhang Jiasen between the completion of the transaction, the heart a small excitement. Today this customer is their own easiest to deal with the customer, but also the most generous customers. If only I could run into customers like this every day. She smiled and guided. Now you come with me, Mr. Su, and we'll start going upstairs to work out and teach you how to use the equipment. Good. As Su Yun followed Zhang Jiasen towards the second floor, the system's rewards sounded in his head again. Life is all about exercise. Faced with the temptation from his abs, the host purchased a private lesson from a fitness instructor at his whim, rewarding him with 350,000 yuan in cash. Bank card remaining, 17.05 million. After Su Yun and Zhang Jiasen left, Zhang Jiajia at the front desk immediately used her cell phone to curiously baidu up the bank card she got just now. What's a black construction bank card with the words private bank written on it? Soon, the Baidu encyclopedia came out with the relevant knowledge. The private banking card is a debit card issued by CCB in 2009, and is currently only issued to private banking signatory clients with AUM, average daily financial assets, of over 1 million renminbi with CCB. It is a symbol of the bank's respect for the honorable status of its customers. Zhang Jiajia just gulped after reading just the beginning, not having the heart to read the rest at all. 1 million to own. So, just now that Mr. Su's deposit in the CCB, the minimum are not less than 1 million. Thanks to myself, I thought the other guy was a poor bastard before. It turns out to be a hidden bigot. I can't believe I looked away. If she had known it was like this, she shouldn't have introduced it to that woman Zhang Jiasen that day. Repent. Gutted. At this time, Sun Yi, who was busy catching fish, came over again in her swimsuit and asked with a smile, "See, how's it going? That handsome guy bought Zhang Jiasen's class?" "Bought? Oh, how many lessons did you buy?" Wang Cici said with a complicated look. 100 knots. What? 100 knots? Sunny couldn't help but laugh. See, you're still joking with me, I'm not kidding. Wang Cici said with a serious face. He really did buy 100 private lessons just now. Sunny. End of chapter. Chapter 95, with the system in your body. All you need is to do as you please. Chapter 95, with the system in your body. All you need is to do as you please. 100 lessons for $35,000. That means she's got $7,000 a day today just from the commission she just got. When Sunny heard the news, she felt worse than if she had lost $7,000. How did she get so lucky? These men really. People have good-looking parents. You think paying for 100 lessons will put you to sleep? Look for yourself. You might even consider it. With Zhang Jia's skin and vision, if there is not $100,000, who will take it? Sunny looked at Wang Cici and said, "Didn't you say that guy was a poor bastard?" I looked away. Wang Cici said in a depressed voice, "Not only is he not a poor man, he is also a hidden rich young man." Ha! Wang Cici explained. "Do you know what kind of card he gave me when he checked out just now?" "What kind of card?" "Private bank card from the construction bank." Wang Cici envied. "Plain black with a masonry logo on it." "What do you mean? You don't know, do you?" "I didn't know before either, but I just went by Edu." Wang Cici took the picture of the bank card she had just checked, and the information, and showed it to Sunny. Private banking cardholders are the bank's most honored guests, a status symbol, and must be in possession of a private banking signatory with average daily financial assets of $1 million or more. "You mean?" Sunny was surprised. "That young handsome guy just now has at least over $1 million in the bank?" Aha! Sunny was shocked. "What's $1 million? She is now getting about 20,000 per month, with good benefits, and sometimes just over 10,000 with bad ones. Under the synthesis, let's take a $200,000 a year income. $1 million. She'd have to turn 50 years to earn it. 25 now. 50 more years of earning. That's 75. It was still something he could only earn if he didn't eat or drink or use money. What kind of luck did Zhang Jia have that she met such a rich and handsome man? Is it any wonder that buying 100 lessons in one fell swoop isn't spilling the beans for people? About the same as using $1 for yourself? No, she can't have it all for such a good thing. Sun Yi's heart moved slightly as she turned to Wang Cici and asked, "Does Zhang Jiasen know that her guest is so rich?" "I shouldn't know now," Wang Cici said. "I wouldn't know if I hadn't checked my bank card." "That's fine. You don't tell her," Sunny said. "If she can rob her own guests, she can't rob hers? Once you take this man down yourself, won't your life take off where you left off? And be a ING coach and not have to be grossed out by creepy greasy guys?" Thinking about it, she asked, "See, how many floors did they just go to?" "I think it's the instrument area on the second floor." "Okay." After Sunny finished speaking, she took a sexy step and headed towards the second floor. Wang Cici shouted from behind, "You don't care about your guests on the first floor? Let him play by himself for a while. I've got business." Sunny said without looking back, "If he comes over to ask you later, just say that I went to the restroom and will be back in a while." On the second floor, in the instrumentation area, Zhang Jiasen didn't yet know that Su Yun was a rich man, but she knew this handsome man, who did things with gusto. Before she started practicing, she first took Su Yun to change into a set of professional fitness clothes. Originally, this outfit was bought with extra money, but since Su Yun bought her 100 lessons, this amount of money she just helped advance and confiscated. After that, one by one, she gave Su Yun a detailed introduction to the equipment that needed to be used for practicing abs and waistline. There are about 10 moves in a set. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard it and glanced at Zhang Jiasen. "So many instruments. You give me that 20 lessons can come out first?" Zhang Jiasen said with some embarrassment. "I'm not lying. Some people can indeed, but the results aren't that good. The abdominal training program I gave you today was customized according to the length of your 100 sessions. As long as you follow my practice, I'm sure you can have abs and waistline like Chris Pang." "That's good." Su Yun was a bit impatient. "Then let's begin." "Okay, Mr. Sue, don't call me Mr. Sue anymore. Soo-yoon said, we're about the same age, so call me Brother Sue. Okay, Sue. Jang Jae-sun smiled and said, you should follow me to do a little stretching and moving first to move your body, lest you accidentally strain your muscles later. Good. So Jang Jae-sun did it in the front and Soo-yoon followed at the back. I have to say, the other party's body flexibility was really good, and some of the moves they did were pretty standard. It's just that sometimes, I guess, the body collapses too tightly, and it's always in some weird shape. After a few minutes of warming up, Jang Jae-sun saw that Soo-yoon was almost ready and started the first set of movements. She brought Soo-yoon to the first equipment and said, the first workout program is abdominal stirrup curls. You sit on it first. Soo-yoon obediently sat up. Then she began to teach. First we jam our legs into the block, hooking our feet upward and placing our hands on either side of our heads. Saying that, she placed her hand on Soo-yoon's abdomen. Exhale and retract. Ribcage down. Okay, that's it. Jang Jae-sun laughed. Then you drive your upper body to curl up to your upper back off the mat surface. Inhale at the end to return to the starting position. But don't relax your abdominals completely. Focusing on the upper abdominals. Soo-yoon found it easy and completed it once. Yeah, you're doing pretty standard. I usually complete 15 to 20 reps per set of training. Jang Jae-sun smiled and said, you're still 19 times short. Go for it. Good. In this way, Soo-yoon began to exercise, and Jang Jae-sun was a guide on the side, occasionally getting on and helping to correct the movements. Every time Soo-yoon rolled up, he could look at Jang Jae-sun's puffy breasts that were levitated by the fitness clothes when he leaned over to help guide himself, and the temptation was full. No wonder they say that the temptation of the gym is the greatest. Who would be able to withstand this without a little bit of determination? Soo-yoon practiced seriously, his eyes never darting over himself. This surprised Jang Jae-sun a bit. Even if the other party was taking an occasional unintentional look, he looked at it brightly, not obscene at all, but a look full of admiration. It didn't repel her at all. Unlike some of the guests, who wanted to move their hands before they had practiced a few times, stealing glances at themselves all the time, a look of a lecherous man, which was disgusting to look at. But there is no way. The customer is God. People pay money, as long as the guests do not go overboard, they can only tolerate. After the two practiced the first move, it was time for the second move, the ab slide. This one is easier. With your legs on the bench and your hands on the handles, exhale and drive your knees upward with the force of your lower abdomen, letting them go to the chest position. Inhale at the end to return to the starting position, focusing on the lower abs. When Soo-yoon made a move, Jang Jae-sun stood directly in front of him, so every time he exhaled and swung upwards, he always felt like his face was going to hit the other party's chest. I don't know if the other guy did it on purpose. Soo-yoon thought to himself, if this had been replaced by Soo-moo or Ning-chen on the opposite side, he might have opened his mouth and taken a bite. These moves look simple, but they are actually a bit tiring to do. Before long, he was sweating all over. Why don't we take a break? Seeing this, Jang Jae-sun took the initiative to come up with a new towel for him and said, wipe off the sweat. The first day is mainly to master the movements on the line. There is no need to practice in a hurry. The intensity is also slow, so that the body has a time to adapt. You're right. I was in a hurry. Soo-yoon stopped his movements, got off the equipment, took Jang Jae-sun's towel, and took the initiative to ask, Coach, what time do we usually practice? This is up to you to organize yourself. Brother Sue. Jang Jae-sun replied, I'm usually here on weekdays, so just look for me directly when you come. If it's a holiday, you can call me first and ask. Okay, I got it. Just as the two were talking, Sunny walked in from outside. Before she came in, she made a point of pulling her boobs down a bit to make herself look sexier. Jae-sun, there you are. I came to see if you were busy. Sunny walked over and greeted Jang Jae-sun with a smile. Jang Jae-sun gave her a displeased look, knowing that she had come with some kind of attention, and said, a bit busy. Don't you have a guest today? How come you still have time to come to the second floor to see me? I'm just taking a break from my busy schedule, and I'm taking a message for someone else. Sunny casually replied back, then lied. Jae-sun, your guest on the third floor was looking for you just now. Do you want to go up and take a look? Good. Jang Jae-sun sniffed and turned to Soo-yoon. Brother Sue, you rest first. I'll go and take a look and come. Good. After Jang Jae-sun left, Sunny obediently looked at Soo-yoon and took the initiative to smile and asked, hello handsome, is this the first time you come to our fitness center? It should be considered the second time. Soo-yoon wiped his sweat and looked at the woman in front of him, glancing at her breasts again. Good lord, pull the dress down a bit more and I guess it'll just show. Gyms are so wild now? How's our Jae-sun teaching? Sunny said with a smile. She is the most popular female trainer we have here. with many customers. There are a lot of customers who come to her for workouts every day, and not everyone can be taken care of. So if there's anything she didn't take care of for you, I'll apologize for her in advance. And don't ever be angry with her. That's not going to happen. Soo-yeon replied, I'm a person with a good temper. Yes? Sunny said somewhat apologetically. How about this, handsome? If you don't mind me, when you come in the future, if Ja Xin doesn't have the time, you can also find me to teach you. You? Don't worry, handsome. Sunny laughed. I'm a good sister to Jason. Her business is my business. I'll just purely do her a favor and not charge you extra. Don't worry. Well, if she's not there, I'll find you. Soo-yeon had just finished speaking when Jang Jason, who had only gone to the third floor, returned again. Jang Jason looked at Sunny and said unhappily, the guests on the third floor, there isn't anyone looking for me? Ah, yes? Sunny said with a puzzled face. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Jang Jason. At this time, a middle-aged man in a bathing suit walked up and shouted at Sunny, Coach Sun, why did you run here? I have 2 movements here that won't come. Come and teach me. Okay, I know. Coming right up. Sunny wrinkled a bit in disgust and said to Soo-yeon with a smile, then I'll leave you guys to train and go back first. When she went back, she re-pulled up her chest again, not showing any of it. Soo-yeon laughed on the side. Are all of you coaches so rolled up now? All grabbing guests in front of their faces. It's okay. Sunny said with some embarrassment. That's how she is. She likes to target me. She didn't say anything strange to you just now, did she? That to know. Soo-yeon replied. She said that you are her good sister and is willing to do you a favor to teach me, and doesn't want any money. By Chia Hsin Chang. Jang Jason sniffed and was furious in her heart. There really is no bottom line when it comes to robbing your own guests. Jang Jason said, Brother Soo, then we'll continue practicing now? Good. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Soo-yeon ended his workout. Although most of the time, Jang Jason was beside him to guide him, she was still called by other customers a few times in between. It had been a long time since he had exercised so much, and Soo-yeon's entire body was much more comfortable after sweating. After taking a shower at the fitness center, he changed into his own clothes and walked out, just in time to run into Jang Jason, who had also changed her clothes and was ready to leave work. Changing out of her workout suit, she collected her perfect body. A head of long hair dyed flaxen color is no longer bound by rubber bands, still by at loose shoulders and fall, coupled with an open neckline of the medium-length sleeve white shirt and washed jeans, give a person a kind of youthful, simple and fashionable feeling. However, at the moment there was a balding middle-aged man with her, who seemed to be pestering her. It looks like the picture is a little out of place. Jiasun, let's have dinner together tonight. The middle-aged man smiled and invited. My car is downstairs. I'll send you back after dinner. Rico. Jang Jason refused. I do have something to do today. It's not convenient. You have to eat even if you have something to do. It won't take long. Lee, it's really inconvenient. I'm meeting someone else. When the middle-aged man heard this, he said with some displeasure, Are you not giving me face if you don't go and eat? I've bought another 20 lessons from you today. And if you have this attitude, I'm going to have to think about getting a new trainer. No, Rico, I really have something. Jang Jason had long seen through this man's mind, and the other party had taken advantage of the matter of buying lessons to ask herself out a few times, all of which she had dodged for various reasons. But this time, the other party seemed to be determined and wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal, and kept pestering himself, and threaten yourself with a lesson exchange. Just as she was thinking about how to get rid of the other party, she saw Soo-yeon walking out from inside and her eyes lit up as if she had seen her savior. She immediately walked over and stood by the other party's side, took the initiative to take Soo-yeon's hand, and said to the middle-aged man, Look, Brother Lee, I've already promised someone else today. I'm really sorry. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, sized up Soo-yeon and asked at him, Did you really ask her out? Zhang Jia turned around and gave Soo-yeon a frantic wink. Soo-yeon was not very happy that he was suddenly used as a shield, but he was even more disdainful of the middle-aged man's behavior of forcing himself on others. With the system in place, it's all about a go with the flow, not to mention the rewards. So as long as it wasn't something illegal, he really didn't need to worry too much. Soo-yeon directly laughed and mocked. Uncle, you want to sleep with someone after only buying them 20 lessons? Aren't you too stingy? The middle-aged man's face instantly reddened when his mind was torn apart and he retorted, I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay if you don't understand. I'll teach you. Soo-yeon said, Come out to pick up girls to be generous. To buy a one-time purchase of 100 lessons. People want to refuse cannot refuse. Middle-aged man. Jang Jason was annoyed by this middle-aged balding man, and now that she saw him suffer, she was happy in her heart. With Soo-yeon's 100 lessons under his belt, The other party's 20 lessons. Don't bother. So she smiled and said, yeah, I'll have dinner with you too if you can buy me 100 lessons too. Middle-aged man. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Soo-Yun continued, what? You don't want to part with it? Then why do you still come out to pick up a girl? Why don't you go home and hug your wife? It doesn't cost you anything. The middle-aged man sniffed, furious, but he's not willing to actually spend tens of thousands of dollars on a fitness class. One could only watch in impotent rage as the two left arm in arm. Money is a man's bottom line. The host, when faced with his coach being pestered by a lewd man, used his strength to hit his face and mocked the other party as he pleased. Rewarded with $200,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 17.25 million. On the way. Soo-Yun smiled slightly as he listened to the system's reward as expected. Now that's reckless living. It feels like I was conservative before and didn't completely let go. When you have money, you can't be too damn restrained when it comes to enjoying life. P.S. Dudes, don't let go of the point, and don't constrain yourselves. Vote for me hard. End of chapter. Chapter 96 is today any special holiday? Chapter 96 is today any special holiday? Get rid of the middle-aged man. Zhang Jiasun and Soo-Yun came out of the fitness center, and she took the initiative to withdraw the hand she was holding. Compared to the middle-aged man just now, Soo-Yun at least didn't let himself be hated, was still handsome, and was considered a more decent man. She smiled and said, thank you for earlier. It's all right, the road's a good place to be. Soo-Yun flirted. I'm also not used to seeing such a classless man. To thank you, why don't I buy you dinner? No need. Soo-Yun refused. I'll just go back and eat. All right. Zhang Jiasun didn't expect to be rejected when she took the initiative to invite someone for dinner, but it also reinforces the fact that the other person came to buy their class, not to rush in, but to genuinely want to work out. Soo-Yun casually chatted, do you live far from here? It's not bad. It's just over half an hour by bus or subway. Zhang Jiasun replied, the commute isn't that long. Some of our co-workers, it takes an hour or two. Oh, that does seem quite far. Zhang Jiasun asked back, what about you? Is it living in this neighborhood? Aha. Soo-Yun nodded. Zhang Jiasun said with some envy, the houses here shouldn't be cheap. Right. They're all high-end neighborhoods. That's why their fitness center is open here. Only a population that is not worried about their lives will be willing to spend money and have time to work out. From here, she also tried to find out some of the other party's financial strength, because whether the other person is renting or buying, at least anyone who can afford to live in this neighborhood should be earning a good income. It's okay. The two of them chatted and arrived by the highway at the gate. Soo-Yun said, I'll go back first then. Take care of yourself on the road. Okay. See you later, Sue. Zhang Jiasun asked, by the way, when are you coming tomorrow? Not sure. It depends. Soo-Yun asked, why? You have something tomorrow? No, I just forgot to remind you. When you come in tomorrow, remember to bring your own cup of water, and a towel to wipe your sweat, and workout clothes. Zhang Jiasun said, the ones I'm giving you today are all prepared by the store, and they're not of good quality, so I suggest you bring your own. Okay, I got it. Thank you. You're welcome. Bidding farewell to Zhang Jiasun, Soo-Yun felt that this female coach is not bad, not like what the internet said. Are some coach G, but the one called Sunny today is a bit like that. For this type of woman, the previous Soo-Yun might have been tempted, adhering to the idea that as long as the other party seduced him, not on for nothing. But now, he is selective in his choices, and there are things that happen naturally when that atmosphere between two people is just right. Instead of intentionally sleeping with women just for the sake of it. What's the difference between an animal and heat if it's ruled by hormones? After all, to be honest, he, Soo-Yun, was not lacking in women around him right now, especially quality women. Just returned to the door of the house. Soo-Yun door only opened it. The door next door opened. Soo-Moo, wearing a casual outfit and slippers, stood at the door and asked with a smile, after going out for a day and a night of waves, you're finally willing to come back? Did you install a monitor on my door? Soo-Yun pretended to look around for a moment and said with a smile, how come you knew as soon as I came back? I have better hearing and heard you open the door, so I came out to check. Soo-Yun, Soo-Moo asked again, have you eaten yet? No. Want to come over and join us? Yeah. The door of the room that was originally open. Soo-Yun reclosed it in a flash and followed Soo-Moo to her home. After entering the house, Soo-Moo smiled and asked, what do you want to eat? Big meat buns. No. Soo-Moo glared at him in shame and said, speak seriously. Make yourself at home. Then, Soo-Yun replied, I'll eat whatever you make. I'm not picky. Then I'll make you dry-cooked shrimp today, and you can watch TV by yourself in the living room for a while. After saying that, Soo-Moo went to the kitchen by herself to start preparing. Soo-yun turned around and asked, "Will Jinshu come after work today?" "Should be coming back." Soo-yun sighed. If only she had something to come back late. Soo-yun, who had been watching TV for a while, asked in boredom, "Do you want me to come and help you in the kitchen?" "No, I can do it myself." "Oh." Soo-yun got up and went to the balcony and started practicing his bata danjin, intending to finish the day's task. Just after the set was practiced, his own cell phone rang on the coffee table. He picked it up and it was his mom calling. "Hey, Mom." On the phone, Jang Soojuan asked, "Are you off work yet? It's long gone down. Have you eaten yet?" "Ready to eat in a minute." "Why?" "Mom told you something." Jang Soojuan said, "Mom met a girl. People are quite good. Live across the street from me, but also often help Mom's favor." "Mom, stop it. Just don't mess with my head." Soo-yun laughed. "I don't do blind dates. Mom's not asking you to go on a blind date." Jang Soojuan explained, "It's this child who wants to come to Jiangqing for a trip. So I want to talk to you about whether you can take 2 days leave from the company to take her around. It's not safe for her to be a girl in the unfamiliar area of Jiangqing. Just like that? And have her stay at your place for a few days during this time so she doesn't have to go to a hotel and waste money." Jang Soojuan said, "Anyway, in such a big house, you live alone and have extra rooms. Mom, it's not good for this lone man and woman to live together. Is it? What's wrong with that? Are you going to eat her?" Jang Soojuan said, "Anyway, I've already given a good deal to someone else and promised them, so you can see for yourself." Soo-yun, also, "I'm informing you, not discussing it with you." Jang Soojuan threatened, "If you don't treat people well, you won't come back for my birthday." "Oh." Soo-yun smiled and promised, "I will definitely take good care of this little ancestor of yours. Don't worry, I won't let you lose face." Mom's doing everything she can to set herself up on a blind date. What travel, but also live in a house. The old mom heart to play those little 99. He saw through at once. Soo-yun could understand her feelings of wanting to hold a grandchild, but there can't be such a rush. But it didn't look like it was easy for the other side to get Mom to go to such lengths to get it. Although he had no intention of going on a blind date, he took it as a formality in order to deal with his mom. It's only a couple days, so it's not a big problem. Soo-moo in the kitchen originally had better hearing, and she had listened to Soo-yun's speech with Jang Soojuan just now. Auntie actually arranged a blind date for Soo-yun? The other party is coming to Jiangqing for a few more days? And a house? In Soo-moo's thought, with Soo-yun's family background, the one who can match with Soo-yun, that must also be a certain family's golden girl. At least it's the right family for the job. Soo-moo, who had always been in a state of calmness and indifference, suddenly had some sense of crisis. If Soo-yun really took up with that rich girl, then his own relationship with Soo-yun could no longer be maintained. Her pride wouldn't want to be a mistress. Now that Soo-yun was single, it didn't matter that he hadn't settled on a nominal girlfriend. The women around him are all of the same status. No one is bigger than the other. Thinking about it, Soo-moo's cell phone suddenly received a message from Lee Jinshu. "Lee Jinshu, I may have to work a little extra today. I'll be back a little late. Don't wait for me to eat. Love you." "You're really not coming back?" Soo-moo froze as she looked at the message, which meant that it would be the two of them, herself and Soo-yun, having dinner at home again tonight. She silently put away her cell phone and looked at her hand with the knife and then at the hot water pipe. Then with a single cut, he cut through the hot water pipe and dropped the knife in his hand. The hot water splashed out instantly and dripped back down onto her petite body like rain. Soo-moo didn't dodge. Just let the hot water spray on herself. There are some things that you want that you can do without saying them. Just create ambiguity. For the rest, men will take the initiative themselves. After Soo-yun hung up the phone, he was in the living room watching the TV, when he suddenly heard a shrieking sound of Soo-moo coming from the kitchen. When Soo-yun heard this, he immediately got up and ran towards the kitchen. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw that the high-pressure hot water pipe in the kitchen seemed to be broken and was spraying water outward, which gave Soo-moo a head and a face, and his whole body was also soaked. The already sexy figure, as the water dampened her clothes, clung to her skin, revealing all of her body's dimpled contours. Soo-yun was a bit foolish. He took a deep breath and came forward, moving to turn off the hot water, and asked curiously, "Why did the hot water pipe suddenly break?" "I don't know." Soo-moo looked at Soo-yun, who had rushed over, and replied, "The hot water pipe suddenly broke, and all of a sudden, I got wet all over. Why don't you go get a towel and wipe it off, and I'll see what's going on." "Good." After Soo-moo left, Soo-yun carefully looked at the broken hot water pipe. There was some doubt in his mind. Before, Lee Jinshu called himself in, and also this pipe broke. Didn't they just get new ones? Why is it broken again? Suddenly, he saw the knife next to him, and then looked at the broken place, as if he understood something in his heart. Didn't you say that Li Jinshu was coming back later? Suyun was a bit confused. She wanted to exercise before eating? Not so fast himself. Strength doesn't allow it. With doubts, Suyun came out of the kitchen. Sumu also came out from her own bedroom, tying her own black silk camisole long dress pajamas, and came to him step by step. Sister Su, you're that hot. Before Suyun could finish his sentence, Sumu pulled, and the pajamas on her body slipped off of her and landed on the ground. Inside turned out to be a set of erotic lingerie she had quietly bought from the net. It's still red. Suyun's pupils instantly dilated somewhat. Is today any special holiday? Sumu asked. Do I look good dressed like this? Sister Su, I didn't expect you to be such a scheming woman. Suyun had only just finished practicing the 8 Duanjin. This moment is in a state of energy, and was stimulated by Sumu twice in a row, where it can still be when a man is angry, he has to splash his sperm, and so on every other day mad century battle rages on in the living room. Because of the heavy task and time constraints, this battle did not last long enough for Suyun to fight, as he had to be on guard at all times against sudden intrusions, but the extent of the fight was intense. Suyun also didn't know that Sumu was stimulated today and was actually so fierce. Half an hour later, the battle was out and there was a mess all around. The clothes that Sumu had only just bought had gone from being on her body to being completely unwearable in just 1 minute. The two slept on the couch. Suyun asked, if you're like this, you're not afraid of being bumped into by Jinshu's sudden return. She sent a message to come back later. So it is. Suyun came to a realization. No wonder you're so arrogant. If I had known, I would have held out a little longer. Even if you insist, I can't. The tired and sweaty Sumu said, my body hasn't even recovered from the last time. I can't afford for you to continue tossing. Then you're still doing this on purpose. Suyun was a bit puzzled. Have you been stimulated by something today? Being so proactive. Auntie is going to set you up on a blind date? Sumu asked. Did you just hear that? Well, heard some of it. Sumu asked. When will the other party come? Staying at your house? I don't know. I haven't said anything yet, but it's just for a couple days, so it's not really a blind date. Suyun couldn't help but laugh. So you were just jealous of another woman and that's why you were like this? No, it just came on sexually all of a sudden. Sumu vehemently denied it, then got up and said, pack up, we'll go out to eat, so we won't make it at home. Should we do it again? Suyun asked tentatively. Sumu shyly said, no strength. The two of them drove out, thinking that whoever it was would find a roadside stall to eat. But coincidentally, the two had just sat down at a restaurant when they ran into Ning Qian eating at the next table with a group of people. At the same table was Chen Pang. It turned out to be that Cheng Pang made money today, so he thought to call out his former friends from his hometown to have a meal together. Anyway, it's been a long time since we've all gotten together, because Suyun had come out in his own Bentley. The first moment he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Friends had envious looks in their eyes. I wish I had a car like that. Don't even think about it. You couldn't afford it if you worked all your life. Who said that? I'm going to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. I'm destined to die. Chen Pang, on the other hand, looked at the somewhat familiar car, turned his head to glance at Ning Qian suspiciously, and thought, no way, why did she call Mr. CO here too? But before she came, hadn't she specifically instructed herself not to tell everyone about her? Not to mention the environment. Is it appropriate? Ning Qian was also a little surprised when she saw Suyun's car appear. Chen Pang was thinking about whether to take the initiative to go up and say hello. But the car door opened and a beautiful woman came down from the passenger side. Then came Suyun. Chen Pang took a look and subconsciously looked at Ning Qian. However, after seeing it, Ning Qian didn't have any reaction. Her expression was natural, as if she didn't see it, and she continued to eat her meal. Chen Pang immediately understood what was going on in his heart. Good lord, it looks like this woman is Mr. Su's rightful owner now. In this situation, he was too embarrassed to take the initiative to go up and say hello. Suyun and Sumu naturally saw Ning Qian and Chen Pang. A pang in the heart ***. No way. You can meet two women like that? Coupled with their last chance encounter at the mall. This is the second time they've bumped into each other. Sumu quietly glanced at Suyun's expression and couldn't help but smile in her heart. Panic. Ha! End of chapter. Chapter 97, Suyun. This guy is too rich and powerful. Chapter 97, Suyun. This guy is too rich and powerful. At this moment, Chen Pang was a bit embarrassed. It's not good to not go up and say hello, and it's even worse to not say hello. Luckily, his embarrassment didn't last for a few seconds, but Sumu took the initiative to take the lead and walk towards them. Chen Pang's heart tightened. No, could it be that the rightful owner already knew about Mr. Su and Ning Qian's relationship and was here specifically to find trouble? Pendulum Tor, don't ever fight. Under Chen Peng's worry, as well as the puzzled eyes of his other friends, Sumu and Su Yun came to Ning Qian's side. She smiled and said, "See Yao Tsing, you're here to eat with your friends too?" "Hello Sister Su," Ning Qian said with a smile. "Well, I'm getting together with my friends in the evening. Are you also here for dinner with your male friends?" "No," Sumu replied. "This memory of yours? I told you about a common friend last time." Chen Peng, who was trembling next to him, was a bit confused when he heard this. "Not the main one?" Sumu glanced at Su Yun again and deliberately said, "Su Yun, do you want to add a small Qian's WeChat, so that you can directly find her in the future to buy clothes?" "Yeah." Su Yun smiled at Ning Qian. "Come, I'll add you." "Add what?" The two of them have had WeChat for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qian was afraid of exposing their relationship in front of Sumu and hurriedly said, "Sister Su, I have resigned from the store now." "Resigned?" Sumu was a bit surprised and asked, "Why did you quit? The treatment is not good anymore?" "No, I don't want to do it anymore. I want a different job. Also, you can't sell clothes for the rest of your life." Sumu suddenly said, "Su Yun, don't you happen to have opened a company? I think Xiao Qian is a good person. Why don't you recruit her over there?" Su Yun wasn't afraid of being exposed, but since he could do so without being exposed, he didn't. Since Sumu said so, just what he wanted. To Ning Qian said, "So Ning Qian, you come to my company front desk, 20,000 a month, okay?" The friends around the room were stunned when this was said. "A receptionist you pay 20,000 a month? What kind of boss is this?" Suddenly everyone looked at Ning Qian with some envy. "How come you can't meet such a good thing yourself?" "Good boss." Now only Chen Peng knows the inside story. Not to mention 20,000, even 200,000 a month. He will not be surprised. "Good." Without any hesitation, Ning Qian smiled and said, "Then thank you, Sister Su and Brother Su." Sumu originally thought, instead of letting Ning Qian outside to fool around with Su Yun, it would be better to take this opportunity to get the other party under their noses, or to grasp the dynamics. However, he did not expect the other party to agree so quickly, and even more so, he did not expect Su Yun to offer such a high salary, but given the relationship between the two of them, the money was reasonable. Doesn't it cost anything to keep a lover? This is in front of their own face. Later blatantly give or go public accounts. "You're welcome, we're not outsiders." She also did not intend to tear Su Yun apart, and spoke meaningfully to Ning Qian. Then he deliberately said to the others, "You're all Ning Qian's friends, right? I'll treat you later. This boss beside me will pay the bill. He's a generous person." Su Yun, fine, your treat and I'll pay. If you weren't my woman, I'd have to kick your ass." Chen Peng hurriedly refused on the side. No, we'll just do it ourselves." "I'll do it." Su Yun smiled and spoke. "It's the first time we've met, and since you guys are Ning Qian's friends, I'll take this order." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Chen Peng was the one who recognized Su Yun, and seeing that he had spoken, he did not put it off any longer. He was supposed to be the host today. He can represent everyone. "And Ning Qian." Su Yun winked at her and said, "Since you've agreed to come work for my company will be renovated in a few days, so you're fine to go and help keep an eye on things, counting on your salary." "Aha." Ning Qian nodded her head in an unusually somewhat well-behaved manner. "Well, you guys go ahead and eat, so I'll leave you alone." After Su Yun finished speaking, he looked at Su Mu. Let's go eat our own." After Su Yun and Su Mu left, the friends around them immediately chattered. The eyes and mouth were full of envy for Ning Qian. Ning Qian dealt with them one by one. Only Chen Peng was a little puzzled. Since that Su Mu was not Mr. Su's rightful owner, then why did Su Yun and Ning Qian not indicate their relationship just now? And it was obvious that Ning Qian was hiding it, not wanting the other party to know. Could it be because Ning Qian was not good enough for Mr. Su and was afraid of losing the other party's face if he said it? Indeed, just now that Su Mu, no matter the image or temperament, are not Ning Qian can be compared to, at a glance you know is also rich. I didn't realize that my own goddess had become a lover who couldn't be put in the open and was quietly kept by a rich young man. It's a dog's life. Chen Peng thought of this, glanced at Ning Qian, and drank a large glass of beer in one gulp alone. Other side. After serving the food, Sumu flirted as she ate. "I didn't expect you to be so generous to other women. I'm not so bad for you." Su Yun flirted back. "Didn't I just give you a few $100 million at home? Asterisk 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 off." Sumu cursed in a small, shy manner. "Okay, in all seriousness," Su Yun said, "if you're not doing anything, work with Li Jinshu to help me with the company's decoration and design, then recruit a few more people and pick an auspicious day to open. I've had to go out with my mom's guests lately as you've heard. Plus I've been running a fitness workout, so I definitely haven't had time to mind the company. Now that it's so close to mom's birthday, we need to get it done. Could be. Sumu smiled and asked, then how much are you going to pay me a month's salary? You're paying 20,000 a month for someone else's front desk. You're not like her. You're not bad. Suyun said helplessly. I didn't expect to pay you for coming to my company. I just wanted you to work for me for nothing. It's not impossible to work for nothing. Sumu said. As long as you promise, let me manage your company. Whatever. You're the biggest besides me. Okay? Suyun was originally open to play, to give himself a cover, and to rest his mom's heart. Then say yes. Before long, Ning Qian and her table next door had finished eating. On her way out she came over to say hello to Suyun and Sumu. And Suyun asked, are you going back later? Or do you have other activities? They said they were going to go to karaoke for a while longer. Ning Qian replied, but I'm not going to go. I'm ready to go back. We're all friends out for a good time. So don't be a party pooper. Suyun casually said, go have fun. Have fun. Oh, Ning Qian answered. Then I'll leave first. Sister Su. Goodbye brother Su. Go on. Be safe for a girl. Sumu said with a kind reminder. Just don't play too late or get drunk and go home early. Ning Qian had just left not long ago, and in the car, she received a WeChat transfer message from Suyun. He transferred 50,000 to himself. Suyun told her to treat her and have fun later. Don't save. Ning Qian looked at Suyun's message and her heart was very warm. Turning to the rest of her friends in the car, she said happily, to celebrate the fact that I got a new job today, we'll go to KTV later. I'll pay for it. So everyone have fun. Because of Suyun, for the first time, she was able to come out with her friends with so much self-confidence and confidence. They say money isn't a thing, but sometimes it can help by her dignity. The two of them, Sumu and Suyun, ate for a while and then went back. It just so happens that Li Jinshu is also back. Seeing Sumu come back, she couldn't wait to take out her cell phone, and then showed the other party the completed preliminary design of the effect diagram. This is the sample drawing I designed after thinking about it for a long time today. Li Jinshu asked, how is it? Suyun's company? Aha. Li Jinshu nodded and said, today he gave me all the designs of his company. Just let me organize them. Let me discuss with you. He doesn't care. It's not like I know anything about design. Sumu took a look and said, it looks like it's not bad. My design concept is a reference to the crane garden, going for oriental beauty with some traditional art. Li Jinshu explained, because with Suyun's nature, I feel that such a design plan is more suitable for his salty fish mentality. But there's a problem. Sumu said, you such a design. To get the effect, it is very important to examine the materials used for decoration and furniture quality. If it's not up to standard, the renovation will come out smelling cheap, just like general home decoration. Why don't many people install Chinese style? Why don't they install European style? It's because Chinese style Chinese and European decorations are expensive to put together. Instead, it's a modern style that's cheap and easy to pull off. Li Jinshu laughed. Su, I'm in interior decoration. Don't I know this? So there's a cost involved. Sumu reminded. Although Suyun has given you full authority, isn't it not appropriate if the cost of the renovation down the road is too high? After all, it's just what everyone uses for their offices, and it's not cost-effective to load it up too nicely. That's a real problem. I'd forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Li Jinshu said. In that case, I'll make a call right now and ask him how much the design and decoration costs will probably be. Aha. Li Jinshu quickly dialed Suyun's phone in front of Sumu. At the moment, Suyun was watching the short video that Ning Qian had sent him, singing in a KTV. Liking someone often starts with liking to share your life with them. Seeing that Jin Shu Li was calling, Jin pushed out and connected. Suyun didn't realize that when Li Jinshu called himself, Sumu was beside him, still on speakerphone. Hello, he said casually. What? Did you miss me? What are you talking about? When Li Jinshu heard this, he was startled and hurriedly rounded over and said, Su is beside me. Don't talk nonsense, lest you cause misunderstanding. Let me ask one thing. Li Jinshu hurriedly talked about the main thing, that your company's decoration cost. I forgot to ask you, how much do you budget? Budget? Suyun replied, didn't I say I'd give it to you? As much as you say. My designs, the things I use can be a little pricey, so if you don't give me a number, I don't have a clue. How expensive can it be? Suyun Hao didn't care and said, is $1 million enough for you? If it's not enough, 15 million. Li Jinshu. Sumu. After a short silence of a few seconds, Sumu asked, Suyun, how much startup capital do you plan to have when you open a company? It's not much, just $5 million. Suyun explained. There should still be more than $4 million in my company's account after removing the money used up to buy the house, which is enough for you to toss around. Sumu, Lee Jin-shu, are you running a company to make money? You're losing it. Who starts a company and hasn't even figured out what to do yet, and then takes $5 million all at once to test the waters? That's $5 million in the bank. That's a lot of money just to eat the interest every day. Well, I'm hanging up now if that's okay. Soo-yoon said. In the future, don't ask me about such trivial matters. Wherever the company needs to use money, you don't need to ask me. Just talk to Sumu directly and spend it out of your account. I've now hired her to be my CEO, fully in charge of the company. Oh, hanging up the phone, the two of them, Lee Jinshu and Sumu, glanced at each other and looked at each other. This Soo-yoon guy is also too earthy. And both of them heard that he doesn't care about anything when he starts a company. He just pays for it. This is simply play. Did not take it seriously. $5 million in his eyes. Feel just like $500. Do not care at all. Su. Then this design program of mine. Should I change it or not? Sumu thought about it and said helplessly. Since it doesn't matter to him, just follow your ideal and most perfect company design. Good. Then I'll make a bold design. Oh, Lee Jinshu said. But don't worry. I won't let my company make more money. In addition to the decoration workers, the materials and furniture and so on I buy myself. I have channels. Okay, as long as you don't mind the trouble, and the style isn't too feminine. It's still different from home decorating. I know. I'll show you the renderings when they're all out, and when you're happy with them, I'll start construction. Sumu remembered another thing. Right, there's one more thing. Soo-yoon has temporarily recruited a receptionist tonight. I'll push her tweets to you later. Sometimes she'll be there to match you. Who? A woman who's still kind of pretty. Lee Jin-shu. The next morning, in order to facilitate Sumu's drawdown of money from the company's account, Soo-yoon brought Sumu to the bank. Then, led by Tan Dan, the company's business manager, he was in the VIP lounge, leisurely drinking tea and going through a series of formalities. Efficiency aside, it's 100 times faster than outside the hall. Soo-yoon circled around the bank and asked with some curiosity towards manager Tan. Where is that manager Zhao of yours? Wasn't he the one I remember buttressing the company's business? Mr. Su, it's like this. Tan, who had been suddenly transferred over, was the first to understand Soo-yoon's situation. She smiled and explained, due to the business needs of the job, Manager Zhao was transferred to the financial management department, and I will be responsible for all your business from now on. Not bad. I love dealing with beautiful women. Soo-yoon smiled. This Vice President Gao was very uptight. He himself had only spoken slightly that day, and the man was immediately transferred. Tundun heard the other man flirting with himself like that and quietly sized up the woman who had come with him. Sumu. Only after seeing that the other party wasn't unhappy in any way did she smile and say, compared to this Miss Su beside you, I'm still much worse. He's a man who loves a beautiful woman when she sees one. Sumu didn't move and laughed. Manager Tan, in the future you have to be careful. Don't fall into his way. Soo-yoon. Tundun smiled awkwardly at his words, wisely not choosing to answer. When Soo-yoon had signed all the required formalities, he left first on the pretext of having to work out. The rest of the information and formalities were left for Sumu and Tundun to butt heads on their own. 10 minutes later, just as the two of them had all completed the formalities and Tan was about to send Sumu away, Zhao Xianhong walked in from outside. The two fought. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Will he really be as handsome as he looks in the picture? Chapter 98. Will he really be as handsome as he looks in the picture? The two men met. Sumu didn't intend to pay attention to the other party, but the other party called out to her. Sumu. Zhao Xianhong forced himself to hold back his anger and said, the so-called goodbye. Why did you let Soo-yoon come to my trouble 3 times? Are you mistaken? Sumu turned to look at him and said disdainfully, for a waste like you, I didn't put it in my heart at all. Nice try. Don't pretend. Zhao Xianhong said, isn't it you who told him that I work here? So he found this place, and then relying on himself as a big customer of the bank, he intentionally passed the word for the vice president to transfer me to the wealth management department? As soon as Tundun, who was next to him, heard this, he instantly understood why he had suddenly switched positions with the other party. So it is, he really did? When Sumu heard this, she was a bit surprised and said, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. By Xianhong Zhao. Sumu sneered and said, then I'll tell you another piece of news now. Soo-yoon's company is now handed over to me to take care of, and I can make the decisions, which means that I'm now a big customer of your bank as well. What are you trying to say? In front of Sumu, Zhao Xianhong's attitude wanted to be a little bit harder, ready to say that he was still afraid of you, but Sumu's next sentence directly made his heart go cold. I'm a woman. I have a small heart. Sumu said to Tan Dan next to her. Manager Tan, I think your bank has a problem with hiring people. I'm wondering if I should persuade Su-yun to switch banks. Tun Dun sniffed. Startled. She had seen the relationship between Su-yun and Sumu clearly just now. The other party is not the legal entity, not the owner, but maybe it can really be done. He just transferred over. If he let the bank's big client run away at once, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. She gave Zhao Xianhong a somewhat resentful look. You're not the manager of the business department anymore, so you have nothing to worry about. So you want to screw me, right? MS. Su, don't. Tan Dan immediately stepped forward and persuaded. Let's talk things over. I'll tell our bank president about your opinion. I'll be waiting for your good news then. After Sumu finished speaking, she directly turned around and left. She was sort of borrowing Su-yun's name to fox around and scare the other party. Manager Zhao, what do you think you're doing messing with our big client for nothing? Tun Dun had originally disliked Zhao Xianhong's behavior, and all he did all day in the bank was skulking around and bullying the employees below him. She pretended to sigh and said, now that the other Miss Su has said so, it's hard for me to do anything but tell the governor truthfully. Xianhong Zhao. When Sumu came out, she didn't realize that the manager Zhao that Su-yun had asked about earlier was her ex-husband, Zhao Xianhong. Also, it's amazing that the company account that Su-yun opened is in the bank where her ex-husband is. Is this a coincidence? Or did he find out? On purpose? If it was intentional, then Zhao Xianhong was too miserable to be chased and abused by Su-yun. Su-yun had no grudge against him, and targeting him like this could only be because of his own relationship. Is it jealous of my ex-husband? Childish. Sumu laughed happily at the thought. Su-yun left the bank and casually bought a workout outfit for exercise at a branded sports store, and those other things that Zhang Jiasen said yesterday, then drove back to the neighborhood, carrying his equipment on foot to the fitness center not far away. Once she arrived at the front desk, Wang Sisi became warm and respectful when she saw Su-yun. Before, he was unaware of Su-yun's identity, but now that he knew, of course that attitude was different. The current Su-yun was a walking pile of RMB in her eyes, so as long as she pleases him, what if he is happy and likes himself? Dreaming is for everyone. Wang Sisi smiled. Mr. Su, you're here? Aha. Su-yun nodded. Please call Coach Zhang Jiasen for me. Zhang Jiasen doesn't seem to have time right now. She's teaching the guests to practice yoga in the yoga room on the 3rd floor, and it's estimated that she won't be out for another half hour. Wang Sisi took the initiative and said, why don't I first take you to the leisure area on the 4th floor and drink tea while waiting for her? No, then I'll go up there myself and practice first. Su-yun said, tell her later that I'm coming and waiting for her on the 2nd floor. Okay, Mr. Su. After Su-yun left, Wang Sisi immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and called out to Sun-yi. Sun-yi, handsome Su is here today and has already gone to the equipment area on the 2nd floor. Okay, I know. Thank you Si. Sun-yi, who was teaching others in the jumping area, sniffed and immediately slipped away, turning around and running to the changing room to put on the sexy workout clothes and yoga pants she had bought only yesterday. A few moments later, she emerged from it all sexy and headed for the 2nd floor. Because it was a weekday and during the day, more women actually came to work out than men. Instead, most of them are young women who come here to exercise in the morning after dropping off their kids at school and their husbands at work when they have nothing else to do. One is to pass the time and the other is to maintain the body. But it's also inevitable that there will be women who are restless and get it on with other male patrons at the fitness center. Even outright flirting with his male coach. You'd have to say it's like between them. That's impossible. It's simply a search for novelty and excitement. Just as men will always prefer 18-year-old women, rich women will always prefer strong, athletic titties. So as soon as Su-yun appeared, several women around him noticed him. It's mostly because he's so handsome. But before they could make a move and come up to say hello, they were preceded by Sun-yi. Only to see Sun-yi wearing her own sexy clothes. She arrived in front of Su-yun with one enchanting step. A few other young women saw this and despised it in their hearts. Sun-yi laughed. Brother Su, you're here so early today? Aha. Su-yun looked at her. Good lord. This murderous weapon was aimed at himself, wasn't it? Justine is already still teaching yoga upstairs. Sun-yi said. Brother Su, I happen to be fine at this moment. Let me accompany you to practice. It's okay. When Su-yun is rich, he doesn't exclude gold-digging women. If the women are not worshippers of gold, then a large part of their own happiness is missing. Following the 2 sets of movements that Zhang Jiasen had taught him earlier, Su-yun began to get on the equipment and lay down to work out. Sunny stood off to the side, talking about techniques, and would occasionally lean down to guide her hands up. Every time she bent over, her breasts would intentionally or unintentionally cause physical contact with her arm or elsewhere, and will always be the first to offer their words of encouragement and concern. Brother Su, this is too standard for you to do. Brother Sue, is this really your first practice? Brother Sue, your head is sweating. Let me wipe it for you. Brother Sue, a little tired. Come drink some water and replenish your energy. Occasionally, she would even gently encourage Soo Yun from the side when he had some trouble rolling up. Sue, come on, hold on a little longer. You're the best. Although Sun Yi's tone and words seem teary, I have to say that the feeling given off is really quite heartwarming. As I recall, you don't teach instruments, do you? Soo Yun practiced for a while and planned to take a break first, waiting for Zhang Jiasen in the meantime. As he sipped the water the other man handed him, he said, as I recall, you teach swimming on the first floor? I didn't expect Sue to remember so clearly. Sun Yi laughed. Actually, our coach knows a little bit of everything, not just teaching which one alone. Oh, but Sue, if you want to work on your abs, swimming is actually very effective. Yes, of course it is. Sunny is a gold digger, but she still has some professionalism. She explains, swimming is actually a very well-balanced exercise, more comfortable than machine fitness, and training with the machines will give you a more proportioned body with great lines. Okay, I'll think about it. Let's not talk about whether or not the exercise was effective, but mainly because he still really doesn't know how to swim, and it's good to learn how to do it. How embarrassing it would be if you fall into the river one day, or if you don't know how to swim when you have a pool party later on when you have a pool at home. When Sunny heard this, her heart secretly rose in joy. She was about to step it up when Zhang Jiasen walked down after teaching yoga. Jiasen, you're done with class. Ha? Sunny said with a look of a good sister. Just now, Brother Sue came and you weren't here, so I took Brother Sue to work out for you. Thanks. You're welcome. Sunny turned to Soo Yun and deliberately said, then Brother Sue, I'll leave first. If you think of something good, remember to come find me. I'll give you a discount. Good. After Sunny left, Zhang Jiasen immediately asked, Brother Sue, what did you say to her? Oh, she said for me to consider taking swimming lessons from her. Swimming? Zhang Jiasen said, Brother Sue, you want to learn how to swim? Well, learn it so I don't have to save my mom and girlfriend from falling in the water later on when I can't save any of them. Soo Yun asked, can you do it? If you can, I'll learn from you. I do know a little bit about it myself. Zhang Jiasen said with some embarrassment, but it might not be too good for me to teach people. Damn it, I didn't expect Sunny to drill herself on this weakness. It's okay. Soo Yun laughed. I didn't realize that you could teach yoga. Let's do it this way. I'll introduce you to some more guests when I have the chance. Thank you, Brother Sue. Zhang Jiasen said. I'll come over and bring you to practice with me after I go change first. Okay. Jiangcheng North Station. Chen Xin came out from the exit station. She came to the side of the highway wearing a long beige dress and pulling a suitcase in her hand. After waiting a few minutes, she finally reached out and stopped an empty cab, then gave the master an unfamiliar address. This was the address of Soo Yun's original neighborhood home, sent to her by Auntie Zhang when she was leaving, asking her to find her son and stay with him when she came to Jiangcheng. At first, she was reluctant. After all, it was more or less inconvenient for a girl to live with a boy, but she couldn't resist Auntie Zhang's various persuasions, and after analyzing the pros and cons, she was successfully persuaded by Zhang Sujuan. All in all, it's just that my son is a decent guy, very reliable. Don't be afraid. Much cleaner and safer than staying in a hotel. The most important one was that the other party could also act as his own tour guide and take him around Jiangcheng for a few days. I've been writing a novel at home for a year now, and one day I swiped on Shakeology and saw a video about traveling, and I was instantly inspired to get out there myself. It was too far away, and she was a little afraid to be alone. I don't have many real-life friends because I stayed at home all year to write novels once I graduated. Thinking about it, I decided to go to River City to play. By the way, go meet that Soo Yun guy. Regarding Auntie Zhang's small mind, Chen Xin actually understood in her heart. She was at home, and after hearing Auntie Zhang say so much about her son, she was actually a little curious in her heart about this boy whose name was Soo Yun. Want to see what they look like? What kind of a man? Will he really be as handsome as he looks in the picture? With this anticipation and a hint of apprehension, Chen Xin looked out of the window at the rapidly receding scenery, and finally, under the driver's kick of the brakes, reached her destination without any problems. Chen Xin scanned the code to pay, got out of the car and dragged the luggage, and after passing through the gate that was described as imaginary, followed the address to the door of house 7-25-3. She took a deep breath and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose before reaching out and gently ringing the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Request monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Why don't we put her in a small black room and force her to write for everyone? Chapter 99. How about locking her in a small black room and forcing her to code for everyone? Under Chen Xin's nervousness, the door opened a few seconds later, but not a man, but a beautiful woman. Ning Qian curiously surveyed the woman in front of her and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Chen Xin, who was already a bit socially terrified, smiled awkwardly and then immediately dragged her suitcase towards the elevator. Ning Qian frowned as she looked at the girl who had suddenly appeared and then suddenly left. She returned home, thought about it, and still planned to give Su-yun a call to ask. After all, this was Su-yun's home. What if the girl was here to find him? Chen Xin, who came down from the elevator, sat in the cell and called Zhang Sujuan. "Hey, Auntie Chang," Chen Xin said. "Did you send me the wrong address?" What's going on?" On the phone, Zhang Sujuan asked. "You didn't find it?" "The address was found. It was just the wrong person," Chen Xin explained. "After I knocked on the door, it was a woman who opened it." "Woman?" Zhang Sujuan froze and said. "You wait. I'll look at the address I sent you. Don't hang up." "Okay." After 10 seconds or so, Zhang Sujuan said, "The address is right. It's the address of my son's house. Are you still there now?" "Well, I'm in the neighborhood." "Then wait where you are. I'll make a call and ask my son." Zhang Sujuan was playing mahjong in the neighborhood chess room, and after receiving Chen Xin's call, she played mahjong while calling Su-yun. Occupied line. The other party is on the line. It turned out to be Ning Qian talking to Su-yun. In the fitness center, Su-yun sat on the equipment and asked, "What's wrong?" "Su-yun, a girl came knocking on the door just now," Ning Qian said. "I asked her who she was looking for, and she said that she had made a mistake, and then left in a hurry. I wanted to ask you if she's here to see you, or someone you know." "Girls? Well," and pulling a suitcase. When Su-yun heard this, he instantly remembered what his mom had explained. "It can't be her, can it? Why didn't you call before you came?" That's when the phone showed a call from mom. "Okay, I get it. You don't have to worry about it." Su-yun was 100% sure in his heart at this moment that the girl was the person his mom was talking about. He immediately sent it back to his mom. "Mom," the first thing Zhang Sujuan said was, "You have a woman at home?" "2 tubes. There is one." Su-yun nodded honestly. Zhang Sujuan was surprised to hear, "You found a girlfriend?" "Missy, touch." Su-yun seemed to have gotten used to this kind of call a long time ago. He said, "Not my girlfriend. I forgot to tell you I rented out the house." "You rented out the house?" Zhang Sujuan asked. "Then where do you live?" 5 cylinders. I'll think about it. I rebought another set before I had a chance to tell you about it." "What?" Zhang Sujuan was surprised. "You rebought the set again?" Who. "Sister Wang, help me play a hand first." Zhang Sujuan got up, came to one side, and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about such a big deal? How much? Loan, or full payment?" "With monthly payments on 2 houses. Aren't you stressed?" "Took it all." Su-yun laughed. "There's also that house from before, which I finished giving a long time ago." "Where did you get all that money?" "Mom, I've actually been meaning to tell you for a while." Su-yun replied. "I've resigned from my old company and started a business with a friend, and the business is okay. I was going to tell you when I came back for my birthday and surprise you." Sujuan Zhang. "Okay mom, enough about me, let's talk about the girl you asked me to take care of." Right. Zhang Sujuan hurriedly said. "Just now, people went to look for you, and when they saw that the person who opened the door was a woman, they thought they had made a mistake. So they left again." "So where is she going now?" "I'll go get her." The person didn't get far. "I told her to still wait in the neighborhood," Zhang Sujuan said. "I'll send you her phone number, so you can contact her yourself." "Okay, I'll emphasize again. She's a good girl, take care of her." "Okay, I get it." Hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiasen, who was waiting patiently by her side, smiled and asked, "Brother Su, something's wrong at home?" "Well, there's a visitor from the old country," Su-yun said. "I don't think I'll have time to work out for the next few days, so I'll stop for now." "Okay, I'll leave first then," Su-yun said before getting up and going to the changing room. Zhang Jiasen stood in place, recalling the information she had just accidentally heard about Su-yun. No girlfriend, had a house in River City before, rented it out, and now bought a new house, still fully paid, and he resigned from his previous company and started a partnership with his friend. The point is, it's pretty lucrative. To summarize, this Su-yun is an unlimited potential entrepreneurial stock. Maybe in the future the company develops well, maybe in case it can also be listed. By that time, he was estimated to be worth hundreds of millions. Her heartbeat inexplicably sped up a little bit at the thought. Su-yun finished his shower and came out of the fitness center to see Zhang Jiasen waiting for him at the door. He queried, "Coach Zhang, anything else? I remembered we haven't tweeted each other yet." Zhang Jiasen said, I think it's much more convenient to add a WeChat and get in touch with something in the future. Good. After both parties added WeChat, Soo-yoon laughed. Jang Jae-sun looked at Soo-yoon's WeChat avatar with satisfaction, then prepared to turn around and go back. Who knew that she bumped into Sunny, smiling so happily? Sunny mocked. I didn't think that our great beauty, Jang, would also be moved to spring. Sunny, it doesn't matter if you want to rob the other guests, Jang Jae-sun said unhappily, but this Soo-yoon, you can't grab it, or I'll flip out with you. Humph, to each his own for dinner. Sunny wasn't afraid at all. You think he's your guest, that means he's yours? Usually, she looks like an ice-clean person, but after seeing a rich, good-looking man, she's still the same. Ty. Sunny, you make it clear. Where am I, Ty? Look at the pants you're wearing today. Sunny nodded. Have you ever worn such tight yoga pants before? It's all strangled out of shape down there. Afraid that people won't know you're a butterfly. Jang Jae-sun lowered her head and her face instantly turned red. She really wasn't paying attention just now. No more words? Sunny said. But it looks like that brother Soo doesn't seem to have much sexual interest in you. I guess he still likes my kind. Ha ha. By Chia Hsin Chang. Soo-yoon set off from the neighborhood and drove his Bentley flying spur towards Ning Qian's neighborhood, and at the same time dialed Chen Xin's number. Hello. A gentle and sweet female voice rang out. You're Chen Xin, right? Soo-yoon smiled and asked. My mom told me that my name is Soo-yoon. Sorry, the house was rented out by me. I'll be right over to pick you up. Just wait a little bit. There's a little bit of traffic. Okay, it's okay. There's no rush. Chen Xin felt pretty good when she heard Soo-yoon's voice for the first time. She said a little nervously, drive slowly and be safe on the road. Okay. After receiving Soo-yoon's phone call, Chen Xin didn't feel like waiting long before she saw a handsome-looking tall man walking over. Is he Soo-yoon? It feels similar to the picture Auntie showed herself, yay. Turns out the photos weren't photoshopped and Auntie wasn't lying to herself. After Soo-yoon entered the neighborhood, he looked around and saw a girl in a long white dress, sitting not far from the old man's daily exercise, with a rather nice-looking suitcase by her side. It should be her. Soo-yoon walked towards the other party and froze just as he walked in. This girl looks a bit familiar, like she's seen herself there before. Are you Chen Xin? Soo-yoon took the initiative to ask. Chen Xin stood up and nodded. I am. Are you Soo-yoon? Aha. Soo-yoon reached out to help result in the suitcase, pulled, and said, come on, follow me home. Oh, Chen Xin said with some embarrassment. Will I be disturbing you if I stay at your place? No, I live alone anyway. Soo-yoon laughed. My house is quite spacious and the soundproofing is okay. Even if you snore like thunder at night, I won't necessarily be able to hear you. I don't snore in my sleep. Chen Xin explained in a small voice with a somewhat red face. I'm a very quiet sleeper. Ha ha, I was just kidding. Chen Xin. Online. In novels, she's flirty, but in reality, she's introverted as hell, and shy, and sociopathic. She does, however, have an eye for habitual observation, which is common to all online authors, because all the material in the novels, the characters don't just appear out of thin air. A large part of it comes from the life around you and then modified. Moreover, through the last incident of Auntie Zhang's name tag, Chen Xin had certain speculations about Soo-yoon. At least it's all a very rich, but low-key man. Sure enough, when Chen Xin took a closer look at Soo-yoon, she realized that the watch he was wearing on his wrist was a Rolex Chocolate Classic. The same kind of watch that Yuwonla used to wear costs more than $200,000, which is worth 2 or 3 years of his salary. As they walked, they came to a white Bentley, and Chen Xin thought to herself that it was a nice-looking car. The next second she saw Soo-yoon beside her, opening the trunk of the car and putting her luggage inside. Chen Xin. The car is actually his. Of course she, an author who writes God's luxury articles, recognizes the car. A Bentley flying spur. Over $3 million. I'm afraid this one will take over 30 years of my own writing. Get in the car. Just as Chen Xin froze, Soo-yoon had already helped her open the passenger door. Ha, thank you. Chen Xin came back to her senses and hurriedly sat in the car, slightly tensing up. You'll be considered a Bentley writer yourself in the future. After Soo-yoon also got on the car, he smiled and asked, have you eaten yet? I ate on the moving train. I'm not hungry. Chen Xin had just finished speaking, and the next second, her stomach gave a gurgle against her will. Chen Xin was instantly embarrassed and feebly defended. Recently, my stomach has been a bit uncomfortable, and I occasionally make strange noises. A girl who lies is not cute. Soo-yoon laughed. Let's go eat hot pot then. I haven't eaten for a long time either. Chen Xin. Oops. I wish I could get under the chair. Shame on me. She held her cell phone and quietly stole a picture of Soo-yoon driving. but it wasn't the whole body and didn't show her face, and then sent it into his reading group. Flowering Pig, my aunt's son across the street and we had a face-to-face today and are in his car. So nervous. The group immediately came alive. Xiaolu, you're a man. You're nervous. Willow Shoreflower, is he handsome? Durian Round, didn't you say he was a tycoon before? Author, show me the license plate quickly. I want to see it. A smile, yeah. Send it out for us to see. Chen Xian looked at everyone's requests and quietly skimmed Su Yun before taking a picture of the gear lever and sending it into the group. Breathless he see. It's the Big B. Slugger, true dirtbag no doubt. Wind, author's sacrifice tonight. Take the back door and maybe there'll be another golden mo. Venerable Taishan Melon Eater, ask my brother for me. Is he still short of a girlfriend? Fat Fly at Flower Pig. The author is serious. Rich people play perverts. Boys go out. Remember to protect yourself. While Chen Xian was chatting with the readers in the group, Su Yun was also trying to remember in his head. Because the more he looked at Chen Xian, the more he felt that he had seen it, but for a moment he just couldn't think of it. Just a little bit short of inspiration. A few moments later, the two came to Jianqing's Heidaleo. To be honest, Su Yun actually seldom came here to eat. Before it was because he didn't have the money to spare, but also because the hot pot flavor here was rather list, not quite suitable for such heavy tastes as his. But I chose this place to take care of the girl, in case she can't eat too much spice. The two of them ordered a mandarin duck pot, some more regular dishes, and a bottle of juice. Then turn on Dazzle. Between meals, Su Yun realized that if he didn't take the initiative to find a topic of conversation, the other party was bored and didn't speak. Bury your head in the sand and eat. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Su Yun then took the initiative to chat with her. The first thing that was asked about was Chen Xian's job. What do you do for a living? Chen Xian was going to say that she didn't have a job and was freelancing, but thinking of the other girl who said that she didn't like to talk about panic, she hesitated for a few seconds before saying, do you know about web novels? I write web novels. Su Yun. As soon as those words came out, he instantly caught the slightest hint of spiritual rhythm. Fiction. He remembered. Su Yun looked towards Chen Xian as his memories gradually resynthesized with the other party. He finally remembered when he had seen the other man. It was a selfie that the author of a book had sent himself after he had rewarded him with a golden alliance. Isn't that the girl in front of you? I did not expect that the girl who lives across the street from her own mom and lets her mom snub her to come on a blind date with her is actually the author of her own reward. That's too much of a coincidence. After knowing this information, Su Yun looked at Chen Xian again with a hint of cunning and amusement in his eyes. Later after dinner, how about putting her in a small dark room and forcing her to code for everyone? Busy at work today. Too busy. End of chapter. Chapter 100 A Strange Female Neighbor? Chapter 100 A Strange Female Neighbor? What a coincidence. I kinda like reading novels. As Su Yun ate his meal, he deliberately smiled and asked, what novel did you write? Tell me about it. I'll see if I've read it. Chen Xian. Facing Su Yun's question, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Mostly, I'm really embarrassed to say that I wrote the novel myself, because it's got Cersei in it. If this was seen by Su Yun, his image would be all over. There was no telling what he would think of himself then. So tangled. Su Yun continued to ask, why? Is it inconvenient to say? Generally we don't tell the people around us what novels we write. Chen Xian explained. Otherwise it's always a bit awkward for acquaintances to read their novels. It's okay, if you don't say anything. Su Yun laughed. I was just curious to ask. Thanks. So you're planning to play in Jiangqing for a few days this time? No time set. Chen Xian said. If it's fun, I might play for a few more days. If it's not, I'll go back early. There's not really much to do in River City. Su Yun said. Since you want to come out and play, let's play hard and fast. Let's not be in Jiangqing. Let's change places. Ha, how about the two of us take a road trip? Ha, ha, I'll make the arrangements for the trip when the time comes, and you'll just have fun. Chen Xian, but well, it's happily decided. Su Yun reached out and said, you give me your ID card. You need it to buy a plane ticket and open a room. Ha, oh, Chen Xian didn't know why, so she very obediently took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to the other party. Then whispered, where are we going? I don't know. Su Yun said, later, I'll buy a map and go back, randomly selecting and going wherever I choose. Chen Xian. It's kind of crazy, but then again, there's something to look forward to. After the two of them finished eating, Su Yun really went to buy a map before going back. Back in the neighborhood, Chen Xian just look at the garage of various luxury cars know that this neighborhood is not cheap. Afraid of rich people will live in the high-end neighborhood. Taking the elevator, the two of them went straight to the 19th floor and then arrived at Su Yun's home. Once inside, Chen Xian was stunned. You call this a little wide? It's pretty wide. Okay. Walking through the large living room and out onto the balcony, she inwardly felt a little excited. Was this the fabled grand flat? Or the penthouse? In her novels, she has written countless times that the main character owns a large flat, and she has also looked at several pictures of large flats on the internet. But when she actually walks in and stands in a real large flat, the feeling is something that novels and pictures can't bring you. At this moment, she felt like an image from a novel shining into her real world. Soo-yun used the coffee maker and went to make her a cup of coffee. The house should be okay to live in. Soo-yun laughed. Personally, I think it should be a little bit better than a hotel. Chen Xin. This isn't a little bit better. This is way better. Let me show you the room you'll be staying in tonight. Soo-yun brought Chen Xin to the bedroom next to his own and said, "You'll sleep here tonight. Everything here is new and hasn't been used once. There's also a matching bathroom and check room." Aha! Chen Xin looked at them their own house living room or big bedroom. Heart envy. Soo-yun asked, "So are you just going to go to bed early now? Or are you coming with me to watch TV in the living room? Shouldn't we pick where we're going tomorrow?" Right. The two of them came to the living room and Soo-yun spread out the map of the country before picking up a dart and handing it to Chen Xin, saying, "You throw it, shall I?" "Sure." Soo-yun laughed. "I'm accompanying you this time by Mom's holy decree. You're the protagonist." Okay. Chen Xin took the dart with some embarrassment and threw it towards the map. And the dart was inserted crookedly on the map of Shanghai City. Shanghai? When Soo-yun saw it, he laughed. "It's a cosmopolitan city. I haven't been there yet either." After determining the purpose, Chen Xin started working on her travel strategy online, and Soo-yun watched TV for a while before getting up to take a shower. Not long after, Chen Xin heard someone pressing the door code. Curious, she walked over to the door, which had just opened halfway there. A woman opened the door and walked in. The two instantly looked at each other in all directions and both froze in place. Li Jinshu looked at the strange woman who suddenly appeared in Soo-yun's house and asked, "Who are you? Where is Soo-yun?" "I'm his friend. He's in the shower at the moment." Chen Xin asked back, "And who are you?" "I'm his neighbor," Li Jinshu said in a panic, then quickly turned around and fled. Chen Xin, a strange female neighbor? Still thinking the other woman had lied and was a bad person, she walked quickly to the door and peered in. The other guy actually went into the next house and closed the door. It's just, can a neighbor just walk into someone's house? Li Jinshu came and went in a hurry. After returning to the house, Sumu saw this and asked with a smile, "How did you come back so quickly?" "Just went in and came out." Li Jinshu sat on the sofa and said to Sumu, "Do you know what I saw when I went over to look for Soo-yun just now?" "See what?" "I saw a woman." Li Jinshu said, "Big boobs, bigger than yours." Sumu, hoping that you went in and looked around and all you remembered was that she had big boobs. "Why, do you think, is there suddenly a woman in his house?" Li Jinshu said in a depressed manner. Why does Soo-yun bring women back to his home when he has nothing to do? He really isn't afraid of losing his kidneys. Why are you so excited about him bringing a woman home? Sumu laughed. People don't have girlfriends. Free agency, how normal. He is blind. To find me and you not good? Li Jinshu subconsciously blurted out. Sumu? I mean. Li Jinshu quickly explained, we are not better than the women outside. Want to find a girlfriend to find us. Know the roots of the reliable much more. The guy who seeks to go far away. So he came to you. Did you say yes? Li Jinshu. That woman you saw today. I can probably guess who it was. Li Jinshu was curious. Who is it? Auntie set him up on a blind date. Sumu explained. I heard him say once 2 days ago that Auntie called him and said that a girl was coming to Jiangxing to play for 2 days. Stayed at his place. And wanted Soo-yun to accompany her for 2 days. Li Jinshu. The morale in her heart weakened as soon as she heard that the other person was the one her aunt had found for her son. In that case, it seems like people are a little more legitimate than she is. Su, you don't think Soo-yun really has a crush on her, do you? Why? Because she has really big boobs. Li Jinshu glanced down at her small C and said, men seem to like women with big breasts. Sumu. She also glanced down at her not-so-small breasts. Is it really bigger than your own? Sumu, who had always been very confident, suddenly became somewhat self-doubting. Comparing breasts between women is like comparing length between men, always feeling more confident the bigger they are. But, well, it's all about talent, and you can't change that. After Soo-yun finished his bath and came out, Chen Xin immediately said, just now, a woman said that she was your next-door neighbor, and she came in by pressing the door secret herself, and then ran away again after seeing me. Soo-yun, needless to say, it must be Li Jinshu. She must have been shocked when she saw Chen Xin at the time. Haha, it's okay. Soo-yun laughed. I'm on better terms with my next-door neighbor, so we know each other's house passwords. Oh, Chen Xin responded. It's good that it's not a thief. Suyun walked over and smiled this asked, don't you code at night? I'm stocked up for the next few days. Chen Xin said. It should be enough. How are you online authors earning? Depends on the person. Chen Xin explained. The ones that make money are very profitable. And the ones that don't make money make a little bit of living expenses. Such as me, whose normal monthly fee for a manuscript is only a few $1,000s. That does seem a bit low. But as long as you work hard on your code, even poor grades are better than working. Chen Xin smiled and replied. At least my time is free. That's true. Chen Xin was a little embarrassed to see Suyun in his bathrobe as she got up and said, I still have to travel tomorrow, so I'll go back to my room to get ready to rest and sleep. Well, go ahead and just call me if you need anything. Okay. After Chen Xin returned to his room, he closed the door tightly, and he even heard the sound of the door being unlocked. This woman, looking naive, is quite security conscious. Suyun had stopped reading novels, but now that he knew that Chen Xin was the author of that godly text, he reopened the novel app and added the book back. The grades seemed to remain average. For one, it was an acquaintance, and for another, seeing as she usually helped his mom a lot, Suyun decided to wish him another good luck. So the charge was made, and straight away another golden alliance was rewarded. Then clicked on the application to add the readers group. There's something cool about this feeling that I know her and she doesn't know herself. In the bedroom, Chen Xin didn't look at her cell phone or the writers backstage and didn't realize that she had just harvested another golden alliance from someone. She looked at the large bathtub in her bedroom and couldn't wait to fill it with water before stripping all over and soaking inside. The water rose over her breasts, a dense layer of bubbles obscuring the light beneath the water. She loved bubble baths, but she didn't have that where she lived. When I make money later and become a great author, I must also buy a big house and install a big bathtub for myself so that I can take a bubble bath every day. Unfortunately, this wish is so distant that it can only be thought about. After soaking for about half an hour, Chen Xin finally got up, changed into the pajamas she had brought with her, and came to the bed. Before she went to bed, she habitually opened the back office of her writer's assistant and checked up on today's subscription information, so she could probably tell how much money she had made. But as soon as she opened it, the first thing she saw was the reward message. The long string of zeros after the one directly made her feel a little misty-eyed for the second time, and her heart beat faster. Another golden alliance rewarded by a tycoon? End of chapter. Chapter 101. It's okay, as long as it's not a bed. Chapter 101. It's okay, as long as it's not a bed. Look at the amount first, then the name of the reward. A familiar ID caused Chen Xin to stir up a bit. Isn't this the grumpy old man who gave me the gold mo reward last time? My dirtbag brother is back? Then she realized her readership was flashing up with messages. A lot of people are eyeing themselves. Needless to say, the last time it was this hilarious was when there was gold mo. Chen Xin clicked in to take a look. And goodness, grumpy old man had returned to the group, and a generous 200 red packet. Chen Xin hesitated and once again sent Suyun a friend request. Seconds passed this time. Xin Chen, big brother, why are you back again? In the living room, Suyun looked at the message sent by the other party and smiled. I'm missing a girlfriend, and my mom looked at your picture and seems to like you. Xin Chen, grumpy old man, want to meet up? Chen Xin, big brother, I really don't sleep with you. Grumpy old man, money back. Chen Xin, yes, but you have to wait for me to send the article, and I can only refund you the money I got my hands on. Suyun looked at her message. This woman is really honest. She said she'd return it. Grumpy old man, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Right, well, I won't read it but I will reward it. Xin Chen. Xin Chen, thank you, old man, for your support. I appreciate it. Grumpy old man, since you're grateful, come out and have dinner with us. Chen Xin, why do I get the feeling you still want to sleep with me? Grumpy old man, you feel right. Xin Chen. Forget it, don't dwell on it. It's people's business if they want to sleep around, as long as they are firm about not going out to see him. Chen Xin once again looked through the background, looking at the 100,000 reward, rolling freely on the spacious bed, and not afraid to fall off the bed. Ha ha, another $50,000 for the manuscript. There's money for this tour. To express her delight and share it with her readers, she also generously sent out a $200 red envelope to the group. A reader asked, Author, where did you sleep tonight? It's not like it's already been barred by the earthy big brother, is it? Still chatting and talking means it's okay. Suyun was idly bored and bubbled in the group. Grumpy old man, what? The author was slept with? Quits the group. No point. Security chief, it's over. Older brother is jealous. Successful crib, older brother. The other big brother is driving a big B, but he has sent photos. Pictures asterisk 2. Soo-yun took a look at the picture. Isn't this me in my car? Look at this angle. I didn't realize that Chen Xin was actually secretly filming herself and her car in the car to share with everyone. I then told her what she was doing holding her cell phone by herself. Grumpy old man, it's just a big B. It's okay, I've got a Porsche too, said Soo-yun. Also Sun screened a picture of his 2 car keys. Picture asterisk 1. At once a group of 66 floated past. This is also a real tycoon. The next day, Soo-yun slept until he woke up naturally. Chen Xin woke up very early and was too embarrassed to go shout at Soo-yun, so she could only wash up and wait in the living room. It looked like it was 9 o'clock before the other guy got up. Didn't you say you were going on a trip? Why are you out so late? Eventually the two drove to the airport a little after 10 o'clock. Looking at the line of people on the floor, she thought she would have to spend time standing in line to buy it again, but it turned out not to be. Soon, an airport staff member came to them, and after inquiring about Soo-yun's identity, they were guided by a special person through the VIP exclusive security channel next to them, which was not crowded at all. Come into the VIP lounge and sit in a massage chair, and any snacks and drinks throughout the house are free to enjoy. When it's almost time to board the plane, they are also the first passengers on board, with privacy and speed. The reason for all this privileged service is that Soo-yun is a private banking user of the construction bank. Traveling with dignity is one of those services. Not only that, when they arrived in Shanghai, the bank had arranged for a special shuttle car to pull them directly to the hotel. When they boarded the plane, Soo-yun and Chen Xin sat inside the first-class cabin. The space and environment here is not at all comparable to business or economy class outside. Each person's seat is an individual massage chair, by the window, and is wide enough that it can even be lowered to sleep flat. There were lockers for luggage, a reading light, and a small LV blanket. Not only that, guests can also order their own food, can watch TV, play games, listen to music, can be controlled by themselves. Both were sitting for the first time. Soo-yun was rather calm, while Chen Xin was more excited. After the plane took off, he looked at the screen in front of him that looked like a laptop and reached out to ring a service bell. Soon, a pretty flight attendant approached. Crouching down, she smiled and asked respectfully, "Mr. Soo, may I ask how I can help you?" The stewardess in charge of the first-class cabin knows the name and location of the guest in advance and memorizes it before each takeoff. "I'd like to order a drink," the stewardess politely said. "We drink cocktails, champagne, and a variety of beverages here, such as coffee, Coke, Sprite, juice, and so on. Give me a cup of coffee." "Okay," the stewardess asked again. "Is there anything else you need to serve? We also have a variety of small desserts prepared." "I don't really need it, thanks." "Okay, Mr. Soo, wait a little. I'll bring it right away." Chen Xin watched Soo-yun operate and followed suit. She asked for a glass of juice and then lots of small desserts. It's called no food for nothing, and it's free anyway. Flying from Jiangcheng to Shanghai, it only takes a little more than an hour. And since I left the house late in the morning, I had to eat my lunch on the airplane first. Still free. I thought it would be fast food, but when it was served, the food was exquisite, similar to what you'd find in a restaurant, and tasted good. Unlike economy class passengers, one person just gives you a small bread to fill your stomach when you arrive at mealtime. Soo-yun directly dazzled 2 servings, and Chen Xin ate 1. An hour went by quickly. Soo-yun and Chen Xin felt that only a short time had passed before they were informed that the airplane would land soon and asked everyone to get ready. When the plane landed steadily, Soo-yun and Chen Xin, their first-class guests, were still prioritized to disembark the plane, not squeezing with the people behind them. "Take the special access port and come out. The commercial vehicle arranged by the bank is waiting at the entrance." Yu Xian, the hotel housekeeper, was a very professional and beautiful woman. After checking Soo-yun's identity, she pulled the 2 of them towards the hotel. The hotel is a J hotel with deep cooperation with the bank, a 5-star hotel located in the CBD of Shanghai, at the top of the Shanghai Center Tower, the second tallest building in the world and the first in China. Since they had made a reservation in advance, there was no need for them to go to the front desk to check in at all, as Yu Xian had already arranged everything. She would also accompany Soo-yun and Chen Xin throughout their tour of Shanghai these days, equivalent to a private guided tour program offered by the hotel. This is an additional charge though. The J Hotel was 120 floors high. Yu Xian warmly reminded as she took the 2 of them on the high-speed elevator towards the top floor. "Because this is a super-fast elevator, it's normal that when the elevator is going up later, we may experience stuffy ears and ear discomfort. All we need to do is cover our ears, or open our mouths slightly, or swallow a little bit of saliva for relief." As she finished her explanation, she pulled a card out of her pocket, swiped it and pressed level 120. Chen Xin immediately covered her ears in advance. and also slightly opened her small mouth. Seeing this, Soo-yoon laughed. Would you be exaggerating a bit? I'm double insured here. Chen Xin hadn't ridden in any high-speed elevators, and she looked cautious for the safety of her ears. It's not that serious. Yu Xian also laughed. Miss Chen doesn't need to worry so much. Soon, the elevator began to climb all the way up, and the speed was indeed much faster than a normal elevator. Soo-yoon didn't take it personally and didn't cover his ears or open his mouth, but when he got up to a certain height, he did experience a bit of ear stuffiness, but it's not a big problem. Seeing that Soo-yoon did not do as he was told, Yu Xian beside him inadvertently stood behind him, slightly standing on her tiptoes and covering his ears with both hands. This scene left Chen Xin, who was watching from the side, dumbfounded. An elevator ride, and you get this kind of treatment? Is this the daily life of the rich? What an eye-opener she did have. Right. Such good material. Go back and write it into your own goddamned novel. Soo-yoon did not move, silently enjoying the warmth of the service. A few moments later, the elevator stopped. Soo-xian let go of her hand and took 2 steps forward, helping to press open the elevator before guarding the side and guiding. Mr. Soo, please follow me this way. Okay, thanks. Walking down the corridors, which were covered with luxurious carpeting, was soft, like being on thick pine leaves. Soo-yoon asked curiously, I just saw you swipe your card when you came up. Can't anyone else sit in this elevator? No. Yu Xian explains. Our hotel rooms are usually on floors 86 to 98. The top floor is usually an executive lounge, but there are also guest rooms, though only 4 sets. They are Sky Deluxe Suite, Cloud Deluxe Room, Supreme Executive Suite and Starry Sky Romantic Suite. These rooms are closed to the public and are reserved for use by honorable guests like yourself. Martyr. Soo-yoon felt the rights and benefits of this private bank card for the first time. It was so cool. Yu Xian brought the 2 to bring one out the door before saying, Mr. Soo, like what you booked is our Starry Sky Romantic Suite, which is mainly for couples to live in. Chen Xin looked at Soo-yoon in confusion. How did you become a couple? When Soo-yoon saw Chen Xion's doubt, he innocently said, I didn't know that the hotel booked me a couple's suite. I just said a man and a woman. Aren't you a couple? Chen Xin replied. No. Excuse me, Mr. Soo. Yu Xian was a bit embarrassed and apologized. At that time, the bank told us that you were a man and a woman, so our hotel defaulted to the fact that you were a couple, and that's why we purposely chose this room. It's fine, as long as it's not a bed. Soo-yoon flirted. Besides, I'm a big man. I'm not afraid of her lusting after me. I can protect myself. Chen Xin. Hey, did you say the opposite? Isn't that something I should be worried about? End of chapter. Chapter 102. He just wants to find a chance to eat himself. Chapter 102. He just wants to find a chance to eat himself. Yu Xian knew her status and didn't get involved. After ascertaining that Soo-yoon did not want to change the house, or was dissatisfied, she took out her room card and helped the 2 open the door to the room between the 2 of them snickering at each other. After walking in, Yu Xian familiarized herself with the room. She said, the difference between this set and the other rooms is that it's a penthouse set with an upper and lower level. Below is the living room, dining room, large balcony and a multi-purpose gym. Above that are 2 bedrooms. One of the most unique features is that standing on the large balcony, you can see all 3 pieces of the Shanghai market. Not only that, but there's an infinity edge, high-ceilinged pool on the terrace. At night, you can swim in it and then look up and enjoy the romantic starry sky overhead. Chen Xian pushed open the huge glass door of the living room and took a few steps forward to the balcony. She looked at the super pretty rimless glass swim pool in front of her and was instantly impressed. It's amazing that there is such a beautiful pool at such a high level. You believe that? The temptation for girls is off the charts. It just quickly occurred to her that she didn't seem to have brought her bathing suit out. Soo-yoon was also satisfied with the pool. Yu Xian smiled and said, in the evening, the hall next door will usually hold an executive reception from time to time. It's quite hot. You can also go and take a look. We can go without an invitation? Soo-yoon was puzzled. You won't be kicked out? Not usually, Yu Xian explained. After all, the guests who can usually stay on our top floor are not of low status, and people will welcome you to have fun. If it's there by then, check it out. After the introduction, Yu Xian handed Soo-yoon the room's card and said, Mr. Soo, this is the room card, so you can take a rest in the hotel first. In the evening, you can also go out on your own to eat the neighborhood food, which is quite good. I'll pick you guys up in the morning and take you to Disney. Okay? Hard work. After Yu Xian, the hotel housekeeper, left, Chen Xian came back from her great surprise and suddenly felt that the travel guide she made last night was not informative at all. Not at all. She asked with some curiosity. Brother Soo, when did you take care of all this? Last night. Soo-yun explained. I'm a private banking subscriber of CCB, so after I made a call to them yesterday, then all of this was arranged by them. I just need to pay. About how much does this hotel cost per night? Chen Xin said. I feel sure it's not cheap. Don't think about saving money when you come out to play. Soo-yun smiled and said. Although it's a bit expensive, tens of thousands of dollars a night. I kinda like this room. Chen Xin. My mom. Tens of thousands a night. She couldn't help but gulp at the price. Without Soo-yun, this was a room that he could not afford to stay in. After that, the two went upstairs and picked a room for each of them and began to pack their bags. Basic toiletries and all that. The hotel is prepared. Or are some of the big brands. Chen Xin took a look at her cheap stuff and decisively gave up and used the hotels instead. Half an hour later, the two were cleaned up and ready to go to dinner. As the hotel's most valued guest, all hotel services are complimentary. Instead of opting for a free dinner in the wine list, though, the two were going to come out for some local specialties. Around the hotel, there are really more home-cooked food, which is very convenient for a night out for a snack and a stroll. The two of them wandered for a while, and when they passed at Xiaoyang Shengjian, Chen Xin stopped. She said, why don't we go try this? Alright, go and try it. Soo-yun was indifferent to food and had never been a picky eater. The two came to the store. Chen Xin remembered the tip she made. She introduced, I read online that this is very tasty. It's a native Shanghai snack, also known as raw and fried steamed buns. It is crispy on the outside, only flavorful, richly filled with meat, delicately shaped, and deliciously interspersed with the aroma of meat, oil, and scallions. Seeing that Chen Xin was not speaking Shanghainese, but Mandarin, the boss on the side smiled warmly and asked, are you traveling here? Right, boss. Soo-yun laughed. You can't sell us more expensively just because we're externally obtained. That won't. The boss replied, our Xiaoyang Shengjian has a good reputation. It's cheap and delicious. You found the right place. This was just to hear the boss casually talking. Soo-yun did not believe a word of it anyway. You go to every store and the owner pretty much tells you the same thing. Yes? Soo-yun said. Then we'll have to taste it. And if it's not good, we won't give you any money. Of course there's no problem. The owner confidently said. You finish it. It's not good. You don't get paid. Soo-yun had thought that the owner was bragging, but after eating it, its flavor really didn't disappoint him. It wasn't as delicious as Chen Xin described, but it was still good. Soo-yun paid the money and took Chen Xin to continue shopping. Through Chen Xin's tips, the two of them found another store and ate a bowl of the local specialty, Sanchin wonton. It's not filled with fresh meat, kaiyang, or squash made into the center of the filling, but pure meat. The so-called three fresh names are all in the soup. Shredded eggs, shrimp, seaweed, the three fresh tuned out of the thin skin, wrapped in fresh meat, the taste of fresh and smooth. Soo-yun guessed that he was a bit hungry as he ate 3 bowls in one sitting. Chen Xin ate a bowl. After eating their fill, the two didn't continue their stroll, but went back to the hotel. Because he had been strolling around all night, there was more sweat on his body, so as soon as he came back, Soo-yun went to the bathroom to take a shower first. Chen Xin after washing, but as he washed, he heard Soo-yun's voice coming from inside. Chen Xin. Ha? Chen Xin was reading the tips for Disney tomorrow, and when she heard Soo-yun call her, she answered, I forgot to bring my shorts in, can you get them for me? Ha? Oh. Chen Xin blushed as she asked with some embarrassment, where's your one? It's at the bottom of my suitcase in a small bag. Chen Xin came to Soo-yun's bedroom, opened his suitcase, and found the other man's shorts. It was the first time in her entire life that she had helped a man with his shorts. The good thing is that these shorts seem to be new, haven't been worn, and are acceptable. She picked up her shorts, went to the bathroom door, knocked, and said, can I leave them by the door for you? I left my door open. Come on in. Chen Xin hesitated for a few seconds. Looking at the men's shorts in her hand, she whispered, I'm coming in then. Oh, well, you came in. Chen Xin was nervous about doing something like this for the first time in her life. She pushed the door open and went inside, voluntarily closing her eyes to avoid suspicion of seeing something she shouldn't have and feeling her way through. The sound of water from the shower was her guide. Soo-yun couldn't help but smile as he looked at Chen Xin. Wrapped in a towel herself, she wasn't naked, so I don't know what she was afraid of. But he didn't raise his voice to warn him, but watched the other man feel his way over step by step. Unaware of this, Chen Xin, still reaching out, asked, can you get it now? No, you come a little closer. Chen Xin took a few more steps forward and asked, now what? Just come over a little more. Chen Xin honestly obeyed and continued to move forward. Bang! Because it was such a big step, she crashed right into the glass of the bathroom in a close encounter. Chen Xian instantly squatted down and hurriedly stretched out her other hand to touch her forehead. Su Yun didn't expect her to crash, and immediately stepped forward to help the other party up, asking with concern, "Are you alright? Does it hurt?" he said, and blew on his mouth. Chen Xian didn't open her eyes despite this, for fear of seeing something she shouldn't. She felt the heat radiating from Su Yun's body in front of her, the breath he exhaled as he spoke, and his broad hand on her forehead, and her heart couldn't help but thump, because in her mind, at this moment, Su Yun should be wearing nothing and squatting in front of her. This if you open your own eyes. A man with such a handsome face should have a good body, right? Chen Xian is a writer of novels, or divine hero novels, usually in order to find inspiration. Those shibboleths are not less quietly read on the internet, also not less written. Rich imagination. Immediately some images of the drama in the bathroom, without realizing it, came to her mind, stimulating her, so much so that she completely forgot about the pain in her forehead. Su Yun didn't know what Chen Xian was thinking at this moment, as he blew while reaching out to rub the other party's red forehead and laughed. "Why are you exaggerating so much in your last step? You're as dumb as a pig. I'm still trying to get you shorts." Chen Xian, red-faced, stood up and said somewhat depressed, "The shorts are for you. I'll go out first. You can actually open your eyes." "All right." Su Yun laughed. "Anyway, if you go out with your back to me, you won't be able to see me, so you won't have to crash into the door again later." "Seems about right." Chen Xian allowed herself to turn in place, then slowly opened her eyes. It feels good to see the light again. Although it had only been a short 10 seconds or so just now, the feeling of not being able to see and not feeling safe was too painful. Chen Xian was about to lift her steps to leave when she was suddenly grabbed by Su Yun's shoulders with both hands behind her and turned backward. Because of the surprise, Chen Xian was caught off guard and didn't even have time to close her eyes. Just when she thought she was about to see something, she realized that Su Yun did not look shirtless, but rather wrapped in a white bath towel. Chen Xian. Su Yun looked at her dumbfounded face and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Are you a little disappointed that you didn't see the imagined picture? You're wrapped in a towel. Why didn't you say so?" Chen Xian knew that she had been tricked by Su Yun, and said with some shame and anger, "It caused me to. Just now. You didn't ask me, and as soon as I came in, my eyes were closed." Su Yun laughed. "Besides, didn't I just tell you? It doesn't really matter if you open it. You're the one who doesn't open it. So who's to blame?" Chen Xian. "Actually, you just had it in your mind to open your eyes and see, didn't you?" Su Yun flirted. "Why don't I untie the towel?" "Not at all." Chen Xian was molested, reddened her ears and denied, "I don't want to look at you." After saying that, she was scared, nervous and immediately turned her head in place and ran out quickly. The shyness is adorable. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Why are you looking at me instead of the fireworks? Chapter 103, Why are you looking at me instead of the fireworks? Su Yun got dressed and came out. Seeing that Chen Xian had already ducked back into her room, he smiled and came to the door and knocked. "I've finished giving the wash. It's your turn." "Oh, I know. In the room," Chen Xian replied. "I'll come later." Su Yun skimmed his lips and went to the balcony alone. He found a chair to recline in, blowing in the evening breeze from the 120th floor, and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. Su Mu, Li Jinshu, and Ning Qian all sent themselves messages. "Sumu, where have you been?" Li Jinshu, "A woman with big boobs has no brain. Don't be fooled by her." Ning Qian, "I bought a new set of clothes. When you come, I will wear it for you to see." After reading them, Su Yun replied one by one. "I'm traveling to Shanghai. I don't think I'll be back until a few days. I'm counting on you for the company. It can't be helped. I'm a guy who likes women with big boobs who are also clumsy. Okay, I'll look for you when I come back, so don't let me down." After replying to the message, he set the phone aside and looked at the night scene below. Shanghai is much more prosperous than Jiangcheng. The more you compare, the more you are exposed to, the more good things you enjoy, the better. When you are almost done in Jiangcheng, you should also come to Shanghai to wave and see the Shanghai city lights and wine and green. The rich Su Yun is not thinking about starting a family right now. All he wants is to enjoy life and live one day at a time. When the day he really wave enough, should enjoy all enjoy, want to do things or dry, should see the world to see, to what all lose interest in the time. He will return to Jiangcheng peacefully enjoy their old age. Do you think he has any regrets? There must be. Right now, there are actually a lot of things that the 18-year-old himself used to want to do that always feel completely different by the time he's able to do them now. For example, Baek Yu Kwang, who used to be his high school crush. When I first graduated, how I wanted to walk up to her and tell her to her face that I liked you. What else could he go for now? Could be, but it feels childish. It also doesn't feel as throbbing as it did back then. What's more, Now that girl was no longer the same by Yukwon. Time and life can change many people and many things. There are some regrets that you miss that time and never get another chance. The reason it's called white moonlight is that there are regrets. A woman with no regrets. That can't be called a white moon. Just as Soo Yoon was feeling sentimental, Chen Xian also finished her shower and changed her clothes and came out. She looked at Soo Yoon, who was sitting on the balcony, and after hesitating for a moment, she still walked over and asked, "What are you doing here alone? Look at the stars in the sky." Soo Yoon replied. Chen Xian looked towards the night sky, but unfortunately there was no half starlight this night. "You're lying. Where are the stars? Why don't I see any of them?" Soo Yoon sniffed and turned his head towards Chen Xian. The two of them were lying down one by one. Soo Yoon looked up from the bottom, and at the first glance, he actually did not see the other party's face. His vision was completely blocked. Big, really big. Soo Yoon smiled and asked, "You're not afraid of me anymore? Still dare to come over? I don't think you're that kind of person." Chen Xian blushed a little and said, "You people, you just like to joke around and have no sense of decency. That's not necessarily true. What if I'm really moving on?" Soo Yoon said, "You're pretty and have a good body. It's normal for my heart to have thoughts. Just because it's in your heart doesn't mean you'll act on it." Chen Xian said, "If you really dare to bully me, I'll go back and tell auntie." Soo Yoon. Seeing him defeated, Chen Xian laughed happily. Turns out he has people he's afraid of too. This time, Chen Xian became a little more bold, and she simply laid down on the chair beside Soo Yoon as well. "Aren't you going down for a swim?" Soo Yoon smiled and asked rhetorically, "Don't you really like this pool? Why don't you go down?" "I don't have any clothes," Chen Xian replied. "I can't swim. I haven't learned yet." Both of them laughed involuntarily as they finished. Soo Yoon said, "I'll buy you clothes tomorrow. This pool can't be wasted. Then I'll teach you to swim tomorrow night." "Good." Soo Yoon got up and said, "Rest early tonight. There are no stars to see." Chen Xian. "I was talking to you. I wasn't trying to look at the stars." The hotel has a bed call service. The one who woke up Soo Yoon and Chen Xian was Yu Xian, the hotel housekeeper. After the two of them washed up, led by Yu Xian, they went to the restaurant on the 108th floor to have breakfast. It's a 2-star Michelin restaurant. At the beginning, each person had an egg-like bowl, which was uncovered and contained crispy fried breadsticks with caviar on top. It's very fragrant and rich. Chen Xian gently took a bite and thought it was so delicious. Next up was a pre-entree refresh, a lobster dish, and duck breast cooked medium rare. And finally, the after-dinner dessert. This Soo Yoon didn't like it too much. It was too sweet. He didn't eat much, but Yu Xian and Chen Xian ate more, 2 different desserts each. After a hearty breakfast, the group of 3 was dropped off at the entrance of Disney in a special car arranged by the hotel. Because it's summer vacation, the peak time to travel with kids. So after arriving at the entrance of Disneyland, Soo Yoon and Chen Xian realized that there were a lot of people. A long line that they couldn't even see the head. "How long do we have to wait in line to get in here?" Chen Xian replied to O based on her rater's information. "The internet says that a general ticket is estimated to take about 2 hours. We certainly don't have to get in line." Yu Xian laughed. "We have the highest privilege Supreme VIP card, so we can enter through the special passage." Thus, Soo Yoon and Chen Xian, under the envious eyes of the crowd, walked through the crowd and entered the park in 1 second from one of the few passages. On the way, Chen Xian curiously asked, "What is this Supreme VIP ticket? How much is it?" "I don't know." Soo Yoon asked towards Yu Xian beside him. "How much is this ticket?" 16,800 yuan apiece. Yu Xian replied. Chen Xian shook her head straight when she heard it. This was too extravagant. You know, she'd checked online, and a regular ticket was only 500 bucks. Although Soo Yoon also felt that it was a bit expensive and cost a bit of money, it was worth it, because he enjoys a privileged service that is not available to the general public. While everyone else is still toiling away in line in the sun, you can enter the park yourself in a second. Once inside the park, Yu Xian went back and picked them up in the evening, and the person responsible for taking over their trip was the park's professional on-the-go butler, who was available 24 hours a day to provide service and assistance throughout the trip. Soon, the two arrived at the first program, and the line was still long and numerous. Soo Yoon shook his head straight as he watched. "I didn't expect there to be more people lined up inside." Chen Xian smiled and said, "The internet says that even if you have a ticket for the items in here, if you don't make a reservation in advance on the mobile app, you can't play even if you queue up and want to play." "The pit," Soo Yoon muttered, then asked a question to his accompanying butler. "We won't have to make an appointment as well, right, Mr. Soo? Our rank doesn't require an appointment." The tour steward smiled and replied, "I can take you straight there as many times as you want to play, and there's no limit to the number of times you can play." "Okay." let's go have some fun. After the park's professional on-the-go butler showed the staff their tickets, the two of them went straight through the exit without having to wait in line, much less use any priority lanes. The tourists in line next to them looked at them with envy and jealousy in their eyes. There's no way around it. It's a kryptonite world. No matter where you are, if you are willing to spend money and give it up, you will be treated differently from everyone else. Some people say that money can't buy time. That also had to be analyzed specifically. For example, right now, Soo-Yun could spend money to buy the time wasted in the queue. Soo-Yun and Chen Xin walked into the passageway, and a small screen appeared in front of them, saying some blah 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 words, mainly some precautions. Each person has a white label on the bottom of their feet with your own seat number. Just find your counterpart when you go inside the house later. Soo-Yun and Chen Xin were naturally next to each other. Because of the privilege of the card, it is still the first row, the best place to view the movie. Stepping inside, the two looked around at the dark setting, which was kind of like a large movie theater. Right in front of it, in the center, there was a huge screen. As the screen plays, the seats will follow and rise up in the air, close to the screen in front of them. And then it's a fantastical journey called 4D. It has famous landscapes from the North Pole, Africa, the Great Wall and other places around the world. To be honest, this project had zero appeal to Soo-Yun, but Chen Xin seemed to like it. Coming out of the passageway, Chen Xin was the first to interview Soo-Yun and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" "It's okay," Soo-Yun replied, "but if you ask me to queue for 2 hours and swim for 5 bells, I'll give up decisively." "Ha ha, I'd give up too," Chen Xin said. "This project belongs to the appetizer, to say the best immersion, or to belong to the Pirates of the Caribbean. The internet said it is a must-brush project. We go to experience this." "Good," Soo-Yun laughed. "Now we'll go wherever you say." The professional butler accompanying them on the side doesn't comment, just leads them to the items they want to play and shows the way. He also clears up any confusion if he comes across something that is confusing. It's hot to walk around on a 30-something degree day. Chen Xin asked Soo-Yun if he ate ice cream, and Soo-Yun nodded. When she came to the store, she casually grabbed 2 Donald Duck ice creams and asked how much for one. The person replied that he wanted $50 apiece. Chen Xin sniffed and decisively put one down, only buying one for Soo-Yun and buying a bottle of water for herself. "I'd rather have water." "What? Can't give up?" Soo-Yun couldn't help but laugh. Chen Xin honestly said, "Well, she can't afford it. It's too expensive." "It's okay, we'll just have one for the two of us." Soo-Yun deliberately flirted. "When the time comes, I'll take a bite and you'll take a bite." Chen Xin. In the end, Soo-Yun didn't eat it and handed the ice cream to Chen Xin to eat and drank the water himself. It wasn't that Soo-Yun couldn't afford it, but he didn't like it. Chen Xin took a small taste of the sky-high ice cream and thought that it tasted just about the same as the ones that cost a few dollars outside, which was a loss. "Luckily, I only bought one." The two hiked 10 minutes to the second program, Pirates of the Caribbean. It's a water program, so it's kind of humid when you're in line. However, Soo-Yun and Chen Xin still enjoyed the privilege of not needing to line up, directly exiting into and sitting in the first row. Compared to the Soaring Horizons one, this one is mostly a live-action experience, floating on water in a small boat. Starting in, there are landscapes and lines that gradually bring you into the plot, making it more immersive and jarring. When he came out of it, Soo-Yun's body was splashed with water. Chen Xin couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, I told you to switch places with me and you wouldn't do it." Soo-Yun gave her a blank look and said, "Did you already know that sitting on the left side would cause water to splash out?" Aha! After playing 2 programs in a row, both of them were a bit tired. At Chen Xin's suggestion, the two of them went to the store of peripheral products. There are some stores where you can't just buy what you want, and you have to draw straws to get a chance to buy it. This had no effect on Soo-Yun and Chen Xin, who had privileges. The store has a large variety of products of various cartoons. Soo-Yun chose a Donald Duck's yellow hat for Chen Xin to wear, which is very cute. For myself, I bought a Mickey Mouse hat. It's a lot cheaper than regular travelers because of the V-card privilege of 20% off. After the two of them rested for a while after the shopping, Chen Xin brought Soo-Yun to see the last float parade. At first Soo-Yun said, "Just a rover, what is there to see?" Childish. But when he came to the site, he was more focused and excited than anyone else at the sight of the various TV cartoon figures, performing the show, and giving a high five to the pink seal, viciously mocked by Chen Xin. She herself, with the help of Soo-Yun, took pictures with many stars. It's as if the whole world is rushing you to grow up and only Disneyland is desperately trying to guard your beginnings and childhood. But Chen Xin had to wait in line for a while to take a photo with the big star, Linnea's Bell, even though she had the privilege to do so. There was no way that popularity was still engaged. And there were many rich people, not just Soo-Yun alone, who had privileges. At noon, The two were led by the butler to the VIP's exclusive area and ate a burger for over 100, a hot dog for over 40, and a set meal for over 300 straight away. Although it was a bit expensive, this was a piece of cake for Soo-yoon. After eating, the two rested for a few moments, and then they were back in clockwork mode. If you buy a general admission ticket, you'll spend most of the day standing in line, and you'll probably only get to do 2 to 3 programs. But with the privilege card, it's play whatever you want. There's no line at all. Just go play and you're next in line. And if playing it once isn't enjoyable, you can even just leave it off and keep playing. Basically, you can do all the classic programs in one day. Finally, they made their way to the Tron Extreme Light Wheel, a program well suited for older children. This one is somewhat of a thrill ride. Originally, Chen Xin didn't want to go and wait for Soo-yoon down below, but she was afraid of being ridiculed by the other party for her cowardice, so she went up with a stiff upper lip. Still first row. After starting it up, the dazzling motorcycle weaved through the air at over 80 yards, causing Chen Xin to close her eyes and scream out loud in direct fear. For 60 seconds, she was weightless and disoriented, losing all feeling. Next to him, Soo-yoon was so excited that he kept his eyes open the entire time without any fear at all. But one lap down, because the capture of the photo did not take a good picture. At the suggestion of Soo-yoon, the two did not get off, and then followed another time. The result was that when she came down, Chen Xin's entire body was dizzy and she almost vomited. Seeing this, Soo-yoon asked with concern from the side, "How is it? Are you alright?" "It's fine. I guess it's my first time on it and I'm not used to it." Just as she finished speaking, Chen Xin hit an air gap and looked like she was about to throw up. "You get used to puking." Soo-yoon was afraid to pat him on the back, and as a person who had been there before, he smiled and said, "It's all like this the first time you play this. The first time I went on a roller coaster back in the day, I almost threw up my bitter bile when I got off. Then I sat on it a few more times and got used to it as I threw up." Chen Xin. When Chen Xin was a little better, the two of them went back to play Thunder Mountain rafting. Despite wearing raincoats, playing down left both of them drenched. Then came the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. It's a roller coaster, but it's not exciting at all, and Yusumeyer is able to hold it all with ease. Lastly, we played with Peter Pan's Adventures in the Sky, Jetpack Flyer, and Cuddle Dragon Sky Racer. While playing with the latter two, Soo-yoon had wanted Chen Xin to just wait for him down below, but she insisted on going up to accompany him. Soo-yoon couldn't argue, so he agreed. So when she came down, Chen Xin couldn't avoid another stomach churn. By the time all of this was played out, and it was getting dark, there was only one last glow-in-the-dark illusion show left. After dinner in the park, the two headed toward the location of the fireworks show as night fell. They didn't have to queue up to take their places because of the privilege of the V-card. The butler had already made arrangements to reserve the best viewing VIP seats for them in advance. Disney at night actually looks better than during the day and is less crowded. Walking through the park, the sense of atmosphere is great. Soo-yoon saw a balloon seller next to him and wanted to buy one for Chen Xin, because he saw that the girls and the other couples around him had one in hand. Although Chen Xin is not his girlfriend. "But girls, wait here. I'll go get you a balloon." Chen Xin shook her head. "Forget it, it's not necessary. It's too expensive." "How expensive can a balloon be?" Chen Xin replied. "I looked on the internet, a regular 120 and a glowing 150. Soo-yoon, there's something in here that really doesn't take money for granted. Just such a balloon. In the square of Jiangcheng, at most $10 a piece. So even though you're rich, let's not be that cutie pie." "Up." Chen Xin laughed. "Let's just go watch the last fireworks show in peace and end our Disney trip." "Fine." Soo-yoon sniffed and no longer insisted. The two arrived at their destination and there were already a lot of people. They found their places and stood side by side, looking ahead at the brilliantly lit, dreamy Disney castle. As the clock counted down, a brilliant firework rose into the sky and bloomed, lighting up the night sky. Then more and more fireworks exploded in the night sky. The beauty, the amazement was beyond words and everyone pulled out their cell phones to record it. Soo-yoon was out of his mind, looking at the fireworks. Chen Xin, on the other hand, secretly turned her head out of her mind to look at Soo-yoon's side. She hadn't had a boyfriend and hadn't been on a date with a guy again and didn't know what it was like to date. But she felt as if she and Soo-yoon were not traveling today, but like a garden party belonging to two people. Soo-yoon turned around and saw Chen Xin looking at him, so he couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you looking at me if you're not looking at the fireworks?" "Nothing." Chen Xin turned back to the night sky and asked aloud with a smile, "Do you think the fireworks look good?" "Good looking. I think it looks good too. Just one more chapter today. It's a big one. I'll update more on Saturday and Sunday." End of chapter. Chapter 103 Righteous Father. I'm sorry for interrupting just now. Chapter 103 Righteous Father. I'm sorry for interrupting just now. After watching the fireworks show at Disney, Suyun called Yu Xian. Not long after, Yu Xian drove the hotel's commercial car to pick up the two of them, and on the way, she also stopped by to help Chen Xian buy a swimsuit. It was agreed that she would teach Suyun how to swim tonight. When the two of them returned to the hotel, Chen Xian went to her bedroom and opened the bag to see that it was a set of sexy bikinis. It made her blush. Isn't that a bit too revealing to wear like that? But on TV, on the beach, at pool parties, it seems like everyone dresses like that. Thinking that Suyun was still waiting for her in the pool outside, she also changed after hesitating for a while. Standing in front of the mirror herself, she was incredibly sexy, with her body on full display, especially the fullness of her own breasts. Are you still not well? Outside, Suyun shouted. If you don't come out, I'm going to fall asleep. Coming, Chen Xian responded, telling herself it was okay, not to overthink it. Everyone dressed like this. With some embarrassment she opened the door and stepped out, barefoot, taking small steps to the pool on the terrace, then quickly jumped in the water as if the water could cover her body. Chen Xian soaked in the water, which was not as deep as a standard pool, and just barely missed the lower half of her chest. Suyun was also really shocked when he looked at Chen Xian, who was standing by the pool, somewhat squirming and shyly looking at herself. After removing her large glasses, she gave off a much prettier appearance than before. A pair of earthly ferocious weapons is even more unusual. This woman, looking skinny and thin, feeling all the meat rising up where it should. Before, at least there were clothes to cover it up and not feel it, but now that it was fully exposed, it gave a bit of a visual shock, just like Lu Yen in the beginning. Get it? Combined with her innocent face, it gave off a feeling of purity and lust. Ahem. Suyun withdrew his gaze and coughed tactically before saying, "We're starting now?" Aha. Chen Xian answered with a lowered head, and so began a live swimming instruction. Since we are teaching, there must be physical contact. This cannot be avoided. Upon contact, Suyun's body would be stimulated a little, bringing up a reaction. It's a good thing that the lower half of your body is in the water, and you can't see it without burying your head in the water to look specifically, or it would be really embarrassing. At first, Chen Xian was still a bit put out, but under Suyun's deliberate de-emphasis, the band slowly entered the state and did not develop in the direction of ambiguous immodesty. It is formalized instruction, but Suyun was a bit stupid and just couldn't learn. Why is swimming so hard? Suyun couldn't help but complain, somewhat not wanting to learn. He had choked on several mouthfuls of water just now by accident. Seeing this, Chen Xian said with some guilt, "Swimming isn't hard. It's me who can't teach it. I haven't taught anyone else." "Not hard?" Suyun asked rhetorically. "How long did you learn to swim in the first place?" 10 minutes. Suyun, it's a real people pleaser. Forget it, I have no talent. I'd better wait until the fitness center and wait for the trainer to teach me slowly. You play by yourself for a while. I'll go up and rest. After Suyun finished speaking, he got up and climbed up before lying down on the chair. The skin on my fingertips was wrinkled, one by one. After being in the water for so long, without Suyun in tow, Chen Xian happily swam in the pool. After all, opportunities like this don't come around very often. Suyun saw that she knew many more tricks, including breaststroke, butterfly, backstroke and freestyle. He watched for a while before returning to his room to rest. When he got up the next morning, he found that Chen Xian was still sleeping, and he didn't know when she had swam alone last night. Since he wasn't in a hurry anyway, Suyun didn't call her and let her sleep it off. It was almost noon before he got up. She laughed a little badly at the business, then quickly went to finish washing Blossom before heading out the door together. Today's main daytime trip is to see the Pearl of the Orient. Then in the afternoon went back to the Bund and rode the tour bus MT. In the evening, check out the night view of the Bund. Yu Xian looked at the tourist sightseeing boat sailing by in the river and said, "Actually, to see the night view of the Bund, taking a boat to see it is the best perspective. But it's a pity that the tickets are already going to be sold out in advance, so we didn't snatch them. If you can't grab it, just rent a boat and watch it yourself." Suyun turned his head and said, "Miss Yu Xian, do you have any resources in this regard?" "I didn't," Yu Xian replied, "but since Mr. Su said so, I can try to get in touch and see what I can do. Think of a way to see if I can get a boat." Hard work. Yu Xian then walked to the side and started to make a call. I don't know how many phone calls she made, but she actually got her to find a not-so-large cruise ship that just happened to be docked at the pier, ready to set off on a nighttime tour of the Bund. After building bridges through intermediaries, the other party said he was willing to take the three of them, but only if they were paid. Yu Xian came over and explained, "Mr. Su, the boat my side helped you find a search. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. I don't know if you're willing to accept it." The other side opened their mouths for 30,000. Money is not an issue, Suyin said without a care in the world. As long as there is a boat, contact it, we'll go over there. When Chen Xin heard this, she said, forget it, it's too expensive. It's a money grab. It's hard to come here once. How can you have regrets? Suyin smiled at Yu Xian. 30,000 is 30,000. It's not that big of a deal. And I haven't had any nighttime trips yet. Okay, I'll get back to the other side. Yu Xian was not surprised by Suyin's generosity. As a hotel housekeeper by profession, she had served many rich people, and her mindset had long been beyond the average. If this order came through, she was going to get a commission with the shipowner as the main customer contact. Soon, the group of 3 arrived on the dock and saw the cruise ship that was leaving. The decor is luxurious. After Suyun paid the captain, the 3 of them boarded the ship smoothly. It seemed to be very busy up there at the moment. All young men and women. Most of them still everyone was taking pictures with their cell phones. Yu Xian explained from the side. I heard that this ship seems to be rented by a live broadcasting platform tonight, and it's going to have some kind of event on it. And most of these men and women are anchors of the live broadcasting platform. Or netizens. The captain said if anyone asks later, just say it's the webmaster. And since there's so many people don't all know each other anyway. Hardly. Suyin nodded and did not go to join in the fun, and was not at all interested in the so-called Netflix. After the ship started, he brought Chen Xian and Yu Xian to the parapet on the deck and leaned on the rail to look out at the night scenery on both sides of the river. But soon, the 2 men beside him caught the attention of the others. It was because standing beside Suyun, whether it was Chen Xian or Yu Xian looked so outstanding among the crowd of beautiful netizen female anchors. A popularity is still relatively high outdoor male anchor, is giving brothers live. Suddenly saw their own live room, everyone began to crazy screen. I want to see the young lady in the back. No show. Take it off. What a beautiful young lady. The outdoor male anchor turned back curiously while the camera switched. Sure enough, not far behind himself were a man and 2 women. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The point is that the 3 of them are not actually holding their cell phones on the air, but are watching the night. What's so great about a night scene? Such a good opportunity, of course, is to open the live broadcast. We had each other traffic small anchors rubbing off on big anchors rubbing off on each other, all with one purpose, rising powder. For bloggers who play self-publishing, powder is traffic and traffic is money. The male anchors are on the air. Simon, get over there and strike up a conversation. Yeah, don't be a wimp. Just do it. 1 minute. I want these 2 women's jitterbug accounts or pink to black. I'll take the one with the big boobs. Anchor, you watch. But there's a guy next to him. What if it's someone's girlfriend? The anchor won't get hit. Will he? The male anchor's name is Lu Yusen, an outdoor anchor and a master of flirting. His live stream consists of picking up strange girls outdoors and then asking for contact information and making games. Seeing that his brothers were so enthusiastic, and that their popularity had obviously increased a lot because of these 2 women, he thought to go over and rub it in. After all, the people who can get on this ship, besides the staff, are basically the anchors on the platform. But I can't believe I don't recognize it. So I guess it's either a newcomer or one of those with little to no name recognition. With such a big anchor like himself taking the initiative to go over and say hello and offer to give them traffic, they should be very happy. How? Lu Yusen faced everyone's flirting in the live broadcast room and laughed. Brothers, watch. I'm going to go and ask for WeChat for you. After saying that, he walked confidently towards the 2 women. Hello, beautiful. The first person Lu Yusen approached was Chen Xin, because she looked very simple and good at talking. Chen Xinshin, who was not good at socializing when there were strange men who came up to hit on her with their cell phones, was a bit shy and hid beside Suyun. Seeing this, Suyun turned his head to face this uninvited guest and asked, "What is your business?" "Hello, brother. I just came by to say hi." Lu Yusen smiled and asked, "Are you also anchors of the platform?" "Sort of." Suyun remembered what the captain had explained earlier and replied with an analog too. "So why aren't you guys on live?" Lu Yusen said confidently, "Meeting each other is fate. You can tell me your live account. I'll let my family give you some attention and increase your powder." "No thanks." Suyun politely declined. "We're here to see the night view today. We're not too interested in other things." By Yusen Lu. Live stream. It's over. Is the anchor being rejected? AI. This broken heavenly riches that was sent to my hand. I didn't catch it after all. Fart. Look at that attitude of the others. It seems like they don't even have the anchor in their sights. Impossible. Mixing live broadcast circles and a platform. How can you recognize the anchor? Right? Yeah. Well, at least it used to be the outdoor one. You also said it was before. So maybe people just do it on purpose. Hot face on a cold ass? I guess it's all a negotiated script from both sides. so let's disperse. I love the script. 2. Lu Yusin looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast, and he knew in his own heart that this was not a script at all. One is just looked down upon. At this moment, his face was smiling, but in fact, his heart was already a bit upset. I'm such a big anchor who took the initiative to come over to say hello to you guys. And you have this kind of attitude? You guys really don't recognize me? Lu Yusin was undeterred and asked again. Su Yun frowned. Why was this person so annoying? Couldn't he see that he didn't want 2 days? He asked rhetorically. Who are you? Do I have to know? I'm an outdoor anchor. My name is Simon the Great. Lu Yusin laughed. You guys should have heard of me, right? Not recognizable. Su Yun looked at Chen Xin and Yu Xian beside him and asked. Have you two heard of him? No. The two shook their heads together. One is busy writing novels all day long, and the other is busy making money all day long, and hasn't really paid much attention to any anchors. Look, since people don't know each other, Su Yun said politely, handsome, you'd better go live on the side. None of us really like to be disliked and photographed by people with cell phones, especially people we're not familiar with. Yusin Lu. Wow. The pop-ups on the air instantly went through the roof when that came out. Ha ha. First time I've seen Simon flip a car. It's over. It's disliked. Hey. Facepalm. Too much facepalm. This can endure. Anchor him. Show him your fan count. Scare him to death. A newbie is pretending to be a chicken here. Asterisk asterisk. The opposite side won't have a grudge against the anchor. Right. So not giving face. Fight. Fight. I smell gunpowder. If Lu Yusin had held back somewhat before, but now there was some real anger. It's impossible to play live and not have heard of yourself. The key is that at this moment, he is still in the live broadcast, in front of so many people. The other party really does not give himself any face. If you leave in disgrace, how will you be able to work in the live broadcasting circle in the future? Yes, one's popularity isn't as high as it used to be, but it's not something that just any newcomer can look down on. He looked at the rapidly soaring popularity of the live broadcast and wanted to take this opportunity to make a big splash. As the saying goes, when there's talk, there's traffic. It's a good live stream to watch and maybe turn the tables and kill back the outdoor #1 spot. So he said to Su Yun with a leathery smile on his face, brother, I see that you have such a strong bottom, and you don't put me in your sights at all, so I guess you must be a big anchor, right? What are you trying to say? Since we're all anchors, why don't we play a game? Let me see how strong you are. If you win, I'll call you my righteous father and leave immediately. I win, you give me an apology. Okay? Su Yun was curious. What game do you want to play? Let's play a handful of PKs live and see who gets the most votes. Lu Yusin looked at his more than 100,000 brothers in the live room and said confidently, come, that's it? Isn't it just more than burning money? Only he's burning his own money, while the opposite side is burning Big Brother's and fans' money. This was too easy for him. He thought it was going to be a competition of who had more people on the air. That one is really outmatched. But here's the problem. He doesn't have a live number. Su Yun turned his head to Chen Xin and asked, do you have a live broadcast number? Used to get one for fun when I was curious. Chen Xin replied, it just hasn't worked in a long time. Fine then. Just you and him. How do I fight? Chen Xin sniffed and whispered, that number of mine. It doesn't even have any fans. Why not? Aren't there just 2 here? Su Yun pointed at himself and Yu Xian and encouraged, cheer up. You're capable. Chen Xin looked at this male anchor called what's his name? Simon the Great, and said in a low voice, so what? I'll come and play PK with you for him. You coming? Lu Yusin couldn't help but laugh. How many fans do you have? Chen Xin thought for a moment and replied, I don't remember. It seems like there should be dozens of them. Dozens? Woman, are you kidding me? Lu Yusin was a bit surprised, but still agreed. Fine. If you come, you come. The conflict between the two quickly festered as fans spread the word. A lot of other anchor rooms that were live streaming had pop-ups going off about this. Anchor go eat melon. Shiman just disliked someone in the live broadcast room. Watermelon went to abuse the newcomer. Then in an instant, all the other anchors and fans on the platform curiously ran to Simon's live room and gathered around. Lu Yusin looked at the heat and the number of people he had never had, and was excited inside. More than 500,000 people. This wave effect pulls full circle. Brothers, Lu Yusin shouted with righteous indignation, even though I'm over the hill, I have to show these rookies who are new to the industry some strength, lest they have no one in their sights. The other anchors didn't understand when they saw Simon True fighting an unknown newcomer in the ring PK. This guy is stupid. The more you mix it up, the more you go back, and actually come to bully the newcomers. This PK, even if you win, you'll be accused of bullying the small. He's never been right in the head. Although Simon's popularity had slipped a lot, A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and it wasn't something that could be challenged by just any newcomer. Soon, Chen Xin logged her account on, then connect with Lu Yusin live. Suyun also took the opportunity to board his own number and entered Chen Xin's live room, still a level 9 trumpet, and bound his bank card. Yu Xian also boarded and came to Chen Xin's live broadcast. Lu Yusin looked at the number of people in his own live room, and then looked at the number of people in Chen Xin's live room. Too lonely. You're just two? Is that serious? Enough beating you, Suyun said unconcernedly from the side. Let's start straight away. Fight early and finish early. Lu Yusin suddenly felt a little meaningless. He said to the live broadcast, brothers, later on just punch some votes. Let's not bully people. The other anchors saw this and felt a bit bored. It would be nice to have that kind of evenly matched PK. Live streaming pop-ups. Crap. Why do I feel like we're the bad guys? Bullying the weak. Only 2 people. This newcomer called Chen Xin is a bit too miserable. Anchor, should we forget it? I looked at her page and she only has a total of 75 followers. Sad. Hey. Thought the other guy was some big shot we didn't know. Break it up. Break it up. It's no fun. Guys. I'm sorry. I'm a face value pawn. So I'll go over and upvote the other guy first and salvage the honor. I'm a big-breasted party. And I'm going to go on a little bit. Salvation. In the midst of everyone's laughter, Chen Xin and Lu Yuxinwen PK officially began. This PK was set up for a total of 3 minutes. Right off the bat, Chen Xin's blood bar was immediately crushed out of existence by one of the opposing party's big brothers, Jitterbug One. Seeing this, Lu Yusin gave Suyun a somewhat provocative overlook. PK with me? I'm afraid you don't know how fierce my big brother is. Suyun looked at Chen Xin's pressed bloodstain, and without rushing, silently went to the reward page, found the most expensive carnival gift, and entered the quantity of 99. Reward. In an instant, the drama between the two reverses. The blood bar on Lu Yusin's side was instantly counter-pressured out of existence. The fans in his live broadcast room, as well as the major anchor doors, looked at the other party's suddenly skyrocketing votes and were directly dumbfounded. ***, what the hell? Big brother on the other side. It seems like he swiped 99 carnival just now. I thought it was a crushing game, but I didn't realize it was myself who crushed it. Lu Yusin also did not expect the other party to be so fierce. A shot is 300,000 yuan. He turned his head to look at Suyun, a little confused. Suyun laughed. More people doesn't mean more money, don't you think? By Yusin Lu. That's no way to lose. If you lose this, you'll be really famous. He started frantically begging for votes on the air while he got himself a gift, trying to bring up the tempo of his family. Finally, after he quietly paid 100,000 out of his own pocket and rewarded him with a small number, when he saw that the two were about to catch up or even overtake the number of votes, Suyun sent out 99 carnivals in one hand again. In an instant, there was nothing left of his own blood bar again. Crowd. Live streaming pop-ups. Another 300,000. This is still a chicken fight. It's over. Bumped into a VIP player. No more. Really? I just contributed all my breakfast money for tomorrow. Yu Xian stood to the side and gave this so-called second-rate anchor a somewhat pitiful look. What kind of courage do you have to come and play PK with a rich young man who holds a construction private bank card? But it's not tender to blame him. He didn't know. Even though Lu Yusin has been trying very hard to ask for votes, the Iron fans are all doing their best to rush. But no one is going to rush without a fight. When time eventually ended, Lu Yusin still lost, losing by a whisker. Pop-ups popped up from the live stream watching. List 1. 1 man, 1 woman. It's $600. 000 right out of the gate. Awesome. No wonder he was so arrogant just now. He is really powerful. So the clown was actually myself. I guess it's only these 1 men from the platform that can fight him. Righteous Father, please accept my obeisance. Lu Yusin's face was ugly at the moment. When he saw Suyun looking towards him, he also knew that he had stumbled upon a tough character today. Suyun asked, how so? Willing to bet. Lu Yusin didn't want to lose face in front of so many people in the broadcast room. He simply turned it off. Then whispered, Righteous Father, I'm the one who interrupted just now. Sorry. After that, he was ready to leave in disgrace. The other anchors not far away also glanced towards the 3 over here with complicated eyes. Especially some female anchors. All want to come over to say hello. Enlist this gold master. Can hook up with the best. In the future to play PK is not stable? But after one look at the 2 women beside him, he chickened out. There is no harm without comparison. And in reality without the beauty filter. They see the gap between themselves and each other. With those 2 around, the other side couldn't even look at them. In the face of the male host's provocation, the host casually rewarded 600,000 yuan, crushing the other party's arrogance. and received a cash reward of $1 million. Bank card balance, 5 million. When the PK ended and the opponent left, Soo-Yun received a rewarding sound from the system. It feels like it's been a while since I've received a reward lately. Suddenly there was something inexplicably intimate about it. Chen Xin, who was next to her, looked back and realized that this sudden PK today had directly increased her powder by 250,000. It took her from a pure newcomer to a minor anchor in no time. There are so many people that have been playing for years that only have tens of thousands of followers. If you develop all these fans into your own readers, then wouldn't you directly become a big brother? And in the future, every month's manuscript fee will at least start at 100,000, right? But the thought was all she could think about. This was a small interlude, after which the trio followed the boat on a pleasant nighttime tour of the Bund. Yuxian glanced at Chen Xin with some envy. Just now, Soo-Yun had rewarded 600,000 without blinking an eye in order to help her fight PK. According to the platform's 50-50 split, which means that in less than 3 minutes, Chen Xin made $300,000. $300,000. That's money she'll have to save for 2 to 3 years to have. If only I had such a rich boyfriend who loved and adored me. That way she wouldn't have to work so hard to be some hotel housekeeper. Don't think that this was a high-tech job. Those like her who followed Soo-Yun throughout his service and acted like servants would actually only get around $5,000. And there's not always a job, though she sometimes gets to dip her toe in the water with her employer for good food and fun. For example, right now she was able to take a luxury cruise on the Bund at night because of Soo-Yun. How pleasant. But it's ultimately a handout from someone else, like a flower in a mirror. It was the fact that she had felt so much and seen so much doing work like this that made her crave for these things more and more. Who doesn't want to live a better life? But to love without being able to love is the most torturous thing of all. It's the worst. P.S. I've been in the hospital all day coding on my cell phone. 600 plus words. As best I can. End of chapter. Chapter 104, My water heater is broken. I'm waiting for you to come back to fix it. Chapter 104, My water heater is broken. I'm waiting for you to come back to fix it. After Soo-Yun and his group of 3 followed the boat on a tour, they found an opportunity to disembark. Came to eat at a hotel by the Bund arranged by Yuxian. The decoration was not bad, a sense of high class. The second is the beautiful night view of the surrounding area. As soon as they entered the hotel, someone came up to serve them and guided the group to a separate restaurant. Oh no! People call dinner places dinner aesthetic spaces. Soo-Yun looked at the menu on the table and randomly chose one of their recommended set menus. 100 a head per person. It didn't take long for the first course to be brought up by the waiter, a total of loose small dishes, and introduced. It's a bite of crispy Hermes burnt crusty egg, plum cherry tomato. Soo-Yun's brain somewhat failed to react as he looked at the 3 familiar savory dishes in front of him. No, you wait. Soo-Yun pointed at the leather egg in the center and asked, what do you call this leather egg? Hermes leather eggs? Well, the waitress replied with a serious look on her face. Hermes leather eggs. Does it have anything to do with Hermes? It skinned the Hermes of eggs. Soo-Yun, good man. The Hermes of leather eggs. Just ask you if you're afraid. Soo-Yun pointed at another cucumber slice next to him and asked, this is a cucumber, right? No. The waitress replied, it's a saucy bite of crunch. It's just cucumbers. Soo-Yun asked, you just answer me. Is it a cucumber? If it's not a cucumber, I won't pay. The waiter was a little embarrassed. You could say that. A cucumber is a cucumber, but it's still crunchy. Just blow hard. When the waiter went to prepare the second course, Soo-Yun looked at the 2 beauties across from him and smiled. Try it. Hermes roasted pepper peeled eggs. A crispy bite of sauce. When he finished, he picked up the small flap-toothed skinned egg himself first and popped it into his mouth in one gulp and ate it. The flavor. It's not as good as what your own mom makes. Then he tasted the pickle slices and they didn't taste any different from his own. Then look at what tomato plums are next to it and just ignore them. The 2 beauties across the street looked at their expressions similar to their own after eating it. I can kind of tell with these hotels. Whether the food is good or not doesn't matter first, as long as the name is going to be high class. Ha ha. Chen Xin laughed. It's fine. These hotels are very conscientious. They just screw you rich people. Soo-Yun. The second course was the main course, called flaming ginger, scallion and white fish with dried fish in casserole. Still a small portion for each person. Served on a stone plate. The dish was okay, flavorful, and everyone should enjoy it. This was followed by a succession of small dishes that were average in flavor. Not awful or amazing, but with pretty names. Finally, it is Soo-Yun's most anticipated tiger head soup. The menu above that drawing, a pot of big fish head. Looking at it is very appetizing. Chen Xin and Yuxian were also very much looking forward to it. However, when the waiter brought it up. Soo-yun looked at the small bowl of fish soup in front of him and was directly dumbfounded. Is this the fish head soup I ordered? The waiter replied. Yes, Mr. Soo, this is wild wampoa fish head soup. Where's the fish head? It's in the pot. Where's the meat? In the bowl. Soo-yun said breathlessly. No, what I want is that big fish head soup, like the one pictured in your pictures. Yeah, that's the one. Soo-yun. No, it's $1,000 a head. What do you eat? That's no way to eat. Here, this meal is on me. Soo-yun got up and said. The rest of the dishes are for you few to eat by yourselves. Seeing Soo-yun get up and leave, Chen Xin hurriedly followed. Yu Xian even chased after Soo-yun and hurriedly explained up beside him. Mr. Soo is sorry. It's me who didn't make arrangements. It's my first time to come here today as well, and I saw that their promotional posters were okay, so I thought, it's okay, I'm not angry. I'd been fooled not once. I'd been fooled every day. Every kind of different. Soo-yun smiled and said, alright, let's go back. Okay, Mr. Soo. I returned to the hotel after a long day of shopping and found a lively reception being held next door. Yu Xian asked, are we going to check it out? No need. Soo-yun said, you should also take an early rest, and take us for a stroll tomorrow. Okay, good night Mr. Soo, if anything happens call me, I'm on call 24/7. Good. After dismissing Yu Xian, Soo-yun asked towards Chen Xin, did you get enough to eat just now? I feel like eating alone anyway. I'm not full either. Soo-yun smiled and replied, why don't we quietly sneak into the reception next door and take a look? I watch TV and there's usually so many desserts and drinks at the reception. Feel free to eat. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin's eyes glowed as she said, it won't be discovered. Will it? I guess not. So the two of them had a little talk, and they were going to go next door to dabble in the drinking club, but when they arrived in the reception, they realized that everyone was dressed in formal attire. Suits for the men and dresses for the women, which didn't fit in with the casual attire of the two of them, but it doesn't matter. It's not like anyone cares about them. Chen Xin was a bit formal at first, not quite daring to take it and eat it, but after seeing Soo-yun's behavior, she felt that she was overthinking it, and so it began to dazzle. Everyone else was going around with a glass of wine, or juice, talking to people, but only the two of them looked like they had come to eat. Anyone who spotted them was only slightly surprised. After all, who would be short of food if they could come to this reception today? Just as Soo-yun and Chen Xin were planning to eat for a little while longer and then leave quietly, someone behind him suddenly tapped him gently on the shoulder. Soo-yun? Soo-yun and Chen Xin froze at the same time and looked back. I didn't realize it was really you. The woman looked at Soo-yun, then at Chen Xin, a different woman beside him from last time, and laughed. I thought I was mistaken just now. Seeing that the other party knew Soo-yun and was an acquaintance, Chen Xin smiled awkwardly and said, Soo-yun, you guys chat. I'll go back first. Aha. Soo-yun responded. The woman looked at Chen Xin who flew away and laughed meaningfully. There's always no shortage of beautiful women around Mr. Soo. Mr. Liang is joking. Soo-yun looked at Liang Yen, who was dressed in a sexy gown, and laughed. I didn't expect to run into you here as well. It seems like we're really destined for each other. Quite a bond indeed. Liang Yen asked, how is it? Are the pastries here still good? It's okay. Saying so, Soo-yun casually picked up one and handed it to the other party. Why don't you try it too? I see that none of you are eating it. Thanks. Liang Yen took it and opened her small mouth to take a light bite. Don't say. It's quite delicious. Delicious, I guess. I thought it was pretty good too. Liang Yen laughed and teased. You didn't come to this reception just to rub your nose in the food, did you? How do you know? Soo-yun replied naturally. I didn't have enough to eat at night, so I came over to dabble a bit. What about you? I'm the same. I snuck in for a drink. Liang Yen shook the cocktail in her hand and said, a drink that doesn't cost a fortune is fragrant. In fact, this reception cost her some money to get in. Today she just wanted to try her luck at finding someone to pull investment from, but she had contacted a few people on her own and none of them had followed through. Just when she was a bit depressed, she unexpectedly saw Soo-yun, who was eating screwed up points. Liang Yen was really a bit surprised. I didn't realize Soo-yun had such financial connections in Shanghai. You know, today this reception came to some of the elite figures in the financial circle. Whether it is venture capital or fund executives have come a lot. Soo-yun wasn't stupid. He was probably really hungry and had come to eat pastries. But Liang Yen could never have come for a cocktail. Although Soo-yun did not know exactly what this reception was for. But while eating and weaving through these crowds, he would still occasionally hear others chatting, most of which were financial and investment matters. So he guessed it was a reception for the probable financial community. Then Mr. Liang drinks slowly. Su-yun laughed. I've already had my fill, so I'm going to slip away, lest I be discovered by the master of the reception. Take me with you. Liang Yen didn't intend to let the other party off the hook and said directly, it's not easy to meet. I also feel a bit bored here. Why don't we go out together and find a place to chat? Okay, a beautiful woman invites me. It would be a waste of time to refuse. Su-yun said, it just so happens that my room is next door. Go, good. Liang Yen wasn't a little girl anymore. There was no such thing as fear, and she agreed without the slightest hesitation. A man's invitation to a woman to come to his room at night is itself a test. I didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. This surprised Su-yun a little, but it seemed to feel reasonable. And when Liang Yen heard that Su-yun was staying at the hotel next door, her heart became even more desperate for Su-yun. You should know that the topmost rooms of this hotel, there are only 4 sets of them, which are always closed to the public. The fact that Su-yun was able to live here was a manifestation of strength in itself. The worst thing Liang Yen needs right now is a powerful partner, and she is desperately in need of money. A large sum of money. She followed Su-yun to the hotel room. Chen Xin was originally watching TV, and when she saw this, she said that she had gone to bed and then ran straight back to her bedroom. Liang Yen asked curiously, is this your new girlfriend? The one from the bank wasn't together last time? I didn't expect Mr. Liang to be so nosy. Su-yun didn't answer and said, let's go. Go sit on the balcony. The night view is good. Good. Liang Yen came to the balcony and looked at the borderless swimming pool in front of her. Surprised. I didn't expect you to have such a place here. Mr. Su is really good at enjoying himself. You can go down and swim twice if you like. Forget it. I'm not much of a swimmer, if I'm not careful. Liang Yen was only halfway through saying this when one of her feet seemed to have stepped off course, and her body directly fell into the pool after losing her center of gravity. Luckily, the water in the pool was not deep, and Liang Yen gave up her act after flopping in the water a few times and seeing that Su-yun had no intention of saving her. She floated to the edge of the water, lay on the edge of the stage, gave Su-yun a sly look, and said, is this how you usually see a woman fall into the water and save her from death? It's shallow enough to drown. Su-yun said meaningfully, besides, I thought Mr. Liang had fallen on his own accord. You men's. Ah, you're all bad and mean. Liang Yen stretched out her jade hand and sighed with a smile. You can always pull me up and let me get up, right? It's no problem. Su-yun stood at the edge and reached out his hand to pull Liang Yen, and before he could start exerting himself, he was instead yanked directly into the pool by the other party at once. Ha ha. Liang Yen laughed somewhat flirtatiously. Now Mr. Su is also wet. Su-yun, who had fallen into the water, glanced at Liang Yen with some annoyance. The wet Liang Yen. Half of her upper body gown had fallen off and the other half was tightly attached to her body, reflecting her sexy figure to the fullest. Su-yun remembered that the last time he saw such a wet seduction was when Su-mu was in the kitchen. Well, you're going to play, aren't you? Su-yun was not polite. Just as you wish, and moved directly into the water. Whatever, let's do it first. Seeing this, Liang Yen didn't panic or resist at all. She said provocatively, think about it, your girlfriend is still upstairs in the house. Aren't you afraid she'll come out of nowhere and bump into you? Isn't that what you wanted? Su-yun sneered and threatened bluntly, we'll see how you behave later. If you dare to make any noise, you won't be able to think of asking for favors from me. Liang Yen, she had thought it was all in her steps to get the other person on top, but it turned out that they had seen through her little trick a long time ago. What an underestimation of this young man. Liang Yen came up and deliberately leaned over Su-yun's ear, saying provocatively, there's a lot of resistance in the water. Are you sure you can do it? Don't worry. I promise I won't let you down. As Liang Yen froze, Su-yun did not make any unnecessary movements and directly struck. He didn't even warm up the car. He just drove it. This time, Su-yun is really just focusing on himself, how to enjoy how to drive. Do not love the car at all. Plus again, the eightfold brocade in the evening, resisting the bit of high revs pulling full. At first the car was a little hard to get used to and the engine kept shaking in protest, but by the time the manned vehicle gradually breaks in later and becomes a high-grade, low RPM runner, it's much smoother. However, Su-yun seemed to be deliberately tossing the car around, and when the road was clearly straight, he drove with a big foot on the gas and a big foot on the brake every now and then. A couple times the car barely carried it and blew up. It was good that Su-yun still had some scruples, fearing that after driving the car so violently, it would flip over, and it only lasted for 10 minutes before stopping due to lack of oil. A few moments later, Liang Yen flopped helplessly on the edge of the pool, beads of water running down her face one by one, not knowing if it was water or sweat, some slight pain in the ass anyway. Afterward, she turned around a bit depressed and said, it's not like I'm going to resist. Can't you be gentle? Tenderness is not an option. Soo-yeon gave her a blank look and asked, "Say, what do you want to find me tonight?" "Want money." At this moment, Liang Yen did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "I am now short of a sum of money in a hurry. I hope you can help me." "How much?" 5 million. Liang Yen replied. When Soo-yeon heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "Mr. Liang, you're joking with me, right? You think you're worth $5 million? The ones with masonry aren't even as expensive as you, right? You thought wrong. I don't want money for my people. It's considered a freebie." Liang Yen soaked in the water, slightly tilted her head and looked at Soo-yeon, explaining, "This 5 million I don't want you for nothing. I've recently planned to plan a short drama. Scripts and whatnot I've talked about. As long as you're willing to invest in partnering with me to do, and then afterward make money 50-50ths. It's not like you're hiring a big star for a skit that costs so much money?" Soo-yeon didn't understand as he asked, "You're not lying to me, are you?" "No, it really doesn't cost much to make a short movie. Hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to do it," Liang Yen said, "but after the short dramas are shot, when they have to be put on the channel the cost is very high and burns money. I can't afford it alone." "Didn't you just make $7 million when you sold my house before?" Soo-yeon asked suspiciously. "Running out so quickly?" "Debt paid." Liang Yen sighed and said, "Before, I lost a large amount of money by partnering with someone to do business, and the money from that house was just enough to cover the debt." "Alright, I'm a man of my word. You didn't pit with a bang just now, so I'll give you a chance." Soo-yeon and Liang Yen didn't have any feelings for each other, and after the passion, they wouldn't have any pity for each other. In fact, his previous company is doing media. For the short drama this piece is not really understand, but also quite optimistic about its prospects. "Originally, I wanted to try it myself, but I didn't expect this Liang Yen to come to my door. It's a good idea to go along for the ride. Anyway, I have a few thousand in startup money and I'm not afraid to lose it." Soo-yeon said, "When you return to Jiangcheng, you can go find a woman named Su-mu. She's the CEO of my media company. So she said I referred you and you tell her about your skit idea and stuff. As long as you can convince her that she's willing to invest in you, this thing will work." "You didn't lie to me?" After Liang Yen finished, she asked back, "She's your woman? What do you think? So you can't make decisions?" "I don't care about the company. She's the one who makes the decisions. All I can do is hook you up." "All right." Liang Yen couldn't find anyone else right now, and although she had sacrificed herself once, she had still gained a chance anyway. At least the other party was Soo-yeon's woman. His face, the other party should give it. At this time, Chen Xin, who was hiding in the room, finally couldn't resist and opened the door from the inside and quietly slipped out, wanting to take the opportunity to get a drink of water to see what they were doing outside. As it turned out, I realized they weren't in the living room. They were all on the balcony. Not only that, but both were in the pool with their clothes on. Soo-yeon and Liang Yen also spotted her. Chen Xin curiously walked over and stood on the bank, glancing at Liang Yen in the water and then at Soo-yeon next to her. "What happened?" "She couldn't keep from falling in the water just now," Soo-yeon explained. "I fell into the water just now as well in order to pull her up." Chen Xin. "Fall in the water. Just fall in the water. How come this woman's clothes are still broken?" "So what? I'm going to go change first." Feeling Chen Xion's suspicious eyes, Soo-yeon propped up his hands, climbed up and said, "You guys chat." Chen Xin. "I don't know her very well. What's there to talk about?" Liang Yen, as a person who had been there before, was more calm. She smiled and said, "Sister, do you have an extra bathrobe? Can you get me one first? These clothes of mine are not suitable to wear anymore." "Oh," Chen Xin answered and turned back inside, giving her the bathrobe prepared by the hotel. "Thanks." Liang Yen took her bathrobe to the bathroom and changed her clothes, then walked out and sat on the sofa. Soo-yeon obviously went first, and for some reason, he hasn't come out yet. At this moment, there was only Chen Xin and her in the living room, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Liang Yen took the initiative to find a topic and asked tentatively with a smile, "Sister, are you Soo-yeon's girlfriend?" "Ha? No, I'm not," Chen Xin replied. "I'm just his friend, a female friend. The kind you haven't slept with?" "Oh," Chen Xin sniffed and shook her head with a red face. No, there's nothing between me and him." This statement made Liang Yen somewhat unexpected. Living in the same room, Soo-yeon actually held back from laying his hands on such a woman with a great body and looks? Through Soo-yeon's rough behavior towards herself just now, she did not feel that Soo-yeon was a good person. In the bedroom, Soo-yeon had changed his clothes long ago, and the reason he didn't come out was because he was picking up a video with Lee Jin-shu. He's been playing outside for the past few days, but the house hasn't been idle. Lee Jin-shu had taken Soo-yeon's business and was now doing it completely as his own. the company's design program that is to strive for excellence. Stay up 2 days and finally designed their own, very satisfied with the results. Sumu also looked satisfied. Only then did she send it to Soo-yoon so that he could take a look at it. And in the meantime, she talked about how hard she had been working for the past 2 days. In order to have a separate space, Lee Jin-soo panicked with Sumu after work, saying that he had to party with his co-workers outside and would be back late. In fact, she had quietly run to Soo-yoon's house at this moment and made a video call to Soo-yoon from his bed. Soo-yoon really didn't have any requirements for the company's design, as long as it wasn't all pink. But after seeing the effect picture sent by Lee Jin-soo, it really made him satisfied. And it was really heartfelt. Soo-yoon praised her well and said some nice words of love in passing. Because there was no one around the two of them and the space was relatively private, Lee Jin-soo naturally wore bold and cool clothes when she was videoing with Soo-yoon. With that said, the camera's view is deliberately panned down, either to some of the more seductive places. It was a good thing that Soo-yoon had already indulged once just now, or else he would have really been aroused by her. The two of them eventually hung up the phone amidst a grinding wave of reluctance from Lee Jin-soo. The two weren't a couple now, but unknowingly this behavior was almost as good as being a real couple. Especially Lee Jin-soo now. She felt that if Soo-yoon could tell her the password to her room, then she was treating her as one of her own, and by default, she had become the mistress of this house. So after hanging up the phone, she was alone in her sexy pajamas and bare feet, walking cozily around Soo-yoon's large flat as if she was patrolling her territory. Then sit alone on the balcony and look at the stars in the sky. Hey, I don't know when Soo-yoon will be back. There was also that woman who had gone on a trip with him. And there was no telling if she would seduce Soo-yoon at night or sneak into his bed in the middle of the night. And Soo-yoon, with that demeanor, most likely couldn't withstand the temptation. The thought of it made her a little depressed. Soo-yoon's side had just finished talking to Lee Jin-soo, hung up the phone, and was just about to go out when he received another WeChat message from Sumu. Sumu, you're having a good time with your date outside and can't come back? Soo-yoon smiled. It's only been out for 2 days. Why? Is Sister Soo missing me? Sumu, my water heater is a little broken. Waiting for you to come back and fix it. The corner of Soo-yoon's mouth curled up slightly. Soo-yoon, hold on a little longer. I'll be back soon. Sumu, you'd better hurry up. Or watch out, I'll get someone else to fix it. Soo-yoon, what a guy. Threatening me? Soo-yoon put away his cell phone, opened the door and walked out. And surprisingly, he only saw Liang Yen alone. Liang Yen saw Soo-yoon finally come out and leaned on the sofa line, tilting her head with a smile on her face as she watched him walk towards her. She laughed. What? Scared? Afraid to come out and meet people? Where is Chen Xin? Soo-yoon asked curiously. She went down to get clothes for me. Liang Yen said, I can't go back in my robe, right? If my husband knew about this, he would still beat me to death. Serves you right, Soo-yoon said indifferently. All women with red apricots deserve to die. Liang Yen, nice guy. You're just gonna turn your back on me after you're done? I don't know. P.S. I've kept up with over 600 words again today. So I won't split the chapters if I code on my cell phone, and I'm finally asking for a monthly pass. Thank you all. Also, being in the hospital is so boring. End of chapter. Chapter 105, forcing me to be a rich man. Ha! Chapter 105, forcing me to be a rich man. Ha! Liang Yen was somewhat impressed by Soo-yoon's level of shamelessness. All redheads deserve to die. So why were you playing so hard to get just now? Liang Yen couldn't help but taunt. So you're playing and cursing at the same time, right? Isn't that a little too double standard? Isn't that what people do? Soo-yoon wasn't angry at all and replied, when everyone is a cow or a horse, they call the capitalists dogs. When people become capitalists, they turn around and squeeze the cows and horses. People, it's always the ass that decides the head. You're so mean. You even scolded yourself. I'm not ruthless. I'm living through it now. Soo-yoon said, face up to yourself. Accept yourself. Meet what you want to do. As long as you don't break the law. Whatever. Do it first. The train is headed forward. It doesn't matter where it goes. It's the view out the window that counts. A happy day is a happy day, right? Liang Yen sighed. I really envy the life of a rich second generation like you. Unlike me who struggles to make ends meet every day. And sometimes, one has to sell one's color to please you people. Soo-yoon suddenly asked with some curiosity, how many times am I in line? Or have you lost count of how many? I don't know why, but men are a little obsessed with this aspect. Hating the fact that they are the first man for every human woman. Second, Liang Yen said without any good humor. Besides my man, it's you. I don't believe you when you say that. Forget it if you don't believe me. Liang Yen didn't need Soo-yoon to necessarily believe in herself, but she still explained herself. Before, the others at most ate a little bit of my tofu, all pretending to be gentlemen, allowing me room to pull my weight. Unlike you who, At the drop of a hat. Just went straight for it. Soo-yoon smiled somewhat awkwardly and asked, then you're not afraid that I won't agree to your demands when I'm done? Take it or leave it. Liang Yen said indifferently. I'm not a yellow girl anymore. The big deal is that it's a one-night stand. Anyway, you're so handsome. I'm not losing out. So consider it a free sleep for me. Soo-yoon. Mud. That's so true. Who says that when a man and a woman sleep together, it is always the woman who is at a disadvantage? No. Why do I feel like I'm losing out when you say that? Soo-yoon said. Not only were you slept with, but I'm going to pay you $5 million backwards. Come on, don't you get a cheap shot? Liang Yen glared at him and said, in case you end up making money from your investment, doesn't it become, not only did you sleep with me, but you also made enough money on me? Seems to make sense. Soo-yoon laughed. MS. Liang deserves to be a woman in business. The same thing, pro and con for you. By the way, I'm curious about something. Liang Yen waited for Chen Xian to come back from buying clothes for herself. And since she had nothing to do anyway, she asked, as far as you're concerned, how did you manage to hold back from making a move on this woman beside you? And you know I didn't do it? I asked and they said you guys are clean. Liang Yen said, also, I can tell that she's still a girl just by looking at her temperament and the way she walks. Well, I'm not an animal. Soo-yoon didn't have the heart to say, there are some women who can be slept with as soon as they meet, like you, and there are simply good women who need to be cherished and protected, and talk about it going with the flow. Yes, just I'm the bad woman, okay? I'm a red herring, I deserve to die. Liang Yen was immediately a bit depressed and said, just cherish your good woman, goodbye. With that, she got up angry and intent on leaving. This Soo-yoon really isn't a thing. He just finished the job, and then he turned his face away. If you were a real martyr, would you have gotten away with it? It's not nice to talk at all and irritate yourself with every word, listening to it any longer. It's like you're really that damn whore who can anyone. But in fact, he hadn't really lied to Soo-yoon. Other than her own husband, Soo-yoon was the only man so far. Who would want to do that if they weren't really pushed? Soo-yoon looked at Liang Yen, who was about to leave at the drop of a hat, and spoke out. Really leaving just like that? Not even changing your clothes? No change. I'm the bad girl anyway. Who cares? Soo-yoon couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you act quite indifferent just now? But you can't take it anymore after stimulating yourself for just a few sentences? Liang Yen stopped walking and turned back to say angrily, if I keep saying that your JJ is small on purpose, are you happy? Soo-yoon. At that moment, Chen Xin, who happened to go out to buy clothes, returned. She looked at Liang Yen, who was standing at the door, and said suspiciously, Sister Liang, where are you going? I bought the clothes back for you. She knew you were coming back and came to meet you at the door. Soo-yoon snickered on the side. What kind of clothes did you buy her? Just a casual suit. Chen Xin handed her the handbag and said, Sister Liang, I bought this randomly, and I don't know if you like it or not. Thank you. Liang Yen took the bag in her hand, went to the bathroom to change her clothes and came out, saying, I have something else to do so I'll leave first. I won't disturb your rest. Did you pay the person? Soo-yoon asked. You give it for me. Who told you to mess up my gown? After that, she just opened the door and left. Chen Xin came to the living room and sat not far from Soo-yoon. Both were somewhat silent. Soo-yoon laughed. Ask me whatever you want. Did you guys really just fall in the water? Aha. Soo-yoon nodded. Oh, nothing else? No more. Chen Xin got up and said, I'm getting ready for bed. You go to bed early too. Good night. How much did Mr. Liang's clothes cost just now? Soo-yoon turned his head and shouted, I'll transfer it to you. No, not much. Chen Xin returned and went into her bedroom. She flopped down on her bed, a little upset, because Soo-yoon had just lied to her. What kind of person drops their clothes in the water to rot? They must have done something else. As for what exactly was going on, she didn't want to know, didn't want to speculate, and had no right to care about it. Himself as just his friend. Soo-yoon was watching the newborn in the living room. This drama had been broadcasted everywhere lately. It really wasn't something he wanted to watch. At first, under the amenity of Lee Jin-shu, he even watched the first few episodes, but after the reversal of the back immediately dog blood. The old formula is not good at all. Casually turning off the TV, he got up and moved around. Just now, the matter between himself and Mr. Liang, Chen Xin. This woman has probably guessed some clues, but did not say it. She pretended to be confused, so naturally she had to pretend to be confused herself. So when Chen Xin was asking himself, he went along with the lie. Regarding Chen Xin's attitude, just like what he said to Mr. Liang just now, through 2 days of observation down, she was really a very simple woman. The Grandmaster said that good girls should be cherished and bad girls should not be wasted. For a woman like Chen Xin, there is still the relationship of the layer of the old mother in. He will not take the initiative to scourge each other to guide each other. The two get along naturally, not initiating themselves, but not refusing either. He left the choice up to the other side. In fact, for any woman around him, Su Yun had the same attitude. The only difference is that Chen Xin is a bit more stupid than the other women. Su Yun thought that this might be related to the fact that she stayed at home for a long time to write novels, not having much contact with outsiders and living in her own world. Thinking of this, he tapped his cell phone and casually rewarded Chen Xin's novel with another golden alliance. Such a simple woman. You can't really ask her to help go out and buy clothes on a big night and put up her own money again. Although the clothes were Liang Yan's, people were right. They had torn them themselves after all. He should pay for this bill. Just after the reward, the system's reward voice rang out. The host has a clear conscience and has rewarded his friend with a golden alliance at his own whim, rewarding him with 200,000 in cash. Bank balance, $18. 6 million. There's actually a reward this time? Su Yun was a little surprised. After all, he didn't even give a reward last time. It seems that this time, one's emotions are going to be a little more fleshed out. At the same time, he looked upstairs to someone's room. She should probably be happy again at this point, right? Sure enough, it didn't take long for his QQ message to ring. It was a private chat message from this woman. Chen Xin. Flower Pig, older brother, did you win the lottery? Why did you reward me with another one? Su Yun took his cell phone and replied in the living room. Grumpy old man, I'm in a good mood today, so I gave you a reward. How about that? It's better than the big B you're facing, right? Flowering Pig, no, people are generous too. Grumpy old man, yo, defending him so much. Seeing as he's rich and heartbroken? Why don't you consider me? Author, I'm quite rich too. Flowering Pig, I don't cybersex. Bye. Grumpy old man. After chatting, Su Yun got up and returned to his bedroom, ready to sleep, but not long after he fell asleep. He was soon attracted by the sound of water outside the window. Curious, he went to the window to take a look, only to see Chen Xin swimming like a mermaid in her own sexy bikini in the pool on the balcony below. It turned out that Chen Xin had waited until Su Yun fell asleep and then sneaked off to swim alone. This woman, she has to sneak around for a swim. Chen Xin didn't realize that she was being watched from above at the moment, happy to be swimming in the pool alone without outsiders. The next morning, Su Yun woke up and realized that Chen Xin was surprisingly not up yet. It seems that I was too excited to swim alone in the pool last night. He knocked on the door. Hey, get up. We're going out shopping. Oh, Chen Xin woke up from her bed in a daze. And when she looked at her cell phone, it was actually 10 o'clock. Just wait for me. I'll be right out. There's no rush. Take your time. After Su Yun finished speaking, he came downstairs and met Yu Xian, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Wait a little longer. Chen Xin isn't up yet. Okay. Yu Xian inquired. Where does Mr. Su want to go for a stroll? There are quite a few commercial centers on this side of Shanghai, including the Zhongyang Road Shopping District in Lujiazui, the Nanjing East and West Road Shopping Districts, the Huaihai Road Shopping District and the Zujiawi Shopping District. I'm not familiar with the area. Which one do you think is best? Su Yun said. I want to buy some gifts to bring back to my friends today. If Mr. Su is looking for a first-tier international brand, luxury goods, I suggest going to the IFC, which is a high-end shopping area with a complete range of items. For Su Yun's wealth, Yu Xian would only push for the best, not worrying at all about whether he would be able to afford it. Okay, then go here later. Chen Xin was very fast, and half an hour later, she had changed her clothes and put on her makeup and came out. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay, let's go. Led by Yu Xian, the three of them arrived at the Lujiazui IFC. As a cosmopolitan city, there is a lot of foot traffic and a lot of rich people living here. Although the IFC is a high-end shopping area, the mall still has a steady flow of people, and a variety of different luxury cars enter and exit the mall garage even more frequently. Yu Xian asked, Mr. Su, what specifically are you looking to buy? Let's go to the jewelry store first, and then the Hermes store to check out the bags. Su Yun thought about it. Ning Qian was short of a necklace around her neck, and Li Jinchu's bag was a bit old and should be replaced with a new one. So first they went into the jewelry store. For jewelry, Su Yun does not understand and appreciate. In the shopper's introduction to buy a diamond necklace worth 18,000 yuan, it wasn't that Su Yun couldn't afford to part with it any bigger and it wouldn't look good hanging around his neck. Yu Xian was envious in her heart. I'm done buying mine. Now it's your turn. Su Yun smiled at Chen Xin beside him and said, the so-called seeing is believing, so feel free to pick one in the store yourself. I'll pay for it. count it as a gift for you. Really? Of course it's true. These words made Yu Xian, who was standing at the side, envious in her heart. The so-called seeing is not including her. Then I'm welcome to it. Chen Xian was very happy and pulled Yu Xian towards the counter on the other side before choosing. Seeing this, the shopper next to him immediately introduced the other party to a variety of expensive jewelry. Su-yun himself was left alone with nothing to do and turned around in the store, followed by a shopper in service behind him as well. A few moments later, Chen Xin, accompanied by Yu Xian, picked it out. Su-yun walked over and thought that it would be worth more or less, but it turned out that she just picked a gold bracelet with transit beads. That's $1,300 in total. That's what you chose? Su-yun laughed. There's only one chance. Are you sure you don't want to change it? That's it. Chen Xin smiled and said, I just want to be able to turn my luck around this year, not be a pouncer anymore, and earn more money for my manuscript. What are you doing making so much money as a girl? Save it for your dowry, Chen Xin said, so that when you meet your favorite in the future, you'll be able to have confidence and self-assurance. Okay, let's buy it, Su-yun said to the waiter. Wrap it up and settle the bill. After swiping his card successfully, he proceeded to visit the Hermes boutique, and at the suggestion of Chen Xin and Yu Xian, he bought a beige and black handbag for Li Jinshu and Sumu respectively. It's worth $72,000 in total. Yu Xian was watching all of this. After the past few days, she knew that Chen Xin was not Su-yun's girlfriend. In other words, these things that Su-yun bought today were most likely going back to send to his girlfriend. It's too much happiness to bring so many gifts back to your girlfriend on your own trip out. If only my own boyfriend could love me like that. Unfortunately, he is also a wage earner. A monthly salary of more than 10,000 points. Even in Shanghai City to buy a suite of down payment cannot come up with. You also need to work with him yourself and save your money every day. Not to mention buying all these luxuries. After buying these things, Chen Xin curiously asked, You're not buying anything for yourself? I'd really like to get another watch. Although Sumu gave himself a piece last time. But barring that, how can a man have only one watch? Let's buy another piece and switch straps. First the Rolex was ruled out. Having one already, there was no need to buy another. When Su-yun thought about it, what he remembers most is the Patek Philippe that is talked about the most on the internet. In the past, when he had no money, he often heard people talk about it, and fantasized that one day when he had money, he would go and buy a piece to wear. And the brand seems to have a good reputation. It is one of the high-end Swiss watch brands, founded in 1839, and is one of the world's top watch brands, known for its exquisite craftsmanship, excellent quality and unique design style. The advertisement says that Patek Philippe watches are not only timekeepers, but also works of art and treasures. It can be a bit pricey, but since you're buying for yourself, buy the best, he said to Yu Xian. I also want to buy a Patek Philippe watch. You show me. There's no Patek Philippe watches in here. Yu Xian thought for a moment and said, its source residence I heard seems to be in the HP district Zhongshan Dongshan all the way 33 Bun Source 2 building. The whole country on the Shanghai City here and the capital each a store. Okay, let's go over there. Soon, the group of three arrived at their destination. Su-yun looked at a house in front of him. It was hard to associate it with a specialized store. Rather than a source residence, it was more of a landmark building here. At the confluence of the Huangpu River and Suzhou Creek, it inherits the classic style and tradition of the Patek Philippe Geneva Salon, formerly known as the residence of the British Consulate General in Shanghai. It was built in 1882. Its building is a Victorian Romanesque style, two-story brick structure with a floor area of 1,227.5 square meters. This is the first time that Patek Philippe has created a venue outside of Europe with a status and function similar to that of the Patek Philippe Salon. In the minds of the Stern family, Gendarmerie is like a second home for the brand outside of Geneva, where it carries on the history and values of the brand. The Patek Philippe residence consists of 2 floors, each with a VIP room. The first floor displays and sells 8 families of Patek Philippe timepieces, including the Calatrava, Nautilus, Aquanaut, Gondolo, Golden Ellipse, and 20-4 collections. The second floor focuses on the Grande Complication collection, the high jewelry watch collection, and other limited edition timepieces. Su-yun walked in with the 2 women. It was everyone's first time here, and except for Su-yun, who acted slightly more calmly, the other 2 women were a little bit weak. I'm afraid I can't buy it, because there's a lot of talk on the internet about buying a Patek Philippe, what with the need for an asset review, interviews with the president, and so on. It's just that if you have the money, you can't always buy it anyway. Bull asterisk. Su-yun was pressured to not believe it at all. You can't buy it with money? He didn't believe in this yet. As soon as the 3 of them entered the store, a salesperson immediately approached them. He looked at the configuration of one man and two beauties, which should be somewhat powerful, and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, may I ask how I can help you?" Their store rarely have new customers to take the initiative to come on their own. Each sales have their own acquaintances. Usually the new table arrived directly pushed to their own guests, interested in reaching an agreement, and then stay and wait for the guests to pay to take goods. So there are a lot of watches that don't look like it's sitting in the store, but have actually been reserved for a long time. Buy a watch. Soo-yun replied. Introduce me? Is this your first time buying a watch from our store? Sir? Well, for the first time. Yes, sir. The salesman had a number in his heart at once, and brought the three to the showroom on the first floor, and began to introduce them one by one. And the price was not expensive. Soo-yun had listened for half a day and finally heard clearly that what he had introduced to him were some basic models. Expensive is a piece not introduced. This is being looked down upon. So what? You stop. Soo-yun couldn't help but frown and interrupted expressionlessly. Don't you have a better watch in your store? Which is the most expensive one in your store? Show me the most expensive one in your store, regardless of whether you can afford to buy it yourself first. First of all, you can't lose the momentum, forcing me to be a thug. Actually, this was really Soo-yun misunderstanding people. The purchasing mechanism in other people's stores is such that some popular watches, or limited edition watches need to be available only by the advance reservation system. There is also the store's new customers, usually need to buy from the most basic table, and so on to buy a certain number, will be eligible to purchase qualification popular or limited models. There was a line because there were so many people buying it. The salesperson was suddenly intimidated by Soo-yun's speaking stance at this moment, and his aura weakened. He couldn't help but start muttering in his mind, starting to wistfully wonder if he'd been out of his depth, and that the other party was the heir to some business magnate. It's an air as if the watches are randomly available except for limited watches. The salesman all of a sudden didn't dare to offend the other party so easily, and after freezing for a moment, he turned around and went to bring over a piece of the store's stars. It's very nice. It's your favorite watch? Soo-yun asked. How much does this cost? Sir, this watch it. Instead of saying the price, the salesman was ready to start telling him a story. Soo-yun interrupted again. Don't tell me these stories. I won't understand even if you do. Just tell me directly how much this watch costs. I'm busy. I'm in a hurry. Thuggishness on full display. Sir, this watch is around 2 million. Soo-yun nodded his head and said, Alright, that's it. The salesman froze again. He had originally brought it over just to show it to Soo-yun, not wanting to really sell it to him. The watch was booked long ago by another guest of his own who hadn't come to pick it up yet. And this watch, it's the only one in the store. Soo-yun didn't care about sales reaction and directly handed him his bank card again. The confused sales subconsciously took the bank card and looked down with a complex expression. The black card, or the private banking card of the construction bank. The card was one they recognized and knew the gold content, so they were even more sure of their earlier guess. After a brief thought, he still decided to sell the watch to Soo-yun first in order not to offend such a big customer, and that other customer of his own, and then slowly explain. So, after swiping his card, Soo-yun managed to get his first Patek Philippe watch, 6102 or 001 star. After buying the watch out, the salesman took the initiative to find Soo-yun and added WeChat friends, saying that in the future, if there is a good-looking watch, he can be the first to notify him. During this time, Chen Xin and Yu Xian, who were next to them, were quiet the entire time and did not speak. It's not that they don't want to talk, it's that they feel that they can only keep quiet on such occasions, and they don't know what to say. But today it did give them an insight into the Patek Philippe store. At the same time, he had also seen Soo-yun's bravado, a watch that was over $3 million. Soo-yun bought it without batting an eye when he said he would. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Doing Whatever You Want is the Life of a Godly Man. Chapter 106, Doing Whatever You Want is the Life of a Godly Man. After leaving Patek Philippe's store, Soo-yun put his watch on. At the same time the system's reward voice sounded. Facing the aristocrats and the luxury table, the host bought the most expensive watch in the store at his own will. In a happy mood, rewarded with $5 million in cash. Bank cards approximate 20.03 million. Soo-yun smiled, not realizing that his savings had already surpassed $20 million. For money he didn't deliberately swipe, but it was also buying more and more. Everyone else is spending less and less money. Only this both is spending more and more, like a snowball. And the more expensive you buy, the more rewards you get. Yu Xian's eyes flickered. He's not wearing a watch. He's wearing a house she's dreamed of buying on his wrist. That's the way of the world. Someone can buy a watch for the price of a house. Some people work hard and toil all their lives and can't afford to scrape together the money for a suite. Yu Xian had been a hotel housekeeper for so many years, and to be honest it was the first time she had accompanied a guest to the Patek Philippe store today. This also let her understand one thing. By this brand of watches turned out to be not so many rules, and not so evil as rumors on the internet. As long as you have the money, it's fine. They say pretty women are who only scratch their heads in front of rich men. But isn't the world It's not scratching its head in front of rich people all the same. Chen Xian's mindset was different from Yu Xian's, and when she came out, she sighed at Su Yun. The way you looked just now, you really looked like a thug. What? You resent the mob? No. Chen Xian laughed. I just feel different from the you I've known in the past few days. Was a little pissed off earlier. Su Yun replied. What do you mean? Asking him to introduce me to a watch and he only introduces me to the basic models. What do you mean? Afraid I can't afford the expensive ones. Actually, you misunderstand people. Chen Xian came back to her senses at this moment, and only then remembered that when she had written the God's Magnificence article before, she had deliberately gone through the rules of purchasing this brand. Just now, because of her sudden temporary cack, she had forgotten about it, but now it all came back to her. When people buy a watch from Patek Philippe, new customers have to start with the basics, and only after you buy a certain number of them and become their VIP, will they have a better popular watch for you, or even a limited watch for you. To put it bluntly, Patek Philippe only produces so many watches a year, and with so many people around the world wanting them, they are going to prioritize satisfying their regular customers. When Su Yun heard this, he gave Chen Xian a blank look. Why didn't you say that in the store just now? Forgot about it. Chen Xian smiled and asked. You were so domineering just now. If the most expensive watch in their store wasn't more than $3 million, but more than $3 million, would you buy it too? As soon as I have the money, I'll buy it. Su Yun replied. Besides, in case it's really expensive and I can't afford it, I'll just find any excuse not to have it, and then let him show me the second most expensive watch. Wouldn't you be embarrassed? As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Ha ha. Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xian smiled along. Mr. Su, this man, not only has money, but he also talks with a really good sense of humor. After buying the watch, when it was time for lunch, at Su Yun's suggestion, the three of them went to eat a hot pot. There's really a lot of food in Shanghai that I can't get used to, and the flavors are all generally sweet. It's still a hot and spicy hot pot that's flavorful enough. Su Yun and Chen Xian both ate very well, and only Yu Xian, a woman who couldn't eat spicy food, ate some randomly scalded vegetables in the clear soup. After dinner and back to the hotel, Yu Xian arranged an essential oil SPA full-body massage service for Chen Xian in the afternoon so that she could feel the Thai massage. It's all a free service from the hotel anyway. Su Yun, on the other hand, returned to his room and took a dip in the pool, enjoying the sunbathing. Yu Xian stood at the edge of the pool, holding a bath towel, ready to serve Su Yun. Half an hour later, Su Yun got up and took Yu Xian's bath towel to wipe his body. He slumped back in his chair and rubbed his forehead with his hand. Seeing this, Yu Xian asked, Mr. Su, are you having trouble with your head? Well, it suddenly hurts a little. Do you need me to press it for you? Su Yun asked curiously. You also know massage? Our hotel housekeepers are trained to simply know a little bit of everything to better serve our guests. Okay then, you try. It's not very convenient here. Yu Xian said. Let's go to the living room sofa. Good. The two of them came into the living room, and Yu Xian let Su Yun lean his back on the sofa, tilting his head back. She went and washed her hands, then began to massage his head gently. Start at the head and neck and slowly work your way up little by little. The hand was gentle. Mr. Su, is this still the right level of intensity? Could be, just right. It had to be said that Yu Xian did have two skills. One, press. The technique was very good, and the press was very comfortable for his head. In the past, the only head massage service Su Yun enjoyed was when he washed his hair at the barber store, and the shampoo girl would give it a few presses. You have a very professional touch. Su Yun closed his eyes and couldn't help but praise. Besides massage, what other skills do you guys have? Acupuncture, makeup, crafts, photo shoots, storytelling. Telling stories? Su Yun asked. Is this also a skill? Well, some of our customers have small children, and we sometimes take care of reading them a little bedtime story to help them get to sleep quickly. That's too detailed a service. Su Yun asked curiously. Then if an adult can't sleep either, can they request this service? Theoretically it's possible. Yu Xian paused and inquired in a low voice. Is Mr. Su in need of this service? I'd love to try it. You're not going to laugh at me, are you? No. Yu Xian smiled and asked. Then what story does Mr. Su want to hear? What kind of stories do you know? 1001 Nights, Andersen's Fairy Tales, Are there any stories for adults to listen to? No. They really don't take into account that adults need this service as well when they are trained. Soo-yun said. Then you can tell Anderson's fairy tales. Okay. Yu Xian began to whisper, and colorfully began to tell the story. Once upon a time, Soo-yun had never heard a bedtime story since he was a child, and he didn't think that now that he was almost 26 or 27 years old, he would still be able to enjoy a little bedtime story. It kind of makes up for the regrets of my childhood. Maybe it was because his had really grown up, or maybe it wasn't appropriate in broad daylight. But anyway, Soo-yun didn't have any sleepiness as he listened to the story. Instead, as soon as she opened her eyes, she could see her full breasts above her head. Soo-yun quickly averted his gaze, only to meet Yu Xian's gaze again. The atmosphere was inexplicably ambiguous for an instant. Yu Xian's children's story was also a bit of a story to tell. Some feelings were slowly starting to ferment. Hormones were starting to secrete. Soo-yun's sexuality also suddenly rose. Men aren't bottom feeders, but there are times when they want to be. After the thoughts in Soo-yun's heart popped up all at once, they began to grow wildly, not quite under control. In the past, when I didn't have money, any desire I had could be crushed to death by the word poor. Now that he had money, Soo-yun felt like he couldn't suppress his desires at all, nor did he want to. Do what you want? That's the life of a godly man. Do you have a boyfriend? Soo-yun suddenly asked out of the blue. Yu Xian nodded and said, there's one. Been together for 3 years. Do you like him? I don't know. Yu Xian hesitated and added, I think I like it. Soo-yun got up, took out a jewelry box from a shopping bag beside him, and handed it to her. You open it. Yu Xian opened it curiously, and inside was the jade bracelet that she had looked at in the store today and liked very much. It's worth over $30,000. She looked at Soo-yun in confusion. Mr. Soo, what are you doing? I saw how much you seemed to like it at the time, so I bought it quietly. Soo-yun said, I'm going back tomorrow. Consider it a gift for you. I've worked hard for you these past few days. Yu Xian, I'm going to take a dip, and there's nothing else to do this afternoon, so feel free to make your own arrangements as to whether to go or stay. With that, he got up and headed for the upstairs bathroom. Before long, there was the unmistakable sound of clattering water. Yu Xian stood alone in the downstairs living room, looking at the jade bracelet in her hand, her eyes a little tangled. No one would give you something so expensive for no reason. What does this jade bracelet mean? We're all adults. We should know what it means. Soo-yun also gave her options. Either put down the bracelet and leave on your own, or take the bracelet and choose to accept it. After a few moments, she took one step toward the stairs. In the bathroom, at this moment, Soo-yun was lying in the large bathtub, resting his eyes. He seemed to be waiting for something. For Yu Xian, he was conflicted himself. The rational self wants the other person to resist the temptation to hold on to their love. The selfish self, in turn, has the hope that the other person will compromise and be tempted by money to be able to fulfill their selfish desires. He thinks he's a bad guy, using money to test humanity. Again, he didn't think he was bad, because he gave the choice to the other side. After a few minutes had passed, he was a little pleased and a little disappointed to see that the bathroom door was slow to open. Just when Soo-yun thought that his wish for the day was going to be dashed, the bathroom door was suddenly opened. Yu Xian changed into a hotel bathrobe, wearing the jade bracelet she had just given her in her right hand, draping her hair, and walking to him step by step. Then the shirt slipped off, lifted his leg, and stepped naked into the tub. You are not a bad person, but a devil. The host has seduced the ill-willed hotel housekeeper with money at his own whim to achieve his own selfish desires, rewarded with $500,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 53 million. Soo-yun looked at the woman in front of him, listened to the sound of the system's rewards, and stretched out his hand. Everything happens without words. Only the water in the tub sloshed back and forth for a long time. An hour later, Yu Xian came out of the bathroom draped in a bath towel, her face scarlet, holding the door, her hair a bit messy. I almost drowned in the bathtub myself just now because my whole body was off. She didn't know how the others were. Anyway, in her limited perception, Soo-yun was several notches better than her boyfriend. If you can't walk, don't tough it out. Soo-yun walked out from the back as he spoke, reaching out in a princess hug and carrying her straight to his bedroom. I'm to blame for this today. Soo-yun stood to the side and said with some guilt, I hope I won't affect your relationship with your boyfriend. None of your business, Yu Xian said while wearing her own clothes. It's all my own choice. That'll do. Soo-yun said, have you considered working somewhere else? Maybe earn more and be more relaxed. Yu Xian, I happen to be looking for a personal butler. A life secretary. Soo-yun said, I think you're quite good and professional. Usually there's not much to do. You're just responsible for helping me deal with and arrange a series of some life things. For wages, whatever you are now, I can pay you twice what you are now. Yu Xian. Of course, you don't have to rush your answer. I'll give you time to think about it. Su Yun said. After considering it, you can call me anytime. I know, Mr. Su. After Yu Xian dressed and rested a little more, she took her bag and turned to leave. Not long after, Chen Xin, who had finished her Thai massage, came back. Su Yun smiled and asked, how does it feel? It's cozy. Chen Xin laughed. You can really go and press it too. It's good for your body and skin. Okay, I'll try that next time I get a chance. Su Yun got up and said, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a nap first. Remember to call out to me when it's time to eat in the evening. Oh, after Yu Xian left Su Yun's place, she returned to the rented apartment. Boyfriend hasn't come back yet. Messaged that he's working overtime. It's only a tiny room, but it costs $500 a month in rent. Every day. From a luxurious mansion to such a small house all of a sudden, Yu Xian's heart fell a bit too far, and she would be a bit uncomfortable between all the time. But before that, I was fine, thinking that I and my boyfriend would work hard and always buy a house of their own. But after 3 years, she realized that with her own salary and her boyfriend's salary, she could not even come up with a down payment for a 90-square-foot apartment with her daily savings. She sat on the couch, silent, looking at the table on her wrist. She had some guilt and regret about what happened between herself and Su Yun today. She hated herself for being useless and not holding her ground. She hated the powerlessness she felt in the face of temptation. His own boyfriend is great. He may not make a ton of money, but he's a good guy, also living very hard. She thought she was different from other women, that she could be firm and persistent for the sake of her love for herself and her boyfriend. But when Su Yun suddenly placed the temptation literally in front of him, he actually hesitated for only a few minutes and still fell. She could pretend that nothing had happened today, as long as she didn't tell her boyfriend. But she felt sorry for her boyfriend. One shouldn't do this to one's boyfriend. Yu Xian suddenly disliked herself and felt that she didn't deserve her boyfriend anymore. Maybe deep down I've always been a gold-digging, vain woman. Perhaps his own values have been subconsciously changed after all these years of being a hotel housekeeper and seeing the lives of the rich. Today's incident, but if it had happened when she had only just graduated from college, she would have turned it down without even thinking about it. But after 3 years of hard living, seeing and experiencing too much, it seems like there is just something that doesn't fit in with your old self and you don't want to live that ordinary life anymore. Since she had now done him wrong, she could no longer be with him. Spare him and spare yourself. After Yu Xian made her decision, she took a deep breath inside the house and called her boyfriend. She didn't want to tell the other person about it to their face because it was cruel. In another mansion, the young man is hard at work on his bed, with the company's buxom rich woman underneath him. Listening to the phone ringing beside her bed, the rich woman kindly reminded, Little Lee, your phone is ringing. Do you want to answer it? Don't worry about it. It's fine. The young man said curtly. Let's get on with it. There's no rush. Just answer the phone. The rich woman said meaningfully. Maybe it's that little girlfriend of yours calling. No, I'll just get back to her later. If I want you to answer it, you answer it. The rich woman turned her head and said in a commanding tone, Put me on speakerphone and I'll listen too. Sister Wong, the man was in a bit of a bind. Do you still want me to give you a raise? As long as you take it, I'll promote you to head of the company immediately tomorrow. After a few seconds of hesitation, the young man put the phone through and pressed the speakerphone. Hey, Yu Xian. The young man smiled in mock relief. Are you home yet? Just got back. How long will you be home? I should be working another shift for a while. The young man replied. You don't have to wait for me at night. Go to bed early. Love you. As he said this, the rich woman underneath him got a little upset on her face and moved right in, interfering with the man. Hiss. The young man sucked in a cool breath, but managed to stabilize it as best he could. I want to tell you something. Honey, anything, wait until I get back. Okay. The young man glanced at the increasingly indulgent rich woman and said, I'm really busy right now and don't have. Let's break up. On the phone, Yu Xian suddenly said. At those words, the young man froze. The rich woman with a face of enjoyment underneath her also stopped. Why? The young man seemed a bit unable to accept such news, and hurriedly asked, Yu Xian, did something happen to you? Properly. Why did you break up? I'm tired. I can't hold out any longer. Yu Xian said guiltily. I'm sorry. Don't you tell me you're sorry. A little flustered, the young man got off the woman's bed and said, Yu Xian, wait for me. I'll be right back. We can talk about anything. If she doesn't want you, she doesn't want you. The young man drew away. Immediately some empty rich woman said, What are you panicking about? You follow sister in the future. As long as you serve sis well, Sis feed you. On the other end of the phone, Yu Xian froze as she listened to the woman's voice that suddenly appeared. You're at another woman's house now? No. Yu Xian, listen to me. The young man explained as he dressed. It's not what you think. Look at you in a hurry. Don't you want your shorts anymore? The rich woman next to her purposely said loudly. Sister, it's right to break up. He never belonged to you in the first place. The young man turned around and said angrily. Shut the up. How do you talk to me? That's what I said. The young man said angrily. Big deal for me. In the apartment room, Yu Xian listened to the sound of the two arguing on the phone and directly hung up the phone. Overtime? Turns out it's always been an extra shift like this. It's really hard for him. She actually didn't hate her boyfriend at all at the moment. The heart, which had been a little guilty, in turn suddenly released a lot. I didn't hold on to love myself, and I don't seem to have a boyfriend. Half a pound. Yu Xian smiled to herself, and after simply packing up her things, she pulled her suitcase and took one last look at her hut where she had lived with her boyfriend for almost 3 years, and turned to leave. Alone, she came out into the street and got into a cab when she suddenly realized she didn't have anywhere to go. The city is so big that there is not a single light to call your own. In the end, she circled around or came to the J Hotel and took the elevator to the top floor. Standing outside Su Yun's room, she dialed Su Yun's phone. Hey, Mr. Su, what you said during the day, does it still count? In the room Su Yun said. It counts. Is food and shelter included? Sure. I'm outside your door right now. Can you open it for me? Yu Xian said. I have no place to stay tonight. Su Yun. He went downstairs, opened the door, and saw Yu Xian pulling a suitcase and standing in his doorway. Mr. Su, Yu Xian shouted awkwardly. Although Su Yun didn't know what was going on, he still said, come in first. Who's here? Hearing the commotion, Chen Xin, who was coding in her bedroom, ran out. When she saw that it was Yu Xian, she was puzzled. Butler Yu, why are you here? And with luggage? I don't have a place to stay for a while. Yu Xian replied. So I came to beg you to take me in for the night. Oh, then you can sleep with me. No, I'll just sleep on the living room couch. It's fine. My bed is huge. Sleeping 2 people is no problem at all. Chen Xin warmly invited. We can still chat together in the evening. You might as well sleep with her since she's invited you. Seeing that Su Yun had said so, Yu Xian could not refuse any longer and nodded in agreement. Politely turning to Chen Xin, I'm bothering you. It's okay, helpers. Chen Xin urged. It's getting late. Come to my room. Okay. Su Yun watched Yu Xian follow Chen Xin to where I am, feeling somewhat perverse. This was not like Chen Xion's character at all. She's a very social woman. Although she had more contact with Yu Xian in the past few days, their relationship wasn't so good that they were willing to sleep in the same bed, right? In fact, he was right in thinking that there were 2 reasons why Chen Xian was so proactive. One was that her relationship with Yu Xian was better than Su Yun had imagined, and did not reject each other. One was that she was defending herself against Su Yun as well as Yu Xian. Why? She was afraid that someone would have evil thoughts and sneak out at night to do something bad. Sister Liang's swimming pool incident can't happen again. Or maybe this Yu Xian was trying to take the opportunity of staying overnight to sneak into someone's bedroom in the middle of the night and have a dream catch. Now that Yu Xian was sleeping with herself watching, no matter which of the 2 of them had bad intentions, they had to die. Ha ha, that's so smart of myself. Chen Xian couldn't help but give a nod to her own resourcefulness. At night when the 2 women slept on the bed, Yu Xian looked at Chen Xian's breasts that made her a little envious and joked. What do you eat to grow so well? I don't know. It's been bigger than everyone else's since I was a kid. Chen Xian was a bit annoyed. I don't like it at all. If only it could be smaller. I wish mine was just a little bit bigger. Yu Xian smiled and said, men can love women with big breasts. Who says so? I don't think Su Yun likes it. Why? Yu Xian was a bit surprised, because this afternoon in the bathroom, he had told himself that it would be perfect if his was a bit bigger. Chen Xin said, because if he really likes big boobs, why doesn't he hit on me? Yu Xian. Suddenly, Chen Xin noticed the jade bracelet on Yu Xian's hand. She wondered, that's a nice bracelet you have. Why haven't I seen you wear it before? I sometimes wear them, sometimes I don't. Yu Xian put it away somewhat sheepishly and changed the subject. Say, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Su? Well, is kind of a blind date. Chen Xin thought for a moment and said with a smile, after all, this trip was made possible by Auntie's efforts to set it up. Yu Xian. Could it be that Su Yun was so honest in front of Chen Xin? However, she thought that she just had that with Su Yun during the day. Sleeping with what could possibly be Su Yun's future wife at night was more than a little awkward in her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Shut up. I'm a decent guy. Chapter 107. Shut up. I'm a decent guy. Journey to Shanghai. Over. Su Yun and Chen Xian were going to hit the road. In the VIP waiting room of the airport, Chen Xian was enjoying the free food as Su Yun and Yu Xian spoke their last words. I didn't check out of the hotel room and left it for you to continue. Su Yun said. When your hotel's resignation formalities are completed. When you go to the room to withdraw. And then come to Jiangqing to find me. At that time I will arrange your food, clothing, and housing. Thank you, Mr. Su. Yu Xian said. I'll get it done as soon as possible and won't make you wait for me for too long. Also, I didn't have time to ask you last night, and I don't want to ask you now. Su Yun reminded. What's wrong with you and your boyfriend? I don't care anyway, but I want to make it clear to you. No matter what happened between you and your boyfriend, I don't want you to bring me trouble, especially bringing it to Jiangcheng. You take care of your business as best you can, okay? I will. Okay, nothing else then. Su Yun said. Lastly, I just transferred 50,000 yuan to your WeChat. It's considered an advance paycheck for you, so you can use it first. Thanks. Well, you go back, and we're ready to get on the plane. Safe travels. After Yu Xian left, Chen Xian came up and asked curiously, You hired her? Aha! What are you doing hiring a woman around you for nothing? Do what you can. Do what you can. Su Yun smiled and asked rhetorically, As a rich man, can't I have a personal life assistant by my side? Are you sure you're not looking at someone else? It really doesn't. Su Yun smiled and teased. If you're interested in this position, I can hire you as well. Forget it. Forget it. Chen Xian said. I don't want to be an assistant for you. That would make me inferior to you. I'm still free to write novels. You make money writing novels, as opposed to working for me as an assistant? You underestimate me, don't you? Chen Xian shook the transit beads on her wrist and said, I'll get better this year. No, I'm already better. I met a tycoon big brother who appreciates me a lot. I'll make lots and lots of money. I'll envy you to death. Oh, well, good luck then. Su Yun laughed before turning around and walking towards the boarding gate. When Chen Xian saw his disbelieving face, he stomped his foot in place in anger and chased after him. You look down on people. Yeah, I just despise you. Su Yun idly said. If you're capable, bite me. Chen Xian. When you write fiction, when you hear the word, you think of another layer of meaning. Her face went red for a moment. I'm not going to bite you. Nice try. The flight back, still the best first class, was a great experience. An hour or so later, they landed in Jiangcheng. Coming out of the VIP-only channel, Su Yun stepped on the familiar ground and drove his Bentley towards the Jinyuan neighborhood, feeling as if he had been out for a long time. Chen Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked out the window, turned her head, and asked, Su Yun, are you going back for Auntie's birthday? Of course I'm going back. How about you move it up a day? Why? Chen Xian hesitated and replied, because the day before was my birthday. I'm a person who doesn't have many friends. You're the first friend I've made. I want to treat you to dinner and spend my birthday together. Yes, I'll definitely come. Su Yun promised. When the time comes, I'll eat the best food and ruthlessly slaughter you. Then it's a deal. Oh, no backing out. Su Yun asked again. When will you return to Kuwei County? Tomorrow morning. No more days in River City? You said it. River City is no fun. Chen Xian said. Besides, I've been playing for so long, and if I don't go back to trying to code, I won't have any savings to engage in. Okay, when we get back. If my mom asks. Don't worry, your own people don't screw up. Chen Xian confidently assured. I'll take care of Auntie. Righteous enough. In a cafe in Jiangcheng, Sumu looked at the sexy woman in front of her who was about the same age as herself and wearing a cheongsam. She didn't recognize this woman, but the other party said on the phone that she knew Su Yun. So she came. Sumu looked at Liang Yan and asked, Say, what is it that you called to ask me out? Hello Mr. Su. Liang Yan smiled and said, I asked you out because I want to talk to you about a business deal. Talking business with me? Right. Liang Yan also took a glance at Sumu just now, and in her heart, she had to admire Su Yun's good fortune to have such a woman by his side. I talked to Su Yun about this business once in Shanghai the day before yesterday. Liang Yan said. He himself is very interested, and also promised me that he would give me an investment, but he said that the company is currently handed over to you in management, and asked me to come and find you, Mr. Su, so that's why I took the liberty of asking you out. Sumu was not an ordinary woman, that had also been in the shopping mall for all these years. She could still hear which words were true and which were watered down. It was true that this woman called Liang Yan had seen Su Yun, and it was also true that Su Yun had asked her to come to herself. Otherwise the other party wouldn't have her phone number. But anything like Soo-yun promising her or something like that was probably something she made up herself, because according to Soo-yun's character, if he had really promised the other party, he would have definitely given himself advance notice and directly transferred the money, which would have required so much trouble. Therefore, in Soo-yun's opinion, this business belonged to the category of doable or not. He doesn't care. But the two may have sold her this favor because of some relationship between them, and then threw it at myself irresponsibly. Mr. Leung, right? Soo-moo didn't move and said, "Don't hold Soo-yun against me. Since he left this matter to me, the decision is mine. If I say vote, then vote. If I say no, then no. You understand?" Liang Yen. Soo-moo took a sip of coffee. "Specifically, you tell me first. What kind of business is it?" "Humph. It's not just that he's fallen for Soo-yun. What a drag. But now she had to put up with it for the money. Mr. Soo, it's like this." Liang Yen smiled and said, "I recently invested in a short drama and want to enter the short drama market, but at present the funds are a bit tight, so I want to come to Mr. Liang to cooperate and finance a 5 million, and then earn a 50-50 split, $5 million. Although on the surface, the company is said to be given to himself to manage. In fact, the boss is always still him. The boss may not care about the $5 million, but she as an employee cannot." Soo-moo said, "Okay, you first give me your idea and feasible plan to make a short drama. What makes you think you'll make money?" "Firstly, from the current self-publishing market." Mr. Liang started to talk about his initial idea, and why he is optimistic about this market, his target group, and the points where he can make a profit. It was a speech that she had prepared for, so she said it professionally. Soo-moo also listened attentively. Finally, Liang Yen said, "That's about what I think. What do you think, Mr. Soo?" "Okay, Mr. Liang, I probably understand." Soo-moo didn't give an answer first, but said, "I'll go back and think about it, and give you an answer tomorrow." "Okay, Mr. Soo." After saying something, the two of them got up together and left the cafe, and when they walked to in the doorway, Soo-moo suddenly turned around and asked, "Mr. Liang, can I ask you a more personal question?" "Mr. Soo, you said, have you been in Soo-yun's bed yet?" Mr. Liang froze, then replied, "No." "Why does Mr. Soo ask that?" "It's okay, I just wanted to remind you." Soo-moo did not see the answer she wanted from Liang Yan's face. She said faintly, "Soo-yun, this person is good at everything, but he loves to play. Don't want anyone who can climb into his bed to be his woman." "Ha, Mr. Liang suddenly let out a laugh and asked rhetorically, "Does this also include you?" "Mr. Soo, I'm at least managing his company now." Seeing that she was being mocked, Soo-moo sneered, "And now you're begging me." Liang Yan. Seeing Liang Yan's angry face ugly up, Soo-moo smiled sweetly and said, "But Liang, don't worry. In business, as long as your project can really make money, I will invest." Witnessing Soo-moo driving away, Liang Yan's chest trembled with anger. "Humph, don't get too happy too soon. The deer is still unknown." Irritated by Soo-moo, the gambling Liang Yan sent a private message to Soo-yun. "Where is it? I'm coming to get you. I didn't get enough the other day." In Jin Yuan, Soo-yun, who had returned to his house, looked at the message on his cell phone and was a bit confused. What does Mr. Liang mean? Didn't we agree on a one-time deal? Is it possible that he has been conquered by himself and is addicted to the red apricot wall? Just as Soo-yun was puzzled, not long after, Soo-moo's private message also sent over. "Soo-moo, when are you coming back?" Soo-yun replied, "What's wrong?" "Soo-moo, do you believe I'll get someone to fix the water heater at home tonight?" Soo-yun, it's a little disconcerting that you've suddenly become so sought after. Soo-yun then looked at Chen Xin, who was lying at home watching TV, and shook his head. "I guess not tonight." Originally, he had wanted to hide the news of his return today from Soo-moo and Li Jinshu, and wait until he sent Chen Xin away. But now look at it like this. Soo-moo's side can't work. Soo-yun hesitated and sent Soo-moo back. "I'm already back. Just got home." Soo-moo, who was driving, had planned to go to the company first to see the progress of the renovation and pick up Li Jinshu in the meantime, but after seeing Soo-yun's message, a brake stops in place. He's actually back? Great. Is he planning to just stop talking if he's not asking or threatening him? So without saying a word, he made a U-turn and drove straight for home. At the same time, he called Li Jinshu and said, "Hey, Jinshu, I'm not coming to your place to watch something temporarily, so you'll take a taxi and come back by yourself then." Good. For some reason, Soo-moo intentionally hid the matter of Soo-yun's return from Li Jinshu. Half an hour later, she arrived in front of Soo-yun's door before ringing the doorbell. The door opened, but instead of Soo-yun, it was Chen Xin. The two women looked at each other, and Sumu subconsciously shot a glance at each other. This is his blind date? Jinshu was right. Her boobs were indeed a bit off the charts. This was going to be at least an E. Chen Xian also looked at the mature-type beauty Sumu, who was a bit older than herself, and took the initiative to open her mouth to ask, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Su Yun. I'm his neighbor." Sumu smiled and asked, "May I ask if he's home?" "Strange, how come there's another pretty neighbor? Wasn't his neighbor the woman who slipped in on her own last time?" "Yes, come in." With doubts in her heart, Chen Xian let Sumu in and then shouted into the room, "Su Yun, your neighbor is looking for you." "Oh." Su Yun walked out from inside, saw that it was Sumu, and smiled. "Sister Su, the tour sheds back?" Sumu pretended to be confused and looked at Chen Xian and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me to this beauty? This is the neighbor who lives across the street from my house, named Chen Xian." Su Yun added to Chen Xian, "Chen Xian, this is the neighbor who lives next door to me," called Sumu. "Hello, Sister Su." Chen Xian followed Su Yun's address and called out politely. Sumu smiled. "Hello, did you guys have something to say?" Chen Xian said. "You guys chat. I'll go to my room to pack my bags." Sumu looked at Chen Xian, who went back to the bedroom and laughed. "This blind date of yours knows what he's doing. Went out to play for a few days. Do you have any feelings?" "Sis, don't think about it too much," Su Yun explained. "Just normal traveling. Nothing. What are you nervous about?" "I didn't say what you did." Sumu gave him a blank look and said, "Nothing with her. What about with that Mr. Leon? She came to see you? Well, open your mouth and hold you over me." Sumu slyly. Double entendre said, "What? Are you pinched by her life?" 5 million. Said to give. Really generous. Which is not. Su Yun laughed awkwardly. "I just think that what she said is a bit reliable. This is not introduced to you. Vote or not, or you say so." "I wouldn't dare." Sumu laughed. "After all, it's your company. The money is yours." "You have nodded your head. How dare I not vote? In case I refuse, someone will be unhappy in their heart." "Then what do you mean by casting?" Su Yun asked. "Well, public is public and private is private. Although I don't like this woman much, but this project of hers I also think there is a market and prospect to try." Sumu asked, "In this matter, is it you who will call and tell her? Or should I say it?" "You tell it." "Are you sure it wasn't you who came and said it?" Sumu kindly reminded. "Maybe if you come and say it, people will appreciate you in other ways." "Oh, shut up. I'm a decent guy." "Bah." Sumu glared at him in shame and anger. Then said, "Come up to my house for dinner tonight, and call Chen Xian, as if I'm doing my part as a landlord to welcome the other party. This can be had." Su Yun laughed. "I've been out traveling for the past few days, eating restaurants every day, and it's been a long time since I've eaten your cooking. I thought you didn't like it enough to want to come back at all." "No, I was super thinking about your cooking in my mind." Su Yun sighed. "But there's no way. Mom's people, well, to accompany." "Okay, I'm going out to get groceries. Do you want to come along?" "I'll pass." Su Yun said. "I'll ask Chen Xian to accompany you, so you can cultivate your relationship. She's a bit sociopathic, so she won't be embarrassed during dinner." "Good." Su Yun called Chen Xian out, then followed Sumu out to buy food. Alone at home, Su Yun intended to watch some TV, but then he received another picture sent to him by Ning Qian. "Ning Qian, this is the dress I just bought. Does it look good?" Picture *1. "Is this a dress for yourself?" Su Yun still didn't know her little mind. "Figured I was free right now anyway, so why don't I take the time to go over and check on her first? Give her a big surprise." Su Yun replied. "Good looking." After finishing, he went out and drove towards Ning Qian's place. Ning Qian did not know that Su Yun had already seen fit to kill over. After seeing Su Yun say that she looked good, she was satisfied. After chatting with Su Yun, she stripped naked and went into the bathroom. The past few days, at Li Jinshu's request, were spent at the construction site helping to keep an eye on the company's renovation site. I had just gotten home from the company's job site and was all dusty and ready to take a shower before fixing dinner. Even though she was rich now, she still liked to cook at home by herself, and in the meantime, she would research and study new dishes and make them for Su Yun to eat when he came back. 10 minutes later, Su Yun appeared in the house before Ning Qian had even finished her bath. He listened to the sound of water in the bathroom and knew what someone was doing, tiptoed over and gently pushed open the unclosed door. Then it was casually given a shutter again. Ning Qian was currently standing on the side of the drenching rain, with her back to the door of the room, while following up on Li Jinshu's phone call about the decoration materials. Silk heard no movement and noticed someone coming from behind. Su Yun laughed and suddenly environmentalized her from behind in one fell swoop. Ning Qian was so startled that her cell phone fell to the ground. She was just about to shout for help when she heard Soo-Yun's familiar voice in her ears. Don't move. It's me. What are you doing back here? Ning Qian was a little surprised to hear that it was Soo-Yun, and her originally tense body immediately relaxed and softened in Soo-Yun's arms. Ning Qian, what happened to you? What happened? On the phone on the ground, Li Jinshu asked with great concern after hearing Ning Qian's alarmed saint. Nothing. Ning Qian hastily explained. I just took a shower and accidentally fell. Is it serious? Not seriously. Oh, that's good, Li Jinshu said. You wash it, and when you're done, we'll talk. When the phone hung up, Ning Qian tried to bend down to pick up her cell phone, but was carried into the shower room by Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun, cell phone. It's fine. It's waterproof. Pick it up later. Ning Qian, it's not like you can fix it in a few minutes. You can't soak it in water for an hour if it's waterproof. But Soo-Yun said so, and she could only give up. They say they are in a hurry, but they are actually in a hurry to get things done. By the time the two came out of the bathroom, 2 hours had passed. The cell phone that had fallen to the ground was also finally picked up. Ning Qian looked at it and it actually worked. It was really fine. Soo-Yun, who had come to the living room, picked up his own cell phone to take a look. And sure enough, both Sumu and Chen Xin had made several missed calls to him. After making a shushing gesture to Ning Qian in his arms, he called Sumu. Where have you been? When the phone was connected, Sumu asked. How come we came back from grocery shopping and didn't see you in the house? Oh, something came up at the last minute. Came out here. Soo-Yun said. I'll be back later. I brought Chen Xin to my house to help me cook together. Sumu said. Since you've gone out, wait and help me pick up Jinshu along with you. She's almost off duty. Good. Oh yeah. And Ning Qian. Sumu paused and said. She seems to be on the construction site with Jinshu. Ask her to come along for dinner. There are more people to liven things up. Soo-Yun glanced down at Soo-Yun and replied. Okay, I'll ask people when the time comes. Hanging up the phone, Ning Qian, who heard the conversation between the two, said, I won't be going to dinner. What? Not used to it? No. Ning Qian blushed and said, I'm a bit tired right now. I want to take a nap when you leave. In that case, I'll make you a little more tired. Soo-Yun laughed. That way you'll have a better quality of sleep later. Well, Ning Qian, White Cloud site. Li Jinshu was very busy alone wearing a helmet and directing the decorators on the site. Occasionally, after taking a break, she looked at the company that was slowly taking shape in front of her and missed Soo-Yun a little. It's been a few days out traveling. Why aren't they back yet? Not initiating a conversation with myself every time either. Humph. When you have a new love, you forget about your old love. And you're losing yourself to help him renovate the company so diligently. Just as Li Jinshu was complaining a little, the sound of a car dropping rang out. She sniffed and looked. Between them a familiar Bentley pulled up not far from her. Soo-Yun opened the car door and smiled as he walked towards her. Li Jinshu stood up. Surprised. Why did you come back? Missed you and came back. Soo-Yun replied without a blush on his face or a skip in his heart. I don't believe it. Although Li Jinshu said no with his mouth, he couldn't hide the happiness on his face. Whether Soo-Yun meant what he said or not, it sounded good. What woman wouldn't love a love story like that? Soo-Yun reached out to remove her helmet, and tended to her somewhat messy bangs, saying, let's go home from work for dinner. But the plans for today aren't done yet. Let the workers get it themselves. Soo-Yun took her hand and said, I'm already starving. Okay then. Under Soo-Yun's persuasion, Li Jinshu followed Soo-Yun to the car to go back. At first, she thought it was a two-person date between herself and Soo-Yun, but it turned out to be a big surprise straight away once she got home. Not only was Sumu there, but Soo-Yun's blind date was also there. When Li Jinshu saw Chen Xin, he smiled awkwardly and said, Hi. Hello again. Hello. Chen Xin looked at Li Jinshu, who had sneaked into Soo-Yun's house last time, and smiled schematically. It turned out that Soo-Yun had two people living next door to him, both of whom were also big beauties. In order to avoid embarrassment, Li Jinshu immediately ran to the kitchen to help Sumu, and asked what was going on in the meantime. What could be going on? Sumu smiled and said, People have come a long way and will be going back tomorrow, so we, as Soo-Yun's neighbors, should treat them to a meal. Going back tomorrow? When Li Jinshu heard this, he was a bit happy. It's good to be back. Otherwise, if she had been living in Soo-Yun's house, the two of them would have fallen in love over time even if they didn't have feelings for each other. Isn't that what happened with Soo-Yun? From the first time, it was all over the place. Both his money and his body were as addictive as poison to her. Knowing that there's a chance that I'm wrong with him, that it might not work out, but I just can't quit. I can't control myself. Li Jinshu asked again in a gossipy manner. Then have you inquired about it? Did she and Soo-Yun both become successful after their blind date? Or did they not? whether it's a done deal or not. I don't know. Sumu smiled and replied. Anyway, according to my observation, going out for these few days, the two should still be clean. P.S. Shamelessly begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Mean Woman. Your hopes are doomed to fail. Chapter 108, Mean Woman. Your hopes are doomed to fail. A table of 4. 3 women. 2 of the women had already slept with themselves, and one was a blind date found by their own mom. If only in the future all his women could sit together at a table and eat like this, and have a good time. Unfortunately, such things can only be thought about. Take Sumu and Lee Jinshu for example. Right now it's them who don't know each other's existence. If one of them knew, I guess the scene wouldn't be so harmonious. What are great girlfriends on a TV show, turned against each other over a man. Sumu and Lee Jinshu's two attitudes towards themselves to see, although not to the point of turning against each other, but also absolutely cannot be friends. For this matter Soo-yoon really did not expect. At first, he just wanted to sleep himself once could not sleep Sumu, which knew that by Lee Jinshu intervened and put himself to sleep in advance. At that time in that situation, people took the initiative to come up. One couldn't refuse. Could one? But it's useless to say anything now. Sleep all the way through. Anyway, let's just keep it hidden for as long as we can. In case it's exposed, it doesn't matter to ourselves. They decide for themselves what to up next. For Sumu and Lee Jinshu, it would be false to say how much Soo-yoon liked them in his heart. It was more like a temporary sexual partner. You're willing to follow me, and I'm happy to take it. If you don't want to be with me anymore, feel free to leave and I'll move on to the next one. Including the previous ex-girlfriend Hwang Mengyao. He actually kind of compromised. Not that he likes himself much, but also a partnership. It's a natural part of the process. What you do at what age? It's like playing a game. You wait until you're at a certain level and it's time to go for whatever copy of that level is available. Once you miss it, you can't even brush it if you want to when you level up. But that's the life and rules of the common man. For the rich it's completely out of the window. Now no matter where you go to do what, people give you VIP. Enjoy. Some other people do not have concessions and services. The rich, then, are the VIP customers of this world, always enjoying something that no one else can. More ordinary people, more like NPCs for the game, serve the group from birth to death. And Soo-yoon was originally an NPC as well, but the system pulled him out and gradually turned him into a VIP user of this world. During the meal, Lee Jinshu would always intentionally or unintentionally snatch Chen Xian's words in order to get his answer. Soo-yoon heard it and didn't point it out. Sumu knew and wanted to hear about their 3-day tour of Shanghai for a man and a woman. Chen Xin, this simple woman, a brain said everything. After hearing that Soo-yoon had taken her on an unimpeded trip to Disneyland and watched photos of the fireworks together, a strong sense of envy and jealousy rose in her heart. After all, Disney is where most women want to go. Lee Jinshu was unable to spare any money to play. Sumu was not having time or not having fun with his favorite person. After talking about the excursion, Chen Xin talked about shopping. And after hearing that Soo-yoon had bought a lot of gifts, Sumu and Lee Jinshu both stole a glance at Soo-yoon. It seemed to be inquiring if it was said to be bought for them. Soo-yoon didn't react. Lastly, I talked about buying a watch. Chen Xin was worthy of writing novels. That was a very graphic portrayal of Soo-yoon's thuggish behavior. Lee Jinshu was surprised when he saw the watch on Soo-yoon's wrist. This watch of yours is actually a limited edition Patek Philippe, worth over $3 million. Not on his piece. Sumu looked at the watch on Soo-yoon's wrist that he had given himself and asked with a deliberate smile, "Why don't you wear the one you just bought?" In fact, that watch is just bought to sometimes go out to improve their own compulsion. The feeling is just like that. I put it at home, lazy to wear. Soo-yoon replied, "I still prefer this watch on my hand." Truthfully? Truly, I swear. Lee Jinshu asked curiously, "How much is this piece of yours? It doesn't look cheap. It can't be millions too, right?" "No, just over 200. 000 Rolex chocolates." Sumu answered for him. "Sue, how do you know so well?" "I bought it for him. I can't help it." Sumu laughed. "I know a little bit about watches." "Oh, I thought you bought it for him." "So clearly." "Ahem." Soo-yoon sniffed and suddenly choked on the soup, tears streaming down his face. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" The 3 women turned their heads and spoke in unison. After saying that, as if they all realized something again, everyone averted their eyes in unison. It's okay, just take it easy." Soo-yoon patted his chest and after taking a breather, he took the tissue from the unflappable Chen Xin and wiped his tears. "No one's taking it from you. Why are you drinking so fast?" "Right," Lee Jinshu said. "I used to watch the news and there were people choking to death. You just want me to die, don't you?" "No, I'm just afraid that if you die, Susu will be sad." Lee Jinshu glanced at her best friend and joked. Sumu laughed. What about you? Aren't you sad? What heart I break? Li Jinshu looked at Chen Xin again as she said. In fact, it's not our turn for two outsiders to grieve. If we want to grieve, it should also be this Chen Xin sister who was on a blind date with our Mr. Su who should grieve. I. Chen Xin sniffed and retorted with a red face. I didn't go on a blind date with him. Yeah, people are just coming over to hang out, so don't you guys say anything. Su Yun's face turned cold as he spoke out to relieve Chen Xin. Just eat and talk less. There are some things that are picked on and not picked on, which are two different concepts. Li Jinshu, Sumu, the two looked at each other without another word, and lowered their heads to eat. In their hearts, they did not expect Su Yun to defend her. That's a bad sign. Sumu was okay, nothing psychological, but Li Jinshu was different, with mixed feelings. Usually, when she herself made a fuss and let loose a bit in front of Su Yun, it seemed like nothing, thinking that Su Yun was very good to get along with and didn't bother with her. But there was something scary about the way he pulled a face just now, his face expressionless. After dinner, Chen Xin took the initiative and volunteered to clean up the dishes and wash them. She hadn't been much help in getting the food just now, so she couldn't just eat without paying again. She'll feel guilty inside. Sumu didn't say anything, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Li Jinshu probably wanted to go and wash it herself to save the fault she had just made, but Su Yun said, "You take a rest, I'll go with her to wash it." At these words, Li Jinshu once again fell silent, his face not looking too good. The reason Su Yun was giving Li Jinshu a face was not to help Chen Xin, but he wanted to remind her. Don't think that if you are a good talker and have a good character, you are upside down against the Big Dipper and can say anything without scruples. The matter between yourself and Chen Xin, although everyone understands what's going on, but what are you trying to do by saying it in front of yourself and the person concerned like this? Ask me for an answer? Or are you jealous and want Chen Xin to know what's going on? Whatever the reason, it's on its own. I can say it, I can do it, but no one can make me. Don't think that just because you, Li Jinshu, slept with me a few times, you're really treating yourself as a mistress. If you're capable, go dislike Sumu and shade her. Bullying a socially terrified Chen Xin is nothing. Su Yun came to the kitchen with Chen Xin. One washes the dishes, the other cleans the wand. Chen Xin whispered, "Thank you for helping me out just now." Really thank me? Of course it's true. Su Yun laughed. It just so happens that no one is rubbing this moment. Why don't you give me a kiss? Chen Xin instantly blushed again. Just kidding with you, dog. Su Yun said, "You're just like a contemporary Guan Ershi, blushing at the drop of a hat." How did this such a shy, introverted woman come up with the idea of writing a shibboleth like Kamiho? That's too much of a contrast. On the internet I surfed a man, driving skill thief, flirty talk. In reality, I blush when I hold hands. Talking about people like Chen Xin, right? Chen Xin asked. You and your neighbor seem to be on good terms? It's okay. Just now when I came over, I noticed that the eyes of the one called Li Jinshu looking at you seemed a bit unnatural. Chen Xin said. Between neighbors, the relationship should be good. It is said that a distant relative is better than a close neighbor. In case you have an emergency, people may still be able to help you. She was planning to bully you just now. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. And you're still speaking for her? There's no bullying, just asking me a question. Chen Xin said. I don't even care. What do you care? When I leave tomorrow, you apologize to the person. No way. Chen Xin. In the living room, Li Jinshu and Su Mu were sitting on the sofa, watching TV. In fact, neither one looked in. Li Jinshu looked towards the kitchen from time to time, a little lost, regretting his behavior just now that was not overly cerebral. In retrospect, it was mostly my own jealousy as well. She was afraid that Su Yun and Chen Xin would really become a couple and snatch Su Yun away. To put it bluntly, she was now caring more and more about Su Yun, whether it was in terms of supplies or other emotions. She was somewhat inseparable from him. She just doesn't realize it herself right now. This, coupled with the fact that Su Yun had been very kind and indulgent to her before, caused her to float a little. This time, it was a direct reminder of her position and situation. Su Yun's good, provided he likes you and is willing to spoil you. Li Jinshu turned back to Su Mu and asked, Su, do you think I made Su Yun angry just now? Guess so. Su Mu said without a trace of anger. Usually it's even if it's okay. Today how can you say those words to Chen Xin? So what do I do now? Li Jinshu begged for advice. I'll go apologize to Chen Xin later? Don't. Just do it. Su Mu said. It's not much of a thing. It's over. Su Yun will just be angry for a while afterward. So I guess I won't take it to heart. This is the first time I've ever seen him angry. Li Jinshu said. It's a bit scary with a cold face. You know you're scared now? Su Mu gloatingly laughed. Called you usually in front of him staggering. do not know to restrain, not clear outsiders, but also thought you are his girlfriend. You're still laughing. Li Jinshu was now regretting his earlier blabbering. After 2 days of chatting, Soo-yun and Shen Xian came out after washing the dishes, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Soo-yun then prepared to go back, but Shen Xian took the initiative to speak up. I'm going back tomorrow, and there's no food in the car, so I want to go out and buy some food. Sister Jinshu, can you accompany me? I'm not too familiar with the surrounding area. Ha, yes, of course I will. Li Jinshu sniffed and immediately walked over, carefully glancing at Soo-yun and said, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. My treat. Aha. Then Shen Xian held Li Jinshu's hand and went out together. So much like sisters. Sumu looked at this scene and had two thoughts in her heart. Either this Shen Xian was a top-notch heartfelt woman, all acting for Soo-yun to see. Either that or she's really a nice, simple woman. In an instant there were only two people left in the house. Soo-yun walked over naturally, then at Sumu's side. He directly pressed underneath and said with a smile, who was the one who said that he wanted to find someone to fix the water heater? How dare you threaten me? And you know you're afraid. Sumu didn't resist either, letting him press himself and said, if you don't come back, I really might change someone. Fine, how dare you threaten me? Soo-yun went straight for it, saying viciously, I have to let you taste my power today. Come on, don't be hard on yourself. Sumu smelled other women's scent on Soo-yun's body and said, after sneaking out and tossing around in the afternoon, you still have energy now? Oh, Soo-yun didn't know why Sumu was so clear about his whereabouts, but looking at her, she didn't seem jealous at all. Unlike Li Jinshu. Curious, he asked, if you know all about it, why are you so blasé? Not angry? Who am I to be angry? Sumu said, what's the difference between you sleeping with someone else and you sleeping with me? If I dislike her, am I not disliking myself? You're a woman who, if you went to ancient times, would be the persona of a proper wife? Soo-yun shook his head. A big heart. Big? Soo-yun bowed his head and said, great, get a grip and hurry up. Sumu's body was also a bit soft at the moment, and she whispered, otherwise they should come back in a while. I try to. Half an hour later, the two ended the fight quickly. Sumu was already more convenient because she was wearing a skirt, so it wasn't tedious to pack up. In the end, her whole body went limp as she lay on Soo-yun's lap, the flush on her face slowly beginning to fade away as she adjusted herself, lest she don't see it later. Seeing that Li Jinshu and Shen Xian hadn't returned yet, Sumu began to talk about what had just happened. Jinshu is that character, so don't be angry with her. Not bad for a good sister. Soo-yun, with one hand, continued to rua this big crabapple, saying, only after being like this with me, you're helping her? But now that you've spoken, I can't get any more angry than I already am, or I'll look too petty. Thanks. Just as they were enjoying the warmth of the aftermath, suddenly the door's combination lock rattled, and they immediately resumed their proper sitting positions. Sumu looked at the two of them who had returned home, got up and said with a smile, how much did you guys actually buy off? Why did you go out for so long? Not much, Li Jinshu said. The main thing is that I just ran into Zhao Xianhong downstairs at the entrance to the neighborhood. He wanted to come in, couldn't get in, called you, and you didn't answer his, so he stopped me where I was. Sumu glanced at her cell phone, and there were really a few missed calls. I was so busy with business that I didn't hear you, and Soo-yun felt some pity. He thought about how exciting it must have been to have Sumu answer her ex-husband's brother's phone call while they were running errands just now, right? Find a chance to try next time. Just don't know if Sumu will say yes. Sumu turned to Li Jinshu and asked, what did he say to you? Just one thing, Li Jinshu said. He's already in a bad way now. He's already lost his job at the bank. I beg you to let him go, so that you can talk to Soo-yun and stop suing him. So miserable. Soo-yun was puzzled. I remember that Vice President Cao just had him transferred to a position. Not fired. I'm the one who said it. Sumu explained. The other day I ran into him at the bank, so I told the bank directly. With him, I will change the bank to deposit money. I did not expect the bank really fired him. Deserved it. It turns out that only recent policy reforms have sharply reduced the incomes of bank staff and the pressure on everyone's deposits, which are in the millions and millions. So after encountering a soft threat from Sumu, directly without consideration, the governor resigned him. Originally he was hired in on special assignment. It doesn't matter if this bank doesn't want you, you can still go to other financial institutions. However, during the background check for the interview, he was not willing to be used by many companies and banks because he had been involved in a lawsuit, which many companies and banks knew about for fear of the risk. It put him straight out of work, unable to find a big job. He had no choice but to come to Sumu, wanting her to persuade Soo-yun to stop suing him all the time. He'll agree to anything if he gets the law firm to stop. These words, Lee Jinshu also brought to Sumu and Suyun. After hearing this, Suyun said to Sumu, "You are in charge of your ex-husband brother's affairs. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. It was supposed to be for you to take out your anger." Then, he looked at Chen Xin and said, "Let's go. We're going back to our house." Oh, as he watched Suyun and Chen Xin leave, not even speaking to himself before leaving, Lee Jinshu's mood was low to the extreme. But in front of Sumu, she still pretended to be fine. Sumu saw a little bit of the end. She didn't expect Lee Jinshu to care so much about Suyun's attitude, and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, after you left, I just told him that he's not angry with you anymore, and he'll be fine tomorrow." "Really? Of course it's true. Then he just didn't talk to me until he left." "Come on, don't dwell on it." Sumu got up and said, "Go to bed early. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." At that moment, Chen Xin, who had gone and returned, suddenly knocked on their door. It turned out that he was helping Suyun to give them the gifts he had brought for them, all Hermes bags. Lee Jinshu accepted it with a smile and said thank you, asking in passing, "What is Suyun doing?" "Watching TV." Chen Xinshan saw that Lee Jinshu was the only one left, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, "Sister Jinshu, Suyun might have had a bit of a bad attitude just now because of me. I'll help him apologize to you, so don't be angry with him anymore." "Ha, I'm not mad at him." Lee Jinshu was a little depressed to the point that he was the one who was angry with me. "That'll do." Chen Xin smiled and said, "Men, sometimes their brains are not smart. In the future, please take care of his daily life. I thank you for Auntie Zhang." Lee Jinshu. She looked at Chen Xin, who had finished speaking, turned around and ran into the next house, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. This woman actually turned around and apologized to herself for Suyun. The night is quiet. When Suyun and Chen Xin returned, they watched TV together for a while before going to their respective rooms to sleep. On the other side, Sumu, because she had exercised intensely for half an hour earlier, after taking a shower and looking at the gift Suyun had given her, she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. I have to say that the quality of sleep after exercise is really good. She slept soundly and deeply. Sink to the next door insomnia. Lee Jinshu secretly get up in the middle of the night. Sneak out. Do not know. Lee Jinshu risked 12 points, wearing sexy pajamas, carefully entering the password again in front of Suyun's door. Buzz. As the electronic lock cylinder turned, the door opened. Lee Jinshu wiped the darkness and dodged in, then closed the door gently again. With the moonlight outside the window and her familiarity with the terrain of the house, she arrived at Suyun's bedroom door step by step. Taking a deep breath, Lee Jinshu gripped the door handle and gently turned it. The door opened again, then glanced back at the bedroom not far away, seeing no movement before dropping his heart and stepping inside. Lock the door. She had just closed the door when Suyun's voice rang out. "What? Come quietly in the middle of the night and try to kill me?" Since contacting the 8 Duanjin, Suyun realized that not only was he formidable, even his 5 senses had become much better. With a house as big as this one, from the first time Lee Jinshu pressed the combination lock, he heard it. At first I thought it was a thief, but then I turned my head and thought no, it's mostly that woman Lee Jinshu. He couldn't help but chuckle. The nerve, having someone in your own house and still daring to come. Then he was in the bedroom, keeping watch, waiting for the other man to come in. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Lee Jinshu felt his way into his bedroom. Lee Jinshu realized that Suyun was still awake and said with some surprise, "Why are you still awake? Who's waiting for you if I'm asleep? You knew I was coming over?" "No, guess." Suyun lied. "I was going to wait for another 3 minutes and then go to bed." "What are you waiting for me for? Wait until you come over and apologize to me." Suyun couldn't help but chuckle in a small voice. "What? You're not here to apologize to me?" "Not at all. You just know how to bully me." Lee Jinshu aggravatedly directly pounced on him, and while doing so, he cursed with a small cry. "I'm here to kill you." "To kill you?" "No." Suyun pretended to be flustered. "If you want to kill, just kill. What are you doing taking off my pants?" "You run me," Lee Jinshu said. "You hate me anyway, so I'll do whatever I want." Suyun. Tonight, Lee Jinshu was crazy. Suyun had never imagined that a woman who turned out to be crazy was so scary. That's not letting yourself rest at all. What she said she didn't say. She's here to kill herself. It's a unique way to kill someone. Though, she's trying to exhaust herself. Expel breath. Vile woman. Your hopes are doomed. I, Changshan Zhaozilong, can at most lose once in front of Great Demon Su, and will never lose you a second time. Come on, let's have a good fight. Recommend a friend's book. Tokyo Heat, Thai as hell. I can't sleep reading it. End of chapter. Chapter 109. On top of the southern mountain. Happy as a god. Chapter 109, On Top of the Southern Mountain. Happy as a god. This war of death and betting on dignity has been a continuous white-hot phase. In order not to be discovered by Chen Xin next door as an anomaly, Li Jinshu's mouth was stuffed with a towel and he couldn't make any sound. All she could do was grip the sheet tightly with one hand, whimpering. The next morning, the fighting finally subsided. The water stains on the bed had been so dismal that it was impossible to tell if it was sweat or something else. The end result was that Li Jinshu surrendered and admitted defeat. Compared to Sumu that day, Suyun felt that Li Jinshu did not lose at all in terms of physical strength, and even had a slight advantage. She loses on skill, just brute force. You're such a pervert. Li Jinshu couldn't help but spit out as he lay flat on the bed. She felt like she'd almost died of exhaustion, and now her back and legs ached, especially the red and swollen areas on my body. I didn't feel it at the time, but now it hurts when my hand touches it. I should have known to take it easy. It was simply impossible for her to get out of bed and walk around anytime soon. However, at a glance at Su Yun, he was actually still acting as if nothing had happened, and on the contrary, he still had the power to fight. Pissed off. It's not my fault. You're the one who's crazy enough to want it if you don't take a break. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately laughed and shrugged off the pot. He got up and went to fill the large bathtub in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his bedroom with warm water and pour milk. Then he carried Li Jinshu in naked, letting her lie down comfortably and soak in a bath. Then he turned again and ripped the sheets off the bed, crumpled them into a ball, and replaced them with new ones. It's a good thing you have a lot of sheets in your own home. Otherwise, how would you be able to change a bed in a few days when you have to change it in a few days? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Yun, have you gotten up yet? Outside the door Chen Xin asked. It's almost time for me to move the car. If you're not up, you don't have to get up. I'm leaving. It's up. Just wait for me. I'll be out in a minute. Su Yun responded, and after kissing Li Jinshu on the mouth, he tenderly said, a hot bath should have a pain-relieving effect on you there. When you're done soaking, get yourself back into bed and get a good night's sleep. And don't go to work today if you take the day off until I get back. After Su Yun gave his instructions, he quickly went to change his clothes before opening the door and walking out. Chen Xin was already all packed up, pulling her own suitcase and waiting for him in the living room. Didn't disturb your sleep, did it? No. Su Yun helpfully took the suitcase in her hand and said with a smile, let's go. I'll see you off. Aha. Moments later, in the neighborhood, a white Bentley pulled Chen Xin away amidst the envy of the security guards. When you come to the moving station, you can't normally drive in a car, but a lot of people don't realize that the car can actually be driven in now. The premise is to pay. It's not expensive. $300 a time. Previously, Suyun didn't know that he was surprised when he saw a car at the moving station. What the hell? Cars still drive into train stations? He had thought that the other party was the son of the powerful and privileged class, but when he asked, it was not that evil. As long as you pay money you can be let in. So today he thought he'd give it a try, and he didn't expect it to work. Chen Xin also gained insight, knowing for the first time that the original car could be driven into the platform. Note, this platform is not the platform when you take the train. It is a parking platform inside the train station, usually for emergency use. As for the other passengers and onlookers on the platform, that was just like Su Yun in the beginning. Without understanding, they were still shocked in addition to being shocked. Not to mention it's a valuable Bentley. For a while, everyone was speculating in their hearts about Su Yun's identity. It's not even guessing towards the rich kids anymore. It's the government kids. After all, there are still a lot of things in our country that can't be done with money. What comes before money is always power. And Chen Xin, who had gotten down from the car, became the center of attention all of a sudden. Some people even secretly took pictures and were ready to post them online, strongly condemning this privileged behavior. It's actually an officially permitted behavior, as long as there are no safety issues involved. I'm leaving, Chen Xin said. Thank you for playing with me these days. You're the one playing with me. Su Yun laughed. Be careful on the road. And if my mom asks when you get back, any bad answers you have to give will be put on my head. I'll take the heat. Aha. This time, because Chen Xin bought the ticket on her own, it was either a business committee or a general second-class seat. Su Yun had wanted to change it for him, but Chen Xin was unwilling. With the reminder on the radio that it was time for Chen Xin to get on the bus, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Su Yun's face gently, like a dragonfly. Su Yun looked at her with some confusion. Chen Xin blushed and explained, when you were washing the dishes yesterday, didn't you say you wanted me to treat you? Now I'm a kiss. Can I have another kiss then? No, Chen Xin said. By the way, I left a letter for you in the bedroom where I live, right under the pillow. So remember to read it when you go back later. Why don't you give it to me in person? Su Yun teased. You don't secretly like me and are too embarrassed to tell me to my face, so you wrote a love letter, right? Just go back and look. Chen Xin waved and said, okay, I'm getting in the car. Bye. Bye. Remember me to send a message when you get home. Aha. The car door closed, and Chen Xin sat in the window seat, watching Su Yun slowly leaving. After Chen Xin left, Su Yun drove back home. He first went to his own bedroom to check on Li Jinshu and found that she was already asleep, so he didn't disturb her. Then he came to the bedroom where Chen Xin lived. Even though she had only been staying for 2 nights, the room already smelled faintly of incense. The blankets on the bed were neatly folded by her, the sheets were spread without a single crease, and the pillows were regularly placed on either side of the bed. Everything in the house was the same as it had been when she hadn't lived there. Su Yun walked over and reached under one of the pillows to feel out a large envelope, a thick pile. Before he even clocked in, experience told him it was mostly money. Sure enough, Su Yun took it out and looked at it, and in addition to the cash, there was also a letter. Su Yun, these past few days, thanks to your company, I've had a few days of fantastic life. I'm happy. There are big mansions, luxury cars, fancy hotels, and my favorite, the sky pool, and a night cruise on the Bund. More than that, I ate many things that I hadn't wanted to eat before. There's just one thing about it. It's a spendthrift. Here's $100,000. Consider it my travel expenses for the next few days. I don't know if it's enough, but it's all I have. If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you when I make money. Okay? Maybe you don't care about the money, but I do. I think equality between men and women starts with financial independence, not one partner supporting the other. If I use your money with peace of mind, the relationship between me and you becomes unequal. That's the way it should be, whether you're a friend or a couple. If I fall in love with you in the future, I don't want it to be because of your money, but because of your person. The kind that I can like you whether you have money or not. By the way, there's also the money you rewarded my account. 300,000. I'll take it out when I get back and give it to my aunt. I'll say you told me to give it to her. I'll help you take good care of your aunt too. Don't worry. And, finally, the end. Would you stop being so indulgent? Well, at least they're still sleeping next door to you. They're a big living person. You guys tossed and turned all night and kept me up all night too. Hating you. Oh, when Su Yun saw this, he directly froze in place. Turns out she knew all about last night. Suddenly it's a little awkward. Still thought that he and Li Jinshu God did not know. Ghosts. Who knew that they were listened to all night? Putting away the letter, Su Yun put the money and it back into the nightstand. The money for the manuscript is given to myself, and I go back to what I'm eating. This woman. Stupid. If you give her the money directly yourself, you probably won't recover it, and you'll only have to do it through other means. The grumpy old man vest is online. Su Yun clicked on the novel app and backhandedly rewarded her novel with 2 golden alliances. This maneuver has served its purpose, which is to cheapen the novel site and get jerked around. But Su Yun didn't care. His own money wasn't money at all. Just consider it a handling fee. He had only finished rewarding him when the system's reward came over. Foolish people have foolish blessings. The host has rewarded the other party with 2 golden alliances at his whim, rewarding him with $500,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 85 million. See, the more you use it, the more you use it. You can't lose a bit at all yourself. Su Yun walked out and was just about to go back to the bedroom to hug Li Jinshu and rest when he received a call from the Porsche 4S store. Said his car had been given a fix and told him to go get it. For this car, Su Yun really didn't want to drive it. Originally he thought that Li Jinshu didn't have a car, so he could take it to her to drive. But then he turned his head and thought, if he really took it to her to drive, what if it aroused Su Mu's suspicion? So after thinking about it, he decided to give this car to Ning Qian to drive. The reason is that Ning Qian is busy with the company's business is not convenient when the bus for her to use. That way neither of the other 2 women can say anything. Thinking of this, Su Yun called Ning Qian and asked for her location, only to realize that she had already gone to the company's site and was staring at the renovation. It also said that Li Jinshu didn't seem to be feeling well today and didn't come. Su Yun glanced at his bedroom and of course knew why she was not feeling well. Then wait for me. I'll pick you up and we'll have dinner and go somewhere. Good. After Su Yun drove to pick up Ning Qian, they went to dinner together. Then it was off to the Porsche 4S store. The aftermarket guy looked at his Bentley and realized to himself that life was too up. It turns out that the person who owns the Porsche probably owns other luxury cars. Su Yun looked at the car in front of him, brand new as ever. It was impossible to tell that it had been hit before. I have to say the craftsmanship is really good. After he signed the confirmation slip, he handed the key to Ning Qian and said, I'll leave this car to you. Ning Qian was a bit puzzled, somewhat not understanding what was meant. Soo-yun smiled and said, "Without a car? How inconvenient. This car will belong to you from now on. For you to drive. Give. To me?" Ning Qian was a little too surprised to do so. This isn't tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a luxury car worth over $1 million. And just gave it to yourself? Why don't you want it? Soo-yun teased. "If you don't want it, then I'll give it to someone else. I want it. I want it." Ning Qian grabbed the key and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Soo-yun. Take yourself out for a drive. Familiarize yourself with the car. The gas card is in the armrest." Soo-yun said, "I won't be accompanying you, so be careful on the road." Aha! Ning Qian opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat for the first time, touching the steering wheel, her heart beating. Under Soo-yun's teaching, Ning Qian started the car and slowly drove away. Before she just sat in it. Now it's this car that's almost completely owned. It's a completely different feeling, although he only had the right to use it. As long as he didn't mess with Soo-yun or leave him, the car was equivalent to being his own. Driving down the road and looking around at the other normal cars around her boosted her confidence a lot. Your own days are really getting better by the day. She was glad she had made the choice she did. Because of Soo-yun, she stood her ground in this cold city and felt the warmth she had never felt before. The kind of warmth that belongs only to the rich. As soon as she thought of this, Ning Qian dismissed the idea of going to a busy place to take a stroll and went directly to the company site. Soo-yun was so good to himself, he had to help him do his thing. Soo-yun, who left from the 4S store, remembered that his license plate had arrived a few days earlier, and had not had time to come before he had been in Shanghai. Just happened to do it today, so he went back to the Bentley's 4S store alone. Reception of him is the original female sales. See today only one of him to come. Some surprise, but also some small joy. The attitude of enthusiasm cannot. Unfortunately, Soo-yun had fought back-to-back battles since his return and needed to rest and recuperate, so he chose to turn a blind eye to the saleswoman's hints. Asked about the other Continental GT Coupe by the way. It will be about a week before I can come pick it up. After finishing his business, the saleswoman suddenly told him something else. Mr. Soo, our Bentley in this Saturday will hold a summer tea party activities, mainly to invite owners of our Bentley to participate. Come are some successful people. I do not know if you have time? Could be. Since Soo-yun had gotten rich, he had actually been working alone, and had not really seen, or come into contact with, the real upper-class circle in Zhongcheng. Now that Bentley is hosting this event, it's certainly a great opportunity. Okay Mr. Soo, the saleswoman nodded. We'll send you a formal invitation to your home later, along with exquisite accompaniments, which will specify the place and time, along with a few other things to make it easier for you to prepare. Aha! Soo-yun nodded and then left his address with the saleswoman. After he was done, he drove away, but just halfway through the drive, Soo-yun was suddenly sleepy. Eyes are barely open. After a night of no sleep last night and a busy morning today, no one could carry it off. Soo-yun simply found the nearest parking lot nearby and parked his car, then turned on soft music and air conditioning and slept in the car. Don't tell me, it feels good. This sleep was all afternoon, and when I opened my eyes again it was evening. Grabbing his cell phone and checking the time, it was already 8 o'clock at night, along with a not-so-familiar WeChat message. He opens it up and realizes that it's Zhao Dong, the previous bar marketer, sending himself a picture of a drunken woman and asking if he recognizes the woman. And the woman in the photo is none other than Zhang Peiyao. Soo-yun replied, "Recognize. Brother, you finally returned my message. You're coming soon. She's drunk. A bunch of men around her are staring at her. I can't stop them anymore." Soo-yun frowned. Where are her friends? She doesn't have any friends. She seems to have come alone. Soo-yun frowned. A woman who goes to a bar alone to get drunk is not giving it away ****. When Li Jinshu wanted to go to the bar to get drunk, at least he knew to call on himself to accompany him. Soo-yun was a bit depressed. How come these women have no brains? No matter what, both of them were still considered friends, and they couldn't just ignore it when they met something like this. Okay, I'll be right there. Keep an eye on it. Don't let anyone touch it. I know, brother. After Soo-yun finished his instructions, he started the car and rushed towards the bar. Half an hour later, his car braked in front of the bar's main entrance. Help me stop the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Soo-yun threw the keys to the security guard at the door, giving him 2 red tickets in the process, then headed inside. Okay, brother. The security lad was instantly beaming with joy. Not only do you get to feel like driving a luxury car yourself, but you also get a nice $200 tip. From Soo-yun open cases, into the door of the bar, sharp-eyed other marketing to see him no one with. Thought it is to come to the landlord casual customers. Immediately greeted. Thought today can make a fortune. However, before he could speak, Soo-yun asked, do you know where Zhao Dong is? Please find someone to take me there. Okay. The visitor was speechless for a while, feeling that he was Zhao Dong's guest now. Recently, this Zhao Dong does not know what kind of luck. A while ago climbed a rich young man called what Mr. Su, today actually came to a rich second generation driving a Bentley. With a reluctant face, he arranged for a waiter to take Su Yun over, and continued to go to the entrance himself to keep watch and take his chances. Su Yun followed the waitress all the way through the crowded hall and found Zhao Dong, who was serving someone. Brother Dong, a guest is looking for you, the waiter shouted. Zhao Dong stared somewhere exclusively and said without looking back, who is it? Tell him that I'm not available right now. It's me, Su Yun said. Zhao Dong sniffed and turned his head to see Su Yun arrive, immediately currying favor. Young Su, you've finally come. Where are the people? Over there, Zhao Dong said. I'm an employee of the bar. There are some things I can't do that are too obvious to offend the guests, so I can only stare in the dark like this, and only go over to dispatch the other party if someone comes forward. Thanks for the hard work. Su Yun asked, is there a better box? Open one for me. Yes. If Xiao Su comes, then there must be. Then you go and arrange it. Su Yun said casually, by the way, help me tip this lead lady a few $100. I'll transfer it to you on WeChat later. Okay. After Su Yun gave his orders, he walked alone towards Zhang Peiyao's card seat. Before he could get there, he happened to have a decent-looking man who went up to reward him. After all, a woman like Zhang Peiyao was a hot commodity in a bar. Coming alone to get drunk again, there's no telling how many people would want to hit on him. Drinking alone, beautiful? The man smiled confidently and said, would you like me to have a drink with you? Who are you? Zhang Peiyao looked drunkenly at the stranger in front of her and asked rhetorically, why should I drink with you? It's fate to meet each other, so let's make friends. The man said tentatively, my card seat is over there. Slightly better environment than you here. Why don't you go over and drink with me? I've got a couple other friends, and it's more fun to have more people together. I don't know you well. Although Zhang Peiyao was drunk, she still shook her head. I don't want to drink with you. The first time we don't know each other well. We talk. The man was about to continue pestering him further when Su Yun walked over, ignored the man, looked down at Zhang Peiyao, and asked, is the wine good? Hearing Su Yun's voice, Zhang Peiyao turned her head to look at the other party with some surprise in her eyes and said, why are you here? If I don't come, you're going to get eaten. Su Yun didn't look at the man in a good humor and asked, right, dude, you got it all wrong? I just want to have a drink with her. I'm on my way. The man next to him saw that the two of them knew each other and smiled awkwardly before quickly getting up and leaving. Women are great, but the stupidity of fighting over a woman in a bar is not something the average person would do. Zhang Peiyao made a move to pour Su Yun a glass of wine and said, do you want to drink? You think so, and rightly so. You wouldn't drink such bad wine. Zhang Peiyao smiled to herself, picked it up, and dried herself alone in one gulp, then poured himself another glass. At this time, Zhao Dong walked over, glanced at Zhang Peiyao, and said to Su Yun, young Mr. Su, the private room is ready. It's upstairs. All right. Su Yun answered and bent down to pick up Zhang Peiyao as he said, let's go. Lead the way in front of you. Zhao Dong looked at this scene and gulped a little. This was too bold. Luckily, Zhang Peiyao wasn't wearing a skirt, but jeans, or she would have been naked. Zhang Peiyao, who was being resisted, froze for a moment and reacted, then struggled while shouting, Su Yun, you put me down. You quickly put me down. Don't move. Su Yun ruthlessly slapped her round ass 3 times in a row with his hand. Behave yourself or I'll whip your ass. When the head down Zhang Peiyao heard this, she was instantly shamed and furious, but it was also quiet. The other guests around them were also surprised by the scene. Nice guy. Just put it on his shoulder and go. Is this robbing a woman? As Zhao Dong walked away, he explained to everyone. It's fine. It's his girlfriend. Drunk. Zhao Dong was originally from the bar, and everyone knew him slightly, so naturally he believed it. Su Yun carried Zhang Peiyao and followed Zhao Dong all the way, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he directly went up to the second floor. Not a card seat yet, but one of several private rooms further inside. Originally, the private room here had been booked long ago, but under Zhao Dong's forceful maneuvering, he still managed to get one. As soon as he entered the box, the originally lively scene instantly quieted down. Zhao Dong had the sense to turn away at the first opportunity and close the door. Keeping watch outside, Su Yun placed Zhang Peiyao on the sofa, reached out and opened a bottle of foreign wine, sat on the side and said leisurely, don't you want to drink? I'll treat you. Drink here. Feel free to drink, and no one will bother you. Su Yun, Zhang Peiyao had now sobered up a few points from her wine, and as she looked at Su Yun, she suddenly broke down, and then cried, Soo-yun didn't try to persuade her, so he let her cry and let her vent. Jang Pei-yao must have encountered something if she could run here alone to drink alone. After half an hour, she finally stopped. Soo-yun smiled and asked, "Finished crying?" "Finished crying. Still drinking? If you do, I'll drink with you." "No more drinking." Jang Pei-yao shook her head. Soo-yun asked again, "Then I'll send you back?" "Not going back. So what do you want?" "I'd like to go up to the South Mountain and watch the night for a while." Jang Pei-yao asked, "Can you drive me there?" "Good." The two of them came out of the box, and when they saw Zhao Dong still at the door, Soo-yun smiled and said, "I worked hard for you tonight." "It's not hard work, it's all I have to do." Zhao Dong asked, "Is young Su leaving?" "Well, how much is the total for tonight?" Zhao Dong replied, "This box has a minimum consumption of $50,000. You didn't order any wine, so it's $50,000. Okay." Soo-yun took out his cell phone and transferred 60,000 yuan to Zhao Dong on WeChat, saying, "You go and settle the bill for me, and the other 10,000 will be considered as my extra for you." "Okay, thank you Xiao Su." Zhao Dong was overjoyed in his heart. Su Xiao is really a big shot. A tip of $10,000 right out of the gate. Fortunately, last time, he had grown a heart, accidentally saw this woman talking to Soo-yun in front of the bar, and remembered it in his heart. Where else would it be as good as it is today? Soo-yun and Jang Pei-yao left the bar under Zhao Dong's cheerful escort, before and after less than an hour, coming and going in a hurry. After seeing Soo-yun driving another Bentley again, he once again felt grateful for his wise choice. This thigh of Su Xiao, it seems that he has really hugged the right one. Next time he comes back, his own service should be a little more enthusiastic. Soo-yun drove his car and drove Jang Pei-yao all the way up, eventually arriving at the opposite bank of Jiangchang, on a hill at the top of Nanshan Mountain. Even sitting in this car, they could look out over the entire river city at night. "Beautiful," Jang Pei-yao said with a sigh. "After coming to Jiangcheng for so many years, I've never seen the night view of Jiangcheng like this. It's my first time here too." Soo-yun agreed. "It does have a different flavor. But what's different is not only the night view, but also the people." As if she had made up her mind of some sort, Jang Pei-yao suddenly reached out and unbuttoned her chest. Facing this scene, "Soo-yun, it's right here, in your car." Jang Pei-yao murmured, "You can do whatever you want as long as you want. Are you serious?" "Aha." Once Soo-yun heard this, he stopped talking, since it was not against a woman's will. It was something that he, a grown man, simply could not refuse. So at the top of Nanshan Mountain, with the lights of the entire river city reflecting on it, the Bentley turned on its sport mode. It went on for a long time before the car slowly came to a stop. On top of the South Mountain, happy as a god, in the face of a request from a passenger, the host fulfills the other party as he pleases, unlocking a new map once again, and gaining unprecedented satisfaction in body and heart. Rewarded with $500,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 21.35 million. Listening to the system's rewarding sound, Soo-yun, who had redressed, opened the car door and came to the guardrail in front. "It's extraordinarily beautiful in Jiangcheng tonight." Behind him, Jang Pei-yao followed and opened the car door, got out and walked over. Standing next to him, "You do know how to pick a place." Soo-yun couldn't help but tease. He turned his head to look at the woman beside him and asked with some curiosity, "But why did you do it?" "Because for you." Jang Pei-yao scoffed to herself. "The only thing I can give you, or that will interest you, is probably my body. You're trying to make a deal with me?" Soo-yun was a bit surprised. "Aha." Jang Pei-yao took a deep breath and replied, "As long as you're willing to help me, I'm willing to be your woman willingly, without any names or benefits. I have no shortage of women." Soo-yun asked rhetorically, "Why should I help you? And why are you looking for me?" "I'm not sure, and I know you have no shortage of women, but I always try whenever I get the chance," Jang Pei-yao said. "And, around me, I only know you as a rich man's friend. There's no other choice. So tell me first, what is it about?" Soo-yun was no cutie pie. There is no free lunch in the world, especially when it is delivered to the door. Often this is the most expensive. If you don't ask about it, even though he can eat it, you'll always feel uncomfortable. Being screwed and volunteering are two entirely different things. After all, no one likes to be forced. Luckily, Jang Pei-yao was quite smart and didn't think that by sleeping with herself, she could force herself to have to help her. Instead, he kept his posture low and spoke to himself in an almost beguiling manner. "It's up to you to decide whether to help or not. She can only do all that she can do on her own." This made Soo-yun very receptive, so he was curious to ask and see what kind of thing would make a woman willing to do that. End of chapter. Chapter 110. Don't mind. As long as you're willing, I'm fine. Chapter 110 Don't mind. As long as you're willing. I'm fine. My family is gone and my brother is dying. When Jiang Peiyao said this, there was no light left in her eyes. That bad? Su Yun was a bit surprised. Tell me specifically what's going on. My brother is a leukemia patient. 6 years old. 20 years younger than me. Left to me by my parents before they died. Su Yun. He's had his ups and downs. And he's had to stay in the hospital for a long time for observation to be able to do that. Jiang Peiyao lay on the parapet, looking at the distant night view of Jiangcheng, and said, for my brother's medical expenses, I used my house to borrow a sum of money from the bank, and now I can't pay it back, and it will be repossessed by the bank and put up for auction soon. So you expect me to pay off your loan? No, Jiang Peiyao said. The money owed to the bank, I had almost gotten it together. However, at this time, the hospital suddenly called me and said that my brother's condition had relapsed and he was directly admitted to the ICU. So I had no choice but to bring the money to pay for the medical expenses. Even so, my brother's life is at stake, and it's not always possible to save it. My doctor told me privately that maybe the medical conditions at West China Hospital are okay, but the specialists there simply can't get appointments. Turns out it's because of the brother. It's true that times are harder with such a sick person in the family. Su Yun, I know I don't have much to offer you, except for a body that's a bit better than others. Jiang Peiyao turned her head and begged a little. I only know you as a rich person around me now, so if you can, I hope you can help me. Help me find a relationship. See if I can make an appointment with a specialist from the hospital over there. My brother is still so small. It doesn't matter that I don't know anyone over there. Su Yun said truthfully, but I can try and ask someone else for you to see if I can help you. He remembers that the CCB gave him that what private bank card, the equity services in it. It seems that there is a medical counseling this one. He or she doesn't know anyone at the hospital, but maybe the CCB has a solution. Really? Jiang Peiyao had already despaired when she heard the first half of Su Yun's sentence, but I didn't expect him to change his tune and say he was willing to help himself to someone to try. Since he said to try it, he might as well have had a chance. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Jiang Peiyao's eyes, which had lost their luster. Life is always full of suffering. Su Yun comforted. The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. There are always more solutions than difficulties. You shouldn't worry too much. Thank you, Su Yun. Jiang Peiyao choked a bit and said, I know I'm a bit immoral today, but I have no choice. It's okay. Su Yun laughed. To be honest, I've actually wanted to sleep with you for a long time. By Peiyao Jiang. The air was briefly silent for a few seconds before she whispered again. So do you want more now? I can. Forget it, today is your first time, so don't fool around too much. Su Yun said, I'll send you home. Rest early, get a good night's sleep, and wait for my news. Well, after Su Yun sent Jiang Peiyao back, he hit to go back to the pitch and realized that Li Jinshu had already left and was not in the bedroom. I guess she wouldn't dare sneak back in here in the middle of the night tonight, and for days to come. It's a rare day when I'm home alone. Remembering what he had promised Jiang Peiyao tonight, he picked up the phone and called his bank's exclusive butler. For a bank customer like him, it's written in that what's-his-name manual that there's a team of professionals available to him 24 hours a day. The last time I went to Shanghai is to find each other. The whole clothing, food, housing and transportation will be arranged properly. Enjoy the best service. Soon the call came through and it was a woman. Hello, Mr. Su, how may I be of service to you? Su Yun asked. I remember that you have services in therapeutic counseling, right? Right, Mr. Su, may I ask what you need from us? That's right, Su Yun replied. I have a relative with leukemia, currently in critical condition, living inside the ICU. Want to transfer to West China Hospital at the fastest speed. I wonder if you can help me arrange for a specialist. Mr. Su, it's difficult in a short period of time, the woman replied. After all, it's one of the top places in the country over there, and there are a lot of appointments. Okay, Su Yun interrupted. Don't say so much, just tell me honestly, can this matter be done? I can't give you an answer right now. The woman hesitated for a few seconds and replied. But, Mr. Su, we on the bank side will do our best to give you a try and give you the news tomorrow morning. Do you think it's okay? Could be, Su Yun added. It doesn't matter if you spend a little money. Okay, I get it. The woman who had been ready to rest, named Kai Shiwei, graduated from 985 colleges and universities, with a master's degree in finance, and joined the 4 major banks of CCB as soon as she graduated, and worked on their professional counterpart program, financial services. In the 4 years since she came to the bank, she has also gone from being a salesperson to a professional financial concierge who can now take care of the bank's high-end clients on a one-to-one basis. She has a professional team in her hands, only for high-end customer service. Content will include financial consulting services, travel services, as well as medical consulting and so on, all kinds of rights and services. One of the main focus is on financial services to help customers manage their money, and other things like what travel, healthcare are actually ancillary to that, in order to retain customers. So after receiving Soo-yeon's demand, she took it very seriously. For as soon as this thing is done for him and he is allowed to enjoy his privileges, his favor with the bank will be increased and he will make a contribution to his own favor. That might bring the two of them much closer together. Once the relationship is close, one has the opportunity to introduce financial products or financial management business to him. Kai-shir-wei hung up Soo-yeon's phone, then began to use their own hands. Bank mastered a variety of social resources. A call towards the outside of the call out. She represents the bank, not an individual. The great capital machine began to run in the dead of night, surging in the direction of Washo for its purpose. The society of human beings is supposed to be a vast web of relationships, and no one exists alone. People are always inextricably linked to each other. If you can find the right piece of silk, you can do what you want to do. Finally, after staying up until a little after 3 in the morning, Kai-shir-wei received a reply that everything had been taken care of, and the time was set for tomorrow at 3 p.m. Hard to get the experts to squeeze in the time. Yes, said Kai-shir-wei with a small sigh of delight. Booking an appointment with a Washo specialist is actually not difficult for their bank. The hard part is getting a specialist to temporarily add a number, or an expedited queue jumping kind of thing. With this kind of number, sometimes it's not like you're carrying a pig's head in finding that temple. Everything has to be guided and greeted by someone. After all, who goes to Huaxi Hospital to hang up a specialist's number? Not to run to save a life. This was also why Kai-shir-wei did not dare to assure Soo-yeon that it would be possible in the first place, as she was also unsure and could only try. Good thing she got lucky and actually did it. However, looking at how late it was, he didn't know if he should call Soo-yeon to tell the other party the news. After some hesitation, she tried to dial the number. A few sounds later, Soo-yeon's confused voice sounded. Hello, Mr. Soo, sorry for disturbing your rest. Kai-shir smiled and said, on the side of Huaxi Hospital, our side has already contacted you and made an appointment for tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if your side is coming in a hurry. An appointment? As soon as Soo-yeon heard that, he casually sobered up a few moments later. Well, if there are no surprises, there should be. Soo-yeon glanced at the time. It was close to 4 a.m. He was puzzled. You stayed up all night for this? I know Mr. Soo is in a hurry. The disease doesn't wait for anyone. I can't sleep until I implement it for you. Mr. Soo. Soo-yeon somewhat admired them as service personnel and asked, what's your name? I've only saved the service number before. Not really the name. Mr. Soo, my name is Kai-shir-wei. The woman replied, just call me Kai. Manager Kai. Hard work. Soo-yeon said, come out for a meal together sometime. I'll treat you. It's no honor. Kai-shir smiled and said, because the appointment over there is a bit tight, I suggest that Mr. Soo can start arranging for a transfer now. If there are any difficulties with the hospitals over here, you can talk to me. We still have some connections at the bank for the local hospitals. Okay, we'll talk about it then. Hanging up a bit on the other side of the phone, Soo-yeon also did not sleep. After all, human life is a matter of life and death. He immediately called Jung Pei-yao. Jung Pei-yao had been in a state of insomnia before, but today, because of the alcohol she drank and the indulgence she had with Soo-yeon in the car, she actually slept. But it's still shallow. She woke up with a start when the phone rang. Looking at Soo-yeon's call so late in the evening, her heartbeat accelerated a little as if she guessed what the other party was about to say. She was a little afraid to pick it up, because she was afraid of hearing what she didn't want to hear and having her hopes completely dashed. But on the one hand, she expected the other to be good news. Finally, she took a deep breath and connected. Hey, Soo-yeon, get up, pack up and come downstairs. I'll pick you up later and take you straight to the hospital. Soo-yeon quickly said, time is a bit tight. If there are any problems, I'll talk to you in the car later. Okay. Although she didn't know when it happened, Jung Pei-yao quickly got up, cleaned up and washed up, and then directly came downstairs in the neighborhood, waiting for the other party. Within moments, a white Bentley arrived out of the darkness, like a ray of light. Get in the car, Soo-yeon shouted as he rolled down the window. After Jung Pei-yao got on the car, before she could ask what was going on, Soo-yeon took the initiative to talk about it while driving. I've already contacted the West China Hospital side, and made an appointment for your brother to see a specialist at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The time is a bit tight. We have to go to the hospital and arrange for a transfer as soon as possible, or else we won't be able to make it in time. Ha! Hearing this good news that came up out of nowhere, Jung Pei-yao was shocked. Success! Soo-yun actually did make an appointment with the hospital over there, or an expert consultation. For a moment, her eyes reddened with excitement. You know, even your own brother's attending physician told himself that it was unlikely that he would be able to get in touch with the other side and make an appointment with a specialist to perform surgery to save your brother's life in such a short period of time. The other side had even prepared her heart. She herself had even prepared her heart for the dead horse when she begged Soo-yun. However, Soo-yun he did it. It took him only a mere 5 hours to bring about a miracle. And like the light in the darkness of the night, he sent hope back to her. At the moment, she looked at the man next to her who was concentrating on driving and didn't know how to express her gratitude. Don't cry, Soo-yun said. A successful reservation is just the first step. We still have a lot to do. Gather your emotions. Aha. In the past, Jung Pei-yao felt that she could live well on her own. Now she realized how important it was to have a man around if she could count on him. Arriving at the First People's Hospital where Jung Pei-yao's brother lived, Jung Pei-yao took Soo-yun to know the other party's attending doctor for the first time. A middle-aged man in his 40s. He happens to be on the night shift tonight. The middle-aged man looked at Jung Pei-yao, who suddenly appeared in the hospital, and said suspiciously, "Why did you come so early? Right now your brother is staying inside the ICU, and you're not allowed to see him until it's time." "I know, Dr. Lu," Jung Pei-yao said with some excitement. "I'm here to get my brother transferred to the hospital." Transfer? Upon hearing this, Dr. Lu reflected for a moment before asking, "Where are you transferring to? Didn't you tell me that the specialists at Huaxi Hospital might be able to save my brother?" Jung Pei-yao said, "I'll transfer my brother to West China Hospital." "You contacted the experts there?" Dr. Lu was surprised. "Ms. Jung, you wouldn't have met a scammer, would you?" "No, it's true," Soo-yun explained on the side. "I made an appointment with that side for an expert consultation at 3 p.m. tomorrow, so time is a bit tight. So please help arrange it now, Dr. Lu glanced at Soo-yun and was secretly shocked in his heart. "I don't know who this young man is. He's got a lot of energy. I can't believe I was able to get this done in such a short period of time. But here comes another problem." Dr. Lu said, "Now your brother is in ICU. The situation is more critical. The normal transfer is not expected. The entire side must have a set of emergency life-saving equipment, but also have a specialized doctor to follow. That can all be a lot of money." "Don't worry about the money," Soo-yun said. "Doctor, you just arrange it. How safe it is. You're a professional. I'll listen to you." "Yeah, Doc. I'll figure out the money." "One more question," Dr. Lu said. "How are we going to get there in such a short time?" "Ordinary transportation. It's too slow. I'm afraid it won't work. We can take an airplane," Soo-yun said. "A normal civilian airplane with the hospital's machinery and equipment probably wouldn't even be able to take it up there." Jung Pei-yao immediately became anxious. "What then? Unless you can charter a plane there." Dr. Lu also said somewhat helplessly, "As long as you guys can take care of this, there's no problem at all." "Chartering a plane?" When Jung Pei-yao heard this, her face turned ashen. Dr. Lu also knew that this matter was very difficult and basically impossible for the average person. He still said it because he was thinking about the young man in front of him. "Maybe he could. Since I can get an appointment with a specialist at West China Hospital, I might be able to do it." Chartered airplanes are like heaven for her. That was something she couldn't even think about. Maybe Soo-yun could, but would he spend so much money for himself? She didn't have that confidence. Not at all. She also didn't have the courage or face to beg Soo-yun. The other party had done her a great favor by being able to make an appointment for herself with a specialist at West China Hospital, and she could afford to do so. She couldn't be demanding more than that. However, in the next second, Soo-yun said, "Dr. Lu, you prepare for the transfer first. I'll contact you about the plane." "Okay, Dr. Lu once again felt Soo-yun's ability, daring to casually agree to something like chartering a plane. It would not do to not have some background at home. This Jung Pei-yao was really lucky to have met such a man who was willing to spend money for her. "Soo-yun, you," as Dr. Lu went to get ready, Jung Pei-yao looked at Soo-yun and said guiltily, "You don't need to be like this for me. There's nothing I can return to you. Human life is more important than money. Saving lives first." Soo-yun smiled and said, "But first things first, I won't give you this money to spend for nothing. You'll have to slowly pay me back when you make money in the future. I'm afraid I'll never be able to pay it back in my lifetime. Then you'll pay it back for the rest of your life. And if it's not enough, the next life." Soo-yun finished flirting and said, "You'd better go see Dr. Lu and help him out." Aha! Jung Pei-yao also knew that now was not the time to talk about this and turned around to walk towards the other side. Soo-yun was not an ingrate, nor would he be one. Rather, he has it now. The money, for him, would still be there after it was spent. and there was nothing to lose. After all, as long as this thing is something you want to do in your heart and follow your heart, the system will reward you. If the money was spent, it was worth it to save a life yourself and get a woman to die for. It's no loss for him. Soo-yeon does not believe in love, and will not forget his former self, turned into a love brain, brainless to give. He clearly understands that all the women around him who have a relationship with him are based on the fact that he has a certain material foundation. If one is still the same poor boy one was, will Sumu be taken down by himself? Will Lee Jin-shu take the initiative to talk to himself? Would Ning Qian follow him willingly? And what other women have come forward for various reasons? My woman. I'm happy. I can give as much as I want. But for others to try to PUA him through their feelings is a dream. Previously, Lee Jin-shu had a bit of a tendency in this regard, so he immediately hammered the other party and proved a point with his actions. I may be important to you, but you are dispensable to me, so recognize your place before me. And Lee Jin-shu also felt it. So in order to regain his position and relationship, only in the middle of the night to sneak close to his bedroom, to one-shot with himself to eliminate enmity, disguised style to apologize and make up with himself. The price is, naturally, not being able to get out of bed for a day. Jiang Peiyao compared to them, to be a little more euphemistic, but also a little more reserved. If not for this time her brother's things, it is estimated that between him and the other party, will not develop so quickly. Or maybe the other side is a little more ambitious and needy, but now it's probably only going to turn out to be one of his many women. But on this point, Soo-yeon was still somewhat conscientious. As long as it was his woman, or his first time with him, he wouldn't skimp. Like the others, such as Yu Xian, the hotel housekeeper, and Liang Yen, who had thrown herself at her, they would not have such treatment for Soo-yeon, because it was more like a one-night stand between them. Two people can be honest with each other the first night and wake up tomorrow and be strangers. Coming to the other side, Soo-yeon really didn't know how to operate the business of chartering airplanes, nor did he know how to get in touch, so he had to trouble Kai Shi-wei again. This is the kind of high-end travel service that someone at their bank should know how to operate. Hello, Mr. Sue, Kai Shi smiled and asked, is there some kind of trouble? Well, because of the time constraints, we're guessing here that we might need to charter a plane to get there. Soo-yeon asked, can you help me get in touch? It's okay, Kai Shi replied with a smile. I've already helped you consult the relevant service organizations in advance. There is a Gulfstream 450 without a trip tomorrow that can take over this business. The cost is around $500,000, and it can seat 10 people. If you agree, I can book you right away. Please book me. Thank you, Mr. Sue is polite. Serving you is what our bank should do. It turned out that after contacting the hospital over there, Kai Shi-wei had already thought about traveling in advance. There didn't seem to be any other way to transfer there in such a short time than by airplane, so she inquired ahead of time. What if the other person needs it? Of course it doesn't rule out the fact that people already have airplanes themselves. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the call to come through. Kai Shi-wei said, wait, I'll send you the information on WeChat, including the address, and someone will contact you at that time to take you to the airport to board the plane. Good. In the hospital, Soo-yeon hung up the phone and sighed a little at the service of Bank Kai Shi-wei. It's also so thoughtful of the service to help you think of things you didn't think of and prepare them ahead of time. Finished. See that side of the Jiang Peiyao and Dr. Lu is still busy with the transfer of formalities, and the preliminary work, he did not go over to disturb. Alone in a chair in the hallway of the hospital lobby, he squinted and fell asleep. Jiang Peiyao walked over to see the situation and didn't rush to wake up the other party to ask about the airplane. Because of his own business, he hadn't slept much all night, so now let him rest for a while. The hospital was filling up by 8 a.m. Soo-yeon also woke up, and Jiang Peiyao sat by his side, keeping himself company. He asked, are you done with the transfer? The paperwork is all done and the people have been contacted. Jiang Peiyao handed Soo-yeon a cup of soy milk and said with a smile, now it's just a matter of waiting for all the medical staff to be in place before we can go. Oh, Soo-yeon remembered the matter of the airplane. He said, I didn't tell you last night when I saw that you were busy. I've also had someone contact me about the airplane. There will be a person who will come to take us to the airport later and board the plane to fly straight over there. Thank you, Soo-yeon, Jiang Peiyao said with a serious face. This time, no matter if my brother can be saved or not, I will repay you with myself for the rest of my life. It's not that serious. Soo-yeon laughed. The expenses this time? It's not as much money as you think. You won't need a few years to pay me back, I guess. But there are some things that money can't pay back. Yeah, Jiang Peiyao. Soo-yeon teased. I helped you. And you're still being kind, aren't you? When I say that, I mean it. I've got plenty of women. And you don't mind being a junior? Jiang Peiyao shook her head. Don't mind. As long as you're willing. I'm fine. Is it worth it? I think it's worth it. Jiang Peiyao said. No one is born to be good to me. Since you are willing to be good to me without any reward, I should return you tenfold and 100-fold. You're a deadbeat woman. 2. Su-yun couldn't help but sigh. However, it's precisely women like you who are very likable. I'm begging for monthly tickets. It's the end of the month and I'm so far from 100. End of chapter. Chapter 11, with this body, you still need to go to the gym? Chapter 11, with this body, you still need to go to the gym? Soon the medical staff at the hospital had everything ready. Jiang Peiyao's younger brother, Jiang Pingan, was lying on the hospital bed, being pushed out and sent towards the ambulance. As he passed by Su-yun, he glanced over. It was the first time he had seen the other man. The 6-year-old boy had delicate features and was dressed in a hospital gown, and at the moment was lying quietly on the bed. His thin body was full of tubes, his hair was falling out, and his face was pale. Su-yun told the doctor the address before setting off after him in his own car. With the siren of the ambulance, all the way to the airport was fairly unimpeded. This side of the airport parking lot has also long arranged for someone to wait all the time. The two sides met, identified themselves and then took the ambulance directly to the special access point towards the airport. The parking area for private jets is staggered from public airplane flights. So soon, the ambulance came right up to the airplane. Gulfstream private jets are much smaller and better looking than jet airplanes. The flight attendants, helping the medical staff, began to carefully transfer Jiang Pingan to the airplane. Because of the limited seating and space on the airplane, not too many people can fit, so it was only Jiang Peiyao who followed onto the airplane, while Su-yun stayed put in his car. There's not much use for him to follow it over there anyway, except to pay for it. Before taking off, Su-yun said to her, after you go over, if you encounter any problems, call me at the first opportunity. Aha! Jiang Peiyao nodded. Su-yun reached out and touched her face, comforting her. Don't worry, your brother is so adorable, and the lucky ones will have their day. Aha! Soon, the plane started and began to take off. Su-yun stood in front of his Bentley, tilting his head as he looked at the airplanes flying by, somewhat lost in thought. I didn't realize I could do something as awesome as chartering a plane. When there is a chance in the future, I will have my own private airplane. Won't it be much more realistic than a sports car? Empty airports, white Bentleys, handsome men, planes taking off. At the moment in the same frame, they make a perfect landscape. Not far away, a woman in a bank uniform watched the scene with some fascination. She couldn't resist taking out her cell phone and quietly snapping a picture, then walked over. Just as Su-yun was thinking about it, a woman walked up beside him and shouted very enthusiastically, Mr. Su. Su-yun returned to his senses and turned his head to look at the tall beauty in front of him with some doubts in his eyes. I'm your exclusive bank steward. The woman smiled and introduced herself. My name is Kai Wei. We've talked on the phone before, so it's Manager Kai. Hello. Su-yun had only communicated with the other party on the phone before, and had never met him in person at all. He laughed. I didn't realize you were so young and beautiful. I also didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Mr. Su, Kai Wei said. You don't need to worry about the hospital. We've already contacted them over there, and there will be a person accompanying you throughout. You're so capable. Hasn't your bank ever thought of promoting you to vice president? I borrow your advice. And before I turn 50, I hope I can make my dreams come true. Right? Su-yun asked flirtatiously. Did you suddenly come over today because you wanted me to treat you to dinner? After all, you promised me. Kai smiled. I'm afraid that if I don't take some initiative, it won't be long before you forget. Okay then, come on. I'll buy you breakfast. Su-yun touched his stomach and said, I'm starving. Let's eat. Then, beef noodles? Whatever. You lead the way and I'll pay the bill. Then I guess I'll have to rub your car a little. Kai Wei said. I didn't drive here today. Yeah, get in the car. The two left the airport and went to a street-side noodle shop, where each ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Su-yun asked curiously, Manager Kai, this private jet, how much does it usually cost? It's usually over $10 million, depending on what model you need. Kai Wei replied. The most common private aircraft is the Gulfstream business jet, such as the Gulfstream G650. The reference price is at $41,709,000. G450. These are going to be cheaper. The specific how much I'm not very clear. To consult the relevant business organizations. Su-yun secretly smacked his lips. This airplane was indeed a bit expensive. Not something you can afford to spend on yourself right now. Kai Wei asked. Mr. Su, are you looking to purchase one as well? I can contact and ask around for you. No, just asking. Su-yun laughed. In the future, if there is a need, you can buy one for fun. Kai Wei's eyes popped. Nice guy, buy an airplane for fun. This is a private jet, not a sports car. Not to mention the cost of the plane itself. She understood that it cost up to $10 million a year to maintain a good airplane and crew. So many of the big boys buy airplanes, and when they don't fly them themselves, they get a third-party organization to rent them out and use them to subsidize maintenance costs. A little bit of savings is a little bit of savings. For example, like this Gulfstream G450 that Soo-yoon bagged today, it was put inside the organization by some big brother. The two ate and casually chatted about a few other things. Soo-yoon thought that it was such a good opportunity, and thought that the other party was trying to sell financial products to him, but it turned out that the other party was really just eating beef noodles and then chatting about some daily routines. Soo-yoon complimented their bank service, and in passing, he also briefly mentioned the matter of Jung Pei-yao's bank house, because Jung Pei-yao's house is low-pressured to the construction bank. It's not a bank, but it's in the same system after all, so this should work out fine. What Soo-yoon means is that the bank is not going to force the auction of the other party's house. Then he'd just take the opportunity to buy it over and turn it into his own house, and pay the rest of the house payment in full. When Jung Pei-yao came back, he himself would give her the house for free. Although the property was her own, as long as she really kept following her, she could keep living in this house. Just like in Ning Qian's case, it wasn't that Soo-yoon couldn't let go, but women were fickle, and no one knew what would happen to them in the future. It was only prudent for Soo-yoon to keep things in his own hands. Even if one day the other person has a change of heart and does something wrong, he can take back all that he has given. For this one, Kai Shi-wei said there was no problem. She'll do it, and when the time comes, all Soo-yoon needs to do is come to the bank and sign to confirm. After finishing her noodles, Kai Shi-wei took her own taxi and left on the pretext that she still had work to do, not continuing to pester Soo-yoon. The scale is better mastered. This woman, she's got something. Soo-yoon is not a hairy college student, but at least he has been in the society for so many years, and still has some eyesight. Originally, he and the other party only had a working relationship, but now after one meal and one face, it was as if the two had become friends. To be honest, the other party did do things well. At least this time, it made Soo-yoon very satisfied and also felt that she was indeed very capable. Kinda admired her. The women beside herself. It was estimated that other than Soo-moo's ability to compete with her, the others were not able to withstand a fight. But then again, one's possessions are definitely growing in the future, and there's a real lack of a financial management professional who is responsible for taking care of one's money. The matter of Jung Pei-yao is sort of over. Soo-yoon drove alone and first went to his company's site to take a look, flirted with Ning Qian and Soo-moo who were there to flirt with each other, and then left. It's all just been fun lately and I haven't worked out at the community fitness center in a while. Both Zhang Jessen and Sunny had sent him several messages asking why they hadn't come to the gym recently, but he didn't even get back to the other guy, because he doesn't need to explain to the other person whether he's coming or not. In the past, when I didn't have any money, other people's messages were answered in seconds, fearing that a late reply would make people feel impolite. Now that you have money, it's up to you whether or not you reply to messages. If you don't return it, others will be afraid in their hearts. That's a shift in status. Back home, Soo-yoon was ready to change his equipment before going, but just as he entered the house, he saw Lee Jin-shu crooked on his sofa. Seeing Soo-yoon return, Lee Jin-shu smiled. You're back? Coming to my house so early? Aren't you afraid that Soo-moo will find out? I waited for her to leave in the morning before I came over. Lee Jin-shu said. You didn't sleep in the morning. Where did you go? Went out for breakfast. Soo-yoon came to her side and asked with concern. Feeling better? Much better. Barely able to walk normally. Lee Jin-shu complained. You don't even know how hard I've been working in the past 2 days to fool Su-su. You deserve it. Soo-yoon couldn't help but laugh. Who told you to act like a madman that night? Lee Jin-shu. Okay, get yourself some rest and watch TV. Soo-yoon said. I have to go out later. No, you just got back and you're going out again? Lee Jin-shu was puzzled. What are you doing there? Go to the fitness center and work out. With a body like yours, you still need to go to the gym? Lee Jin-shu remembered the madness of that night. Soo-yoon's endurance and quality was simply strong and terrifying. It is said that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields, but that night, her fields were almost plowed, and the oxen were still able to work. I'm afraid you're not going to the gym to look at pretty girls, are you? But she could only think about such words in her heart. Not really ask them, otherwise it will be you who will be embarrassed when the time comes. Oh, Lee Jin-shu looked at Soo-yoon, who had changed his equipment, and answered, then asked, so when are you coming back? Should I wait for you to have lunch together? You don't have to wait for me for lunch. You can order takeout for yourself. Soo-yoon replied. I've only just finished breakfast and I'm not too hungry. Okay then. After Soo-yoon left, Lee Jin-shu immediately came to the balcony, then watched him go out of the cell and let go of the fitness center not far away. It turns out to be practicing there. Humph. When I'm better, I'll be sure to poke around myself and see if there are a lot of beautiful fitness instructors in there. Re-entering the room, Lee Jinshu called Chen Xian on the video. After what happened last time, the two are now in closer contact. Chen Xian picked up and smiled. Hey, Sister Jinshu, what's up? Didn't you say last time to send me a copy of your recipe? Why haven't you sent it to me yet? Forgot, Chen Xian said. But what do you want my recipes for? I'm a person who is all who just eat. Don't lie to me. How can your boobs grow so big if you just eat? Lee Jinshu laughed. Just don't hide it. Teach your sister. Look, Su, you and I, the three of us are the smallest of the three of us. Chen Xian was a bit helpless. One is a natural born there is really no secret sauce at all. Su Yun came without an appointment, and just as he walked into the fitness center, Wang Sisi spotted the other party. Brother Su, you're here. She gave a warm greeting and then asked, I haven't seen you here in days. What have you been up to? Went out. Su Yun asked, is Coach Zhang around? Gee, you've come at a bad time. She just happens to be out and about at the moment. Wang Sisi asked, why don't I temporarily find you a trainer in practice first? When she comes back, I'll immediately have her come to you. Where's Coach Sun? Su Yun asked. It's okay to learn how to swim first. Sunny is here. Yes, I'll call her over. No, I'll go to her myself. Su Yun asked. She's in the swimming area on the first floor, right? Yeah, gotta. Su Yun nodded before turning towards the swimming area. Wang Sisi immediately shouted over the intercom. Sunny, what's the point of yelling so loud? I can hear you. Su has come over to your place. Sunny was puzzled. Which brother Su? The one with the black card. Su, Sunny, who had reacted, turned her head to see Su Yun walking in. Alright, I saw it. I'm not talking to you. Sunny dropped the walkie-talkie with a smile on her brow and jogged all the way over, saying, Brother Su, what brings you here? She was wearing a sexy bathing suit, all still wet and dewy, that showed off her body perfectly. Su Yun laughed. Today, Coach Zhang is not here, so I said that I wanted to. First, come and learn how to swim with. Okay. Sunny sniffed and said happily, I have just the right amount of time at this moment. Should I go by your class first? No, consider today a free trial. Sunny laughed. If Brother Su thinks that I'm not bad at teaching, it's not too late to buy my lessons. Alright then, I'll go to the locker room and change first. Well, I'll wait for you. While Su Yun went to change, Sunny picked up her walkie-talkie and said to Wang Sisi at the front desk, Sisi, if any of my guests come looking for me today, always tell them that I'm not available. Good. After getting everything done, she went to wait for Su Yun outside the locker room, pulling her half-naked swimsuit down a bit in the process. It looks more sexy and seductive. For example, in the equipment room, in the pool, the two were not only dressed more coolly, but physical contact was much easier. It's easy to create ambiguity. This couldn't be better for Sunny. Although she wasn't as good looking as Zhang Jiasen, but we'll figure. In terms of flirtatiousness, she didn't lose to the other party, and was even better. A few moments later, Su Yun changed his clothes and came out. His outfit was simple, just a pair of swim trunks, a swim cap, and he didn't even ask for glasses. They were uncomfortable to carry. Sunny took a look. In fact, even if the other side of this body, do not practice, look also very well proportioned. But of course it looks even better with a waistline. Women view a man's abs with the same concept that men view a woman's breasts and legs. Sunny subconsciously looked a few inches further down as she looked at her abs. Nice guy, not so small in its pristine state. If this swells up, handsome, rich, and in such good condition, what a perfect man this is. Su Yun also noticed the other party's large and walked towards the pool without a sound, saying, let's go. Start practicing. Seo, should we go practice in our personal exclusive pool? Sunny took Su Yun's hand and said, the water over there is a bit cleaner than here, and the environment is a bit better. A personalized pool? Aha. Sunny explained. Because swimming is a sport that some customers don't really like to be with other people, so our fitness center has isolated an area out for exclusive use by customers, and other customers can't get in. There should be a fee, right? Su Yun asked. Well, it's $100 for a single session, but it's a good deal to get a card, and the monthly cards are $500 apiece, which means you can have unlimited sessions within 1 month. Sunny replied. Of course, if Brother Su doesn't think it's necessary, we can also train right here in the hall. It's just that when everyone comes later, it's crowded and not too quiet, and I'm afraid of noisy you. Okay, then a monthly card. Su Yun asked. You can come out and pay later, right? Since he had this condition, Su Yun didn't want to swim with so many people in the hall. When you have money, Of course you want to enjoy the best service. Of course, Sue, Sunny happily said. I'll take you there. It says it's an exclusive pool, but it's actually a pool setup similar to the kind you'd find in a villa area. But the water quality does look a lot better here because there's no one around. Of course, there's another benefit, because it's quiet enough that no one comes here. And if you suddenly want to do something here, it's convenient that no one knows about it. Good lord, this Sunny recommending herself to come here. It can't be this idea, right? Soo-yoon was not a cutie. From the moment he came into contact with Sunny, the enthusiasm that the other party showed towards himself was not normal. The eyes were more of the kind that could just eat themselves. The only reason for this is that he probably knows he's rich and wants to make some money on himself. Regarding this, Soo-yoon expressed indifference. Oh, so it's all about hitting on others and not letting them hit on you? Which is not true. Brother Sue, before we go into the water, we need to do some warm-up exercises. Sunny said. You demonstrate it to you first. Good. So Sunny began to do a warm-up demonstration action. A downward waist and a pull rope arm action. Both make her chest scenery quiver, but also go naked. A call for a look. The whole thing is as luscious as it needs to be. I don't know if she did it on purpose or by accident. It was fortunate that Soo-yoon was now a man with no shortage of women, so he was able to fix his heart and remain unmoved. Sunny was a little disappointed when she saw that Soo-yoon was unresponsive. Not even this? Alright, brother Sue, do it again yourself. Sunny got up and stood on Soo-yoon's side. Soo-yoon nodded and began to stretch his arms and legs, and then when he lowered his waist, because his movements did not quite become accurate, Sunny found the right opportunity and immediately her body stuck up. Hands helped to press the lower back. She said, Brother Sue, let me help you. After a simple set of warm-up exercises, the two began to get into the water, in shallow water. In order to prevent cramps from occurring in the water later, Sunny took the initiative to gently pat Soo-yoon's limbs with water again. As she patted the knees of her legs, she even squatted down in front of Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon looked down from the top and felt that the posture was a bit like she was about to bite someone, which was a bit awkward. This person is prone to problems once their thoughts are skewed, especially when the other person is so close to them. As soon as Sunny raised her head, she noticed certain changes with just a light sweep. She blushed and pretended not to see anything as she stood up and said, Brother Sue, so we're starting? Ahem. Soo-yoon coughed tactically and said, Let's get started. What do we do first? Breathing exercises. Sunny explains. We bury our heads in the water and practice closing our breath until we can't hold it anymore. Then we slowly raise our heads to breathe and then lower our heads to swallow the water. This movement needs to be practiced over and over again until we are able to become proficient at it. And then we can work on the poses. Saying that, Sunny demonstrated. Then it was Soo-yoon's turn. As soon as he buried his head in the water, he saw a pair of white and tender legs underwater. It's not practicing swimming, it's practicing your stamina. Just as the two of them were almost done practicing, Jang Jiasun, who had returned from her outing, came back. She didn't know who told her, and after hearing that Soo-yoon and Sunny had gone to a private pool, her face instantly changed. It says it's a private pool. Who knows what it's there for? A man and a woman. In such a private space and wearing so little, it would be hard not to have something happen. This Sunny is really shameless in order to steal her clients. She was furious, and went straight to the locker room to change into her own swimsuit, then killed the exclusive pool. Soo-yoon had just felt that he had practiced his frog breathing about as well as he could, when his head buried in the water saw that another pair of beautiful legs had jumped into the pool. Curious, he immediately raised his head and saw Jang Jiasun standing not far from him. Coach Zhang, what brings you here? Jang Jiasun glanced at Sunny and laughed. I heard that you were practicing swimming with Coach Sun, so I came over to make a scene, to see how you guys are practicing. It didn't disturb your practice, did it? No. Sunny was upset in her heart, but on her face, she still said, Sue is very talented and is improving quickly. Brother Sue, you actually want to learn how to swim? You can learn the same as me. I don't want money for free. Jang Jiasun said, I'm not a bad swimmer, but you're still closer than me after all. Sunny mocked. Jiasun, just don't delay Sue. When he's done practicing swimming, then he can go practice in your equipment room. I'm not as skilled as you? Jang Jiasun was unconvinced. Then why don't the two of us compete in front of Brother Sue today? Yeah, come on, who's afraid? Let's just swim back and forth and see who's the fastest. Sunny was not the least bit afraid and said, Brother Sue, you'll be our referee, okay? Could be. Soo-yoon laughed. Since it's a competition, there should be a reward. How about this? I'll act as the referee, and I'll give a 10,000 bonus to the winner. How about that? Jiasun Zhang. Sunny, that's too generous. They all only make 20-30k a month, and now they get 10k for a win when they swim a lap. This strengthened their hearts in wanting to capture Soo-yoon more and more. Thank you brother Soo. Sunny was the first to react. She smiled and said, if I win later, I'll use my winnings to treat brother Soo to dinner tonight. You don't want to be overconfident. Jang Jae-sun shot back. Wait until you win me first before you talk big. Yeah, don't you dare lose when the time comes. With the two of them ready at the poolside, Soo-yoon shouted from the side. Ready, start. Jang Jae-sun and Sunny instantly leapt up and dove headfirst into the water, then swam away in the water like two mermaids. At first Jang Jae-sun reacted faster and was in the lead, but slowly, she was caught up by Sunny behind her and slowly overtook her by half a body. As a bystander on the shore, it had to be said that Sun Yi's swimming strength was not a bit stronger than Jang Jae-sun. In the end, Jang Jae-sun lost and Sunny took a perfect lead. She asked with some get. Jae-sun, what else is there to say now? Jang Jae-sun stood in the water, her face a little depressed. Soo-yoon spoke. Coach Sun, congratulations, you've won $10,000. Wait, you add me on WeChat. I'll transfer it to you. Thank you brother Soo. Sunny compared a love heart at Soo-yoon and said, love you, you're so nice. Coach Zhang, don't be depressed either. Soo-yoon said, I'll come find you after I finish practicing with Coach Sun, and as a consolation prize, I'll treat you to dinner. Okay, Soo. Jang Jae-sun sniffed and happily climbed into the pool, saying, then I'll leave first. I won't bother you with your studies. Sunny. No. What is this? After Jang Jae-sun left, Sunny was a bit dissatisfied. Brother Soo, didn't you say that I won and let me treat you to dinner? Next time. Soo-yoon said, next time there's a chance. I'll treat you to a bowl of chicken. End of chapter. Chapter 112 Soo-yoon. My house is empty tonight. Coming or not? Chapter 112 Soo-yoon. My house is empty tonight. Coming or not? Swimming is a labor of love. Learning to swim is even more of a labor of love. And you have to put up with harassment from Sunny. After finishing the training on closed breathing and posture, Soo-yoon changed his clothes and came to the front desk. As promised, he sent Sunny a 10,000 bonus on WeChat, opened a monthly card for the exclusive pool, and bought her 30 lessons. Why not 100 sections? It takes so long to learn how to swim? That's a waste of time. Soo-yoon actually learned to swim for two purposes. When you buy your own villa in the future and have a pool at home, how embarrassing it is to have a pool party when you don't know how to swim. Or maybe you'll buy a yacht yourself later and go out on the water, and you don't know how to swim. How embarrassing. And knowing how to swim gives you the opportunity to unlock more new poses in the water. After not having any pressure in life, all Soo-yoon was now thinking about was how to utilize the money in his hands to enjoy a life he hadn't dared to think about before. Because it was still early, he didn't continue to go to the apparatus room to look for Jang Jae-sun, and instead went to the leisure room on the 4th floor, ate some fruits, and then lay down to rest. By the way, brush up on your phone and watch Shakeology. This time, I can't help but be a bit overwhelmed, and I'm madly kowtowing to the CP of Hua Xiaolong and Mr. Wang. It's a little on the nose. Don't tell me. It's fun to watch other people fall in love. Brother Soo, you turned out to like knocking CPs too. Jang Jae-sun came to his side at an unknown time, looking at the video footage on her cell phone, and laughed. I've been knocking the two of them lately as well. It's so sweet. No, I'm just looking around. Soo-yoon put away his cell phone and asked, it's noon time, are you going to eat? I thought you didn't go to eat either? I had a late breakfast and I'm not hungry. That's not good. If you don't eat a little at lunch, how will you practice with me in the afternoon? Jang Jae-sun took out a box of delicate bento from behind herself and said, Brother Soo, I made this myself and brought it from home. You guys still bring your own food from home for lunch? Aha. Jang Jae-sun explained, we're not like you, Brother Soo. We have everything and just enjoy life. We come out to work and save a month's salary to buy a house in addition to food, clothing and shelter. If you eat takeout every day, it's a significant expense with little money left over. Indeed, life is not easy for everyone. Jang Jae-sun's words reminded Soo-yoon of himself once again. You're joking, Brother Soo. You don't live like us. Jang Jae-sun said, I brought a bit too much bento today and I can't finish it. So if you don't mind, let's eat together? Not too much. Soo-yoon laughed. I'm just afraid that if I eat it, you won't have enough. I can't eat much of it. Seeing Soo-yoon agree, Jang Jae-sun immediately began to set up on the table next to him, dividing one boxed lunch into two, a big one and a small one. Give the big one to Soo-yoon and keep the small one for yourself. Seeing this, Soo-yoon said, you eat so little, are you full? I'm not hungry. Let's switch. No, I'm going to save my stomach for a smaller lunch. Jang Jae-sun laughed. That way I can eat more when Brother Soo treats me to a delicious meal tonight. Alright, whatever you want to eat tonight you name it. It's all catered to. I just heard Sunny say that you invited her to eat Potter's chicken. Zhang Jiasen said. Why don't you treat me to chicken tonight? 2. I haven't eaten it for a long time. The corners of Su Yun's mouth twitched as he replied. That's fine. I know a place that has a good flavor of roasted chicken. I'll take you there tonight. Thank you, Brother Su. Carrying the specially ordered takeout, Sunny also came to the 4th floor, originally thinking of having lunch with Su Yun, who knew that it was still a step too late and was preempted by Zhang Jiasen. The two had eaten by now and were still talking and laughing about it. However, she didn't care in the slightest and walked over, smiling at Su Yun. Brother Su, what a coincidence. You're eating here as well. I just happened to order some takeout. Why don't you eat together? Yeah, there's more people eating together, and it's more lively. Zhang Jiasen refused inwardly, but seeing Su Yun agree, she couldn't say anything more, especially since Sunny had intentionally sat across from herself, next to Su Yun. So a 2-person event turned into a 3-person event. Sunny was even acting overly enthusiastic and was close to feeding Su Yun's mouth with her hands. Zhang Jiasen was naturally not willing to show any weakness. Su Yun felt pretty good as he watched the 2 women ride the winds of jealousy for himself. A thought popped into his head. If they were in bed, the 2 would fight like this. Fallen. Su Yun, how can you have such evil thoughts? But it doesn't seem to be a crime if they want it, does it? Su Yun even couldn't help but think of the association. If I unlocked this achievement at my own whim, I don't know how much money the system would reward me with. So much to look forward to. Somewhat difficult to realize though. A man and 2 women. So well taken care of. It made some of the customers next to them who came to rest so envious that they were close to crying. We are all members here, so why is his female trainer so nice and his own can't even think of a hand to hold? Open your mouth and let yourself buy lessons. After eating, Sunny stared at Zhang Jiasen. Zhang Jiasen stared at Sunny, and neither of them wanted to go first. Finally, the 2 left together only after Su Yun said that he wanted to rest and take a nap. When he saw the 2 women leave, a buddy came up to him, wanting to learn from the experience. Dude, how did you do that? Su Yun was puzzled. What? Come on bro, we're all men. Stop pretending. The man laughed. Aren't we here to pick up female coaches? Are we really here to work out? I'm really here to work out. If I hadn't just seen 2 female coaches on the verge of jumping on you, I would have believed it. The man said. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Teach a brother a hand. I've been here for so long and I haven't even held a hand. Man, I really don't know. Su Yun replied. It's usually women who take the initiative to pick me up. Man. After dismissing the man, Su Yun settled down to sleep on the massage chair, until mom called and woke him up, and nothing else, just asked him if he had entrusted Chen Xin to give her $300,000. This was something that Su Yun responded to, and at the same time, he felt a little more favorable towards Chen Xin. It's $300,000, clearly delivered into her pocket, and it's hers if she wants it. The average person can't stand the temptation. I didn't think this stupid woman would actually take it out and give it to her old mom. After talking about the money, Zhang Sujuan talked to him again about Chen Xin as a person. The words were to know that in these few days down, the 2 of them went out together and lived in the same house together. How did Su Yun feel about the other person? And did he have any feelings? Su Yun naturally knew what his mom had in mind and said a bunch of nice things about the other party. And truthfully, too, just when Zhang Sujuan thought there was hope for the 2 into the time, Su Yun but the company was only established to take the cause as a priority. First, do not talk about the excuse of love. Directly cut off the old mom mind, much to the displeasure of the other person. He hung up. You know, when Zhang Sujuan made this call, she had already talked to Chen Xin to find out the specifics. Chen Xin was also very satisfied with his son, and praised him in every sentence. It was when asked if they could consider their son that the other person hesitated a bit and finally said, Auntie, let it go. We are still friends and need to get to know each other better. These words made Zhang Sujuan's heart very happy. There was no clear opposition. That was a bit of fun. Girls are reserved. And the other person was obviously much closer to him after he came back from his meeting with his son. Meeting with a mouthful of ants is very proactive and not hiding. She didn't excuse herself when she called her for dinner. This is all good. So she believed that if her son worked a little harder and put his heart into it, maybe the 2 of them would really make it. But this guy, Su Yun, actually wants to start some kind of business. Making money was pretty important, she admitted. But who said that having a career and being in a relationship couldn't go hand in hand? When he came back to celebrate his birthday, he must enlighten him and create opportunities for him and Chen Xin. After hanging up his mom's phone, Su Yun looked at the time and it was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I can't believe I slept for so long. Thinking of Jiang Peiyao, who was far away in Huaxi Hospital, Her brother should be in the operating room by now, right? Soo-yoon called the other party. Not long after the call was connected, Jiang Peiyao shouted, Soo-yoon, how's the brother? The man is in the operating room, but the doctor hasn't gone in yet, Jiang Peiyao said. A group of experts are discussing inside at this moment, and they don't know what the outcome will be. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Soo-yoon comforted. Huaxi and Xia are two of the best hospitals in China in terms of medical skills. You have to have confidence in the doctors. Aha! After caring for Jiang Peiyao for a moment, Soo-yoon shook his head. The thing about people getting sick is that sometimes it's just left to chance. In many cases, it's not money that changes the outcome. Otherwise so many rich cancer patients wouldn't be unsaved. Though he sympathized with the other man more than anything else, he could never empathize with something like this when it didn't happen to him. After gathering his mood for a bit, Soo-yoon went down to the second-floor equipment room to find Zhang Jesun practicing her abs. It's something that has to be adhered to for it to work. Practicing for a few days and stopping for a few days doesn't help. Even if you buy 500 white lessons and practice off and on. In the Jin Yuan neighborhood, Li Jinshu went back to Sumu's house after staying at Soo-yoon's house for a while. Anyway, Soo-yoon wasn't at home, so there was no point in staying alone. Not long after, Sumu came back from the construction site. She looked at Li Jinshu, who was lying on the sofa, and asked, Is your ass still not better? No. You say how you walk so carelessly. Sumu poured herself a cup of water and drank it while suggesting, Why don't we go to the hospital and take a look? Don't hurt your bones in case you fall. It turns out that in order to hide his health condition, Li Jinshu lied that he had fallen on his buttocks while walking. It's okay, I have a meaty ass. Li Jinshu laughed. After another half a day, it should be almost as good. Alright, Sue, Li Jinshu asked. I haven't visited the construction site in the past 2 days. How is the decoration going? It's being installed according to your design drawings. The outside is pretty much done so far, and we should start on the inside tomorrow. Then I'll keep an eye on it tomorrow, Li Jinshu said. The design inside is more complicated, so you can't be careless. Right, I'll go grocery shopping later, Sumu said. Should we call Soo-yoon together to come over for dinner tonight? No, he's not home. Not in? Sumu queried. I saw his car parked in the garage. The car is here. The man is not. Li Jinshu didn't have the good sense to say. He came back once and then went out again. People are mostly in the fitness center right now hitting it off with some female trainer. Fitness center? Well, it's that fitness center near our neighborhood, Li Jinshu said. He ran there to work out. Said he was working out. I guess he was just looking at some pretty female trainer. That fitness center she knew about and had sent her flyers for yoga before. But practicing yoga, this kind of thing, for Sumu, belongs to a more private movement, one's own person at home to practice it. This Soo-yoon, himself and Ning Qian is not enough for him to toss, and went to hook up with the coach again. Sumu also felt that Soo-yoon was there to pick up girls. After all, as far as his physical fitness was concerned, she had felt it firsthand. Very human. Sumu said, Sometime, the two of us will go there to have a look as well. Yeah, Li Jinshu excitedly said. If it's still good, let's get a card and follow him to practice, and see how he goes about hooking up with other women. Sumu, I'll keep an eye on him for you to keep him from hooking up with other women. I'm not his girlfriend, so what's the point of helping to keep an eye on him? Sumu retorted. I just haven't exercised much lately. I have some fat on my body. I need to work out for it. You're right. I also think I've put on some weight lately and want to work out. After Li Jinshu finished speaking, he suddenly asked again. Su, I realized that your skin has been good for a while recently, much more hydrated than before. Sumu laughed and scolded. Just allow your skin to get better. But not mine, right? That's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask you what brand of skin lotion works so well. Li Jinshu knew in her heart that her skin could get better thanks to Soo-yoon's mysterious essence moisturizing it. But what about Sumu? It couldn't be that she was also nourished by Soo-yoon's mysterious essence. She admitted that Soo-yoon was strong, but to nourish several women at the same time, she still couldn't. Could she? Just the sign from before. Sumu sniffed, and said sheepishly, It may be that I haven't been working lately. There's not much work pressure. I haven't stayed up all night, and my mind is good, so my skin is naturally good. Oh, so that's it. Then you go ahead and rest. I'm going out for groceries. At the fitness center, Soo-yoon followed Zhang Jesun to finish today's training, changed his clothes, and then left in pairs, ready to go back to the neighborhood to drive out for dinner. Just as he entered the neighborhood, he met Sumu, who had returned from shopping. Sumu looked at the woman beside Soo-yoon and asked with a smile, Are you coming back, or are you preparing to go out again? Getting ready to go out to dinner. Soo-yoon laughed. Sister Sue, want to join us? Forget it, I'll leave you to your date. Sumu said to Zhang Jessen. Beauty, my husband will work hard for you tonight. After she finished speaking, she glanced meaningfully at Su Yun. By Chia Hsin Chang. Husband? She was a little confused. Sister-in-law. You've got it all wrong. I'm just his fitness instructor. Having dinner together. It's okay. It's just dinner. I trust my husband. Sumu turned her head to Su Yun again and said, Hubby, don't play too late. Remember to come back early. Oh, I'll wait for you. After she finished speaking, she waited for Su Yun to reply and directly turned around to leave. Brother Su. Sister-in-law she. Zhang Jessen was a bit worried and said, why don't we forget about it today and do it some other time? No need. Su Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes and explain to Zhang Jessen, don't listen to her nonsense. This is my sister. She just likes to joke around. Ha, go. Brother Su, is it really okay? It's okay. In Zhang Jessen's half-hearted state, she followed Su Yun to the garage and also saw Su Yun's car. Bentley. He actually drives a Bentley. Unlike Sun Yi, she didn't know that Su Yun was a CCB private card user, and simply guessed that he belonged to people with a little bit of money. After all, it is only a startup. That is the future stock. She is also looking at the development of Su Yun in the future. But now, he usually drives a multi-million-dollar Bentley. That's not a little bit of money. At least it's worth more than $10 million. No wonder Sunny is as crazy as a dog seeing a bone and sticking up. She must have known about Su Yun's strength from Wang Sisi a long time ago, or else she wouldn't have been so insistent on snatching someone from herself this time. For the first time sitting on the passenger side of such a luxurious car, it would be a lie for Zhang Jessen to say that she didn't like it and that her heart didn't fluctuate. There are thousands of women in the world, but not many of them can ride in a luxury car. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to have a ride today. Just as she was scrutinizing the car's interior, she saw a watch in the center armrest console, a star pattern one that was quite nice to look at. This watch should be expensive at first glance. Curious, Zhang Jessen quietly used her cell phone's object recognition software to take a picture, and then the table's details came out. The Patek Philippe Star Limited Edition is priced at over $3.4 million on the official website. Zhang Jessen was shocked as she looked at the message on her watch. Do you see a random watch by yourself and it's so expensive? The point is that such an expensive watch was just casually thrown in the center console without any love from him. Isn't he afraid that this watch will get scratched or broken? Swallowing her saliva, Zhang Jessen once again looked at the driving Su Yun, her mood completely different from before. What a startup. Obviously a hidden top rich kid. Usually, when you meet a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW, you are like a 255, and you look like I am great. I didn't expect Su Yun to be so powerful and so low-key as a person. It wasn't visible at all. The internet is right. The richer you are, the lower profile you tend to be. Zhang Jessen tentatively asked, Su Yun, what does your family do? It feels like you're so rich. My family is just normal. Su Yun laughed. I also just have a little bit of money. Just enough to spend. By Chia Hsin Chang. You're an ordinary family? What are we then? Beggars? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to disclose it, she did not continue to pursue the question. Otherwise it would not be good to annoy people. Soon, the two arrived at a specialty restaurant, a place specializing in roast chicken. It's also famous in Jiangcheng. Before Su Yun got out of the car, he put on his own watch and walked into the store together. Led by the waiter, they asked for a small private room. While passing through the corridor of the restaurant, Su Yun actually met Liang Yan, still holding a middle-aged man. Liang Yan was also a bit surprised. The last time I messaged him, he didn't respond to himself, so I didn't expect to meet him here. Su Yun had wanted to pretend that he didn't recognize the other party and leave directly, but he didn't expect to be called by the other party. Mr. Su, long time no see. Liang Yan took the initiative and greeted warmly. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really fate. Yes, Mr. Liang. Su Yun returned. You're still so beautiful after many days. Pretty? Why do I feel disliked for sending messages that aren't returned? Liang Yan said meaningfully. Is this your new girlfriend? Friend. I know. Female friends. Turning to the man beside her, Liang enthusiastically introduced. Hubby, this is Mr. Su. I met him when I went to Shanghai on a business trip. Young and golden. Hello, Mr. Su. The middle-aged man hadn't cared at first, thinking that Liang Yan was speaking in a facetious manner, but when he immediately took it seriously after seeing the watch Su Yun was wearing on his hand. It's not easy for a young man to carry around millions of dollars in a watch. He quickly smiled and said, I heard my Liang Yan say that thanks to your help in Shanghai, she was able to pull in the investment smoothly. Thank you, thank you. No. Su Yun politely said. I also agreed to this because I saw Mr. Liang's sincerity. Either way, you should be thanked. the middle-aged man invited. How about this? Some other day when you're free, I'll have Liang Yin cook a few dishes at home and ask you to come over for dinner. What do you think? Until then, Soo-yun had slept with someone's wife, so he didn't want to have too much contact with the other party. He refused outright. It's not a good day for me here. I have a friend, so I'll stop talking for now. Okay, goodbye Mr. Soo, contact often when you have time. Liang Yan looked at the man who was even more enthusiastic than herself, her eyes filled with contempt. Changing her previous attitude, she spread her holding hands and said beside her, "Alright, don't be a disgrace. They don't even want to bother with you. What do you know as a woman?" The middle-aged man glared at her and said unhappily, "A great man can bend but not break. People like General Manager Soo, since you know them, we have to work hard to get on good terms with each other, so that they might be able to help us in the future." Ha! Liang Yan looked at her useless man and mocked. "Since you want to flatter people so much, do you want to give your wife to them as well? It's not like I can't, as long as he gives enough favors." The middle-aged man looked back at Liang Yan and said, "Of course, if you're willing to. You're not a man if you say that." Liang Yan sniffed with disappointment in her eyes and cursed angrily before turning around and leaving. The middle-aged man wasn't the least bit impressed and shouted, "I'm going to drink with my friends tonight, so I won't go back with you. You can come back if you like, and you'd better die out there." Although the two have been explicitly divorced over the man's gambling debts, but it was a fake divorce. In fact, the two are still living together. Liang Yan still had some feelings for the man too, and hoped that the other would change for the better. Now she was utterly disappointed. "Good. Don't you like cuckolds? Then I'll make you whole." With a kick of the brakes, she turned around in place and went to another part of her house, and as she drove, she took out her cell phone and sent a location message to Soo-yun. The content is simple and brutal. "Soo-yun, there's no one at my house tonight. Coming or not?" In the restaurant, Soo-yun was eating with Zhang Jusun, chatting at the same time, when he heard the sound of his cell phone, picked it up and froze. "There was some doubt in my mind. Wasn't she with her husband just now? Now you dare to ask me out so blatantly? Crazy. He himself is into women, but is not a spermatozoa and has no brain. He wouldn't do anything that was risky." Therefore, Soo-yun directly chose to ignore it and continue to eat with Zhang Jusun. Liang Yin in the car saw that the other party did not respond for half a day, and the anger in her heart grew. Again she sent even more explosive messages. "As long as that girlfriend of yours is willing, I'll come to you. All three of them." Soo-yun looked at the message Liang Yan had sent again, and his face directly changed as he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. What's wrong with this woman tonight? Was she drugged? Ask for a monthly pass. People. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Won't your husband suddenly come back later? Chapter 113, Won't your husband suddenly come back later? Brother Soo, is something wrong with you? Zhang Jusun frowned when she saw Soo-yun looking at his cell phone and said understandingly, "If something's wrong, let's not eat and go back." "Nothing, just a nuisance message." Soo-yun laughed. "Let's eat ours. Don't mind her." Aha. After dinner, Soo-yun drove and then sent Zhang Jusun back. Arriving downstairs in the neighborhood, Zhang Jusun asked, "Soo-yun, it's still early. Do you want to go up for a drink?" "No, it's not very convenient at night." Soo-yun said, "I'll go back first. I'll see you at the fitness center tomorrow." Bye. Zhang Jusun looked at Soo-yun who drove away, a smile on her face as she happily walked towards the neighborhood. Soo-yun is a decent man. It turned out that just now, Zhang Jusun was testing Soo-yun, and in general, if a man had thoughts about himself, his own invitation just now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. But Soo refused. This made her impression of Soo-yun much better again. Women are sensual creatures. It's nice to be rich and good looking, but it's even better if you have good character too, or make her more heartfelt. And unbeknownst to her, the decent guy she was talking to actually didn't want to go up there, but he had other engagements tonight. After leaving Zhang Jusun's neighborhood, Soo-yun drove his car halfway to the road, or made a U-turn and turned on the navigation towards Liang Yan's address. Half an hour later, he came to a neighborhood. For safety, he avoided the cameras and instead of taking the elevator, he climbed the stairs, 17th floor, and it's okay. When he came to the door of the other house, he didn't knock, but took out his cell phone. Inside the house, Liang Yan saw that she had said this, and the other party still ignored her, and was depressed. Is one so disliked? He wasn't like this that day at the pool in Shanghai. Men are no good. They get tired of it after one time. They like the new and the old. In a bad mood, she opened a bottle of red wine and drank it alone at home in loneliness. Just as she was getting drunk, her cell phone dinged. There are Microsoft messages. Curious, she clicked on it and saw that it was actually Soo-yun's. Open the door. Liang Yan froze as she looked at her cell phone, got up and suspiciously came to the door and looked out through the cat's eye. Sure enough, he saw Su-yun. Ha, man. Liang Yan opened the door somewhat proudly and looked at Su-yun before looking behind him. Puzzled, she asked, "Just you? Where's that girlfriend of yours? Didn't come?" Su-yun looked at the woman in a sexy nightgown, with her shirt open and carrying a red wine bottle, and directly ignored it. Then he walked in on his own. It looked like she was really the only one home. Seeing that the other party was ignoring her, as casually as if she was returning to her own home, Liang Yan skimmed her lips, hurriedly closed the door, and followed. As she walked, she teased, "What? That girlfriend of yours doesn't want to? No sane woman is as crazy as you." Su-yun sat on the sofa and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do when you tricked me over? Didn't I make that clear on WeChat?" Liang Yan took a sip of red wine, put it aside, and sat directly on Su-yun's butt, saying flirtatiously, "Doing what men and women should do. It's a pity that you didn't convince that girlfriend of yours, or else you could have enjoyed the happiness of all of us tonight." Su-yun sniffed the smell of alcohol in her mouth as she spoke and said tentatively, "It's not like later. Your husband will suddenly come back, right? Don't worry, he doesn't know about this house." Liang Yan giggled. "What? Are you afraid?" "If I was afraid, I wouldn't have come," Su-yun said. "Before I didn't know you had a husband, but now that I know, the nature is different." "Oh," Liang Yan laughed, "did I make you feel guilty by carrying the old convention behind your back? Or is it more exciting? A little bit of both?" "I'll be honest with you," Liang Yan replied. "We're actually not technically considered cheating or cheating like this, because my husband and I are legally divorced, with a divorce decree, and I'm a free agent." "Su-yun, my husband and I divorced a long time ago in order to avoid debt problems in court, and all the property was transferred to my name, but in reality, we are still living together. Do you understand?" "Understood. But after today, I have nothing to do with him," Liang Yan said. "I'm going to fake it and make him really have nothing." "Why?" Liang Yan laughed to herself. "If I tell you that as long as you give him enough favors, he will take the initiative to send me to your bed. Do you believe me?" "Su-yun, since he likes cuckolding so much, I'll do what he wants." Liang Yan wrapped her hands around Su-yun's neck, leaned over his ear, and spat out an orchid scent. "Tonight in this room, anywhere, any position, whatever you want, how about it? This is what you said. Don't regret it." Su-yun turned the tables and picked up the other party as he walked towards the bathroom. On the way, Liang Yan's clothes naturally faded and fell to the ground. Inside the Jean garden, Sumu told Li Jinshu about her encounter with Su-yun taking the female coach to dinner. Li Jinshu didn't say anything on the surface, but he was actually very unhappy in his heart. "I'm sure I went to the gym because of the female instructor." The two of them waited until 9 p.m. or so without seeing Su-yun come back, so they knew that they probably wouldn't be coming back again tonight. Su, do you think it's true that all men with money are attractive to women?" Li Jinshu was a bit depressed. Su-yun only went to the fitness center for how long? Those female trainers pounced on them. Really don't have any face at all. "Being rich is quite attractive to women, but it's not attractive to all women," Sumu replied. "But having money, plus being handsome, funny, or any other skill, that's a king bomb. There aren't many women who won't be moved." "Not at all," Li Jinshu retorted. "How come you didn't move in the face of Su-yun? Didn't pounce on him?" Sumu, she was tempted to tell her best sister. "I was taken down a long time ago," Li Jinshu said. "Hey, whoever is Su-yun's girlfriend is really tired and has to guard against other women all day long. What's the defense? If a man really wants to cheat, he can't be prevented from doing so, but instead, he will make the other person hate you even more." Sumu smiled and said, "It's better to be generous and just live well." Li Jinshu sighed. "This mindset of yours is too good right now. I'm living to understand this." Sumu laughed. "Not hanging on a tree. Like to be together. Do not like to leave. There is no need to hold each other. Happy day is a day." If she was really that petty, she would have been pissed off by Su-yun a long time ago. She couldn't even tolerate her previous ex-husband keeping a secretary outside, let alone the fact that Su-yun was now womanizing outside all day. Not to mention those women she didn't know, just the ones she did know. There was a Ning Chen, and she even deliberately got her into the company, dangling in front of herself all day long. Now I guess there's one more trainer at the fitness center, but these two women for Su-yun, Sumu heart is very clear, cannot be a real girlfriend, at most is a do marriage, or the unseen lover, including himself now. He was doing the same, sneaking around with Su-yun, but then again, she was different from the other two women because she could still live a good life even without relying on Su-yun, so he could speak without looking at Su-yun's face too much, and was more free and independent. This wouldn't work if it was her bestie, Li Jinshu, because once she caught Su-yun and lived a good life, she probably couldn't stay away anymore. Most women are like that. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Right now, Sumu felt that the only one who could possibly become Soo-yeon's proper girlfriend was probably a Chen Xin. After all, Soo-yeon's attitude towards her was clearly different from others. And even more so, Auntie had given him a blind date, which naturally gave him an advantage over other women. So if she really couldn't stay away from Soo-yeon one day and wanted to straighten out the position of the main palace, Chen Xin would be a strong opponent for her. At night in Shanghai, Yu Xian and her boyfriend met at the airport. This is the first time the two have met since Yu Xian broke up over the phone. She hadn't wanted to meet, but the other person kept pestering her. She thought about what Soo-yeon had told her, not to bring the trouble here to Jiangcheng. So before she left, she agreed to this meeting, wanting to make it clear to the other party and try to get the two of them together. Yu Xian, you're finally willing to see me. The man was a little pleased. I knew you wouldn't do that to me. You can say whatever you want. Yu Xian said expressionlessly. After we finish, we're fine. Yu Xian, the man sniffed, and then said, somewhat defensively, I know I did wrong. This time, I didn't want to do this kind of thing with that old woman either. But for your sake and for the sake of our future happiness, I was forced to do it. She threatened me with my job and said it was the last time. As long as I obey her, she'll promote me to supervisor next month, doubling both my salary and package. I thought, just once, so we can get enough for a down payment on a house later. We'll be able to have our own house. Yu Xian, will you forgive me? I promise there won't be a next time with her. Yu Xian listened quietly and did not get angry or sad, because she looked into the man's eyes. She felt that what the other woman was saying might be true, but it doesn't matter, for she saw in the other woman, at a glance, her own future life. Even if they do come up with enough money for a down payment to buy a house, after that it will be endless mortgage payments, car payments, and then all the stress of raising children. Every day you work day and night to make a living. She has no extra money to buy her favorite things, no extra time for herself to enjoy life. It wasn't the life she wanted. She's tired, faced with love and bread. This time she's going to choose bread. I forgive you, Yu Xian said faintly. The man was happy. Really? Really? I knew you would understand me. Thank you, Yu Xian. With that, the man was ready to hug Yu Xian to celebrate their reunion, but he was dodged and rejected by Yu Xian. Man, I have something to tell you too, Yu Xian said. Listen to it first before you decide whether we should make up or not. What is it? Yu Xian took a deep breath and said, on the day you slept with your leader, I also slept with my guest. Man, after a moment of silence, he asked, he forced you? No, I volunteered. Why? Yu Xian revealed the jade bracelet on her wrist and said, because he gave me a jade bracelet. I liked it so much that I slept with him. Jade bracelet? When the man heard this, he was very angry and said, you slept with another man for a jade bracelet? Aha! Yu Xian nodded calmly. Can you forgive me? Can't. The man broke down a bit and said, are you that vain? To actually sleep with someone for a jade bracelet? You make me sick. You'll make me forgive you by sleeping with another woman. Yu Xian asked rhetorically, why can't you forgive me if I sleep with another man? Man, Yu Xian said, and with this kind of thing, after the first time, there will be countless times, including myself. I can't promise you that I won't sleep with another guest in the future. Man, again, I don't trust your assurances, Yu Xian slowly said, and I didn't break up with you because you slept with another woman because I couldn't see a future in you. I don't want to live a life of misery with you. You won't have to be suborned by your leader for me in the future. It's better for both of us if we separate. You're a gold digger now. The man couldn't accept Yu Xian's betrayal as he said, you once told me that you'd be willing to suffer even if it was hard as long as you could be with me. I'm sorry, Yu Xian said. It's me who doesn't deserve you. I'm a bad woman. So let's break up and get along. I hope you can live the life you want in the future as well. With that, she turned away. The man's face was pained. He doesn't want to break up. Yu Xian. The man looked at her back and retained. If I forgive you, will you stay? Can't. Why? Because I can't forgive you, and I can't forgive myself. Yu Xian turned her head and said, see you later. With that, she walked into the boarding gate and boarded the flight to Jiangcheng. Before getting on the plane, she sent a message to Soo-yeon. Mr. Soo, I've cleaned up my affairs and am now on the plane. Unfortunately, Soo-yeon didn't have time to look at his cell phone at this moment. He was busy. More than an hour later, Yu Xian pulled her suitcase out of Jiangcheng's airfield. She opened her cell phone, glanced at the message, and when she saw that Soo-yeon did not reply to her, she stopped a rental car and drove towards the address that Soo-yeon had given her earlier. Sitting in the car, she looked at the completely unfamiliar city with some apprehension. I don't know if I made this choice, right or wrong, but isn't life a constant stream of choices? It's the last day. Begging for monthly votes. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 114 Nice guy. You've used your personal butler? Begging. Chapter 114 Good guy. You're using a personal butler now? Requesting subscription. Yu Xian dragged her suitcase and got off the bus at the entrance to Jin Yuan's neighborhood. Jay stood at the door, and before she even went in, she knew that this one was an upscale neighborhood, with large, flat-floor units visible at a glance. Compared to the old days when the rich loved villas, nowadays the young and rich prefer large flats. Arriving at the registration desk at the doorman's office, Yu Xian found the security guard and explained her intentions, specifically the building and door number. The security guard, seeing that she didn't look like a loafer and was a woman, let her in after registering her. Making her way to the 19th floor, she looked at the door number and confirmed it before ringing the bell. It's a shame no one's driving. Is Mr. CO not home? Yu Xian was ready to leave, intending to find a hotel to stay in before saying anything, guessing that the other party hadn't seen her message yet. Why don't you call? A competent housekeeper would not call his boss lightly without absolute urgency, and what she had going on right now wasn't even close to being important. Just as she turned around, the next door opened. It turned out that Li Jinshu heard a movement next door and thought it was Su Yun coming back, only to open the door and see that Su Yun did not come back, but came a woman pulling a suitcase. Seeing the other party looking at him, Li Jinshu asked, "Are you looking for Su Yun?" "Aha." Yu Xian smiled and replied, "However, Mr. Su doesn't seem to be home. I see you're dragging a suitcase, not from around here?" "No, I came from Shanghai," Yu Xian said. "Since he's not here, I'll leave first." Facing strangers, Yu Xian, who was used to hotel management, was very patient, not to mention that since the other party was able to live here, they were all rich people, and they were also Su Yun's neighbors. As Su Yun's personal butler in the future, it was essential for himself to make good relationships in advance. Wait a minute, Li Jinshu was curious about this woman who suddenly appeared. "It's not another enemy, is it?" she invited. "Why don't you come and sit at our house for a while? Maybe he'll be back later." "Convenient? It's all women. What's not to like?" Li Jinshu smiled and said, "You're a woman and out of town. It's not safe to go out in the middle of the night." "Thank you. I'll bother you then." Yu Xian hesitated, then pulled her luggage and followed the other party inside. After placing the suitcase in the foyer, Yu Xian came to the living room and found another woman inside. Beautiful looking, too. Sumu looked at Yu Xian with some surprise. "Wasn't she going to look for Su Yun? Why did you bring back a woman?" she asked suspiciously. "Jinshu, who is this beautiful woman?" Su. This beauty came from Shanghai to look for Su Yun. Su Yun wasn't at home, so I let her back." "Sumu," Li Jinshu said to Yu Xian. "By the way, beautiful girl, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name?" "My name is Yu Xian." "My name is Li Jinshu." Li Jinshu pointed at Sumu and said, "Her name is Sumu. We are all Su Yun's neighbors and his good friends." "Hello guys," Yu Xian said somewhat politely. "I'm sorry to bother you guys so late. I'll leave as soon as Mr. Su returns." "It's fine. If you're Su Yun's friend, you're our friend." Sumu greeted. "Sit down. Don't stand." "Okay, thanks." After Li Jinshu went to pour her a cup of water, he asked curiously from the side, "What is your relationship with Su Yun? Why did you come to find him?" "I'm a personal butler hired by Mr. Su," Yu Xian replied honestly. "A personal butler?" Sumu remembered what Chen Xian had said that day and immediately reacted, asking, "You wouldn't be the hotel housekeeper who accompanied Su Yun throughout his last trip to Shanghai, would you?" "Yeah, that's me." Yu Xian thought it was still Su Yun who had said it, and she explained, "But now I've resigned to come work for him as his personal butler." Li Jinshu. Sumu. "Good lord, you're using a personal butler now? And looking so pretty. Beauty. I'm just a little curious." Li Jinshu asked. "Your private butler? What kind of work do you usually do during the week?" "I'll do anything the boss needs." Li Jinshu. She wanted to ask the other party, if Su Yun wanted to have sex with you, did she also agree? But in the end, I couldn't ask. Sumu, who was on the side, asked, "You came over at this moment. Didn't you call Su Yun in advance to contact him?" "I messaged before I got on the plane and it hasn't gotten back to me yet. I don't think he'll have time to get back to you at this point." Li Jinshu said glumly. "He's busy being happy outside. He might not even come back tonight." "It's okay." Yu Xian smiled. "I can find a hotel nearby to stay in first, and Mr. Su will contact me when he sees my message. I'll call around for you." "Don't." Yu Xian stopped. "In case Mr. Su has something he's busy with, it's not good to disturb the other party." Li Jinshu. "Worthy of a personal butler? This is not even on the job yet, and you are already thinking of each other in every way, but you just want to interrupt the other person's good deed. Last time, She had annoyed Soo-yoon because of Chen Xin, and this time, she was a bit weak, so she looked at Soo-moo. Soo-moo was on equal footing with him, so it should be fine to call, so she egged the other party on. Soo, you fight. You're his former leader no matter what. You shouldn't be angry with you. You're afraid of offending him, so you let me do it, right? Soo-moo laughed a little, but still picked up the phone and called. In fact, if she didn't say anything, in her heart, she didn't want Soo-yoon to spend the night outside. Now that she had that excuse, she was on a first-name basis. It's not that I'm deliberately trying to sabotage you. It's a family matter. The phone rang for a while before Soo-yoon picked up. Hey, Sister Soo, it's so late. Haven't you gone to bed yet? Stop playing and come back. Soo-moo said bluntly. Someone from home is here. Looking for you. Looking for me? Who is it? The personal butler you poached from Shanghai. Soo-moo did not have a good mood. People come from far away to join you. You are good. Play messages. Information are back to people. People still think they are cheated. Forgot to check my cell phone. Soo-yoon smiled awkwardly. Help me greet them first. I'll be back later. Got it. The person is at my house now. Soo-moo meaningfully urged. Make it quick. Don't be a grunt. Soo-yoon. On the bed in the villa. Liang Yan listened to the woman's voice on Soo-yoon's phone and asked with a smile. Was that Boss Soo just now? Aha. Ha ha. Liang Yan half lying down, turned her head and repeated. People are urging you to hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. You shut up. Soo-yoon didn't have the heart to slap her on the ass and said. Any faster and it'll go up in smoke. It's fine. I'll just add more water. Soo-yoon. An hour later. Soo-yoon put on his clothes and left. Liang Yan was paralyzed with exhaustion and came up for air. Still happy. I've never tried it before. I didn't know that the difference between men and men can actually be so big. If her own punk of a man had that kind of power, she might have willingly kept the other man. Thinking about that time when Boss Soo provoked herself, Liang Yan touched her own cell phone and flipped out Soo-moo's WeChat, then sent a provocative message over as well. He just left, so I guess he's a little tired. So don't toss him when you get back. I'm heartbroken. After Soo-moo made the call, she waited at home for Soo-yoon to return. Lee Jinshu chatted with the other party about the service work of a hotel housekeeper in a way to satisfy his curiosity. Suddenly, she received a message from Liang Yan. Some surprises. Wasn't he with the female coach tonight? Then, Soo-moo, despite having a good temper, faced with the other party's provocative message, she was also a bit angry at the moment. She shot back defiantly. Mr. Liang, that you cannot charm Ah. He and I do not want to get out of bed. Not tired at all. Soo, it's so late. Who are you chatting with? Lee Jinshu asked curiously from the side. Soo-moo locked the screen and laughed. It's okay, one of my classmates. Say, why isn't this Soo-yoon back yet? Lee Jinshu was dissatisfied. It can't be that he's lost. It should be soon. Just wait. Yu Xian also said on the side. I'm in no hurry. You're not in a hurry. I am. Lee Jinshu didn't want Soo-yoon to be around other women for a moment. Although this thing cannot be changed, and do not dare to show it in front of Soo-yoon. But the heart is just not happy. Well, half an hour later, the doorbell rose to ring. Lee Jinshu ran to open the door. It was Soo-yoon who had returned. When Yu Xian saw it, she immediately stood up and shouted, Mr. Soo. Soo-yoon walked into the house, looked at Yu Xian and asked, have you taken care of your business? Okay, come on, come back with me and I'll arrange a place for you to stay. No, Soo-yoon, what do you mean? Lee Jinshu was surprised. She doesn't live with you, does she? Yeah. What's the problem? There's a difference between men and women. Would it not be good for you to be alone? Lee Jinshu said with some undertones. Even if you don't care, People Yu Xian is still a girl after all, and she'll have to have a boyfriend in the future. So she has to pay attention to her influence. It's fine. I don't mind, Yu Xian said. Soo-yoon knew what Lee Jinshu was playing at, and he laughed. Look, people don't mind. What do you mind here? I also think Jinshu has a point. Soo-moo also said on the side this time. Soo-yoon, why don't we do it this way? You let her stay at my place. I have an extra bedroom here anyway. Soo-yoon looked at the expressions on the two men's faces. Is this a quiet alliance? Preparing for a united front? However, Soo-yoon didn't have any more thoughts about Yu Xian, and it didn't really matter if they lived together or not. The reason why I wanted the other person to live with me just now was for the sake of convenience. After all, it's your own personal butler. So of course the closer you are to yourself, the better, on call 24 hours a day. Since even you said so, I'll be polite. Soo-yoon smiled and said flirtatiously. But first things first, I'm not going to give you rent. With your little rent, I can't see it. Alright, Soo-yoon said to Yu Xian. You'll be living here with them from now on. I'll call you when something happens. but you'll be free to move around if nothing happens. Okay, Mr. Su. Su-yun finished his explanation, then said to Sumu and Lee Jin-shu, then I'll go back to rest first. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll come with you, to your house. Sumu got up and said, I happen to have something else I want to talk to you about. Lin Jin-shu curiously said, what is it that you can't talk about here? Talk to him about having a company to invest in. Sumu said to Lee Jin-shu, I'll go over there first, take care of Yu Xian, show her her bedroom, and help tidy up by the way. Oh, amidst Lee Jin-shu's envy, Sumu and Su-yun opened the door and left. As soon as he entered the room, Su-yun was curious. Sister Su, what kind of investment? What do you think? Sumu looked at Su-yun in a somewhat sultry manner and asked, are you tired now? Kind of. Then I'll make you even more tired. After saying that, he didn't care if Su-yun was willing or not, and directly kissed him. Su-yun, preventing the possibility of being bumped into halfway through by someone opening the door and coming in, he backhanded the door and locked it before getting into the fight. It was intense. What's going on? Was she drugged tonight too? So proactive. In order not to arouse the suspicion of Lee Jin-shu, the two people's battle time is very short, only half an hour. Quick battle. Su-yun looked at Sumu who was cleaning her body and laughed. You're not right today. What's wrong? You've never been so forthcoming. While helping her put on her underwear, Su-yun asked tentatively, what stimulated you today? What? So you can only come over and sleep with me, but I can't come over and sleep with you? Sure, Su-yun replied, as long as your behavior here today is perverse. Actually in front of Lee Jin-shu, deliberately finding an excuse to come over and follow me so much. It feels like venting revenge. No, the sex came on suddenly. Sumu put on her clothes, smacked away Su-yun's hands that were still groping her body, and said angrily, alright, I should go back, or else Jin-shu should get suspicious. Su-yun said tentatively, when do I have to sneak around with you like this? Why don't we tell Lee Jin-shu, openly and honestly? No talking. Sumu immediately threatened, if you dare to tell her without my consent, you won't be able to get into my bed again. If you don't get on, you don't get on. Su-yun deliberately took a joking tone and said, then I'll go to Lee Jin-shu's bed. I think she has a crush on me. Sumu, oops, just a little joke. Look at your eyes, like you want to eat someone. Jokes can't be made. Sumu said, Su-yun, promise me that you won't be allowed to hit Jin-shu. What if she's the one who hit on me? Do I do it, or do I not? Sumu. This was really possible. Recently, Lee Jin-shu's attention and attitude towards Su-yun was clearly different from before. In knowing that Su-yun was hanging out with other women, she would be a little concerned and jealous. Although it was well concealed, Sumu could still feel it. Hey, she knew what to do too. The relationship between herself and Su-yun. If she was liking Su-yun, how would she deal with it then? Sumu glared at Su-yun and said, then you can't touch her either. Between the two of us, you can only choose one. With that, they drove off. Su-yun. What? You're late. You're late. I'm all ed up. The next morning, Su-yun woke up from a nap and opened his cell phone to see the WeChat sent to him by Jiang Peiyao. Brother Jiang Pingon, after 10 hours of surgery, people have been saved. Temporarily non-life-threatening. Transferred to the VIP ward to receive ordinary routine treatment. And the specialist also established a 3-month-long treatment plan for his brother's specific situation. As long as the treatment goes well in these 3 months and there is no deterioration of the condition, then his brother will most likely have his condition under control. Even if it works well, you can be discharged from the hospital. This made Jiang Peiyao very happy, and at the same time, her gratitude towards Su-yun deepened. If he, Su-yun, hadn't helped, and was an expert, and had a chartered plane, maybe her brother wouldn't have been there. Su-yun was also in a happy mood after seeing this good news. After all, he had indirectly saved the life of a 6-year-old child, so that he would have the will to continue in this world, and see more of the good in the future. This is supreme merit. He took it upon himself to call and show concern and comfort, expressing his happiness for her. Jiang Peiyao said something very subtly in passing, that she had quit her job at the jewelry store and was going to rent a house there and stay with herself for 3 months of therapy, so she won't be able to come back for the next 3 months, and some things may not get done. Su-yun heard it and scolded with a laugh. Is that what I, Su-yun, am in your eyes? A horny man? No, it's that I feel guilty. Jiang Peiyao said, you help me so much, but it's okay, just make it all up when you get back. Or if I really want you, I'll just come to you. Su-yun laughed. Now that transportation is so convenient, come at night and return in the morning. Jiang Peiyao nodded happily and said, then I'll be near the hospital when the time comes, and rent a bigger, better house. This will do. Su-yun asked, do you still have more money on you to rent a room? Do you want me to transfer some over for you? No, that's enough. Zhang Peiyao laughed. Now that you've padded my medical expenses, I still have some of my original money left. That's fine. Remember to tell me if you don't have enough money. Well, I'll hang up then. Su Yun laughed. Give me a kiss before you hang up. Oh, Zhang Peiyao looked at the people around her, somewhat shyly came to one side alone and said with a red face, Mua, then quickly hung up the phone. It was obvious that the two had already had sex, but her behavior just now still made her heart beat uncontrollably faster. This feels like first love. It feels sweet. After Su Yun flirted with Zhang Peiyao for a while, the doorbell rang. It turned out to be Yu Xian. Why don't you get some more sleep and come over so early? Yu Xian smiled and replied, Mr. Su, as your personal life assistant, I'm going to prepare breakfast for you. Isn't that what babysitters do? But you don't have a babysitter right now, so I'll just keep an eye on it for now. Yu Xian smiled and asked, Mr. Su, what do you usually like to eat? Buns, little dumplings. Yu Xian sniffed and froze, then began to undress. Seeing this, Su Yun was puzzled. What are you doing? Mr. Su, didn't you say that you want to? Yu Xian blushed with a look of desire. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking? I'm talking about real buns, the kind that are made whole with flour. Yu Xian. She buttoned up her dress in embarrassment, now desperate to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating. There was no flour prepared at home and she didn't know how to make it, so she ended up making a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Su Yun. As Su Yun ate, he asked, You ate? Well, ate next door. Where are the two of them? Not up yet? Yu Xian replied. It seems like something has gone out the door already. Then you're free to do the same without me. Su Yun said, I'm going to go to the fitness center to work out later after dinner, so I don't expect to be back for dinner until the evening. Okay, I know. Mr. Su, I'll prepare dinner. Yu Xian did not feel that their relationship was different just because she had slept with Su Yun once. She remained as professional as a personal housekeeper should be, because she knew that his relationship with Su Yun was like supply and demand, without any feelings, only benefits. Su Yun could give her the paycheck she wanted, and she could provide Su Yun with all of her own services, both in life and physically. As long as Su Yun needed it, she could. There's no shame in that. At least she serves one man from start to finish and is much cleaner than the peripheral girls who go out and sell. After Su Yun finished his breakfast, he went to the fitness center. In the morning he had to practice swimming with Sun Yi, and then in the afternoon he followed Zhang Jusin to practice with the instruments. During the time Su Yun was away, Yu Xian's time was free to do whatever she wanted, but instead of wasting it, she quietly ran off and signed up to learn how to make buns. The other two women, too, were going about their business. Su Mu and Liang Yan began to approach the matter of investing in a short drama. A promise is a promise, but there are still some legalities and other details, although the two have a grudge, because Su Yun look at each other bad, but when it comes to making money to talk about their work, they are still quite professional, and there is no intentionality, like the dividend thing. Mr. Liang said 50-50, but Su Mu insisted on 60-40ths, and no one refused to budge, almost calling Su Yun to be the referee. But in the end it was Liang Yan who didn't hold out and took a step back before Su Mu signed the contract with her and made the payment. Li Jinshu, on the other hand, pounced on the construction site, as well as Ning Qian, supervising the construction of workers, wanting to complete the company's renovation work as soon as possible. She initially had that complicated mood when she saw Ning Qian driving Su Yun's Porsche. Feelings that I actually can't compare to a temporary recruit who came to the front desk. There was some aggravation. When she came back that day, she talked about it. Su Yun also felt somewhat unjustified. She wasn't being unreasonable. She really wasn't leveling her own bowl of water. Anyway, he didn't need a car these days, so he generously took his Bentley and gave it to the other party to drive first, planning to get her one when it's a few days old and I'm free. Then Su Yun glanced at Su Mu. It's better to have my Su Mu, who doesn't need anything and doesn't fight. So in this way, on the company's construction site, the workers could see two beautiful women every day, one coming in a Porsche and the other in a Bentley. I don't know what kind of man the owner of this building is, to be able to have two such beautiful women at the same time. Where other people start, that's the end of a big deal for them for the rest of their lives. And compared to Li Jinshu's jealousy, Ning Qian didn't have any good intentions at all. She's content and won't argue about that. For Li Jinshu, she actually understands in her heart. What friends are all fake. Like herself, she was Su Yun's private woman, because that night, when Li Jinshu sent a picture to Su Yun, she was right next to her and saw it clearly. It was only that Ning Qian had been pretending not to know. Today, Su Yun returned from his workout in the evening. He had just entered the house when Yu Xian gave him an invitation. saying that it was delivered to his door by the property this afternoon. Soo-yun opened a look. Bentley 4S store mailed. Invited him to the day after tomorrow at 2 p.m. to participate in the summer car club, but also a private dinner. The location is the West Sea of Mount Lushan. You need to take a boat to go to. A companion can be brought along for the day and night. P.S. It's the last day, dudes, and if you don't use it, your monthly pass will expire. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Huh? How did you know I was watching a little movie? Chapter 115. Huh? How did you know I was watching a little movie? Can take a companion for 1 day and 1 night. Still on the island. No. How does this car club feel? A bit immodest. Seo-yun couldn't help but think of one word, IMPA. Do rich people play so fancy? It's so evil. It's the kind of thing that you must go and see and feel for yourself in person, so that you can criticize it when you return. But the question arises, who will one bring then? There are 3 women around now. Su Mu, Li Jinshu, and Ning Qian. It seemed like no matter who they brought, it was inappropriate. Soo-yun looked at Yu Xian by his side. Mr. Su, is there something you want to order me to do? Nothing much. Soo-yun said. I'm going to a car club the afternoon after tomorrow. You'll come with me, on an island, and probably spend another night, so prepare in advance. Okay, Yu Xian answered. Something had crossed her mind about what might happen. A man and a woman. The island. For 1 night. She asked again. Mr. Su, the food is ready. Should we eat now? Have the 2 women next door returned yet? It seems to be back. You go and call them for me and come over to eat as soon as you can. Soo-yun said. If you get food in the future, get it as a few of us. Okay, Mr. Su. Soon, Su-mu and Li Jinshu came over and then ate together. The table in Soo-yun's house was a bar table. Soo-yun sat at the main seat. Su-mu and Li Jinshu sat on one side, and Yu Xian sat alone. Everyone's respective positions are clear. During dinner, Su-mu talked about the investment, and Li Jinshu and Yu Xian realized that they had actually quietly invested 5 million in a short video. I'm guessing we'll see it on all the major short-form video platforms in a few days. Soo-yun responded without much reaction. Li Jinshu was not willing to show weakness and also took the opportunity to talk about the company's renovation progress. If there are no surprises, there's still a week to go before it's all finished, and then it's time to move in, recruit workers from the outside world and start operations. There are currently just 3 people in the company. One was Soo-yun, the dumping boss, one Su-mu the actual administrator, and one front desk Ning Qian, which seemed a bit less. Su-mu glanced at Yu Xian and casually said, Soo-yun, why don't you include Yu Xian in the company as well? Private butler is not a good title. How about turning her position into your personal secretary? She can still get her paychecks out of the company account later, counting expense costs and maybe a tax deduction later. Could be. Soo-yun agreed. Do as you see fit. It doesn't even matter to me. And what's the paycheck? 50,000. What? 50,000? Upon hearing this, Li Jinshu was surprised. That high? I've been working myself for 5 or 6 years and my salary is just over $20,000. Now it's good. Soo-yun's new company, a receptionist is $20,000 per month. And now a secretary. Directly give $50,000. Soo-yun, why don't I quit my job and come to your company too? Li Jinshu said enviously. Where are you running a company? You're a welfare organization. Yeah. Soo-yun smiled and asked. Then what are you doing in my company? When Li Jinshu thought about his specialty, he was speechless and didn't really know what to do. Can't come to be a janitor. Soo-yun looked at her depressed look and said, discuss with Su-mu yourself. I don't care about the company. It's all up to her. You just have to be able to convince her to want you, and your salary is also up to her. Su-mu, you're good at throwing baggage at yourself. Yu Xian's heartbeat indisputably sped up when she heard 50,000 per month for her company. What's 50,000 a month? That's 600,000 a year. Previously, her salary at the hotel was only about 15,000, and when she came to Soo-yun, even if she doubled it, she thought it would be about 30,000 at most. That's all pretty good pay, but she never expected the other party to give her 50,000 a month straight away. It seriously exceeded her expectations. Yu Xian was touched and immediately expressed her gratitude to Yu Xian. Mr. Su, thank you. I will definitely do a good job of my work to satisfy you. I for one was raised on roughage, good care and fewer odd habits, so don't stress about it. Soo-yun comforted. As long as you follow me well, you won't be treated poorly. I know. After dinner, Yu Xian went to clean up the kitchen and wash the dishes, while Su-mu and Li Jinshu were cozy in Soo-yun's house, watching TV. Soo-yun did not want to watch the dog blood female frequency drama, so he brushed up his cell phone WeChat circle of friends. Saw one of Ningxian's latest friend circles. Because of someone, I've been the one with the car ever since. He. With a beautiful picture of it in the car. Su-yun looked at the picture. Not to mention, it looked like she was really like a rich girl now. It's nice, isn't it? Li Jinshu didn't know when he came over and laughed. I took this picture for her. A proper rich white beauty. It's pretty good looking, Su-yun casually said, locking the screen with his backhand and turning his head to look at her. Peeking at other people's phone screens is not a good habit. If you don't watch it, you don't have to. It's not like I'm watching it on purpose. Li Jinshu skimmed his mouth, then returned to his original position and continued to watch the TV. At that moment, Sumu called him to the balcony and said to him, Su-yun, let me tell you something. What is it? My family has been pushing me to go on a blind date this recently. Sumu explained. This time, all of them had made an appointment, so I couldn't put it off. So I could only go and meet them. Oh, what does that mean? Sumu asked. I went on a blind date and this is your attitude? You're not jealous? You're just going on a blind date. You're not going to sleep with someone else. Su-yun laughed. I don't have such a small heart, so don't worry and go boldly. There's no need to tell me specifically. So, do you have something to do the day after tomorrow? Accompany me there. Pretend to be my boyfriend, and just send the other person away. The day after tomorrow? Su-yun froze, then replied, unfortunately, I really have something to do the day after tomorrow, so I can't go. It's more tempting to take an overnight trip to a lonely island than to go and ruin something as trivial as a blind date. Don't go and forget it. Sumu glared at him with dissatisfaction. It's you who doesn't go. If someone else is more handsome than you, I will definitely bring you a green hat. Su-yun, this again? I'm a scaredy cat. In order to comfort Sumu's emotions, Su-yun said, how about this? Bring Jinshu over on the day of your blind date and let her wreak havoc. I'm your woman, not Jinshu's. Sumu said angrily, then turned around and left. Jinshu, go back. Li Jinshu looked at the somewhat angry Sumu, glanced back at Su-yun, and whispered, what did you just do to piss her off? I don't know. Su-yun innocently spread his hands and said, maybe her great aunt is coming in the next few days. Li Jinshu sniffed and said quietly in a comforting manner, it's fine. I'll take care of it for you. How can there be conflict between your own man and your best friend? You must live in harmony. Just like the last time she had messed with Su-yun, Sumu had the same mentality and helped her put in a good word for Su-yun. Yuxian came out after tidying up the kitchen, and seeing that Su-yun was the only one left, she asked, Mr. Su, where are Miss Su and Miss Lee? Go back. Su-yun laughed, come and rest as well, and press my head on the way. Okay. Su-yun lay on the sofa, his head resting on Yuxian's legs, forcing his eyes and enjoying the other party's massage. It's very cozy. Without realizing it, he fell asleep. Yuxian looked at Su-yun, who had fallen asleep, and stopped her hand movements, looking down at every nuance of his face carefully. You can even see the fuzz on your face. It was the first time she had ever watched her partner so closely, not even the last time she had slept, but more passively in service. Su-yun being rich was the next best thing, and he was also really good looking. Honestly, a man like this is definitely most women's dream couple. She used to fantasize about it when she was younger, but the reality of the years had made her recognize the truth. Men who are rich and handsome are not available to ordinary women like them, and most of their partners are also door-to-door existences. When I was studying, my teachers kept saying that there was no class, but the truth is that class has always been there, permeating every part of life. But anyway, it's a good thing that you're lucky to have met a boss who seems to be okay. Rich, but doesn't seem bad. He wasn't his boyfriend, but he could pretend that the other guy was his boyfriend for a short period of time. Some things, then, are not so hard to accept. Su-yun woke up and returned, suddenly opening his eyes. He saw Yuxian looking down at his eyes and laughed. Was he attracted by your boss's handsome face and wanted a kiss? No. Yuxian immediately looked up, a little embarrassed. Su-yun got up and sat up. How long have I been asleep? 2 hours. Yuxian replied. It's already past 11 p.m. It's getting late, so you should go over to bed too. Don't mind me. No need. Yuxian shook her head. I've already sent a message to Ms. Su that I'm staying at your place tonight. Su-yun was curious. What didn't she say? No, just say you know. All right. Su-yun said. You'll sleep in the third bedroom on the left later. Don't you need company? Yuxian asked. Su-yun smiled and asked rhetorically. So do you want to now? I for one don't like to force people to do things they don't like. Su-yun said. You go to sleep. There's a separate bathroom in the room. I can't sleep now. I'll play with my phone for a little while longer before going to sleep. Good. Yuxian got up with a complicated expression and said, good night. boss. Good night. After Yuxian left, Suyun was alone in the living room and swiped Shakeology when he was bored. Li Jinshu suddenly sent him a message. Jinshu, are you doing something bad? Suyun smiled and replied over. Ha, how did you know I was watching a little movie? Jinshu, disgusting, don't look. Jinshu, if you really want to, I can come over later to keep you company. Suyun turned back and listened to the sound of the shower in the room and refused. Yuxian is here. It's inconvenient. Jinshu, alright then, good night. After chatting, Suyun continued to brush his cell phone, perhaps being monitored by big data, and kept pushing big thunderbolts and rubbing videos to him. Asterisk. Don't let anyone sleep anymore. Just as Suyun returned to his room with the intention of going to bed, he pushed the door and was surprised to find that Yuxian had come to his bedroom at some unknown time. She had just gotten out of the shower not long ago. Her hair was a little damp, and there was a faint scent. Wrapped in a silky bath towel, she slowly came before Suyun. Suyun looked at her. Boss, I'm at your service. That's what you said. The other party had taken the initiative like this, so Suyun also stopped talking nonsense and directly hugged and threw himself towards the bed. It's going to be another sleepless night. I had a bit of a delay today and only wrote one 300-word chapter, so I'll try to make it up tomorrow on vacation. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Boss Su decides whether it's good or not. Chapter 116, Boss Su decides whether it's good or not. Suyun woke up only after the morning sun had risen, and Yuxian, who was beside him, was long gone. Putting on a shirt, he went to the living room and found the other man doing his hygiene. Are you physically able? Suyun, however, was all too aware of the intensity of last night, and if he had been replaced by Li Jinshu, he would probably still be lying in bed resting right now. It's fine, as long as the steps don't get any bigger. Yuxian also wanted to have a good rest, but her status as a housekeeper was also similar to a high-level private nanny. The boss can sleep in, but she can't. She had to get up and clean up the house, and she had to fix lunch for her boss. Suyun walked over and said with a smile, alright, take a break. What kind of person squeezes an employee like this? Today counts as you taking a sick leave and won't have your wages deducted. Yuxian sniffed and blushed. Last night Suyun did make her a bit overwhelmed, but it also made her feel peak pleasure like she had never felt before. So much so that she wondered if her boss had taken his medication ahead of time to get into the bedroom. Wait, let's go to the 4S store together. Suyun said, the car I ordered has arrived today. Go and bring it back. By the way, tomorrow is good. Otherwise there are no cars to drive. He bought 2 cars, a Porsche to Ning Qian. A Bentley Flying Spur temporarily gave Li Jinshu in the drive. Now on the contrary, he has no car to use. Good thing the Bentley Continental GT I bought for myself arrived. The two of them went out, took a cab to a 2 Michelin-starred restaurant and stopped for a snack that cost a couple $1,000. After that it was straight to the 4S store. The previous sales were waiting at the entrance early in the morning, and were not at all surprised to see Suyun with another strange beauty. After all, rich people pure love is almost nothing. Around every day to change girlfriends. All kinds of beautiful women before and after, like moths to the flame. She greeted her warmly and smiled. Mr. Su, you're here. Where's my car? It has been parked in our garage for you to prevent scratches. The saleswoman replied as she led the two to the 4S store's underground garage. The two had just walked in when a large, handsome, jewel-black Bentley coupe pulled up in front of them in the middle of the road. Elegant and unassuming temperament, excellence in materials, exquisite workmanship. Every detail is leaking irreplaceable qualities. A gentleman in the English tradition with a wild and exuberant heart. 4.0 TV8, 549 horsepower, 100 miles per hour in as little as 4S. The light from the roof of the car reflected on its body, and the paint was as smooth as a mirror. Since the previous Flying Spur went with white, he went with black with red interior for this GT. 1 black and 100. It goes well together. Yuxian stood behind Suyun, and the moment she saw the car, her eyes were involuntarily drawn to it. Women, by nature, have no resistance to this most beautiful coupe luxury car. It's not so much a love affair as it is an instinctive human reaction, including Suyun. At this moment, looking at his favorite car, he was also a bit fond of it. The saleswoman stepped forward and respectfully handed the key to Suyun and said, Mr. Su, its first startup will be yours. You can now drive it to our customer delivery area and then after inspecting the car, if there are no issues, we can proceed with the limo ceremony. Good. Suyun took the key, put it into his pocket, and walked towards his car. Nowadays it's all keyless start. You don't even need to press it anymore. It senses automatically. The saleswoman quickened her pace and helped open the car door ahead of time. Thanks. Suyun enjoyed the other party's service, and after sitting in, He ignited the fire with a single click. Boom boom. As the gas pedal was pressed down, the sound waves instantly resounded through the ground car, creating a burst of echoes. He released the brakes and the car drove quickly toward the outside. He wasn't worried about grasping the momentum because of the professional-grade racing skills rewarded by the system. The saleswoman and Yu Xian chased after them all the way to the delivery area and parked. Two somewhat panting and unknowing breasts quivering slightly was a nice sight. Su-yun got down from the car and circled around the body. There were no very obvious scratches or defects. No problem. Hand over the car, Su-yun said, then walked to the rest area on one side and waited. Okay, Mr. Su, the saleswoman answered, then called for the staff to start setting up the scene for the limousine ceremony. Some flowers and balloons, which had been used countless times, began to be placed one after another on both days of the car, crowding the valuable coupe. She herself went to the rest area and made Su-yun and Yu Xian a cup of Starbucks over. However, Yu Xian didn't sit and kept standing beside Su-yun. This made the saleswoman get a little curious. It looked like the relationship between the two was less like a couple and more like an upper and lower class relationship. Moments later, the delivery ceremony was set up. The staff asked Su-yun to stand next to the car with a bouquet of flowers in his hand, take a few pictures, and then put 2 ceremonial flower tubes, and it was done. However, Su-yun felt that this was a bit silly, so he let Yu Xian go through this handover ceremony instead. Next, after all the delivery procedures, the car officially belonged to Su-yun's private property. On the way out, the saleswoman asked once more if he had received the invitation and reminded him not to forget the time and place. On the way back, the car was driven by Yu Xian, with Su-yun sitting in the passenger seat, only because before leaving, Su-yun asked, "Can you drive?" "Yes, I will. I've been driving for 6 years and will be renewing my license this year." Su-yun heard, "Old driver. Great. Then you drive. I'll sit in the passenger seat." And so the car's first time on the road in the true sense of the word was broken by Yu Xian. Since it was a luxury car and basically hadn't been driven much, she drove extra carefully. Other car owners on the road when they bumped into this brand new coupe, but also subconsciously avoided far away, for fear of rubbing. Bumping cannot afford to pay. Originally, according to the plan, the two of them were to go to the company's construction site to take a look before sending Su-yun to the fitness center to work out. But midway through, Su-yun received a call from Kai Shi-wei. She said Jiang Peiyao's foreclosure was done. The house was originally on the market for about $2 million, and now we got it for only $1.5 million, buying it from the court for a quarter of the below market price. Now all that's needed is for him to go over there and sign the paperwork and get his real estate license after he completes the paperwork. Don't look at Su-yun's purchase as if it was casual and simple, but the fact is that a good thing like foreclosure is not something that anyone can easily buy from the court. Without acquaintances and without channels, there is no chance at all. So halfway through the trip the two had to go to the bank first. Kai Shi-wei looked at another brand new Bentley coupe and secretly smacked her lips in her heart. Rich people are so capricious. Is he trying to get the Bentley line together? Sedan, coupe. Now all that's missing is a Timberland SUV, right? He also noticed the woman beside Su-yun, Yu Xian. With her professional eye, she could tell at a glance that Yu Xian was a professional woman who had gone into the service industry, and her nature was probably similar to hers. She was not afraid of anything else. She was afraid that the other party was related to financial management, and then her position would be in jeopardy. Kai Shi-wei asked tentatively, "Mr. Su, what's the name of this beautiful woman beside you?" "My name is Yu Xian." Yu Xian took the initiative to introduce herself. "I'm Mr. Su's personal secretary. Hello Ms. Yu." As soon as Jian Shi-wei heard that the other party was Su-yun's personal secretary, the sense of crisis in her heart was gone. She laughed. To be able to become Mr. Su's personal secretary, I believe that Miss Yu's ability is really impressive. Regardless of her abilities, it's always right to compliment her first. "Very nice indeed." Su-yun followed on the side and complimented. "Manager Kai, you don't know. She's the one I spent a high salary to poach back from Shanghai. In charge of all my daily affairs. Sort of my big housekeeper." "So it is." Kai Shi-wei's attitude became more amiable than before. She politely said, "Ms. Yu can be able to later on in the work we need to often contact. If there is something not doing well, please bear with me." How could Yu Xian, a hotel housekeeper, be compared to a financial manager of a bank? Kai Shi-wei's ability to have such an attitude now was all thanks to Su-yun's words just now, which had hardened his identity and status. Give yourself face and dignity in front of outsiders. No, wrap each other up. Yu Xian glanced at her boss with gratitude, then politely replied, "I'm also in the middle of learning, and I hope that in the future, I can cooperate with Manager Kai to jointly serve my boss well." Yes, Ms. Yu. You've gotten to know each other today, so you'll leave each other away later. Soo-yeon smiled and said, Manager Kai, in the future, you can contact Yuxian directly if you need anything. There are some things she can decide. Okay, Mr. Sue. After the two of them recognized each other and were introduced, Kai Shi-wei began to handle the house for Soo-yeon. Because Soo-yeon didn't care much, so the whole thing was entrusted to Kai Shi-wei. Regarding Kai Shi-wei's ability to do things, Soo-yeon appreciated it. So this time, after buying Jiang Peiyao's house at a lower than market price, he still had something to show for it, and took the initiative to propose that he wanted to buy some more reliable financial products afterward, hoping that the other party would be able to introduce a few of them. Kai Shi-wei was overjoyed when he heard this. The tree you planted is finally going to start bearing fruit. Kai Shi smiled and asked, I wonder, Mr. Sue, how much of it do you plan to buy? Because different capitals compare different financial products. Manager Kai, I personally don't know anything about financial products. Soo-yeon said, I'll just hand you $5 million directly. Look after it yourself and buy it for me. Whatever you think is good. Ha? Kai Shi-wei was surprised. Give it to me? Mr. Sue, aren't you afraid that I'll give it to you at a loss? To be honest, I never buy financial products. But for you, Manager Kai, I'm willing to try once. Although I haven't been in contact with Manager Kai for a long time, I still appreciate Manager Kai's ability. So I'm taking $5 million out to test Manager Kai's business ability. Soo-yeon said indifferently, if Manager Kai can satisfy me, there may be more funds for you to take care of in the future. Of course, if you fail, this amount of money is nothing to me. It's just like testing the waters. But Manager Kai shouldn't talk to me about buying any financial products in the future. Mr. Sue, thank you for your trust. Kai Shi-wei was a little moody and said, I will definitely not fail you. What she was excited about was not the $5 million, but Soo-yeon's sentence. There will be more funds for you to take care of in the future. How much more? Right now. All she knew was that Soo-yeon's account in their bank already had a deposit of over $2 million. She looked it up, and it took him less than a month to go from having over $1 million in the bank to being a high-end customer of the bank, and now $2 million. That is to say, he less than a month. The other side has remitted in more than $1 million one after another. And from the information that arrived, the other party seems to be an overseas private equity organization. In other words, Soo-yeon's identity was most likely that of a rich young man from an overseas private equity fund. If one can gain the trust of a private equity rich young man, one can say that one can take off directly in place. A bank finance manager like her has two paths ahead of her, either to become a branch president or a manager of some family's money. Kai Shi-wei was very capable, but in this financial system, there were many people more capable than her. Not to mention that in the banking line, it's not like the more competence in business you have, the higher up you go. When you come out, you still have a background. Coming from an ordinary family, it's very, very difficult for her to stay up in seniority to become a banker, unless she meets a nobleman. The actual fate of those of them is that most of them stay put for the rest of their lives, and some of them are tapped to be family asset managers, responsible for helping others with the family investment funds. Can she not be excited now that such a great opportunity has presented itself? For Soo-yeon, $5 million is for himself to play around and test his business skills, but for Kai Shi-wei, it was more like a test that Soo-yeon had given himself. The test question is $5 million. If he himself could finally deliver a satisfactory answer to the other party, the relationship and trust between the two would become deeper, and he might actually become his asset manager in the future. If it fails, the relationship between the two is expected to remain forever that of a bank finance manager and Mr. Sue. But the truth was that Soo-yeon hadn't thought about it that much. When he took $5 million out, he was really just testing the waters for Kai Shi-wei. It's certainly nice to earn it. A loss, like he said, it didn't matter, and it would also keep Kai Shi-wei's mouth shut so that he wouldn't have to annoy himself by selling himself financial products in the future. As for what more funds to the other party to manage in the future, it is a pie he casually draws. Its purpose is to want the other party to spend money with a little heart. Even though your own money isn't money, it's still best to make it, and who wants to lose it? So in the end, after the paperwork for the house, the two of them then moved on to the matter of financial products. Kai Shi-wei, as Soo-yeon's principal, enjoys the right to buy and sell bank financial products up to $5 million on the account. Yuxian stood to the side the entire time, not saying a word, following Soo-yeon around. She felt as if money wasn't money, it was just a number. At first it was in Shanghai, where hundreds of thousands of bounties were said to be swiped and millions of dollars of watches were said to be bought. Dinner the night before last, $5 million of investment, said the investment does not care at all. Now too, $5 million said to give it to someone else as casually as if it were $5. In less than a week's time, She had seen Suyun use out close to $15 million. Yu Xian didn't know, nor was she clear about Suyun's worth. But as a hotel housekeeper, she served a lot of rich people, even those worth over $100 million. They were all rich, but none of them spent it as casually as Suyun did, as if money wasn't money. She had been a little worried about her future before. Now look, you made the right choice. One seems to have really gotten on the wrong side of a very powerful fight. After finishing the bank, on the way back, it was still Yu Xian who drove the car, with Suyun sitting in the passenger seat. Not long after, he received a message from Zhang Peiyao. Suyun, my house has been auctioned by the court. Suyun sat in the passenger seat, looking at his cell phone messages, and did not tell the other party about his purchase of the house. He comforted, "It's okay, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Take care of your brother's illness without worry. I'll take care of everything." Zhang Peiyao, aha, not for a while. Another message from Zhang Peiyao. Suyun, I kind of miss you. Looking at the message sent by the other party again, Suyun read it and did not reply back. If there wasn't a carpool tomorrow, maybe he'd just fly over on a whim and solve the other guy's acrimony. But certainly not now. Suyun frowned as he thought about tomorrow's car club and looked at the body plate Yu Xian's clothes. He said, "Let's go to the River Business Mall and do some shopping." Good. Under Suyun's command, the two of them arrived at the Jiangshan Mall. He hadn't even shopped here for a long time since Ning Qian resigned from the store. For one thing, his excitement about luxury was over and he didn't miss it or care. Secondly, he knew through Ning Qian that in fact, all these clothes hanging in the store to buy were clothes left over from other people's choices. These top luxury items are not even put up for sale, and as soon as the goods arrive they are pushed to the store's regular customers, the really rich people who spend millions a year in the store. They have separate VIP rooms, so you have to get new seasonal pieces, come in and just hang them in, and then wait for rich people to come to the store and shop for them. Or maybe they just deliver it to the person's door and let them choose, and they choose their clothes, not so much on a hanger, but with a special model wearing those clothes, standing in front of them, so they can see the upper body effect. Suyun realized how much of a clown he was when he heard Ning Qian say so at that time. I thought I was buying hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in one breath at the time was great. But it turns out I didn't even deserve to get in the door. Those saleswomen also really acted well and made themselves seem like they really felt like VIPs. Regarding this matter, Ning Qian explained it to him at that time, said he was buying clothes show strength, is indeed to be higher than the average buying customers, as long as continue to buy a few more times, can also become their store into the door of the high-end customers. Ning Qian bluntly said that the reason why she wanted to add Suyun's WeChat at that time was based on this reasoning, thinking that he belonged to the level of the door's honored guests. So this time when he came to the mall and walked into the LV store, he had the experience to not say what clothes he chose once he entered. Learning from when he bought a watch in Shanghai, he once again brought out his thuggish demeanor. Because, according to the rules, he or she hadn't even risen to the level where they could enter the door to pick out a dress right now. It all has to be painted on slowly, just like Patek Philippe. Although everyone is a VIP, there are levels of VIPs. So in the face of the enthusiastic shopper, Suyun took Yu Xian and said bluntly, "Go to me to take a look in the inner room. I'm in a hurry. Don't introduce me to these goods that are hanging outside and outdated. I want to see the latest pieces of your season." The guide froze. She had the same reaction as the sales dude at Patek Philippe back in the day. A little confused. The other party can directly say to go out to the inner room to look at a single product, is obviously an old customer, even if it is not their own store customers. Certainly other boutiques of large customers. She couldn't afford to offend such a client. So she went and reported it to the store manager. The store manager came over and saw the watch on Suyun's wrist at a glance, roughly guessing that the other party was not expected to be an ordinary rich man. So sometimes the thing about watches is that you don't just wear them because you like them. Rather, you go out with it and it's like an ancient waistband that speaks for you. Can those who let the knowledge of the people, a glance to know your approximate strength, do not have to go through too much explanation, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. But she basically knew all of Jiang Cheng's big customers in their store, and didn't remember such a person. Is it another rich young man from outside? It's not like this hasn't happened before, and it's occasionally encountered. As an industry that serves the rich, the store manager is careful to treat them with an attitude of not offending them, and some of the rules can be flexible as long as the other party can afford them. She politely said, "This way, sir." A large door opened and the store manager led the two inside. It turns out that there is also an inner store in the store, about 40 square feet, decorated like a villa living room, with style and opulence. There were clothes hanging here and there on hangers, all in styles not available outside. There's only one of each. It's such a single item, but the price is not cheap. Yu Xian casually looked at the price of a dress around her, which was for 130. $000. Soo-yun sat down on the sofa and sipped before brewing a cup of coffee. A few moments later, the store manager had people hang all of the single clothes that had only arrived in the season on a long hanger and pushed them over on a cart to display them in front of Soo-yun. Mr. Soo, see which one you like? The store manager bowed and smiled. If you have a favorite, I can have one of the store's models wear it to show you the effect. Good. Soo-yun turned to Yu-shian by his side and asked, pick it out. Which one do you like? Boss, it's too expensive. Yu-shian had thought that it was Soo-yun himself who wanted to buy it, but it turned out that he was actually buying it for his own. She moved a little and said, you'd better buy it yourself. I'm not fit. You're supposed to accompany me to the party tomorrow. Soo-yun laughed. Look at you in this. You don't want me to lose face then, do you? This. Yu-shian's face reddened. These clothes on myself do look cheap compared to the clothes here. Don't dawdle. Go ahead and choose. Soo-yun reminded. Remember, you're only allowed to choose what looks good, and you're not allowed to look at the price. I know. Soon. Yu-shian picked a set of clothes from it. Since she knew it was outdoors, she picked out one of those dresses with a more convenient heartbeat. Yu-shian didn't let the store's model wear it either, but instead tried it on herself directly, and then after the store clerk matched her with some more jewelry, she stood directly in front of Soo-yun for him to see. Whether it's good or not, Boss Soo says so. And Yu-shian, who was wearing a low-cut strapless gown, made Soo-yun's eyes light up. Originally, she only had an 8 out of 10 for beauty and temperament, but now because of the addition of this outfit, it went straight up to a 9 out of 10. Mud. Expensive is expensive for a reason. Doesn't this look better than those dresses out there? The key is not to be afraid of clashing, but there are flaws in beauty. Soo-yun sized up Yu-shian and muttered to himself, the waist of this dress of hers seems to be a little bit not quite right. If only it could be a little bit smaller. That's okay, gotta. The store manager sniffed and immediately explained with a smile. I'll immediately have someone arranged to take Miss Yu's measurements, and send them to your mansion after the alterations are made. Good. Soo-yun's surface was a calm stroke of calmness, unperturbed, but in fact, he couldn't help but storm out in his heart at the moment. And this can be resized? He kind of grew up. It turns out that this is the routine operation and the VIP service that rich people should enjoy when they come to buy clothes. P.S. Happy June 1st to all on the first day of June. End of chapter. Chapter 117, what a 3-day fight. Chapter 118, one is a good wife and mother, and one must listen to the words of one's lover's husband. It was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when Soo-yun returned home. He stood in his own doorway for a few seconds, gave up on going in, and instead went straight to the next house, then tried to enter the password. Successfully unlocked. Soo-yun went in by the faint light of his cell phone screen. It was dark inside and everyone was asleep. The first time he did something like this, his heart was beating a little fast, but he made light work of it and arrived at Lee Jinshu's bedroom door. Reaching out, he twisted the doorknob. Soo-yun didn't open it, it was locked. Go back, or go on. He hesitated for 3 seconds, then used his cell phone to send a message to Lee Jinshu and dialed the phone ringing twice before hanging up. Inside the house, Lee Jinshu had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by a phone call. She was about to scold whoever was making harassing calls in the middle of the night, but suddenly that saw Soo-yun's name. Soo-yun called himself? Immediately afterward, she saw another unread message from Soo-yun. Open the door. Lee Jinshu? Puzzled, she tweets. Which door? Soo-yun, your bedroom door. Lee Jinshu. She froze, got up and carefully made her way to the bedroom door and pressed the unlock button. Outside the door, Soo-yun heard the sound of unlocking and quickly twisted it with his own hands. The door opened instantly. He pushed open a crack and dodged right in, then quickly closed the door. With the faint light in the darkness, Lee Jinshu was still a bit confused as he looked at Soo-yun, who had suddenly appeared in his room. How did you get in here? You control me. Soo-yun shouldered her and reached out to smack her on the buttocks, saying, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Lee Jinshu. There were people in both bedrooms, and she was right in the middle. Lee Jin wrote in pain at Soo-yun's sudden punishment, but did not dare to make a single sound. And Soo-yun was even more outrageous, actually forcing her to call her father. It's so humiliating. Every time she opened her mouth, she had some control over her voice, and several times she screamed so loudly that she didn't know if the people on either side of the next door had heard her. Stayed up all night, 7 times. When it was about to dawn, Soo-yun left quietly with a satisfied heart. Lee Jinshu lay on the bed, exhausted. But with the experience and lessons learned from the previous time, this time, she was much better. At least she had no problem getting out of bed. She just couldn't take any bigger steps. Getting up the next morning, Lee Jinshu was the last one to get up. Sumu watched her walk while breaking her foot and wondered, what's wrong with you again? Get up and accidentally split again. Lee Jinshu said. Sumu, well, It's fine. After half a day. Why are you always doing the splits these days? Sumu couldn't help but laugh. What? You want to practice one horse? Geez, don't make fun of me, Li Jinshu said. I'm still in pain. By the way, were you talking in your sleep last night? Sumu asked. I think I heard you call out for your dad a few times, and it was pretty loud. Just kind of weird. Like you were getting hit. Yeah, I think I heard that too. Yu Xian came out of the kitchen, carrying the finished breakfast and said, I thought I had misheard. Huh? Li Jinshu had a red face and said somewhat sheepishly, I guess I had a nightmare. Last night I dreamt that my dad spanked my ass. It hurt. So it is. Sumu laughed. I've lived with you for so long, and it's the first time I've heard you talk so loudly in your sleep. Sorry for the noise. Li Jinshu immediately changed the topic and said, Su, didn't you say you want to go on a blind date today? Unfortunately I won't be able to accompany you now that I'm not as mobile as I'd like to be. It's okay, I can do it alone. Sumu replied. I guess I'll be leaving later. It's Yu Xian. When are you leaving? I don't know. Waiting for the boss. He's not up yet. He's back? Well, I went over there this morning to check and it looks like it's back. Sleeping. Probably tossed and turned and stayed up all night again. It's been hard on him. Sumu said meaningfully. That female coach will probably have to take the day off as well. Ahem. Li Jinshu, who was drinking water, choked at once. Su, it's me he's tossing around, not the female coach. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ringing. Yu Xian got up and walked over to open the door, only to see the sales clerk in LV overalls standing at the door. Hello MS. You, the size of your dress has been changed. Take a look. If there's nothing wrong, we'll leave first. Well, why don't you guys go in first, and I'll try. Yu Xian invited the two of them inside, and after greeting Sumu and Li Jinshu, she went to her room to change her clothes. Within moments, she came out in a dress that had been altered for her. Everything is just right. Li Jinshu and Sumu were both a bit stunned when they saw it. Yu Xian herself was satisfied. She smiled and said, very well, no problem. Hard work you guys. Okay MS. You, happy to serve you. After the two shoppers finished speaking, they turned around and left. Li Jinshu turned to Yu Xian and queried, LV can still make house calls? Seems like it could. Yu Xian said, this is also the first time I know about it. These luxury stores, for premium VIP clients, have this kind of service. Sumu was a bit clearer. She asked, this should be a seasonal item from their store, right? Aha. How much is it? Yu Xian replied, I'm not sure about the exact price. I didn't ask. Anyway, together with the bag that I got back yesterday, it cost a total of 320,000. How much? Li Jinshu was surprised. You said a dress plus a bag cost $320,000? Aha. No, Yu Xian, you're hiding deep enough. Li Jinshu sniffed and said enviously, you're actually so rich. Rich woman I didn't buy it. Yu Xian said with some embarrassment, it's me who's accompanying my boss to a party today, and he said my original one wasn't very good, so he took me to buy it yesterday. Li Jinshu, Su Yun bought it. Actually Su Yun bought it for her. Just because she's going to accompany him to some party, she buys her such a top-notch extravagance? What does that make you? He was tossing and turning all night last night. He's calling for his dad. Depressed, she sat down on the couch and went straight to silence. Dog Su Yun, just knows how to bully me, Li Jinshu said enviously. Yu Xian, Su Yun is too good for you too. This is not a secretary. A girlfriend is nothing more than that. Jinshu, don't be envious either. Sumu laughed and said, you forget that you can now drive someone else's multi-million-dollar Bentley Louisiana Air. Li Jinshu, Su seemed to have a point, and in that comparison, it seemed like he was still treating himself better. However, that had to be returned to Su Yun after all. Could he or she be really brazen and keep driving? I just drive down these days too, Li Jinshu said with some reluctance. He's going to a party today, and I definitely need to return this car to him. It's not necessary. Yu Xian said, the boss brought back another new car yesterday. He has a car to drive. He bought another car? Li Jinshu was surprised. What kind of car? How much money does it burn? It's still a Bentley. This time in black. The coupe's two-door version of the Continental GT. Yu Xian replied. From what the boss said, it seems to be more than 3 million as well. Li Jinshu. Sumu also frowned. Does he really have more money than he can spend? What's the point of buying so many cars? A Porsche, a flying spur Bentley, and now with the addition of a Continental GT, he's bought 3 in less than a month. Sumu suddenly made a mental calculation. Just how much money did he use in that short month? Small money doesn't count. Just count the big stuff. A house for over $6 million. 3 cars for over $8 million. a company for $5 million, and a watch for over $3 million. The rest of the mess adds up to over $1 million used at least. Altogether, he spent close to $7 million. There's so much she knows, and what she doesn't. Hell knows how much he spent. This illustrates another point. How much money did Soo-yoon make in the foreign capital market during this period of time? To be able to spend like this, to dare to spend like this, at least in Soo-moo's concept, or social circle, she couldn't imagine it and hadn't been exposed to it. Her family was rich, but that was compared to ordinary people. In her cognizance, perhaps only those giant families, bigwigs worth billions and billions of dollars could spend so recklessly. Right now Soo-yoon was giving her such a feeling. Previously, she had felt that she had a small advantage in front of Soo-yoon. But in recent times, as her consumerism towards Soo-yoon deepened, she had completely lost her self-confidence. The moment a person is not confident, they have a sense of crisis, or insecurity. This was why she had recently been concerned and unhappy about Soo-yoon ignoring her blind date, because she felt that it could be that Soo-yoon did not care about herself at all. Himself is dispensable to him. She could not care less about this relationship between the two, but she would care that she was being ignored. She could become Soo-yoon's underground lover and secretly communicate every day, but at least the two had feelings for each other. Instead of treating Soo-yoon as a human toy and giving him a bed partner just to fulfill each other's physical needs. For women, it's always sensual physical. Soo-moo asked, Yu Xian, what kind of person do you think your boss is? I don't know. Yu Xian paused and then continued, but he must not be a bad person. He won't just bully people just because he's rich. Sue, why do you ask? Lee Jinshu asked. Do you think you can't see through Soo-yoon? I don't think I can see through it either. No, just curious to ask random questions. Soo-moo laughed. Well, my time is almost up. I'm going out on a blind date. Wish me well. Aha. Lee Jinshu laughed. I wish you success with your horse and to meet a Prince Charming, rich and handsome. She truly hoped that Soo-moo's blind date was successful so that she wouldn't have to worry about her stealing Soo-yoon from herself in the future. Although it's still an underground lover relationship, but who doesn't have a heart to be the main house? Soo-yoon got up and washed up, and just as he opened the door to get ready to come over, he bumped into Soo-moo, who had also opened the door to come out and prepare to go on a blind date. In the corridor, when the two met, Soo-yoon smiled and asked, What for? Blind date. Soo-moo didn't have the good sense to say, What? Are you going to accompany me? Not going, but that's an ugly outfit you're wearing. Soo-yoon skimmed his lips and said, Or else, lest you be disliked. You're the only one who resents me. Soo-moo deliberately said, If I don't go, do I really expect that you will support me for the rest of my life? It's not like I can't if you want to. Soo-moo. She was silent for a few seconds and said, I can't not go this time. My family has given me a death order, so I still have to go and deal with it. First things first. Soo-yoon said, I can't even eat rice if I only see one side. Afraid I'll really cuckold you? Soo-moo felt a little cared for and was in a better mood. Smiling, then you still won't accompany me. Is your heart really that big? I have confidence in myself. After all, the ones who are better looking than me don't have as much money as me. And the ones who have more money than me aren't as good looking as me. Shameless. Soo-moo reached out to straighten the pleats on his clothes for him and urged, Keep a low profile at the party. After all, the people who can go are probably not ordinary at home. Don't just offend anyone. So concerned about me. What? Not mad at me anymore? If I was mad at you, I'd probably be mad at you already. Soo-moo didn't have the good sense to say. All day long, when there's a home to go to and someone to accompany, he likes to fool around in other women's beds. Soo-yoon. Okay, I'm outta here. Okay, be careful on the road and watch out for perverts. You're the one I should be most aware of. You big pervert. Soo-moo glared at him in shame and anger, then took the elevator and left. Soo-yoon skimmed his mouth. The current Soo-moo was becoming more and more of a small woman in front of himself. He hummed as he walked into Soo-moo's house. When Lee Jinshu looked at him, she remembered the incident of not bringing herself to the party and deliberately ignored him. Yu Xian took the initiative to call out, Boss, you're awake? Aha. Soo-yoon looked at Yu Xian, who was wearing new clothes, and laughed. You look a bit better in this outfit again than yesterday. Yu Xian blushed and didn't answer. Soo-yoon asked, Is there any food left? Help me go cook a bowl of noodles. I'm a bit hungry. Okay boss, I'll get it. After dismissing Yu Xian, Soo-yoon walked over to the sofa again. He sat next to Lee Jinshu and asked, Early in the morning, you want to be beaten again? Why didn't you take me with you when you went to the party? That's all there is to it. Ha? Soo-yoon laughed. Even if I wanted to take you now, would you be able to walk? You must have done it on purpose. Lee Jinshu blushed and whispered, You deliberately tossed me around like that last night so that I couldn't get out of the house. That's not because of your own lack of strength. Suyun said. Alright, don't be a stinker. Last night you encouraged Chen Xin to harass me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshu thought that Suyun was going to get angry again. She just wanted to explain. But Suyun interrupted. It's fine. Call me directly if you want to find me in the future. Don't go hitting on that stupid woman Chen Xin. Oh, Li Jinshu nodded. Between the two of them chatting, Yu Xian cooked a bowl of noodles and brought it over. Sumu followed the address sent from home to a cafe. She walked in and scanned the room. It's a nice, more elegant environment, more suitable for couples to date. In the window seat, a man in a suit was turning his back on her. That should be him. Sumu adjusted her emotions, then walked over and sat down on the other side, asking, Are you Qiao Yuanshan? The middle-aged man looked at the Sumu in front of him and was somewhat odd. I didn't realize that in real life, it was better looking and more elegant than in the photos. Originally, before he came, he actually wasn't too happy with the other party in his heart, because the other person is, after all, a second marriage, entirely for the sake of the other family's fortune. His own company is now entering a bottleneck, and if he can get some help from the other dad, he can get a better chance to grow. Coupled with the assurance of the other party's cousin, his friend Gu Heng, he agreed to this blind date. The good thing is, the other person didn't disappoint and exceeded expectations by a lot. At today's sight, he was truly satisfied with Sumu. If she hadn't said anything, it would have been impossible to tell she was a married woman with that body and that skin. Yes, you're Sumu. Nice to meet you. He got up and smiled and asked, Look, what would you like to drink? I didn't know what you liked to drink so I didn't order it. I'll order it later when you get here. Whatever, anything. Waiter, a latte, please. After Qiao Yuanshan finished ordering, he sat down and took the initiative to open up the topic. To be honest, I didn't think you'd be this good looking before I came here, making me a little embarrassed now. If I was really good looking, I wouldn't be frowned upon. Sumu directly dropped the bomb and said, I've actually been divorced once. Knew it. Xiao Yuanshan laughed unconcernedly. Your approximate information auntie told me in advance. I'm a person who doesn't care about this. After all, everyone encounters people who are not as good as they want to be. I've met a lovesick woman before and had a failed marriage as well. So I think, as long as we both get along, we don't need to care about the past and just live the life we have to live in the future. You, of all people, are quite thoughtful. Having been through a lot, I've seen less of these things. Xiao Yuanshan sighed and said, Ms. Su, you probably aren't clear about my basic situation, so let me introduce you first. I'm 35 years old and currently own my own business which is doing well. Now there's a 320 square foot house in Tulip, and I just bought a car, and it wasn't expensive. A $3 million Bentley. Mr. Joe is so young and talented. Sumu listened to the other party's self-confident style of introduction, and cupped along. Starting a business from nothing, and to be this successful at the age of 35, you're really amazing. No, Xiao Yuanshan humbly said, I've just been lucky these past few years and made some money. It's just that I'm curious why you'd want a second marriage when you're so successful. Sumu was puzzled. With a condition like yours, there should be a lot of women younger and prettier than me around who want to pounce on you, right? Indeed, Xiao Yuanshan said with some pride, but I'm a person who can't look at those vain gold-digging women. I just want to find a strong career woman who can be as good as I am, who can progress together, who can fight together, who has something in common. Then I guess it's not for you. Sumu said, I haven't even worked for a long time now. I've been idle all the time, and I don't think my ability is good either. I'm a bit unworthy of you. That's not a problem, Xiao Yuanshan said. As long as we understand each other and are suitable and together, I can open a branch for you and give you another part of my business to work out. You're not afraid I'll give you a loss, are you? It's okay, business is business. There are losses and wins. Xiao Yuanshan laughed generously. More than that, when the time comes, I'll give you a startup amount of 5 million. Feel free to play. 5 million. Sumu. She recalled that the company Suyun managed for himself had a startup capital of $5 million. When you compare it to that, it seems like 5 million, which isn't a lot of money. It was really true that after being around Suyun for a long time, it felt like money wasn't even money anymore. Well, I probably understand you. Sumu asked, what do you want to ask me? What kind of men do you like? Good looking and rich. Sumu laughed. After all, I'm usually used to spending a lot of money, and I'm also a face control. When Xiao Yuanshan heard this, he felt as if he still fit. What about character? Thinking about Suyun's character, Sumu said, he is more serious in his work, but he usually speaks with humor, and he has emotional intelligence when getting along with people, and he is still a great person. Why do I get the feeling you're mirroring me? Xiao Yuanshan laughed. I feel as if I fit all of what you said. Sumu. I actually ran into a guy who was even more shameless than Soo-yoon. Rich, he barely counts. But handsome, where is he? Not as good as 1/10 of Soo-yoon. Okay. In order to cope with the task of her father at home, Sumu began to have a chat with the other party, hoping to end this blind date earlier. At the end of the conversation, Xia Yuanshan looked at the point in time and invited Sumu for lunch, but Sumu found a reason to give a refusal. Before coming out, Soo-yoon had told her that she was not allowed to eat with the other party. You are a good wife and mother, and you have to listen to your lover's husband. Xia Yuanshan was a bit surprised to be rejected when he saw that the two were chatting quite well. He just assumed that the other party really had something to do at noon, and then went on to ask, Ms. Sue, do you have anything to do in the afternoon? What's wrong? Bentley's having a car meet this afternoon, and the invitation says you can bring a female companion to it, so I guess everyone's got one but me. Xia Yuanshan invited. I wonder, Miss Sue, would you like to have the honor of accompanying me for a moment? Bentley's car club? Xiao Yuanshan said. It should be good. Sumu suddenly remembered Soo-yoon's party this afternoon. It seemed to be the same party, right? Didn't we say we'd be gone all day and night? This Xiao Yuanshan purposely didn't say this information because he wanted to trick himself into spending a day and night with him and after he went over, right? That's a really good play. But, Sumu couldn't help but smile happily when she thought of Soo-yoon's face after seeing her expression at the party. If you won't take me, I'll go by myself. Want to party all day and night? Don't even think about it this time. Just stay with me in peace. Ha, yeah, I'll come with you. Sumu came back to her senses and said, I'll go back to change my clothes now, and you can come pick me up in the afternoon. Okay, Xiao Yuanshan happily said, then I'll pick you up in the afternoon on time. It seems she's happy with herself, too. Otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to accompany himself to such a party. For taking down Sumu, Xiao Yuanshan was full of confidence in his heart. After all, he thought about the fact that he could spend a day and a night with the other man on an isolated island. If manipulated well, the relationship can totally take a qualitative leap. Unbeknownst to him, he was just a human ticket for Sumu. He's just a ticket to Sumu. A request for a monthly check? End of chapter. Chapter 118, You are a good wife and mother. The words of your lover's husband should be. Chapter 118 One is a good wife and mother. And one must listen to the words of one's lover's husband. It was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when Soo-yoon returned home. He stood in his own doorway for a few seconds, gave up on going in, and instead went straight to the next house, then tried to enter the password. Successfully unlocked. Soo-yoon went in by the faint light of his cell phone screen. It was dark inside and everyone was asleep. The first time he did something like this, his heart was beating a little fast, but he made light work of it and arrived at Lee Jinshu's bedroom door. Reaching out, he twisted the doorknob. Soo-yoon didn't open it, it was locked. Go back, or go on. He hesitated for 3 seconds, then used his cell phone to send a message to Lee Jinshu and dialed the phone ringing twice before hanging up. Inside the house, Lee Jinshu had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by a phone call. She was about to scold whoever was making harassing calls in the middle of the night, but suddenly that saw Soo-yoon's name. Soo-yoon called himself? Immediately afterward, she saw another unread message from Soo-yoon. Open the door. Lee Jinshu? Puzzled, she tweets. Which door? Soo-yoon, your bedroom door. Lee Jinshu. She froze, got up and carefully made her way to the bedroom door and pressed the unlock button. Outside the door, Soo-yoon heard the sound of unlocking and quickly twisted it with his own hands. The door opened instantly. He pushed open a crack and dodged right in, then quickly closed the door. With the faint light in the darkness, Lee Jinshu was still a bit confused as he looked at Soo-yoon, who had suddenly appeared in his room. How did you get in here? You control me. Soo-yoon shouldered her and reached out to smack her on the buttocks, saying, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Lee Jinshu. There were people in both bedrooms, and she was right in the middle. Lee Jin wrote in pain at Soo-yoon's sudden punishment, but did not dare to make a single sound. And Soo-yoon was even more outrageous, actually forcing her to call her father. It's so humiliating. Every time she opened her mouth, she had some control over her voice, and several times she screamed so loudly that she didn't know if the people on either side of the next door had heard her. Stayed up all night. 7 times. When it was about to dawn, Soo-yoon left quietly with a satisfied heart. Lee Jinshu lay on the bed, exhausted, but with the experience and lessons learned from the previous time, this time, she was much better. At least she had no problem getting out of bed. She just couldn't take any bigger steps. Getting up the next morning, Lee Jinshu was the last one to get up. Sumu watched her walk while breaking her foot and wondered, what's wrong with you again? Get up and accidentally split again. Lee Jinshu said. Sumu, well, it's fine. After half a day. Why are you always doing the splits these days? Sumu couldn't help but laugh. What? You want to practice one horse? Geez, don't make fun of me, Lee Jinshu said. I'm still in pain. By the way, were you talking in your sleep last night? Sumu asked. I think I heard you call out for your dad a few times, and it was pretty loud. Just kind of weird. Like you were getting hit. Yeah, I think I heard that too. Yu Xian came out of the kitchen, carrying the finished breakfast and said, I thought I had misheard. Huh? Li Jinshu had a red face and said somewhat sheepishly, I guess I had a nightmare. Last night I dreamt that my dad spanked my ass. It hurt. So it is. Sumu laughed. I've lived with you for so long, and it's the first time I've heard you talk so loudly in your sleep. Sorry for the noise. Li Jinshu immediately changed the topic and said, Su, didn't you say you want to go on a blind date today? Unfortunately I won't be able to accompany you now that I'm not as mobile as I'd like to be. It's okay, I can do it alone. Sumu replied. I guess I'll be leaving later. It's Yu Xian. When are you leaving? I don't know. Waiting for the boss. He's not up yet. He's back? Well, I went over there this morning to check and it looks like it's back. Sleeping. Probably tossed and turned and stayed up all night again. It's been hard on him. Sumu said meaningfully. That female coach will probably have to take the day off as well. Ahem. Li Jinshu, who was drinking water, choked at once. Su, it's me he's tossing around, not the female coach. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ringing. Yu Xian got up and walked over to open the door, only to see the sales clerk in LV overalls standing at the door. Hello MS. You, the size of your dress has been changed. Take a look. If there's nothing wrong, we'll leave first. Well, why don't you guys go in first, and I'll try. Yu Xian invited the two of them inside, and after greeting Sumu and Li Jinshu, she went to her room to change her clothes. Within moments, she came out in a dress that had been altered for her. Everything is just right. Li Jinshu and Sumu were both a bit stunned when they saw it. Yu Xian herself was satisfied. She smiled and said, very well, no problem. Hard work you guys. Okay MS. You, happy to serve you. After the two shoppers finished speaking, they turned around and left. Li Jinshu turned to Yu Xian and queried, LV can still make house calls? Seems like it could. Yu Xian said, this is also the first time I know about it. These luxury stores, for premium VIP clients, have this kind of service. Sumu was a bit clearer. She asked, this should be a seasonal item from their store, right? Aha. How much is it? Yu Xian replied, I'm not sure about the exact price. I didn't ask. Anyway, together with the bag that I got back yesterday, it cost a total of 320,000. How much? Li Jinshu was surprised. You said a dress plus a bag cost $320,000? Aha. No, Yu Xian, you're hiding deep enough. Li Jinshu sniffed and said enviously, you're actually so rich. Rich woman I didn't buy it. Yu Xian said with some embarrassment, it's me who's accompanying my boss to a party today, and he said my original one wasn't very good, so he took me to buy it yesterday. Li Jinshu, Su Yun bought it. Actually Su Yun bought it for her. Just because she's going to accompany him to some party, she buys her such a top-notch extravagance? What does that make you? He was tossing and turning all night last night. He's calling for his dad. Depressed, she sat down on the couch and went straight to silence. Dog Su Yun, just knows how to bully me, Li Jinshu said enviously. Yu Xian, Su Yun is too good for you too. This is not a secretary. A girlfriend is no better. Jinshu, don't be envious either. Sumu laughed and said, you forget that you can now drive someone else's multi-million-dollar Bentley Louisiana Air. Li Jinshu, Su seemed to have a point, and in that comparison, it seemed like he was still treating himself better. However, that had to be returned to Su Yun after all. Could he or she be really brazen and keep driving? I just drive down these days too, Li Jinshu said with some reluctance. He's going to a party today, and I definitely need to return this car to him. It's not necessary. Yu Xian said, the boss brought back another new car yesterday. He has a car to drive. He bought another car? Li Jinshu was surprised. What kind of car? How much money does it burn? It's still a Bentley. This time in black. The coupe's two-door version of the Continental GT. Yu Xian replied. From what the boss said, it seems to be more than 3 million as well. Li Jinshu. Sumu also frowned. Does he really have more money than he can spend? What's the point of buying so many cars? A Porsche, a flying spur Bentley, and now with the addition of a Continental GT, he's bought 3 in less than a month. Sumu suddenly made a mental calculation. Just how much money has he used in this short month? Small money doesn't count. Just count the big stuff. A house for over $6 million. 3 cars for over $8 million. A company for $5 million. and a watch for over $3 million. The rest of the mess adds up to over $1 million used at least. Altogether, he spent close to $7 million. There's so much she knows, and what she doesn't. Hell knows how much he spent. This illustrates another point. How much money did Soo-yoon make in the foreign capital market during this period of time? To be able to spend like this, to dare to spend like this, at least in Soo-moo's concept, or social circle, she couldn't imagine it and hadn't been exposed to it. Her family was rich, but that was compared to ordinary people. In her cognizance, perhaps only those giant families with bigwigs worth billions and billions of dollars could spend so recklessly. Right now Soo-yoon was giving her such a feeling. Previously, she had felt that she had a small advantage in front of Soo-yoon, but in recent times, as her consumerism towards Soo-yoon deepened, she had completely lost her self-confidence. The moment a person is not confident, they have a sense of crisis, or insecurity. This was why she had recently been concerned and unhappy about Soo-yoon ignoring her blind date, because she felt that it could be that Soo-yoon did not care about herself at all. Himself is dispensable to him. She could not care less about this relationship between the two, but she would care that she was being ignored. She could become Soo-yoon's underground lover and secretly communicate every day, but at least the two had feelings for each other. Instead of treating Soo-yoon as a human toy, giving him a bed partner just to fulfill each other's physical needs. For women, it's always sensual physical. Soo-moo asked, Yu Xian, what kind of person do you think your boss is? I don't know. Yu Xian paused and then continued, but he must not be a bad person. He won't just bully people just because he's rich. Sue, why do you ask? Lee Jinshu asked. Do you think you can't see through Soo-yoon? I don't think I can see through it either. No, just curious and asking random questions. Soo-moo laughed. Well, my time is almost up. I'm going out on a blind date. Wish me well. Aha. Lee Jinshu laughed. I wish you success with your horse and to meet a Prince Charming, rich and handsome. She truly hoped that Soo-moo's blind date was successful so that she wouldn't have to worry about her stealing Soo-yoon from herself in the future. Although it's still an underground lover relationship, but who doesn't have a heart to be the main house? Soo-yoon got up and washed up, and just as he opened the door to get ready to come over, he bumped into Soo-moo, who had also opened the door to come out and prepare to go on a blind date. In the corridor, when the two met, Soo-yoon smiled and asked, What for? Blind date. Soo-moo didn't have the good sense to say, What? Are you going to accompany me? Not going, but that's an ugly outfit you're wearing. Soo-yoon skimmed his lips and said, Or else, lest you be disliked. You're the only one who resents me. Soo-moo deliberately said, If I don't go, do I really expect that you will support me for the rest of my life? It's not like I can't if you want to. Soo-moo. She was silent for a few seconds and said, I can't not go this time. My family has given me a death order, so I still have to go and deal with it. First things first. Soo-yoon said, I can't even eat rice if I only see one side. Afraid I'll really cuckold you? Soo-moo felt a little cared for and was in a better mood. Smiling, then you still won't accompany me. Is your heart really that big? I have confidence in myself. After all, the ones who are better looking than me don't have as much money as me. And the ones who have more money than me aren't as good looking as me. Shameless. Soo-moo reached out to straighten the pleats on his clothes for him and urged, keep a low profile at the party. After all, the people who can go are probably not ordinary in their homes. So don't offend just anyone. So concerned about me. What? Not mad at me anymore? If I was mad at you, I'd probably be mad at you already. Soo-moo didn't have the good sense to say. All day long, when there's a home to go to and someone to accompany, he likes to fool around in other women's beds. Soo-yoon. Okay, I'm outta here. Okay, be careful on the road and watch out for perverts. You're the one I should be most aware of. You big pervert. Soo-moo glared at him in shame and anger, then took the elevator and left. Soo-yoon skimmed his mouth. The current Soo-moo was becoming more and more of a small woman in front of himself. He hummed as he walked into Soo-moo's house. When Lee Jinshu looked at him, she remembered the incident of not bringing herself to the party and deliberately ignored him. Yu Xian took the initiative to call out, Boss, you're awake? Aha. Soo-yoon looked at Yu Xian, who was wearing new clothes, and laughed. You look a bit better in this outfit again than yesterday. Yu Xian blushed and didn't answer. Soo-yoon asked, Is there any food left? Help me go cook a bowl of noodles. I'm a bit hungry. Okay boss, I'll get it. After dismissing Yu Xian, Soo-yoon walked over to the sofa again. He sat next to Lee Jinshu and asked, Early in the morning, you want to be beaten again? Why didn't you take me with you when you went to the party? That's all there is to it. Ha? Soo-yoon laughed. Even if I wanted to take you now, would you be able to walk? You must have done it on purpose. Lee Jinshu blushed and whispered, You deliberately tossed me around like that last night so that I couldn't get out of the house. That's not because of your own lack of strength. Soo-yoon said, Alright, Don't be a stinker. Last night you encouraged Chen Xin to harass me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshu thought that Su Yun was going to get angry again. She just wanted to explain, but Su Yun interrupted. It's fine. Call me directly if you want to find me in the future. Don't go hitting on that stupid woman Chen Xin. Oh, Li Jinshu nodded. Between the two of them chatting, Yu Xian cooked a bowl of noodles and brought it over. Sumu followed the address sent from home to a cafe. She walked in and scanned the room. It's a nice, more elegant environment, more suitable for couples to date. In the window seat, a man in a suit was turning his back on her. That should be him. Sumu adjusted her emotions, then walked over and sat down on the other side, asking, "Are you Qiao Yuanshan?" The middle-aged man looked at the Sumu in front of him and was somewhat awed. I didn't realize that in real life, it was better looking and more elegant than in the photos. Originally, before he came, he actually wasn't too happy with the other party in his heart, because the other person is, after all, a second marriage, entirely for the sake of the other family's fortune. His own company is now entering a bottleneck, and if he can get some help from the other dad, he can get a better chance to grow. Coupled with the assurance of the other party's cousin, his friend Gu Heng, he agreed to this blind date. The good thing is, the other person didn't disappoint and exceeded expectations by a lot. At today's sight, he was truly satisfied with Sumu. If she hadn't said anything, it would have been impossible to tell she was a married woman with that body and that skin. Yes, you're Sumu. Nice to meet you. He got up and smiled and asked, "Look, what would you like to drink?" "I didn't know what you liked to drink so I didn't order it. I'll order it later when you get here." "Whatever. Anything. Waiter, a latte, please." After Qiao Yuanshan finished ordering, he sat down and took the initiative to open up the topic. "To be honest, I didn't think you'd be this good looking before I came here. Making me a little embarrassed now. If I was really good looking, I wouldn't be frowned upon." Sumu directly dropped the bomb and said, "I've actually been divorced once." "Knew it." Xiao Yuanshan laughed unconcernedly. "Your approximate information auntie told me in advance. I'm a person who doesn't care about this. After all, everyone encounters people who are not as good as they want to be. I've met a woman before who was a womanizer and had a failed marriage as well. So I think, as long as we both get along, we don't need to care about the past and just live the life we have to live in the future. You, of all people, are quite thoughtful. Having been through a lot, I've seen less of these things." Xiao Yuanshan sighed and said, "Ms. Su, you probably aren't clear about my basic situation, so I'll introduce you first. I'm 35 years old and currently own my own business which is doing well. Now there's a 320 square foot house in Tulip, and I just bought a car, and it wasn't expensive, a $3 million Bentley. Mr. Joe is so young and talented." Sumu listened to the other party's self-confident style of introduction, and cupped along. "Starting a business from nothing, and to be this successful at the age of 35, you're really amazing." No, Xiao Yuanshan said modestly. "I've just been lucky these past few years and made some money. It's just that I'm curious why you'd want a second marriage when you're so successful." Sumu was puzzled. "With a condition like yours, there should be a lot of women younger and prettier than me around who want to pounce on you, right?" "Indeed," Xiao Yuanshan said with some pride, "but I'm a person who can't look at those vain gold-digging women. I just want to find a strong career woman who can be as good as I am, who can progress together, who can fight together, who has something in common." "Then I guess it's not for you," Sumu said. "I haven't even worked for a long time now. I've been idle all the time, and I don't think my ability is good either. I'm a bit unworthy of you." "That's not a problem," Xiao Yuanshan said. "As long as we understand each other and are suitable and together, I can open a branch for you and give you another part of my business to work out. You're not afraid I'll give you a loss, are you?" "It's okay, business is business. There are losses and wins." Xiao Yuanshan laughed generously. "More than that, when the time comes, I'll give you a start-up amount of 5 million. Feel free to play." 5 million. Sumu. She recalled that the company Su Yun managed for himself had a start-up capital of $5 million. When you compare it to that, it seems like 5 million, which isn't a lot of money. It was really true that after being around Su Yun for a long time, it felt like money wasn't even money anymore. "Well, I probably understand you," Sumu asked. "What do you want to ask me? What kind of men do you like? Good looking and rich?" Sumu laughed. "After all, I'm usually used to spending a lot of money, and I'm also a face control." When Xiao Yuanshan heard this, he felt as if he still fit. "What about character?" Thinking about Su Yun's character, Sumu said, "He is more serious in his work, but he usually speaks with humor, and he has emotional intelligence when getting along with people, and he is still a great person." "Why do I get the feeling you're mirroring me?" Xiao Yuanshan laughed. I feel as if I fit all of what you said. Sumu. I actually ran into a guy who was even more shameless than Soo-yoon. Rich, he barely counts. But handsome, where is he? Not as good as 1/10 of Soo-yoon. Okay. In order to cope with the task of her father at home, Sumu began to have a chat with the other party, hoping to end this blind date earlier. At the end of the conversation, Xiao Yuanshan looked at the point in time and invited Sumu for lunch, but Sumu found a reason to give a refusal. Before coming out, Soo-yoon had told her that she was not allowed to eat with the other party. You are a good wife and mother, and you have to listen to your lover's husband. Xiao Yuanshan was a bit surprised to be rejected when he saw that the two were chatting quite well. He just assumed that the other party really had something to do at noon, and then went on to ask, Ms. Sue, do you have anything to do in the afternoon? What's wrong? Bentley's having a car meet this afternoon, and the invitation says you can bring a female companion to it, so I guess everyone's got one but me. Xiao Yuanshan invited. I wonder, Miss Sue, would you like to have the honor of accompanying me for a moment? Bentley's car club? Xiao Yuanshan said. It should be good. Sumu suddenly remembered Soo-yoon's party this afternoon. It seemed to be the same party, right? Didn't we say we'd be gone all day and night? This Xiao Yuanshan purposely didn't say this information, just to trick himself into going over there and spending a day and night with him right? That's a really good play. But, Sumu couldn't help but smile happily when she thought of Soo-yoon's face after seeing her expression at the party. If you won't take me, I'll go by myself. Want to party all day and night? Don't even think about it this time. Just stay with me in peace. Yeah, I'll come with you. Sumu came back to her senses and said, I'll go back to change my clothes now, and you can come pick me up in the afternoon. Okay, Xiao Yuanshan happily said, then I'll pick you up in the afternoon on time. It seems she's happy with herself, too. Otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to accompany himself to such a party. For taking down Sumu, Xiao Yuanshan was full of confidence in his heart. After all, he thought about the fact that he could spend a day and a night with the other man on an isolated island. If manipulated well, the relationship can totally take a qualitative leap. Unbeknownst to him, he was just a human ticket for Sumu. He's just a ticket to Sumu. A request for a monthly pass? End of chapter. Chapter 119 with me here tonight. You won't get any of them. Chapter 119 with me here tonight. You won't get any of them. Soo-yoon drove his new Continental GT with Yu Xian towards the address on the invitation. Possessing intermediate skills in professional grade racing, he let loose on the highway out of town. It was at this moment that some of its true strength came out. Yu Xian didn't know that her boss was actually a drag racer, and as she sat in the passenger seat, looking at the speedometer that was constantly soaring, her heartbeat was beating faster than even when she was in love. Luckily, Soo-yoon's skills were over the top. Fast, yes, but really steady. Where it would have taken an hour and a half to get to, they only took about an hour to get there. Then off the highway you get pulled over by a traffic cop. 6 points and $200. Also got a half hour of on-site education. The little bit of time saved on emotions was all made up for. But Soo-yoon didn't regret it at all. At least he got off on it. And he wasn't driving dangerously, because he was confident in his skills, and that bit of speed wasn't even beyond his control. With this, though, he felt like he'd had a chance to go racing on a professional track for a while to experience an adrenaline rush. Otherwise your own professional car skills are purely and simply wasted. After getting off the highway, the two drove a little further to a lake with a large parking lot around it. There were many cars parked inside at the moment. Most of them were Bentleys. There was a Timbuktu, a Flying Spur, a Continental, just different configurations. It looks like all the cars are here for the car club party. After Soo-yoon parked his car, he took Yu Xian and followed the signposts to appear. There were staff at the dock, guided by overalls with the Bentley logo on them. There was another yacht waiting, and people were constantly boarding one after another. Soo-yoon and Yu Xian handed over their invitations after walking over, and the other party verified it and respectfully invited them on board. It's not a big yacht. It doesn't seat many people. When Soo-yoon and Yu Xian went up, it was almost full with only 8 people on it. Then the crew motors off towards the island in the center of the lake. After dropping them off, they would turn around again and come back to pick up the other valued guests. When going to the center of the lake, there is also a professional tour guide arranged on the boat to explain the scenic area. Mount Lushan West Sea is a mountain lake-type landscape. The water area of 308 square kilometers, the average depth of 45 meters, is the largest earth dam reservoir in Asia. There are more than 800 islands of all sizes in the entire watershed, the smallest of which is only as big as a tree, like the center of the water. Not only that, this season you may also see a lot of peach jellyfish, which is very beautiful. Once you have boarded the island, there will also be pontoon bridges connecting you between the islands, so you can reach them at will. Its lake water quality is a first-class water body, clear and transparent, with a visibility of up to 11 meters. And the air quality in this scenic area is also first-class, rich in negative oxygen ions. The tour guide explained the scenic area in detail, while Su Yun and Yu Xian were looking at the surrounding scenery and didn't bother to listen much. But there was one sentence that he did hear. Bentley is paying a lot of money to charter one of the islands in order to host this car meet and make it a good experience for everyone. So for these 2 days, the place is closed for business. It's only for them to play and party. I have to say, Bentley has done this with a lot of bravado. Half an hour later, they reached their destination without incident and boarded the island, which was also guarded by a man on shore who took them to the hotel to report. The hotel rooms are organized according to the established number of people, one for each person, 4 to 50 square feet, similar to a small cottage by the lake. There is a feeling of springtime and facing the sea. After arranging the accommodation, the staff said, Mr. Su, Miss Yu, the party won't officially start until 3 p.m. So you can casually take a look around the neighborhood, turn around, and enjoy the surrounding scenery. Okay, thanks. After Yu Xian packed up the two of them, she asked, Boss, shall we go out for a walk or rest in the room? Come on, go out and look around. For the first time. On the other side, Xiao Yuanshan came a little later after receiving Sumu, and should be the last batch. When they were at the pier, the two of them parked their cars, and Sumu was purposely looking for someone's car in the parking lot. Sure enough, I found it. It seems that you have not come to the wrong place. Half an hour later, she boarded the ship and asked curiously to the crew, Are we the last ones? Yes, ma'am. The staff replied, We just sent a group of people to the island before you, and when will you be back? According to the schedule, it should be before noon tomorrow, and you will need to stay on the island overnight. When Xiao Yuanshan next to him heard this, he hurriedly pretended to be innocent and said, What? You still have to stay for one night? How come you didn't tell me? I thought it would just be this afternoon, and we'd be sent back after dinner. Sir, we should have written that on the invitation. The staff looked at his clumsy performance and said, Maybe you didn't look closely enough. Yes? Xiao Yunshan pretended to be puzzled before looking at Su Mu. He said with embarrassment, Miss Su, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that the organizers had arranged it this way. It's all my fault for not seeing it clearly. If you don't want to, I'll have the boat turn around and take you back now. Xiao Yuanshan had thought that Su Mu would rise to his defense, or at least complain a few times about why he was hiding this from him. But who knew that Su Mu was not unhappy, but laughed. It's fine. Just take it as coming out to take a break and travel. Besides, it's a nice view and the air is good. I like it. That's good. I was afraid Miss Su would blame me for not telling you. Upon arriving at the hotel, the two were told that a small lakeside villa had been pre-arranged based on the guest list. Sumo frowned at the staff. 2 of us, 1 room, it's a set of lake cabins. Staff explained, it has 2 separate bedrooms and a living room and a bathroom in it. Is there more? Sumu said, I want my own separate set. I can pay extra. I'm sorry ma'am, there are no more. Each cabin has been assigned to someone else. Okay, I get it. Then the staff member said something about the time of the party and departed. Xiao Yuanshan said on the side, Miss Su, why don't we do this first? The party is about to start. After the party, I'll help you to look for a hotel and see if we can think of another way. Good. Su Mu didn't dwell on it. The big deal was that when she found Su Yun herself later, she would directly move to his room. Soon the party started in the lobby of the hotel. Su Yun and Yu Xian also strolled back from outside right on time. It was sort of his first time attending a party of such high-end people, and he was still a bit curious. With Yu Xian, he walked into the venue to take a look, and he found that most of them were middle-aged people in their 30s who had achieved a little success in their careers. Occasionally there were a couple of guys like him, in their 20s. One look, though, and it's clear that it's a rich kid from some family. I'm guessing that's what everyone else feels when they look at him. But the whole guest of honor did not look crowded in the large hotel hall, probably because not many people came, only 30 to 40 people at most. For one thing, some middle-aged people don't bother to come, finding such gatherings uninteresting. The second is that Bentley cars sell only a few hundred units a year across the country, and when subdivided into a city, the group isn't very large. After all, not all rich people like Bentley, and other luxury brand cars like Maybach. On the stage, the host of the event first said the appearance of the words, nothing more than to thank you for your presence and so on. Then he began to tell everyone about the history of Bentley cars and Bentley's honor. At its core, it's nothing more than how good our Bentley cars are, how deep the history goes, and how wonderful the owners who drive our Bentleys are. You have made the right choice by choosing us at Bentley and we are here to serve you better. In short, it's a way to brainwash everyone to continue to be our loyal Bentley customers. Finally, It's time to get down to business and start getting specific information about the new car that's about to be released. Instead of a car club, it's more of an advance preview club. Soo-yeon was not interested in this, but was somewhat surprised to meet an acquaintance. The host of the event just now. Boss. Yushin noticed Soo-yeon's eyes and said suspiciously. You just kept staring at the host on stage. Do you recognize him? Recognize. Didn't expect to run into her here. Soo-yeon smiled and said. She still owes me money that she hasn't paid back. Yushin. After patiently and nicely waiting for the new product launch to finish its speech, the free time began. Boss, do you need me to call her over? Yushin took the initiative to ask. Soo-yeon shook his head and said. Forget it. How much would it ruin the mood to ask someone for money at this moment? Yushin. First time here. Pretty lady? It's quite a face. As the two of them chatted, a man around Soo-yeon's age walked over. He was covered in designer labels and accompanied by a female companion. My name is Yenchan. May I ask what your name is? Yushin faced the accosting, turned her head to look at him, and replied expressionlessly. My name is Yushin. I'm my boss's secretary. Yen Kan. The reason why he came over just now and chose to greet Yushin was because he felt that Yushin was the rightful owner. The Soo-yeon beside her was more like she had brought him in, because by the way the two were dressed, Yushin was worth a lot of money when she was dressed in LV's top luxury clothes and bags, and her temperament and image were very much like that of a rich family's daughter. And Soo-yeon dress is very ordinary, also on the hand with the watch slightly more expensive, but only 200 to 300,000 Rolex. It's much worse than even this 600,000 plus ice lendy that I have in my hand. He came here for the party. One, to bring his new girlfriend to meet the world and get a feel for his normal life. The second one is to meet more friends of the same age and expand your circle of friends a bit. Not just him, but most of the people who come here have this in their hearts. We all make money in one city, and many times we don't see each other's heads, so it's good to make a few more friends and a few more paths. But Yushin's words just now left him a bit confused. A woman with such a temperament is actually the female secretary of this brother beside him? Yenshan looked at Soo-yeon with some surprise and asked with a smile. Brother, what's your name? Surname Soo. Single name one character Yun. Soo-yeon introduced himself in his own way. My family is just an ordinary family, with no industry whatsoever. Starting from nothing and being your own boss? Sort of. Brothers are awesome. I'm impressed. Upon hearing this, Yen Kan sighed. Unlike me who has nothing to do all day long, every day is nothing but nibbling on the old. There were several times I wanted to prove myself by starting my own business, but unfortunately my parents forbade it. Pocket money could be given, not a penny for starting a business. Your parents were right. Soo-yeon flirted. Isn't there a saying that says that you're not afraid of rich second-generation spenders, but you're afraid of rich second-generation trying to prove themselves? Yen-chan. Just kidding, don't mind if I do. It's okay, you're a pretty funny guy. Very much to my taste. Yen Kan said. My family is opening a chain of supermarkets in Zhangchang. My Yijia. You know it, right? It's my family that owns it. Why don't we make friends and hang out sometime later? Yeah, by the way, get me a VIP card for your supermarket too, so I can get a discount next time I go back. Soo-yeon was too familiar with my Yijia supermarket. When he didn't have money in the past, he liked to go to this supermarket to buy things cheaply. This supermarket was quite large in Zhangchang, with total assets estimated to be worth several $100 million. I didn't expect to meet the son of the other boss today. Discount? Yen-chan said confidently. I'll turn around and give you an internal discount card for our executives. A straight 50% discount on the whole place. This is good. Thanks. Although Soo-yeon had only just come into contact with the other party for the first time, the other party's character was, at a glance, the kind of brash, heartless, simple rich brother. Looks like his parents were right not to let him start his own business. If you go out and start a business with a personality like that, you're probably going to get ripped off by your opponents sooner or later. Bro, Yen-chan pulled Soo-yeon aside and whispered. What kind of business are you in? Why don't you take one of your brothers with you? I'm in the media business, and I'm currently working mainly on self-publishing, investing in short plays and whatnot. Soo-yeon paused and asked with some doubt. However, didn't your parents not allow you to start a business, and still want the whole thing? They just said they wouldn't let me start a business. They didn't say they wouldn't let me invest. Yen-chan said. They can't say anything about me if I quietly invest with my own money. We just met for the first time today and you believe me? I'm a man who does things by sight and feeling. Yen-chan laughed. I trust you. I trust my own vision. Good lord, is that even possible? Soo-yeon pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, alright, next time, if there's a good project or something, I'll give you a shout. Thanks, bro. The two added each other on WeChat. Yen-chan glanced at Yushin next to him and said meaningfully, you're so blessed with lust. Oh, Then I'll leave you alone for now. Happy yourself. See you at dinner tonight. Su-yoon. After a short interlude, the two came outside the hotel. There are a variety of project activities very Chinese flavor. There are professional masters in the tea stalls to make tea for everyone to taste. There are on-site painting artists can give everyone a free portrait painting. There is also a guzheng teacher on the side of the piano. Su-yoon brought Yuxian to the painter and had the teacher paint the two of them. It's kinda nice and the restoration is very realistic. CO. Song Xiaowei walked over from not far away, shouted happily and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Song Xiaowei? Su-yoon pretended to look at her with some surprise and asked, "Why are you here as well?" "I came here to host the event." Song Xiaowei directly dismantled him and laughed. "Don't pretend. Brother Su. I don't believe that you didn't see me inside just now." "Ha ha." Su-yoon said, "I'm not afraid that you'll be embarrassed after seeing me, but you still owe me money." Song Xiaowei sniffed, reddened a bit in embarrassment, and said, "I guess it'll be a while before I can pay you back." "There's no rush. Just kidding with you. Didn't mean to ask you for money." Su-yoon asked curiously, "How have you been doing in the company lately?" "I've left my job. I left within a few days of you leaving and found a new company. So far it's okay in front of me." Song Xiaowei said, "By the way, Brother Su, I heard that you've opened a company as well. Are you still hiring? Let me follow you." "Could be," Su-yoon said, "but my company hasn't opened yet. Let's wait for a few days. When that time comes, you look for Su-mu, the former supervisor Su. You talk to her." "Good." Song Xiaowei didn't have any acquaintances here, so upon seeing Su-yoon, she would seem as friendly as he was, and felt more secure standing next to him. She glanced at Yuxian beside Su and hesitantly asked, "You guys want to go around? Can I give you guys a ride together?" "No?" "Yes." "All right." Su-yoon laughed. "Let's do it together. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together." Song Xiaowei saw that Yuxian wasn't upset about her joining, and instantly put her heart down. At the same time there were some questions in his mind. Isn't Su-yoon with Supervisor Su? Why did he change girlfriends again? But that was something she couldn't ask. Thus, Su-yoon took the two beautiful women on a tour of the island, enjoying the scenery. On the other side, Xiao Yuanshan and Su-mu were also turning around the island. Only instead of looking at the scenery, Su-mu was looking for Su-yoon's figure. Xiao Yuanshan beside her saw that she was distracted and said suspiciously, "Ms. Su, you have something on your mind?" "No." Su-mu withdrew her searching gaze and said, "I feel a little tired from walking. Why don't we take a break?" "Okay, there happens to be a gazebo up ahead. Let's go sit down." The two of them came to the gazebo. Xiao Yuanshan began to chat with Su-mu, mainly talking about his own entrepreneurial history, how it wasn't easy, and how many difficulties he overcame in order to get to where he is today. Wanted to think to increase his favor in Su-mu's mind. I don't know that the other party is simply listening to the left ear, the right ear out. Full of thoughts to go to Su-mu took Yuxian where to go shopping, how to find so long did not run into, just as she decided to hit the road and head straight back to the hotel to squat. Not far away, Su-yoon brought Yuxian and Song Xiaowei towards the side as well. Seeing this, Su-mu immediately had a smile in her eyes. Xiao Yuanshan also for when the other party is very interested in their own story it. Tell more energetic up. Su-yoon walked into the pavilion after talking and laughing with Song Xiaowei and Yuxian all the way, and he wanted to take a break, but who knew that as soon as he came in, he saw Su-mu. She was seen in a white, embroidered cheongsam, with her hair pulled back, sitting in the pavilion, looking at herself and the others with a meaningful expression. Originally, Yuxian and Song Xiaowei were bright enough, but now when compared to Su-mu, who was specially dressed up, they were a little less interesting. She was accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 30s. All three also had a surprised look at her. Next to him, Xiao Yuanshan also noticed the anomaly and stopped his story. He asked, "Ms. Su, do you know them?" "Recognize all acquaintances." After finishing her speech, Su-mu turned to Su-yoon and the others and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. Didn't you go on a blind date?" Su-yoon glanced at the man next to him and said suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "My blind date brought me here." Su-mu deliberately said to Su-yoon, "It's this one beside me. Let me introduce you. His name is Xiao Yunshan. He's the owner of a company. Young and promising." No. Xiao Yuanshan was happy in his heart when he heard Su-mu praise himself like this, but he couldn't show it on his face. "Since you guys are Miss Su's friends, naturally you're also my friends. Nice to meet you." After sizing up Su-yoon, he extended his own hand and said, "I seem to have seen you somewhere before. I wonder what a brother calls himself. What industry are you engaged in?" Since he could attend this party, naturally he would not be an ordinary person. After all, what kind of ordinary person can carry two beautiful women around? Beauty is a luxury that cannot be guarded without a little strength of its own. Soo-yun glared at Soo-moo. Then he replied, "My name is Soo-yun. I'm staying at home. Today should be our first meeting. Turns out it's a rich kid." Xiao Yuanshan asked again. "Then what does your family do? If there is an opportunity in the future, we can work together. My family is just average, so I guess I can't work with you." Joe Wanson, even more idiotic. He could see that the other party seemed to be treating him poorly. "But we've only met for the first time, so it shouldn't be. Is it because of Sumi? He likes Sumu too? Let's go. Go see the peach jellyfish." Soo-yun said to Yuxian and Song Xiaowei. "Let's not disturb people's lovemaking here, or we'll be disliked." Song Xiaowei and Yuxian didn't answer, clearly hearing someone's yin and yang, especially Song Xiaowei, who was aware of Su-mu's relationship with Soo-yun. After all, on the day they left the company, they both kissed in front of the whole company. Now that he's run into this scene, it's a wonder he can't be angry. "Mr. Joe, turn around on your own for a while. I won't be accompanying you. I'm going to see Ken Peach Jellyfish too." Sumu could see that someone was upset in his heart, and after saying something to the other party with a smile, he got up and quickly followed, shoulder to shoulder with Soo-yun. Yuxian and Song Xiaowei consciously gave up their positions, lagging behind by a body length. Xiao Yuanshan stood still, a bit confused. "What's going on here?" Sumu walked beside Soo-yun and asked with a smile. "Angry?" "Not angry," Soo-yun said indifferently. "It's none of my business who you want to follow. You're just angry." Soo-yun asked rhetorically, "Did you know that when you came here, you had to stay for a day and a night?" "No. Why did you come with him if you knew? Do you really want to green me?" "That's not true. I just happened to borrow his identity and blend in to find you." Sumu smiled and explained, "Because I knew I would meet you here, so even if I had to spend the night, I spent it in your room." Soo-yun, oops, poor dude, became a human ticket. "On the contrary, you don't blame me for interrupting you, do you?" Sumu looked at the two people behind her and said. Su Xiao played with the flowers. Found two at once. "Do you eat it?" "First, Song Xiaowei was met by accident, not called by me." Soo-yun blankly glanced at her and said confidently. "Secondly, do you have some misunderstanding about my strength? Not to mention two, even if I add you, all three together, I won't wimp out tonight." "You want three more?" Sumu directly whispered. "With me here tonight, you won't get any of them." Soo-yun. End of chapter. Chapter 120, You Can't Stand the Temptation of a Little Woman. Chapter 120, You Can't Stand the Temptation of a Little Woman. The peach blossom jellyfish, also known as the peach blossom fish, is a giant panda in the water. It is only found in water of excellent quality, the West Sea of Mtei. Lushan gets a lot of this stuff every summer, because of the clear water quality. Su-mu, Yuxian and Song Xiaowei could easily be seen standing on the pontoon bridge. All three were seeing it for the first time and acted very new to it. But women, by nature, are not attracted to such little cute things. Unlike Soo-yun, who ran off to the side to watch others fish after a couple of glances. In order to protect the water quality, there is a fixed area for fishing here, and Soo-yun is still watching from the side. They seem to be playing something called Roadrunner, which distinguishes it from traditional fishing by keeping a watchful eye on it, but instead using guerrilla warfare. Keep throwing it out and taking it back. There wasn't much bait on the line either. It was all hanging fake baits, pieces of iron, plastics, and fishing for striking fish. Soo-yun also saw for the first time, knowing that there is also this kind of fishing, with the woman on the jellyfish as some novelty, feel interesting, would like to try themselves. He wasn't interested in the scenery around him anyway, and there was still some time before the evening dinner, so he had to find an activity to pass the time. Soo-yun came to the nearby fishing tackle store that rented out fishing gear and said, "Boss, what's that lure gear? Give me a whole set." "Yes, what kind do you probably want?" the owner asked. "Do you want a spinning wheel, or a teardrop wheel? How expensive do you want the wheel?" "I don't get it, newbie, so watch and match me up with a set." "Handsome, this is your first time playing, right?" A man next to him who came back to buy bait, looked at him and said, "Beginners, I suggest just get a random set of entry-level ones to play around with. To practice, with too expensive ones, wasteful. How expensive can this set of rods be?" Soo-yun doesn't understand fishing and doesn't know the market. "Dude, expensive isn't cheap," the man said. "There are rods that cost over 10,000 a piece, and reels, too, and a random top-of-the-line set is estimated to cost $20,000-$30,000. But while it's expensive, that feel and experience is straight up pulling full stop." "Oh, that's fine, thanks." Soo-yun turned his head to the owner and asked, "Do you have the kind of equipment he's talking about here?" The boss was surprised. "There is a set of Shimano's equipment. It's the treasure of our store. It's not cheap. Around 30,000. Are you sure you want it? Well, give it to me. The owner sniffed happily. Fine, handsome. I'll match it up for you, and give you a few more big brand fake baits for free. The more expensive the equipment, the more he makes. I've met a rich man today. No bro, calm down. Seeing this, the man kindly persuaded. You're a novice. There's really no need to use such a good one. In case you operate it poorly and break it, it's too much of a loss. It's okay. I had a sudden interest in trying it out anyway, and I guess it's the only time I'll be fishing. Male angler. Good lord, you buy such expensive gear as a one-time use? What kind of family this has to be? Because Soo-yun was dressed rather plainly, he couldn't be seen to be very rich. Soo-yun looked at his surprised face and said, how about this? How about you teach me to fish, and I'll give you this outfit afterward? The man was a bit incredulous, confirming, you're really giving it to me? No kidding? Right, Soo-yun replied. Think of it as paying for your teaching expenses. Yes, the man said excitedly. I have been fishing for 10 years, and my skills are definitely over the top, so I'm sure I can get you a fish this afternoon. A few moments later, the boss also helped Soo-yun match up the poles and wheels, as well as the threads and whatnot. There would have been any number of fish controllers, roadster bags, bait boxes, and so on. Soo-yun pulled out his cell phone and after making a quick payment, he went straight out with the pole. Fishing cultivates the body and mind. The host faces the temptation of fishing and buys a set of top luxury equipment at will, rewarding 100,000 cash. Bank card balance, 15 million. Soo-yun went out with his front foot, and the man immediately hurriedly followed behind him. Now the other guy was closer than his own father. More than 30,000 yuan Shimano top luxury fishing equipment. This is how many ordinary fishing guys dream equipment are. Don't think it's cheap to spend on just fishing. It's actually pretty burnt out as long as you're a hobbyist and also play professional high-end games. Really want to dive in head first? That all kinds of equipment more than you cry. Every senior anglers, equipment that are many sets. Different gear is used for different waters and different species of fish. Those who are a little richer and can't get to the waters that people can't get to, will also specialize in buying lure boats and fishing from them. Soo-yun came to the lake, and before he even started fishing, the fishing buddies around him recognized the equipment in his hands at a glance, and there was some envy in their eyes. At the moment it didn't matter if he caught a fish or not. Anyway, now all of a sudden he was the prettiest boy on the lake. It would have been a handsome hangover to hit another big fish. Soo-yun's set is a water drop wheel. The operation requirements for novices is relatively high. Slightly incorrect posture. Get it wrong will blow up the line. Under the man's teaching and demonstration, Soo-yun tried to throw his first shot with force. People throw dozens of meters at once, even 100 meters, and he threw it at his feet, and blowing up the line, the fishing line on the wheel, a tangled mess, as messy as a fan. Soo-yun, mud, one look and you're wasted. When the man next to him saw this, he shook his head straight and said, brother, I can't unravel this thread of yours, so bring it to me, and I'll put a new thread on a new reel for you. You know, this imported PE wire is more than $1 a meter. Just this time, a direct loss of more than $100. This would have to be heartbreaking if it were its own thread. It's a good thing I just got a few more reels of wire from the owner to prevent this. The man took the pole and changed it for him with skillful movements. The other anglers next to him saw it and gloated. Firing up the fans again, huh? Ha ha. Brother, good equipment is useless. Or you need to have excellent skills. It's okay. First time newbies do that. Practice and blow up a few more times and you'll get it. We've all been there. Not far away. The three people who had finished looking at the jellyfish and realized Soo-yun's absence also looked over. He came directly to Soo-yun's side. Sumu was puzzled. What are you doing here? Fishing. You don't even have a fishing rod. What are you fishing for? That. Soo-yun looked to his buddy on the side and said, the coach I hired is getting me a fishing rod. And just now he mishandled it and blew up the line. It was supposed to be a bunch of big old men fishing on the river. Now all of a sudden there are three beautiful women on the river and all around the rookie from earlier. For a while, everyone who was still mocking him instantly had their feelings complicated again. People fishing in the top luxury equipment, but also a beautiful woman surrounded. And then look at their own hand rod and think of the home of the daughter-in-law. People are more angry than people. You, for one, don't waste your breath. Sumu scoffed. As far as you're concerned, it's only strange if you can catch a fish. Looking down on people, are we? Soo-yun said, but my coach said that if I can't catch any fish today, he'll take my last name. Dude, I didn't say that. The man next to him immediately retorted. Ha ha. Sumu laughed. Look, your coach doesn't even think highly of you anymore. So what if I catch a fish? You have to be able to catch fish. Seeing that Yu Xian and Song Xiaowei weren't outsiders, Sumu wasn't afraid of people knowing about her relationship with Su Yun, and said bluntly, "I'll come to your room tonight, so feel free to screw around." Put. These words directly shattered the hearts of the brothers who switched lines. "Well, that's what you said." Su Yun looked at the man and said, "Brother, I'm relying on you for my sexual well-being tonight." Man. Suddenly I don't want to teach you. Crying with envy. People fishing, reward night casually whole. Their own fishing a little late back. Was daughter-in-law casually beat. Soon the new fishing line was changed. Luo was a sport with danger. So Suyin had Su Mu and the others stand far away when casting, lest they catch a mermaid. This shot was smoother and didn't blow the line, but the throw wasn't far, just 20 to 30 meters. At the man's command, Suyin shook the wheel to even out the line. Then throw the second shot. Song Xiaowei beside her was puzzled. "Supervisor Su, do you think this can catch fish? Hanging a piece of iron. Can the fish eat it? I don't know, but I guess I can." Sumi looked at the other anglers in the neighborhood and said, "Everyone is fishing like this, but I haven't seen a single person catch one either." "Can catch," Yu Xian explained. "I used to receive a guest who fished like this, but not in a lake, but in the ocean." Just as several people were focusing on Su Yun and suspecting him, Su Yun, who had thrown out and headed for the recovery line, suddenly felt something in the water grabbing his pole. The force is still strong. He tightened his grip, raised the rod, and the line instantly straightened and the rod bent. The line in the wheel also jutted out. Asterisk. Hit the fish. The man next to him was thrilled to see this and hurriedly said, "Unloading, quickly adjust the tightening, or the line will break when it's finished." Upon hearing this, Suyin hurriedly tightened the lower unloading force. Sure enough, the line out slowed down, but the more pull one had on one's hands, looking at how much the rod bends and how fast the line comes out, an experienced angler will know that this fish is not small, at least meter class. "Steady, brother, steady, this is not a small fish, don't run away." The man was so excited at the moment that he wanted to get his hands on it and help operate it. Sumu and Yu Xian, as well as Song Xiaowei, were excited to see that Su Yun had really caught a fish, and it didn't seem to be a small one, and stood to the side trying to cheer. It was even more exciting than Su Yun. The other anglers, hearing the commotion over here, looked over as well. "No way. There's really novice protection. Can you even hit a fish? The point is, it's just one fish. You guys need to be so excited." Suyin was also thrilled to win his first fish, and while stabilizing his rod, he cranked the wheel with his left hand to reel in the line and tug of war with the big fish. Lua is not like table fishing. You still need to slip the fish. Just pull hard. Mud. This fish is too strong. For every 4 to 5 meters of line Suyin collects back, he is going to be out 1 to 2 meters by the big fish. The two had been plucking for several minutes and he hadn't even seen the fish come out of the water. "Bro, this fish of yours, I'm guessing 30 pounds or more at the very least," the man next to me exclaimed excitedly. "I haven't caught a fish this big in a long time. You're just too lucky." When the other anglers heard him, they stopped fishing and came over to watch. It's not surprising to catch fish. It takes a certain amount of luck to catch a big one. It's unattainable. As time passed, the big fish was still struggling in deep water, piling in place. Suyin stabilized his rod, and the two sides faced each other, depending on who had better endurance. Sweat was already seeping from his forehead. Tired. Too tired. Seeing this, Yu Xian hurriedly pulled out wet tissue paper from her bag and stepped forward to help him wipe up. Not only that, when Suyin said "I'm a little thirsty," Sumu took the bottle of water in her own hand, twisted it open, and fed it into her mouth with her hands. The remaining Song Xiaowei didn't know where to get a fan to fan Su Yun from the side. "Crowd, are you really here to fish? Dude, you're here to kill and kill." This scene directly caused the crowd watching around them to MMP in their hearts. After a few minutes, the fish's stamina was disappearing and it started to loosen up a bit. Su Yun saw this and quickly reeled in his line after being reminded by the dude next door. After another bout of tug-of-war, Su Yun relied on brute force and finally pulled the fish to the shore and out of the water. The mere fact that a splash of water had turned up and revealed a bit of the real thing thrilled the crowd on the shore. "Over a meter long. I can't believe it's a trevally. No wonder it's so hard to get." Asterisk. This fish is at least 50 pounds or more, judging by its length. That's the biggest fish that's been cranked up in West Lake so far this year, isn't it? The newbie aura is really awesome. With everyone talking and directing him, he finally consumed close to the endurance of the big fish and was dragged to the shore. The man next to him sees this and rushes up at the first opportunity to get on the fish controller and control the fish. Then it was laboriously hauled up again. When the fish was landed, it was much bigger than it looked in the water. "This fish, 70 pounds there." The man gasped tiredly. "It's so heavy, I almost didn't pull it." Suyin was also super excited. That's a lot more exciting than whatever car or watch he's buying. Su-mu, Yu Xian and Song Xiaowei were also surprised and excited looking at such a big fish in front of them. Here, buddy, give me a hand to help me lift it. Su-yun said happily. I'll hold it while you take a picture of me. Okay, I want it too. I want it too. I want it together. The three women beside him sniffed and followed suit, running to Su-yun's side and standing beside him. Just like that, Su-yun stood in the center, holding a large fish in his arms, with three beautiful women standing on either side. Click. The image is framed and a group photo is left. Su-mu asked, what about this fish? It's so big. We can't get it away. Why don't we take it to the hotel tonight and get a whole fish dinner? Song Xiaowei said. A fish this big is big enough for the whole hotel. Ladies, this trevally is just awesome fishing. The meat is not good. The male angler next to him explained. It's called a tiger in the water. It's all muscle and hard, and to eat it suggests dried pickled fish. No need. Su-yun put down the fish and said. Fishing focuses on a pleasure. Let it go. It's not easy to grow so much. Man, you have a big pattern. The male angler next to him listened with admiration. So the two of them worked together again to get the fish into the water. The fish was dazed in place for a moment, and when it had recovered somewhat, it threw up its tail and disappeared with a splash. After his fishing addiction, Su-yun, whose arms were already a bit weakened, didn't want to fish anymore. He handed the rod in his hand to his buddy next to him and casually said, Dude, as promised, you get this set of rods. Thanks. The man was a little excited to hold the fishing rod, his heart beating faster. Finally a set of awesome gear for myself. Want to cry? This scene in turn caused the others to be envious. Then you keep playing. We're going. After Su-yun delivered the fishing rod, he turned around and left with the three women. Just now, he only cared about holding the fish to take pictures and made himself smell like fish. He had to go back to the hotel to change his clothes before he could do so. Coming to the hotel's own lakeside cabin, Su-yun went in to take a shower and change his clothes, while the other three women sat in the living room and chatted. Song Xiaowei told Su-mu about her desire to come to the company. Su-mu said that there is no problem, but this salary treatment is estimated to be not very good, using the base salary plus benefit commission. And according to her idea, she wanted to start a union when the time came, specializing in signing up some webcasters and creating a webcam economy industry. Song Xiaowei's image actually fits. Going from host to webcam anchor was honestly a bit of a fall from grace for her to accept, but the conditions given by Su-mu were tempting. The first guaranteed 10,000 per month. Later people up. There is traffic according to the benefits of commission. Bread on one side and your ideals on the other. Song Xiaowei was a bit embarrassed. It's okay, you can think about it before you answer me. After Su-mu finished speaking, there was to say, Yu Xian, I'll sleep in a room with you tonight. Is that okay? That's fine. MS. Su, I thought we agreed you were going to stay with me today? Su-yun didn't know when he had changed his clothes from inside and walked out, saying, What? You want to back out of the bet you made? Su-mu. Such naked and straightforward words did directly cause Song Xiaowei and Yu Xian some embarrassment. Brother Su, I'll go back to my room for a rest. I'm a bit tired. See you tonight. Yu Xian also got up and said, Boss, I'll go out for a spin as well and come find you later. As Su-mu looked at the two embarrassed departing women, she glared at Su-yun in shame. You watch out. There are two other people here. It's okay, both of them. One has known about the relationship between the two of us for a long time, and the other is my personal secretary. Neither of them will talk nonsense. Su-yun laughed. So don't worry, Li Jinshu won't know. Su-mu, by the way, you've been gone so long, do you want to take a shower too? Su-yun said. Don't worry, I'll guard the door for you. No one can come in. I'm afraid you're a supervisor. Su-mu didn't have the good sense to say. You just can't withstand a little bit of women's temptation. Then it's only you who has that kind of charm. Any other woman, I wouldn't even look at. Yes? For the first time, Su-mu took the initiative to ask, whose bed were you in last night? Su-yun. No way. Did she know that she was in Li Jinshu's room? He calmly replied, I'm in my own home. Really? Su-mu asked. Didn't fool around with the female coach? Really? Su-yun swore. If I fooled around with the female coach last night, heaven help me. Come on, don't swear. It's not like I mind. I'm just asking. Su-mu laughed. You should be careful of swearing too much and really get struck by lightning one day. Su-yun. Without outsiders in, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Su-mu, looking at the lake in the distance in a rare moment to enjoy the leisure of the moment. Su-mu leaned on his shoulder and asked leisurely, Su-yun, if I really want to start a family one day after a blind date, what would you do? It's simple. Bless you. Su-yun casually laughed. Then I proceeded to change the woman I like, and by then find one who is prettier than you. with a good figure and a noble temperament. Bah! Scum! Sumu reached out and pinched his waist in slight anger and said, "You are the one who doesn't bring any concealment at all." Ouch! Soo-yun turned his head and threatened, "If you pinch my waist again, I can have to get my hands on your cherry and pinch it." Sumu. Soo-yun asked rhetorically, "Then let me ask you, if I were to take up with other women at the same time one day, what would you do? Stay, or leave? As long as you don't get married, I won't feel guilty. What if I never get married for the rest of my life? If you can really live your whole life without getting married." Sumu couldn't help but laugh. "Then I'll follow you for the rest of my life and willingly be your lover. It's a deal." At night the sun sets and the evening sun burns the sky beautifully. The dinner at the hotel has also begun. Soo-yun and Sumu both appeared at the venue, while Song Xiaowei and Yu Xian were together and didn't come to be a light bulb. Yan Chan brought his female companion and saw Soo-yun in the crowd. He walked straight over, then glanced at Sumu beside him. Good lord, it's a new and prettier woman. He was all a bit impressed with its Soo-yun coming. It looks like this dude is not only great at starting a business, but also great at picking up women. He was a bit curious and pulled Soo-yun over, wanting to learn about picking up girls. For gold-digging women, he doesn't have to teach them, he just spends the money. But money is no good when you have to pick up a rich girl of about the same level as yourself. He'd always liked a woman and chased after her for a long time, but she ignored him. It's very agonizing. While Soo-yun was being pestered by Yan Chan, the fallen Sumu was also seen by Qiao Yuanshan and immediately walked up. "Ms. Su, did you have a good time with your friends this afternoon?" Qiao Yuanshan laughed. "Before the dinner started, I called you and you never answered. I thought something had happened to you, causing me to worry for a while. Sorry, maybe I didn't hear it because my phone was on silent." Sumu politely smiled. "I'm with my friends, it's okay, you don't have to mind me. I brought you here. I'm responsible for your safety. How can I not care?" Xiao Yuanshan suddenly said with some difficulty. "Right, there's the matter of the room. I've been looking for a hotel to talk to since I got back this afternoon, but there really aren't any extra rooms, so I guess I'll have to commit you to a room with me tonight." "It's okay." Sumu laughed. "I've already solved the problem of moving over to live with my friends." "Ha!" Seeing that his plan had fallen through, Xiao Yuanshan said, "I have a vacant bedroom in that house anyway, so there's no need for you to bother your friend. I've been watching people with their boyfriends and girlfriends together this afternoon, so I guess I don't really want to be disturbed." Seeing the situation over here, Soo-yun spoke to Yan Can and walked over. "It's fine, no interruptions." In front of the other party, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Sumu's thin waist and said with a smile, "Anyway, she's sleeping in the same bed as me tonight." End of chapter. Chapter 121, the boss is busy right now and doesn't want to be disturbed. Chapter 121, the boss is busy right now and doesn't want to be disturbed. What do you mean? Xiao Yuanshan looked at Soo-yun and then at his blind date as he tried his best to hold back his anger. "Ms. Su, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiao Yuanshan angrily said. You came with me? Is my female companion? Now you hang out with him. Take me for what?" "Sorry indeed." Sumu somewhat apologized. "I went on a blind date with you just to deal with my family. I actually have a boyfriend. This is the one next to me. So you agreed to come to the party with me because of him, too?" "Yes." Sumo said frankly. "I'm sorry I used you. I'm sorry, but you saw it." Xiao Yuanshan said. "He came to the party and brought other women with him during the day today. Not you. I know." "No, you're not mad?" Xiao Yuanshan said in disbelief. "This shows that you like him, but he doesn't like you at all and is still screwing other women. That's none of your business." Sumu said to Soo-yun. "Let's go. Go over there." "Good, Joe Wanson." He looked at the departing two and was angry, but couldn't figure it out. Why is Sumu so tolerant of that man? I thought I could take the opportunity of this party to get closer to each other, or even just take a step forward. But who knows? The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind. Instead, he himself is being used by others. Just as he was depressed and upset, he saw the two women who were with Soo-yun during the day today. He had a plan in mind. Raising his glass, Xiao Yuanshan quickly went up to the other side, found them, and smiled. "Hello, guys, something wrong?" Yu Xian remembered him, the man who was with Sumu in the afternoon, and not much else. Xiao Yuanshan said, "Do you know that your boyfriend is actually having an affair with Sumu? They're quietly dating over there right now." "Oh," Yu Xian answered. Song Xiaowei directly did not have any expression. "Oh, that's it?" After seeing the other party's calm reaction, Xiao Yuanshan was puzzled. "Aren't you going to ask what's going on? Don't care about him? Pipe what?" Yu Xian looked at him like he was an idiot and said, "He's my boss. He does what he wants. What right do I have to control him?" "Boss?" Xiao Yuanshan was surprised. "Aren't you guys boyfriend and girlfriend?" No, I'm his personal secretary. Yu Xian introduced Song Xiaowei next to her again and said, she's our boss's friend, Joe Wanson. You come to a party like this, you don't bring your own girlfriend, you bring a female secretary? No wonder Su Yun and Su Mu didn't seem to care. It turned out that this wasn't supposed to be a thing to care about. The plan failed and he turned to leave, his back a little forlorn. The pleasure is everyone's. It has nothing to do with him. Ever since it's been a clown from start to finish. He took this revenge. The evening party had no heart either, with food and drink, and people who had met during the day clambering over each other, talking about things related to their business. The stage also had an orchestra playing off to the side to set the mood for the dinner, and Su Yun had already quietly slipped back to the lakeside hut with Su Mu. The two, who hadn't spoken to each other in depth for a few days, began the night's nightly reading, because Su Mu promised Su Yun in the afternoon during the day that as long as he caught a fish, he could do whatever he wanted tonight. Therefore, Su Yun was not polite and proposed many actions and requests that Su Mu had previously refused to cooperate with. Yu Xian didn't see her boss at the party, so she wanted to go back to the hut to have a look, but just as she entered, she heard seductive voices she shouldn't have heard. She blushed and immediately backed away. The boss is busy right now and doesn't want to be disturbed. Seeing Song Xiaowei, who was following her, still heading inside, she pulled back and said, come on, let's go out for another round. Song Xiaowei. Her own confusion didn't last more than 3 seconds, though, and she reacted immediately. The two men laughed awkwardly, then backed out. Yu Xian, in particular, didn't know whether she was happy or lost in her heart, because if things were to develop normally, without Su Mu being there, the one who was inside with the boss at this moment would be himself. Jiang Chang, in the brocade garden, Li Jinshu was bored staying at home alone, watching TV and swiping short videos on his cell phone. Swipe and swipe, and suddenly you get a fishing video. She was not interested in fishing, but the male lead inside this short video turned out to be Su Yun. It turned out that during the day, Su Yun took 3 women and also caught a giant fish that was captured on a cell phone and uploaded a short video. Because of the extremely comfortable graphics, it quickly became a hit and was wildly recommended by platforms for traffic. Su Yun's ability to catch such a large fish did surprise her, but what surprised her even more was that she saw inside the video that besides Yu Xian, there was also Su Mu. Didn't Su Mu go on a blind date today? Why is she with Su Yun? And who's that other pretty young woman beside him? Li Jinshu now had a head full of doubts. She used her cell phone and called Su Yun, wanting to ask what the situation was, but no one answered the phone. Then she called Su Mu again, and it still went through with no answer. Neither of them answered my calls? Li Jinshu could only call Yu Xian again. Well, a few seconds later, Yu Xian answered. Li Jinshu asked, hey, Yu Xian, where are you? I came to the party with my boss. Yu Xian asked rhetorically. Ms. Li, what's wrong? Is Su Yun with you now? Li Jinshu said. I didn't answer his phone call, so I wanted to ask what's going on. No, he was talking to the other guests. Maybe it was too noisy around and he didn't hear them. Yu Xian lied. Ms. Li, you can tell me anything. I'll relay it to him for you. It's not like there's any other big deal. Li Jinshu said meaningfully. I just swiped the short video and swiped to you guys, and saw that you guys caught a huge fish in the lake. The owner did catch a very large fish today. 6-70 plus pounds. Wow, that's awesome too. Li Jinshu said. That's fine. I won't disturb your party. Hang up. Okay, Ms. Li, bye. Yu Xian hung up the phone and Song Xiaowei wondered. Who's calling? Our boss's neighbor. Said he swiped a short video of us fishing in the afternoon. Really? Song Xiaowei took out her cell phone, clicked on one of the hotter short videos, and swiped. Sure enough, the girls soon swiped their own video. Oh my god. This video already has over 700,000 likes. Song Xiaowei was surprised. This is on fire. She scrolled through the comments. Everyone down there was all envious and jealous, calling Su Yun the ceiling of the fishing world. It's not that he's a great fisherman or catches big fish, but he's able to take 3 beautiful women on a fishing trip, and each woman individually. That's the best of the best. At first, Yu Xian hadn't thought of anything, but after seeing the footage from the fishing video, she suddenly reacted. Oops, Ms. Li swiped the video, so she should have seen Ms. Su as well. The relationship between the boss and the girls was not very clear to Yu Xian, but there was one thing she was sure of. Li Jinshu should be unaware of the relationship between the boss and Ms. Su, otherwise the 3 of them together are not getting along like that. This means that the boss and Ms. Su are quietly dating without Ms. Li's knowledge. Why did you hide it? It didn't matter, and she didn't care, but she definitely needed to tell her boss about it as a reminder when he was done later. Those who swiped to this video, besides Li Jinshu, There was also Chen Xin who was idly coding, watching Su-yun catch such a large fish with everyone else. She was also very impressed. It's a shame I'm in the county and can't be with them. Chen Xin sent a message to Su-yun. Su-yun, next time you come back, take me to the river to fish once, okay? However, after waiting for a while, the other party did not reply to himself, probably busy at the moment. Chen Xin skimmed her mouth, then continued to start coding. The last time she went to Shanghai with Su-yun, she had a great time, but it was also very costly, and she had spent almost all of her savings. It's time to work on starting to save money again. Auntie Zhang's birthday is in a week or two, and she has to buy a birthday present herself. Besides, on the first day of my aunt's birthday, it would be my own. At that time, he would have to pay for Su-yun's dinner. He was so rich, he surely couldn't eat too poorly himself. How could he treat him to a meal at the most expensive restaurant in the county? And then there's the fact that one's readers, Big Brother Tutor, haven't been bubbling up much lately. Hey, there were a total of 4 gold alliances swiped for myself before and after. And I don't know if he had thoughts about myself after looking at my pictures. It would be a little hard to do if you really had it in for yourself and only just swiped the gold alliance. After all, it's not like he and he are going to get along, so I guess I'll have to find a way to return the money I got. In the end, there was also the fact that because of the 4 golden alliances of the earthy Big Brother, she was originally a small and transparent flopping author, but suddenly became a little famous. A woman may not be vain, but vanity will still be there. As she finished coding the last chapter of the update to go out, she cheekily begged the readers for monthly votes, because according to the rules of the platform, for every 1,000 monthly votes for a work of fiction each month, you can get a chance to draw a prize. All kinds of goodies are available. The highest is 10,000 yuan in cash. She now has 1805, 195 short of 200 to get 2 chances at the raffle. God willing, I hope to raise 200 in these last few hours. The event ended at the lake house. The two walked out in their pajamas and sat in the living room. Today it was just a little sparring session to get over the hump, and not a protracted battle. Picking up their cell phones, they both realized that they both had missed calls, and both were from Li Jinshu. Sumu asked, "Will something happen to Jinshu? Wouldn't you just call and ask?" "Okay." Sumu got up and picked up the phone, walked to the side and dialed back to Li Jinshu. Soon, the call went through. "Hey, Jinshu, you called me?" On the phone, Li Jinshu laughed. "It's so late. I saw that you haven't come back yet, so I wanted to ask you." "Oh, I'm sleeping over at my dad's today, so I won't be back, so you don't have to wait for me." "Okay," Li Jinshu asked. "By the way, how did your blind date go today? Was it okay? Just go through the process. No follow-through." Sumu smiled and said, "You go to bed early. I'm also ready to rest." "Good." On the other side, Su-yun froze as he clicked on the message sent by Chen Xin. Strange. Why did she suddenly ask herself to take her fishing? Su-yun returned a good. Then he glanced at Sumu, who was still on the phone with Li Jinshu, and logged into his QQ again, clicking to block Chen Xin's QQ book group. See Chen Xin in there begging for monthly votes. Su-yun exited, opened the novel app, glanced at the number of her monthly votes, and decided to help him out. A golden alliance directly rewarded it. In the face of a friend's request for monthly votes, the host casually rewarded a golden alliance, fulfilling the other party's small wish and rewarding him with 200,000 cash. Bank card balance, 21.25 million. Su-yun listened to the system's rewards, and this small amount of money was already numb and senseless. The website platform, because of his golden alliance, an instant of the whole station book title read, "There are enough monthly votes for Chen Xinshu as well." Both the book club and the author group sent her congratulations and a clear dose of envy and jealousy. At the same time, Su-yun, the grumpy old brother, reader number, also made a name for himself on the platform, becoming a veritable tycoon bigot and super reader. "Because every time I've struck out lately, it's been the Golden League. Other authors want their books and to be favored by the big boys." At this time, Sumu walked over after making a phone call. Su-yun asked curiously, "What is it about Li Jinshu?" "Nothing, just asking if I'm going back to bed." Sumu snuggled into Su-yun's arms and replied, "I said I'll sleep at my dad's house tonight and won't go back." "I'm your dad." "Ha?" Sumu glared at him, remembering what had just made her shy. Why is it that men always like to have women call them dads when they do that kind of thing? It was in the little movie I watched myself. Just as the two were flirting, Yu Xian gauged the time and returned. She knocked on the door outside before walking in. Song Xiaowei had gone back to her room by herself. Yu Xian glanced at Sumu, then looked down at Su-yun and said, "Boss, after your fishing in the afternoon was filmed, it went viral on a short video, and Ms. Li has already seen it as well." "How do you know?" Yu Xian replied, Ms. Lee just gave me a call not too long ago, inquiring about this matter. Soo-yoon, Soo-moo. The two of them looked at each other, and Soo-moo's face changed. In other words, just now on the phone, Lee Jinshu knew that he had lied to her. Now Lee Jinshu must have thought that she was going behind her back and sneaking out on a date with Soo-yoon without her. How should I explain this to the other side when I go back? Or, was it to directly pick out his relationship with Soo-yoon? Soo-moo's heart was a bit torn up. I don't know what to do. Lee Jinshu had a good feeling about Soo-yoon. She could feel it. She was afraid that the two would be separated in their hearts because of this. Soo-yoon, it's okay. Soo-yoon's heart was not burdened as he reached out to comfort him. Don't think too much. Let's talk about it when we get back. Because of his guilt and bad mood, when he slept at night, Soo-moo directly slept in the next room with Yu Xian. This made Soo-yoon depressed. Fortunately, Yu Xian was understanding and knew her boss's needs, so she waited until Soo-moo fell asleep. Then she quietly got up in the middle of the night and came to Soo-yoon's bedroom. It's just that no one knows. Yu Xian had just gone out with her front foot when Soo-moo on the bed opened her eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Are you sure? You were lonely last night? Chapter 122. Are you sure? You were lonely last night? For the rest of the night, Yu Xian didn't go back to her room. The main reason was that I was afraid of waking up Soo-moo and being discovered. After sleeping in Soo-yoon's room until dawn, she got up early alone and waited in the living room. Soo-moo came out of the room and looked at the other side, pretending that she didn't know anything about last night. She stretched and asked with a smile, "When did you get up? How come I didn't know a thing about it?" "I'll be up for a while," Yu Xian replied flatly. "Ms. Soo, why don't you sleep a little longer?" "Couldn't sleep. Kind of sideways bed." Soo-moo looked towards Soo-yoon's bedroom and asked, "Where's Soo-yoon? Still not up?" "The boss is still resting. Last night was pretty tiring." Soo-moo mumbled to herself, then asked, "Want to go out for breakfast together?" "No, I'll wait for the boss to get up." "Don't wait for him. I don't think he'll be up until sunrise." Soo-moo took her hand and said, "Let's go look for food. And by the way, let's get some back for him to eat as well." "Okay." Yu Xian unnaturally followed Soo-moo outside, and on the way, Soo-moo suddenly asked, "You know about my relationship with Soo-yoon, right?" "I know." Yu Xian nodded. She couldn't lie if she wanted to about something like that. "When you go back today, help me keep it a secret and don't let Jinshu know." "Don't worry, Ms. Soo," Yu Xian replied. "I won't say anything without my boss's permission." "Thanks," Soo-moo said as she took out a box of medicine from her own bag and handed it to Yu Xian, saying, "Remember to find some water later. Take this to be on the safe side." Yu Xian. She looked at the medicine in her hand and froze for a moment, a little panic rising inside her. "Ms. Soo, it's okay, you don't have to explain," Soo-moo calmly said. "Men tend to be more careless, regardless of that, but we have to pay attention to ourselves, okay?" "Got it." Yu Xian's feelings at the moment were more complicated than anything ever before. It was because what she and Soo-yoon had done last night was already known by Soo-moo. But not only did she not give herself a face and lash out at a woman who was only a secretary, she even thoughtfully gave herself medicine. There was something she didn't see. Yu Xian couldn't help but ask, "Miss Soo, aren't you angry?" "Angry? How can a woman not be angry about something like this?" Soo-moo laughed. "But is it useful to be angry?" "It's useless." Yu Xian. Soo-yoon, he is now getting back at his former self who had zero trust in love. Soo-moo laughed to herself. "Do you believe it or not? If I cry and hang myself, he won't even pay any attention to me, and will turn his back and go find another woman. The boss shouldn't be such a man." "He is," Soo-moo affirmed. "He has many women around him, but he doesn't like any of them, or he can like any of them. Then why are you still with him?" Soo-moo thought for a moment and answered honestly, "I don't know. It's just that when I stay with him, I don't have to think about anything." "Oh," Soo-moo asked back, "what about you?" "I'm doing it because of the money, and the boss has been so generous to me that I can't say no to anything he wants." Yu Xian was faced with Soo-moo's sudden heart-to-heart as she asked, "Will you look down on me?" "No, everyone has a different lifestyle, don't understand it, but respect it," Soo-moo replied. "But I want to tell you one thing, Yu Xian, if I really move on someday, or if I really get together with Soo-yoon, I want you to leave on your own. Of course, I will give you a sum of money." Yu Xian, Soo enemy, because you are doomed by your status to not be able to turn. But by that time, I might become jealous and possessive, so I won't be able to accept a secretary like you by his side for a long time. Understand? Understood. Yu Xian was silent and replied, "Ms. Soo, if you're really with the boss, I'll take the money and leave as long as you ask." "Thanks." After a brief heart-to-heart, the two ate the breakfast prepared in the hotel without any unpleasantness in their minds. For one thing, Sumu had long since looked down on all of this and didn't mind Suyun looking around for women as long as he didn't move. Secondly, Yu Xian came to Suyun originally because of money, not love. Now after Sumu had spread out some of her words with her privately, she in turn was much lighter inside. After all, this kind of thing of quietly sleeping with the boss behind Miss Su's back, to say that there is no psychological pressure is definitely a lie. Not to mention she's living in someone else's house, not far away. Xiao Yuanshan spotted the two, and he hesitated for a moment before walking over again. Good morning, Ms. Su. Sumu looked at the reappearing Xiao Yuanshan and politely said, good morning. Not good at all. Xiao Yuanshan smiled bitterly. I didn't sleep all night last night because of you. Sumu, I called my aunt. I just wanted to ask to see what was going on. Xiao Yuanshan said. But auntie said that she didn't know you had a boyfriend, nor did she hear you say anything about it, and finally realized what was going on through your cousin. My cousin? Sumu sniffed and frowned. Because of what happened to Su Yun, the relationship between her and her cousin wasn't too good lately. Originally, this cousin was also from auntie's side of the family. I learned that the man called Su Yun yesterday wasn't actually a rich second generation or a boss. He was just a small staff member in your cousin's original company, right? Xiao Yuanshan said. Ms. Su, with your conditions, he's simply not good enough for you. It's none of your business whether he's worthy or not, is it? I'm a bit nosy, but I mean well, Xiao Yuanshan explained. Whether you like me or not, I want to tell you that you shouldn't be fooled by him. He approached you and stayed with you because he was after your money. Whether he cheats me out of my money or my sex, I'm up for it, Sumu said in a cold voice. And Mr. Xiao, it's impolite to speak ill of others behind their backs. Zhou Wanson, faced with Sumu's determination, he, who had once again hit a wall, could only leave first and think of another way. He felt that Sumu had lost herself to Su Yun. So, he called Sumu's home again and told him what he knew about the situation. Sumu and Yu Xian followed Xiao Yuanshan's interruption and were not in the mood to continue eating. The two of them packed a meal and brought it back to the lake house. Su Yun came out of the bedroom, looked at the two, and laughed. Good morning, they're all up. Good morning, boss. Yu Xian pointed to the food on the table and said, this is the breakfast that the two of us, Miss Su and I, went to the hotel and packed back for you. Eat it, or you're good to me. Su Yun grumbled as he ate. Unlike some people who don't keep their words and leave me alone and lonely in my room. Are you sure? You were lonely and cold last night? Sure. Su Yun, who was unaware of this, continued his performance. You are unaware that last night, I tossed and turned as a night that I didn't sleep. Yu Xian was a little embarrassed to be beside her as she listened to her boss mouth full of nonsense. She was tempted to tell her boss to stop. Ms. Su knew everything. So it is. Sumu smiled and got up. It just so happens that I was also kept awake all night last night by the noise. Why don't we go to sleep together again this moment? Forget it. Seeing that she really meant it, Su Yun hurriedly shook his head and said, I'm just kidding. There's no such thing as declaring adultery in the daytime. So come and wait until the night. After breakfast, Su Yun was at the lake, wearing shorts, facing the sunrise and playing the 8-duan brocade again. In an instant, the energy is full and the fatigue of the whole body is swept away. I have to say, this 8-duan brocade that has been altered by the system is really magical. Su Yun was a little skeptical if this was an immortal cultivation technique. Afterwards, as per the schedule of events, there will be another boating session in the lake in the morning. Everyone can canoe on the lake, see the mountains and water, and feel the general nature. There are cruises for 2 people each and 4 people each. Song Xiaowei was alone and found them wanting to play as a team. At Su Yun's suggestion, they directly took a 4-person cruise boat together. Since the cruise ship relied entirely on the manual paddling of the passengers in order to move, it was Yu Xian and Song Xiaowei who were paddling hard all the way. Su Yun and Su Mu, on the other hand, sat in the back, chatting away. Su Mu talked to Su Yun about some of her plans and ideas for the company's future development. Although Su Yun was letting himself manage the company, some work reports and ideas should still be told to Su Yun in advance. It's respect. Before long, they paddled to one of the most famous islands in the West Sea Lake on Ante. There's really only one tree up there, and it's called a tree in the ocean. Then went on to see the islands that look like love hearts. More than 2 hours passed in one paddle. Su Yun and Su Mu didn't feel anything, but Yu Xian and Song Xiaowei were exhausted. It can't be helped. Who told them that one of them is a secretary and the other is a debtor? Finally the ship docked in a harbor. After disembarking, the 4 made their way to the nearby town of Tsujiren, which offers a variety of snacks and small things to eat, as well as ancient costumes to rent and take pictures of. The 4 of them ate from street to street and bought lots of little things. Then again, at Song Xiaowei's suggestion, she changed into her ancient costume. Su Yun chose a set of Jin Yiwei's costume. sideways, holding a sword in one hand. Handsome. Watch the other three get mesmerized. And the three of them became more Jiangnan Watertown women after changing into ancient clothes. Even the owner of the vintage store and the photography were wowed. This was especially true the moment Sumu came out. Inside the ancient language, this is the proper face of the great heroine. Temperament is something that is really nurtured by environment and time. Compared to Sumu, Yuxian and Song Xiaowei, who came from ordinary families, although they were also beautiful after changing into their ancient costumes, they were still not as charming as Sumu in terms of charisma and temperament. Suyun thought that he would find an opportunity to have Sumu dress himself like this at home once in the future. Must be very sensational. And so it was that a brocade guard with 3 women in ancient dresses wandered up and down the town. Behind him was the photographer who was following the shoot. By the time they had pretty much wandered around the whole town, the photography was over and a whole bunch of pretty pictures came out. According to the package, each person only has a choice of 10 photos, and the remaining photos will have to be purchased at an additional cost of 30 apiece. But who is Suyun? Seeing that everyone loved every one of them, what else was there to choose? They just packed up and bought them all. That's $200. Beautiful things are always too good to throw away. The host bought all the photos for the woman as she pleased, rewarded with 100,000 cash. Bank card balance, 21.35 million. After removing the makeup, the morning was almost over. After the 3 people divided the photos, they began to fold back to the hotel, and under the arrangement of the organizers, the crowd boarded the ship one after another and left. When Su Yun and Su Mu and the others arrived at the previous pier, an awkward problem arose. The car is a Continental GT with only 2 doors. Although there are 4 seats, there is so little room in the 2 back rows that it's impossible to sit, or it would be uncomfortable to sit. Just as Yu Xian and Song Xiaowei were planning to commiserate, Yan Kan, whom they had known before, walked over. He looked at a carload of 4 of them and asked Su Yun with a smile, "Brother, can't you sit down?" "Kind of. My car is an SVU with an empty back row. Want to pull 2 for you?" "Yeah, appreciate it." Su Yun smiled. "Thank you so much then. Be polite to me." So Yu Xian and Song Xiaowei, with the help of the other party, all returned to the city together. On the way home, Sumu asked Su Yun and Yu Xian not to go to her house later first, so that she could face Li Jinshu on her own and see what's going on. Su Yun agreed. He just said, "If you can't handle it, I'll do it." So when Sumu returned home alone with the door open, she was a little apprehensive in her heart. But this is not the case. When Li Jinshu saw Sumu come back, she didn't show any unhappiness, but remained the same as before. She turned her head, smiled and asked, "Su, you're back." "Ha, aha." Sumu walked over and said, "You've been home all this time and haven't gone out?" "No, it's not convenient." "A little better now?" "It's been fine." Li Jinshu got up and said with a smile, "Last night, did you sleep well at your father's house?" "It's okay, that's all." "Right." Sumu didn't know why Li Jinshu didn't break down her lying, and took the initiative to say, "Su Yun and their party came back. I just bumped into them, and it seems like they even brought you a gift." "And brought me a present?" Kinda counts on him having a little bit of a conscience. Li Jinshu smiled and asked, "So did he bring you a gift?" "Also brought." Sumu replied, "He must have had a lot of fun this time." Li Jinshu couldn't help but sigh. "It's a pity that I wasn't able to follow along." "It's fine. When the company is renovated, next time ask Su Yun to take us along alone." Sumu said comfortingly, "When the time comes, let's have a few days of fun and relaxation and let him hemorrhage for once." End of chapter. Chapter 123, I really just want to see you guys dance. Chapter 123, I really just want to see you guys dance. Su Yun's house. After Yu Xian helped pack up and clean up a bit, she hesitated before telling Su Yun the truth. "Boss, there's something I want to talk to you about." "You tell me." "What is it?" Yu Xian replied, "Ms. Su knows about what's going on between me and yours." "When?" Su Yun was a little surprised. "Just last night," Yu Xian said. "She told me this morning when we went out for breakfast together, and gave me medicine to keep me safe." Su Yun, good man. This chest, really as one sees with one's own eyes, not small at all. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I feel like you're the boss of me, and these things shouldn't be kept from you." "Any more?" Su Yun was curious. "Is that all she has to offer when she finds out?" "No, she said something else." Yu Xian replied honestly. "She said that if she ever wanted to be with you, she wanted me to leave your side and give me a sum of money." "What did you say?" "I promise," Yu Xian said with a complicated expression, "because I followed you for money, and I also knew you wouldn't like me. For that matter, just live my words yourself and don't worry about her." Su Yun frowned. "There are only 2 reasons for you to leave me. One is that I let you go, and the other is that you want to leave on your own now." but for whatever reason, you will receive a gift from me. Understand? Got it. Thanks, boss. You're fine for the moment. Go over next door and help with the meal. Okay, boss. After Yuxian left, Suyun fell into deep thought. He was a bit surprised by Sumu's maneuvering and Yuxian's extraordinarily honesty, but Suyun guessed what was on each of their minds. Sumu wants to give up without a fight, while Yuxian wants to use her loyalty to counter Sumu. Both women are actually fighting. Suyun didn't care. As the referee of this game himself, he couldn't go down easily. As long as people don't go overboard with each other, some small tactics, whatever they're fighting over. Over here, Yuxian came to Sumu's house and greeted Li Jinshu. Li Jinshu whispered towards her and asked, "Did you tell Suyun and Su about the video I told you about?" "No." Yuxian thought for a moment and replied, "Just don't have it. Don't say I know about it, and keep it a secret for me. Okay, Ms. Li." Li Jinshu laughed. "Don't call me Miss Li, just call me Jinshu." "Okay, Ms. Li." Yuxian said, "If you don't have anything else to do, I'm going to the kitchen to help Ms. Su with dinner." "Oh, there you go." Li Jinshu got up and shouted towards Su. Su, I'll work hard for you guys for dinner. I'll go next door to play with Suyun." When she finished, she opened the door in her slippers and left straight away. Suyun was chatting with Ning Qian when he saw Li Jinshu suddenly run in and said unexpectedly, "Why did you run over?" "Missed you." Li Jinshu, who was only 2 people, did not hide anything at all, and directly jumped into Suyun's arms, beaming, "I heard from Su that you brought me a gift. What is it?" "A bracelet." Suyun picked it up from the nearby coffee table and handed it to her. "It's locally threaded with onyx stones from the lake. It's not worth much, but it's nice to look at." After Li Jinshu took it over and put it on her wrist, she said, "I just saw that Sumu also had one on her wrist. Was it also from you?" "No, she bought it herself." Li Jinshu pretended to be surprised. "She's with you? How else would you have the exact same bracelet?" "Aha." Suyun didn't know if Sumu had spoken to Li Jinshu yet. He explained, "I was at the party with Yuxian and accidentally bumped into Sumu. I didn't expect her to be there. Accidentally stumbled upon it? You didn't take her quietly behind my back?" "No." Suyun smiled and replied, "She was still with her blind date at the time. It should have been her blind date who invited her there. She just didn't expect to meet me. That's quite a coincidence." Li Jinshu's heart felt much better after hearing Suyun's explanation. Whether he was telling the truth or not, she took it seriously, because at least he's still willing to talk to himself like that. That is, he still cares about his feelings. "Was it fun there?" "Generally, it's okay." Suyun replied, "When I have the chance, I'll take you to play once. It's just me." "Okay, just you." Li Jinshu nodded happily. Then she said, "There are still a few days left before the company finishes its renovation, so I might have to make a trip home at that time." "Go back to what?" "My mom called me and said, my milk is in the hospital right now and people are dying." Li Jinshu said, "She's been very kind to me since I was a child, and I'm going back to see her off one last time. Do you need me to stay with you?" "No need. I can handle it myself." "That's fine." Suyun hugged Li Jinshu and got up to walk towards the door. Li Jinshu was puzzled. "What are you doing? Help me unlock the door." Li Jinshu sniffed and her face instantly turned red. She said shyly, "I'm just getting better and here you go again. Will you let me get out of bed and walk again?" "It's okay. I'll buy you a wheelchair when the time comes." "Get lost, you big pervert." Li Jinshu immediately struggled up and said, "If you want to toss, you go toss your female secretary." "That won't do. You volunteered for this." "No way." Li Jinshu whispered, "I was inconvenienced by my great-aunt yesterday." Suyun, what else could be done with that statement? He gave Li Jinshu a depressed look, put her down, returned to the sofa, and sighed. "I see that you just deliberately came over to get back at me." "Ha ha." Li Jinshu laughed. "Then I'll go back. Oh, go away. It's annoying to look at you." After Li Jinshu left, Suyun called his old mom, chatted, and asked about her condition. On the phone, she complimented Chen Xin again. The words reveal a message. "Chen Xin, this daughter-in-law is very good. I like it very much. You kid hold on tight. Do not know what to do." Suyun said he knew and would try to think about it. In fact, he also knows that the other party is good. "It is because she is your favorite daughter-in-law. He is not good at it. If this really sleeps and you force yourself to get married, how can you waive yourself?" So Chen Xin is not something he would like to touch because of his old mom. One slip up and it could easily backfire. Unless she can do what Sumu did and be okay with her relationship with other women. After Suyun ended his chat with his mom, Liang Yan's call came in. He asked, "Mr. Liang, is something wrong?" "Mr. Su, do you know any reliable divorce-fighting lawyers?" Liang Yan said, I'm going to fight a divorce lawsuit with my ex-husband. I thought you said that you were divorced? The marriage is divorced. But now he's messing with the division of property. Liang Yan replied, he wants to get back what he had before, and is now looking for a lawyer to sue me. It seems like it's still a lawyer from the Red Circle firm. I do know a lawyer from the Red Circle firm as well. Su Yun replied, he's my legal counselor. I'll push his WeChat to you later. Just say that he's a friend of mine, so you can contact him yourself. Okay, thanks. After Liang Yan finished talking about herself, she talked about work. Mr. Su, to give you a heads up, the short drama you invested in has gone live and is being broadcast on various short video platforms today. What's the result? So far the starting numbers are okay. We won't know the exact results until 24 hours from now. In this matter, you'd better talk to Sumu. Su Yun said, how it's going to work and what else we need to do. Tell her directly. Then this next thing, I can't tell Mr. Su as well, can I? What is it? Below my big hill, a sheep died. Liang Yan asked meaningfully, when will you come over and help me with this problem? Su Yun refused. No time, do it yourself. Ugh, men are no good. Bye. Su Yun. The next morning, Sumu returned home at the strong request of his dad. The cause was still the blind date. Once he arrived home, Su Jinxiang was furious and said angrily, Sumu, what's wrong with you? Your aunt said that you found yourself a boyfriend? Right. Why? Sumu found a seat and retorted, wasn't it you who told me to find a boyfriend all the time? Now that I've found one, you're not happy? I'm happy my ass. Su Jinxiang exasperatedly said, I'm asking you to find a boyfriend, not to find a loser. That so-called boyfriend of yours is an employee of your cousin's company, right? What do you think you want with him? I figure he's young and fit, can't I? Sumu shot back, as long as he treats me well, that's enough. Look at what you're saying. Master Su sniffed and said in annoyance, did you come back today because you want to piss me off? You're the one who wanted me to come back. You, Sumu, don't be deliberately angry with your father. Your father is doing this for your own good. Jiang Sweki hurriedly persuaded, Auntie introduced you to a blind date, but 1,000 selected. Rich in career, but also capable. The future is unlimited. What's not better than that little boyfriend of yours? It's really not good that you're still tearing people down in front of them. I can't find it on my own, but the one you found for me is fine? Sumu laughed coldly and countered. Auntie Xue, you don't even know my boyfriend, so you know he can't do it? I did learn about it. Jiang Sweki said, that what's his name Su Yun? I've heard your cousin say that he used to be a small staff member in his company, with no money and no ability. What kind of life do you think he can give you after you're with him? Ha, that's something cousin could say. Sumu laughed. You're afraid you don't know that his company's performance has been in a downward spiral ever since Su Yun left his company, right? If it goes on for a while longer, I'm afraid he'll just go out of business, and then he won't be able to afford to keep a mistress on the side. Sumu, Su Jinxiang said angrily, your aunt is doing this for your own good. You can't talk properly. Dad, I'm being polite. Sumu directly stood up and said, ever since my mom died, I've long since stopped staying in this home. Fine, that's what you said. Su Jinxiang slammed the table and said, then from today onwards, you should not come back, and in the future, you should not use a single cent of my money. Spoken like I've used your money all these years. Sumu replied unwillingly, I'm still putting my words down here today. I'm still going to be with the trash in your mouth for the rest of my life. Sumu, your father was talking in anger. Jiang Sweki said kindly, just don't be mad at him, okay? Just give in. Your dad has a heart condition. Isn't that what you wanted? Sumu said, don't be hypocritical. Isn't it just that you want to help your son sweep away this obtrusive daughter of mine? Sumu, I don't. I never have. I've always thought of you as a daughter. Don't mind her. Su Jinxiang exasperatedly said, when she follows that punk and runs out of money, I'll see if she comes back to beg me. Yikes. Is that calling me a loser? Su Yun suddenly appeared at Su Mu's house with Yu Xian. He looked around at the people around him and came to Su Mu's side, generously reaching out and wrapping his arm around her waist, saying, it's a bit embarrassing to hear yourself being scolded as soon as you arrive. Crowd. Su Yun's appearance caused Su Mu and everyone else to freeze. Su Mu was surprised. Su Yun, why are you here? I wasn't afraid you'd be bullied. It turns out that after he woke up in the morning, Li Jinshu came over to ask for help. She says that Sumu was called back home early in the morning because of a blind date. At the same time, she also talked about the situation at Su Mu's home, fearing that Su Mu would be wronged or bullied when she returned. So she came to Su Yun for help. After hearing this, Su Yun of course had to come over and help support his woman. He looked at Su Jianxiang and the charming woman in front of him and said, Uncle, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yun. I'm the loser you're talking about. I'm happy to meet you today. It's my first time meeting you, and I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so I don't know what you'd like. Soo-yun fished out a packet of hwazi from his body, opened it, handed over one, and asked, Uncle, do you want a hwazi? I just bought it. Soo Jin-cheon. Looks like Uncle doesn't like to smoke it, and I actually don't like it either. Soo-yun retrieved hwazi and sighed. Uncle, since you dislike this daughter so much, why don't you make an offer today? I'll buy her. Do you think it's okay? Boy, do you know what you're talking about? Soo Jin-cheon held back his anger and said, You are not welcome in our home. Please get out. Oh, Soo-yun pulled Sumu and asked, Do you want to come with me? Good. Sumu. Seeing this, Soo Jin-cheon angrily shouted, If you walk out with him today, you're not my daughter. But Sumu acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to follow Soo-yun out towards the outside. Yu Xian followed behind and apologized. Sorry for the intrusion. Then, too, he turned to catch up. Crowd. Coming out of the villa, Soo-yun teased. Now you've become a homeless woman. Aren't you still there? Sumu laughed. Since you brought me out, you have to be responsible for me to the end. I was kind enough to help you, so why are you relying on me? Soo-yun bristled. It's fine if you want me to take you in, but you have to work for me. Aren't I already doing that? Sumu didn't have the good sense to say. During the day, when I have time at home, I make food for you to eat, and at night, I have to sleep with you from time to time. Soo-yun. Mud. It seems to be true. Sumu suddenly said. Soo-yun, I intend to fight for it. Your father's family fortune? Aha. Isn't your father still alive? Who says you can't fight until you're dead? Sumu explained. I want to acquire my father's industry. Let that woman, in the future, not get a penny. What are you telling me this for all of a sudden? I want you to help me. Soo-yun was puzzled. Wasn't that media company of mine given to you to manage? As long as you have that ability, feel free to toss it around. It's just that much money anyway. Not a penny more. Thank you, Soo-yun. Soo-yun's words were equivalent to this company literally letting itself be the master of its own affairs, doing what it wanted to do. Don't thank me. Soo-yun came forward and whispered. Sister Sue, first things first, you are now my woman after I spent $5 million to buy you. If you want to leave me in the future, you have to pay me back $5 million before you can do so. Good. So what's in it for me now? What favor do you want? Soo-yun smiled and asked tentatively, At night, why don't you and Yu Xian come to my room together? Impossible. Sumu directly refused. I haven't even said what it's for. And you're refusing. So what do you want? Soo-yun said. I just want the two of you to wear ancient costumes together and dance for me like in a drama. Just dance? Yeah. What else is there to do? Soo-yun laughed. I can always get you two to sleep with me. Bah. Of course. Sumu knew what Soo-yun was actually playing at, which was testing his bottom line. Shy and angry, she said, dancing. I can think about it. Nothing else. Oh, one can. Soo-yun? What just happened? Boss. Yu Xian had just heard the conversation between the two and whispered, I can only accept dancing too. Nothing else will do. No. Heaven and earth. Soo-yun was somewhat wronged. I really just wanted to watch you guys dance. Boss. I get it. You don't have to explain. Soo-yun. It's over. Now I don't know what kind of pervert I've become in their eyes. So much so, that the two of them actually went to the company site in pairs, neither of them taking his car home. Soo-yun was depressed as he drove by himself, traveling on the road. Somewhat bored, he suddenly received a call from Lawyer Law. It turned out to be the case of the ex-girlfriend. Because the other party did not return in a timely manner owed Soo-yun's former. The court side has implemented the forced execution. Her bank cards and all assets in her name are currently frozen. All those luxury bags in the house were also taken to thrift stores and sold. And a total of 110,000 yuan came out, which has been put on his card. The remaining $50,000 or so will be automatically transferred to her account at the first opportunity, regardless of whether she's working or whatever. As long as there's money or assets in the name of her bank card, until all the funds are repaid. Soo-yun said he knew, and asked if a woman surnamed Liang had come to him to consult on the division of divorced property. Lawyer Luo stated that there was such a lady and added that it was he, Soo-yun, who introduced her. But because her husband, the attorney she got, was also an attorney from her own law firm, the matter was a bit difficult. In his advice, the two could reconcile privately if they could, and not take the legal route. But Mr. Liang's side was reluctant and had a tough attitude, not budging a penny. Luo asked tentatively, Mr. Su, do you want to help us persuade her to take a step back? The lawyer on our side said that the other party has been willing to just have the last investment amount transferred to Ms. Liang, $3 million, and nothing else. Su Yun asked. Then let me ask. According to a normal lawsuit, who do you think will win? Ms. Liang has a little better chance of winning, but it's not excluded from losing. After all, although they were divorced, they hadn't signed a divorce property division agreement before, said lawyer Law. If the other party balks at the idea that the parties are falsely divorcing and there is still enough evidence, there is an opportunity for a secondary property division. Okay, I got it. After Su Yun hung up the phone, he called Liang Yin. Hey, Mr. Su. Liang Yin picked up. Looking for me? Where are you now? What? You just rejected me yesterday and now you miss me? Liang Yin said smugly. You men, you always talk out of your ass. Get to the point. I'm at the office now. Liang Yin said. Want to come? Text me the address. Good. Soon. Su Yun followed the address she gave and arrived at a secluded place. The environment is similar to your own company. Also a two-story detached building. Su Yun walked in, not realizing that her company was not small. With about 20 to 30 employees, the receptionist politely asked, Hello sir, who are you looking for? I'm looking for your Mr. Liang. Su Yun said, My name is Su Yun. Oh, it's Mr. Su, please follow me. When the receptionist heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Ms. Liang just ordered that if you come, she will directly take you to her office. Okay, thanks. Walk through the first floor hall to the second floor. Compared to the layout of her own design, she only had 2 offices on the entire second floor, one for her and one for her husband. However, now that the 2 of them are having a bad time, and the company is being controlled by Liang Yin alone now, his man is directly kicked out. So now on the entire second floor, Liang Yin was the only one. Mr. Liang, Mr. Su is here. The receptionist brought Su Yun into the office. This was the first time he had seen Liang Yin in her working condition, a little different from usual. Today she was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a small gray suit with a deep V, and a short black skirt underneath with sexy black speckled stockings and a pair of black high heels. The whole person is full of imperial sister temperament, and it is a big change from the sensible woman who saw herself before. Seeing Su Yun arrive, Liang Yin smiled and rose to greet him, and instructed the receptionist. Later, don't let anyone disturb me. Okay, Mr. Liang, I know. After the receptionist left, Su Yun then casually found a seat on the sofa and laughed. The way Mr. Liang is dressed today, I almost didn't recognize him. Yeah, then you'll have to take a good look at me later. Liang Yin smiled and reached out to unlock the door before coming to sit beside Su Yun. Reaching out to remove her glasses and tossing them aside, she came forward and asked ambiguously, Say, what's the matter with taking the initiative to come to me today? The lawsuit. Su Yun replied unperturbed. Lawyer Luo approached me just now and asked me to persuade you to accept mediation. Or else if it really gets out of hand, you aren't going to win 100% of the time. What do you think? Liang Yin asked back. Let me take a step back? That's your business. Don't ask me. Su Yun casually said. I just came to let you know. You made a special trip just to tell me that? Liang Yin couldn't help but laugh as she asked. Young Master Su, are you even lying to yourself? Su Yun, as the saying goes, words don't make sense. The two also stopped delaying, and directly the mall turned into a battlefield. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless other things in life. At this moment, no one outside the house was destined to know about the movements and scenery inside. Just a short time later, Liang Yan's ex-husband Qin Chuan suddenly killed the company, facing the former boss. The receptionist and the security guards didn't dare to stop him at all, letting him barge in front of Liang Yan's office. Qin Chuan opened the door and tried to force his way in directly. Unfortunately, the door wasn't opened. It's unlocked. Hearing the commotion of someone opening the door, Liang Yan inside shouted with some displeasure. Who is it? Didn't I say not to let anyone disturb me? Mr. Liang. The receptionist loudly explained. It's General Manager Qin who's here. We can't stop him. Liang Yan, come out. Qin Chuan stood outside the door and said angrily. Don't think that I can't do anything about you just because you're hiding from me. I don't have time for you at the moment. Liang Yan's broken voice came from inside and said. I'm busy. If you want to find me, wait outside. Qin Chuan, just wait. I don't believe you won't come out today. End of chapter. Chapter 124. I'm not a saintly mother, but I'm not a devil either. Chapter 124. I'm not a saintly mother, but I'm not a devil either. Su Yun came out. Liang Yan wiped her mouth contentedly. The door to the office opened. Qin Chuan was about to lash out when he suddenly froze when he saw that the person who came out was not his wife, but a man. This man, there was something familiar about him. Then he remembered. The last time he had met the other party once at the hot pot restaurant. It was Mr. Su who invested in Liang Yan. Qin Chuan asked suspiciously. Mr. Su, how do you, came to talk to Mr. Liang about a several $100 million project? Su Yun laughed. Now that we're done talking, I'm sorry for making you wait outside for so long. Now you go in. I'm leaving. Okay, Mr. Su. Qin Chuan's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat when he heard about the several $100 million project, and he politely said, I'll see you off. No, I'll just walk by myself. Then take your time, Mr. Su. Qin Chuan's posture was low and somewhat pleasing. After all, such a character, one could really befriend the other party, and in the future, one might be able to think of oneself for any good projects. No wonder Liang Yan has been trying to draw a line in the sand with herself lately, and the fake divorce has turned into a real one. I guess it's just that he's flattered Mr. Su and his wings have become hardened. Qin Chuan grunted angrily, changing his humility in front of Su Yun and pushed the door and walked in with an imposing manner. He looked at Liang Yan, who was already sitting demurely behind the desk, and asked in a cold voice, Tell me, what were you doing inside with Mr. Su just now? What's it to you? Liang Yan sat firmly in the boss chair and said unhappily, Say something, go out if you have nothing. I'm busy. Ha, I know if you don't tell me. Qin Chuan poured himself a cup of coffee and laughed. I didn't expect you dare to play with several $100 million of projects now. Not afraid that people's hearts are not enough to swallow the elephant and hold you up? A couple $100 million project? Liang Yan froze for a moment, puzzled. What are you talking about? Don't pretend. Just now Mr. Su went out and told me all about it. Qin Chuan sneered. He said he just talked to you in the face of a few $100 million of projects. How do you want to eat alone, Air. Liang Yan sniffed and thought of something, blushed, then said in a serious manner, You want to eat it too? If you're willing to part with a little bit of the property, I'll give it up. Then I guess he won't want to. Liang Yan said, Don't think about this matter. Tell me what you want to come here for today. The last $3 million investment in the skit. Give it back. Qin Chuan said, Or we'll see you in court. My side of the lawyer but said, Really want to fight the lawsuit? I share your previous property. You do not see a solid win. Okay, I'll have the finance call you right away and you write me up an agreement. Liang Yan promised, Let's get together and part ways. After I give you this money, you won't come to pester me. Qin Chuan. He didn't expect Liang Yan to be so good at talking this time, agreeing at once. It looked like she couldn't look at this small amount of her own money now that she had several $100 million of projects in her hands. It's really a good thing that you can't see the other side of the coin. This wife of his has come back different since her trip to Shanghai, compared to before. With Mr. Su, the big gold master, backing her up, she obviously had a lot of confidence. I have one more condition, Liang Yan asked. You say, find a time and make an appointment for me to have dinner with Mr. Su. Okay, I can try. Liang Yan asked, Is there anything else? No more. Okay. Liang Yan called her finance and then said, You call $3 million on Mr. Qin's card. Okay, Mr. Liang. After sending away her husband Qin Chuan, Liang Yan unlocked the door once again. Then she went back to her bedroom and started putting on her panties. It turned out that Su Yun, that guy, was too violent just now and tore the original one up himself. Plus she was wearing a short skirt, which was why she had been sitting in her chair just now, hiding behind her desk, afraid to get up. Cool. Luckily she had a spare change in her lounge or she would have had to vacuum all day today. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but complain about Su Yun. Every time she was with herself, she was so violent, not gentle at all. The point is still that he went out and actually talked to his own husband about talking about some several $100 million project. Hundreds of millions of dollars of bull asterisk. Qin Chuan is also a spread pussy. Actually really believe it. But when she remembered the craziness of the two just now, she got a little shy again and couldn't help but spit. There's still a taste in my mouth. But in all things there is no harm without comparison. She hadn't experienced real pleasure before. Now after experiencing it a few times on Su Yun, she would definitely be unwilling to let her face Qin Chuan again. Returning to her desk, Liang Yan began to look at her skit data. It's only been a day, but from what I've seen so far, she should be successful with this project. You can definitely make it in the end, depending on how much you make. This was also the reason why she had just agreed so readily to return the $3 million to Qin Chuan, because the $3 million was invested after they took the divorce papers. If it really made money, he filed a lawsuit to find himself to ask for it. He is 100% required to give the other party a dividend according to the proportion of the investment. Originally this drama, Su Yun's side is going to share a large portion of the profits, and then give Qin Chuan a share. Her own busy half a day will not have anything left. To give the money to the other side now on its own would be tantamount to the other side pulling out early. Any further money he makes himself will have nothing to do with him. Soo-yeon left Liang Yan's company and was much more comfortable after venting. Regarding Liang Yan's relationship, Soo-yeon simply treated her as a business buddy. It's okay. Make a date when you think of it. No one interferes with anyone's life. But Soo-yeon was confident that under the premise that he had the 8-to-1 gene, there were not many women who would still be thinking about other men after trying their own greatness. He returned home, rested a little, and then changed his gear and went to the fitness center. Zhang Jiasun was happy to see him. Brother Su, you have time to practice today? She hadn't even seen Soo-yeon for a few days after that time before when she was ruined by Sunny. Every time you call to ask someone to come to a workout, you either get rejected or you just don't return the message. However, Zhang Jiasun was not business at all. A person like Su must usually be very busy and didn't have time to return her text messages. She understood. In fact, Soo-yeon was just too lazy to reply. Well, there's some time today. Soo-yeon didn't talk nonsense and asked, let's start practicing straight away? Good. After practicing for several consecutive stages, during the intermission, Soo-yeon realized that many of the coaches around him seemed to have something on their mind, including Zhang Jiasun. Several times she wandered off. Soo-yeon asked with some curiosity, what's wrong today? It seems like you all have something on your mind. It looks like our fitness center is closing. Off? Soo-yeon was a bit surprised. I see your fitness center. Business is still good. Well, business is pretty good, Zhang Jiasun replied, but we heard that the boss lost a lot of money gambling in Macau, and now it's hard to pay us, and it's about to be impossible to open. He's looking around for someone to take it over, and if he can't find one, he'll have to shut it down for now. So everyone is worried about losing their jobs, and a lot of coaches are already starting to look for jobs. So I bought the class? Soo-yeon was a bit depressed. I've only just bought the class myself, and I haven't even taken it a couple times yet, and it's going out of business. Pitiful. Don't worry, brother Su. Even if the fitness center closes down, I will still be responsible for you, Zhang Jiasun said. In the future, I'll go directly to your home to teach you, or you can come to my home, and I guarantee that I'll let you practice your waistline. Could be, Soo-yeon casually coped, then asked, then what do you do if you lose your job? I don't know, Zhang Jiasun sighed. The whole environment is not good right now. It's not easy to find a job, and you can't find a good job. So if you really can't do it, go back to your hometown. It's okay, have a good heart. Soo-yeon comforted. There's actually nothing wrong with returning home to develop. At least there's not much pressure. By Chia Hsin Chang. By saying so himself, he was trying to gain Soo-yeon's sympathy. For rich people like them, a random network of contacts might be able to help them find a good job position. As a result, the other party actually didn't take it, and comforted himself to come. Back home? I'm not going back home myself. After practicing until the end of the afternoon, Soo-yeon left first in advance. Zhang Jiasun had wanted to be alone with him, but as a result, she still had 2 yoga classes in the evening, so she could only give up. Yu Xian and Su Mu had already returned home, well in advance. After a man and 3 women ate and drank their fill, Su Mu pulled Yu Xian and said she was going out for a walk, but in fact, anyone with a clear eye could see that there was time. Sure enough, they were aiming for the fitness center. It turned out that Su Mu had dragged Yu Xian to the fitness center to sign up. After seeing Zhang Jiasun's information on the trainer's information wall, Su Mu pretended to consult some more before bringing Yu Xian to find Zhang Jiasun, who was teaching a class. Yu Xian was puzzled. Miss Su, don't you usually practice yoga at home? It's different this time. It's mainly to see people. Yu Xian? Just as she was wondering, Zhang Jiasun walked out of the classroom. She saw Su Mu, who had been between one side and the other, and was surprised. You're Su's sister, aren't you? Yeah, it's me. Su Mu laughed. My sisters and I wanted to practice yoga and came to see you for some practice. Now, right, Su Mu said. The enrollment fee we've just taught downstairs, and she told us to come to your classroom first to get a feel for it. By Chia Hsin Chang, the fitness center is closing, and Wang Cc and the girls have the nerve to charge and open new cards. It's not a trap, but now she surely didn't dare to say that, or else her boss would fire her in a minute. Alright then, you guys can practice with us for today. Because Zhang Jiasun looked at Su Mu as Soo-yeon's sister, she was extra polite. While Zhang Jiasun was getting them mats, Su Mu whispered to Yu Xian, she's the reason your boss comes to the fitness center to work out. Yu Xian, at first glance, nothing else, the body is truly first class. Only Su-yeon and Li Jinshu were left in the house, but because Li Jinshu was inconvenient, the two couldn't do anything else. Li Jinshu said with some reluctance, Su-yeon, there's a change in plans. I'm going back early. I bought a ticket for the 9 o'clock train tonight. I'll leave later. The company's decoration. I've already given Su Mu and Ning Qian a clear explanation. It's almost time to wrap up the work. With them keeping an eye on it, there shouldn't be any problems. Oh, Su Yun pretended to respond absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Li Jinshu depressedly said, aren't you going to say something? Have a good trip? Li Jinshu. Just kidding. Su Yun turned his head and kissed her on the mouth. Smiling, have you packed your things? Let's go. I'll drive you to the station. It's getting late. Good. Li Jinshu blushed and smiled at once. That's what she was waiting for. An hour later, the two arrived at the station. It's almost time to check the tickets into the station. Li Jinshu pulled her suitcase and said, Su Yun, this departure. I won't be able to see you for at least a few days. I'm going to miss you. Su Yun said, call me if you need anything. But there are some things that a phone call won't do. Su Yun, I want to kiss you here. Is it possible? It's okay. I don't care. As soon as Su Yun's words fell, Li Jinshu pounced on him and kissed him fiercely. It was a minute before she reluctantly parted. One step at a time, he entered the station and boarded the train. Su Yun turned around and got into his Continental GT, ready to go find Ning Qian. What's the point of going back when you're all the way out? Afraid he'd pounce, he messaged the other guy ahead of time and asked. The result was really expected. Ning Qian was out shopping with her friends and was not at home, but she said she could go back immediately. Su Yun could only say no, let her continue shopping, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her on WeChat. Just as he was about to go back, Yan Kan, whom he had met at the previous party, suddenly called him. Hey, man, what's up? Ready to go home to bed? What's the point of going to bed so early? I'll buy you a drink. There are beautiful women. Yan Chan said. By the way, I want to tell you something. All right. Thinking that he was fine anyway, Su Yun said, send me the address. Soon. According to the address, he arrived at a private club, opened in the center of the city, but hidden and not even visible from the outside through the decor. When Su Yun arrived, because Yan Kan had already greeted him in advance, someone had already been waiting for him at the door. He followed the waiter all the way across the long alley to the private room. Su Yun walked in to see that there were just two people, a Yan Kan, and a two unknown man. Upon seeing Su Yun, Yan Kan smiled and rose to greet him. Brother, you finally come. We've had a bottle of wine. Didn't I tell you there were beautiful women? Su Yun found a seat and asked, where is everyone? You won't lie to me, right? Geez, what's your hurry? Yan Chan smiled and said, come, let me introduce you to my two friends first. This is Han Jingshuan, nicknamed Monkey. His dad is a hand at the Jiangqing TV station. This is my hairdresser, called Wu Wenbing, a rich second generation like me. His family is in the building materials business. Hello, you guys. Su Yun greeted. This is a brother I just met. Now he's his own boss, called Su Yun. Mr. Su. The two smiled and greeted. Hello, Mr. Su. Oops, don't call it that. Su Yun said, I'm a year or two older than your estimates, so call me Brother Su from now on. Okay, Brother Su. Have a drink. Have a drink. After the four of them dried a glass each, Yan Kan asked towards Wu Wenbing. Monkey, where is the person you said? Why hasn't he come yet? It should be soon. Wu Wenbing smiled and said, the ones who came this time can be big beauties. If you want a beautiful woman to hold your hands, you guys work on yourselves. Good man. No less. Yan Chan let out a happy laugh before whispering towards Su Yun at his side. This guy, he's picked up quite a few girls from the media academy. Illegal? Su Yun frowned. That's not true. It's all about the girls posting themselves, voluntarily. Yan Chan explained. We play, but we have a bottom line. We don't do anything illegal and never force others. Su Yun was much more relieved to hear it this way. There's money. You spend it, and you can do whatever you want with it as long as they want. After all, it's a matter of what you want. Just like the gold-digging women around yourself. But if they were really messing around, they would just be the first to quietly record a video and then report it backhandedly. Su Yun's purpose is, I'm not being a Madonna, but I'm not being a devil either. End of chapter. Chapter 125. No. I am a man of principle. Chapter 125. No. I am a man of principle. Some car outside the clubhouse. Four fashionably dressed girls were rushing to the side of the road. One of them is Song Xiaowei. Sister Yuan, who is the person you brought me to know this time? My boyfriend's best buddy, Su Yuan, who had already graduated for a year and was 1 year older than her, said, they can all be non-rich people, and with a casual word, they can solve your job problem. But will they help me? I think so. My boyfriend is good buddies with them. Su Yuan laughed. With my boyfriend speaking for you, and you behaving better on your own, there shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Sister Luna Literature. No, We used to go to the same school at least. You're welcome. The other two women, somewhat enviously, said, Sister Yuan, don't just help Xiaowei. Help us find a job as well. This is about to graduate. Could be. Su Yuewen said. Today, as long as you guys perform well, none of it will be a problem. I really envy Sister Yuan for finding such an awesome boyfriend. One of the girls said enviously. Later on, when you become a rich wife, you will drive a luxury car and buy every day. Unlike us who have to work hard every day. I just got lucky, too. Chatting away, the few people unknowingly arrived at the clubhouse. As soon as they got off the bus, Su Yuewen went up to the waiter and said, We are guests of box 88. The remaining three waited where they were. Song Xiaowei glanced at her unintentionally and saw a familiar Bentley coupe that seemed to belong to Su Yun. He's here too? Just as she was wondering, Su Yuewen shouted, Let's go. So a group of people were guided by the waiter to the 88 box. As soon as they entered, Song Xiaowei and Su Yun froze. The two didn't expect to meet again on such an occasion. Yan Chan also froze for a moment, because he also knew Song Xiaowei, and had ridden in his car when he came back before. This is Su Yun's woman. Nice guy. A little awkward. Unaware of this, Wu Wenbing looked at Su Yuan and said with some dissatisfaction, Why did you just come? Honey, there's a little traffic on the road. Su Yuan answered and sat over, turning back to Song Xiaowei and the others. These are my friends from school. They're all big beauties. Wu Wenbing was the convener of this gathering and smiled enthusiastically. Since they are Yuan's friends, they are also my friends. Don't be polite. Feel free to sit down. Yeah, find yourselves a seat. Su Yuan winked at them and said, Don't be shy. They're all my boyfriend's friends. They're very nice. Okay, sister. The other two girls sniffed and took a seat. Song Xiaowei was the only one left standing in the entire room. Seeing this, Su Yuan urged, Xiaowei, what are you waiting for? Quickly sit down. Oh, Song Xiaowei, who had reacted, stared at Su Yun and wanted to sit next to him. However, seeing that Su Yun did not make a sound as if he did not recognize her, she did not dare. Seeing this, Yan Can, who knew the inside story, was about to come out to relieve himself when Su Yun spoke out expressionlessly. Alright, sit next to me. Oh, Song Xiaowei answered and obediently sat beside Su Yun, like a child who had made a mistake. Aside from Yan Can, the other three were a bit puzzled. Brother Su, you guys knew each other before? Han Jinghan actually looked at Song Xiaowei as soon as he came in just now, because she was the prettiest and most graceful of all the girls. Su Yun smiled and said, Well, my friend. Yeah, I know them too. I met them once before when I was with Su. Yan Chan also laughed awkwardly. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The other two were even more embarrassed when they saw that Yan can also recognize them. Because before the girls came, they had said they were going to hug the girls, and their purpose was already naked. It turned out to be an acquaintance of a buddy. The most depressing thing was that this acquaintance was actually the woman with the best temperament and image among the several. They had regrets. But now that they knew she was related to Su Yun, they naturally wouldn't get any more ideas and had to pick the other two girls. Women are important, but not as important as brothers. A woman, letting go, because they have no shortage of beautiful women at all. Seeing this, Su Wenyu, who was on the side, was secretly a bit surprised. Since Xiaowei knew Yan Can and this Su brother whom she had only met, she shouldn't be worried about not having a job, although she didn't know what the identity of this Su was. But those who could hang out with these deadbeats of her boyfriends should be in pretty much the same circle. In the booth, it's actually pretty easy to play. Nothing over the top, just drinking, singing and playing games together. At first, the two girls were reserved, but driven by the gentleman. A few glasses of wine, they gradually let themselves go, and the games they played with each other were much more ambiguous. Su Yun and Song Xiaowei sat together, heavy in place, and no one came over to disturb them. Seeing that everyone had finished drinking and singing, and the atmosphere was almost over, Wu Wenbing proposed to change the place and go to the bar again to get high. Su Yun smiled and refused. You guys play? I won't go. I have things to do tomorrow. That's fine, Brother Su. Next time we'll meet again. The other three men, one with an arm around a woman, finished their check and left happily. After the crowd left, Su Yun looked at Song Xiaowei, who remained by his side, and said, Have you been drinking? No, it was all juice earlier. Can you drive? Will. Su Yun threw the car keys to Song Xiaowei and said, You drive. I've been drinking. Song Xiaowei, on the way. Su Yun opened the window and let the wind blow on his face. He had his eyes closed, like he was asleep. Song Xiaowei drove the car seriously and didn't know where she was going. Su Yun didn't say anything either, and she didn't dare to wake him up, so she ran aimlessly down the street. Do you know what kind of game this is tonight? Suddenly, Song Xiaowei heard this. There was no one else in this car besides Su Yun. I thought it would just be drinking and singing alone. Are you naive? Or do you think the world is pure? Su Yun laughed, thinking that just because you casually come out to sing and drink with men, others will take care of things for you? Song Xiaowei, a man and a woman are always only going to bed. Su Yun said, and even if you go to bed, people's things won't necessarily be done for you. I want to get into TV. I want to be a presenter. Song Xiaowei replied in a low voice. Today, when you seen your sister said that Han his father is a hand of the TV station, so as long as he's willing to help me, I'll be able to get in. So you really believe it? Su Yun mocked. What drinking and singing to make the other person happy is fine with you? I don't want to, but I can't get in. I thought the world was fair, but it's not. Song Xiaowei lightly bit her lips and said in aggravation, actually, before I ran into you at the West Sea party, I had already gone to a TV station recruitment once. I clearly had the best grades and the best professional skills, but when the results came in, I just lost out to someone who wasn't as good as me. Isn't that normal? Su Yun turned his head to look at her. When you first came to the company, I already told you that society is not a school, and you can't just go to it if you have the ability. I see. That's why I came tonight. I thought. Song Xiaowei slammed her foot on the brakes in place and broke down and cried. I know you must be looking down on me right now, but there's nothing I can do about it. I want to get ahead. I want to work hard and make money to pay you back, but I just didn't have a chance. I needed a chance. I needed a stage to prove myself. Really want to get into TV that badly? Right. Whatever it takes. Song Xiaowei appraised. Yes, whatever it takes. If I let you in, you'll follow me from now on. Su Yun said bluntly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I'm not a good person or a kind person. Everything has a price. I have no intention of selling my body. Song Xiaowei denied. With your behavior today, it's only a matter of time. Instead of cheapening other people in the future, you might as well cheapen me. At least I'm more reliable than the others. Su Yun said indifferently, I'm giving you the chance now, whether you want to or not. It's your choice. Can you really do it? I don't know, but I've got money. I can try. Okay, deal. After some struggle, Song Xiaowei accepted the reality and nodded. If she hadn't met Su Yun today, would she have been just like the other two girls? Since she was doomed to only be able to exchange her chance this way, she was willing to choose Su Yun and give herself to him. At least Su Yun is not false as a villain. And don't let yourself look nasty. Seeing Song Xiaowei's promise, Su Yun fumbled for his phone and called Yen Kan. Over there? Yen Kan asked. Brother Su, is something wrong? Can you ask that friend of yours for me how much it costs to get someone into TV? That woman tonight? Aha. Let's not talk about the money or not. Out of sight. Yen Chan was very righteous and said, I'll ask around for you first and get back to you with a message later. Okay, thanks. The wait was torturous, at least for Song Xiaowei. A few minutes passed before Yen Chan's call came through. Su Yun asked, how was it? Done. Yen Chan laughed. Monkey said he'll try to speak to his dad's secretary tomorrow, so it shouldn't be a problem. How much? I'll transfer it to you. No need. Yen Chan said, this kind of small thing needs a load of money. If you give money, you're not treating me as a friend. Okay, count me as owing you a favor. Su Yun smiled. Thank you. Have a good time tonight. You too. Ha ha. Hanging up the phone, Su Yun asked Song Xiaowei, did you hear everything just now? Heard that. Song Xiaowei had mixed feelings. What was a great difficulty for her was a trivial matter in the eyes of the rest of them. Su Yun just made a phone call in front of his face and it was done. Knowing she had to fulfill her promise now, she volunteered. Which hotel are we going to? Go to some hotel and take me home. Going home? Song Xiaowei was a bit puzzled and said shyly, we're not going to. There's no rush until you get things in place. Su Yun laughed. What if it doesn't work out in the end? Wouldn't you lose out? Song Xiaowei was instantly amused. You're still weirdly nice. No, I'm a man of principle. Song Xiaowei suddenly felt as if it wasn't so hard to accept that she was following Su Yun. After sending Su Yun home, it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He simply let the other man sleep at home for the night. Song Xiaowei thought that something would happen tonight, but when she arrived home, Yu Xin was still waiting for Su Yun in the living room. Upon seeing Song Xiaowei, it was a bit of a surprise. Su Yun said, she'll be sleeping at my house for a bit tonight, and will sleep in my bed later. What about you, boss? I'll go sleep next door. After Su Yun lost, he turned around and opened the door to leave. A short while later, the sound of a door closing came from next door. Without Li Jinshu's house, it was free for Su Mu and Su Yun. She also knew she couldn't hide tonight, and had been ready for it for a long time. Su Mu took a comfortable hot bath in advance, lest Su Yun come later and wash together, and then make a bad move. Coming out of the bathroom, She was wearing a sexy black halter lace nightgown that she had bought just a few days before. Then to her bedroom, where the sexy one sat at the dresser next to her bed, folding her legs and wiggling her bare white feet, until someone pushed the door in. "You're finally here." Sumu looked at Soo-yoon, who advanced and entered, slightly bending over, dragging her chin with one hand and looking at him with a smiling face. The two slender suspenders hanging from her shoulders were only slightly affected by the movement, and one slipped down uncontrollably, calling out in a huge curve that looked even wider and fuller. "Sister Sue, what are you doing?" Soo-yoon looked at Sumu, who was dressed in a cool and sexy robe, sitting on the edge of the bed in an alluring and flirtatious position, and was a bit surprised. Thought he was raiding, but got ambushed instead. "Humph, you're pretending. Keep pretending." Sumu slowly stood up from the stool, her plump and firm body swaying slightly even because of the movement. She came in front of Soo-yoon and provoked, "If you're capable, you won't get into my bed tonight. Who says some things can only be done in bed?" Soo-yoon smiled as he directly ripped Sumu over and hugged her in his arms. "I had just gotten in and realized that I was empty under the nightgown." "You did that on purpose?" Sumu glared at him and denied in shame. "No, I just forgot to wear it just now." "Pretend. Just keep pretending." Soo-yoon didn't believe that this could be forgotten. In that case, he or she is not polite. He turned the dresser directly into the first battlefield. After that there's Battlefield 2, Battlefield 3, and Battlefield 4. The cool breeze of the middle of the summer night blew the curtains high and high. Under the light, there seemed to be two silhouettes constantly swaying back and forth, changing positions. In the next room, Song Xiaowei and Yu Xian were lying on the bed, tossing and turning without falling asleep, because they all knew in their hearts what was going on next door. Although they don't want to think about it, the less you think about it, the more images of it will pop into your head. It's a bit of an ordeal. End of chapter. Chapter 126. Romance can be not all about money, but no money is. Chapter 126. Romance can be all about money, but it's never okay without it. A day after Li Jinshu went back, her grandmother passed away in the hospital. The family began to prepare for the white affair. This involves funeral expenses and a host of other costs. Her grandmother had 4 children, 3 girls and 1 boy. The 3 aunts stated that they had married out, that the money should come from their brother's family, and that they didn't want any of the love they received. Li Jinshu's father also responded, but just a word, no money. So the family began to force Li Jinshu to take money for his work. Li Jinshu had a little money on him and didn't want his grandmother to be unable to go to her grave, so he was forced to agree to take out $100,000. According to the plan, $30,000 of the money was for the reception, $20,000 was for funeral home sparklers and funeral services, and the remaining $50,000 was given to buy a good burial plot in the cemetery. She ended up finding out the next day that her parents had just pocketed the $100,000 and done nothing with it. Grandma's remains are still frozen in the funeral home. The news of the memorial service was not sent to family and friends either. Even Grandma's grave isn't in a cemetery, but she plans to give it away on a small hill in her nearby hometown. This made Li Jinshu furious. When she confronted the other side at the funeral home, her mom, Gong Meiping, was not amused. She said, "People are dead. What do you care about that? We're saving the money for his oldest grandson's daughter-in-law, and she's willing." "Mom, won't you get what's coming to you for doing this?" Li Jinshu angrily looked at his dad and said, "Dad, Grandma is your mom. You let Gong Meiping do this. Your mom's right too. People are dead. The whole thing is unnecessary and wasteful." The middle-aged man Li Huaiming said impatiently, "If you really have filial piety and feel that your grandmother's cemetery is poor, you can take your own money and rebuy another one for her in the cemetery is." "It would have been my money you took." Li Jinshu gasped. "Give me back the money I gave you, and I'll organize my grandmother's funeral myself." "There's no money left. Your brother took it to put a down payment on the car," Li Huaiming said frankly. "Anyway, we won't take out this money. You look after it." "Buy a car?" "Yeah. Your brother having a car will give him some face in front of his girlfriend's family later. You guys took the money I spent on my grandmother's funeral and the cemetery and used it to buy my brother a car." Li Jinshu looked back at a few others and asked, "Auntie, don't you guys care either? It's not good for us to say anything about your family." One of them persuaded, "Jinshu, we know that you have earned money in the big city over the years. Do not be so stingy, and then take a few million out of the good. I took all the expenses of the family over the years. I earned money and supported the family all by myself." Li Jinshu said emotionally, "The money I've earned over the years has long been taken by my parents for my brother's use. As a daughter, isn't it right for you to make money to support your mom and dad? I treat them like mom and dad. Do they treat me like a daughter?" Li Jinshu retorted. "They only have my brother in their eyes. I'm just a tool for them to make money. Making money? Don't you laugh me to death. Gong Mei Ping immediately retorted. In front of your several aunts, tell me, are you making money? What do you mean by that? Sister-in-law? What do you mean? Gong Mei Ping sneered. I am not afraid of the family scandal. You are not aware of the last time I went to the city with her brother to look for her, only to realize that her glittering is all fake. In fact, she owes over $200,000 in loan sharks out there, and it's a good thing we ran away fast or someone else would have gotten a hold of her. The moment these words came out, the several aunts immediately shrank and also subconsciously moved away from her. Loan sharks? That's the kind of stuff I hear rolls up more and more and can't be paid back. Yeah, can't pay it back. And I think I'll get my hands chopped off. That's only for men. And for women, I've seen TV shows where it looks like they have to be taken for nude photos. Ha! Jinshu, you wouldn't have been photographed too, would you? Li Jinshu exploded and couldn't help but shout back. You're the one who's filmed it. Your whole family has. Jinshu, why are you talking to me? The woman sniffed, and immediately her face pulled down, saying, I'm not concerned about you. No wonder your parents don't like your dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for you. I don't want your concern. Your wolf hearts are eaten by dogs. Li Jinshu looked at this family, and then looked at the grandmother's regret in front of the hearth. His heart chilled to the bone. As angry as she was, it didn't help. The banquet is almost as good as it is, and the funeral service program is less. But this cemetery must be replaced. Grandma had worked hard all her life for her several children, and now that she was being treated like this, she really couldn't bear it. If you don't have any money, don't you still have a house? She said. Mom and Dad, it's okay if you don't give me the money. Then I'll sell my house and buy a cemetery for my milk. I'll let my brother. Let you guys go sleep in the street. Your house? Gong Mei Ping laughed. That's your brother's house. Who are you to kick me out? By virtue of the fact that it's my name on the real estate license, the mortgage is paid by me every month. Li Jinshu threatened. Do you believe that I will go to court to sue you? Go on. You go. Gong Mei Ping wasn't afraid at all and said, I don't believe the court will let you sue your own parents, my good sister. If you do, I'll get the media to expose you. At this time, Li Jinshu's brother also came, driving a new car that had not yet been licensed. He got out of the car and walked over to me smugly. When the time comes, I'll let everyone know what an ungrateful daughter you are for kicking your own mom and dad out of your own house and onto the streets. Li Jinshu, good people. What they fear most is to meet such scoundrels. Li Jinshu was so aggravated that she wanted to cry. At this moment, if only Su Yun was by his side, he would have known what to do. Perhaps her wishes were heard by God. With a roaring exhaust sound, a black Bentley Continental GT Coupe stopped in front of the parking lot in front of the funeral home lobby. It caught the attention of the crowd in an instant. In a small county, the days when you can see a luxury car like a Bentley are few and far between, because there aren't many of them per se, and the ones who can have it are invariably some of the richest bosses in this county. So it's a bit strange to see a Bentley suddenly appearing here now. Still somewhat unfamiliar. It's not clear which guest was on site. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Su Yun had already pushed open the car door and stepped out from inside. He looked around and after seeing Li Jinshu, he walked towards them. There was a beautiful woman behind him. The moment Li Jinshu saw the other party, her nose turned sour, as if all the grievances she had just suffered could not be tensed. Su Yun, what brings you here? Su Yun hugged her and laughed. Seeing that you sent a message saying that your grandmother had passed away, I drove over overnight, and luckily I didn't find the wrong place. Ms. Li, I'm sorry for your loss. Yu Xian said, if there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. Li Jinshu's elder brother and mother, Gong Mei Ping, also remembered who the other party was when they saw Su Yun, and their faces instantly became bad-looking. The several aunts beside them had already been intimidated by Su Yun's aura just now. They whispered toward Gong Mei Ping. Who is this man? Debtor. Gong Mei Ping whispered. He was the one who almost detained us last time, and Li Jinshu is the one who owes him $200,000 that he hasn't paid back. This will be the debtor? A couple of aunts were in shock, and with the way the two were meeting, it would be believable to say that they were her boyfriends. Alright, after a brief meeting, Su Yun asked, why is it so cold? The white affair hasn't been organized yet? I'm broke, Li Jinshu said. My parents took the money from the funeral for my grandmother and bought my brother a car. Su Yun, wow, there's such a thing. Su Yun looked at the middle-aged man and woman not far away, as well as her brother, and was simply a bit wide-eyed. How much did you give? 100,000. Okay, I got it. Su Yun said to Li Huimin and Gong Mei Ping, your daughter borrowed 200,000 from me. You do know that, right? Before she came back the day before yesterday, she asked me to borrow another $100,000. I came here today to ask for money, and I heard that you guys took her money? She gave it to us herself. The older brother, who had been kicked in the face last time, said with some abasement. Li Jinshu angrily said, that was for my grandmother's funeral, not for you to buy a car. Just buy it. In her own hometown and surrounded by her own people, Gong Meiping is a little more daring. She turned to Su Yun and said, Jinshu owes you money. You ask her for it. What does it have to do with us? She's the one who gave us our money, not you. And even if it came to us, she'd be the one to ask for it. Then you guys give me the money now. Li Jinshu exclaimed. We didn't. Li Jinshu. It's okay. It's just a rascal. They'll have to cry later. Su Yun wouldn't curse with someone. It was too humiliating. He said to Li Jinshu, since your parents don't want to spend any money, you'll do your grandmother's funeral alone. I'll give you the money, and then I'll get you Xian to help you alone, and try to get your grandmother in the ground sooner. Well, thank you, Su Yun. Li Jinshu was moved to redden her eyes. Okay, now you start going and sending messages to your family and friends to come to the condolences tonight, Su Yun said, and you also tell them that as long as people come, we don't accept gifts. And if you really have the heart you can send a wreath or two. Aha! Li Jinshu answered and then started to go inform people. Yu Xian, Su Yun instructed again. You should contact the people from the funeral parlor about the hearse and banquet later, and then help Jinshu with the responsibility of greeting the family and friends coming to the site. Is there any problem? No problem. It's the first time, but it should be just like a big party. I'm familiar with it. Yu Xian looked at Li Jinshu's parents and others next to her and asked, Boss? Then they. This is a white affair organized by Jinshu. What has it got to do with them? Chuck it. This my mother-in-law is the grandmother of my children, and they are more the daughters of the old man. Gong Meiping retorted unconvincingly. Why can't we stay here? Who are you, an outsider, to meddle in our family's affairs? Okay, if you guys want to stay, let them stay. Su Yun ignored them and continued. Anyway, you're not allowed to go up to the table to eat the meals I paid for, and you can't even take a sip of water. Crowd. Yu Xian nodded and said, okay, I know. Okay, then this place is yours in Jinshu's for now. Su Yun said, I have to go and do some other things. I'll be back later. Okay, boss. The other few people on the side, seeing the beautiful Yu Xian with a mouthful of bosses and a very respectful and pushy attitude, directly shocked the other party in terms of their aura. This look is not an ordinary person, the lord to be messed with. Usually, they were all light and soft masters. At this moment, all of them dared to be angry. Su Yun was unfamiliar with this small county, but as long as there was money, nothing was a problem. He looked at a small advertisement for a loan posted on the wall and called it directly, saying he wanted a loan. After asking for the other person's address, he drove there. As soon as he arrived at the company's entrance, the lending company's salesman froze when he looked at Su Yun, who had gotten down from the Bentley sports car. This guy, he still needs to get a loan from them? Su Yun stepped forward and asked, from the loan company? Ah, yes, the saleswoman asked. Are you the Mr. Su who just called? Yeah, it's me. Su Yun smiled and said, take me to you to find your boss. Okay, soon. The two arrived at a 40 to 50 square foot office on the second floor of a building. There were only 5 to 6 people in their total. 3 men and 2 women. The owner is a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a suit and glasses, and looks like a cultured man. The salesman who had just seen the matter himself, whispered in the boss's ear, and the boss looked at Su Yun with a change in his eyes. Mr. Su, please sit down. The other smiled and asked, I wonder how much money you need? The average person who comes to them for a home loan is just a few $100,000, a few tens of thousands of dollars. But today this Mr. Su came in a multi-million-dollar sports car. Such a person would not come to them for tens of thousands. But if it's too much, 1. They don't always have it in their account, and 2. It's purely at risk in case they can't get it back if they put it out. I don't want money. Su Yun sat across from him and replied, I've come to deliver your money and talk about a business deal. Talking business? The owner sniffed and frowned. What kind of business? Do you guys help with the debt collection? Or if you guys know someone who wants money, you can introduce me to them, and I'll give you a favor. Su Yun said, I have an account that I want to collect. By the sound of his accent, Mr. Su is not a local? No. Su Yun laughed. That's why I came to you professionals. The companies they lend money to, naturally, have people in charge of collecting debts. Could be. Puzzled, the owner asked, how much do you have to collect? A car, plus a house. Su Yun said, as long as you can get it back for me within 3 days, I'll give you a reward of 100,000. What's the other guy's background? The owner is also smart enough to know that they are in small business, and there are some people they can't afford to mess with. so it's better to ask them first. No background. Just a couple of scoundrels from my friend's family. Soo-yun said, if you guys pick it up, I'll give you their details. Okay, we'll take this business, but first things first. Soo-yun reminded. It's fine to collect debts, but you can't do anything illegal. We know this. I'm a serious loan company, not a gangster. The boss laughed. Nowadays, we are a society of law and order, and our debt collection methods are relatively mild, so we won't cause any deaths or drive out anything illegal. Even if the other side calls the police, we're not afraid. Don't worry, that's fine. I'll wait for your good news. Before leaving, they left each other a contact information, and then Soo-yun transferred 20,000 in advance to the other party as a deposit. He'll give the rest of the 80,000 to the other guy when it's done. The boss followed all the way to send Soo-yun out the door, watching him get into the Bentley coupe that he couldn't afford even if he wanted to, with some envy. Don't look at them as some kind of loan company. They don't really make much money, not much business at all, and there are small workshops like them, small companies, all over the place, just pull a few of them. So Soo-yun's 100,000. Don't you think it's small? The temptation is great for them. The reason why Soo-yun had come to these people instead of calling the police or going through formal channels was because he knew that it was difficult for a clean official to settle a family matter like this one. The kind of person who serves, the kind of person who heals. People like Lee Jin-chu's mom and dad's family need someone like that to handle them. After arranging the matter of asking for the bill for quite a while, Soo-yun drove his car and called another motorcycle to lead the way to the only cemetery in the county. Then he helped Lee Jin-chu buy a better location for the old man's grave, spending about $100,000. As for whether the feng shui of the cemetery was really good, he had no idea. After all, he didn't know anything about feng shui either. In addition to the house where one lives, there is also the nest where one sleeps after death. The host has bought a grave for his woman's loved ones at his own will, rewarding $300,000 in cash. Bank card balance 21.5 million. Soo-yun smiled. This system is really add up. That's a bonus if you buy yourself a high-priced grave. I don't know how much. After this was done, it was getting late. Soo-yun drove back again, and the funeral parlor's spirit hall in Hall 4 had already been set up. There were also many more wreaths around, one after another, and friends and family came one after another. Under Yu Xian's arrangement, not only did these people not have to hang up their feelings, they were also able to receive a packet of huazi each. Whenever someone was curious and asked Yu Xian about her identity, Yu Xian said that she was Lee Jin-chu's secretary and was here to help. This put a smile on the face of Lee Jin-chu, who was busy greeting. People have praised her for growing up and making a name for herself, saying that she is filial. Yu Xian called out after seeing her boss Soo-yun return. Boss, where are Jin-chu's parents and the others? Soo-yun asked. How come we didn't see it? It was gone before you got here. Yu Xian replied. By the looks of it, it seems as if she's gone to get help. It's okay, it won't be long before they get a headache. At this time, after Lee Jin-chu had arranged for a guest, he realized that Soo-yun had returned and hurried over as well. She shouted, Soo-yun, where did you go this afternoon? Out running errands for you. Soo-yun fished out a receipt from his pocket and said, I've taken care of your grandmother's grave for you. Thank you. Lee Jin-chu looked at the receipts worth 100,000 yuan, touched his eyes and indisputably missed it again. Soo-yun's kindness to her had surpassed everyone else in the world. Romance can be all about money, but it's never without it. She looked at Soo-yun and said, I will definitely pay you back this money later. Could be. Soo-yun flirted. I'll count you 10,000 for one night, so you can slowly pay it back. Lee Jin-chu, ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 127. A slap in the face. 20,000 is quite a lot. Chapter 127. A slap in the face. 20,000 is quite a lot. With Soo-yun's financial support, Lee Jin-chu's grandmother's funeral became honorable. In the evening, Soo-yun also sent the detailed information and specifics about Lee Jin-chu's parents as well as his brother to the owner of the loan company. Because the last night before the burial is all about sitting through the big night, the wake is kept all night. So Lee Jin-chu was literally up all night, and Yu Xian accompanied her. Soo-yun didn't sleep either, but instead of keeping awake, he accompanied a few uncles and aunts who were willing to stay and keep awake together to play mahjong on the side. Whether it will or not, it's a pleasure to play one in the main. The next morning, the hearse contacted by Yu Xian and Lee Jin-chu started carrying the old man's ashes, heading to the cemetery, with a total of 8 white floats for the send-off. Didn't ask for family and friends. Yu Xian spent money to find a company to rent. Clear Mercedes-Benz. It's bright and licensed to drive on the highways of a small county. A few aunts watched the battle with envy. They sneered at Gong Mei Ping. You've been lied to by your daughter. Right. And this would be a debtor? A normal boyfriend couldn't do that. Could he? Yes. Your daughter has found a golden son-in-law. I told you that this child Jinshu has a good life. And you still don't believe me. But what's the use of your daughter's good fortune? Your family still won't be able to enjoy her. Gong Meiping was furious as she listened to the words of several people. Good you dead girl. How dare you lie to us? What with $200, 000 in unpaid bills? It turns out you've got such a rich boyfriend. But I usually ask her for some money. It's like asking for her life. So it's really a waste of time to raise her. Today was the day of the old woman's burial. So naturally the family had to go. But they could only follow behind. Gong Meiping looked at her son, who hadn't yet brought the car around, and was a little distracted. Why go for a drive for so long? Don't worry. It should be here soon. Li Huiming said. My son only drove the car and drove slowly. Just as the two mouths finished speaking, they saw their son Li Yonghua running over, saying anxiously, Mom and Dad, it's not good. My car has been forced away. Ha? Gong Meiping said anxiously. No. Who drove it? I don't recognize it. A bunch of guys in tattoos. Li Yonghua said with some fear. I was just about to drive when I was blocked, and they said that the car was Li Jinshu's. Then without saying a word, I was kicked off and given the car to drive away. How dare you openly rob in broad daylight? Gong Meiping said angrily. Is there any justice left? Let's call the police. Yes, call the police. A few other ants saw this and looked as if they were watching the show. So, Mom's not going to her burial. Li Huiming and Gong Meiping, as well as Li Yonghua's family of 3 went directly to the police station and called the police. Said he had his car and was robbed. The police started to hear about it and thought a big case was coming. It turned out that asking more specific questions and probably listening to their descriptions led to a conclusion. It's not a robbery. It's a financial dispute between two parties. So their car was impounded by the other side. But since the police were called, the process had to go. And by looking at the surveillance, the person who drove away was found. Also found each other. The other party also cooperated and came to the police station. The owner of the small loan company. In the face of the police questioning, he all admitted. Said the car is their company told someone to drive away. Because the car belongs to their client, Jinshu Li. Then the boss told the police why the trailer was towed. Saying that the down payment for the car was the money taken by Li Jinshu. They took Li Jinshu's money and went to buy the car quietly. Of course, all of this information was told to him by Su Yun in advance. It's called a division. As soon as the policeman heard this, he asked toward Li Yonghua again. What is Li Jinshu's relationship with you? She's my sister and I'm her brother. Li Yonghua replied. These two are my parents. So the upshot is that you took your sister's money and then went and bought a car. And now your sister is having that car taken away. Right? It's not driving. It's robbing. So you think. The police said to Li Yonghua and others, this kind of thing belongs to your family economic disputes. There is no illegal behavior. You guys negotiate your own private settlement. We don't care. We can't care. But there is a premise. All talk nicely. No fighting. If you get into a fight, it's under our control. Okay, officer. The small loan owner replied. We are all good law-abiding citizens and there will never be violence. That'll do. After being questioned by the police, the owner didn't communicate with them and just turned around and left. No. Gong Meiping saw this and was anxious. She said defiantly, that's it? They took our car and you cops don't care? First of all, this is not a robbery. The police corrected. Secondly, you are civil economic disputes. You as long as you do not fight. We police want to control cannot control. You can only be resolved privately. If there is any problem and the negotiation is not good, you yourselves should go through the court procedure to sue. Just go through the court procedure and let the court decide. Understand? By Mabel Gong. Faced with this outcome. Pissed off. So pissed off. Coming out of the police station, Li Yonghua asked, Mom and Dad, what do we do now? We can't really not want the car. Can we? Come on. Let's go find your sister. Gong Meiping replied. I just don't believe that we won't get it back. On the other side, Su Yun accompanied Li Jinshu to place her grandmother's urn and finished burying her, and was preparing to hit the road back home. The 3 had just walked out of the cemetery when Gong Meiping came over with her husband and Li Yonghua in a rage. Li Jinshu, what do you mean? Gong Meiping said angrily. You actually found people in the community to take your brother's car away from him. Are you still a human being? My brother's car was robbed? Li Jinshu froze, then laughed. Who knows what he offended outside? He deserved to be robbed. You're still pretending with me. Li Yonghua gasped. Just now at the police station, the other party said that you let them rob it. Me? Li Jinshu looked at Su Yun in confusion. Su Yun nodded. It's probably the work of the small loan company that's already doing it. After realizing that it was Su Yun's handiwork, Li Jinshu laughed. Who robbed it? Who are you looking for? What are you looking for me for? You're the one who called for the robbery. If not you, you go to the police. Don't they care? Lee Jinshu sneered. If they don't care, you guys can go to court and sue me. And if you win, I'll return the car to you. Fine, count on you. Just sue. You wait. Gong Mei Ping gasped. I was really blind in the beginning. How did I raise such a white-eyed wolf like you? If I had known this, I shouldn't have let your grandmother pick you up on the side of the road. I picked it up? Lee Jinshu instantly froze when he heard this. It turns out that he was not their biological child, but was picked up by his grandmother? That's right. You're what the old woman picked up, Gong Mei Ping said with a scowl. You're just a little wild seed that no one wants. Pop. Suyin reached out and slapped him across the face. Gong Mei Ping was confused. The father and son next to him were also confused. Lee Jinshu was also confused, and Suyun's mood was instantly soothed. When it's time to make a move, the host did what he wanted to do. His thoughts are clear and happy. Rewarded with $500,000 in cash. Bank card balance, 21.8 million. Wow. Suyun was in an even happier mood as he listened to the sound of the system's rewards. A slap in the face. And you've actually made $500,000 yourself. Is there anything better in the world? Why are you hitting people? How dare you hit my mom? I'm going to call the police on you. I'm going to sue you. Li Huiming and Li Yonghua were so angry that they wanted to fight back, but didn't dare to, and could only complain and strongly condemn on the side. I'm sorry, I really couldn't hold back. Suyun sighed. Tell you what, I'm willing to lose money. Father and son. Suyun asked, how much do you guys want and is 10,000 enough? The father and son were furious. Do you think you're great because you're rich? 20,000 then. Suyun said, if it still doesn't work, let's go through the legal process. When the time comes, I'll accompany you for the first year of the lawsuit, and if I lose, I'll continue to appeal. I have the money, the time, and the best lawyers to take my time with you. And what do you have? The father and son looked at each other with some hesitation. A slap in the face. 20,000 is quite a lot. Why don't you just forget it? Seeing that the father and son had actually faltered, Gong Mei Ping angrily said, what are you two thinking? He beat up your wife. He beat up your mom. And you guys just let it go? Watching me get bullied? Honey, why don't we just forget about it? We can't afford to mess with him. Yeah mom, forget it. Li Yonghua said. If you feel aggrieved, you slap me. You guys. Gong Mei Ping was so angry that she even uttered words and turned away in tears and humiliation. Suyun said to Yu Xian, take 20,000 in cash out of your bag and give it to these two. Okay, boss. Yu Xian's LV bag was prepared with cash and took out 2 stacks and handed them. The father and son settled the money and left, satisfied, to go after Gong Mei Ping. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. 20,000 a slap. The host has given vent to his desires as he pleases with money. Rewarded with 200,000 in cash. Bank card balance 22 million. Good lord. That works. I should have known I would have hit it more often. As far as the virtues of Li Jinshu's father and his brother's father and son are concerned, if they offered 50,000 a slap, maybe they would all tie Gong Mei Ping up and let themselves be smoked. On one side, Li Jinshu was still in a daze. How could she not expect that Suyun actually dared to strike out and beat people? The key was that after the beating, her father and her brother actually chose to take the money and get rid of the matter. No, they weren't even their own father and brother. They were picked up by their grandmother. Yu Xian was also shocked. There were actually such scum in the world. She loved money too, but she couldn't do what their father and son did. Suyun turned his head to Li Jinshu and asked, you won't blame me for hitting your mom with my hands, right? No, you played well. Li Jinshu came back to his senses and gasped. She deserves a beating. That'll do. Li Jinshu asked, by the way, is it really true that you got someone to tow his car away? It should be. Suyun said, I found a debt collection agency yesterday that is responsible for helping you with your debt. The car is just the first step. The house should be next. Upon hearing about debt collection agencies, Li Jinshu subconsciously stereotyped and thought of sociopaths. She was a little worried. They're not going to make a scene, are they? I guess not. Suyun said, the only way to deal with evil people like your parents is to find evil people to cure them. When they kick your parents out of the house, you'll sell it. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. Li Jinshu said, I've given them a lot of money over the years, and have long since paid them back for raising me. I don't owe them anything. Then I'll have Yu Xian drive and accompany you to the housing office to apply for a lost real estate license and replace one. Suyun said, if you sell the house this way, you can just transfer it without having to ask your parents for a real estate license. What about you? Suyun laughed. I'll take a cab myself and go to the county town to find a hotel to sleep in. I haven't slept all night and I'm a bit tired. Well, Then I'll come find you when I'm done. After Yu Xian and Li Jinshu left, Su Yun waited in place for a while and stopped a cab. After getting into the car, Su Yun said, "Master, please take me to the best hotel in your area." "Thank you." "Okay, handsome. A small county. The best hotel. Actually a 4-star hotel." This caused Su Yun to be a bit surprised. He went straight to the biggest and most luxurious suite for $2,300 a night. Coming to the room, the environment was not bad, but there is one thing to say. From entering the hotel to now he stayed, although the star rating is listed. Supporting facilities are also barely up to standard, but the level of service of this staff really did not keep up. There's still some noticeable difference from big city hotels. After taking a shower, he sent the address and room number to Li Jinshu before falling back to sleep. Gong Meiping was a little chilled by the behavior of her husband and son, but after the two caught up with her and some persuasion, they chose to forgive them. How else would you say? It's not a family. The reason why Li Jinshu's persona is out of place with them is probably because it's not biological. After getting 20,000 for nothing, they discussed how to get the car back while cursing Li Jinshu, but when they just got back to their house, they realized they couldn't open the door with their key. Li Huiming cannot. Gong Meiping to try. Gong Meiping couldn't do it, so Li Yonghua came to try. The three men took turns trying and couldn't open the door. Li Yonghua wondered, "It can't be that this lock is broken, right? How can it be?" Gong Meiping said, "When I went out in the morning, it was all fine. Then how come it suddenly won't open?" "Forget it, Mom. I'll call the locksmith to take a look. That's all there is to it." "What an unlucky day," Gong Meiping said indignantly. The car was robbed, and he himself was slapped, and now even the door lock is broken." Suddenly, the door to the room across the hall opened. The neighbor came out and said, "You guys are back?" "Aha." Li Huiming smiled awkwardly. "The door is broken. Can't get in yet." Waiting for the lock repair master. The door wasn't broken. Someone changed the lock cylinder. The neighbor kindly said, "Before you guys came back, I saw a couple of guys come to your house in the cat's eye, big and burly, and one of them had tattoos. They got the locksmiths to change the cylinders for you straight away." The three were confused. "Have you guys offended someone?" Gong Meiping was puzzled. "Did we ever?" As soon as Li Yonghua heard that the other party had tattoos, he sniffed, immediately reacted and said angrily, "Mom, could it be the group of people who robbed my car in the morning? You're saying it was the group your sister found to do this?" Gong Meiping. "Who else but her?" Gong Meiping gasped. "It's fine. Just she can change? We can't change it? Call the locksmith and let him change it." "Okay." Not long after, the locksmith came. He looked at the familiar door. Puzzled, "This door lock is not just changed? Change it again?" "Change," Li Yonghua said. "This time you'll give us a smart lock that uses fingerprints and passwords, not keys." "Son, this lock is expensive, isn't it?" "It's expensive, but it's safe, and it's not so easy for them to change again." "Okay, listen to you." Gong Meiping looked at the master and channeled, "Master, give us a safer smart lock." "No." The locksmith asked with some skepticism, "Is this house really yours?" "Of course. And who was the one who told me to change the locking heart before?" The locksmith replied. "They also said the house was theirs. I wouldn't dare to unlock the door for just anyone. I can't afford to pay the responsibility if something happens. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I own this house." "They're the liars," Li Yonghua said. "If you don't believe me, ask our neighbors how long we've all lived here. The house is indeed theirs." The neighbor kindly testified, "Master, they are the ones who have been living across the street from me since they took over the house." Seeing that the locksmith still has doubts, Gong Meiping said, "Master, this way, you open the door for us. I'll go in and show you the real estate license. We have the real estate license in our hands." "Okay then." The locksmith wasted some time opening the door for them, and then entered the house to look at the real estate license in their hands, and believed it. Then a smart lock was installed for a charge of over $1,300. After the master left, the three members of the family scolded Li Jinshu for half a day at home again. After dinner, they went out together to the law firm to consult with a lawyer. The car must come back. The car book, or his Li Yonghua's name it. Downstairs in the neighborhood, there was a stakeout by the loan company, and after seeing the family of three go out, they immediately reported it. Within a few moments, a couple of guys arrived with a locksmith. It's the same old master. The master looked at the door that he had only just replaced with a smart lock and was completely confused. "What the hell is going on here? Big brother, it really can't be changed." Locksmith speechless. "This door is now a smart lock. This lock cannot be replaced. Can only set the password homeowner can open, otherwise it can only be destroyed by force." "Okay, we got it." A couple of the men turned around and went to get their tools and just violently dismantled it. "It's not removing the locks, It's removing the door right down to it. The locksmith on the sidelines was outright dumbfounded. Then they called for another door installer and put in a new door, and had the locksmith, who opened the lock, replace it with another smart lock, the kind that couldn't be replaced before. Exactly the same. Not only that, this time they directly emptied all the things in the house. All give moved to the neighborhood downstairs stacked. What a big pile. Give them a direct shot in the arm. In the evening, Gong Meiping family back to the neighborhood. Downstairs at the door looking at a pile of things. Puzzled, this is who moved. How to put it here. Are blocking the road. Really no quality. Yeah, and this property doesn't care. I'm going to complain tomorrow. Complain about what? Li Yonghua said. It just so happens that we can use this as an excuse not to pay this year's property taxes. Good idea. Taking the elevator, the family returned to the front door of their home and noticed how the door looked cleaner and newer than before. Although there were doubts in his mind, but looking at his familiar smart lock, he still extended his finger and opened the door using fingerprint recognition. Drip, the red indicator light came on and the lock face showed fingerprint recognition failed. Tried again. The fingerprint still fails to be recognized. What the hell? Gong Meiping was a bit dissatisfied at once. How could she not be able to recognize the new locks that had only been installed? Reluctantly, she used the manual password entry again. End of chapter. Chapter 128, A Lotus in One Step. Ripples in the air. Chapter 128, A Lotus in One Step. Ripples in the air. Wrong password. Gong Meiping looked at the prompt that once again the password was wrong. A head of question marks. And thought that she had made a mistake. Another slow, careful loss again resulted in wrong password by Mabel Gong. Seeing this, Li Yonghua said, Mom, what are you doing? I'll do it. But soon came the voice prompt. 3 wrong passwords. It's locked. Try again in 3 minutes. 3. It's broken? It's only been used once. What an inferior product. Just as they were about to call the lock changer and scold each other, the neighbor's door opened. He asked, Is the door not opening again? Yeah, how did you know? After you guys left this afternoon, the guys came back. The other said, they changed the door and locks for you directly this time. 3. Not only that, they even threw your stuff downstairs in the neighborhood and said they had rented the house. The neighbor wondered, is there some kind of dispute over your house? Otherwise people shouldn't dare to do this. 3. It turns out that those things piled up downstairs just now were actually their own. Deceitful. Gong Meiping was so angry that she almost turned her back. Li Huiming hurriedly held on. Li Yonghua said angrily, call the police. Must call the police. On the other hand, in the afternoon, after Li Jinshu had done his business, he came to the hotel with Yu Xian. After the customer service helped open the door, they realized that Su Yun was sleeping soundly, so they didn't dare to disturb them, and the two of them, one on each sofa, began to catch up on their sleep as well. Last night, both of them stayed up all night too. In the evening, Su Yun woke up first and came out of the bedroom to see Li Jinshu sleeping on the living room sofa. Su Yun looked at her and was about to go over to cover her with a piece of clothing when Yu Xian woke up next to her. She looked at Su Yun and was about to call out boss when he made a shh sound. Yu Xian immediately shut up. She watched as Su Yun thoughtfully covered the other party's clothes before pointing to the balcony outside the window. Meaning, let's go out and talk. Don't disturb her sleep. Yu Xian nodded and gently got up, following Su Yun to the balcony. This room was the only one in the whole hotel that had a not too big open-air balcony. None of the other rooms did. When did you guys get here? About 3 to 4 in the afternoon. Yu Xian said with some embarrassment. Seeing that you were sleeping, we didn't disturb and wanted to say take a break and squint for a while, but we didn't expect to sleep for 3 hours. Normal. Stayed up all last night. Su Yun smiled. Things are all done? Done. Yu Xian replied. We replaced the new real estate license and even went to the agency and listed the house. Good. It's been a hard 2 days. Su Yun said. Later, when Jinshu wakes up, I'll take you to eat something delicious together. Then I'll have crawfish. For the first time, Yu Xian took the initiative to make a request. I've heard that there's a store here that has delicious crayfish. No problem. Su Yun laughed. When the time comes, you lead the way. It's enough. Thanks boss. Yu Xian asked. When are we going back? Tomorrow. Su Yun replied. The company has also been renovated. And Sumu looked at the auspicious day of the zodiac to open tomorrow. So I must go back. Then I'll get the tickets in advance. And when the time comes, I'll just go ahead and take the moving train myself. Because this time Su Yun came to drive a Continental GT. It could only seat 2 people. It was obvious that his passenger seat was going to be given to Li Jinshu, so she had to go back by car. Well, hard work. Su Yun is not a mouth talk. He WeChat transferred $50,000 to the other party. Thank you boss. Yu Xian happily accepted it, not pretending to reject it haughtily. She followed Su Yun just to make money. From the first time she chose to sleep with Soo-yun because of money. The relationship between the two was clear. So in front of Soo-yun, she didn't need to hide it. Not long after, Lee Jin-soo woke up sleepily and saw that she was covered with a piece of clothing, and Soo-yun was sitting beside her not far from her. "You're finally awake?" Soo-yun laughed. "You slept for 5 hours this time." "Ah, why did I sleep so long?" Lee Jin-soo sat up and asked. "You all couldn't have been waiting for me and not eaten, right?" "Didn't eat, waiting for you to join me," Soo-yun said. "Let's go. I don't think there's any dinner to eat now, so we can only go for a midnight snack. Why are you guys waking me up too?" "The boss said you've been tired for the past 2 days and told you to sleep more." Yu Xian laughed. "The boss also said that he would take us to eat crawfish. Tube. We have one here that has really good crawfish. And it's cheap," Lee Jin-soo said. "Let's go. I'll take you there. My treat." So a party of 3, 1 man and 2 women, came out of the hotel. The county was small, so much so that there was just one commercial center. But the place Lee Jin-soo brought them to was in a small alley. "The place is small, but there are a lot of guests," Lee Jin-soo introduced. "This is an old store. The crayfish are very good, especially the garlic crayfish." "Yu Xian, you can have to eat more then," Soo-yun said. "There aren't many opportunities like this." "I will." "You're welcome." Soon, a 5-pound plate of garlic crawfish and a 5-pound plate of spicy crawfish were ready to be served. "It does smell good," Lee Jin-soo said. "Don't be polite. You guys start eating, and then yell again after you don't have enough." Soo-yun couldn't eat crayfish and wasn't very good at peeling the shells, but he had the most peeled crawfish in his bowl. Why? Because for everyone that Lee Jin-soo and Yu Xian both ate themselves, they peeled 2 for Soo-yun to put in the bowl. This scene directly made the group of men next to him die of envy. "Mud, even if you bring 2 beautiful women, you still let 2 beautiful women peel shrimp for you to eat. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" It turned out that Soo-yun's conscience wouldn't hurt and he was still eating happily. Even he looked at the other boys with deliberate provocation. "When you eat crawfish, of course you have to drink beer." Neither Lee Jin-soo nor Yu Xian's drinking ability was bad, but on the contrary, Soo-yun was a bit unable to keep up. By the end, all 3 were a little tipsy. The mood that Lee Jin-soo had been suppressing was also completely released. She talked a lot about her grievances and cried sadly. From the time grandma passed away until now, she's been acting like nothing's wrong. But at this moment, she finally cried. Yu Xian comforted her on the side. Soo-yun treated it as if he hadn't heard it, and he wouldn't be able to comfort anyone. But he felt anything, just cry it out. On the other side, after the trio who had their home stolen went to the police station to report the theft, it was the same result. The police called the owner of the other putative party loan company, asked questions, learned the specifics of the house, was speechless, and went about their business. The house was bought by someone else. The loan was paid by someone else, and the name is also on the house book. So how do you have the face to say that the house is yours, even though she's your daughter? A blood brother is still a blood brother. You're taking over her house and you're aggrieved? People are now renting to a third party and are within their rights to throw them out. There is no violation of the law. Instead, they were warned that if they went back to vandalizing and breaking other people's doors even more, they would take measures and follow the law. The result of this directly caused the 3 members of their families' Tao to collapse. They want to make a scene, to play the rascal, but after seeing that the other side are all social people, they are afraid and do not dare to go. So he could only endure it for the time being, find a hotel to stay in, and plan to go to Lee Jin-soo tomorrow to make trouble. A late-night snack that took the 3 of them close to an hour and a half. Back at the hotel, Yu Xian reopened a room next door. 3 people couldn't sleep in the same bed, and tonight she and Lee Jin-soo were going to sleep next door together. Soo-yun returned to his room alone, not feeling sleepy at all. How can I sleep now when I slept so long in the afternoon? The owner of the loan company, who had come out at the police station, called him and told him how things were going, including the other party calling the police again this evening and calling him to the police station for questioning yet again. Soo-yun was satisfied after hearing this. He gave an account of what happened next and then transferred $50,000 to the other party. The remaining $30,000 of the final payment will have to wait until this house is completely sold before I give it to them. After answering the phone, Soo-yun was fine and chatted with Ning Qian again. Open video chat. As long as Soo-yun was looking for her, she was always there, always available. Even if Ning Qian was taking a bath at this moment, she was the first to connect. Soo-yun looked at the picture, a naked Ning Qian, and laughed. "You're making me look at this. How can I sleep early at night? Come to me then," Ning Qian seductively said. "I've learned a new position." Can't make it. I'm out of town." Soo-yun laughed. "Since you're in the shower, let's not chat. Hang up. It's hard to watch." "Oh." Hanging up the phone, Soo-yun blocked his mom and then posted a sentence in the circle of friends in boredom. Hey, how about a long night and no sleep? Soon. He had a message from someone on WeChat. Liang Yin, where are you? I came to look for you. It just so happens that I can't sleep either. Sumu, humph. Isn't Yu Xian by your side? Ning Qian, it's all my fault. I'll make it up to you twice as much when I get back. Jiang Peiyao, why are you alone? Where are they? Song Xiaowei, brother Su, how are you? Are you okay? In the next room, Yu Xian and Li Jinshu finished their baths and lay on the bed. They had a deluxe double room with 2 beds. Li Jinshu had also seen Su-yun's pelvic circle, and she had wanted to go to Su-yun's room and keep him company, not letting him sleep alone. But his grandmother had just passed away, so it didn't seem good to go now. After some hesitation, Li Jinshu turned his gaze to Yu Xian next to him. She asked tentatively, Yu Xian, can I ask you a question? Don't be angry, haha. What's the problem? If I were to pay you to go next door to accompany Su-yun, would you be willing? Yu Xian, sorry, I was just asking, nothing more. Seeing her silence, Li Jinshu hurriedly said somewhat apologetically, if you don't want to do it, forget it. I would have gone, but as you know, my grandmother just passed away, and that kind of thing isn't good. Ms. Li, as long as you don't mind. Yu Xian naturally saw her boss's circle of friends, and she replied in a low voice, I can, and I don't need money. Really? Li Jinshu was a bit surprised and said, don't force yourself. It's okay. Yu Xian put on her pajamas and got up. I'll go over first then, Li Jinshu said with complicated eyes. Then I'll work hard for you tonight. Watching the other party open the door and leave, Li Jinshu's heart was in a bad mood. Didn't want to fight that he would actually take the initiative to give Su-yun a woman in bed one day. Time and time again, Su-yun appeared by his side like a god, helping and protecting himself. It had endeared her to the other side, and has a certain dependence from the heart now. She felt she could make some small sacrifices for this love. Su-yun was preparing to chat with the other women to pass the time when the door suddenly rang. Curious, he walked over to open it, and he saw Yu Xian standing in the doorway in her pajamas. What brings you over? Su-yun was puzzled. Could it be that Jinshu was asleep? No, Yu Xian replied. She's the one who asked me to come over to keep you company. Su-yun, what the hell? After putting Yu Xian in, Su-yun directly called Li Jinshu. What the hell? Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? So I had Yu Xian come over to keep you company. That's not like your character. I didn't really want to. I wanted to come over here by myself to keep you company, but my grandmother just passed away and I'm not really up for indulging right now, Li Jinshu said with some aggravation. That's why it's cheaper for you today. Su-yun. And, Li Jinshu reminded, at night, you remember to be gentle with people. Don't be as violent as you are with me. You're really a good person. Su-yun couldn't help but smile to himself as he listened to this. I didn't expect that Li Jinshu, who wanted to be careful and loved to be jealous, would be so generous today. It really impressed him a bit. Hanging up the phone, Su-yun turned his head to look at Yu Xian and smiled. Tonight is really something special. Yu Xian also laughed awkwardly before directly removing her pajamas, taking a step towards Su-yun, a step of a lifetime of lotus, rippling a little. The great day. Rudra. The next morning, Yu Xian woke up alone and left by motorized train first. After Li Jinshu and Su-yun met, no one said anything about last night. After the two of them ate breakfast at the hotel, they were driven by Su-yun and rushed back directly to Jiancheng. When Gong Maping's family of 3 wanted to look for trouble, they realized that Li Jinshu had actually left. The phone doesn't work anymore, and WeChat has been deleted. Did the family kill each other in Jiancheng to find each other? On the way, Li Jinshu said, Su-yun, I want to resign. Good. You won't ask me why. No need to ask. Su-yun laughed. As long as you follow me, I'll be able to support you. It's not that bad for you to earn those few dollars. Li Jinshu, does it seem like I'm particularly handsome right now? Li Jinshu laughed. No, it's ugly. So you still like me? I do like your money. It's okay, I don't care. Su-yun said, as long as I keep having money, you'll keep liking me. It's much more reliable than a simple relationship brain. You really are a weirdo. Li Jinshu said. Other rich people are afraid that women are with them because they want money and don't really like it. You're good. You're the opposite. You like the women around you to try to get your money. Those kind of people are the ones who don't have enough self-confidence and are afraid that they will suddenly run out of money one day and their wives will run away with someone else. Or maybe his wife is divorcing him and dividing his property. One time less. Su-yun explained. But I'm different. My money will only increase the more I spend it. Just like a treasure pot. Just brag. Li Jinshu didn't believe Su-yun's words as she said, whether you have money or not in the future, I will follow you. You don't mean it when you look at it. Su-yun laughed. Also, if I really run out of money one day, you must not follow me. it will become a burden to me. What's wrong with you? So yeah, when I'm really poor in words, you just turn your head and walk away. Don't look back and don't feel guilty. That's what you said. Li Jinshu laughed, then returned to business. In fact, I resigned because I was afraid that after this incident, Gong Maping's family would come to the company to make trouble. It will be embarrassing when the time comes. Instead of that, I'd rather quit my job and avoid them so they can't find me at all. And it's a clean break from there. Su Yun asked, so what do you want to do when you quit your job? I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll rest for a while. Su Yun teased. If you don't make money, how will you pay me back? Sleep with you. Li Jinshu came over and said with a smile, didn't someone say $10,000 a night? I believe I won't take long to pay it off. Maybe I can even earn a lot of it. It's over. I feel like I've lost a lot of money. Su Yun sighed. Obviously I'm the most tired every time I'm accompanying you. And you say. Li Jinshu said angrily. Which time wasn't it that I couldn't get out of bed? But you acted like nothing happened. It can't be helped. Who told me I was gifted? The two made small talk along the way, and the drive was less boring. Yu Xian, who had taken the moving train back earlier, had already arrived at the company. Su Mu and Li Jinshu were there, as well as Liang Yan. As a partner, she was also invited by Su Mu to attend the company's opening ceremony. When will the two of them arrive? Yu Xian replied. According to the boss's speed, it's estimated that he should be able to arrive by 12 noon. Why don't you make a call and ask? No, don't call him if you're driving. Su Mu said. You go and arrange for the workers to start putting up flower baskets, banners and whatnot, and hang them up. Even though there are few of us, there is a process that needs to be followed. Mr. Su, why do I get the feeling that you guys are going through the motions? Liang Yan said with some amusement. There are still 20 to 30 people in my Thai company. How many of you are here? But we have the money. Liang Yan, defeated. She unconvincingly whispered in Su Mu's ear. Irritatingly, a few days ago, Su Yun but quietly came to my company once, and stayed in my office for more than an hour. Oh, Su Mu blankly glanced at her and said in a bad mood, today is a good day, so don't come and mess with me. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Treat Your Family Better. Of course. Chapter 129, Treat Your Family Better. Of course. Su Yun and Li Jinshu arrived directly at the company at 11:40. The completely renovated company lit up before his eyes. This was almost a one-to-one restoration compared to the design effect drawings that Li Jinshu had shown himself. Plus everything is made of good stuff, and both the overall sense of design and texture give it a very natural, cozy feel. While admiring it, Li Jinshu said smugly, are you still satisfied with my work? Satisfied. Of course, it's not just me, but also Su and Ning Qian. We'll just help supervise the work. We don't get much credit for it. Su Mu smiled. Well, it's not early. After you guys take a little rest, let's start the opening ceremony at exactly 12 o'clock. Good. Moments later, the opening ceremony began under the simple auspices of Su Mu. A few auspicious words were said and then the ribbon cutting began. A long red ribbon was held up in front of the company's main gate, with Su Yun standing alone in the center. Ning Qian walked over with a plate, and Li Jinshu and Su Mu each stood on one side, holding a 100-year-old ceremonial tube in their hands. As Yu Xian shouted, the ribbon cutting begins. 3, 2, 1 inch. Su Yun took the golden scissors and cut off the colorful ball in front of him. Li Jinshu and Su Mu instantly unscrewed the ceremonial tube, and confetti from nowhere exploded above Su Yun's head. There was a fluttering down. The only guest at the scene, Liang Yan, who was in charge of taking pictures of everyone, stood right in front and captured this beautiful scene. Everyone was in the picture, except herself. Then, Su Yun himself personally went and set off a string of firecrackers that crackled for a while. Other people came out and looked around, realizing that another media company called White Cloud had opened near their company. Since then the company has been officially established with its own office building. Liang Yan stepped forward to congratulate. I wish Mr. Su good luck in starting his business. And by the way, I have a gift for you. Su Yun was a bit curious. What kind of gift? I invested in a short drama that went live and exploded in just 3 days. Liang Yan said happily. In these 3 days, we have more than $100 million of running water on our account alone, and it is still increasing. If you take away the expenses put in and the tax money paid, we make $4 million. At 64 cents, your company gets $24 million. Asterisk asterisk. Are you serious? For the first time, Su Yun felt that doing business to make money was more profitable than even his own system. Made myself $24 million in 3 days. Next to them, Li Jinshu and Su Mu, as well as Ning Qian and Yu Xian were shocked. I didn't expect such a huge return on a random investment by the owner. The point is that this has only been online for 3 days. More money will surely flow in one after the other. They, including Su Mu, who had not been looking at this market very much in the beginning because of Su Yun, were also a bit shocked. She was mentally prepared to lose money on this project, or not make much money. But who would have thought that he would make so much money in 3 days with this random project he allowed himself to invest in? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about something like that? Liang Yen said. I was thinking that our share of the proceeds would be settled once a month, lest I would be unable to give it to you after accumulating more. That's fine. You can butt heads with Sumi sometime. I want to butt heads with you. I don't care about the company. I'm not available. Su Yun refused and said, just don't hit on me. Liang Yen. After the ribbon cutting, everyone was eager to see their offices. So did Su Yun. And little did he know that his office was not constructed like the average, because when Li Jinshu was designing Su Yun's office in the first place, it was some of his own little thoughts in it. She was planning to think about coming to work for Su Yun as a female secretary after she resigned. So in order to facilitate herself and Su Yun to date in the company without being discovered, the female secretary's office and the general manager's office were quietly opened up with a dark room. The rough structure diagram looks like this, but who knows? Halfway through, Yu Xian cut him off. The result was that this secretary's office had now become Yu Xian's, and it was ultimately a dowry for someone else. Just thinking about it made Li Jinshu a little depressed. She wasn't going to tell the two about the dark door, though, lest they have nothing to do but quietly date in there. After everyone briefly familiarized themselves with their offices, Su Yun brought everyone together at noon to celebrate. The location chosen was Crane Court. This was the best and most expensive place in Jiangqing that Su Yun knew of that he currently felt was the best and most expensive. There weren't many guests at noon, and there were still 2 seats available in the super VIP room on the 3rd floor. Su Yun and his party chose one of the one cicada residents. The other box, he had been to once before and didn't want to go back. The boss, after hearing that Su Yun had come, came over enthusiastically to greet him. Mr. Su, you haven't been here for a while. Busy? No time. Su Yun laughed. Look, as soon as I have time, I'll come and take care of your business. Thanks. The boss looked at the combination of 1 man and 5 women, all of whom were also beautiful women, and said, You are probably too busy picking up beautiful women. Before I came with just 1, 2, and now the good guys have grown right into 5. 2 more and it's all set to raise a table. Wei Xiaobao is no better. Look, Mr. Su, what dishes you guys want to order? Just tell the waiter. The owner laughed. I'll give you 20% off today. Okay, thanks boss. Su Yun said to the crowd after the boss left. Today is a happy day. Everyone can order whatever they want to eat. Don't think about saving me money. The boss is discounting it. Su Mu and Li Jinshu had already come with Su Yun twice, so it seemed natural. Liang Yen was also aware of the environment here, and it wasn't the first time she had come. Only none of them had ever been on the 3rd floor before. After all, it's a bit expensive. Not everyone can afford to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a meal. The only ones who were somewhat surprised belonged to Yu Xian and Ning Xian. They were really first-timers and were blown away by the landscape mood of the interior. This is not a restaurant. It's like being in the landscape of Jiangnan. And when you look at the prices on the menu, they're expensive too. Kind of a bad spot to start. Seeing this, Su Yun didn't ask any questions and directly said to the waiter beside him, You follow the highest standards and the most delicious ones you have here, and serve each of us 1. Mr. Su, would you like some red wine? The waiter asked. Su Yun turned his head to look at him and laughed. What? You still want to sell me a bottle of 88 red wine? The waitress's face went red. Tell you what, just get me a slightly better bottle of wine. Okay, Mr. Su. The waiter hurriedly slipped out. Liang Yen was puzzled. What 88's red wine? This one will be interesting. Li Jinshu laughed. That was still the first time I met Su Yun. He invited Su and I to dinner. Also here, guess how much a meal cost? How much? Ning Qian was curious. Li Jinshu looked at Su Yun and replied, $120,000. A meal cost $120,000. One of the bottles of red wine cost $88. Crowd. That's too rustic. No wonder the restaurant owner was so enthusiastic about him just now. It would be strange not to curry favor and make good relations with such a golden master. Su Yun said awkwardly, I hadn't tasted it at the time, so I thought I'd order a bottle to try it out. But it turned out that the flavor was just a little bit purer than ordinary red wine. Ha ha, does it feel like a loss? Liang Yen laughed. If you like red wine, come to me. In my home cellar, there are a lot of good wines hidden. Why don't you go to my home to try it tonight? Sumu sniffed and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Did you call him for a drink? You want to go to bed with him? He probably won't have time. He has to talk to me about something tonight. Liang Yan asked back. Su Yun, is it? Right. We're going to have a late-night exchange of scripted things. Soo-yun made it up on the spot. We're very optimistic about the short drama market. And we've already found someone to write a short drama script. That fast? Liang Yen didn't get suspicious as she said, I also happen to pick up a book and want to make another one. Don't want me to invest this time? Don't. This kind of project that is clearly going to make money. And they have the capital. Of course, they are not willing to share Soo-yun another amount. Soo-yun casually joked, without my luck added. I'm afraid you're going to lose money by then. The market for short plays is so good right now. A blue ocean. It's a wonder it would lose money. Sumu took advantage of the fact that the dishes were not yet served and said, today is a good day and the official opening of the company. We'll make today the day of our monthly paychecks from now on. What do you think? Yeah. As soon as they heard about the payday, Ning Qian, Yu Xian all got a little happy and were in favor of it. Mr. Su, then I'll pay the salary. Sumu smiled and asked towards Su-yun. This time, even though everyone hasn't completed a month, I'm prepared to send them out according to a month. You agree, right? Of course I agree, Su-yun said, especially Ning Qian, supervising the hard work on the construction site, are going to be tanned. In the future, the salary directly increased by 10,000. Thank you, Mr. Su, Ning Qian said happily, and Jin Shu, although I was exempted from the design fee, but you designed it so well and with such dedication. You also worked hard. Give 100,000 hard-earned money. Li Jinshu sniffed and said happily and deliberately. Thank you, Mr. Su. As for Yu Xian, she's been doing very well for a while now, so her salary will go up by $10,000. Thank you, boss. Yu Xian couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth. Wage increase, or 10,000 increase. Whoever hears it is happy in his heart. In front of everyone, Sumu took out her cell phone and started transferring money from the company account. The formalities have been done before at the bank. One by one, the three people present had text messages ringing with their paychecks. Ning Qian's salary is 30,000. Yu Xian's salary is 60,000. And Li Jinshu's hard-earned money is 100,000. After handing out the money, Sumu asked rhetorically, Mr. Su, what about me? How much will you send me? Just watch and send it to yourself. Sumu. This wasn't generosity on Su-yun's part, but a table full of his own women. Treat your family better. Of course, Mr. Su. Liang Yen, the only one left out, smiled and asked, all the women present have money to take. What about me? There isn't a bit of welfare? You're not my employee, and you're looking for a paycheck from me? Su-yun said, remember to ask the finance to call the more than $2 million that was divided among me as soon as possible when you go back in the afternoon. Or else I'm going to be unable to pay my salary. Liang Yen rolled her eyes in anger. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Ning Qian, who came for the first time to eat such high-class dishes, took a picture of each dish before tasting it. So is Yu Xian. The other three women were steady, and had none of these habits, but ate straight away. After dinner, we all took a break for tea and some after-dinner dessert in the tea room next door. Yu Xian and Ning Qian, since it was their first time here and it was very new to them, partnered up and strolled around inside. Su Mu and Li Jinshu were talking about her grandmother together. Su Yun, on the other hand, chatted with Liang Yen. Most of the time it was Liang Yen talking about her company's plans and future plans and some ideas. Su Yun didn't listen much and was thinking about how to celebrate his mom's birthday. After all, there are still 3 or 4 days to go before it's time. This was something that he definitely needed to arrange well in advance. At least have concrete ideas. Anyway, he had to go back a day or two earlier because he had to accompany Chen Xian for her birthday. And he also had time to prepare. He is not at all afraid of people knowing that he has money or that it will be missed. Clothes don't return home, like brocade at night. Last time, because of the wedding, Mom must have lost face among a kind of family and friends. I have to earn my mom's face this time. How about coming in high profile? So much so that I ended up getting out of my head and not listening at all. Finally when Liang Yan asked, what do you think? Do you want to partner together? He answered directly, I don't know. I didn't listen. Liang Yan. Gee, I'll give you the truth. Su-yun said, although this company is nominally mine. In fact, I've already sort of given it to Sumu. The entire company is up to her. I don't care. Liang Yan? So it's useless for you to talk to me any more than you have time to talk to Sumu. You just have to convince her every time you can. And you can do whatever you want together as a partnership. Liang Yan, a company with $5 million in startup capital. And you say you're giving it away? How rich does the family have to be? For this special treatment, there was no comparison between himself and Sumu. Still competing for favor. Competing my ass. If one day the other party can also be so generous to themselves, they are still qualified. To put it bluntly, he himself was now at best a concubine of Su Yun, far from the position Su Mu held in his heart. Su Yun, Liang Yan asked tentatively, if I give you my company directly, can you dump Su Mu and be good with me? Can't. Su Yun equipped, confidently said, on the scale of your company, without a few $100 million a year, I really don't see it. Liang Yan, the most important thing you own, the thing you take pride in, is actually disliked. It hit her hard. Liang Yan turned to Su Yun and asked a question once again. As far as I know, it seems like Sumu was divorced once too, so why do you think she's better than me? Because back in the day, she was the first woman who made me want to sleep but couldn't. Su Yun laughed, and even though she was married, it was her first time with me. Liang Yan, hearing Su Yun say this, she completely died. It's two different concepts to be sent to your door, and to want to sleep with yourself. End of chapter. Chapter 130, The Day of Reckoning. Chapter 130, The Day of Reckoning. The meal, after no more wine, cost just over $30,000. The system didn't reward a penny this time. When they came out of Crane Garden, other than Li Jinshu and Su Yun, everyone else went back to the company. It's just a matter of driving. There's a lot to do. What's more, Sumu also planned to rely on this company and go and punch his own old man in the face after getting bigger and stronger. Let him know that he can get by even if he doesn't rely on his family, and even surpass his career. Fighting a war, naturally this requires people. So the first order of business is to recruit talent. It can be small, but it has to be precise. As for treatment, she wouldn't be stingy at all, and neither would Su Yun. As long as you have that ability to help the company make more, that's what you should get. In fact, this job advertisement has been sent out in a major talent network a few days ago, and there are also people throwing resumes to the company's mailbox one after another, and there are quite a few of them. Maybe it's because it's harder to get a job in the general environment these days. Sumu also did not look at the resume. Let Ning Qian from the many resumes, randomly picked out a few people, notified the other party to come to the interview this afternoon. This kind of thing is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two, and it would be nice to be able to interview the person you want to come out in a day. It's probably all about recruiting for the next while. Liang Yan, on the other hand, went back to arranging for the dividends of the short drama. Since Su Yun had already taken the initiative to ask for money, this money should be given to the other party. She knew that Su Yun might not even care about the more than $2 million, but she couldn't help but care about it herself. One's current account total is just over $3 million. Now all of a sudden you have to take away more than $2 million. Heartache to heartache, but still have to give. Short drama to make money this matter. Qin Chuan, do not know who heard, immediately ran to the company again, broke into the Liang Yan office. Want money? Liang Yan sniffed, coldly said. Qin Chuan, we last time you are not clear. You still have what face to ask for money? This time I want the rest of the money. Qin Chuan said. I invested in this short drama of yours in the first place. Shouldn't you give me a share? But you pulled out early. Liang Yan reminded. Isn't the $3 million you took from me last time the money you invested? How could you forget? That was you cheating on me. Qin Chuan said angrily. You know that the short drama is starting to make money, and you deliberately give it to me generously, just because you don't want me to share the money with you, whether it was or not. You initiated it, and it's a fact that you withdrew, and I have a recording of that day. Liang Yan said confidently. If you're not convinced, we'll see you in court. Liang Yan, we're at least husband and wife. I'm not too hard on you, am I? Qin Chuan scolded. I didn't expect you to have become so snake-hearted and venomous now. With every intention. I'm snake-hearted? I have a heart of gold. Liang Yan gasped. When you tried to send me to someone else's bed in order to pay back the money, why didn't you think there would be today? I didn't. Qin Chuan denied. You didn't? Liang Yan mocked. Before, when you brought your friends to your home and deliberately poured wine on me, wasn't it because you wanted to take pictures and frame me, so that you could take advantage of the opportunity to divorce me and make me a clean slate? I don't know what you're talking about. It's a shame your friend didn't know I could drink so well, right? Ended up getting himself drunk and saying everything. Qin Chuan, Liang Yan sneered. Also, don't think that I don't know about the fact that you went behind my back and found a mistress outside and quietly gave you a son. Qin Chuan, but these are all things of the past, and I don't care anymore. Liang Yan laughed. In the future, you shouldn't come to pester me over nothing, lest my boyfriend finds out and gets angry. You even have a boyfriend? Liang Yan snorted. You have a woman and a son. I can't have a man? Who is he? Didn't you see it the other day? Mr. Su. Qin Chuan reacted for a moment, then laughed to himself. I said, what makes you people suddenly willing to help you? It turns out to be a real hookup. Bitch. you've already slept together, haven't you? What do you think? Liang Yin purposely, irritating him, what did you think you were waiting for outside last time? Qin Xuan. His forehead veins rippled as he said with an ugly face, Liang Yin, do you still want some face? You actually dare to put a green hat on me. Get this straight, we're divorced. Liang Yin rebuked unwillingly, it's none of your business who I'm willing to sleep with. Fine, you and your man wait. One day I'll make you regret it. Qin Xuan grunted angrily, then slammed the door and left. The conversation between the two just now was loud, and some of it was heard by many people in the company. It turned out that young man that time was actually Mr. Liang's man. After Qin Xuan left, Liang Yin was afraid that the other party would really run off to find Su Yun's trouble, so she hurriedly called the other party, wanting to remind them, hey, Su Yun, what are you doing? Getting ready to work out at the fitness center. Why? Su Yun, who had changed his equipment, was on his way to the fitness center with Li Jinshu. My ex-husband came to see me just now. Su Yun was puzzled. What does he have to do with me if he's looking for you? I said you're my boyfriend and I slept with you. Su Yun, you're not mad, are you? No. Su Yun said indifferently, who you what to that's your freedom, as long as I don't admit it. Not admitting to sleeping with me? No. Not recognizing me as your boyfriend. Liang Yin, you called and that's all you have to say? No. Liang Yin replied, I just want to remind you, I'm afraid he'll come after you. You really should have warned me. Su Yun was depressed. I want to give a whole bodyguard around me when you mess up like this. It's alright, I guess he still wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Liang Yin explained. He's not that kind of uptight, bloodthirsty man, a goon. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to deliberately stimulate him. Okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone, Li Jinshu asked, what's wrong? There are still bodyguards to be had. It's fine, it just got used as a knife. Su Yun laughed. Originally, I did sleep with someone, more than once, so it's not a wrongdoing. Who? Li Jinshu wondered. Li Jinshu was not at all surprised that Su Yun had other women. She's also recently released. Since you can't change it, learn to accept it and don't make yourself look like a winner. This would only make Su Yun stay away from himself and hate himself. After all, he had offered to help him find a woman himself. About that, she reassured herself. What's more, with Su Yun's perverted physical abilities and needs, he couldn't handle it by himself sometimes. Lest within a few days, she herself is bedridden and unable to walk. It's nice to let the other sisters share the load. It's not like you're marrying home anyway. No feelings, just playing around. Facing Li Jinshu's inquiry, Su Yun replied, you've seen it before. Liang Yin. Oh, Li Jinshu was surprised. No way. Mr. Liang actually with you too. Why else do you think I invested $5 million in her in the first place? Wasn't it you who invested in this program because you thought it would make money? No. Su Yun honestly replied, I just slept with her and thought the investment was okay, so I agreed to her request. You are not hiding in front of me at all now. Li Jinshu beamed. You're not afraid of me getting angry. In the past, I guess I would have been a little bit more concerned. But now, well, Su Yun could not help but laugh. You have taken the initiative to send a woman to my house in the middle of the night. It is evident that you. Stop. No more talking. Li Jinshu said angrily. You think I want to if it's not that I can't that these days, you don't even want to think of such a good thing. So tonight, is it another delivery? Li Jinshu said in a depressed voice. Su Yun, although Yu Xian is your secretary, since she's already that with you, you should still treat her slightly better in the future. Not good. I could have given her a $10,000 raise today. Fair enough, Li Jinshu sighed. But after this, Yu Xian and I will be sisters. Su Yun, you're not just sisters with Yu Xian, you're sisters with Ning Qian and with Su Mu. The two chatted and made their way to the fitness center. Wang Cici, who didn't have any guests to receive at all, was bored and swiping her cell phone skit, watching the very same one that Su Yun he invested in. This show has been getting a lot of ads everywhere lately because of the amount of placement, and clicking in and seeing more people. It doesn't have a lot of heart in its plot. It's one of those awkward and doggedly retarded plots, but it's just a little bit on the nose to watch. In the words of everyone's comments under the skit, I'm a groundhog and I love to watch. Seeing a guest at the door, Wang Cici paused, and just as soon as she looked up, she recognized an acquaintance. Su Yun, followed by a beautiful woman. Hello brother Su. Wang Cici laughed. Here to look for Jia Xin to work out again? Aha. Su Yun said, by the way, I pulled a guest over for you. Okay, I'll call her over for you. Su Yun was a bit puzzled. How come I haven't seen Coach Sun in the last 2 visits? Her, resigned. Why? Su Yun said, I still have her class. Can't stay in business. Wang Cici said, But don't worry, brother Sue. Your class company has already transferred your class to Jiasun. She'll take you to practice and won't let you suffer. Su-yun was speechless. This was not perfunctory. If Zhang Jiasun was able to teach swimming, then she would have done so a long time ago. It's just a fitness center stopgap measure. Though, not long after, Zhang Jiasun came jogging all the way over. Brother Su, you're here. She gave a greeting, then looked at Li Jinshu and wondered, and this beauty is? I'm his friend. Li Jinshu smiled and said, I have nothing to do lately, so I also want to come and get fit. Okay, I'll introduce you later. Zhang Jiasun came and led the two to the second floor apparatus room. She said directly, Beauty, since you're Sue's friend, I'll tell you the truth. Our fitness center is probably a bit out of business right now and will likely close any day now. So don't come and spend this money before you hit the jackpot. I told you guys we're a little short on people here. Li Jinshu looked around and said, but compared to other fitness centers, your environment here is a bit worse, and the design isn't great either. We haven't even renovated this fitness center in 10 years. Normally. No wonder. Li Jinshu casually said, what a waste of this good place. If this fitness center is given to himself, he must give it a big change first. Nowadays, we advocate national sports. Fitness is actually a better market, but it is also very voluminous. Everyone is rolling services and configurations. As far as they are concerned, this is a 10-year-old decorating style and layout. It's not unusual for it to fall out of favor. And look at their membership prices. They're also ridiculously low because the hardware is even less up. Not at all pushy for the neighborhoods around them. Said with no intention of listening. Su-yun thought that he should buy this fitness center himself and then hand it over to Li Jinshu to manage it. She's resigned now anyway and has nothing to do. Besides, it's nice and convenient to have a place near your own home that gives you the usual exercise, without having to go too far away. Say it and do it. With the system in place, he doesn't even think about the question of whether he'll lose money. So, he asked Zhang Jiasun to introduce Li Jinshu to some of the equipment and workouts, while he himself used the excuse of going to the restroom to leave and go directly to the 4th floor, because their boss's office is on the 4th floor. Su-yun arrived outside the 4th floor office and knocked on the door. Come in. Inside, a rather gaunt, middle-aged man is on the phone, selling his fitness center everywhere. Su-yun walked in, casually sat down across from him, and asked, Are you the owner of this fitness center? Yes, I am. The middle-aged man looked at the young Su-yun who walked in and said suspiciously, Are you looking for me for something? I hear you're taking a shot at the fitness center? Yes. The middle-aged man asked tentatively, You want to buy it? Well, kind of interested. Su-yun asked, Name a price. I'll take over if it's suitable. Forget it if it's not. How much are you going to offer? The middle-aged man looked at this young man who took the initiative to find him, not quite believing in his strength. It's fine if you don't want to sell. Su-yun didn't say anything, directly getting up and preparing to leave. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, Wait. Su-yun looked at him. 1 million. The middle-aged man said, This fitness center, with its good location and large area, cost me more than $15 million when I invested here. But you're in the red. Su-yun replied, And this fitness center of yours? It's only the house that's worth a bit of money. I don't even want those decorations and equipment of yours. That's why I only want $1 million from you. 5 million. No, 5 million is too little. Forget it then. Su-yun has money, but it's not a scattering of coins. A fitness center that was built 10 years ago and is about to go out of business is still trying to sell itself at normal prices? He interrupted the other party, acting unconcerned and said, Originally, I bought it over just to facilitate my own exercise routine. Middle-aged man. After seeing that Su-yun wasn't the type of person who was determined to win, he also knew that he couldn't ask for a high price. After a moment's hesitation, he compromised. Now he's really bad at money. The guys who contacted themselves were only willing to pay $8 million. This young man is good for an extra $500,000. Okay, 5 million is 5 million. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, But you must sign a contract with me today, and the money will be in the account by tomorrow. No problem. Su-yun said, You can draw up a contract now. After I shoot it to my lawyer, I can sign it without any problems and transfer the money to you. Middle-aged man. I can't believe there's a private attorney. I don't know which family's young master it is. Half an hour later, Su-yun and the middle-aged man walked out of the office. Su-yun's hand held a purchase contract. From now on, this fitness center belonged to him. Su-yun. In order to facilitate his daily workout, the host bought the fitness center at his whim, rewarded with 15 million in cash. Bank card balance, 25 million. Listening to the system's rewarding sound, Su-yun had already prepared his heart. The number of your own deposits. Another step up. If you add the money in the company's account, it won't be long before you can be considered a billionaire yourself, right? A billionaire in his 20s isn't the most ed up, but it's pretty ed up. It's just that you can't use the money in the company for your own personal use, so actually at your own disposal. It's just over 3 million at the moment, but doing what you generally want to do should be enough. The owner changed ownership, surely the employees who had to be told. So the middle-aged man was immediately in the conference room, holding his staff meeting. The fitness center, which had resigned a bunch of people to leave, didn't have many more than a dozen. Zhang Jiasun and Wang Sisi were a bit surprised when they looked at Su Yun, who appeared in the conference room. Why is Su here too? The others looked at the unfamiliar faces and were puzzled. Actually, there's not much else going on today in terms of calling you all here out of the blue for a short meeting. As I'm sure you all know, during this time, I've run into some difficulties, so I've had to sell the fitness center. The middle-aged man introduced himself to everyone and said, "This Mr. Su beside me will be your boss from now on. That's all. Next, let's see what Mr. Su has to say to everyone." "No, you guys go ahead and get busy today." Su Yun smiled. "We'll have another meeting in a few days to go over the new operational ideas, rules and regulations, personnel organization, and salary issues." The crowd looked at their new boss with a mixture of joy and worry. Happily, the fitness center won't go out of business. The concern is whether this new owner will open them up and rehire, or he'll have a group of his own. Wang Sisi and Zhang Jiasun were happy in their hearts because they were familiar with Su Yun. Even if they had to change blood and fire people, they wouldn't fire both of them. Only after everyone had left after greeting Su Yun, the new boss, carefully and ingratiatingly did Wang Sisi and Zhang Jiasun come over. "Brother Su." "Oh, it shouldn't be Mr. Su." Wang Sisi laughed. "I didn't expect you to become my boss. Next time your working hours, you can't desert and brush up on your skits." Su Yun looked like he was flirting, but actually warned, "If I catch you again, I'll have to punish you." I know. Wang Sisi had thought that she could set up a relationship, but it turned out that the other party actually wanted to use herself to kill a chicken for a monkey's eye. Bah! Men are no good. When Wang Sisi left, Su Yun smiled at Zhang Jiasun. "You want to come and please your new boss too?" "Nope. Just, alright, come with me to the second floor. My friend is still waiting for you to teach her to work out." Oh, the two of them came to the second floor together, and Li Jinshu got off the treadmill and said, "What did you do? Why did you take so long to come back?" "Gone shopping." Li Jinshu was puzzled. "By what?" "Nah, this." Su Yun handed her his contract and said, "Read it." Li Jinshu took it over and looked at it, and was surprised. "You actually spent $5 million and bought this place? You're crazy." "Why?" Knowing Su Yun's strength, Li Jinshu did not doubt for a second that he could not afford it. Rather, it doesn't feel cost-effective. What's the point of buying a fitness center that's going out of business? Because if this place goes out of business, you won't have a place to work out yourself. Su Yun explained. "It's not like I want to go too far away. It's quite nice to be near home. You just bought this place to make it easier for you to work out?" "No? Fine. As long as you're happy." Li Jinshu didn't even want to spit on Su Yun anymore. Capricious. Too capricious. But from the time he had known him himself, he seemed to spend his money willy-nilly, as he pleased. Su Yun asked, "Are you interested in this fitness center? What are you asking for?" Su Yun shouted out, "Since I bought it, of course I need someone to manage it. You know, I'm lazy, so you're not going to hand it over, are you?" "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You're not doing anything right now anyway, so it's just a good idea to find you something to do." "You're kidding." Li Jinshu was not confident. "I don't know anything about fitness centers. It's not like I need you to make me money." Su Yun persuaded. "Sumu even has a company now, so you should have a bit of a career of your own as well. Give it a try. Just for practice, maybe you'll actually revitalize it?" Zhang Jiasun was a bit confused as she listened to the conversation between the two on the side. Su bought the fitness center because he was afraid he wouldn't have a place to work out. It's close to home and convenient, and you're going to throw it to this woman in front of you for practice? A fitness center close to $10 million or so says it's for someone else to play with. Still a novice who knows nothing. This is really not taking money for granted. At this moment, how Zhang Jiasun wished she was Li Jinshu. If someone had asked her to run such a fitness center, she would have had the confidence to get it going. "Okay," Li Jinshu promised. "This is what you said. I'll give it a try. If I really lose money, you can't scold me. No cursing." Su Yun turned his head to Zhang Jiasun again and said, "And Coach Shang, you know more about this aspect of fitness, so you'll be the supervisor of this fitness center from now on. You're fine to help her with anything she doesn't understand." "Okay, Mr. Su." Zhang Jiasun didn't expect to be promoted all of a sudden, and she was overjoyed. In the evening, Soo-yun asked Lee Jin-shu to treat everyone to a meal on his behalf and then go to a KTV for a bit, because it was Lee Jin-shu who would deal with them in the future. Getting a good relationship in advance would also be conducive to the work. He himself quietly returned to his previous home early and waited for Ning Qian. It's been a long time since I'd been here with her after all this time running around and being with this and that. Is supposed to come over and comfort and console each other. Sometimes women need something more than just money. So when Ning Qian got off work from the company, had a little shopping with her girlfriends, and bought a little something to go home, she opened the door and was surprised to see Soo-yun sitting in the living room. What brings you here? Ning Qian went up, put down the things in her hand, and said happily, why don't you even say it in advance, so that I won't be out shopping and come back earlier to accompany you. It's okay, it's a long night and I can't interrupt you from shopping with your girlfriends. Soo-yun smiled and asked, what did you buy? Let me see. With that, he took it upon himself to pick up the bag, open it and look at it. It's a shock not to see. Ning Qian, who was on the side, blushed in shame when she saw this. Choose your day. Soo-yun turned his head to look at her and laughed. I've come at a good time today. P.S. Shamelessly ask for a monthly ticket. Recently, the wind is very chaotic. There are too many various special operations, heavy tasks. There is no time to code, so it has been a single shift. Sorry, I guess it will continue for quite a while. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 131, running thousands of miles away, just to give mom a feast. Chapter 131, running thousands of miles away just to give mom a feast. Lee Jin-shu came back late after treating the employees of the fitness center and going to KTV for a while, but at home, both Sumu and Yu Xian were still awake. She smiled and asked, why are you guys still up? Waiting for you. Sumu asked, where did you go with Soo-yun? Coming back so late? I'm not with Soo-yun. Lee Jin-shu was puzzled. He didn't come back at night? No. Sumu said, I thought you were together. No, he hasn't been with me since he separated from me in front of the fitness center a little after 5 p.m. Lee Jin-shu asked toward Yu Xian. You don't know where your boss went either? I don't know. The boss didn't tell me. Sumu didn't dwell on Soo-yun anymore. She asked curiously, then what did you do at night? Had the fitness center staff over for dinner and then went to karaoke for a while? What kind of dinner are you okay with inviting people from the fitness center to? It's not an invitation from up. It's Soo-yun who asked me to treat everyone to dinner on his behalf. Lee Jin-shu sat on the sofa and replied with a smile. Today, Soo-yun bought the fitness center. He owns the fitness center now. Sumu, Yu Xian, it's only one afternoon gone and he's bought the fitness center near his house? Why? Sumu was puzzled. What fitness center is he buying for nothing? For that trainer at the fitness center? That's not true, Lee Jin-shu explained. That fitness center is not doing well, seems to be closing down. Soo-yun said that he didn't want to have no place to work out, so he thought of buying it over so he could do his daily workout in it. He buys a fitness center in order to facilitate his exercise routine? Sumu didn't even know what to say about him. Yu Xian thought to herself, the boss really does things too casually, but this also confirms that he really isn't a bad moneymaker from the side. Sumu asked with concern, then how much did he pay for it? 5 million. Lee Jin-shu remembered something and took a contract out of her own bag, handing it to Sumu. Nah, look, the purchase contracts are all still here with me. Sumu took it and looked at it, and asked, did you get someone to look at it? Is there any problem with this contract? He said he had roll a look at it and there's nothing wrong with it, so it should be fine. What about the management of the fitness center? Who will manage it? Sumu knew Soo-yun too well. He was so lazy that he definitely wouldn't be willing to do it. But it's not safe to let the original staff manage it, not being your own people. Well, Lee Jin-shu coughed and said somewhat shyly. Soo-yun said that from today onwards, I am the manager of the fitness center, and I will be solely responsible for this fitness center. Sumu, Yu Xian sniffed and immediately smiled. Congratulations. No, just hanging out, I don't know anything, Lee Jin-shu humbly said. So during this recent period of time, when you two have time, you must help me think of ideas on how to revitalize the fitness center. Although Soo-yun doesn't care if it loses or gains, I don't want to lose face in front of him. Doing business isn't that simple. Sumu laughed. You'll have something to be busy with in the future. No more busy than a company as big as yours. Lee Jin-shu happily said. This is what Soo-yun bought for me to make a small fortune. It's not as big as your company. Then you start by giving us some specifics about the fitness center, including the system, salary, position advancement, and business conduct mode, etc. Okay, tonight's dinner was not in vain for Lee Jin-shu, and in the process, she had inquired about a lot of useful information. Then the three men began to discuss the future of the fitness center based on their ideas and experiences. As for Soo-yun, no one cares if he'll be back tonight. He's so big, can't he lose it? Although several people didn't obviously say so, they were all guessing in their minds which woman he was probably fooling around with again. Soo-yoon was indeed fooling around with Ning Qian. When I got up the next morning, Beauty had already left for work. On the table was breakfast already made. After Soo-yoon washed up and ate his loving breakfast, he began to swipe his cell phone. Nowadays, you can't open your eyes to the world without a cell phone. The first thing you brush up on is your own circle of friends. The first one is Jung Jussin's. Women who love to smile don't have bad luck, and I'm sure it will get better in the future. Here is a picture of her practicing yoga. Highly difficult one horse. As Soo-yoon looked at the diagram, some strange thoughts popped into his head. What are you thinking? You're a serious man. Besides, it's a bit difficult to get it right, and it's easy to twist your back. Skim over this one and keep scrolling down. Yu Xian and Ning Qian posted the beautiful photos taken during yesterday's meal in a 9-panel mode. Elegant surroundings, exquisite dishes, and a handsome back view of himself in the distance. It's very intentional. It's a person who sees this picture and gets the message that she's taken. I have to say, women are really talented when it comes to taking pictures. This is something you'd have to have him shoot, and it definitely doesn't look as good as it does. This is why most men don't like to post to their friends. The men who like to post it, show off their good life, and show the occasional car tag are men who have no power but want to show their superiority. It's nothing more than wanting to get the attention of the opposite sex in one's circle of friends, so as to achieve some of one's goals. Just as he thought of it, he saw his high school class president, showing off his Mercedes-Benz in his circle of friends, pretending to miss a mark without realizing it. For this squad leader, Soo-yoon was very impressed, because both of them liked a girl at that time. The class president got better grades than they did, and they were better looking than the class president. So in high school, the two were evenly matched. The girl was also in a difficult position and kept hovering between the two without fixing it. But once you get to college, girls know what's important. In the end, the class president won by relying on his family's hard power. Thinking about it now, Soo-yoon felt that he hadn't lost unjustly at that time. But then I heard that the two didn't get along for a while and split up. After all, in college, there are people out there. The class president also lost to other hard-hitting seniors. Soo-yoon thought that if the girl from back then had met her current self, the class president probably wouldn't even have the chance to buy breakfast. Sighing, wistfully, he continued to flip through it. A few days ago, Mom also posted a rare friends circle of just the usual random reprint of a video of an ironworker. Then said something like, "That's a pretty good-looking ironwork, and I don't know if we have it here." Soo-yoon was worried that he didn't know how to give his mom a birthday, and now that he saw this friend circle of hers, he immediately had an idea in his heart. Instead of fireworks for my mom's birthday this year, I'm going to put on a firecracker. Give her a big fireworks show. They don't have this non-heritage tradition on their side, but never mind. Have money of your own. What kind of master can't you hire with money? If you don't have one on your side, then pick up a master from somewhere else and get it done. He clicked on the video of the ironworker and watched it, mostly trying to find out where the other guy was and where he was. Of course, it would be best if there was contact information in the video. Unfortunately, after reading it over and over again, there is no contact information except that I know an address. Time was short now, and he had to get in touch before it was too late. He picked up the phone and called Yu Xian. "Hey, boss." Yu Xian followed Su Mu to the company in the morning because she didn't have anything to do. "Where are you now?" "In the company." "Okay, wait, I'll come find you." Half an hour later, Soo-yoon arrived at the company in his own Continental. At this moment in the company, the second batch of interviewers notified by Ning Qian are sitting inside one by one waiting for the Sumo interview inside. Yu Xian temporarily acted as her secretary and was in charge of calling numbers. When Soo-yoon appeared in the company, Ning Qian saw this and smiled as she greeted him, keeping her distance. Although the two had been at a negative distance last night, during the day, well, it was only right to be positive. Along the way, he had just passed a corner when he saw a familiar face, Supervisor Lee. Lee Xiaoguang also froze for a moment when he saw Soo-yoon. Haters gonna hate each other. Lee Xiaoguang treats Soo-yoon like an enemy, and Soo-yoon treats Lee Xiaoguang like a fart. He'd forgotten about this one if he hadn't suddenly stumbled upon it. "Oh, if it isn't our Supervisor Lee." Soo-yoon looked at the resume in his hand and smiled. "You're here for an interview? None of your business," Lee Xiaoguang said unhappily. "Could it be that you're here for the interview as well?" "I'm not here to find someone," Soo-yoon kindly said. "Listen to me. Switch to another one. You won't get an interview anyway. If you say I can't get an interview, I can't get an interview?" Lee disliked angrily. "You think you run this company?" "Yeah, I drove it." "I don't believe it," Lee Xiaoguang said disdainfully. "Just you. Still starting a business? Starting such a big company? Do you have that ability?" At that moment, Yu Xian came out from inside and was about to call the next one in. Upon seeing Su Yun, he hurriedly walked over and shouted, "Boss, you're just in time. The six won't have to go in for an interview." Su Yun said, "He hasn't even joined the company yet. He dares to contradict the boss. He's not a good person at first glance. He can't be wanted." Li Skaguang. "Okay, boss, I got it. Then I'll go wait for you in the office while you get Ning Qian to help." Su Yun glanced at the somewhat confused Li Xiaoguang and turned to leave. "Sir, I'm sorry." Yu Xian looked at Li Xiaoguang and politely said, "You don't meet our company's admission requirements, so you can leave." Li Skaguang. The other interviewees. Face to face. This guy is pathetic. He offended his boss before he even had an interview. After Yu Xian invited Li Xiaoguang out, she let Ning Qian take her place. On his own, he came into Su Yun's office. "Yu Xian, pack up and come with me to run an errand." "Where to?" Su Yun said. "Go to the small town of Situ in Shaanxi and look for 100 teachers who make iron flowers." "Good. It comes and goes." When Sumu finished interviewing today's people, she realized that Su Yun had come to the company. By the time she was free to come out and look for the person, the other party had already driven off with Yu Xian for quite a while. She asked towards Ning Qian. "Su Yun just arrived. Where did he go again?" "Didn't say." Ning Qian replied. "He left in a hurry with Secretary Yu, saying that he had to go on a business trip and wouldn't be back until tomorrow." "Sumu." She called Su Yun. The phone shows off. On the other side, Su Yun and Yu Xian had boarded the plane to Jiangxi, first class. Having a private bank card really makes him as convenient as he wants to be when it comes to traveling. An hour and a half later, they landed in Jiangxi, and then directly took the business car that had been contacted and arranged long ago, and drove towards Situ town. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them had appeared in the small town of Situ, which was 1,000 miles away from Jiangcheng. The town of Stuart is a tourist township. It is most famous for its non-heritage Manhwa performances, and the iron flower beating is one of them, which not long ago applied for the Guinness record for the largest iron flower beating. The video that Mom reprinted, the same one, really rocked. When Su Yun and Yu Xian arrived in the area, they were unfamiliar with the area and could only take money to open the way, and it would be too much trouble and time consuming for them to go to the master on their own, one person at a time. A place like this must be run by some agency. One just needs to find the relevant governing body to consult with and make a decision based on the situation. The two spent several $100s on a local informant and managed to find the leader in charge of tourism-related business in Stuart Town. Once they met, Su Yun didn't beat around the bush and first introduced himself. For this kind of occasion, a private identity was not appropriate, and he used the identity of the general manager of White Cloud Media Limited, and the first to speak his mind, and sent to Wazoo. "Leader, it's like this. It's my mom's birthday in a couple of days and she wants to see the ironwork." Su Yun said. "That's why I came here in admiration to invite a few of your town's masters to my hometown to perform an ironsmithing show. Can you see if you can help with introductions and contacts?" The leader, faced with Su Yun's generosity, didn't postpone it and accepted it quite directly. People are just thanking for letting themselves help contact the master. It's not like they're doing anything illegal. It's not a bribe. Sure. After hearing about Su Yun, the leader asked, "I wonder, Mr. Su, how many do you want? Our masters here are good at their craft, and they perform iron flowers all year round." 100. Su Yun replied. "How much?" The leader was surprised. "You mean, you're looking for 100 masters? A little much?" "It's not a bit much. It's a lot. In fact, a couple of people are enough to perform the ironwork." The leader looked at Su Yun with complicated eyes and explained. "When our town applied for the record for the largest scale of iron flowering Guinness, we only managed to find 108 people. You want so many people all of a sudden at once? I reckon it's a bit hard. After all, a lot of people don't want to go out of town. I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but I want to try." Su Yun laughed. "Since we're going to get it on, I, as a son, want to put on a big, impressive show for my mom, and show her a good time all at once." Leader. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. In the office, the leader was moved in the face of such a filial Su Yun. He asked, "Mr. Su, how do you want me to help you? I won't do anything that violates the rules." Leader. "Do you think this will work?" Su Yun continued. "You help me put out a recruitment notice in the town for masters who are willing to go out and perform, and count as many as you have at that time. This is easy. No problem." The leader promised. "When the time comes, I'll post one for you in the WeChat group and ask them all to help forward it." "Okay, thanks for the leadership then." But, the leader asked again with concern, "What about the cost of the masters? How is it calculated?" "As you know, masters must go out because they want to make more money. That one's for sure. Su-yun asked rhetorically, how much does a master pay roughly for a show of iron beating flowers here in your place? Each performance in the scene, about 5 people at a time, not counting materials and other messes, pays each teacher $500 a show. The leader said, but this is different for you, because you're going to perform out of town. And I guess the offer is so low that no one wants to go, and it's not good to find people. That I understand. Su-yun thought for a moment and said, Leader, you send out a notice saying that as long as the masters who are willing to go, I'll give each person a reward of 10,000, and I'll fully cover the round-trip travel. Leader, I didn't realize that the other party looked young but did things in a big way. The temptation to perform once in 10,000. This one is huge. Okay, Mr. Su, I know. The leader got up and said, I know you're in a hurry, so I'm going to go and notify down the line for you, so that those who wish to come to you can enroll. Okay, thanks leader. Coming out of the leader's office, Yu Xian realized that her boss had brought her all the way here just to give her a show of ironwork on her mother's birthday. At 10,000 per person. It's almost estimated to be almost $2 million if that many people do show up, and counting the expenses of traveling back and forth. Although such filial piety requires a certain amount of money, it's not just a question of money, but also a question of whether or not it's used. The average person really doesn't. Yu Xian, when the time comes, you'll be in charge of enrollment registration and counting the number of people. Okay boss. The two men found a nearby hotel and paid to commandeer a hall off to the side for enrollment purposes. The leader's notice went out quickly. Not an official document, just a general recruitment notice. It is a voluntary act. Soon, the story spread rapidly through the town. Everyone knows that there is a Mr. Su in town, and he wants to find a master of iron flower beating to perform an off-site show. The money was returned at a thief's price, 10,000 at a time. In small towns, while they do have daily performances and make money, it's so much worse than this. $10,000 a show. That's a lot of money for a lot of days in town. Although generally, people don't want to go out and perform, but under the weight of money, reluctance becomes willingness. The masters shown to be beating iron flowers immediately called Yu Xian for advice after seeing this. How can you fall behind on such a good thing? What if someone else is fully recruited? There was a flurry of action, and people certainly don't believe the other side is a fraud. For one thing, this is the recruitment that the town leaders helped to send out, and for another, there are many people going together on their side, and they are all familiar with each other. After calling around and finding out that it was true, people started to show up at the hotel to sign up on site, and more. The hotel staff also came to help keep order. Not for nothing of course, there was money to be had. Yu Xian recorded everyone's basic information on the computer and counted the number of people. By the way, I've pulled everyone into a WeChat group so I can keep in touch. The sign-ups went on, and were busy until 8 o'clock in the evening when they ended. There are a lot of them that couldn't make it today and had people sign up for them. Because the recruitment said that you need a teacher with some experience, it actually invariably screens out a bunch of people. Plus it's not okay to be too old because of the risks on the road. There could be fewer people, but Su-yun didn't want any safety incidents. Let what was a good thing turn bad. In the end, Yu Xian counted 78 masters. In the evening, Su-yun called the leaders out to have a casual dinner together, and drank a bottle of Maotai on the way. The leader said it was actually beyond his expectations to have so many people. Basically a big chunk of the town's teachers came. That's the power that comes with money. Su-yun, in addition to expressing gratitude, in fact, also want to ask the leadership to do a favor. Organize and arrange the day after tomorrow masters people travel. Whether it's the people, or some of the tools and equipment they need to use themselves when they perform. Of course this is not free. In addition to the cost of normal expenses, Su-yun promised to give the leader a good amount of hard work. This is the kind of money that leaders earn with pleasure and confidence. When he got home in the evening, he told his daughter-in-law, who happily rewarded him once in the kitchen on the spot. Meanwhile in the town, Su-yun took Yu Xian for a stroll around the scenic area after dinner, and stopped by the site to watch an ironwork show. To be honest, both men were a little shaken up watching the ironwork for the first time in person. This beauty is an experience that you can't give in a video. He was suddenly looking forward to the spectacular sight of hundreds of people playing iron flowers together on his mom's birthday. It must have been quite a shock. After watching the show, the two of them returned to the hotel, and Su-yun, who had done things smoothly, rewarded Yu Xian for her hard work. Whether it's material, mental, or physical, comes with a triple bonus. Both were so cool they took off. The next morning they flew straight back. For this matter, on the way, Su-yun had greeted Yu Xian to proceed in secrecy and not tell anyone. So when the two of them came back, Sumuli Jinshu Ningxian was curious, and every time she asked, Yu Xian said it was a secret. It made all three of them feel a little bad inside. Well, now Su Yun and Yu Xian both had their own little secrets between them. Li Jinshu had some ideas of his own about the fitness center after hearing some of Yu Xian and Su Mu's suggestions that night. The first place to start is to change the environment. That means she's going to redesign and renovate the fitness center. Get it around high, highlighting a premium, atmospheric, upscale environment. After all, the neighborhoods around here are all upscale, and everyone's quality of life is already high. So if the decorations are too low, they won't come in at all. A good quality, comfortable workout environment is the first experience and consideration for this group of customers. This is because it will give the client a superior sense of psychological fulfillment that distinguishes them from the average person's gym. Li Jinshu, she was originally doing this herself, so she also needed to spend money on hiring someone. It's just redecorating. It's going to cost money. Regarding this, Sumu said that she could first spend an amount from the company's account and lend it to her. She'll give it back when she makes money. If he didn't make any money, it was so-called, and Suyun wouldn't care anyway. Regarding this point, Sumu actually had some doubts in her heart, because as a friend, Suyun had been a little too nice to Li Jinshu. The only reason she could run the company herself was because she was his woman. Ning Xian was able to work as a receptionist and Yu Xian as a secretary, and was able to receive an almost executive salary, also because she was Suyun's woman, but not Li Jinshu. The two were just good friends, but Suyun was no less kind to her than herself and the other two women. But on the flip side, perhaps Suyun was too rich, so he felt it didn't matter. What he thought was outrageous was a commonplace thing to him. And Ning Qian, after knowing about this matter of Li Jinshu, the psychology to say that there are no thoughts is definitely false. It's not like she's really a nun with 6 pure roots and no desires. One has a company, one has a gym, and she's the one who's still the front desk girl. But it's not so much jealousy and anger. It was because she knew her abilities and her place in Suyun's heart. Learning to be content is her strength, not to be lost. Suyun must have had his own ideas when he didn't arrange for her to have a career of her own. Don't look at an ironworker and think it's easy. After the person is found, there is a series of arrangements to be made, involving many aspects. In response to this, Suyun came back and purposely found a specialized event team to rush to Jian County in advance to get this done. This is because a tinsel show with so many people will require a specialized secure venue, and a large security staff. So it is definitely necessary to apply and consult with the relevant local government departments in advance, and under their supervision and permission, to do this safely and together. In order to gain official support and permission, Suyun gave the head of the event team a handout and came up with a thought. He stated that this ironwork show is not just for individuals, but is intended to be a show for the entire county, when all can come to see it. Let everyone feel the beauty of traditional non-heritage culture and experience a different fireworks show. It even allows for official live streaming. In that case, he's simply spending his own money to give the local government a political achievement. In general, all should be fine. The reason why Suyun is so clear is because he has been in the media company before, engaged in a lot of event design programs, so there's some experience with that. If he hadn't been lazy and out of energy now, he would have been able to take care of the whole thing himself with his own people. When things were arranged, he lighted the people below him to implement them, while he was purchasing the gifts to be given to his old mom. It's a gift that he's thought about before and talked to the bank about. So after he made a phone call to Jane Sherway, she came straight to the door with a long-prepared box under the protection of security personnel. When the security guards at the door saw a small car with a bank printed on it parked in front of them, a woman in the car, and 2 men with guns in the security personnel, the people were dumbfounded. Jane smiled as she explained, "Hello, we are bank staff now, come to deliver something to the customer's door. Please let go." Okay. The security guard looked aside at the gun-toting security officer and immediately opened the gate. He had never seen the image of a bank escorting something to a customer's door at gunpoint. It's so shocking. How valuable this must be. Actually, he was overthinking it. It wasn't too expensive. Just a few pounds of gold bars. The reason why security officers are scheduled to come along is that it's procedure. For security purposes. Fear not. Soon after the group of 3 parked their car, they took the elevator to Suyun's home. "Hello, Mr. Su." Jane smiled as she said, "I've brought you what you asked for, so check it out." She set the case on the coffee table and opened it. At once the little golden bars of gold contained within, and which should bear the word bank, appeared before his eyes. "As you requested, there are a total of 2 100 grams, 2 500 grams, 2 300 grams, 2 200 grams and 2 100 grams gold bars here. It all adds up to 4 200 grams, worth $2.105 million. No problem. Hard work guys. Soo-yoon also cleared the quantity before closing it and casually placing it over again. It's okay. After all, Jian Shuwei was sort of familiar with Soo-yoon between her roots, and she smiled. By the way, we know that it will be Auntie's birthday in a few days, so our bank has also specially prepared a gift for Auntie. Soo-yoon, it's not anything expensive. It's just an imported lumbar massager that works pretty well. I hope Auntie likes it. I'd like you to give me your address later so I can arrange for someone to courier it to my aunt as soon as possible. And there is also an exclusive commemorative gold coin with Auntie's name on it, specially made privately for her. Thank you. You guys are thoughtful. Soo-yoon felt immensely comfortable with this kind of thoughtful little details of the bank service. This is really being a big man. Users with no money send rice and oil, and for rich customers, it's straight to imported massagers and exclusive gold coins. After sending the 3 away, Soo-yoon looked at the small box of gold bars and imagined the surprise his mom would have after receiving them on her birthday. I guess I have to cuddle it at night in my sleep. Ha ha. But this gift he could only send privately and quietly, lest he be known to put it in the house. And if someone misses it, Mom will be in danger. Some money can be exposed because no one else can rob it if they know about it. And some money should be kept low. Just as he was planning to take a break and rest, Song Xiaowei's call came through. She said happily, "Brother Sue, I'm in." "What went in?" "I got in the interview. I applied for the TV job." On the phone, Song Xiaowei said excitedly, "This morning the staff of the TV gave me a call and told me that, for some reason they need to make up an extra one and have me report to the station tomorrow morning." Unsurprisingly, it was Yen Kan's friend's words that had worked. Soo-yoon laughed. "Congratulations then. As expected. I know it's all because of you, Brother Sue. If you hadn't made that call, there's no way I could have gotten in." After getting excited, Song Xiaowei paused and shyly asked, "Brother Sue, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay, you find a place and send me the time and address when you do." Aha. Hanging up the phone, Soo-yoon hesitated and called Yen Kan for the first time. "Hey, Seo." On the phone, Yen Chan shouted in a somewhat sleepy daze. "What for?" Soo-yoon laughed. "What time is it? Still sleeping?" "Hey, I'm catching up on my sleep after last night's wave." "I'm not doing anything else," Soo-yoon said. "Didn't you say you wanted to do business with me last time?" "I'm getting ready to work on a skit to play on the platform recently." "Want to play alone?" "Yeah." Yen Chan woke up a lot from his sleep and came to be interested. "But soon?" he asked again. "Then roughly how much money should be invested?" "I don't have much living money on hand right now. Probably just over $2 million. It's not like I'm afraid to swipe my credit card or dad will find out soon enough. Rich kids like them don't look like they're having a good time and have everything they need, but they're all living under the surveillance of their fathers. In fact, they don't have much cash at their disposal. All the spending has to be given by the family before it is done. The family will be miserable once their financial resources are cut off." Yen Chan wanted to start her own business because she wanted to prove herself and because she wanted to be financially independent and have her own money. "Eat without looking at mom and dad. It's okay, short plays don't cost much." Soo-yoon laughed. "For the specifics, when you wake up from your nap, we'll find a time to get together some other day and talk slowly. There's no rush." "Okay, Sue, I'll go back to sleep then." After Soo-yoon did this and took a lunch break at home for a few hours, Song Xiaowei's WeChat sent over. He looked away, cleaned up a little, went out and drove his Continental GT to get to his appointment. Since he had done what he had promised, surely someone would fulfill his promise tonight as well. If nothing else, after tonight, there would be another woman by his side. In response, Soo-yoon did not feel guilty at all, because he hadn't forced himself on anyone or treated any of the women who followed him badly. Everyone volunteered. End of chapter. Chapter 133, What an Elegant and Commonplace. Chapter 133, What an Elegant and Commonplace. An appointment to go to. Soo-yoon thought it was a world of two people. As a result, when he waited until he reached his destination, he was dumbfounded that it was a group of people. "Hello handsome." Everyone greeted him warmly. "Hello guys." Soo-yoon sat beside Song Xiaowei with some confusion and asked, "What's the situation?" "Breaking news," Song Xiaowei said awkwardly. "They are classmates from the acting department of our school, and they suddenly met them here. After finding out that I had applied for a job at the station, I just had to celebrate me." "Soo-yoon, it's just a dinner. More people are better. It's more lively. Not to mention the fact that many of the parties are also some pretty college girls." "Xiaowei, we told you that you didn't want to eat with us, so it turns out that you have a date with a handsome guy." One of the girls, looking at Soo-yoon, who was handsome and had a good temperament, flirted. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" "My name is Soo-yoon." Soo-yoon introduced himself. "I'm Xiaowei's friend." "It's a boyfriend, right?" everyone tentatively asked. "Xiaowei, It turns out that you have not been accepting the confessions of the boys in the school, because your heart belongs to someone else. Song Xiaowei, handsome. A woman asked curiously. Are you a senior too? No. Su Yun replied. He graduated a long time ago himself, and now does a little business. So boss. The girl asked. So what kind of business are you in? Are there any jobs for us? We'll be looking for work soon. A media company. Su Yun looked at the group of girls in front of him and smiled. If you guys are interested, when the company shoots a short drama, you can audition for the female lead or other roles. Ha? Really? The crowd sniffed in surprise. Can we really? Which girl studying acting doesn't want to be a heroine? The heroine of the skit is also the heroine. What's more, it's not just now that I've read the news that some skit has raked in $120 million in just 1 week, along with a certain acting heroine who blew up the internet straight away. So if you can't be a star, it's okay to be a netizen, as long as you can make money. Could be. Su Yun laughed. You guys find Xiaowei for the company's address when the time comes. Okay. Thank you, brother Su. Everyone shouted after Xiaowei. No, you guys are Xiaowei's friends and mine. Someone teased. Xiaowei, I've heard that those who can get into the TV station need connections to get in. You were able to get in. Was it also because of Su's help? Yes. Song Xiaowei didn't hide it and answered directly. I was originally eliminated, but brother Su took care of it with a direct phone call. Wow. That's awesome. When these words came out, the eyes of the crowd were filled with envy and jealousy. They looked at Su Yun with some admiration in their eyes. If only he could get himself in there. Unfortunately, such things can only be thought of in the mind. As everyone ate and chatted, the topic basically centered around Su Yun and Song Xiaowei. Regarding the couple relationship between the two of them, Su Yun neither admitted nor denied it. Anyway, away from thinking yes, it is, and no, it isn't. After eating for a while, we all knew that we would be hated if we stayed any longer. So he got up and said goodbye, leaving the rest of the day for the two of them, alone on a date. After Song Xiaowei settled the bill, the two of them walked along the river. On the parallel road, the summer river breeze still carries a hint of dryness. Song Xiaowei wore a long white dress and her long black hair was scattered casually over her shoulders. Her perfectly matched features give her a delicate beauty. The only downside, perhaps, is that the boobs are a bit flat? Su Yun smiled and asked, how much longer do we have to walk like this? There are some things that girls are reserved and don't say well, and men have to take the initiative to say them. Otherwise the two of them would have to keep going like this for a long time. It's not like you're coming to an appointment to work out on your own. Are you tired of walking? Su Yun replied. Tired. Why don't we find a place to rest? Song Xiaowei knew it was time to come, and she was prepared for it. It was the kind of thing that she hadn't been very good at talking about. Now that she saw Su Yun take the initiative, she shyly said, I know there's a nice hotel up ahead. Why don't we go there to rest? Yeah, listen to you. Su Yun extended his hand and said, give me your hand. Ha? Su Yun held her hand and said as he walked, this way, we look like a couple. The two of them turned around and went back to where they had parked, then took Song Xiaowei to a 5-star hotel. Ask for an executive suite. You can't settle for this kind of thing. There's also the safety, and the unlikely existence of things to be filmed. After all, as a former player who used to frequent the national production area, most of the sneak peek video places there were in cheap hotels. Upon entering the house, a somewhat nervous Song Xiaowei didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Su Yun didn't say anything, and took the initiative to pick up the other party in a hug, heading directly towards the bathroom. 1,000 words omitted here. Forgive me if I can't write astringent. The next morning, a familiar scene. By himself, in a hotel bed, with no longer the woman from last night on him. In this world, it seems like he's the only one having fun and everyone else has to go to work the next day and do their own thing. Su Yun opened his cell phone and Song Xiaowei had left him a message. I'm reporting to the TV station. And thanks for being so gentle last night. Su Yun laughed. He put down his cell phone and got up, then went to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and hit the octagon. It's his surfing capital. If he didn't have this set of divine techniques to protect him, he would probably have been squeezed into a dry corpse by a group of women. After hitting the closing bell, Su Yun immediately felt refreshed again. After having breakfast downstairs and having nothing to do, he planned to go around the company first, having heard that some new people had been recruited in the past 2 days. You don't care about the company yourself, but you can make your rounds. As soon as he arrived at the company, all the unfamiliar faces Su Yun found were women. Ning Qian introduced the 2 new employees. This is our company's general manager Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, this is our company's newest pomegranate and 7 happiness. Hi guys, don't mind me, keep yourself busy. After Su Yun dismissed the 2 beauties, he asked towards Ning Qian, How come all the new recruits are women? I don't know. Ning Qian laughed. You have to ask Mr. Su about that. And that name they have. Are you sure it's a normal person's name? No. It's a stage name they gave themselves. Ning Qian explained. Mr. Su said that since it's a media company, everyone gives themselves a stage name. And in the future, everyone in the company will be called by their stage names for convenience and good memory, because when the time comes, she'll be on short videos and have a daily work number for the company to draw traffic. You don't have one too, do you? There is. Ning Qian laughed. My name is Mickey. Su Yun. Suddenly it's so foreign. Arriving in his office, Su Yun had just sat down for a short while when Sumu arrived. Boss, what made you think of visiting the company? Thought I'd stop by and see how many more employees I have. Su Yun laughed. It's a lot of pomegranates and 7 joys without looking. Doesn't sound good? I think it sounds pretty good. Sumu said. Why don't you get one for yourself too? Forget it. Curious, Su said. How did you recruit 2 that were both female? One for convenience and one for you. For me? Right. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. If there is a man in the company, staying with your 3 women all day long, are you relieved? Wouldn't your heart be twisted? Oh, after Sumu reminded him so, it was true. Not saying anything will happen, but it sure doesn't feel good, or as thoughtful as you are. Say, what brings you to the office today? It's not much, just 2 things. Su Yun replied. The first one is Li Jinshu's fitness center. If she wants to use the money, you'll get her some from the company first. You don't have to tell me that. I've already given her a fortune. Sumu asked. And, I'm going back home tomorrow. It's my mom's birthday the day after tomorrow and I'm going back to give her a birthday treat. Su Yun said. When exactly will you come back? It's not clear. At home you'll help me look after it. You trust me that much? Ha, that's for sure. Su Yun asked with some confusion. By the way, you're going to plan to contribute money to invest in a short drama? Right. Sumu said. Now the short drama is a big market, but is a short-term benefit. You have to get in fast, make a buck and run. Is there a script yet? That's a real problem. Sumu said. A good skit script is half the battle, and I'm looking for someone to charge a high price for it. Let me help you with the script. Su Yun smiled and said. I, as the boss, can't help but contribute. It's rare that you still know you're the boss. Su Yun asked. The boss is so diligent today. So is there any reward? What do you want? What do you think? Half an hour later, Su Yun came out of his office. Write it out. Write it out. Sumu tired to lie on the desk, looking at their own torn lace edge bra, simply hands off finished throwing away. Then after a moment's rest, she began to clean up the mess inside. It was also that when Li Jinshu was renovating, he was using soundproofing materials, or else that commotion just now. It was estimated that the whole company could hear it. Damn Su Yun, not caring about the occasion at all, because on the second floor of the company, there was only Su Yun, Sumu and the secretary's office. So when Sumu finished packing up and came out, no one noticed. She went back into her office, pulled open a drawer, took out a pill, mixed it with a glass of water and drank it, in order not to harm her body. Coupled with the irregular exercise with Su Yun, she switched from a one-time to a long-term medication. As long as you take it on time, you can completely cut out certain possibilities. There was also the point of whether he should remind Su Yun to pay more attention to this aspect when he was usually with other women. Don't be too careless. What if some woman gets a little fancy and wants to have a marriage of convenience? It's not that it's not possible. Recently, some rich kid got hit and had a baby, although the other party still did not marry into a rich family as desired. But this kind of thing makes a mess in the end does not look good. Leaving from Sumu's place, Su Yun was just about to get ready to go home when he received a call from Yenkan. Ask him to meet you for dinner. Su Yun knew what he was about and didn't postpone it, agreeing directly. This is still a private club Zi Yun Xian, another place I hadn't heard of. Arriving at the destination, from the outside, it looked decidedly more remote than the last clubhouse, but the decor was so much better. There are 3 floors in total, all in Chinese style. When Su Yun arrived, he had already seen many luxury cars parked outside. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by the waiter and asked, Sir, do you have a membership card? No, Su Yun replied. I was asked to come here by Yen Chan, so you're Young Yan's guest, please follow me. When the waiter heard this, he immediately changed his attitude. Since the clubhouse's young proprietor had greeted them long ago, he immediately released them after hearing Su Yun's words and led the way. Rhyme and meaning in the depths, in the reality and in the absence of reality. Su Yun walked into the clubhouse, and he only felt that the space was suitable for himself in terms of being long, deep, and ancient, and that the real and the imaginary were suitable for each other. With the elegant and quiet ink, It enriches the cultural connotation of Chinese space and gives people a subtle and faraway spiritual interest. The octagonal atrium, with its magnificent and imposing atrium height design, makes the whole room deeper. Combination of tables and chairs are neatly arranged on both sides. Low cabinet chi-do. Opulent, decorative layout between the charm of the Chinese decorative show to the fullest. A few minutes later, Su-yun followed the other party through the skeletonized moon door to the tea room. The serene and elegant ambience adds a classical flavor to the tea room. At the moment, Yen-ken was sitting here, opposite a beautiful female tea master cooking and making tea. It's that this dress were a little less, the whole body just a layer of thin sand. Let her whole body hidden, have a kind of hazy beauty. But again, it gives a feeling of, well, lust without astringency. Brother Su, you're here. Yen-chan didn't get up either and shouted for Su-yun to sit down next to him. The female tea master saw this and immediately cut him a cup of tea. Between raising his hands, the gauze skirt swayed, and Su-yun's gaze flickered as if he saw spring. Drink the tea. Taste it. It's authentic Westlake Longjing. Yen-chan said. You can't usually drink this stuff outside. Isn't there a lot of this stuff on the market? Su-yun laughed. Don't you dare try to fool me. No, most of them are fake. Yen-chan explained. I heard my dad say that the total annual production of the entire Westlake Longjing is only about 500 tons, and the Westlake Longjing on sale in the market is statistically as high as 500 tons per year. So what do you think the extra 300 tons are? Su-yun, good lord, combined with all the fakes I used to buy myself. Then you have to taste it yourself. What is the flavor of this authentic Westlake Longjing? Su-yun picked it up and blew on it. The tea leaves in the cup are flattened and smooth, sharp and pointed, with the buds showing, and are relatively uniform after being steeped in water. Smells tender and fragrant. He took a shallow sip. Fresh and sweet. It's a lot better than the ones you can buy out there. He didn't know much about tea, but he could still drink some differences. This tea of yours, it is indeed good. Su-yun asked curiously. But you're so young, why do you like this? I like. No. Yen-chan sighed. It's my dad who likes it, and I've memorized some of it from my childhood. The tea you drink today, in the Westlake Longjing inside are considered a good class, belongs to the special grade tea. The rest have 1 to 4 levels. If you like it, take some back with you when you leave later. My dad saved a good pair of them here anyway and can't drink them all. It's a waste. Su-yun asked. This club won't be run by your family, right? No, it's run by a friend of my dad's. Yen-ken said. This clubhouse will only receive some fixed groups of people for their own use or to receive guests. It's not open to the public. Su-yun turned his head to look at the springy female tea master on the side and said, your father and the others really know how to enjoy life. I found this on my own. My dad doesn't know about it. Ha. Yen-chan said smugly, how about it? Isn't it more fun to drink tea like this? Awesome. Su-yun genuinely admired. What an elegance. This place, when the time comes, I'll get you a membership too, so you can come back more often. Thanks then. Su-yun laughed. Say, you didn't look for me just to drink tea. It's about the short drama investment, isn't it? It's still Su who understands me. Yen-ken hemmed and hawed and said, quickly tell me about your project. What's going on? Okay, then let's drink tea while we talk slowly. Su-yun began to draw Yen-ken a big pie and used that successful skit of Liang Yan's from before as an example, making Yen-ken envious. Although their supermarket chain makes money, it doesn't feel like it's coming in as fast as the skit, which has a 3-day water flow of more than $100 million. That's a month's worth of running water for his family. Sure enough, he was right to follow Su. As the two of them chatted on, Yen-ken couldn't wait to immediately shell out money to Su-yun right now, and then it's crunching money. Su-yun said that he didn't care about this, and added that he was going to take a trip back to his hometown recently and go directly to the company to talk to Su-mu. For Su-mu, Yen-chan had an impression, having met him before when he was at the car club. It was a woman who was a little older than both him and Su-yun, very pretty and very elegant, a bit of a strong woman. I didn't realize that she was the vice president of Su-yun's company, managing Su-yun's entire company. After talking about business and drinking tea, Yen-ken brought Su-yun up to the second floor again and started eating. Less to drink. The two, who had risen in nature, went up one more floor, which was said to be a lounge, but was in fact the place where the spa was kept. At this point, it would be inconvenient for the two to be in the same room. Yen-ken had a private room of his own and arranged a private room for Su-yun, then smiled meaningfully. Wait. Enjoy yourself. The technicians here are very skilled. Su-yun came to the cozy room, changed into shorts, short sleeves, and lay comfortably on the soft spa bed. A few moments later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Come in. The door to the room was pushed open, and a manager-like woman, with 3 coolly dressed young ladies, carrying small suitcases, walked in and stood in a row. All have numbered tags on their chests. The manager stood aside, bowed and respectfully inquired, Mr. Su, which one do you think you fancy? Soo-yoon swept a glance and casually pointed out a number 7. Okay, Mr. Su, have a good experience. After saying that, the other two young ladies then followed the manager out. The remaining number 7 asked, Mr. Su, then should we start now, or take a break before we start? Start now. Since he had money, he still came to feel the essential oil spa massage service for the first time. Hope to have a nice, cozy afternoon. End of chapter. Chapter 134 Number 7, Mr. Su, don't move. Let me get it for you. Chapter 134 Number 7, Mr. Su, don't move. Let me get it for you. A technician at a high-class private club is different. In addition to being a beautiful person, the skills and techniques are over the top and professional. The hands were like swimming dragons, pressing Soo-yoon's entire body in comfort. It even put him to sleep without realizing it. The No. 7 female technician looked at Soo-yoon, who had been so honest throughout the whole process, and was a bit surprised. The technicians, although they do all the work of serving people, still, when they meet those they don't like, generally stick to the principle of selling their art, not their bodies. Of course, getting eaten by the occasional guest doesn't count. Ben is a massage service. Physical contact, a little friction with each other. It is normal, as long as it doesn't enter the body. It's not selling out. What's more, in her opinion, it was still her advantage to massage the whole body of this good-looking man in front of her and push the oil for health. Where do you usually get a chance like this? They're all middle-aged men with big, greasy bellies. If it weren't for the money, she wouldn't even look at it. So in fact, as long as the man in front of her had a little heart for her and took the initiative, she could make an exception along the way and satisfy the other party once. Unfortunately, the other person seemed to actually be there for the massage. I was able to talk to her about nothing for the first half of the ride, and then I went straight to sleep for the second half. This struck a chord in the heart of technician number 7. I thought he had chosen himself because he was sexually attracted to him, but it turned out that he had really just chosen randomly. She even tried hinting at each other a few times with body language and jokes. The other side is all indifferent as well. If it hadn't been for the fact that the other woman had reacted when she was taking care of her private parts, she would have wondered for a moment if she couldn't. Soo-yoon naturally sensed the feelings of the young technician's sister, but he had already released himself once at Soo-moo's place before he came, so now he had no evil thoughts in his mind and just wanted to have a good time. Besides, it's inside someone's private club, so what if you get caught on camera doing something that's not there? Life is like a battlefield. There is nothing wrong with being extra careful. Technician number 7 completed his entire process, and after seeing that Soo-yoon still hadn't woken up and indeed had no other ideas, he died. She quietly got off Soo-yoon, then bent down to gather her things and quietly left, afraid of disturbing the guests. Coming out of the booth, she made her way to the lounge, where the other sisters all immediately snickered. How did you get out so fast? When the service is done, it's natural to come out. And you guys didn't do anything else? A young lady who started to go in with her was surprised. It was so hard to run into such a handsome man. And you didn't take him? I'd like to take it, but only if people have ideas. No, 7 said glumly, he is not giving me a chance at all. No way. There really are men who aren't close to women. Someone exclaimed. You look at No. 3, after entering Yen Xiao's room, it didn't take long to get started. We could hear some sounds when we passed by. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, number 3 walked in with a flushed face and a smile on his face. Someone quickly asked, look at you. Did you get another favor? Just gave me a $10,000 bonus. Number 3 pretended not to care, but was actually bragging. Not bad. No loss. You're going to die if you don't pretend. The other technicians sniffed, envious and jealous in their hearts. But it can't be helped. Yen Xiao only looks for her every time he comes. Others don't stand a chance. It was not easy for him to bring in a guest today who was even more handsome than he was and also had money, only to be wasted by No. 7. When No. 3 was in deep communication with Yen Xiao, he also curiously asked about Soo-yoon. Nothing more, just say that the other party is a boss who started from nothing and should be quite rich. So she turned towards No. 7 and asked with concern, did you get the red packet? Yen Xiao said that Mr. Su is very generous. No, people fall asleep when I massage them. Number 7 said with a sigh, not a hair out of place. No way. You've got a great body and you're good looking. And he's not impressed? No. 3 was surprised. Could it be that he's not good at that? No. 7 said with a skittish grin. It was more majestic than anyone else's when I had it serviced. Oh, number 3. We've all said she's a waste of time and opportunity. The rest of the crowd said indignantly. If this were us going, we'd make him surrender in minutes. While the technicians were snickering and gossiping in the lounge, Yen-chan, who was finished, came out of his room. He looked at the attendant guarding the aisle and hooked his finger. The other party immediately walked over and smiled. What are Yen Xiao's orders? My friend inside. Did he come out? Out. The waiter replied slightly earlier than your time. Young Yen. Ha ha. Yen-can smiled happily at his words. It looks like it's still a bit stronger on its own. He stood at the door, knocked, and called out, Brother Su, come in. Su Yun, who had been woken up, answered. Yen-chan pushed the door in and smiled. How is it? The quality of service here is okay, right? It was pretty good. Very professional. Su Yun smiled and replied, when I have the chance, I'm going to experience the experience again. Come by anytime. Give my name and hang on to my account. How embarrassing then. With me you're still polite. Yen-chan asked. What are the arrangements for the evening? Do you want to join a bureau with your brother? Forget it. I've got some things to do. Su Yun refused. I won't go play with you. That's fine. Go ahead and get some rest. I'm going home first. My dad's looking for me. Good. After Yen-chan left, Su Yun stretched a comfortable waist. It had been a long time since he had taken a peaceful nap like this. He didn't even know when Miss Technician left. Su Yun rang the bell and called the waiter. Hello, Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Su Yun said. Please call number 7 for me for a moment. Okay, Mr. Su. The attendant sniffed and quickly went to the technician ladies' lounge and shouted. No, 7. Mr. Su is calling you over. Call me? Puzzled, 7 asked. Do you know anything about it? Didn't say. Okay. No. 7 got up and walked towards Su Yun's room. After she left, the others immediately discussed it. Someone worried. It's not like the guests are trying to get her in trouble, is it? Because it's not like this hasn't happened before. Others teased. Could it be that the other party woke up from a nap and regretted it? Want to go deeper with no. 7 again? I think so. I guess Yen Xiao was there just now. He pretended. Amidst everyone's murmurs. No. 7 arrived at Su Yun's room in a mood of apprehension. She didn't know what she was getting into. Pushing the door in. No. 7 smiled. Mr. Su, you're looking for me? Why didn't you wake me up when you left? No. 7 replied. I didn't dare to disturb you since I saw you sleeping quite well. It's all because of you. Good technique and professionalism. I fell asleep without realizing it. Thank you for Mr. Su's approval. No. 7 sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't something that was difficult for him. Su Yun asked. Do you have a WeChat? Add 1. Ha, okay. No. 7 hurriedly fumbled for his own cell phone, then scanned Su Yun and added on. Su Yun was not polite and directly transferred 20,000 to her. Seeing this, no. 7 was surprised. Mr. Su, you this? Consider it my tip for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Su. No. 7 was happy to hear it. Seeing that Su Yun was about to change his clothes, she hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Su, don't move. Let me help you with it. All right. So Su Yun reached for his clothes and his pants, enjoying a dressing service of an ancient maid. Su Yun, who had gotten dressed, smiled before leaving. The next time I come, I'll still look for you. Good. After witnessing Su Yun's departure, no. 7 happily returned to the restroom. Seeing her back so quickly, everyone asked, what's going on? What did that Mr. Su ask you to do just now? It's okay, just tell me I worked hard. No. 7 smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then added me to a WeChat and sent me a big red envelope. Called you there to give you a red packet? Yeah, I didn't think of that either. Upon hearing this, number 3 immediately asked with concern, and how much did he give you? It's not much, just 20,000. Crowd. Good lord, there's such a thing as a good thing. Number 3, in particular, was more than a little upset after hearing that. Well, no comparison hurts. I got myself a massage and hard service, and it only turned out to be 10k. She did nothing on the 7th and got 20,000 bonus dollars for nothing. It's a real people pleaser, as if to retaliate for no. 3's bragging in front of her just now. She continued, Mr. Su said that he'll still look for me the next time he comes. Crowd. I'm really afraid that my sister will have a hard time and that she will suddenly drive a Land Rover. Good work as a reward. This is the basic quality of a god ho. The host at will to the technician rewarded 20,000 tips. Reward cash 100,000. Bank card balance, 3 million. These small rewards, which basically don't make much of a difference to one's card balance, are simply ignored. Arriving at the front desk of the first floor lobby, the staff came forward and respectfully handed him a membership card made of crystal, and tell him to come back later and just say his name. You can also call to make an appointment in advance. Because of the membership system used here, no service is accepted without a member. This Yen-chan work is quite reliable. He thought the other party is just polite, casually said. Did not take it seriously. It's like saying, I'll take you to dinner some other time. Soo-yun slept all afternoon, and by the time he left the clubhouse, it was already late in the evening, and it was time for dinner. He called and asked Lee Jinshu out for dinner. By the way, Lee Jinshu also talked about the old family house. The real estate agency called her and someone wants to buy her house. Just a little below market price. She asked Soo-yun if she wanted to dispose of it cheaply. Soo-yun said let her be. That house is hers anyway. But what about the family she wanted to get rid of early? As long as it wasn't too much of a loss, she could deal with it. Now, after all, the general environment is bad. The house is everywhere in the price reduction. Drag in the hands of the longer. Maybe in the future we'll lose more. The small lender's side is pretty anxious too, because once the house is successfully offered for sale, they'll get the rest of the final payment. Lee Jinshu chose to listen to Soo-yun's advice. The current self really doesn't have to care about the tens of thousands of dollars, and is a world away from the previous self. In terms of financial basis, both came back from dinner in their cars, one a Bentley Continental GT and the other a Flying Spur, and the security guard had long recognized the two of them. Upon seeing Soo-yun and Lee Jinshu return, he immediately stepped forward and called out to the two of them, saying bitterly, Miss Lee, you finally returned. What's wrong? Lee Jinshu asked. Looking for me for something? There's a man and a woman at the entrance to the neighborhood. They insist they know you. It's your mom and your brother, and they're making a scene to get in. The security guard explained, but we didn't dare to let it in without your verification, and it's been taking all afternoon. Last time it was the same crazy woman who quietly slipped in once when they weren't looking and got a complaint straight away. Deducted a month's bonus. This time they met each other again, with a man, and said they couldn't let them in without permission. I don't know them. Lee Jinshu directly denied it and said to Soo-yun, let's go. The security guard looked at the departing pair with clarity in his mind. Although they knew that the other party was lying, since they had said that they didn't recognize them, they didn't care. Before, because the other party is at least Miss Lee's relatives. Do not dare to go too far. Afraid of the time in case Miss Lee blame. Now that you get Ms. Lee's attitude, it doesn't exist. The security guard returned to the security booth and said to his colleague, when did I just talk to Ms. Lee? She doesn't recognize these two people. No way. Lee Yanghua loudly retorted. You call Lee Jinshu out and we'll confront him face to face. Yes, Lee Jinshu is my daughter, and I'm here for her. Go go go. There's no one here you're looking for. The security guard was a bit impatient. If you guys don't leave, I'll call for a direct eviction. Saying that, one of the security guards next to him directly pulled out an electric baton and scared the other party. The mother and son took one look and immediately wimped out. Just go. What's so mean about it? Gong Meiping and Lee Yanghua were kicked out and stood in front of the cell. Mom, what now? We can't even see anyone. Guard. Gong Meiping snapped. We'll be guarding the entrance to this neighborhood. I don't believe she'll never come out. What if she drives? Then I'll split the guards. I'll guard the cell door and you guard the garage door. By Y.H. Lee, Soo-yun and Lee Jinshu returned home, and the security guard's video screen phone call came directly to the house. Miss Lee, your mom and your brother have been guarding the entrance to the neighborhood. The guard politely said, I'll give you a heads up. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Soo-yun was at the side, smiling. It's not a solution for you to go on like this, but there's nothing else I can do. Lee Jinshu said glumly, maybe they'll leave after guarding for a while. Right. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Pay attention to yourself these days. Go out as much as possible with Sumu. Don't go out alone. No. Lee Jinshu asked, are you going back for your aunt's birthday? Well, my mom's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Oh, Lee Jinshu answered. Auntie's birthday, did not ask her to accompany back together? The heart more or less a small loss, and a change of cars for the two of us. Soo-yun said, I'll drive the Flying Spur back tomorrow morning, and you'll be traveling in my Continental for the next few days. Good. After talking to Lee Jinshu, he went back to his house. Lee Jinshu didn't have to pester him for his essence. After all, he had a couple hours of driving tomorrow and needed more rest in the evening. Plus, Sumu was almost home. It would be embarrassing to run into two people who were exercising. Soo-yun returned to his home and made a video call to his mom. On the phone, Mom seemed to be helping with the dishes after dinner at her great-uncle's house. Soo-yun had a total of 2 uncles. All of their families were much better off than Mom, or had a higher social status among their relatives. The older uncle works in a state-owned tobacco company, the younger uncle works in a unit in the county. Usually in the sibling family gatherings, the two aunts and uncles have a sense of superiority. So every time their mother and son went to their uncle's house for dinner, after eating, the two aunts and uncles chatted with each other in the living room, and it was the old mom alone who took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Soo-yeon sometimes said, "Mom, do not go to wash," but Mom said, "We are all brothers and sisters. Wash a bowl just, not a big thing, do not care too much." But is it a matter of calculation? It's clearly bullying. Have you ever had a guest eat at someone's house? The director plays, and the guest comes to do the dishes? This kind of aggravation is a regular occurrence in the daily lives of several families. But this time when he went back on his own, Soo-yeon would never let that happen again. Let the two snobbish aunts and uncles to see their strength, according to their nature, in order to get the benefits, will certainly be flattered up, everywhere to please the mother. Whether they were sincere or not, Soo-yeon didn't care at all, as long as he could provide emotional value to his mom. Money, he's got plenty of it now. Want a favor? It's okay. Learn to please my mom first. Collecting his thoughts, Soo-yeon spoke about the fact that he was going back tomorrow. Mom Jang Soo-jwan was naturally very happy to hear this. Then the great aunt on the side suddenly stuck her head out and said with a smile, "Soo-yeon, you're coming back tomorrow? Right, auntie. So are you taking the bus? Or the moving train?" Jang Soo-jwan's mouth is very strict about her son's things. She is not a word to relatives and friends. His own usual habits were still as low-key as before. So everyone still didn't know that he, Soo-yeon, was no longer the same Soo-yeon. As soon as Soo-yeon heard this, he also realized that his mom had not told everyone about his money-making. Also knew that this great aunt and uncle was going to start showing her superiority again. He smiled and said, "I don't know. We'll see what we have to sit on when the time comes." Sure enough, in the next sentence, my aunt and uncle showed off. It's not easy for you to come back once. What's the point of taking a car? How inconvenient." Great aunt smiled and said, "Our Janlei just happened to come to your Jiangcheng to buy a new car today. It seems like he's coming back tomorrow as well. Why don't you take his car and come back together?" "Forget it, auntie. It's not very convenient." Soo-yeon politely declined. "No need to trouble cousin. I'm fine with taking the car." "Family, what's the trouble in talking about it? It's not a luxury car. It's just a 300,000 plus Volvo." Soo-yeon, auntie continued, "Wait and get in touch with your cousin yourself." "Okay, I got it." Soo-yeon made a perfunctory remark. For a few of his cousins, he was not at all close to his cousins. Usually, except for family gatherings, they basically do not contact each other in private, and do not hang out together, and are strangers to each other. On the contrary, the two uncles' children, the relationship is better, relying on their fathers have a stable job, and in the hometown development, 9 in the morning and 5 in the evening, often about to play together, especially since they don't actively call out to their mom whenever they see her. No respect for elders at all. The more Soo-yeon looked at them, the more he looked at them, and he guessed that they looked at Soo-yeon in a similar way. After reclaiming the phone, Mom Jang Soo-jwan stepped to the side this time and urged him to pay attention to safety on the road for a few moments, and say, "When you come back tomorrow, tighten up and don't get too high profile." Soo-yeon nodded his head in agreement on the surface, but in his heart, he was thinking, "I have to hit the two aunts and uncles in the face." In addition, Jang Soo-jwan said one more thing. She said she inquired about Chen Xian's birthday tomorrow, one day earlier than she did, and asked him to prepare a gift back to the other party with all his heart. "Oh." Soo-yeon sniffed and nodded in agreement. Mom had really worked her ass off to set herself up with Chen Xian, even asking about people's birthdays. For Chen Xian's birthday, he had naturally prepared for it, or else he wouldn't have purposely returned a day earlier. This is something that I guess Yu Xian has already arranged. She had rushed back to her old neighborhood early this morning and was doing the prep work. After hanging up the phone, Soo-yeon took a shower and was ready to go to bed. Tomorrow's long-distance drive of 4 to 5 hours was still quite tiring. Suddenly cousin Li Lei's phone called. It turned out that his aunt and uncle had called him and asked him to contact him. Soo-yeon heard the other party's impatience on the phone and flatly refused. And the other party did not continue to persuade him once he heard it and hung up. The attitude was as if it was purely for the sake of fulfilling his aunt and uncle's mission. Then, he suddenly heard the system's rewarding voice again. "Gold is always favored." The host purchased 400 grams of gold bars at his whim to prepare a birthday gift for his mom, rewarding him with 5 million in cash. Bank card balance, 35 million. Next door, Sumu came back and Lee Jinshu was also chatting about some work matters. Finally it came back to Auntie's birthday. Lee Jinshu said, "Su, do you think we should give Auntie something for her birthday? What do you want to send? In what capacity?" "A friend," Lee Jinshu said. Can't a friend give an aunt a gift? Sumu laughed. How to send? Express it over? That's true. Li Jinshu had a bright idea and said tentatively. Why don't we just kill our way through and give Suyun a surprise? If we go, we probably won't even be able to find the place. This one's easy. Li Jinshu said confidently. Yu Xian has already gone ahead. We can ask her for the address. Sumu's opinion. Thinking about it, she felt there was some risk in the matter. What if the sudden visit made Suyun angry? But, to be honest, this suggestion was also really tempting to her. Sumu. She hadn't met her aunt yet and certainly wanted to take the opportunity to do so. So she thought for a moment and said, 2 people are too few to go. If we're going to go, we'll call more people. Let's call Ning Qian as well as Mr. Liang and Song Xiaowei. As the saying goes, the law is not responsible for the crowd. And when there are a lot of people, even if Suyun wanted to get angry at that time, he wouldn't know who to look for. Okay, you make the connection. Li Jinshu said happily. Gifts will make an appointment to go shopping together tomorrow. At night, she slept in her bed, tossing and turning. For going to Suyun's old home and meeting her aunt, her heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Do you think you're going to meet your parents? I also wonder if Auntie will like herself when she sees her. On the other side, Sumu, at this moment, was also unable to sleep at once, and was in a similar mood as her. And in Suyun's old home, Yu Xian had a busy day today. After arranging for all the masters of Stewart Town to stay at the hotel, she went to contact the fireworks team before returning to the hotel to rest. In the past 2 days, in order to prepare for Chen Xin and her aunt's birthday, she really spent money like water. Auntie wasn't envious. She was a little envious of Chen Xin. She would be so happy if someone could prepare a birthday surprise for her like that. Unfortunately, not in this lifetime. Although she had a relationship with her boss that went beyond superior and subordinate, it was clear that such treatment could not be realistic because of her status. Guess the only thing the boss could give her was money. Other than that, don't even think about it. End of chapter.